On the first day I returned to my wealthy parents' home, they made me marry Shinju Shin, the disabled daughter of the Shin family, saying that as a country bumpkin from the mountains, I didn't deserve to come back, but once I married into the Shin family, they were unhappy again. It was because after marrying into the Shin family, I was their pampered young master, a mysterious figure in the outside world, even the elusive divine doctor. Now, sitting in the car sent by my wealthy parents' driver to pick me up, I picked up my phone in the back seat and glanced at it, and WeChat messages popped up. My master said, "It's not easy to see your biological parents, so you should buy a decent gift." My lips twitched. 10 billion. How decent of a gift should I buy? I pressed my temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Has my master been on the mountain for too long, losing all sense of money to this extent? Young Master Su, are you feeling unwell? The driver suddenly asked, his eyes in the rearview mirror showing a hint of disdain. I glanced at him and said lightly, "Nothing, just not used to sitting in the car for so long." When I came, my master was afraid I would be tired, so he arranged for a new route and had a private plane fly me over. I don't know why the driver insisted on stopping near the train station to pick me up, making me take a taxi again. The driver chuckled at my words, but the contempt in his eyes was particularly evident. Young Master Su is from the mountains. It's normal not to have sat in a car for so long. Like the luxury car I'm driving now, you won't get tired even after a long time. Luxury car? A Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands is considered a luxury car? I felt a bit embarrassed to say that I was uncomfortable because I had been in this car for too long. After all, in the mountains, even the aunties who go out to buy groceries drive $1 million Audi S7s. Hey, Mr. Driver, please take me to a gift shop first. Before I could finish, the driver rudely interrupted me. Young Master Su, there's no need to bother. Our master and madam don't lack your money. They won't use things that are too cheap. It's unnecessary. Besides, we're almost there. If it weren't for the driver saying we were almost there, I would have made him stop the car immediately and teach him a lesson for looking down on people. In less than 5 minutes, the car stopped in front of a decent-looking villa. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw a man in a new suit coming out of the villa. He looked about the same age as me, probably the son Lin Dong that his biological parents mistook me for. If they could make such a mistake, I was truly amazed. You must be Su Ping'an? Lin Dong looked me up and down, his brows involuntarily furrowing. Quite an eyesore. Indeed, a hillbilly coming back from the mountains, only knowing how to wear knockoff goods. If I'm not mistaken, this black suit he's wearing is a limited edition by the design genius Chris, only one released each year, usually available the following year. How could this kind of clothing be worn by a country bumpkin from the mountains? So, the one he's wearing must be a knockoff. I glanced down at the outfit personally designed for me by my 6th senior sister, Chris, raised my eyebrows slightly, and finally understood where the driver's habit of looking down on others came from. A faint smile played on my lips as I looked at him with a fake smile. So, you're the one who steals others' thunder? You're just a knockoff yourself, yet you have the nerve to comment on what others wear. You don't need your brain, you can donate it to a hot pot restaurant. I don't have the habit of being taken advantage of repeatedly. You, what's going on? Before Lin Dong could finish his insult, an elegantly dressed noblewoman emerged, followed by a tall middle-aged man with a solemn expression, not one to joke around. Seeing this, Lin Dong immediately rushed into the noblewoman's arms. Mom, I saw my brother wearing knockoff clothes just now, and I thought we were going to the Shin family later. What if he gets laughed at? So, I wanted to ask the steward to prepare a few sets of clothes for my brother to wear. But, he didn't finish his sentence but started sobbing, looking very aggrieved. The noblewoman immediately patted Lin Dong tenderly. Darling, you've always been kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Not everyone can understand your thoughts. As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards me, a hint of criticism in her eyes and at the corners of her mouth. Your brother has good intentions towards you. Why are you so clueless, causing chaos in the house on your first day here? The silent middle-aged man beside her also furrowed his brow. This place is different from your countryside. Your every word and action represent the Lin family. Listen to your brother more to avoid embarrassment. My gaze shifted to the 3 people standing opposite me, meeting Lin Dong's challenging eyes, watching the loving and harmonious scene of their family. Any remaining hope I had for my biological parents vanished in an instant. I was also raised by my master and a few senior martial sisters since I was young, not to the extent of lacking love to the point of compromising principles just to acknowledge my biological parents. Moreover, the reason I came to the Lin family is not solely to find my relatives. Seeing Mr. and Mrs. Lin standing on his side, Lin Dong quickly pretended to be kind and said, Dad, Mom, please don't say that. After all, Shui Ping'an is your biological son. I am willing to give him everything I have. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed suddenly, seeming a bit angry. What are you saying? Even if you are not related to us by blood, you are still the son I am most proud of. As long as I am in this house, no one is allowed to ignore you. Everyone present knew who this no one referred to. Lin Dong became even more smug, provokingly looking at me. Then, before going to the Shin family, why not buy Xue Ping and some decent clothes first? I glanced at Lin Dong and couldn't help but sneer. I have money of my own and don't lack clothes, so there's no need to bother. As I said this, my gaze met the middle-aged man's, and my tone was even colder than before. The reason I am here is because you hope I will marry into the Shin family as a son of the Lin family. Let's each take what we need, and there's no need for pleasantries. Arrange a room for me, I need to rest. With that, I walked straight towards the villa's entrance. Lin Bailu did not expect Sun Yen Nien a bumpkin to be so arrogant. It must be that she thinks that the Shin family is big and she can be superior if she marries there, so she is so arrogant. Taking advantage of Lin's couple not reacting, she took an arrow step and rushed up, lowering her voice and rushing at Sun Yen Nien. You don't think that a bumpkin like you marrying into the Shin family will turn a sparrow into a phoenix? I'm telling you, the one in the Shin family has just had a car accident, and the person isn't sure if he's still viable. At best, you're marrying in order to celebrate the wedding. Chapter 3. Sooner or later, her identity will wear off. Sun Yen Nien's footsteps lurched as she looked at Lin Bailu with brows full of coldness. What the hell does that have to do with you? Lin Bailu was choked by her and immediately countered. I just feel sorry for you. People whose biological parents don't want them can only rely on this kind of method to change their destiny against the odds. Hee. Did I just give you face? Sun Yen Nien reached out and grabbed her hair, yanking it off, hurting Lin Bailu so much that tears came down her face. Ah! It also startled the Lins so much that they immediately rushed over. Nyan Su, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go. Are you out of your mind? How dare you hit someone? Sun Yen Nien's hand grip tightened even more as she sniffed. Apologize to me. Otherwise I'll scalp you right now. We mountain people don't fight sensibly. Seeing this, the Lins immediately stepped forward, resulting in Sun Yen Nien pulling Lin Bailu's hair violently back 2 steps. Ah! The voice that tore his heart out immediately resounded throughout the sky, and scared the Lins to the point of standing still. Don't you dare. There's something to be said for letting go of Lulu. Apologize. Sun Yen Nien's face remained unchanged, her small hand flipped smoothly and wrapped another circle around her long brown hair, with a kind of, if she dared not apologize, she would pull her scalp off in the next second. Lin Bailu now also knew that she had run into a hard stump, and she begged for forgiveness with a sniffle and a tear in her nose. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Oh, I was wrong. Almost the instant she apologized, Sun Yen Nien let go of her hand. She lifted her hand and patted the hair she had scratched out of her hand, the disgust in her eyes extraordinarily obvious. I came to the Lin family just to go through the motions, nothing. Do not provoke me. We mountain people have nothing to be afraid of. You are 1,000 gold lady is not the same, in case I scratched my face. Lin Bailu sat paralyzed on the ground looking at Sun Yen Nien's eyes that were tinged with a murderous aura, trembled violently, and even her crying stopped in fear. With this segment, you still dare to be shady in front of her? Shit. Little trash. Sun Yen Nien ignored her abashed look and left straight away. Looking at Sun Yen Nien's disappearing figure, Lin Bailu hatefully clenched her fist, unwillingly gritted her teeth. Mom, look at her, she hasn't even gone to the Shin family yet and she's hitting me. If she really went to the Shin family she wouldn't just tear my bones apart? Lin Mother's face was no better. She opened her mouth and said only after half a day, if she doesn't marry into the Shin family, then the person who marries over will be you. The Shin family is a big family. Shin Huayan is the youngest son of the Shin family, the president of the Shin group, tall and handsome, almost the entire Shinjing circle of celebrities recognized as the first husband candidate. But those were limited to before his accident. In the last 2 years, the Shin family has been in constant trouble, and Shin Huayan even had a major car accident not long ago, and I heard that people are dying. The Shin family listens to the words of the higher power and wants to marry an unmarried woman with a strong botzi to give the Shin family a chance to wash away their fortune. To put it bluntly, it's marrying back a mascot. It would be fine if Shin Huayan survived, but if anything went wrong, the person who married into the family would become a living target for the entire Shin family. So at that time, when the Shin family offered to marry their daughter, they were very hesitant, but the conditions given by the Shin family were too tempting. They then moved to retrieve their biological daughter. Lin Mother saw Lin Bailu's face is still not very good look. This only added a sentence. Rest assured, Shin family side still do not know the bride temporary change. When she and Shin Huayan registered for marriage to go to the Shin family, her identity sooner or later will wear gangs. Chapter 4. People have changed. The Shin family only said to marry the Lin family's daughter, and did not say whether it is a biological or adopted daughter, so this dark loss, the Shin family is sure to eat. They wouldn't get in the way of getting into the open, and by then all the fire would be directed at Sun Yen Nien alone. Her life in the Shin family wouldn't be any better. Lin Bailu sniffed, the corner of her mouth then ticked in satisfaction. Humph, the good times you're looking forward to won't last long. Sun Yen Nien. 3:30 in the afternoon, Shin family study. Assistant He walked in with a pile of information, and when he saw Shin Huayan sitting next to the floor-to-ceiling window, who was reading a book, he froze slightly. The sunlight from the window fell on the muslin beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, vaguely gilding him with a golden light. He propped up his chin, leaning lazily on a rattan chair and flipping through a book, the champagne-colored frames falling a light shadow on his high nose, and his deep eyebrows looking even more cool and reserved. It was true that no matter how long he worked for their mister, he was still occasionally amazed by his amazing face as well. Noticing that the light on his side had been blocked for a few moments, Shin Hwayan raised his eyes slightly and lingered on his she for a brief moment before retracting his eyes again. Regret on the Lin family's side? His fingertips lightly twisted the pages of the book and turned one. It was rumored that he was dying, and the Lin family would not send their daughter into the fire if they had even the slightest bit of affection for her. She was about to report when the words instantly stuck in his mouth. Shin Hwayan also seemed to notice his difference, and with a slight raise of his eyebrows, he met He-she's gaze, signaling him to continue. He-she pursed her lips. The Lin family not only didn't regret it, but also sent the registration materials to the Civil Affairs Bureau. But the person who was going to register for marriage is not Lin Bailu, but Su Nian Nian. Looking at Shin Hwayan's dark eyes that could not distinguish between joy and anger, he handed over the information in his hand and hurriedly said a few words. The inner Su Nian Nian, although her surname is Su, but she is really the Lin family's biological daughter, and she was only recently found. Sir, do you want to see the photo first? From the agreement between the Lin family and the Shin family, it was not a breach of contract as long as she was a daughter of the Lin family, let alone a biological one. Su Nian Nian? Shin Hwayan muttered and repeated the name. His eyes sank slightly. He took the information but did not have the slightest intention of opening it to look at it. Is she volunteering? She was stunned again. Yes. He didn't know what Shin Hwayan was thinking. After all, when he knew that the old man was set on the Lin family's daughter before, their husband had asked him to release the news that he was seriously injured. Even the company's work has been postponed. He thought the marriage was a sure thing. But looking at Shin Hwayan's appearance, he more or less wants to loosen his mouth. She thought so and immediately recalled Su Nian Nian's basic information. From the investigation information, the Su Nian Nian has just turned 20 this year, and has been living on Tai Trust Mountain since he was a child, seldom making contact with the outside world, unlike the eyes and ears that other people have planted. It seems to be a simple little girl who has just recognized her parents and has been sold at the turn of the hand, which is also pitiful. Shin Hwayan pressed the information in his hand into the book and closed it directly, then organized the information and send it to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and receive her to Shin's house later. The rest of Zhang Ma's side will be prepared. He-she's hesitant gaze swept over Shin Hwayan's body and said with a bit less certainty, Sir, do we still need to talk to the old master about this matter? After all, the people have changed. Chapter 5, Can this delicate little girl suppress the house and block the evil spirits? Shin Hwayan's cool eyebrows lifted slightly. It's the same to the old master whoever marries over, as long as it's the Lin family's daughter. She was a bit speechless for a moment. After all, what the gentleman said is not wrong, not to say that the old man is to marry Shin Hwayan. It is more like spending a lot of money to invite a big Buddha home to suppress the evil spirits. Shin Hwayan looked askance at He-she, who was standing still, his tone cool. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you go prepare the contract? Yes, sir. In the evening, when Su Nian Nian arrived at the Shin family home, the sky had already darkened. There were no lights on in the study, so Shin Hwayan, who was sitting on the sofa, could only see a petite silhouette following behind He-she. Snap! The incandescent light snapped on, and Shin Hwayan squinted slightly, just in time to meet her eyes that were full of laughter. The bottom of his eyes were clear, clean, and untainted. The model is dainty and small, but seems to be well behaved. It's a shame that such a person is the daughter of the Lin family. Shin Hwayan looked at Su Nian Nian sitting across from him and spoke slowly in a light tone. When you came, He-she already told you, didn't she? Su Nian Nian nodded, a pair of eyes blinking. Well, the general situation has been understood. Well, then take a look at the contract. Shin Hwayan pushed the desktop contract at her. Only when he saw her take the contract up did he slowly open his mouth. If you have any other conditions, you can. Before he could finish his words, he watched as Su Nian Nian directly flipped the contract to the last page and signed it. Shin Hwayan's eyebrows were slightly raised and his voice was slightly deep. You've read it all? Su Nian Nian shook her head honestly. No. Then why did you sign? A flash of doubt crossed the bottom of Shin Hwayan's eyes, suddenly wondering if this was how she had been tricked by the Lin family. Su Nian Nian pursed her small lips and looked at him with a bit of uncertainty. Can't this contract be signed? Since Shin Hwayan asked her to sign it, it must be possible to sign it. He won't harm her. Shin Hwayan had a bit of a headache as he raised his hand and pressed his brow bone, thinking that Su Nian Nian might not understand a lot of things because she had only just come from the mountains. He sighed softly and patiently explained to her, the contract is a customized clause based on the willingness of both parties. You need to look at the conditions above in addition to any unsatisfactory conditions, as well as mention the conditions you need, understand? Su Nian Nian nodded thoughtfully. Then can I make any conditions? Shin Hwayan folded his legs together and leaned gently towards the back of the sofa. His light eyes swept her. The marriage contract between you and I is only for 1 year. During this time, as long as you obediently act as a qualified Mrs. Shin, all the conditions within reason you can mention. His voice was colder than it had just been when he said that. Shin Huayan was originally a businessman, weighing things in terms of pros and cons. Since that incident, marriage hadn't been in his future plans in the first place, much less the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. If the old man hadn't had to mess with him endlessly with all those have-nots, he wouldn't have agreed to such a ridiculous condition. His eyes unconsciously swept around Sun Yan Yan's body, and he really couldn't understand that this kind of delicate and weak-looking little girl could suppress the house and block the evil spirits. It's just nonsense. Chapter 6. Is this love at first sight? Sun Yan Yan flipped through the contract in her hand and couldn't help but frown when she looked at the bars and boxes on it. 1. The marriage contract shall be kept secret from the outside world, and party B shall not present herself to the outside world as Mrs. Shin. 2. The parties are not required to fulfill their conjugal duties. 3. Party A will protect Party B's living needs, and Party B shall not engage in behaviors detrimental to Party A's image. What does this behavior that is detrimental to Party A's image refer to? Sun Yan Yan's eyebrows raised, looking at Shin Huayan with a puzzled expression. Shin Huayan was obviously slightly stunned, frozen by her question. Seeing this, she on the side hurriedly explained, this category is a bit broad, such as maliciously spreading rumors, or cheating on your wife during the renewal of the marriage, or something like that. Sun Yan Yan nodded with seeming understanding. Shin Huayan's eyes swept around her body, thinking that she was only 20 years old, a naive period full of fantasies about love. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and she faintly said, I don't object to you falling in love, but if you have someone you like, you have to wait until after the divorce before you can be together. Sun Yan Yan didn't answer, just pursed her small lips and quietly looked at the contract in her hand. The little girl's mind was too good to guess, and she could barely hide things in those watery eyes of hers. Looks like there's a little boy in mind. Shin Huayan's eyes hovered over her small face, thinking about what kind of other half would she actually like with this glutinous gibberish character of hers? You're not getting ripped off again, are you? Forget about it. When she leaves the Shin family, she will help her to palm her eyes again. Since Sun Yan Yan didn't make any conditions and didn't have any opinions on the contract, after signing, she followed Zhang Ma to the bedroom. Hey! Sun Yan Yan sighed long and hard as she lay on the bed, and she was the only one sighing in the empty bedroom. She looked at the ceiling above her head and stifled another sigh as she thought about the one-year marriage agreement and divorce papers she had just signed. There's no one else who signs both marriage and divorce papers on their wedding day. Buzz. The cell phone in Sun Yan Yan's pocket suddenly vibrated. She took out her cell phone and glanced at it just in time to see a message from her master. Yan Yan, how's it going? Have you seen your little brother? Immediately below is a grinning dog's head emoji. Sun Yan sighed young, her small hands typing a line on the keyboard. See, yes, but he doesn't seem to remember me. She pulled a red cord out from around her neck, and on it hung a very delicate emerald peace sign with a tiny letter S at the bottom. Sun Yan Yan's fingertips gently rubbed the jade tablet, the bottom of her eyes filled with loss. Buzz off. The phone vibrated again, pulling Sun Yan Yan's thoughts back. If you don't remember, then you don't remember, and won't you just meet your little brother? When will you be back? Sun Yan Yan pursed her small lips. I won't be able to come back for a short period of time. I'm married to my little brother. Almost instantly after this message went out, a message rubbed off and popped up. I thought I said I didn't remember you? It was love at first sight? Apparently her master was more shocked than she thought. Sun Yan Yan looked at the line and silently replied, no, he doesn't seem to like me. The marriage was because there was a marriage contract with the Lin family, and the Lin family didn't want Lin Bailu to marry over, so they let me go. In fact, she knew the purpose of the Lin family from the beginning, just did not tell her master at that time. If he knew, with that calf protection strength of his, he would definitely not agree to her going down the mountain. Chapter 7. Doesn't it say that the favor of saving a life is returned in kind? As expected, it didn't take long for her cell phone to vibrate like crazy. Instead of frequent missives, video calls awaited Sun Yan Yan this time. Seeing the word master displayed on her cell phone, Sun Yan Yan hesitated for 2 seconds, but still picked it up. Get a divorce now. Go home. Her master's thick voice came through the receiver of the phone, and it didn't even need to be tapped on the amplification at all to be heard. He stared at Sun Yan Yan with a tight frown, itching to crawl right over the phone along the netting and carry her back. Sun Yan Yan didn't even think about it and decisively replied back, don't. I haven't repaid the favor yet. She's married to this one, how can she give up halfway? I knew I shouldn't have let you go down the mountain alone. Her master pressed his temples, his obviously annoyed voice coming from the other end of the line. Tell me, what are you going to do? Sun Yan Yan pondered slightly for a moment, and returned very seriously. Isn't it said that the grace of saving a life is promised in return for one's body? After I'm done with this promise, the next step should be to make rice out of raw rice. Cook what? The master on the other end of the phone clearly gritted his teeth. Watch less of those messy dramas in the future. Oh, Sun Yan Yan weakly answered. It's also her first time to return a favor, so she's not very experienced. Master looked at Sun Yan Yan's collapsed little face, and the strings in his head instantly collapsed in half. This little ancestor in the mountains, but they were babed from childhood to adulthood, a heavy words have not said to her, let alone fierce her. Seeing her somewhat crying little face, the master immediately panicked, cough cough. Just now the master was also in a hurry, did not mean to be so loud, you and that little brother's problem. Also, it is not that there is no other way. Really? Su Nian Nian's watery eyes blinked slightly, seeming to look at the phone screen as if she didn't quite believe it. The master nodded his head repeatedly, although it is said that the favor of saving one's life is returned in kind, isn't there another sentence then? In the next life, be an ox or a horse to repay this great favor. So you can also take the ox and horse route. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes narrowed as she stared suspiciously at her master on the other end of the video. Why the cow and horse route? Master forced himself to look at Su Nian Nian with composure, and flubbed it in a serious manner. Didn't you just say that? He doesn't like you yet, that's why we have to take the cow and horse route first, and start by helping him with the troubles around him, don't you think so? Su Nian Nian nodded fervently, it seems somewhat reasonable. Master secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to fool around, so don't think about what's happening to the raw rice, or you'll just get it back, do you know that? Su Nian Nian's brows furrowed slightly, always feeling that this sounded as if it was right, but also as if it wasn't entirely right. In that case, then, why don't we practice the raw rice route first, and then consider the cow and horse route? Because she had tossed and turned all day, Su Nian Nian took an early shower and fell asleep in bed. At night, the moon is white and the wind is clear. A long silhouette pushed his way through the door. He turned on the floor lamp in the bedroom in one smooth motion, and with just one glance he saw something more on the otherwise flat bed. Shin Huayan walked over with faith, and when he saw the pair of half-calves exposed outside the quilt, his brows instantly wrinkled. The floor lamp in the bedroom was a bit far from the bed, and in the dim interior, her white calves stood out in the moonlight. Chapter 8. Is this little guy usually so defenseless against men? Who the hell let her stay in his room? Is it the old man? Or was it Zheng Ma who took matters into her own hands? Or was it the little guy himself? Shin Huayan's brows pressed slightly, forcing down the annoyance in his heart. He raised his hand and patted the little person on the bed, Su Nian Nian. His voice was low and inviting in the stillness of the night. Su Nian Nian was sleeping in a daze, and when her name was suddenly called, she slowly climbed out of bed. She sat dumbfounded and looked blankly at Shin Huayan, who was standing in front of her. Well, you're looking for me? Her voice was soft and sticky, and with that delicate and hazy watery face, Shin Huayan's fire that had just risen instantly dispersed. He had just opened his mouth to let her out, but on second thought, if he kicked her out this late, the old man's side would surely know right away. It might not be a good idea to toss and turn again until most of the night. He sighed and angled his chin slightly at Su Nian Nian. Go sleep on the couch. Su Nian Nian blinked, dangling in place for 3 seconds, her somewhat dazed eyes glancing around the room before finally settling on the sofa. It was only then that she slowly got up from the bed again, confused and about to head in the direction of the couch. I don't know if she was still awake or not, but she completely missed the slippers at her feet and tripped violently. Shin Huayan almost subconsciously reached out to fish for her and clasped her waist with one hand. Her waist was thin and soft, but it was so full that it seemed as if it could be crushed with a little force. Well, it hurts. Su Nian Nian half hung on Shin Huayan's arm and muttered softly. Shin Huayan gently let go of his hand, only then did he see that she was wearing a white silk nightgown, and under the moonlight, her skin was hidden, especially on the thin waist that had just been clasped by him. There was a clear red mark, like it had been deliberately ravaged. He was about to open his mouth to explain what had just happened when he watched as Su Nian Nian completely ignored him and touched the sofa straight away before collapsing onto it and falling asleep with a pillow. Shin Huayan looked at Su Nian Nian, who was curled up in a tiny one on the sofa, pressed his temples with a bit of a headache, and finally took a blanket and covered her with it. Looking at her sleeping form, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Was this little one usually so defenseless against other men? Shin Huayan's eyes swept around her small face and raised his hand to flick her on the head. Well, the little man lying on the couch arched disgruntledly over the cushions and buried his head directly in them. This in turn made Shin Huayan laugh. What a funny little guy. He wasn't a very good sleeper, and usually had to keep absolute silence in his room to get a light sleep, let alone sleep in the same room with other people. Shin Huayan had long been prepared for a sleepless night, but to his surprise, Su Nian Nian slept well and did not move at all. And I don't know if it was because she had slept in the bed, the whole quilt was covered with the faint lavender fragrance of her. Unlike the processed kind of aroma, it is instead naturally soothing, as if you were lying in a lavender bush. So early in the morning, Shin Huayan, who woke up, was refreshed, but on the contrary, Su Nian Nian, who slept on the sofa, was sitting on the sofa with a crying expression, looking very haggard. Did you have a bad night's sleep last night? Shin Huayan straightened the buttons on his right cuff, looked at Su Nian Nian, who was still confused, and reached out to pinch her small face. Chapter 9. Are all girls so delicate? The soft touch caused him to faintly freeze, and Shin Huayan immediately withdrew his hand. She looks like she wants to be bullied when she's in a daze. Su Nian Nian blinked her eyes and responded a bit slowly. The couch is too hard, it hurts to sleep. Her voice was soft, with a slight haze of not having woken up at all, and she was close to having the word weak written on her face. Well, my shoulders hurt, my back hurts, and my waist hurts. She said this, her little head dropping and arching over the pillow again. Her nightgown, which was already hugging her waistline, rolled up just enough to reveal a sliver of skin. The red mark from yesterday had now turned into a light bruise that stood out on her pale skin. Shin Hwayan's brows were visibly furrowed. How fragile was this little guy? I just gave her a hand yesterday and this is a bruise? Are all girls so delicate? He only had 3 younger brothers at home, and he didn't usually have much contact with women, so his knowledge of girls was almost nil. Shin Hwayan was suddenly a little worried. This coming year was going to be spent with such a delicate little one. Was she really okay with it? Although he didn't really believe in those metaphysical sayings, the danger factor of staying by his side was indeed much higher than the average person. Especially in the last few years, anything unlucky has happened. Looks like he's going to have to pay more attention to this little guy, just in case it's not even a year old and the person is gone. Get up and get ready to go downstairs for breakfast. Well, good. Meanwhile, downstairs in the dining room, the rest of the Shin family had sat inside early and waited. As the youngest of the Shin family, Shin Hwaisu, with a face of indignation, propped up her chin and muttered, "The people of the Lin family are really good at this, switching people on the day of the license. Do you really think that our Shin family is good at bullying?" The third oldest, Shin Hwairua, looked askance at Shin Hwaisu and coolly said, "From the contract, there really isn't anything wrong with the Lin family's explanation. After all, the woman who was sent here is indeed the Lin family's daughter, and she is still biological." His emphasis was entirely on the word biological, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. The Lin family could think of using this trick to replace the peach with the plum, which itself was determined that they, the Shin family, for the sake of face, would not take this kind of thing to the surface. I guess this Lin family's own daughter wasn't much of a catch. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let her marry over even though they knew that she wouldn't have a good time in the Shin family after things were revealed. The second oldest, Shin Hwaiji, listened to the words of both Shin Hwairua and Shin Hwaisu, sighed lightly and said gently, "Now that the situation is like this, it's better to wait for the people to come." His eyes swept aside Elder Shin, seeing that he was always old-fashioned, seemingly unconcerned about the Lin family's change of marriage partner. It was the old master who had allowed their big brother to get married in the first place, and he had thought that he would be furious when he heard that the Lin family had switched brides, but he had never expected that he would be the one who was the most calm now. It's hard to believe that the old man already knew? Say what? When that imposter girl comes, I'll immediately tell her to get lost. Shin Hwaisu had a belly full of fire, almost gritting his teeth. The Lin family side just picked her up from the ravine, so I don't know what level of good she might be. Although Lin Bailu, that woman looked annoying, but at least she could be counted in the circle of celebrities in Shangjing. Now it's even temporarily replaced by a bumpkin? Chapter 10, in case you really cry, do you coax? How dare anyone be his sister-in-law? Humph. Shin Hwairua picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, coolly added, if she is sensible, she should take the initiative to return the marriage contract when she comes down in a while. If she doesn't want to take the initiative, I don't mind helping her. Elder Shin's speckled white eyebrows instantly wrinkled. You few brats have nothing to do, not make trouble. Everything still depends on your big brother's decision. Previously, he deliberately found a high person to give Shin Hwayan a fortune-telling, deduced that he would be married to the Lin family, but he had once combined Lin Bailu and Shin Hwayan's birth dates. The two were not suitable. He was even a little worried that his decision would ruin Shin Hwayan, and it wasn't until Shin Hwayan had this car accident that he made up his mind that he would let him marry the Lin family's daughter no matter what. I didn't expect the Lin family to change the bride directly. Shin Hwaisu rolled his eyes, his tone full of dissatisfaction. What decision can Big Brother make? You're not the one who said you'd marry? But now the people have changed. Grandpa. Elder Shin was just about to open his mouth when he heard footsteps coming from the direction of the restaurant's entrance. Not a moment later, a petite little figure followed Zhang Ma over. She was wearing a milky white embroidered halter dress with a khaki-colored smock over it, and with that pretty little face, the whole thing looked milky. Good morning, my name is Nyan Su, she said, nodding at everyone in front of her, and took the outermost position. Su Nian Nian put a pair of small hands on the back of the chair and softly inquired, can I sit here? Whether it was Shin Hwaiji, who had reservations, or Shin Hwairua and Shin Hwaisu, who were adamant about withdrawing from the marriage, they all froze. Instead, Elder Shin smiled with a bashful face. Sit down, breakfast will get cold if you don't eat. Thank you, Grandpa. Su Nian Nian called out sweetly and immediately sat down at the table to eat her breakfast in a well-behaved manner. Sure enough, his little brother's family members were just as kind-hearted as his little brother, and his master had said that he loved the house, so his little brother's cherished family members would be covered by her. At this moment, the three brothers directly opposite Su Nian Nian had absolutely no appetite whatsoever. Shin Hwaisu poked Shin Hwairua with her arm and whispered, third brother, quickly ask her to take the initiative to withdraw the marriage contract. The corner of Shin Hwairua's mouth twitched, glanced at the abashed Shin Hwaisu, and coolly said, didn't you just say to tell her to get lost? Why don't you go? As he said this, his eyes unconsciously glanced over Su Nian Nian's body. Her pretty little face was full of fatigue, and her pair of watery eyes were even slightly reddened. No matter how you look at it, it looked like she had just been bullied. This kind of little girl who seemed soft and sticky and not very aggressive, he couldn't dislike her at all. He even saw Su Nian Nian's moment, a little worried that the old four will be an excited rush up, but also thought about whether to mediate in the middle, did not expect Shin Huaisu himself cannot get down. Hey! I would like to go, look at her, she is about to cry. I am most afraid of these, in case of really crying, you coax? Shin Huaisu frowned and lowered his voice back again. This instantly silenced both of them. A moment later, Shin Huaisu's eyebrows wrinkled again. This time the matter is indeed the Lin family did a little too much. If it's so black and white to go straight through, I'm afraid that this woman named Sun Yen Nian is going to be a bully in their Shin family in the future. Cough. Shin Huaisu coughed lightly. Didn't your parents teach you to get up early on the second day of your wedding? Chapter 11. Are these words for them to hear? Sun Yen Nian put down the small spoon in his hand. A pair of watery eyes looked at Shin Huaisu very seriously back. My adoptive parents died early. I have not seen them. As for the biological parents, I also saw them yesterday. They may not have time to say to me. I guess I wouldn't say anything even if I knew. Ah. Shin Huaisu instantly wailed inwardly. He is really surprisingly revealing people's scars early in the morning? He immediately looked at his third brother, Shin Huairua, who was beside him, with pleading eyes. The latter helplessly skimmed his mouth and lightly coughed. Ahem. Actually, it's fine if you don't have to get up that early, just eat on time. Sun Yen Nian nodded her head. Looking at the opposite side of the Shin family, several brothers' expressions were not quite right. She was a little puzzled and raised her eyebrows. Was it something wrong with what she had just said? Her master had said that the greatest surefire way to treat someone you hold dear was sincerity. Hadn't she just shown enough sincerity? Sun Yen Nian was reviewing what had just happened when she heard Elder Shin slowly speak. Nian Nian, how was your rest yesterday? His voice carried obvious concern, causing Sun Yen Nian's heart to settle down. Yesterday. Sun Yen Nian was more or less hesitant, not knowing whether to say rested or not. If truth be told, it was so bad that she felt like dying. She woke up in the morning only to realize that she had slept on the couch all night and was sore as hell. Originally, when she was in the mountains before, she was very particular about where she slept, and although she was a good sleeper, if she slept in a slightly hard place, she would be uncomfortable the next day. Because of this, she was often called Princess P by her brothers. Seeing Sun Yen Nian's appearance of wanting to speak, Elder Shin slightly raised his mottled white eyebrows. Your little face looks haggard. It seems that you haven't slept well. Is it because you're not accustomed to the new change of place? Elder Shin ate his kanji while pretending to ask Sun Yen Nian without thinking. His own grandson, he understands. If he hadn't asked Zheng Ma to arrange Sun Yen Nian directly into Shin Huayan's room yesterday, she probably would have had to sleep in the guest room. Sun Yen Nian tilted her little head, hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. I was too tired yesterday, and I wasn't very clear, so I just woke up and then my body looked like it had been run over by a car, and then this. She said, running her little hand down to where the bruise was last night and said, there seems to be a bit of a bruise here. Pfft, cough cough cough. Master Shin didn't eat a mouthful of porridge and sprayed it all out. The jaws of the three brothers sitting across from Sun Yen Nian were even more astonished as they almost dropped on the table. Are these words for them to hear? And wasn't their big brother very resistant to marrying the Lin family? It was already outrageous enough to loosely get a license with the Lin family's daughter, but now it's surprising. Surprising. Just when everyone was in a state of shock, Shin Huayan happened to appear in front of the crowd. As a result, everyone's eyes were focused on Shin Huayan from Sun Yen Nian's body. Big, big, big. You. Shin Huaisu pointed at Sun Yen Nian's hands are obviously a little shivering. He had no way, no matter what, to understand that his big brother had been being inside what overnight? Shin Huayan's eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes swept over the several people at the table, looking at the strange appearance of each of them, and sat straight beside Sun Yen Nian. Mrs. Shang, prepare a few more mattresses and softer bedding to send to my room. Shin Huayan's cool voice sounded in the dining room, and, on the way, take another ointment for activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis and send it over. Just after Shin Huayan's words, the entire restaurant became even more silent. They were just wondering if they had just overthought it, and now they're actually being hammered by their own big brother? Mistress, Master specially asked the kitchen to stew bird's nest this morning, you try it. Zhang Ma said, and after serving a bowl of bird's nest, she put the spoon back into the casserole that held the bird's nest. The muffled voice caused Sun Yen Nian's brows to furrow slightly. She'd been raised with an absolute sense of sound, and that sound she just made was definitely not one that could come from an intact casserole. The casserole is still sitting on the dining car, so if she drinks the bowl of bird's nest, I'm guessing the casserole will be placed closer to her. The unlucky person at that time would definitely be Shin Huayan, who was closest to her without a doubt. She didn't know if this was intentional or unintentional on someone else's part, but in front of her, such petty tactics weren't even close to being enough. Sun Yen youngly tugged at the corners of his mouth and accepted the small bowl of bird's nest. Thank you, Mrs. Chang, thank you, Grandpa. She smiled sweetly and picked up the silver serving spoon from the table in her hand. Wow, this spoon seems to be silver. I've heard that silver spoons sound especially crisp when knocked up, she said, and with a look of extra curiosity, she took the silver spoon and knocked it very rhythmically a few times on an empty cup on the side. For such rude behavior immediately caused several brothers of the Shin family to frown, and even Shin Hwayan, who was on the side, looked at Sun Yin with a bit of surprise. Because from the time I came in contact with her yesterday until now, she didn't talk or act like she was uneducated. He was just about to open his mouth to stop her when he heard a click, followed by Zhang Ma's shriek. For a moment everyone's attention turned to the food truck, and what had been a perfectly good casserole cracked. If it was a few years ago, they certainly wouldn't have cared if a casserole cracked or not. But in the last few years, strange things would always happen in the Shin family, and every time Shin Hwayan would be injured or indirectly injured because of these trivial things. If this casserole hadn't just cracked inside the dining car, it would have surely cracked after being put on the dining table, with freshly stewed birds' nests in it, at a predictable temperature. Obviously, the reason why this casserole had just cracked early was all because of Sun Yan's inexplicable curiosity. Now, the three brothers of the Shin family suddenly cared a bit about what Master Shin had said earlier. He said that if their big brother marries the Lin family, he will marry a great blessing who can calm the house and block the evil spirits. They used to be totally unbelieving, but what just happened has more or less shaken them that much. If what the old man said was true, then with this mascot sister-in-law around, wouldn't their big brother encounter so much messy crap? Several people exchanged decisive glances, immediately uniting their fronts. Although their big brother didn't have accidents every day, the longest interval would never be more than 3 days. Big things and small things can happen, so we'll have to see if Sun Yan really has the ability to subdue the house and block the demons, and so on and so forth. But before that, they still have to act friendly to keep the mascot sister-in-law, right? Chapter 12, how come this little brain of hers just doesn't know how to turn? Shin Huaiji coughed lightly, breaking the silence in the restaurant. Sister-in-law, I have a new ointment there. The effect of activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis will be a bit better, and the flavor is not pungent. It's more suitable for girls. I'll bring it to you in a moment. When Sun Yan sniffed, a pair of eyes instantly curved, revealing a bright smile. Thanks. Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu exchanged glances and followed suit. Sister-in-law, I know of a pillow that is especially good for sleeping. I just bought a set. I'll send one over to you later. Sister-in-law, I have lavender sachets there. The tranquilizing effect is huge. A moment. Shin Huayan's brows visibly frowned. Eat without speaking, sleep without speaking. For a moment, the entire restaurant was quiet. Seeing this, Sun Yan quietly pressed down, blocked the side facing Shin Huayan with one small hand, and came close to the table to whisper to the three people across the table, I'll come to you guys to get, after I finish eating. Shin Huayan's eyelids drooped slightly, looking at this little guy on the side who was hiding his ears. He really couldn't help but cry and laugh. So she was thinking he wouldn't hear her if she kept her voice down a little? Shin Huayan raised his hand and pressed his brow bone, looking at Sun Yan's vision with indescribable complexity. It's like seeing a kitten lying under the wheel in the way, and it's not even close to being mean. So just turn a blind eye and let her be. After breakfast, Sun Yan excitedly followed the three Shin family brothers to take things one by one and made a big circle before running back again. Shin Huayan looked at her giddy little face and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why don't you quickly come over and wipe the medicine? Yes. He had just picked up the ointment on the bedside table to hand it to Sun Yan when he saw that she was already lying honestly on the sofa, and had lifted the hem of one side of her coat. Shin Huayan's hand holding the ointment froze now. He stood still, his brow instantly furrowing. What are you doing? Sun Yan turned her head with a bewildered expression and asked dully, Isn't Mr. Shin going to anoint me? When did he say that? And doesn't this little guy know what it means to be a man and a woman? Shin Huayan was just about to refuse when his line of sight landed on the bruise on her waist. He sighed softly and silently unscrewed the ointment he was holding. Turn around and lie on your stomach. Oh, good. Sun Yan immediately rolled over obediently and plopped down on the sofa. Shin Huayan lifted the hem of her shirt and squeezed the ointment and rubbed it on her skin, and he could almost see with his naked eye that she shivered. Although Sun Yan did not make a sound, Shin Huayan's hand that landed on the bruise was still much lighter. Her skin was delicate and felt excellent, like a warm piece of nephrite. Shin Huayan's fingertips lightly rubbed the bruise, not daring to exert any force at all. It's pretty dainty to bump such a bruise out of her after just reaching out and fishing for her yesterday. With skin so white, a little force could easily land a few red marks on her body. Shin Huayan was slightly stunned, and only then did he realize how dangerous the idea he had just had was. Sun Yan had only just turned 20, and even though their ages were only 5 years apart, this little guy was a little kid to him, so how could he possibly have thoughts about a little kid? Buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone in Sun Yan's pocket vibrated. She slipped her cell phone out and a message from an unfamiliar number popped up instantly. Sun Yan, I'm your mom, here's my phone number, remember to come back to the Lin family tonight, don't be told by the Shin family that our Lin family doesn't know how to behave. Although Shin Huayan was sitting beside Sun Yan, he could clearly see every word in her cell phone from his angle. He had previously heard she say that Sun Yan was temporarily found by the Lin family, so he thought that their relationship wouldn't be too good. I just didn't expect the Lins to treat her so poorly. He had thought that the Lins would look at Sun Yan's replacement marriage and treat her better, but he didn't expect them to be as annoying as ever. Sun Yan Nian stared at the text message in her cell phone for half a day, but there was no intention to reply to the message. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want to go back, but she simply didn't understand why she had to go back to the Lin family, let alone why not going back to the Lin family would be treated as if she didn't know the rules. She had paid little attention to these things before in the mountains other than studying and researching things, so Mrs. Lin's words were more or less over the top for her. Sun Yan Nian originally wanted to ask Shen Huayan directly, but when she thought of Mrs. Lin's words, she fell silent again. She contemplated it for a few moments before finally typing a line on her keyboard. Got it. Seeing Sun Yan Nian's reply, Shen Huayan became even more upset. This little guy was obviously going back to the Lin family to be bullied, so why did he stupidly agree? Shen Huayan sighed silently, his eyes sweeping over Sun Yan Nian's small face. Also, it's true that it's easy to be bullied when you look dainty and small and bullying. But he'd contracted with her before, promising to cover her needs for the duration of the marriage. Back to the Lin family, although not in the scope of his promise, but if she must pester him to go back together, it is not impossible. Shen Huayan's dark eyes drooped, looking at her well-behaved little face waiting for her to speak. But to his surprise, after he had finished applying the ointment, Sun Yan Nian froze and didn't mention a word about the Lin family. Did you feel bad about asking? Shen Huayan's eyes glanced at Sun Yan Nian's small face, his tone light. Usually, if you have any needs, talk to Zhang Ma, and if Zhang Ma can't solve the problem, go to Ishi, got it? Ah, good. Sun Yan Nian nodded, still lying honestly on the sofa, not moving a muscle. Shen Huayan raised his single eyebrow slightly and took another card and placed it on a side table. This is my secondary card. You can use this card for anything you need to buy. Sun Yan Nian cocked her little head to look at the table next to her and answered yes again. Now Shen Huayan was completely speechless. Was it not obvious enough that he hinted at it? He raised a hand and rubbed his temples, musing for a moment before slowly opening his mouth again. I'm usually a little busier in the mornings, and I'm usually done with most of my work by 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Huayan said tentatively, almost as if he hadn't said the words I'm free to go to Lin's house tonight directly. Unexpectedly, when Sun Yan Nian heard this, she instead nodded seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Shen, I definitely won't disturb your work. Is that what he's trying to say? Why doesn't this little brain of hers know how to turn? Knock, knock, knock. Shen Huayan was still in a foul mood when the door to the bedroom room was knocked on. Chapter 13, these two words obviously hit Shen Huayan's minefield. Sir. She pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Shen Huayan sitting on the sofa, he walked straight over. Shen Huayan subconsciously pulled the hem of Sun Yan Nian's waist downward, completely covering her backside. When she approached, he realized that there was also a Sun Yan Nian lying on the sofa. He was slightly startled. Ma'am? When Sun Yan Nian heard someone call her, she turned sideways, leaned on the sofa and waved at Ishi. Good morning, assistant. She didn't move too much, but she just happened to bring the hem of Shen Huayan's shirt that had been pulled down up again. Seeing that her section of white waist had the tendency to be exposed at any time again, Shen Huayan grabbed the blanket on the sofa and covered her thin waist. Sun Yan Nian froze, and then heard Shen Huayan speak in a salty voice. Just put on the ointment, can't get cold. Good. Shen Huayan's unusual behavior fell in Ishi's eyes, causing him to narrow his eyes. It seemed that their mister was indeed special to Sun Yan Nian. It was already amazing that he agreed to get a license with her before, but now he's taking extra care of her, even letting her sleep in the same room. It's not right, it's very wrong. Shen Huayan watched as Ishi's eyes always lingered on Sun Yan Nian, his brows slightly furrowed. Something else? His voice was clear and cold with a touch of indifference. She froze for a moment and hurriedly returned to her senses. There are a few expedited contracts on the company's side that need to be looked at by Mr. Shen Huayan slowly got up and stood up from the sofa, his eyes shallowly sweeping over Ishi. Then why don't you hurry up and leave? With those words, he walked straight out. Yes, sir. She nodded at Sun Yan Nian and followed behind Shen Huayan. I don't know why, but why did he vaguely feel as if their mister seemed a bit offended? Is it because he came at a bad time? Or did their mister just have a falling out with Sun Yan Nian? She thought on one side, then followed Shen Huayan to the study. He didn't think about it until he sat down at his desk in his study. Ishi's line of sight silently looked toward Shen Huayan beside the floor-to-ceiling window. He didn't know if their husband had a disagreement with Sun Yan Nian, but he knew that their husband was definitely angry now. For a suffocating depression hung over the entire study. Cough. She coughed lightly and inquired softly, Sir, is there something wrong on the wife's side? Shen Huayan's eyebrows rose slightly, and his index finger that fell on the back of the chair gently tapped the armrest. The Lin family wants Sun Yan Nian to go back at night. His faint voice came through, but the tone was flatter than it had just been. She looked at Shen Huayan suspiciously. Does the wife want you to return to the door with her? According to reason, it is a normal thing for newlyweds to return to the door, but the marriage between Sun Yan Nian and Shen Huayan is already special. Coupled with the fact that their mister hated the Lin family, it was inevitable that Sun Yan Nian's proposal would upset him. It seemed necessary for him to slightly remind Sun Yan Nian that in the future, things about the Lin family should be mentioned as little as possible in front of their mister. She was thinking, Shin Hwayan's voice once again sounded in the quiet office. After she received the news, she never mentioned it in front of me, as if she didn't mean to let me go back with her at all. This answer was more or less beyond Hishi's comprehension. Their mister was actually upset because Su Nyen Nyen didn't ask him to go to the Lin family instead? He looked at Shin Hwayan with an almost unbelievable face, even wondering if their gentleman's brain was broken, or if he had just heard wrong. But soon, Shin Hwayan's next sentence shocked him even more. Su Nyen Nyen was already not well liked in the Lin family, and she didn't know to find someone to back her up to go with her. She opened her mouth and organized half a day of language before she found her voice. Sir, is there a possibility that Mrs. She doesn't quite understand? She was already young and from the mountains, her mind is simple, she may not have thought about it at all. Shin Hwayan's dark eyes narrowed. Su Nyen Nyen never felt the love of a father or mother since she was a child, and from the investigation, her adoptive parents died at an early age, and it was an old man in the mountains who raised her. Now it's so hard to recognize your birth parents, but you've been sold backhandedly. Shin Hwayan couldn't help but frown again when he thought of the message Su Nyen Nyen had received. Sir, since Mrs. is returning home, should we prepare a return gift for her? She saw that Shin Hwayan hadn't said anything and took the initiative to mention it. Let the Lin family know that we attach more importance to mistress, and perhaps we won't be bullied. The word bullying was obviously hitting Shin Hwayan's minefield. A flash of gloominess crossed the bottom of his eyes, and his voice was sorrowful as he said, even if Su Nyen Nyen is only in the Shin family for one day, she's still my Shin Hwayan's person. Bullying her? The Lin family isn't qualified. She was shocked, never realizing that Su Nyen Nyen had already been classified in the Shin family category. It seemed that their mister was not generally attached to Su Nyen Nyen. Before, because of that incident, he thought that their mister would never be able to get emotional in his life. Now it seems that Su Nyen Nyen, this Mrs. Shin, can sit firmly, organize today's work schedule and go to Lin's house in the evening. Shin Hwayan's voice was clear and cold, but it carried an unquestionable dominance. She visibly hesitated. Sir, we are now in the external news. It was Shin Hwayan who was seriously injured and hospitalized, his life and death unknown, and this sudden appearance in the Lin family, then the real situation of their husband could not be hidden from the outside world. Shin Hwayan glanced at Ishi. That news was originally meant to stop the marriage between the Lin and Shin families, and now that the people are married back, it doesn't matter if this news leaks or not. At that time, because the accident looked too much like it was man-made, he used the matter of the union to fester the matter. I thought I could catch the mastermind behind it, but after digging deeper, I didn't get much. It was like a succession of accidents over the last few years that upset him but did nothing about it. The good thing was that these things only happened to him alone, and other than the occasional trouble of getting hurt, it wasn't too hard to take. She nodded her head repeatedly. Then, is Mr. going back with Mrs. Judging from the work schedule, Shin Hwayan was expected to be a little late if he wanted to go to Lin's house. If the two were going to go back together, he would have to go and inform Su Nyen Nyen. I didn't realize that Shin Hwayan waved his hand. No, don't tell her either. Let this little one suffer slightly. It's the only way she'll know that she'll have to find someone to back her up when she's bullied. She narrowed her eyes. There Mr. Home really wasn't deliberately not telling her because Su Nyen Nyen hadn't approached him for support in the first place, was he? I don't think so. Chapter 14. What the hell are you doing here? In the evening, Su Nyen Nyen took a taxi directly to the Lin family, not even taking the Shin family's special car. So when Su Nyen Nyen came to the Lin family, the Lins looked at her with even more disdain. I had thought that the Shin family would give Su Nyen Nyen the decency to let the Shin family's chauffeur come to see her off for fear of losing face. Now it looks like it's because the whole substitute marriage thing pissed them off so much that they didn't even send a chauffeur back to the house. Su Nyen Nyen's time in the Shin family seemed rather difficult. Lin Bailu was naturally the happiest person inside the Lin family. Su Nyen Nyen had just met with her before and hit her with her hands, a debt she still had on her mind. Even if you marry into the Shin family, what's the point? You're still a titular wife? The corner of Lin Bailu's mouth hooked a mocking smile to come, but on the face, she pretended to be sympathetic and spoke. Oh my god, the Shin family even let you return to the door empty-handed. They're really too much. They didn't even send you a driver. It's so pathetic. Su Nyen Nyen sat on the single sofa with her legs crossed. Where was there any semblance of the little white flower in the Shin family? She propped up her chin with one hand, her eyes glanced up and down on Lin Bailu who had just come downstairs, and said coolly, what? There's a performance appraisal for returning to the door? How many points can a driver add? She had purposely sought counseling from her master about returning to the gate before she arrived. Roughly know a lot about it too. The so-called back to the door is the newlyweds together the next day back to the bride's home to eat a meal, for the entire wedding officially closed, that is, so that the bride's parents to see the marriage of the two people full of meaning. But her marriage to Shin Hwayan was supposed to be a temporary partnership, and having him come to the Lin family was impossible. If it wasn't for the fear that Shin's side would see something, she wouldn't even want to set foot in the Lin family's front door. Listening to their family chatter and having to eat together, that's really going to take years off your life. So, she made plans before she came. Come here to make a show and leave, eat and drink outside and wave around before returning to Shin's house. Lin Bailu immediately choked on Sun Yan Yan's remark. She indignantly tugged at Zhao Feng beside her, shaking her arm in dissatisfaction. Mom, look at her. Zhao Feng gently patted Lin Bailu's small hand and pulled her to the side on the sofa before she looked at Sun Yan Yan and said, your sister is right, you came back from the Shin family without bringing anything with you, is this called returning home? Sun Yan Yan propped her chin on one hand, her eyes glancing over the two. The contract you signed from the Shin family isn't enough, you want something else? Lin Dalong, who hadn't said anything on the side, slammed the table, his face instantly gloomy to the extreme. Sun Yan Yan. Watch what you say. Sun Yan Yan's propped up little face turned to Lin Dalong again in boredom, completely unintimidated by his aura by a tiny bit. She hadn't seen any big scenes before, and for someone like Lin Dalong to try to scare her? She had thought before when she hadn't met the Lins that her parents, who hadn't seen her in years, might take pity on her because she hadn't been in sight for years. But then she thought about it, if they really cared for her as a daughter, how could they have sold her directly to the Shin family the first time they found her? Although the marriage with the Shin family was indeed a part of her that she needed very much, the Lins were not even willing to pretend to be hypocritically amiable in front of her. You can see how much they don't like her. And since the first day she came to the Lin family, they've been PUAing her in all sorts of ways. She really doesn't have a single good feeling towards them, let alone a good temper. That's how she is as a person. If others are good to her, she'll be 10 times better to them. If others are bad to her, then there's no lower line for her to be bad. Sun Yan Yan propped her chin up with a leathery smile and looked at Lin Dalong. So if you want me to bring something back, do you need to discount it? Is this what you should say as a person returning to the gate? Lin Dalong was simply so angry by Sun Yan Yan that the fat on his entire face was shaking. He reached out and pointed at Sun Yan Yan, just short of cursing at her. Seeing this, Zhao Feng, who was on the side, hurriedly reached out to stop Lin Dalong. Her brows furrowed as she looked at Sun Yan Yan and said, Yan Yan, we're just concerned about you, there's no need for you to be so hostile, the Shin family side will definitely not treat you well knowing that you're a substitute marriage, the only thing that you can look up to right now is your mother's family, don't you understand that? Zhao Feng looked bitter and tried to play the emotional card with Sun Yan Yan. Mother's family? Sun Yan Yan didn't hold back a light-hearted sigh, speaking as if it wasn't you who married me off. Changing people without communicating with the Shin family, seeing that the Shin family didn't return me, then coming to the back of the horse, do I dare to look up to such a maternal family? As Sun Yan Yan said this, her watery eyes curved slightly, revealing an extremely bright fake smile. This time the three members of the Lin family made Sun Yan Yan so angry that she was smoking. She's a country girl, why is she so hard to fool? I had thought that she would be good to hold after returning to the Lin family after being left out in the cold for a night and tortured in the Shin family. I didn't realize that she was getting more and more frustrated instead. Look at her, this look is not to be messed with. How to see, how to feel with her, this delicate little look does not match. Why is she so cross? Who in the world gave her the nerve to do that? Zhao Feng rubbed her temples with a bit of a headache. It must be that the torture from the Shin family's side wasn't enough, that's why she was so arrogant. When the days in the Shin family are long, her hard bones will naturally be worn soft, and it won't be too late to talk about it then. Okay, I'm too lazy to break it up with you. I asked you to come back today just to have a meal. Ding dong. Before Zhao Feng could finish her words, the doorbell of the Lin family rang. Sun Yan Yan glanced at her cell phone and immediately stood up from the sofa. I'll do it. Her unusual behavior looked in the eyes of the three members of the Lin family, causing their brows to furrow. This woman couldn't have called the Shin family here, could she? Otherwise she wouldn't have been so confident and arrogant. When the few people from the Lin family thought so, they all looked at the door with nervous faces. But when they saw the person at the door wearing a red uniform and a red helmet, their brows instantly twisted into a pimple. Thanks for the patronage and remember the 5-star review. Okay. Hearing the sound at the door, and looking at Sun Yan Yan, who entered holding a takeout bag, Lin Dalong almost gritted his back teeth and asked, what the hell are you doing? Sun Yan Yan sat back to her previous position holding the takeout she had just received, and opened the KFC family bucket takeout she had ordered right in front of the three members of the Lin family. She took a bite of a fried chicken, looked at Lin Dalong with a bland face, and said indifferently, ordering takeout, can't you see it's so obvious? Her serious rhetorical question almost made Lin Dalong's heavenly aperture open up in anger. I told you to come back for dinner, and you even ordered takeout straight away? Do you still have us two elders in your eyes? Chapter 15. It's just too much. Lin Dalong's back teeth were about to be clenched as he glared viciously at Sun Yan Yan. This rebellious girl had simply come to seek revenge on him. Ding dong. Before Sun Yan Yan could finish her words, she heard the doorbell at the door ring again. Oh, milk tea. She was just about to get up again when Lin Dalong directly pressed her back down. You sit down. No going to get it. He glared viciously at Sun Yan Yan and glared at the servants not far away, telling the people at the door to get back. The servant shrank in fear and immediately ran towards the door. Sun Yan Yan raised her eyes and glanced at Lin Dalong, seeing that his hand was always pressed on her shoulder. It seemed that he was not going to let her go out to get takeout. She simply grabbed the Coke from KFC out of the takeout bag and drank it. This was when Lin DeLong really blew up. He stared at Sun Yan Nian dead in the face, and his unpleasant words came out. It's true that you're something from the countryside, you just can't get on the stage. Is the Shin family not even giving you food? I really didn't think that the Shin family's reputation was like this in the Lin family. Suddenly, an icy voice came over, carrying an icy chill that crushed everything. Lin Dalong instinctively shivered and subconsciously turned back, just in time to see Shen Huayan, who had entered the door with Ishi. Shen, Mr. Shen. He opened his mouth, his jaw dropping in shock. The rumor is that Shen Huayan is lying in the intensive care unit, and the person is going to be gone, but how he looks like he is alive and well, where is his life in danger? Shen Huayan coldly swept a glance at Lin Dalong, and his line of sight landed on Sun Yanyan, who was sitting on the single sofa. She was hugging a KFC family bucket, her little mouth oily with fried chicken, while her shoulder was clasped by Lin Dalong's thick hand, completely unable to move. Shen Huayan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the churning coldness surged upward, rushing straight at Lin Dalong. Let go of your hand. His sorrowful voice swept over, startling Lin Dalong into immediately letting go of his hand. He himself, on the other hand, walked directly towards Sun Yan. His eyes fell on the fried chicken in her hand, his voice light as the fried chicken good? His tone was flat, no emotion audible. When he said this, Shen Huayan took out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped her small mouth. The movement was very light, with a bit of caution. Sun Yan nodded, revealing a light smile. It tastes good, would Mr. Shen like a piece? Compared to Lin's family's meals, she thought takeout would be better. But Sun Yan had never thought that these words had completely changed flavor in Shen Huayan's ears. His sharp eyes stared straight at Lin Dalong. My wife returned to the Lin family early, is this how you entertain her? Lin Dalong instantly understood Shen Huayan's meaning. He quickly explained, no, this fried chicken is her own. Do you want to say that she asked for it herself? Shen Huayan's clear and cold voice line rang out again, and the line of sight looking at Lin Dalong clearly had a few more points of indifference. If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Huayan was looking at himself, he would have suspected that he was looking at a dead man. Lin Dalong opened his mouth. It's true that she wanted to eat this herself. Takeout is what she ordered herself, okay? Why do they have to take this kind of blame too? Lin Bailu on the side looked at Shen Huayan who was standing in front of them, and her eyes went straight. She had seen Shen Huayan before, but only from afar. Never seen so close as today. Shen Huayan was several times better looking than his pictures, and he didn't even look like he'd been in a major car accident. Had she known there was nothing wrong with his health, she would have married him herself? Her fists clenched in indignation at the thought that such a man had married Sun Yan. But it wasn't too late, she still had a chance. After all, how can men eat some small fish and shrimp when they've eaten big fish and meat? Lin Bailu took a deep breath and immediately pretended to be a soft and weak look and said, Mr. Shen, this matter really does not blame Dad. It is Nian herself ordered takeout. Dad and Mom do not want her to eat. If you do not believe, you can ask Nian herself. Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng nodded their heads repeatedly after hearing Lin Bailu's words. This made Shen Huayan even more annoyed. He, who followed on the side, couldn't see much better on his face. He had thought that the people of the Lin family would more or less get in the way of the Shen family's face and wouldn't make things too difficult for Sun Yan. But they even let Sun Yan, who had returned to the door, eat KFC takeout? This is outrageous. It's a good thing that just now their Mr. entered early because he was worried about Sun Yan, or else their wife would really be at a disadvantage. She stole a glance at Shen Huayan, more or less worried that he, Mr. Straight man, would actually ask Sun Yan in front of so many people. I did not expect. Shen Huayan's lightly snorted, directly to him commanded, go to prepare the car. I see this backdoor feast, do not eat, after all. His eyes swept over Lin Dalong, his tone glooming. After all, when we go back to Shen's house in a while, Mr. Lin will still be able to help with ordering and delivering, won't he? Now Lin Dalong wanted to cry. This takeout really wasn't ordered by him. How in the world was he going to explain Shen Huayan to believe it? Unless Sun Yan admits it herself. Thinking so, Lin Dalong's sight was directly on Sun Yan. Why don't you hurry up and talk to Mr. Shen? Because he was in too much of a hurry, Lin Dalong's voice followed suit and raised a few decibels. Sun Yan chewed the fried chicken in her mouth, her clear eyes blinked slightly, and she immediately looked at Shen Huayan and said, Mr. Shen, the fried chicken was really ordered by me, it has nothing to do with them. After she said this, she sat silently on the edge and continued to nibble on the fried chicken. It was as if the words had just been spoken just to accomplish something. Now Shen Huayan's face became even more ugly. In front of him, Lin Dalong even dared to threaten her? What about just now when he didn't see it? Shen Huayan took a deep breath, forced down the violent anger in his heart, reached out and pulled Sun Yan up from the sofa. Come home with me. Sun Yan naturally stood behind Shen Huayan in a well-behaved manner, but the KFC fried chicken bucket in her arms was still held. Shen Huayan cast a sidelong glance at Sun Yan. Put that down. His tone was light, but his voice carried an indescribable coldness. Sun Yan glanced at the bucket of fried chicken in her arms and then looked at Shen Huayan. My master said that you can't waste food. Previously on the mountain, her master hadn't allowed her to eat this junk food, and now that she was down the mountain, she wanted to take the opportunity to eat some, and was surprised to be caught directly. Gee, surely the road to eating junk food is not destined to be smooth. Sun Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh in the bottom of her heart when she heard Shin Huayan's sorrowful voice ring out, "Put the stuff down, it won't go to waste." As he said this, his eyes swept over Lin Dalong's body. "Mr. Lin shouldn't be wasting food, right?" Chapter 16 I love you so much. Shin Huayan's dark eyes stared into his, and an inexplicable sense of oppression shrouded down, practically suffocating Lin Dalong on the spot. He nodded quickly, "No, it won't." Shin Huayan reached out and took the KFC family bucket in Sun Yan's hand and threw it directly in front of Lin Dalong. "Mr. Lin, eat slowly." With that, he took hold of Sun Yan's wrist and walked straight toward the door. Just opened the door and a man in blue overalls was standing in the doorway with a thermos bag. Hello mister. The 2 milk teas you ordered have arrived." Now Shin Huayan's face became even darker. Seeing this, she immediately revealed a professional smile and stepped forward. "This is what those people inside ordered. Please send it over." Okay. The man in the blue overalls nodded plausibly. At this time, Sun Yan had already been pulled by Shin Huayan straight to the parking lot not far from the Lin family's door. Until Sun Yan sat in the back seat of the car, Shin Huayan's gloomy face was not even half as good. He glanced at Sun Yan, who had been sitting in the back seat without saying a word since just now, and his brows knitted tighter. He shouldn't have been so childish at the time, having to be angry with a little girl like her and letting her go back to the Lin family alone. If it wasn't because of him, Sun Yan wouldn't have suffered so much in the Lin family. What the hell was he going to do with this little guy now? And at this time, Sun Yan, who was completely unknown, was filled with the fried chicken and milk tea that had been left behind at Lin's house. It was so close, she got her milk tea. I should have ordered milk tea before getting the fried chicken, then I would have at least had a sip. Sun Yan thought of this, the whole person even more bereaved. Until the car started up, Shin Huayan didn't think of the right words to comfort Sun Yan. In the Shin family, the words being bullied are simply impossible. Coupled with the fact that the Shin family were all boys, there were some small things that they wouldn't even take to heart. So don't even bother asking. But Sun Yan was different. She grew up in the mountains, simple-minded and delicate, and was inevitably bullied. Shin Huayan propped one hand on the car window and cast a sidelong glance at Sun Yan. It was hard not to care about her obviously wilted appearance. His fingertips gently pinched his brow, thinking of the way she had just eaten at Lin's house, as if he had suddenly thought of something. He smoothly pulled open the armored box, revealing snacks and drinks packed inside the car's refrigerator. "Want some?" His gentle voice rang out in the car, immediately attracting Sun Yan's attention. She wilted and turned her head, but instantly stopped wilting when she saw the contents of the car refrigerator. Sun Yan's eyes rolled over the drinks in the car, one pair of eyes practically sparkling. "Are these all edible? I didn't even finish the milkshake fried chicken I just had, so it was nice to make up a drink in the car." Shin Huayan saw that her mood recovered and secretly sighed in relief, before he responded in a gentle tone, "Well, it's all fine. The stuff was bought by the oldest before, and he wasn't sure exactly what was there. But what Shin Huaisu could eat, Sun Yan should be able to too, right?" But soon, Shin Huayan dismissed this idea, because right after Sun Yan drank half a bottle of drink, she got high in the car. "I like you so much." Sun Yan had a pair of small hands propped up on her chin, and looked at Shin Huayan with a curved brow, a smiling face that had already been flushed red. "Is she drunk?" Shin Huayan's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "When was the wine put in the car?" He was just wondering when Sun Yan crossed over the car refrigerator and straddled his lap directly. She hugged him around the waist on one side, not forgetting to rub her little face desperately against his chest. "I love you so much." Shin Huayan had one hand half raised, looking with a shocked face at Sun Yan who was lying on his chest, completely at a loss. "You." He reached up and gently poked her in the side of the head, and with a slight dip of his head, he did smell the faint odor of alcohol. Shin Huayan's face sank abruptly. She, "When did you put alcohol in the car?" She, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and more or less awkwardly pulled the corner of his mouth. "It should be fruit wine. The fourth young master bought some to put in the car after looking at the taste before. That fruit wine is very low in degrees, only 5 degrees, about the same as a fruit drink. So other than the people driving, everyone else is taking these as a fruit drink. But who would have thought that Nyan Su would get high after drinking half a bottle? There's really no one else with this amount of booze either." Shin Huayan slowly closed his eyes, looking at Sun Yan who was sticking to him like a robin. His finger couldn't help but poke his brow again, and he said word for word, "Absolutely no drinking outside in the future, got it?" "Got it." Sun Yan pursed her small lips and arched her small head in his arms again. You smell so good, I like it too." Her small arms were holding her extraordinarily strong, her entire body almost tightly pressed against his chest. The warm little body was soft and fragrant. Shin Huayan's eyes darkened, his voice low. "You, behave yourself, don't move around." As he said that, his hands, which had been raised in midair, also pinched the sides of her waist. There wasn't much room in the car to begin with, and it was really hard to get out of it with her clinging to him like that. Suddenly, Su Nian was violently quiet. She lay on her back and didn't move, which in turn startled Shin Huayan. Why is she suddenly not moving? It's not alcohol poisoning, is it? Shin Huayan carefully gave her a sideways glance, and was considering whether or not to ask she to turn around and go to the hospital when she suddenly raised her little head up again. Do I get a kiss if I do what I'm told? Her pouty little expression couldn't help but soften anyone's heart. Pink little face, a pair of nice watery eyes smiling curved. Shin Huayan's large hand subconsciously cupped her small face, and the soft touch caused a flash of obscurity to cross the bottom of his eyes. His fingertips gently rubbed her soft lips, the underside of his fingers a softer touch than his cheek. His dark eyes traveled slowly down her brow, his vision finally focusing on the tops of his fingertips. His eyes burned, but his voice was extraordinarily cool and restrained. No kisses. As soon as Shin Huayan's words fell, Su Nian immediately rubbed her head against his embrace again. Then I won't be good. Shin Huayan simply cried and laughed. This little guy's drink is pretty uncharacteristically bad, but he doesn't hate it. It's obviously spilling, but it's just as soft and cuddly as pampering. But on second thought, his eyes instantly narrowed again. Shin Huayan reached out and cupped Su Nian's chin, forcing her to lift her small face, and asked in a single word, "Do you usually stick to other people like this when you're drunk?" Chapter 17, Can you coax a girl? The thought that Su Nian would be so glued to other men inexplicably made him a little upset. Su Nian's small face was pinched raw pain, her eyes abruptly followed the red. I haven't drank wine before, master won't let me drink. She deflated in aggravation, her eyes filled with moisture. Only then did Shin Huayan let go of his hand in hindsight, but her cheeks were already pinched out by him. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her cheek, the annoyance in his heart subsiding for the most part because of what she had just said. No drinking outside in the future either, got it? Shin Huayan looked at the marks on her cheeks and added another sentence. If you really want to drink it, wait for me to come back and drink it at home. She's a little girl's girl, and she should never be allowed to drink outside with other people. If she met any strange men, she'd be in danger. Looks like there's a lot for her to learn in this year. Su Nian blinked her watery eyes in bewilderment, still nodding obediently. I know. After saying this, Su Nian buried her little head directly in Shin Huayan's chest. 3 seconds later, she popped her head back up and stared blearily at Shin Huayan for half a day. Shin Huayan was tickled by her lovely appearance, his big hand gently fell on the back of her neck and gently pinched. What are you thinking about again in this little head of yours? She usually looked delicate and weak, like a good baby, but she didn't expect to be so bold after getting drunk. And so clingy. Su Nian pursed her small lips, stared at Shin Huayan very seriously, and said verbatim, I was wondering when you would give me a kiss? Shin Huayan's big hand that was pinching the back of her neck suddenly gave a start, and a pair of black eyes then stared straight at her watery eyes full of expectation. His eyelids drooped slightly and his eyes were faint. That's all the kissing you want? Su Nian nodded very seriously. Want. She hugged Shin Huayan's waist, her chin patted on his chest, and looked at him blearily. In fact, not only Su Nian, even she, who was driving in the driver's seat, was curious to know Shin Huayan's answer. Their mister had always been clear-cut in his day, and had always had only two types, his own people and outsiders. For the gender aspect, there is little to no woman in sight. It can be said that Su Nian is the only one. So she was also curious whether Shin Huayan would agree to Su Nian or not. If you're obedient all day from now on, I'll promise you. Shin Huayan slightly tilted his head sideways, and his large hand landed on her small head and rubbed it. His tone was soft, with a touch of coaxing. Su Nian's head was dizzy, and when she heard him say the word promise, she immediately responded, Good. I'll be obedient. After saying this, she immediately quieted down and obediently lay down in Shin Huayan's arms. Well, it was true that their Mr. Shin was definitely skilled when it came to bellyaching. It gave her both the expectation of what she wanted and the time to limit it. When Su Nian woke up the next day, he still didn't know if he remembered. Gee. With a silent sigh, she continued driving. By the time Su Nian and Shin Huayan had just arrived at the Shin family were all still waiting in the dining room, with no intention of starting dinner at all. Normally at this time, everyone in the Shin family had already finished their dinner. But after hearing she sighed say what happened to Su Nian and the Lin family, Elder Shin immediately had the kitchen prepare an extraordinarily sumptuous dinner, just waiting for Su Nian and Shin Huayan to come back together. The Lin family's people really opened my eyes. There really aren't many who sell their own daughters for money and still treat them so harshly. Shin Huaisu propped up his chin and couldn't help but spit it out. Shin Huayeruo cast a sidelong glance at Shin Huaisu, picked up the coffee on the table and drank it slowly. It's a good thing that sister-in-law didn't grow up in the Lin family, or else it would really be enough for Big Brother to suffer. Compared to Lin Bailu, their dainty and soft sister-in-law was absolutely no match. Shin Huaisu but each a pick, fancifully nodded. In that case, it's really thanks to them to sell the sister-in-law over. Why don't you say that it was precisely because sister-in-law was so easy to bully that she was sold over? Shin Huayeruo coolly added. Cough cough. Shin Huiji listened to the bold speech of the two and reminded in a low voice, "Big brother and sister-in-law have already arrived at the parking lot. If you guys talk like this and sister-in-law hears it, she will probably be sad again." Hearing Yishi say that Su Nian Nian had only finished being bullied at the Lin family, if she was hearing the words of both Shin Huirua and Shin Huisu, she was probably going to secretly cry again, right? Shin Huiji couldn't help but sigh lightly, expecting his elder brother, that steel straight man who was not close to women, to comfort her was really a bit difficult. Shin Huisu and Shin Huirua both glanced at each other and skimmed their mouths almost simultaneously. It seems that when their sister-in-law comes in a while, only they can help coax it. This thought lasted until they saw Shin Huiyan, who entered the door holding Su Nian Nian. Big brother? Shin Huisu's hand holding the cup almost shook. He looked almost unbelievably at Su Nian Nian, who was hanging on Shin Huiyan's chest like a wombat. Repeatedly confirmed several times. This is their big brother? This is their big brother who doesn't get close to women? If yesterday's situation was a misunderstanding, what is this today? He rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but tug at Shin Huirua, who was by the side, with his hand. Third brother, take a quick look, am I hallucinating? Big brother actually hugged a woman in. The corner of Shin Huirua's mouth twitched. Even if you don't drag me, I can still see. And the woman in your mouth is the sister-in-law. But I also seriously doubt that I'm hallucinating as well. Shin Huiyan's brows slightly knitted, and his cool vision swept Shin Huiaro and Shin Huiso, and the two were instantly silenced. Only then did he raise his hand and pat Su Nian Nian, who was hanging from his neck. Come down. His tone was light, but his voice was considerably softer than usual. It sounds like it's coaxing. The three brothers of the Shin family had another burst of pupil earthquakes. Good lord, has their big brother opened up the second chakra? You know how to make a girl feel good? Su Nian Nian's little head lying in Shin Huiyan's arms raised, looked at him dumbfounded for a few seconds, and then turned to look behind her. When her line of sight landed on the three people, Shin Huiji, Shin Huirua, and Shin Huisu, her watery eyes suddenly brightened and she smiled sweetly. Hello guys. The three brothers who were in a daze were completely unresponsive in the midst of the dang thing. Su Nian Nian didn't receive any response. Her little face couldn't help but collapse. Turning her head to look at Shin Huiyan again, her little mouth flattened. They're ignoring me. Chapter 18. Finally, someone can restrain this brat. Her pitiful appearance fell under Shin Huiyan's eyes. The tip of his eyebrows slightly raised, gently patted her, and then put her on the seat beside him. After that, his eyes crossed and his cool tone rang through the restaurant. Greetings. Soon after, Shin Huiji, Shin Huirua and Shin Huisu immediately opened their mouths in unison. Hello sister-in-law. Elder Shin sat at the dining table for a while, not knowing what words to use to describe his feelings. As he watched Shin Huiyan being held by Su Nian Nian, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy in the bottom of his heart. Finally, someone who can restrain the brat. Maybe it's possible to hold 2 and 3 years. Thinking so, Elder Shin immediately waved his hand at the servants and said, Alright, since Nian Nian is back, let's start dinner. He said, smiling kindly at Su Nian Nian. Nian Nian, eat more, Grandpa has prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Thank you Grandpa, Grandpa is the best. Su Nian Nian was giddy and still didn't forget to give a thumbs up at Elder Shin. On the side, Shin Huiji more or less worriedly looked at Su Nian Nian and asked Shin Huiyan in a low voice, Big brother, how much did sister-in-law drink? Although what the Lin family did was indeed excessive, but drinking in front of his big brother, how can it be? It's still dark and you're drunk. The corner of Shin Huiyan's mouth visibly twitched. She drank the fruit wine that Lao Si put in the car. Barta. The chopsticks in Shin Huisu's hand immediately fell on the table. He looked incredulous. Just those fruit wines? It's only 5 degrees. How much did sister-in-law drink? He buys a lot of it in each car, but how much does she have to drink at such a low level? Shin Huisu's eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Nian Nian's body, her flushed face with obvious drunkenness, completely unlike pretending. Shin Huiyan sat in place a bit helplessly and stretched out a finger. Shin Huisu's jaw immediately dropped. Good guy, drinking all the time. Sister-in-law is awesome. This made Shin Huiyan's head hurt even more. 1 bottle, haven't finished it yet. In an instant, the restaurant was instantly silent. Elder Shin coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Quite good, can't drink later to save drinking out of trouble. As soon as Elder Shin's words left his mouth, everyone present coincidentally looked at Su Nian Nian, and then at the same time afterward at Elder Shin. In Su Nian Nian's current state, his words just now were completely unconvincing. Elder Shin was more or less embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject and said, eat first, Nian Nian should be hungry as well. He said, signaling the servants to prepare the meal. This was because the meal had already been prepared before Su Nian Nian and the others arrived. So the meal was on the table in no time. Shin Huiyan looked askance at Su Nian Nian sitting beside him, his eyebrows rising slightly. Can you eat immediately? Su Nian Nian tilted her head to look at Shin Huiyan, nodded solemnly, and answered in a good and soft voice, can. Her little hand wiggled over the bowl of soup at the table and she grabbed the spoon on the side. She was just about to drink her soup when her brow wrinkled. This stuff stinks. Because Su Nian Nian looked drunk, the attention of everyone at the table was focused on her alone. No one is eating at all. Stinky? Shin Huiyan picked up the bowl of soup in front of her and gently sniffed it, and there didn't seem to be any strange smell other than the flavor of the soup itself. This kind of flour and herb soup was common in their Shin family. Could it be because Sun Yin Nien couldn't get used to it? Shin Huayan thought so, picked up the spoon to taste it, but Sun Yin Nien precisely grabbed his wrist. Can't drink it, the soup stinks, it has vomit in it. She dry heaved before she could finish her latter words. This time, not to mention Shin Huayan, the others were also shocked and could not eat at all. Lao air, look at what's wrong with her. Shin Huayan's worried gaze fell on Sun Yin Nien's small face, his large hand patting gently on her back. Just one can of fruit punch was so bad, she should never be allowed to touch anything with alcohol in the future. Vom. Sun Yin Nien wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and rushed at Shin Huayan, pointing at the things on the table again. This thing stinks. Vomit. At this time, Shin Huaixi had already walked over. He briefly checked Sun Yin Nien's condition and shook his head at Shin Huayan. There's really nothing wrong with their sister-in-law. Soon Shin Huaixi again picked up the bowl of flour and herb soup on the table and sniffed, which said, this flour and herb soup is also no problem, or often drink some. His words came to a sudden and abrupt end. Shin Huaixi, as if he had discovered something, picked up the soup bowl and sniffed it again, giving Sun Yin Yin a somewhat unbelievable look, after which his eyes fell back on the soup bowl in his hand. Shin Huaisu, who had been sitting on the opposite side of the table, had long been impatient, and looking at Shin Huaixi's suddenly deeper look, he almost blurted out, there wouldn't be someone poisoning sister-in-law's soup, would there? Previously, their Shin family had often had some messy accidents, especially his elder brother, so when it came to food, their Shin family had paid extra attention. If someone can still poison in this situation, that's just fine. Shin Huaixi gently shook his head. No, this time, the flavor of the flour and herb soup has not changed. There is just a flavor of Chinese medicine put more. The effect is not too much worse, geez, just what? Can you just stop selling secrets? Shin Huaisu scratched his hair in annoyance, waiting more or less impatiently. On the side, Shin Huairua directly grabbed a steamed bun on the table and stuffed it in Shin Huaisu's mouth. Shut up and listen well. The corners of Shin Huaisu's mouth twitched, and he could only silently bite into a steamed bun, choosing to be quiet. It's just that this stuff conflicts with the medicine that Big Brother is taking. Measurement aside, it's usually fine to eat it, but the amount in the soup this time will likely react with the medicine Big Brother is taking. The moment Shin Huaixi's words left his mouth, everyone present was shocked. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Shin Huaixi put down the soup bowl in his hand and continued, this kind of thing has almost no odor, plus after special cooking, it's even more difficult to detect it, so. His eyes fell on Sun Yin Nien's body once more, and the words that followed were almost self-evident. It was nothing short of a miracle that Sun Yin Nien had found it, and it's amazing how sensitive she is to the smell of this drug. If it weren't for her frequent gagging, he wouldn't have even thought about this ingredient inside the bowl of flour and herb soup. Once this drug conflicts with the medicine Shin Huayan is taking, he is likely to experience dry heaves, dizziness, or even shock coma. Shin Huaixi felt fearful just thinking about it. Chapter 19. Why would she do something so shameful? If it wasn't for Sun Yin Nien, Shin Huayan guessed that he would be in the hospital again this time. Now, everyone in the Shin family had a new perception of whether or not Sun Yin Nien could subdue the house and keep away the bogeyman. Shin Huairua glanced at Sun Yin Nien and suggested in a low voice, Big Brother, I remember that sister-in-law won't start school until a few more days, or else you could bring her with you when you go to work these days? Although he didn't know if he should bring Sun Yin Nien with him, based on these two incidents, it was safer to do so. Shin Huayan was just about to open his mouth to refuse when he heard Shin Huaixi open his mouth as well. Big Brother, you and your sister-in-law just got married, and in a few days your sister-in-law will be moving to the school, so you have to let her get used to it, right? Shin Huaisu nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, Big Brother. Sister-in-law was already unfamiliar with the world, and her real parents treated her well. Before he could finish his latter words, he was blocked by Shin Huairua sitting next to him with food. Sister-in-law, what Lao Si means is that you're not familiar with the place. Big Brother really should take care of you. Shin Huairua awkwardly pulled the corner of his mouth and tried to find a compliment for Shin Huaisu. Sun Yin Nien had been leaning on Shin Huayan's arms because her stomach was upset, so she hadn't even heard what the others had said. She smiled again when she saw Shin Huairua speak at her, and naturally nodded at him as a response. Shin Huayan's dark eyes drooped, falling on her small, somewhat pale face, and did not directly refuse. It wasn't that he also believed that Sun Yin Nien could subdue the house and block the bogeyman, but it was because what had just happened was too much of a shock to the others. If he objected, they were afraid they'd make a scene, especially that grandfather of his. Plus, Sun Yin Nien was well behaved, so even if he brought it to the company, it was nothing. She only just suffered in the Lin family today. Tomorrow take her to the company to play, it is a kind of distraction. Late at night, the windows are clear. There was a vibrating sound from inside the bedroom. Sun Yin Nien was lying on the sofa and was awakened by the sound of buzzing. She opened one eye and glanced at her phone to see the account that had sent the message. It's her master, Xia Tianji. Nyan, the thing you asked me to investigate before has a clue. Sun Yin Nien instantly became energized. She instantly sat up from the sofa and was about to call her own master, when she saw Shin Huayan, who was sleeping on the opposite side of the room. She dropped her eyes to scan the time on her cell phone. and the large 4 zeros fell into her eyes. Midnight. Sun Yin Nian silently changed the sound on her cell phone to mute, which then flew on the screen and operated it. Send me the information. Her small hands rubbed her temples, sobering out most of the wine. Thinking about what she had done when she was drunk, Sun Yin Nian couldn't help but bury her face in the blanket. Gosh, why would she do something so shameful? Sun Yin Nian was arching the blanket when her cell phone lit up again in the dark bedroom. She took her phone and looked at the message on it, her eyebrows raised slightly. When she ate at Shin's house in the morning, she vaguely felt that it wasn't simple for Shin Huayan to always encounter accidents, so she purposely passed the news back. She knew that with the Shin family's ability, she must have investigated everything she could, so she pressed on with her normal thought process to investigate this matter. She directly filtered all the relationship networks of all the servants in the Shin family, and then singled out the people who overlapped in everyone's relationship networks or the places where they overlapped and frequented, and so on. And then if you follow that line of inquiry, you're sure to be able to pick up more or less everything. Sun Yin Nian looked at the information in her hand and after a brief comparison, she immediately sent a message over to Xie Tianji. What's the origin of this Xinhai organization called Xinhai? Soon Xie Tianji's side sent a voice message. Xinhai is considered to be a local snake in Shangjing, and it's spread out quite widely, but they're all nobodies. What? They have a problem? Xie Tianji had actually investigated the Shin family's situation, but he, like the Shin family, didn't see anything. The Xinhai organization's usual source of funds was originally unknown, and the flow of funds was even more varied, so even if they really had any problems, it would be difficult to investigate them. Sun Yin Nian rubbed her swollen temples, hesitated for a moment, and returned, whether there's a problem or not, we'll have to wait and ask before we know. You shouldn't be. Xie Tianji suddenly had an ominous premonition. As expected, a message was soon sent from Sun Yin Nian's side. How many people from Star have come? Star was the mercenary organization she had founded, and one by one, they were all top-notch experts that she had trained. There was a noticeable pause on the message side for a few moments before there was a response again. You're going to use the Star guys? It's going to take a while for them to get over there. Master, don't lie to me. Sun Yin Nian bristled, her fingertips jabbing rapidly at her cell phone. I knew there were Stars people following me since I came to Shangjing. Tell me, how many came? There was another brief silence. Sun Yen sighed youngly and typed a line quickly. In 15 minutes, have them gather downstairs at the Xinhai headquarters building. It was almost after Sun Yin Nian sent these words out that Xie Tianji returned another message. Are you seeing any clues? This matter is related to Xinhai? Sun Yin Nian scanned over this message and was about to reply to it. But suddenly the figure not far away suddenly moved and seemed to roll over a little annoyed. Seeing this, Sun Yin Nian immediately removed a piece of something from the cell phone case and lit it in the room immediately afterward. Shallow smoke slowly dispersed through the room, and soon the sound of even breathing resounded through the bedroom. This tranquilizing incense was her masterpiece, falling asleep in 3 seconds and sleeping until dawn without any side effects. It's just that she didn't expect it to be used on Shin Huayan. Sun Yin Nian sighed silently and picked up her cell phone again to give Xie Tianji a sentence back. Whether or not Xanhai has a problem, you'll know if you ask in person. From the existing data she had at hand, all the connections around all the servants in the Shin family were more or less related to the Xinhai. Either Xinhai really has a lot of personnel and a wide range of connections, which is why it intersects with the network of the Shin family servants, or it is the situation she thought. There was no point in dwelling on what was really going on, she just had to ask in person and it would all be solved. It was only after a long time that a message came from Xie Tianjina again. When you do it, pay more attention. Master, just don't worry about it. Didn't you say that they are all gangsters? There won't be any safety issues. Sun Yin Nian bristled, helplessly responding. I didn't expect that just after the message was sent. Xie Tianji immediately came back. I mean for you to pay attention to laying down your hands gently. Don't kill anyone. Chapter 20. He will definitely make this woman beg for her life later. This isn't in a foreign country after all. It's not a place you can blow up and tear down whenever you want, so don't make too much of a mess, okay? Xie Tianji was afraid that Sun Yin Nian wouldn't be able to take it in and raise Shangjing to the ground again. It seemed like it was better to find a way to get this little princess of theirs back as soon as possible. Sun Yin Nian casually replied back to Xie Tianji, then changed into a sweater that was easy to move around in and went out the door, leaping from the high wall in the darkness of the night, and disappearing into the Shin family home immediately afterward. 15 minutes later. Downstairs in Xinhai Mansion, Sun Yin Nian looked at the 6 people standing at the entrance waiting for her, each with their signature masks on their faces, and she raised her eyebrows slightly before her watery eyes narrowed. 6 people. She now finally knew why her master did not return her at that time. She had thought there were only 1 or 2 in the upper capital. I didn't realize there were 6. The Star Organization's 6-man squad is more than enough even to fight terrorism. How dare he send them all to Shangjing as bodyguards? The corner of Sun Yin Nian's mouth twitched as she looked at the still brilliantly lit building and slowly opened her mouth. Go in and ask them what floor their headquarters is on. I want to see their boss. Yes. With the answering voice, the 6 black shadows in front of him immediately disappeared from view. Sun Yin sighed young. It seems like it's not my turn to make a move today. She entered the front door at her leisure, and it wasn't long before she heard a message from the others on the other end of her headset. Shinhai's boss is on the top floor, and from what they say, they're celebrating the oldest's birthday. The corner of Sun Yen Nian's mouth hooked. Then we've come at a good time, just in time to give him a big gift. Because the Star Organization's people moved quickly, Sun Yen Nian took the elevator directly to the top floor. But as soon as the elevator doors opened, she was stopped by the 2 bodyguards guarding the elevator entrance. Who are you? Who let you in? Sun Yen Nian glanced at the 2. I'm your boss's aunt. I heard it's his birthday today, and I've specially come to celebrate it for him. Both bodyguards couldn't help but stare. It wasn't that they really believed Sun Yen Nian's words, but that this little woman was too overbearing when she said this, as if what she said was true. Makes it hard to doubt. Coupled with the fact that her appearance was just too good-looking, the 2 bodyguards more or less wondered if their boss was obsessed by the color, so he had such an aunt? The 2 bodyguards looked at each other. Wait here, I'll ask around. Wait. Sun Yen Nian directly called out to the bodyguard, wouldn't it be more convenient to bring me along to ask? What if your boss has too many aunts and forgets about me? The 2 bodyguards were surprisingly a bit speechless for a moment. Their boss is indeed a bit deranged in this regard, and the women in his backyard are as good as stamp collecting. Whether willing or unwilling, he would find a way to get his hands on it. After all, in Shangjing, who would want to make an enemy of Shinhai? As the bodyguard thought this, his eyes glanced over Sun Yen Nian's body with more than a few moments of regret in his eyes. After that, he waved his hand at Sun Yen Nian and said, alright, you come with me. Thus, Sun Yen Nian easily penetrated the enemy army. When Shinhai's boss saw Sun Yen Nian's pretty little face, his eyes lit up. Who is this little beauty who honors me? She really knows how to pick. As he spoke, he waved at Sun Yen Nian, signaling for her to sit over. Sun Yen Nian's eyebrows raised slightly, and not only did she not explain, she instead walked towards him. Just as his salty pig's hoof was about to hitch a ride on Sun Yen Nian, she was violently clasped by his wrist, and with a slight push of her small hand, she twisted his wrist behind her back and held it down on the table. The banquet hall exploded at once, and almost everyone rushed over, trying to separate the 2. However, she saw Sun Yen Nian holding the bottle with one hand and exploding it directly on the Shinhai boss's head, and she pressed the crushed bottle in her hand against the Shinhai boss's neck. The sharp glass tip instantly cut through the skin on his neck, and the pain caused boss Shinhai to grimace and scream strangely. Ah! Sun Yen Nian backhanded him with a big B pocket to his face. Shut up, the noise is giving me a headache. After that the little foot lifted and stomped him on the table again. Or had the rest of Shinhai's crowd seen their boss beaten up, the entire crowd froze on the spot. Sun Yen Nian raised her eyes and shuttled around for a week before she slowly opened her mouth. What about me coming here today? I intend to beg you to do something. Mom! Begging lousy to do something still put lousy. The Shinhai boss who was stepped on by Sun Yen Nian had just cursed when he saw the glass bottle slag in Sun Yen Nian's hand, directly disliking his eyeballs. He immediately changed his tone. If there's anything, good discussion, good discussion. As long as he tricked this woman into letting him go first, then the rest would all be easy. He would make sure that this woman would not be able to live or die later. If she dared to make him lose face like that, he would never forgive her lightly. Sun Yen Nian seemed satisfied with what he had just said. Before he moved the broken bottle back around his neck, I came here today to ask if the Shin family's recent events over the past few years have anything to do with you, Shinhai? You were sent by the Shin family? The Shinhai boss almost blurted out. His words of not answering the question backfired, which in turn caused Sun Yen Nian to conclude that what happened to the Shin family in the past few years must have something to do with Shinhai. Because Shin Huayan and their family name Shin is not the only one in Shangjing, a normal person who heard this sentence would definitely ask which Shin family, but he did not ask. It meant that he knew that this Shin family she was talking about was the Shin group. Sun Yen Nian naturally didn't have the intention to continue pretending, and directly showed her cards to him. I'm not sent by the Shin family, but I'm a member of the Shin family, so I'm working hard for you to have a good chat with me? Shinhai's boss's face instantly sank. I don't know what you're talking about. I advise you to let me go right now. Otherwise, little girl, you won't necessarily be able to walk out of here alive. Well, that's a bit difficult. Sun Yen Nian's eyes went to the group of gawking tigers around him and asked, which one of you is the second in command? The group of people looked at each other in disbelief, completely unsure of what exactly Sun Yen Nian meant, but they still subconsciously looked at Shinhai's second in command, Hung Yi. Instead of being the second in command, he was more like a dog chained to the side by the Shinhai boss. As early as before coming, Sun Yen Nian has seen all the information related to Shinhai, which is indeed like what Xie Tianji said, the personnel is mixed, but this Hung Yi is like an example. Although he was under the Shinhai boss, he had his own set of principles for doing things. Sun Yen Nian's line of sight met Hung Yi. One side of his mouth suddenly slowly hooked. I'll GA him up and let you be the boss of Shinhai, how about it? Chapter 21. What are your terms? Hung Yi's face became ugly all of a sudden. Little girl, I advise you not to continue fooling around. Let our boss go now and you can still leave alive. He didn't know what Sun Yen Nian was about, but from just now until now, the calmness and dominance that this little girl had displayed didn't seem like an ordinary person. That's why he hadn't acted rashly, but he hadn't expected to hear something like that from her. As if he had thought of something, Shinhai's boss suddenly cursed at Hong Yi. Hong Yi, did you find this? To take my position, isn't it? Hong Yi's brows instantly wrinkled. Boss, I didn't mean that, Before Hong Yi could finish his words of explanation, the Shinhai boss received another big B-pocket to the face, and Sun Yen Nian glared at him in displeasure. Who did you just call a stinking? Saying that, Sun Yen Nian slapped him again, causing him to grimace in pain. I don't know how this woman can hit so hard when she's so tiny and petite. Me. Call me myself. I'm a stinking. The Shinhai boss couldn't care less about his own disgrace and could only concede. Sun Yen Nian skimmed her mouth in disgust. Since you're not satisfied with this second in command, just replace it with anyone. Her eyes swept around the group in front of her and asked again, which one of you wants to be the boss of Shinhai? The opportunity can only come once, so don't miss it if you walk by. For a moment the entire ballroom was quiet. There weren't many who would say that they were unmoved by the position of Shinhai's boss, but they didn't have half a bit of trust to speak of in this little woman in front of them. It's really a pipe dream to sit as Shinhai's boss with just a woman. Little girl, I advise you not to be so naive and let go of our boss honestly. That's right, let go of our boss. Let go of the boss. Listening to the voices rising and falling in her ears, the corners of Sun Yen Nian's mouth twitched, having completely lost her patience. Suddenly, Hong Yi, who hadn't reacted much, but directly opened his mouth. Little girl, if you really did something to our boss, there's no way you'll be able to leave this building alive today. How about we talk about conditions? Sun Yen Nian raised an eyebrow and smiled with a curved brow in return. How can you be so sure that I don't have the means to leave this building alive? If I have the ability to do so, will you be the boss or not? Hong Yi was silent, but did not refute what Sun Yen Nian said. He seems to be hesitating. You don't have to worry about your family members who are under his control, their personal safety is guaranteed now. I can send the address on your cell phone right away, and I can help you send your sick and weak sister for treatment right away. Is this a good deal? Sun Yen Nian cocked her little head and threw out another more direct bait. This time Shinhai's boss panicked instead. Hong Yi, she is lying to you. It's impossible for her to know. If you really agree to her, you'll regret it. Before he could finish his words, his hand was nailed to the table by the bottle Sun Yen Nian's was holding. TSK. Really Ink, can you give me a word? Bang! The door of the banquet hall was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and a few tall, burly men, almost 2 meters tall, walked in. The Shinhai boss got excited all of a sudden. Bitch! You're out of luck. You'll soon pay for what you just did. This group of bodyguards was his bottom card, and he wouldn't easily show it until he had to. They are all copper skin and iron bones, ordinary boxing and kicking cannot take them, let alone a little girl. Hong Yi's brow furrowed as he looked at the person entering the door, more or less worried about Sun Yen Nian's situation. Arrest this stinking for me, and arrest Hong Yi as well. The Shinhai boss's words almost directly branded Hong Yi as being in the same faction as Sun Yen Nian. This time Sun Yen Nian smiled back. Second Lord, you'll have to agree now even if you don't. Hong Yi sighed helplessly. If I'm still alive in a moment, I hope you'll keep your word. With that, he blocked in front of Sun Yen Nian, ready to have a fight with these burly men who were about 2 meters tall. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, Sun Yen Nian reached out and pressed her hand on his shoulder. Second Lord, don't be in a hurry. Who told you that I came here alone? With that, she raised her hand directly to the sky and snapped her fingers 3 times. Come on, little darlings, all of you. Almost instantly, 6 masked black shadows appeared in front of the crowd. People didn't even see how they appeared. 1 minute to end the mission. I don't want any more delays, she said and waved her hand, sitting right down on a couch. Just before the others could react to what was going on, a few brawny men had already rolled up with 6 black shadows. By the time they came back to their senses again, the battle was over. The 6 black shadows stood behind Sun Yen Nian in unison, as if they had never left. Now all the people present were shocked, and the one who was most reluctant to believe it was the Shinhai boss who was nailed to the table by Sun Yen Nian with a wine bottle. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's noisy. As soon as Sun Yen Nian's words left his mouth, the 6 black shadows behind him pulled out daggers from their waists almost in unison, with the intention of immediately geeing the Shinhai boss. Good thing she stopped them in time with a small swing of her hand. Watch these people in the banquet hall, and anyone who intends to inform on them, Sun Yen Nian said, making a neck-wiping motion, and the entire banquet hall instantly fell eerily silent. The group of people who had just been chattering stood motionless, as if they were afraid of being recognized by the group behind Sun Yen Nian as the ones who had tipped them off. In fact, the people who can participate in the Shinhai boss's birthday party, most of them are Shinhai mixed out of the big and small leaders, so no one wants to easily GA in the hands of others. Hong Yi looked at the leisurely Sun Yen Nian, now finally understanding where her bottom came from. The group of people behind her were not simple at first glance, but they listened extraordinarily to Sun Yen Nian's words, so they could tell that the young woman in front of them was the most uncomplicated of them all. He took a deep breath, looked at Sun Yen Nian and said, "What are your conditions?" Sun Yen Nian propped up the bottom, squinted her watery eyes and laughed. Didn't I make it clear when I just came here? I came here to beg you to do something. Please? Hong Yi couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. The last one who begged so much. He only remembered the big sister in The Pretender. Chapter 22, Did she not sleep well again last night? He pressed his temples with a slight headache. Okay, what do you want me to do? When Sun Yin saw him being so direct, she naturally stopped beating around the bush. I need to know if what happened to the Shin family in the last few years is related to Shinhai. Hong Yi did not answer Sun Yin directly, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Why would you think that? People from the outside world just think that the Shin family has been unlucky these past few years, which is why there have been frequent accidents. Sun Yin shrugged. Frequent accidents can indeed be blamed on bad luck, but it's not easy for the piles of people associated with these bad luck events to be linked to the same place, don't you think? A few words back and forth between the two made Hong Yi instantly have a bottom. It seemed that the woman in front of him had truly investigated something before coming to their Shinhai. So he scratched his head and simply made peace with it. Someone did make a relevant commission, but his request was strange. The amount was not large. As long as someone could cause trouble for that president of the Shin family, they could receive the money. There was no limit to the time or method. This is the reason why Shinhuayan has always been bad luck. Even if it's the Shin family to that extent, it's hard to find out. After all, they Shinhai mixed fish and dragons, and the flow of funds is also very complicated. I didn't expect them to invite a great Buddha like Sun Yin to kill them directly inside. But things have been going on for years on end, so why not deal with it before? Sun Yin glanced at Hong Yi. Since it was you who took the order, do you know who the other party is? Hong Yi shook his head. The other party only showed up once a few years ago, and then gave us a software, so as long as we uploaded what we did, we would be paid accordingly. Sun Yin narrowed her eyes. It seemed that the other party was quite careful. Send me the software and I shouldn't have to teach you the rest, should I? Her light tone fell on Hong Yi's ears as if she were tapping. Hong Yi nodded, but was still clearly a bit hesitant. Sun Yin naturally understood what he was hesitating about, so he slowly stood up and said, everyone present should have no problem with Hong Yi being the boss of Shinhai, right? She silently shuttled everyone in the room as she said this. Just as someone was about to speak, the dark shadows behind Sun Yin silently drew their daggers out. It's a total, whoever has a problem with it. Now who dares to disagree? Only then did Sun Yin smile at Hong Yi in satisfaction. Very well, you were elected unanimously. Congratulations, big boss. Hong Yi was more or less in tears. Sun Yin raised her small hand and patted his shoulder and said, from today onwards, Shinhai will have me to cover. As long as you guys don't do anything treacherous, everything is negotiable. As she said that, she snapped her fingers, and the 6 black shadows that were just behind her instantly disappeared on the spot again. Hong Yi's eyebrows frowned slightly, but he still couldn't help but ask, so, what's your name? How can we contact each other in the future? Sun Yin suddenly realized and glanced at Hong Yi. I'm called Auntie, call me if there's anything in the future, she said, handing Hong Yi a black card. It bears the symbols of the Big Dipper and the North Star. The North Star shines particularly brightly among them. Hong Yi's face instantly turned white. You are. Sun Yin raised her hand and made a silencing gesture at Hong Yi, and immediately afterward, she waved her hand before strutting out through the front door. Seeing Sun Yin leave, the others immediately came up. Second head of the family, not the big head of the family. Just now that little girl gave you something? As soon as Hang raised his hand, he slapped the man. He called Auntie. Now the look of disbelief on everyone's faces intensified. Hong Yi sighed. You guys just have to remember that the next time you see that Auntie you have to be good and understand, otherwise you won't even know how you'll die. For a while, everyone present looked at each other in disbelief, but they did not question Hong Yi's words at all. After all, someone who could make even Hong Yi scorn must have come from a great place, so they just listened. Hong Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at the doorway where Sun Yin had disappeared, unable to resist a light sigh. He had just known that Sun Yin was powerful, but he hadn't thought at all that she was a member of the Star Organization. I've heard that Star has a total of 8 core characters, and their signifiers are the Big Dipper plus the North Star. The scariest of these is the North Star. Everyone just knows that Polaris is a woman, but no one has ever divulged anything halfway related to her. Previously, Hong Yi thought that it was just a legend, and now, he believed it. Because this woman shattered the gang's proudest defense card in less than a minute. The point is, she didn't even do it. Thinking so, Hong Yi slowly opened his mouth again. Have someone get the portrait of this auntie from the surveillance, and then distribute it to the juniors around themselves, so that they must be polite when they see this auntie. Understand? Yes. Because she had been busy for most of the night, it was almost dawn when Sun Yin returned to the Shin family. So when Shin Huayan woke up, Sun Yin hadn't slept long at all before he picked her up from the sofa. She forced herself to follow Shin Huayan to have breakfast at Shin's house and got into the car that went to Shin's group. Shin Huayan looked at Sun Yin, who was sitting in the back seat in a daze, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. She didn't sleep well again last night? Shin Huayan propped one hand on the car window, his sight unobtrusively surveyed her sleepy little face, his eyes slightly drooping. He had expected the extra person in the room to be very disruptive, but the last 2 days had been the best 2 days of sleep he had gotten in years. It seemed that because of this little one, the whole room smelled good and carried a reassuring odor. She had this completely unguarded look about her that would also make people unconsciously drop their guard. Suddenly, the car turned violently, and Su Nian Nian followed the inertia and fell in the opposite direction of Shen Huayan. He subconsciously reached out to protect her little head and scooped her back up. And with just a low whimper, the person in his arms rubbed against him and fell asleep again. Shen Huayan's eyes sank. Looking at Su Nian Nian in his arms, he sighed silently and had to let her lie in his arms like this. The early fall morning carried a distinct coolness that blew thinly through the windows of the car. Shen Huayan lowered his eyes and swept a glance at the person in his arms, a blue high-waisted halter dress, with only a muslin sunscreen smock on the outside. How to look at it all feel thin. His brows furrowed, and after a moment's hesitation he still chose to take off his suit jacket and cover Su Nian Nian's body. Her body was already petite and small, covered by his suit jacket, only a pair of white calves exposed, looks particularly eye-catching. Chapter 23, Now it seems he made a mistake. She was already petite and small, and when she was covered by his suit jacket, all that was left was a pair of pale calves exposed. The car traveled for a short while before arriving at Shin's group. She stopped the car, glanced in the rearview mirror, and cautiously reminded, "Sir, we're at the place, should we get the wife up now?" Shen Huayan glanced at Su Nian Nian, who was sleeping sweetly in his arms, raised his hand and poked her little head, and saw that she was dissatisfied and buried her head directly into his arms. "Looks like it's still awake. When you get to the office in a few minutes, go to the logistics department and get a couple layers of upholstery," Shen Huayan said, directly hugging Su Nian Nian and striding towards the company. Because she was wrapped in Shen Huayan's jacket, and her head was buried in his arms in its entirety, from the outside, she could only see her dangling calves, and gently swaying little feet. Not to mention the people in the company, even she was shocked. Their husband had been more tolerant of the little missus than he had ever known. For a time, the entire Shen clan group's interior all exploded. The matter of Shen Huayan's license was known only to the Lin family in addition to the people in the Shen family. He had brought Su Nian Nian to the company today, and although he hadn't disclosed the identities of the two to the public, it was pretty much the same. After all, Shen Huayan and the woman would not appear in the same frame at all to the people within the company. Not to mention being held by Shen Huayan himself. The news of Shen Huayan's good health spread along with the fact that he carried a woman into his office. Even the not-so-well-informed Lin family had received pretty much the same news. Lin Dalong sat in the living room with a gloomy face, and Zhao Feng, who sat across from him, didn't look any better. "You've also heard about Su Nian Nian's matter, right?" Lin Dalong's eyebrows rose upwards as he looked towards Zhao Feng, his tone uncertain. Zhao Feng uneasily skimmed her mouth. That little hoof doesn't know what means she used to seduce Shen Huayan. Bang! Lin Dalong slapped his hand hard on the table. She's already established herself in the Shen family no matter what tactic she used. If she wanted to turn the Shen family against the Lin family, it would be easy. He had previously thought that after Su Nian Nian went to the Shen family, she would be embarrassed by the Shen family because of the matter of the substitute marriage. Plus, it had been rumored that Shen Huayan wasn't interested in women, which was why he hadn't taken Su Nian Nian seriously. Now it seems that he was the one who missed the boat. Zhao Feng also panicked a bit when she heard this. Then what do we do? What to do? Lin Dalong snorted lightly. Of course it's to make good relations with Su Nian Nian. You're her real mom, coax her a bit. Maybe there'll be times in the future when you can use her. But when we first met with her before, didn't she say that she was going to stay out of our way in the future? Zhao Feng looked at Lin Dalong with a bit of apprehension. Her husband she knows best. The reason why he had asked Su Nian Nian to marry for him before was because he wanted to sell Lin Bailu at a better price. Lin Bailu was a famous woman they had carefully nurtured from childhood. Even in the Shangjing circle, she was also a little famous. If it wasn't for Shen Huayan's health problems, marrying Lin Bailu off would indeed be a good idea. But at that time, Shen Huayan's life and death were unknown, and there was an urgent need for a bride to wash down the wedding, so it would be too much of a waste to let Lin Bailu marry over. That's why the matter of Su Nian Nian's substitute marriage came about. Now that Su Nian Nian was being looked at by Shen Huayan and had even more value to utilize, how could he let it go so easily? Lin Dalong glanced coldly at Zhao Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that when Nian Nian came to the house, you spoke coldly to her, would she have said that? Zhao Feng instantly lost her voice. She wasn't the only one who spoke coldly to Su Nian Nian when they met that day. When Lin Dalong saw that Zhao Feng didn't squeak, his brows frowned even tighter. Anyway, call Nian Nian home for a meal in the next few days, and make sure you coax the person for me. I know, senior. Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng were so focused on talking about things that they completely forgot that Lin Bailu was still at home. And the conversation between the two just now, impartial all by want to go downstairs. Lin Bailu heard it clear. Is Nian Nian Su favored at Shen Huayan's place? How is that possible? Her parents even want her back? No way. Absolutely not. She definitely wouldn't let Su Nian Nian take what was hers. Lin Dalong usually cares most about reputation. If Su Nian Nian's reputation stinks. Thinking of this, Lin Bailu's eyes narrowed as if she had thought of a good idea. Nian Nian Su, we'll just see. In the blink of an eye, it was the day that Yuqing University started. Sun Yen Yen was trying to get a new identity at the time, so she purposely asked Xia Tianji to arrange a student identity for her and transferred directly to Yuqing University. At that time, Xia Tianji said that the school side had already arranged someone, so she could just come without worry. But Sun Yen Yen never thought that the person her master had arranged for her was the principal. Seeing the principal with white hair but a smiling expression, Sun Yen Yen was more or less uncomfortable. I've heard old Xia say that you're excellent in all aspects, so I'll be counting on you for the school's various competitions in the future, Xiao Su. As the principal's words came to this, the smile on his face grew even wider. Sun Yen Yen could almost clearly hear the accent he had just put on the word excellent. It seemed that her master really didn't give her a lot of work. It's not a big problem if it's just some matches though. Sun Yen Yenli tugged at the corners of his mouth and nodded. I'll ask the principal to take care of it then. Well said, take care of each other. The principal sat on one side, while leading Sun Yen Yen towards her dormitory building. You're in the sculpture department now. The dormitory is a 4-person dormitory. If there's anything you feel uncomfortable with, feel free to talk to me about it, and I'll adjust accordingly when the time comes. Sun Yen Yen nodded. Okay, I know. If there are any problems with academics, you can also communicate with me in a timely manner, the principal said, handing Sun Yen Yen another business card before urging her to enter the dormitory building. Because it was a female dormitory, it was inconvenient for the principal to enter, so he sent Sun Yen Yen to the door and left. As soon as the principal left, Sun Yen Yen felt a strange look. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Was it because the principal had just brought her to the dormitory and it was too high profile? Sun Yen Yen helplessly bristled as she pulled her suitcase and walked in towards her dorm room. As soon as she entered, she saw two girls looking toward her in unison. Compared to the strangers they met for the first time, their gazes carried a distinct disdain and unfriendliness. Sun Yen Yen's dark eyes sank slightly, still politely greeting them. Hello, I'm Sun Yen Yen, today. As soon as her words left her mouth, the two people who were still looking at her immediately withdrew their eyes, treating her like air. Chapter 24. She obviously did it on purpose. They were meeting for the first time, but the hostility of these two people in front of her couldn't be more obvious. Sun Yen Yen bristled. Since the others didn't want to bother with her, there was no need for her to make a fool of herself. She simply cleaned up next to her bed. Suddenly, the door to the dormitory room was suddenly pushed open from outside. It's Lindbergh. She walked through the door carrying 4 cups of milk tea, and smiled warmly as soon as she saw Sun Yen Yen. Yen Yen, you're here too, huh? Come on, have a cup of milk tea. As she spoke, she placed the milk tea in front of Sun Yen Yen in an extraordinarily soft voice. Afterward, he took the other 2 cups and gave them to 2 other people who were also in the dormitory. Lulu, she's gone back to the Lin family to steal your fiancé. Why are you still so nice to her? One of the girls muttered something. Her voice was not too loud and not too small, just enough for Sun Yen Yen to hear. Lin Bailu lightly pulled the corner of her mouth. Yen Yen is only the daughter of the Lin family, although I was raised by the Lin family for 20 years, but the blood relationship is only more intimate, isn't it? What's yes relying on the fact that you have some blood relationship with the Lin family, you stole someone else's fiancé, this kind of person is just shameless, okay? Another girl heard Lin Bailu's words and immediately fought for her. The tip of Sun Yen Yen's eyebrow raised, having no intention of being general with them. But now that people are cursing in their faces, it's a bit of a shame if they don't say something. Sun Yen Yen glanced at the 2 girls in front of her. Who are you 2 talking about? One of the girls was already on good terms with Lin Bailu, and when she saw that Sun Yen Yen's attitude was still so bad, her anger came up. Says you, what's up? She's so thin, if she really did it, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to beat her? With this undercurrent, the look she gave Sun Yen Yen was even more horizontal. Another girl on the side also followed to help out. What are you so arrogant about, Sun Yen Yen? Dare to do it and not dare to admit it? Seeing that the emotions of the 2 girls in front of her had already been incited, Lin Bailu hurriedly pretended to block the way and said, Sang-Wan, the 2 of you don't want to start a conflict with Yen Yen for me. She's still young and doesn't understand a lot of things, so don't be general with her. As soon as she said this, Sang-Yu and Sang-Wan both came even more energized. She's still young? She's already 20. She's already stealing people's fiancés. Is she still young? Shameless people, how old are they? Lulu, don't stop us, we'll make her look good today. Sun Yen Yen couldn't help but frown as she listened to the 3 of them singing in unison. When she had just come to the dormitory and the principal had given her his card, she had felt redundant. I didn't realize it was going to be used so soon. Her eyes swept around the area and finally found a tool on the desk that looked like it was in good hands, a stapler. Sun Yen Yen raised her eyes to Sang-Yu and Sang-Wan, her chin slightly raised. You 2 have been screaming wildly for half a day. If you want to make a move, hurry up and save me the delay of packing up my things. Now Sang-Yu and Sang-Wan lost their minds almost instantly. The 2 of them directly pushed Lin Bailu away and rushed straight towards Sun Yen Yen. I have to tear up today, pa. Sun Yen Yen slapped Sang-Yu away with a slap. To the side, Sang-Wan's eyes instantly went straight, but soon she also lunged towards Sun Yen Yen. You stink not. Pa. You. Pop. You. Snap. Without waiting for the words to finish coming out of Sangwon's mouth, she received 3 slaps on her face. She covered her face and glared indignantly at Sun Yen Yen, not realizing that she looked so petite and small, but she was so good at fighting? Sangwon gave Sangyu a look, signaling her to sneak up on Sun Yen Yen from the side. But if either of them caught her, if they hit her hard enough, she would definitely suffer. The two men's minds were practically written on their faces, so how could Sun Yen Yen not see it? She threw up the stapler in her hand and played with it for half a day, the corner of her mouth suddenly slowly hooked. Don't think about it, why don't the 3 of you go on together? It's no fun to leave one person on the sidelines when 2 of you are always playing the lead, right? Sun Yen Yen's words instantly pulled the attention of both Sangyu and Sangwon to Lin Bailu on the side. Lin Bailu, who was originally watching the show, instantly changed her face. I can't do that, Mom and Dad will be sad. She looked at Sangyu and Sangwon's brows furrowed, and then continued, Nyen Nyen, why don't you just admit you're wrong? Sangyu and Sangwon, they're also good intentions. Sangyu and Sangwon's brows frowned even more tightly when they saw Lin Bailu's condescending demeanor again. Lulu, what are you wasting words with her? A person like this will be honest after a beating. Sangyu said, pulling over Lin Bailu, the 3 of us will teach her a good lesson today. Sangwon also nodded, that's right, just beat and be done with it. In a while when she cries her father and mother, let's see how she can still fight you. Lin Bailu was pulled by them, completely rushing them. She clearly wanted to use the knife to kill people, and now it's fine. To dirty your hands. Lin Bailu stared at Sun Yen Yen with an ugly face. It was all because of this woman. She obviously did it on purpose. But they're 3, so it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Bailu pursed her lips, and in the bottom of her heart there was obviously still the psychological shadow of being almost gripped into baldness by Sun Yen Yen at that time. Especially since she had just seen Sangyu and Sangwon both receive a few slaps each, her heart was even more apprehensive. Sangyu seemed to see that Lin Bailu was a bit flustered, and whispered, in a moment, I'll count to 3, and the 3 of us will pounce together, and at that time, no matter who catches Sun Yen Yen, we'll all just beat her to death. Understand? Lin Bailu nodded, and to the side, Sangwon also stared at Sun Yen Yen with a fierce face. 1, 2, 3. Ah. Almost as soon as Sangyu's 3 was uttered, the 3 of them swooped over in unison, and then were instantly sent flying by Sun Yen Yen's leg sweep. She wasn't too strong, or else all 3 would have had to smash into the wall instead of falling to their knees as they were now. Sun Yen Yen looked at each of them with faces as ugly as pig's liver and slowly walked over. At this point, the 3 people had completely lost their ability to resist, and could only watch Sun Yen Yen approaching, stretched out motionless in place, even gasping for air. They felt their chests aching to crack open. Sun Yen Yen reached out and grabbed Lin Bailu's hair, taking the stapler in her hand. She neatly stapled her hair to the cabinet behind her. Followed by Sangyu and Sangwon. She took the stapler slowly and gracefully and neatly stapled the 3 men's hair together. In order to nail strong, Sun Yen Yen also very thoughtful an additional row of new nails. Chapter 25. What's on your mind again? Nyen Nyen Su. You'll regret it. It took Sangyu a long time to catch his breath, glaring at her viciously. Because their hair was stuck together with staples pinned to the closet behind them, even though her tone was hard, the way her head lolled motionless against the cabinet looked extraordinarily comical. Sun Yen Nyen squeezed the empty stapler in her hand, her eyes glancing over Sangyu. So, how are you going to make me regret this? As she said this, she dropped the stapler in her hand on a side table. The sound of bang startled the 3 men with another shiver. Sangyu looked at Sun Yen Yen stiffly. You'd better let us all go now. Otherwise I'll make sure you look good. My father is the boss of the Sang group. If you do this to me, they won't let you go. Right. Be careful of messing up your family's money when the time comes. You won't even have time to cry. Sangwon also stretched her neck to help out at the side. On the contrary, Lin Bailu on the side never said a word. Because she was the only one who knew that the person Sun Yen Yen married was Shin Huayan, it was simply impossible to bankrupt the Shin family. But Sun Yen Yen had caused such a big trouble, she didn't believe that the Shin family would still be favorable to her. They might even think Sun Yen Yen is a disgrace and kick her out of the Shin family directly. Sun Yen Yen leaned on the table behind her, her small hand tapping rhythmically on it. Gosh, it's surprising that the consequences are so serious. Though she said so on her lips, there was not the slightest hint of fear in her eyes. But Sangyu and Sangwon didn't even notice, and when they heard Sun Yen Yen say this, the 2 of them instantly branched out. I'm telling you Sun Yen Yen, you'd better be sensible and honestly put us down, then kneel on the ground and apologize properly. We might consider letting you go. You have to think carefully, we have injuries now. When the time comes, as long as we get a lawyer, we have to pay out money that you can't afford to pay for how many years of farming. The words of the 2 of them fell on Sun Yen Yen's ears, causing her eyebrows to stifle a raised eyebrow. Then according to what you guys are saying, I'm so miserable if I let you go and if I don't let you go, so why should I let you go? You. Sangyu was stuck at once, and Sangwon on the side wasn't much better. And Lin Bailu, who had been silent, opened her mouth at this time. Nyen Nyen, you just need to let us go. When the time comes, I can help you beg the Sang family. Our parents won't let you go. You mustn't be impulsive, okay? Her words instantly lit the fire between Sangyu and Sangwon again. Lulu, this has nothing to do with you, she did this, why should you guys make it right for her? That's right Lulu. Although we are good friends with you, we will never let this go. Sun Yan Yan looked at the several people's sisterly love and snorted lightly, Tisk, TSK, you guys are talking so scary, I'm a bit scared how about, I let you guys go now. Sang Yu and Sang Wan didn't expect to scare Sun Yan Yan with a few words, and one of them looked at her with extra complacency. Count on you to be sensible, as long as you kneel down. In a moment, Sang Yu's words had not yet finished when he felt a strong wind sweep over his head. She instantly felt her scalp go quite cold. Sang Wan even looked at Sang Yu with a shocked face, sister. Your hair. Sang Yu raised her hand to touch the top of her head, and at once she felt the fleshy scalp. She turned her head incredulously to look at the makeup mirror on the table, only to realize that she had been slashed into the Mediterranean Sea by Sun Yan Yan in a second. Sang Wan's position was a bit better than Sang Yu's, but her hair also looked like it had been chewed by a dog and turned into a hairy inch. As for the position of the most downward, Lin Bai Lu on the contrary is considered to be the most fortunate, although the hair was cut quite a lot, but at least still have a short hair with ears. Ah, you pay for my hair. Woo woo, oh, my hair is gone too. Sun Yan Yan looked at the two sisters who sat paralyzed on the ground in a ball of tears and raised an eyebrow, expecting them to become enraged and pounce on her to fight with her. I didn't expect the two to have a direct breakdown of mind because they couldn't accept their new hairstyles, and they sat down on the floor and just spilled out and cried. Although Lin Bailu's face was all black, she was the calmest one among the three people in the dormitory. She gritted her teeth and waited for Sun Yan Yan. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for mom and dad if you do this? Sun Yan Yan shrugged, that's your parents, not mine. Lin Bailu gritted her teeth, pulled the two Sang family sisters on the ground up, and rushed at Sun Yan Yan viciously. Sun Yan Yan, you will regret this. You've made a big mess this time. With that, she pulled the two Sang sisters away. Sun Yan Yan looked at their backs as they left and skimmed her small mouth. Is this a big trouble? That's pretty naive. But things, well, of course, still need to make good. So Sun Yan Yan took out the business card just now from his pocket and decisively dialed the phone. Sun Yan Yan's incident in the dormitory had just fermented not half a day before Shen Huayan's side received the news. Sir, the missus seems to have a problem at school. She's brows visibly furrowed when he saw the notification sent from the school side. With that in mind, he handed his cell phone to Shen Huayan. Because she handled Sun Yan Yan's enrollment information, he would be the first to be notified of any problems on the school side. Shen Huayan's dark eyes drooped slightly as he swept the message above, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sun Yan Yan beat up 3 of her dormitory mates at school, and shaved off 3 people's hair? He didn't even say he believed it, he even read the message with disbelief. Thinking back to Sun Yan Yan's small and delicate figure, as well as her bruised skin when she exerted a little bit of force, he was completely unable to associate the word beating with it. Especially assaulting someone, and he'd believe it when he said she'd been assaulted. When Shen Huayan thought of this, his eyebrows suddenly pressed down, and his eyes turned to Ishi and asked, who are the classmates in the same dormitory year after year? She froze for a moment and hurriedly flipped through the information, which immediately returned, it's Sang Yu, Sang Wan and... His eyes abruptly widened quite a bit, and his brow furrowed slightly as he confirmed back and forth a few times before continuing, there's also Lin Bailu. Lin Bailu. Shen Huayan muttered and repeated the name. It seemed that all doubts were solved when the name came up. Although she usually had a pretty good reputation in the Shangjing circle, he certainly knew exactly what kind of person she was in private. Previously, the Lin family had resolutely refused to marry Lin Bailu off because of the rumors that he was about to die, but now that Sun Yan Yan had married him off only to find out that he was in good health, Lin Bailu reckoned that she regretted it. That's why you're doing this again, isn't it? Did she think that if she kicked Sun Yan Yan out of the Shen family, she would be able to marry in without any problems? Chapter 26. How did she manage to invite this great Buddha? It's so whimsical. If the person he had married in the first place had been Lin Bailu, he wouldn't have let go no matter what. She's so capable of thinking highly of herself. She pondered for a moment and slowly spoke, in this matter, the school asked both sides to call their parents, and someone has already gone to the school on the side of the Sang family and the Lin family. If he didn't care, it was almost a foregone conclusion that Sun Yan Yan would suffer. He didn't know if Sun Yan Yan could fight 3 on her own, he only knew that if Shen Huayan didn't care about her, the Lin family would definitely use Sun Yan Yan as a scapegoat for the Sang family to vent their anger. With the importance that their mister now placed on Sun Yan Yan, he should have asked him to find an agent to make a trip to the school, right? After all, the only people Sun Yan Yan knew in Shangjing besides the Lin family were from their Shen family. She married into the Shen family, signed an agreement not to take the identity of Mrs. Shen, so she had to find an agent to deal with it. She glanced over and saw that Shen Huayan remained silent. He could only speak again stiffly. Sir, do you need me to go and arrange for someone to go to the school to help Mrs. deal with this matter? Shen Huayan gently shook his head. No need, let Lao San send a lawyer over, tell him to sue if he can. In short, don't be soft on the Sang and Lin families. Their mister is really extraordinarily attached to Sun Yan Yan, TSK. Shen Huayan saw the flickering unknown light in Hishi's eyes, pressed his temples with a bit of a headache, and coolly said, I'm just doing my duty according to the contract, don't brainstorm too much. Yes, sir, I understand everything. But what Shin Hwayan didn't know was that by the time she called Shin Hwayu, he himself had already killed his way straight to the school. Inside the principal's room, Sangyu and Sangwon, both of them one with silk scarves wrapped around their heads, were crying pitifully next to each other. The mother of the two, San Mei, was even in the principal's office with an angry look on her face. I sent my daughters here because I trusted the school, and I never thought that surprisingly they would be bullied at school. I have to get a statement today. The principal glanced at Sangyu and Sangwon, both of their eyes were swollen from crying, and upon closer inspection both of their faces seemed to be swollen as well. Looking at Sun Yen Yen, she was all clean and tidy, not even a speck of dust. A pair of clear eyes that didn't look like they had anything to do with this in any way. The principal's brow furrowed, and if Sun Yen Yen hadn't just called him, he wouldn't have been able to believe at all that she had done this. But after thinking about it, how can the disciple, taught by that person, be the master of losing? The principal sighed and spoke slowly. As far as I know, this matter. Headmaster, isn't this matter obvious? At a glance, it's this stinky girl who unilaterally assaulted my two daughters. Without waiting for the principal to finish his words, Sangmi immediately interrupted him. My request now is simple. Let my two daughters fight back, and then kick the stinking girl out of school, and at the same time announce her atrocities to the outside world. Sangmi's words instantly made the principal understand what she meant. She was pressuring Sun Yen Yen to not give Sun Yen any semblance of life. Not to mention the matter of letting Sangyu and Sangwon fight back, just take the two items of kicking her out of the school and announcing the atrocities to the public. There is no school in Shangjing that would dare to accept Sun Yen Yen for enrollment. That's pretty vicious. It is clear that Sangyu and Sangwon were the two who provoked first and took action later, and Sun Yen Yen is at best considered self-defense. Sangyu and Sangwon usually relied on their big families and didn't rarely bully their classmates in school. Now that she's being beaten up, she's instead acting like she's been bullied all along. TSK, it's disgusting. No wonder both daughters are so rude and unreasonable. It really follows the one in front of me. The principal frowned slightly, and a flash of dislike crossed his eyes as he looked at Sangmi. This is something we need to look into. After all, the reputation of the school is at stake. What else is there to investigate about this kind of thing? Isn't it obvious? Only my two daughters are injured now. Does your school not even have this kind of eyesight? Without waiting for the principal to finish his words, Sangmei interrupted him once again. Even the best-tempered person had no patience at this point. The principal's face immediately grimaced. If Mrs. Sang feels that our school's ability is limited, you can take your two daughters back now, and I can help you with the formalities right away. Sammy was stuck for a moment. Yuching University was the best university in the country, and she had gone through a lot of trouble at that time to get into the school. After all, this school was not only excellent in all aspects, but it also covered the networking resources of the Shangjing Circle. Almost all of the people in the Shangjing Circle who had a face and could be named were at Yuching University, and if her daughter dropped out of Yuching University, no matter what the reason was, it would be a loss for their family. So absolutely not. Sang Beautiful obviously also know that just her tone is not good to provoke the principal, which immediately said with a smile on his face, Principal, I'm not targeting the school, I'm targeting Sun Yen Yen, this stinky girl. Our school will not be for such a gully to the students' bad reputation of the school, right? The principal was obviously too lazy to care about her, and was just about to find a reason to dismiss Sangmi, when he heard a mocking voice ring out. I'm afraid it's your Sang family that's the one who spoiled the school's good name, isn't it? Suddenly, the door to the principal's office was pushed open from the outside. Shin Hwairua stood in the doorway, condescendingly looking at Sang Mei, with an obvious displeasure on his face. Sun Yin Yen was a little surprised as to why Shin Hwairua had appeared at the school, but looking at his aggressive appearance, he seemed to be angry. He pushed up the glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and nodded politely at the principal. Hello, principal, I'm. His words came to a slight pause here. Thinking that Sun Yen Yen's identity was inconveniently exposed, he turned his words around. I'm Sun Yen Yen's attorney, and this matter is now solely in my charge. After he said this, he walked over to Sun Yen Yen, his eyes slightly nervous as he looked her up and down. After making sure there was nothing obviously traumatized on her, it was a secret relief. On his way here, he heard that Sun Yen Yen was in a dormitory siege with 3 people, and his heart jumped out of his throat. Fearful that she would be injured at school, thankfully, his sister-in-law is still intact. As a member of the Shin family and a big shot in the legal and political world, Shin Hwairua was naturally famous. Sangmi naturally recognized his face as well. But she never expected Shin Hwairua to be Sun Yen Yen's lawyer. This is too metaphysical. Shin Hwairua in the legal profession is almost undefeated myth, but all the people he targeted only lost this result. She didn't understand how a small person like Sun Yen Yen knew Shin Hwairua, and even more outrageously, how did she manage to invite this big Buddha? Chapter 27, Kicked the Iron Bar. Sangmi immediately pulled the corner of her mouth with a smile on her face. Third young Master Shin, is there some kind of misunderstanding in the middle? Shin Hwairua snorted lightly. What kind of misunderstanding can there be? His eyes stared condescendingly at Sangmi, his displeased aura around him spreading throughout almost the entire principal's office. Sang beautifully smiled awkwardly. Since Shinsan young master personally dealt with this matter, then I certainly cannot not give face. This matter as long as Sun Yen Yen takes the initiative to apologize. This matter is even in the past. She thought that now that she had given the Shin family face, she had also sold the Shin family a favor in disguise, and the Shin family would surely return the favor, right? Unfortunately, Sangmi was overthinking it. Just after her words fell, Sun Yen Yen and Shin Huairua said almost in unison, I don't agree. Shin Huairua glanced at Sun Yen Yen and gave her a reassuring look before continuing. I'm not just representing Sun Yen Yen as a party this time, he said, giving his assistant behind him a look. The assistant at the side immediately took out a pile of documents and placed them in front of the principal. This was something he had specifically instructed his assistant to investigate on his way here. It wasn't the first time that the two, Sangwon and Sangyu, had bullied others at Yuqing University. Even before that, in middle school and high school, they bullied other students based on their parents' status. The thick pile of information in here was all evidence of Sangyu and Sangwon bullying other people. The principal was only vaguely aware of some of this before, and when he saw such a thick pile of information in front of him, his face instantly grimaced. MS. Sang, it's better for you to take the two students, Sangyu and Sangwon, home as early as possible. Our school will definitely not tolerate this kind of chronic bully to continue to stay in school. The principal's low voice slammed almost word for word into Sangmi's eardrums. She looked at the principal incredulously and forced a smile. Headmaster, you're joking with me, right? My two children are usually so well behaved. This must be slander. Before she could finish her sentence, the principal slammed the pile of information right in her face. You might as well see for yourself what your own children have done. Sang Beautiful obviously also smashed confused. She picked up the information on the ground, the bottom of her eyes with obvious unbelievable. These words are not trustworthy guys, obviously received money, but also. Her words came to a halt when she realized that she had just blurted out, and her voice instantly came to an abrupt halt in the principal's chamber. It seems that the two of them, Sangyu and Sangwon, leaving the school is the nail in the coffin. But she didn't want to make things easy for Sun Yen Yen either. She glared angrily at Sun Yen Yen, then looked at the principal and said, it's true that my child has bullied others before, but this time it's clear that Sun Yen Yen beat someone up. Is the principal going to harbor her? The principal was practically laughing at Sangmi. On the side, Sun Yen Yen opened her mouth slowly instead. You said that the person was hit by me. Do you have any evidence? Sangmei stared at Sun Yen Yen dead in the face. My child's face and hair are like this, and you're still sophomoric? Sun Yen Yen shrugged with an innocent expression. What does it have to do with me if the two of them are like this now? Maybe they just shaved each other because they like this new look now. As she said this, her eyes glanced over Sangmi's body. I can't say it's because of the aesthetic influence of you, your own mother. You should reflect on yourself more. You. Sangmi was practically furious with Sun Yen Yen. She clenched her teeth and glared fiercely at Sun Yen Yen, managing to find a few moments of sanity. You said you didn't do it. Who can prove it? On our side, besides my two children, there's also a witness. She definitely saw you do it. It's useless even if you try to weasel out of it. There were 4 of them in the dormitory at the time, and Lindbergh had been picked up by the Lins after the incident, so as long as she testified, there was still room for everything to turn around. Shin Huairua looked at Sangmei's aggressive appearance and snorted lightly. There are a total of 4 people in the dormitory, and those who often bully others are all hung up. Isn't this your newly invented way of bullying? How dare you talk smart in front of him? Just kidding. Dancing with a big sword in front of the Guangong is really a class act. Instead of arguing over here, Ms. Sang would be better off thinking about how to respond to the lawsuit. After all, there's not much time left for you. He said with a standard fake smile, I'll be the plaintiff's attorney in the bullying case when the time comes, so be prepared. His words were like a blow hammered into the back of her head, instantly leaving Sangmi paralyzed. It's over. This time their Sang family has kicked the iron plate. In the evening, Shin Huayan returned to the Shin family early. He had asked Shin Huairua to send a lawyer to the school to help Sun Yen Yen deal with the bullying before though. But when he thought of Sun Yen Yen's petite, tiny figure, it was hard for him to let go of his heart. When she drove back to Shin's house, she just happened to see Sun Yen Yen coming down from Shin Huairua's car. The two were talking and laughing and seemed to be on good terms. Shin Huayan sat in the back seat of the car, quietly watching the two men for a moment before slowly getting out of the car. Shin Huairua saw Shin Huayan at a glance and widened her eyes in surprise. Big brother, why are you off work so early today? Shin Huayan lightly glanced at the two people standing extremely close to each other and said carelessly, work just happened to end a little early today, so I came back. As his words came to this point, he swept a glance at Sun Yen Yen under the pretense of being careless, and his eyes once again looked at Shin Huairua. Things are all settled? Shin Huairua nodded repeatedly. Don't worry big brother, with me, this kind of thing is a piece of cake. He said, winking at Sun Yen Yen as if inviting credit. Don't you think so, sister-in-law? Sun Yen Yen looked at Shin Huairua's haughty appearance and couldn't help but squint her watery eyes and smile, nodding her head repeatedly. Yes, 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 our family's Lao-san is the best. When Shin Hwayan heard the words our family, a flash of complexity crossed the bottom of his eyes. But inexplicably, she felt that the way she and Shin Hwairua were close was a bit of an eyesore. Shin Hwayan frowned. Was it because there were no girls in the family, so he wasn't too comfortable with this mode of getting along? Probably. The tip of his eyebrow slightly raised, his eyes swept over the two, and he faintly said, "Don't hang around here when you're done with your business." After saying this, he walked straight towards the villa gate. Su Nian clearly noticed that Shin Hwayan's mood seemed a bit off. She pursed her small lips and asked in a small voice, "Was Mr. Shin not too happy just now?" Shin Hwairua was also not too sure and squinted his eyes. "I also feel a little. Maybe there's something wrong on the company's side, right?" With this in mind, he added an extra sentence, "Sister-in-law, when my big brother is not happy, you must not come forward to the front, so as not to spill over into the pool of fish." Chapter 28. You can sleep in the bed today. Su Nian looked at the departing Shin Hwayan from afar, her heart apprehensive. She originally didn't know if she should follow up immediately, but now that she heard Shin Hwairua say this, she immediately stood obediently in place. She might as well wait for the storm to pass. Shin Hwayan had thought that if he walked away, Su Nian would immediately follow him with his ass. But when he looked back over, he happened to see Shin Hwairua and Su Nian talking intimately about something. His brows abruptly pressed down, and he asked she, who was at the side, as if he was not thinking, old 3 and Nian have a good relationship. She subconsciously turned her head back, just in time to also see the two people who were secretly biting their ears. He didn't see Shin Hwayan's face, and just casually responded, "The age difference between the third young master and his wife isn't too big, so they probably have more in common." His unintentional sentence instantly poked Shin Hwayan. Not much of an age difference? A common language? She was clearly saying very objective things, but what fell on his ears inexplicably made him frown. His eyes glanced again at the two men not far away and eventually disappeared into the parking lot. Late at night, Su Nian took the excuse of watching TV in the living room and inked her way back to her bedroom for a long time. She had thought that by this time, Shin Hwayan was almost asleep, but she didn't expect to see Shin Hwayan, who was sitting on the sofa and was reading documents, just as she entered the door. He was dressed in silver-gray pajamas, and his cascading hair was still damp with moisture, as if he'd just gotten out of the shower. Su Nian slowly moved over to the sofa, pursed her small lips, and didn't dare to say anything. Shin Hwayan's dark eyes drooped slightly, glancing at the black shadow that slowly emerged from the ground. He had noticed Su Nian's presence from the moment she entered. Shin Hwayan didn't open his mouth, just to see what she was planning to say. But Su Nian stood by the sofa for half a day, froze and said not a single word, even just stood by the sofa so stupidly, not even meaning to sit down. Is she that afraid of him? Shin Hwayan sighed darkly in his heart and raised his eyes to look at Su Nian, his tone light. "I heard you got into a fight at school." Su Nian thought that Shin Hwairua had gone to school, and it seemed normal for Shin Hwayan to know. She pursed her small lips and nodded gently. Shin Hwayan waved at her, signaling her to sit down. Seeing her small, somewhat nervous face, she asked again, faintly, "Is it hurt?" Su Nian raised her watery eyes to Shin Hwayan and shook her head decisively. On the level of Sangyu, Sangwon, and Lin Bailu, they were not worthy of injuring her at all. When Shin Hwayan looked at her overly well-behaved appearance, which was a complete contrast to her expression in front of Shin Hwairyu with her eyes full of smiles, he inexplicably felt irritated. Seeing that Su Nian didn't want to tell him about being bullied at school, Shin Hwayan waved his hand at her and said, "Go to bed early today." Su Nian just wanted to return a good, but when she saw that Shin Hwayan still had no intention of leaving the sofa, she hesitated. Shin Hwayan raised his hand and rubbed her little head, pretending to say without thinking, "Go to bed first today, I still have to deal with the documents, so I'll borrow your sofa for a while." Su Nian sniffed, her watery eyes brightened abruptly. She could sleep in the bed today. She hadn't been able to sleep well on the couch for the past 2 days, and now she was finally able to sleep in the bed. She had been thinking of finding a plausible excuse to rub her bed in a few more days, but she hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. Su Nian immediately rushed over at a trot and pounced straight onto the bed. She rolled happily on it before her head emerged from the quilt. "Mr. Shin, when you're done with your work, just call me when the time comes." She was never going to get out of bed. Shin Hwayan naturally didn't know what was going on in Su Nian's head, and when he heard her words, he just casually answered and continued to read the documents in his hand. I don't know if Su Nian was too tired, or if she hadn't rested well in the Shin family for the past few days. Surprisingly, she didn't fall asleep before she was lying on her back for more than a few moments. Shin Hwayan listened to the light breathing in the room, his eyebrows slightly raised, and his sight fell on Su Nian who was lying on the bed. "I can't believe she fell asleep so quickly." Shin Hwayan put down the documents in his hand and slowly walked to the bedside. Seeing her quiet little face, he stretched out his fingertips and gently rubbed her cheeks. The latter, however, was good enough to bring his little face up. This little guy was really comfortable with him. "Is it true that you don't understand how scary men can be because you're so inexperienced?" Shin Hwayan sighed lightly, his big hand gently pinched her soft little face. "Surely having a girl in the house is not quite the same. Always worrying that she'll suffer and meet someone." He couldn't make sense of what exactly that irritating feeling he had earlier was due to. It's just a matter of letting it go for today and teaching it later. Meanwhile, the Lin family. Lin Bailu was nestled inside the sofa, crying with tears in her eyes. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, who had just entered, were even more startled. They happened to go out of town to attend a banquet during the day, and only came back to hear Lin Bailu's cries. Zhao Feng hurriedly threw down the bag in her hand and rushed over. Baby, what's wrong with you? It was the first time she had seen Lin Bailu crying so badly, and her whole body was bad. Lin Dalong naturally noticed it as well, and with a frown on his brow, he sat down across the sofa to look at Lin Bailu's mother and son. Someone bullied you? Unlike Zhao Feng's attitude, Lin Dalong vaguely felt that things were not quite simple. If Lin Bailu had been bullied, she probably would have called Zhao Feng a long time ago. There was no need to delay until now. Unless she messed with someone the Lin family couldn't handle. Lin Bailu inhaled her nose before she said period. Today Sun Yan Yan beat up someone in the dormitory, and the two of them, Sang Yu and Sang Wan, had their hair shaved off. Her words tragically sniffled again. It was only then that Zhao Feng and Lin Dalong noticed that Lin Bailu's hair seemed to have shortened a great deal as well. Zhao Feng's brows furrowed furiously. Your hair was also done by that stinky girl? Thanks to Lin Dalong, who said that he had to get along with this stinky girl recently, but he didn't expect her to make a move on Lin Bailu? Listening to Lin Bailu's words, Lin Dalong didn't have much of a reaction but just looked at her quietly. Lin Bailu gently nodded, and added, this matter has even alarmed the principal, and Mrs. Sang personally went to the school, only to hear Sang Wan say later that it was the Shin family that came with a lawyer and squashed the matter. Her mom got mad and made them change schools. Lin Bailu didn't care how Sang Yu and Sang Wan were doing, she was more concerned about how the Shin family would view Sun Yan Yan because of this matter. Zhao Feng angrily gritted her teeth. The stinky girl Sun Yan Yan, she just made a move on you on her first day here, and now she dares to make a move at school? This country girl of hers really has a lot of guts. Lin Bailu saw that the time was ripe, and only then did she tug on Zhao Feng's corner and said, Mom, before the Shin family didn't know that Sun Yan Yan was so vulgar, now that they know, do you think they'll be willing to change Mrs. Shen? Chapter 29. Shin Huayan's face darkened even more. Her tentative words fell on Lin Dalong's ears, and naturally he understood her intentions at once. If Shin Huayan hadn't suddenly had a car accident and his life and death were uncertain, the one who married into the Shin family would definitely be Lin Bailu. After all, the conditions given by the Shin family were too generous, and it was hard not to be moved. Sun Yan Yan is now married and the contract is in hand, so there is no point in replacing Lin Bailu. Might as well find another object that is more favorable to the Lin family. Whether the Shin family changes or not has nothing to do with our Lin family, you'd better not move that thought either. Lin Dalong interrupted Lin Bailu's thoughts with a single sentence. He knew exactly what her little scheme was planning. Sun Yan Yan's side was originally picked up for nothing, and it would be best if she could gain a firm foothold in the Shin family. It doesn't matter if you get kicked out. Lin Bailu was clearly unwilling, her brows furrowed as she stared at Lin Dalong. Dad, listen to me, this time. Alright, it's already late, wash your face and go back to rest early. Lin Dalong said, directly stood up, no longer giving Lin Bailu any room to speak, and went upstairs. For a while, the entire living room was left with only Lin Bailu and Zhao Feng, mother and daughter. Seeing Lin Bailu sad, Zhao Feng immediately said again in relief, Lulu, your father is also heartbroken for you, even if you really switch over with Sun Yan Yan, it's just one more year of suffering in the Shin family. How cold-blooded that person Shin Huayan is can be glimpsed from his business tactics. He was ruthless in his methods and had always left no room for his opponents to live. Such a cold-faced and cold-hearted man, and never around women, want to rely on a year to warm up this piece of iceberg, too difficult. But Lin Bailu obviously didn't think so. Shin Huayan was at her point of aesthetics, no matter what she looked like or what she looked like. Not to mention that he was the president of the Shin group, which could be said to be the topmost existence in the entire Shinjing circle. A year is not much use to Sun Yan Yan, but not necessarily to her. A year was enough time for her and Shin Huayan to make a living, or worse, get a child out. At that time, even if Shin Huayan wanted to end the engagement, he wouldn't let his child leave. As long as she had the child as a bargaining chip, the position of Mrs. Shin would never be shaken. Lin Bailu lightly shook Zhao Feng's arm and said tearfully, Mom, what do you think the probability is that Shin Huayan will fall for that country girl? Zhao Feng didn't know what Lin Bailu meant and raised an eyebrow to look at her, still following her words back. It's almost unlikely. Although Shin Huayan had never rumored with any woman, he had seen it even if he hadn't eaten it when he was in the Shanjing circle. Sun Yan Yan was, at best, a small country girl with pretty skin. Shin Huayan is surrounded by the least shortage of good-looking women. As long as he wants, just hook his finger, pouncing on him can be calculated by the truckload of women. Only then did Lin Bailu nod. The reason why Sun Yan Yan is now treated differently by Shin Huayan is simply because when he was hospitalized in a car accident, Sun Yan Yan married over, so Shin Huayan remembers her. Zhao Feng's brows furrowed as if he agreed with what Lin Bailu said. This time Lin Bailu became even more complacent. If we tell the Shin family that the one our family has always wanted to send to marry before was Ulmi, and that it was Sun Yan Yan who heard that the Shin family was rich and powerful and used means to get there, they will surely be willing to replace her, won't they? Even if they didn't care before, after Sun Yan Nian made such a big mistake, they would definitely be more willing to accept a granddaughter-in-law who wouldn't discredit the Shin family. Zhao Feng listened to Lin Bailu's words, and unconsciously, his heart was moved as well. But when she thought of the marriage contract of only 1 year, she hesitated again. Lulu, 1 year. Mom, 1 year is enough time for me to get pregnant with the Shin family's child, and even if Shin Huayan wants to get a divorce at that time, Elder Shin won't be willing to do so. Without waiting for Zhao Feng to finish his words, Lin Bailu blurted out. She really didn't want to continue wasting time with Zhao Feng, so she simply showed her cards directly. Zhao Feng visibly froze for a moment, as if he hadn't thought about this possibility. Seeing this, Lin Bailu reached out and held Zhao Feng's hand and said, Mom, think about it, if Sun Yan Nian got pregnant with Shin Huayan's seed within a year, with her resentment towards the Lin family, will our family still have a way to live in the future? These words were clearly like a bolt from the blue, slamming hard into Zhao Feng's heart. She only felt at the time that a 1-year contractual marriage was something that Sun Yan Nian would never be able to reap the benefits of. But now after hearing Lin Bailu's words, she was unsure instead. Lin Bailu obviously felt Zhao Feng's faltering, and said again and again, Mom, Sun Yan Nian, that girl is not simple, and now that something like this has happened, she might just jump over the wall, in case she really is pregnant with Shin Huayan's child. Zhao Feng's brows frowned even more tightly this time. In fact, at first, when she knew that Lin Bailu was not biological, she still had a little bit of expectation for Sun Yan Nian. But that kid wasn't raised by her after all, and the first day they met, she was so grumpy and hit the child she raised, she was instantly in a good mood. If you can really grab that big tree of the Shin family, Lin Bailu is obviously better. Zhao Feng looked like she had made a great determination before she clenched her teeth and said, Alright then, I will personally go to the Shin family tomorrow. Lin Bailu happily and immediately jumped into Zhao Feng's arms, the corners of her mouth silently hooking up into a smile of triumph. Thank you, Mom. I knew you were the best. The next day, the Shin family. Sun Yan Nian's furry little head arched inside the comforter, and the warmth of the touch made her resist rubbing her little face against it again. Autumn nights were on the cooler side, and she had been sleeping uneasily on the couch, and her hands and feet were cold, so she wasn't in the best of spirits for a few days in a row. But last night she slept well. Sun Yan Nian closed her eyes and turned her little brain, which had just been turned on early in the morning. Is it hard to believe that it's because of acclimatization? Awake from your nap? Suddenly, a familiar voice came over with a cool tone. Sun Yan Nian was startled, and her small hands froze. She subconsciously looked up and realized that the warm and comfortable guy was her husband. Shin Huayan's face was bland, his eyelids slightly drooped, and he coolly said, Is my waist good to touch? She was stunned and glanced at the hand that was placed on Shin Huayan's abs, and with a twitch of her brain, she blurted out, Good touch, the texture is first class. As soon as her words left her mouth, the entire room instantly fell silent. Sun Yan Nian couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground on the spot. She hurriedly and hastily changed her words. What I just meant was that Mr. Shen, you have an exceptionally good figure, and you are definitely a top performer at your age. Sun Yan Nian originally wanted to make up, but as soon as the words came out, Shin Huayan's face became even darker. Chapter 30. Is this little girl resenting his age? Is this little girl getting on his nerves about his age? Thinking about the age difference between the two, Shin Huayan's brows tightened slightly. The age difference between the third young master and his wife is not that big, so they probably have more in common. For some reason, he suddenly thought of what she said yesterday. Now he was even more upset. Seeing this, Sun Yan Nian immediately rose from the bed on a roll. I'll go wash my face first. With that, she panicked and ran away from the bedroom. Shin Huayan's eyebrows raised, seeing the direction in which her petite and tiny figure disappeared, he sighed helplessly. He must have been crazy to let this little guy sleep in the same bed with him last night. But when he thought that just now her cute little face was free of the tiredness she felt when she first came to the house, he couldn't bring himself to let her sleep on the couch again. Forget it, it's not like he had anything else in mind for this little girl. One bed is one bed. Sun Yan Nian slept extremely well, and even when she hugged him, she slept obediently and coquettishly in his arms. The little guy is cold and cuddly and quite comfortable to sleep with. Shin Huayan was just thinking about it when the door to his room was suddenly knocked on. Young master, a guest has arrived. Guest? Shin Huayan's eyebrows rose slightly. Which guest? The person at the door gave an obvious start and said immediately after, It's the wife's mother's family, Mrs. Lin. Hearing this, Shin Huayan rushed to the door and ordered, Tell her to wait in the study for a moment. Yes, Grand Master. Yesterday Sun Yan Nian and the dormitory people had just finished clashing, and today the Lin family came to the door, presumably related to this matter. He heard Ishi say yesterday that only the Sang family went to the school side, and the Lin family didn't go to the school because they weren't at home. Shin Huayan suddenly wondered a little bit what the Lin family was doing in Shin's house early in the morning. Was she backing up Lin Bailu, or was she forced by the power of the Shin family to make peace with Sun Yan Nian? Shin Huayan thought so, simply washed up, changed into casual clothes and went to the study. Zhao Feng stood up violently when she saw Shin Huayan and nodded at him with a smile on her face. Mr. Shin, excuse me. Shin Huayan glanced at Zhao Feng and gestured for her to continue sitting down, before sitting on the sofa opposite her. He looked at Zhao Feng, his voice cold and clear as he directly opened the door and said, Mrs. Lin came to the Shin family early in the morning. Was it for Sun Yen Yen or Lin Bai Lu? Zhao Feng also seemed to have not expected Shin Huayan to be so direct, slightly stunned, after which his face quickly piled up a smile again. In fact, I heard all about Sun Yen Yen's incident at school yesterday. If the Shin family thinks that she really can't get on the stage, our Lin family is willing to exchange Lulu for her. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Shin Huayan instantly understood her intentions, and her face turned cold almost to the naked eye. Zhao Feng didn't notice Shin Huayan's face, explaining to herself, after the Shin family first set up a marriage contract with the Lin family, we wanted to marry Lulu over, but we didn't expect Sun Yen Yen, a child with too much heart, to swindle Lulu, which is. As she spoke, she let out a long sigh. At that time, we thought that since she had already gotten a license with you, Mr. Shin, we would have to call it quits, but we didn't expect her to be so unable to rise to the occasion. Zhao Feng's every word seemed like she was speaking in favor of the Shin family, but every word was smearing Sun Yen Yen. Shin Huayan knew that the Lin family didn't have much affection for Sun Yen Yen, but what they did was really too much. Since he knew that Sun Yen Yen was bullied at school yesterday, it would be good to even pretend to be heartbroken for her today. I didn't realize that the Lin family was really saber-rattling, smearing their own daughter and trying to get their adopted daughter to step on her to get to the top. Shin Huayan's heart was disgusted for no reason, and on his face, he looked at Zhao Feng with even more disgust. Mr. Shin, I know the Shin family. Finished? Before Zhao Feng could finish her words, Shin Huayan coldly interrupted her raucous voice. Zhao Feng was obviously stunned, and only then did she see Shin Huayan's dark and scary face. She didn't know which sentence had just offended him, pursed her lips, and didn't dare to say half a word more. Shin Huayan glanced at Zhao Feng, the mockery under his eyes became even more obvious. Don't let me hear this kind of ridiculous proposal again in the future, otherwise the consequences are definitely not something that your little one Lin family can bear. After he said this, he didn't even bother to look at her and went straight out of the study. What a waste of time. What had been a good moody morning was all spoiled now. Shin Huayan pushed open the door and just took a few steps before he saw the housekeeper walking over. His hand was carrying a tea set, and when he saw Shin Huayan walk out from the study, there was clearly doubt in his eyes. What happened? Shin Huayan cast a sidelong glance at the housekeeper and frowned slightly. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment. Just now, Mrs. Heard that the Lin family was here and wanted to come over to help make tea, but forgot to bring tea leaves, so I sent them over. By the way, it just so happened that before Master Shin was planning to replace the new tea set, so he took it over after rummaging through a set from the warehouse there. Shin Huayan realized something violently. Did you just say that Nian Nian came to the study? The butler didn't dare to lie and nodded repeatedly. Shin Huayan's eyes sank abruptly. She came to the study but didn't come in. Did she hear something? He thought back to what Zhao Feng had just said word for word against Sun Yen Yen, and his brows tightened once again. This delicate-looking little fellow on the outside is not expected to have a strong heart. I'm afraid I don't know where I ran off to cry after listening to Zhao Feng just now. Shin Huayan sighed lightly, and his heart ached at the thought of her crying little face. Seeing this, the butler quickly asked, Young master, do you want me to send someone to find Mrs. Shin Huayan directly waved his hand. Forget it, I'll go myself. She must be grieving at being belittled by her own mother, and must feel her pride hurt again when she is seen by others. It's better if he goes himself. With this thought, Shin Huayan walked in the direction of the bedroom. Sun Yen Yen hadn't been in the Shin family for long, and there weren't many places she could go when she was sad. Just thinking about this, Shin Huayan felt his heart prickling. He was just about to turn around and leave when he turned his head to the housekeeper as if he remembered something and said, By the way, in the future, when the Lin family comes, all of them will not be seen, and they will not be allowed to enter the door even if they want to see Nian Nian. Yes, Grand Master. It seemed that the Lin family's people had really offended their family's young master badly this time. And at this moment, Sun Yen Yen was sitting on the bed looking at the book and pen in her hand in a serious manner. Although she didn't know why she slept in the same bed with Shin Huayan in the morning, the matter of touching her abs was a nail in the coffin. She had thought about making a cup of tea for Shin Huayan to ease the relationship, but just as she arrived at the study, she heard that woman Zhao Feng frantically brushing negative points on her. If not for Shin Huayan's presence, she would have given her a whole set of combinations. Chapter 31, in short, not being human. The Lin family is crazy, right? How dare they want to change? Are you kidding? You think she's easy to bully? Sun Yen Yen bit the neutral pen in her hand and angrily wrote a few more lines. She had just left in a hurry and didn't hear what Shin Huayan said later. I don't think he'd agree. Sun Yen Yen was just thinking about it when the door to the bedroom was slowly pushed open. When Shin Huayan entered his eyes, he saw Sun Yen Yen shrinking in a corner of the sofa. He walked slowly over to her, his eyes falling on her troubled little face. I heard you just went to the study? Shin Huayan's tone was light, and no emotions could be heard. Sun Yen Yen gripped the paper in her hand and stole a glance at him, after which she gently nodded. You just heard it all? When Shin Huayan said this, his eyes looked her up and down, as if he was observing her reaction. Sun Yen Yen's small fists clenched, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly shoved what was in his hand into Shin Huayan's hand. Shin Huayan froze slightly, then he heard Sun Yen Nian's soft voice ring out, Mr. Shin, I know I'm wrong, can you not let Lin Bailu come on account of me reflecting so seriously? Although she and Shin Huayan license, but she is at best at contract labor, employer is not satisfied, to change the person she cannot help. Sun Yen Nian's watery eyes glistened as she looked at him, the word apprehensive almost written on her small face. Shin Huayan's heart was already prickly, looking at Sun Yen Nian's little face wrinkled into a ball, a touch of annoyance crossed the bottom of his eyes. He glanced down at the piece of paper Sun Yen Nian had shoved into his hand, which clearly had 3 big words written on it, review. Respected Mr. Shin, in view of the morning I committed an unforgivable, crossed out, efforts to correct probably can be forgiven after the wrongdoing. Hope Mr. Shin can be in mind that I am a first offender, leniency, for all of this I will reflect deeply. Shin Huayan looked at the beautiful script on it and raised his eyebrows in a complicated manner. He hadn't anticipated the events of the morning, but he didn't resent Sun Yen Nian's touch at all. Although every word in the review was apologizing for the morning, Shin Huayan felt Sun Yen Nian's uneasiness in it. Yes, although she was licensed to him, she didn't have any Mrs. Shin's rights in name only, or a temporary replacement. Now that she heard that the Lin family wanted to replace her back, how could she not be scared? Shin Huayan sighed lightly, threw the review in his hand onto a side table, and hooked his hand at her. Sun Yen Nian looked at Shin Huayan a little warily, seemingly not understanding what he meant now. Come here. Shin Huayan spoke patiently and slowly, and his voice seemed to be quite a bit softer than usual. Sun Yen Nian sniffed and crawled obediently in Shin Huayan's direction. Seeing the distance between the two of them getting closer and closer, they were suddenly fished over by Shin Huayan. Sun Yen Nian was startled, but subconsciously shrunk her arms and legs. Shin Huayan saw her look like a scared kitten, and wanted to laugh a little. He raised his hand and gently patted her back. Don't worry, I won't let Lin Bailu come to the Shin family, and I won't send you back. Have you forgotten? We signed a contract between us. Sun Yen Nian pursed her small lips. A breach of contract will cost 50 million, which is nothing to Mr. Shin. Shin Huayan obviously choked. Indeed he hadn't thought of this layer. Now that Sun Yen Nian mentioned it, his heart couldn't help but sink downward. The contract seems to have all the clauses in his favor. Even if he breaks the contract he can easily deal with it. But for Sun Yen Nian, it was a heavy yoke. He'd thought he'd given her enough, and now it seemed he hadn't even given her the basic security she needed. Sun Yen Nian saw that Shin Huayan hadn't spoken, and then went on to mutter, I know that last night I relied on Mr. Shin's bed, and in the morning I even touched it. She didn't say the latter words, but it was obvious what she was going to say. Shin Huayan naturally understood. As her words came out, her little head hung even lower. If Mr. Shin is angry, I'm willing to accept the punishment, as long as Mr. Shin doesn't drive me away. Even if she was kicked out, she would never leave. Sun Yen Nian's voice was pitiful, but where Shin Huayan couldn't see, her ebony eyes couldn't see half of the misery. With her experience of fighting with her senior brothers on the mountain, playing pitiful and pampering was a killer weapon. I just don't know if Shin Huayan eats this. Sun Yen Nian said this and nestled in Shin Huayan's arms, but nothing moved for half a day. She quietly raised her head to try to steal a glance at him, but the next second she bumped into Shin Huayan's straight line of sight. It's over. Caught in the act. Sun Yen Nian had just wanted to hide it when Shin Huayan's large hand pinched his chin. She was forced to look up at him, suddenly a little flustered. Shin Huayan looked at her fixedly. His tone was a gentle one that he hadn't had in the past. In the future, even if the contract is over, you will still be able to enjoy the preferential treatment of the Shin family. You and Lin Bailu are different. You are the Shin family's ma'am, granddaughter-in-law. Sun Yen Nian's eyes couldn't help but light up. Her little brother this is. Recognizing her? Before she could be happy, Shin Huayan's voice sounded again. The Shin family's mascot. Sun Yen Nian skimmed her mouth. Really never thought that she could not even be counted as a person here in Shin Huayan. Ha! Well, a mascot is a mascot. While Sun Yen Nian was comforting herself, Shin Huayan's large hand gently pinched her small face. However, personally, I feel more like you're like a dainty little pet. Nice guy, just had a bit of a halo, now it's a straight-up pet. In short, don't be a human being. Shin Huayan looked at her little face, clearly had a few puffs of anger, and he couldn't help but bring a touch of laughter under his eyes. It seemed fun to tease her like that. His large hand gently fiddled with her small hand, the slender wrist casually gripped as if it could be broken. Such a delicate little guy is meant to be nurtured. A pet for him alone. Thinking about it this way, it feels surprisingly and unexpectedly good. In the future, if the Lin family's people come after you again, just fight back. You have me to back you up, don't be afraid, do you know? As Shin Huayan spoke, he gently lifted the broken hair on both sides of her behind her ears. Sun Yen Nian nodded, her watery eyes quietly looking at him as she obediently returned, I know. So does that make her over the top? Shin Huayan has said that it is alright, then. The matter of touching his abs in the morning should not be pursued again, right? But it's a shame. She won't be able to sleep in a bed in the future. Sun Yen Nian's line of sight unconsciously looked toward the copy of the review that had been thrown on the table. What could be done to revert back to Shin Huayan's bed? Chapter 32, Who can guarantee what you'll sleep through? By the way, I suddenly remembered something very important. Shin Huayan's low voice suddenly sounded in the room. Sun Yan looked up in confusion. What? Her words ended abruptly when Shin Huayan picked up the review letter on the table. No way, is this the legendary Fall of the Fall? Sun Yan looked at Shin Huayan with a bit of weakness, and heard his faint voice come over. I'll take the review. As for the punishment, just punish you for every time you do something wrong and give me a massage. Shin Huayan pinched Sun Yan's small hand, this soft little hand. He really couldn't think of anything else to do. He didn't hate sleeping in the same bed as Sun Yan at night, and it didn't hurt to sleep with the little guy. More importantly, she gets to rest as well. The thought of her sleeping on the couch for a few days, her little face emaciated to the naked eye, was too much for him to ignore. Sun Yan blinked her watery eyes and looked at Shin Huayan with a bit of surprise. Is it really true that you won't get angry if you just massage it? Shin Huayan nodded lightly. Sun Yan instantly came to her senses, and it wasn't as if she had no use for this skill of hers with him. She immediately patted her chest. Don't worry, Mr. Shun, my massage skills are superb. Guarantee you'll want to do it twice after one massage. Shin Huayan was amused by her combative face. He tilted his head slightly sideways. I do have to see your massage skills then. Sun Yan nodded repeatedly. Then, Mr. Shin, you get down first, she said, jumping directly from Shin Huayan's arms. The arms were inexplicably empty, causing Shin Huayan's eyebrows to raise slightly, and an inexplicable sentiment crossed his heart. Soon, however, he pressed that emotion to the back of his mind and plopped down on the couch, as Sun Yan had said. You. Before he could say the words that followed, he felt a slight weight on his waist, and his dark eyes trembled slightly as he subconsciously turned back to look over. Just in time to see Sun Yan riding on top of him, a pair of small hands even pressed onto his back. Sun Yan was wearing a knee-length short skirt and was sitting in a position that just exposed a pair of her good-looking calves. Shin Huayan glanced at her white calves, sighed silently, and honestly plopped back down again. He had just assumed that Sun Yan's massage was just a pinch of the shoulders, a pounding of the legs, or something like that, and had never expected it to be like this. He suddenly had the feeling of lifting a rock and stoning himself, especially when Sun Yan's small, soft, boneless hands kneaded his back very professionally. His entire body tensed up. Mr. Shin, relax, I promise it won't hurt at all. Sun Yan's soft voice came against the back of his ear. I wondered if she had gotten too close to him when she spoke, and the warmth of her breath made him shiver slightly. Shin Huayan's eyes slowly closed and he sighed softly, trying his best to let his whole body relax. In a moment, Shin Huayan's entire body unexpectedly relaxed completely amidst Sun Yan's massage. He had to admit, she did have a comfortable touch. Sun Yan looked at Shin Huayan comfortably sprawled on the sofa, and tentatively opened her mouth. Mr. Shin, I'll help you pinch every day from now on, okay? Shin Huayan raised his eyes slightly. What do you want? Normally Sun Yan never thought to ask him for help when she encountered things, and now that she had taken the rare initiative to ask, he wanted to see what she wanted. Is it possible that they plan to Leoneize the Shin family because they feel they have stabilized their position in the family? Or is it just like everyone else, pretending to have no desire on the outside but privately? Mr. Shin, can I also sleep on the bed from now on? Her weak voice came over softly. As if afraid he'd get angry, he added, I promise it won't happen again like it did this morning. Of course, there was absolutely nothing convincing about her statement. Who can guarantee anything about falling asleep? She just wanted to simply sleep in the bed. Shin Huayan didn't turn around, just opened his mouth lightly. This guarantee of yours doesn't sound credible. Well, Sun Yan felt a little weak herself, and her voice weakened another degree. Just as she was lamenting the hopelessness of sleeping in a bed at night, Shin Huayan's faint voice resounded once again in the room. If it happens again, you'll be punished again. Punish. Again, Sun Yan looked like she instantly understood his subtext. It was an agreement to let her go to bed. Sun Yan was so happy that she practically jumped up from her spot, and her small hands massaged Shin Huayan even more vigorously than just now. Now that we're in bed together, will it be far off to go the raw rice route in the future? She must cheer to take her little brother. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng had returned to the Lin family, but her face was extraordinarily ugly because she was almost driven out by the Shin family's subordinates. She had thought that according to what Lin Bailu said, Shin Huayan had at least a little bit of relief, but did not expect that it was a direct kick to the iron plate. Mom, how's it going? Did Mr. Shen agree? As soon as Lin Bailu saw Zhao Feng come home, she immediately couldn't wait to run over. She asked Zhao Feng anxiously, completely not noticing her ugly face. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. Mr. Shen doesn't agree. How is it possible? Obviously all my qualifications are better than Sun Yan's, how could he not choose me? Lin Bailu stared incredulously. Is it just because she's a little better looking than me? A country bumpkin, what gives her the right? Seemingly unable to accept this result, Lin Bailu's entire body was shaking from anger. A pair of eyes was even vaguely bloodshot from resentment. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Bailu's maniacal appearance, immediately hugged her and softly soothed, Lulu, or this matter or forget it. I see that General Manager Shin will not change his mind for a while. Although she didn't know what means Su Nian Nian had, she knew that her current position in the Shin family wasn't simple when she saw how the Shin family's subordinates all seemed to be very protective of her. As long as Shin Huayan doesn't let go, it's too hard for Lin Bailu to enter the Shin family. No, I won't let it go so easily. Lin Bailu's eyes narrowed viciously. Since Su Nian Nian is so ungrateful, then don't blame me. The fierce light under Lin Bailu's eyes sent chills down Zhao Feng's spine. Lulu, you're not thinking of doing anything illegal, are you? She wasn't worried about Su Nian Nian's safety, but she was worried that Lin Bailu had done something, and if she was found out, she would lose more than she gained at that time. But when these words fell on her ears, they turned sour. Mom, even you want to side with Su Nian Nian? Zhao Feng shook her head repeatedly. No, isn't Mom worried that you'll be caught doing something stupid? After all, the Shin family has their hands full, there's no need for you to take risks. Lin Bailu snorted lightly. Don't worry, Mom, I've long asked around, there's a gang called Xinhai in the Shangjing Circle, as long as the money is given enough, they can do everything on behalf of the. Chapter 33. How could she be spared? But if the Shin family investigates? Lin Bailu waved her hand. Don't worry, how they Xinhai is also a big gang, this reputation is still there. Besides, even if Shin Huayan caught these people, what good would it do? Su Nian Nian had already been spoiled. Moreover, she was not the only one Su Nian Nian had offended recently, even if the investigation was to start from the Sang family's side first, right? Maybe the Shin family will want to make peace at that time, and will not ask about this kind of thing, and will directly send Su Nian Nian away. Lin Bailu thought so. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but hook. The only one who would be unlucky at that time would be Su Nian Nian. Zhao Feng saw the calculations under Lin Bailu's eyes and frowned slightly, ultimately saying nothing. If Lin Bailu succeeded, the Shin family would replace the person, and if she failed, it would be easy for her to appease Su Nian Nian as a mother at that time. Whatever the outcome, they have nothing to lose. As we approach the end of fall, the mornings are getting cooler by the day. Su Nian Nian went straight to school early in the morning. Because she had a relatively smooth talk with Shin Huayan the day before, she was in a good mood and couldn't help but send 3 messages to Xie Tianji in a row. Master, little brother has agreed to me sleeping in the same bed with him. Yesterday, the Lin family came to replace him, and little brother didn't agree. Little brother said he'll back me up from now on. Her small hand was typing a 4th message on her cell phone so fast that she didn't realize she was walking down the alleyway not far from the school. Suddenly, dark shadows blocked the light in front of Su Nian Nian. She subconsciously looked up just in time to see the dozen or so people standing in front of her. At the head of the group was an extremely lewd-looking bald man. Su Nian Nian raised an eyebrow, thinking that she had just gotten in the way, and stood to the side. I didn't realize that not only did these people not leave, but they surrounded her. The bald guy in the lead smiled and said, I really didn't expect this chick to look even better than the picture. This order is not a loss, so that our brothers can have a good time. Right. Let's have some meat today. I really didn't expect to be able to sleep with such a good-looking chick. This order is not a loss. Listening to the foul language in her ears, even if Su Nian Nian was slow, she understood what these people were here for. She was just about to set up a fight to take down all of these guys when she saw the tattoo on the bald guy's wrist. If she remembered correctly, it was Xinhai's mark. Are you guys from Xinhai? Su Nian Nian coldly swept a glance at the bald head, his tone raw and cold. The smile on the bald face is even more brilliant. Yo, chick, nothing's still quite a lot of it. It seems that you cannot stay this live, however, if you a moment to coax the brother a few happy, at that time the brother can consider leaving you a small life. Su Nian Nian snorted, call your boss, Heng Yi, and tell him that his aunt is looking for him. Hearing the word Heng Yi, the people present were also stunned, not expecting this little girl to know so much. Especially Auntie, he had only just heard their boss say, but he did not pay any attention to it at that time. I only heard that the new boss specifically explained that if you see Auntie, you must be respectful, as to why, but did not explain. Is this little girl in front of me the legendary Auntie? It can't be. But on second thought, so what if she is? I'm afraid no one would find a delicate-looking little woman like her if they ravaged her and then threw her into the mountains. The bald head so thought suddenly sneered, I don't care what you horizontal and vertical, today you have to obediently warm the bed for this big master. Su Nian Nian looked at his oily appearance and was just about to make a move when she caught a glimpse of someone else hanging around the entrance to the alley. It seems to be a walk-in student as well. If she did it here, the odds were that she would be discovered, and I'm afraid that it would be a bit difficult to continue pretending in the Shin family at that time. Su Nian Nian's little face abruptly changed, and she laughed softly instead. Why don't we change to a quieter place? There are too many people on this side of the school, and I'm a girl and shy. The bald head didn't expect Su Nian Nian to suddenly speak softly, and his face grew even more smug. Well, this lord is also a compassionate man. In fact, just now when he saw the Hadong entrance was crowded, he wanted his men to move Su Nian Nian, but he didn't expect this little ninny to take the initiative to open her mouth. He certainly begged for it. So with a wave of his hand, he let his men take Su Nian Nian away. But what they didn't know was that the people who had just passed the mouth of the school's alley had long ago taken pictures of what was going on inside, and had even discussed it in the school's forum. Soon after, news was received on Hishi's side. His daily routine, apart from dealing with the work Shin Huayan had given him, was to have people keep an eye on news related to Sun Yanyan from the Yuqing University side. This was done in the first place to prevent Sun Yanyan from smearing the Shin family based on her status or doing anything out of the ordinary. However, ever since he had seen that their husband was clearly different towards Sun Yanyan, this kind of debriefing had instead been mainly to prevent others from bullying Sun Yanyan. Sir, something happened on the wife's side. When Hishi saw the message on his cell phone, his entire body stood up in excitement. His behavior clearly startled Shin Huayan. Normally, Hishi is quite stable and this usually doesn't happen. It seems to be a serious situation. But that little guy is just going to school, and at best it's going to be another one of those bullying things like last time. Shin Huayan raised his eyes and glanced at him, but his vision was obviously much more composed. And what happened to her? There's just been a photo of the missus on the school forum saying she was taken away by a group of vicious punks. Shin Huayan stood up with a rub. Where did you take it? Find out immediately. Shin Huayan's fists clenched violently. He was usually vigilant, especially in the last few years, because of the number of strange occurrences that had been frequenting the area, so he was even more cautious. But since Sun Yanyan came to the Shin family, he seemed to be living an ordinary life, and even if those strange and weird things happened, he wouldn't get hurt. He was even a little convinced that she really was the mascot of their Shin family, forgetting all about how menacing his side was. Some people couldn't stand to see him have such a leisurely day, so how could they leave her alone? Shin Huayan thought so and his fists clenched hard. It was him who had slacked off recently. He should have gotten someone to protect her. He froze for a moment, opened his mouth. The situation on the school side has been checked out. It is the punks on the Shinhai side. They should not have gone far with their wives, and now, before Hishi could finish his words, Shin Huayan's figure immediately disappeared into the office. All that was left was his far-off explanation. Send me the location. Chapter 34, what do you want to do? Compared to Shin Huayan's side of the fire, Sun Yanyan's side is leisurely. These 10 or so little lolos weren't enough for her. As long as she got to a place where no one was around, she was sure to beat them to tears. It's just that Sun Yanyan didn't expect this group of people to be really bold. Surprisingly, he brought her straight to Shinhai's stronghold next to the school. She had just reached the door when she saw several familiar faces. Yo, it's better to come early than coincidentally. I've just found a pretty chick here. Have some fun later? The bald head proudly pointed in Sun Yanyan's direction. In only a split second's time, the faces of the few people standing in the doorway went white. What's this ant doing here? And this stinking bald guy even said he was going to play her? Is he too slow to die? One of them shivered so much that they couldn't speak at once. The bald man clearly noticed the men's strangeness, but he assumed that they were afraid because of the recently appointed new hand. He snorted lightly and said, "What are you afraid of? You also know the tradition of our Shinhai, Hanyi. Even if he became the boss is also a new official, soon it will be the same as before. This kind of chick is still not want to play just play?" When the bald man's smug words were spoken, the few people in front of him were completely flustered. How could it be? That's not what the boss thinks. It is. The boss came here for this very thing. You better not misrepresent the boss. Old boss. Help. The bald head listened to the panicked appearance of the few of them and coldly grunted out in disgust. It's just as well that the few of you don't appreciate the old man's favor. What are you ghostly howling here? As he said that, he was just about to push the door in, only to see Hung Yi walk out from inside. The bald man was visibly stunned, not expecting Hung Yi to actually come here. Recently, because Shinhai changed the boss, there was almost a big internal reshuffle, and a lot of jobs that could earn big money before were not allowed to be done anymore. The older generation with a bit of internal power naturally didn't want to be overpowered by a junior, so there were not a few who were masculine. It was just that the bald guy didn't expect that he would be caught by Hung Yi, which made him feel very bad luck. Hung Yi was just about to say something when he saw Sun Yanyan standing behind a few punks. She looked at Hung Yi with a look of interest that left her in a cold sweat. What brings you here, auntie? Hung Yi didn't care what kind of expression the bald guys had on their faces, and walked straight to Sun Yanyan's face. In public, Sun Yanyan took Shinhai and directly made him the boss. In private, she saved his loved ones. No matter in which way, Sun Yanyan has benefited him. Naturally, he couldn't leave her alone. Sun Yanyan shrugged. They kidnapped me on my way to school. This time, even the few people including Hung Yi stared blankly. This auntie could still be kidnapped? She's thankful she doesn't come to Shinhai to kidnap people. How dare they kidnap her? Sun Yanyan immediately pretended to have an innocent face and said, just now this bald big brother said to bring me here to let these people have a good time. I'm not coming here. Hung Yi sweated at the sound of it. Is it good to be dead? Literally dead. But Hung Yi quickly reacted as he glanced at the bald man and asked, who paid you to tie her up? The bald head had just watched Hung Yi's attitude towards Sun Yanyan, and now he was taking the initiative to ask his employer, which made the bald head instantly wary. He was originally one of the former Shinhai boss's beloved minions, but he was thrown to this stronghold after he was given the power. He couldn't look at Henichi, so he completely ignored the explanation there. I didn't realize that he had just taken an order on his side, and Hung Yi's side had checked in. The bald man glanced coldly at Hung Yi. You couldn't have deliberately found this woman too lousy, could you? Hung Yi visibly rolled his eyes. There's no need to deal with you at all. As he said that, he directly winked at the few people he brought with him, signaling them to grab the bald head. The bald head became anxious at once and immediately shouted, I'll see which one of you dares. This is Lousy's territory. Old me can. Ah, with the move of a finger. Before he could finish his words, he was met with a kick from Sun Yen Yen. Waste no words with him, trouble. Sun Yen Yen inserted his pockets and glanced at Hung Yi with a slightly disgusted look, then coolly stepped aside. The bald man's henchmen were clearly in shock, and seemed to be completely surprised that a seemingly unarmed woman had put their boss down with a single kick. Instead, Hung Yi and the few people behind him looked as if they were not surprised. The bald man's minions looked at the few people who had taken the bald man into custody and immediately made preparations to start a fight. A few of Hung Yi's men naturally confronted them unwillingly. Sun Yen Yen raised her hand and clapped several times. Don't waste your time. Why don't I give you two choices now, how about it? She laughed softly at the bald henchman, the laughter in her watery eyes not half melting into them. What Sun Yen Yen hated most in her life was shameless men who preyed on women. How could she let a guy like Baldhead, who maliciously took orders, off the hook? The bald henchman, who was already a bit nervous, got even more nervous. One by one, they stared at Sun Yen Yen and asked, what do you want to do? Sun Yen Yen shrugged, let's do it this way. I, on the other hand, just happen to have a little bit of money. How about any of you punching him? I'll give you $1,000. There's no upper limit today, how about it? Hearing Sun Yen Yen's words, it is false not to be moved. As long as the punch is $1,000, 10 punches is $10,000. Now that the bald head had been captured by Hung Yi, even if they didn't do anything, he wouldn't have much development in Shinhai in the future. So what if you hit it? But does this woman have so much money? Sun Yen Yen seemed to see what they were thinking, smiled softly and took a black card from his pocket and shook it. Here, this card is enough, isn't it? And with your Shinhai's boss as a guarantor, this deal is a sure thing, isn't it? Boss? Hung Yi heard a jolt in his back and nodded repeatedly. That's right. A few punks glanced at each other apprehensively, still seeming to be hesitant. So Sun Yen Yen took out her cell phone and operated on it briefly, and then she heard Hung Yi's pocket suddenly ring. Cell phone, take it out and look at it. Hung Yi raised an eyebrow suspiciously, pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and glanced at it, his eyes almost falling right out. This? Seeing the string of zeros on top of the cell phone, Hung Yi was instantly dumbfounded, staring intently at the phone and repeatedly counting them in his mind. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion? He had actually received $100 million that Sun Yen Yen had transferred to him for no reason at all? Jesus Christ, is he daydreaming? Chapter 35, this will never happen again. Sun Yen Yen winked at Hung Yi. 100 million should be enough for you to deal with the people within Shinhai, right? Hung Yi stunned his jaw halfway down, and only then did he retract it. It's true that a big man is a big man, and a small goal at the drop of a hat. He nodded. Don't worry auntie, this kind of thing will never happen again. Aha! Sun Yen Yen answered, turned around, and simply left. Hung Yi gave his men a wink and also followed Sun Yen Yen away. When Shin Huayan drove to the vicinity of the school, he happened to see Sun Yen Yen and Hung Yi walking side by side. Sun Yen Yen was eating with a smile on her face as she held a cone, while Hung Yi on the side was holding a large bag of snacks and laughing with her. The moment she saw Shin Huayan, Sun Yen Yen's entire body froze in place. Fortunately, she was mentally strong enough to immediately act as if she was fine and ran over to Shin Huayan. Mr. Shin, why are you here? Shin Huayan gritted his teeth, his eyes fell on Sun Yen Yen's simple and innocent little face, and asked without answering, who is this person? Sun Yen Yen blinked her watery eyes. He is a good person. Hung Yi quietly looked at Sun Yen Yen without saying a word. The man in front of him he recognized was Shin Huayan, the president of the Shin Group. Although he didn't know what Sun Yen Yen's relationship with him was, he could tell from the wary way the man looked at him that he should care quite a bit about Sun Yen Yen. And yes, who could care less when they have a baby like that? Sun Yen Yen had just said that she obviously didn't want to tell Shin Huayan what had really happened, so he could only be silent and wait for her to make up nonsense now. Shin Huayan raised his eyebrows, clearly skeptical of Sun Yen Yen's phrase good person. Sun Yen Yen's watery eyes narrowed, and with a smile on her face, she continued, just now, I encountered a group of bad guys in front of the school, and it was this big brother Hung Yi who helped me out, so he's a good guy. That's a really hard reason for even Henjichi himself to believe that he's a good person. Not to mention Shin Huayan. But Sun Yen Yen looked as if she hadn't noticed at all, and then added very seriously, Big brother Hung Yi just bought me snacks, Mr. Shin, do you want to eat? Shin Huayan felt his head hurt even more now. He reached out and took the ice cream from Sun Yen Yen's hand. Don't just eat anything from strangers. Saying that, Shin Huayan directly threw the ice cream into the trash can. He nodded at Hung Yi and said, thank you for helping Yen Yen out. This is my business card. If there is a need you can take the business card and come to Shin's group to look for me. I'll take the person first. Hong Yi never had time to speak from the beginning. He glanced down at the snack that the aunt had just bought and was thinking about whether or not he should give it to her. Just far away, he heard Sun Yen Yen's voice coming over. Big brother Hong Yi, thank you for the snacks you bought, those go back and distribute them to the little brothers who just followed you, she said, and waved at him. The corner of Hong Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Sure enough, an ant is an ant, acting like a little white flower. If he hadn't seen her old man's bottle ballast go and staple Xinhai's former boss's hand to the table with his own eyes, he could have been blindsided. Looks like this Shin Huayan is their aunt's true love without a doubt. Meanwhile, Shin Huayan, who pulled Sun Yen Yen away, was still in a mood that couldn't be calmed for a long time, and he still couldn't be calmed down until he stuffed her into the passenger side. Mr. Shun, you. Well. Before she had a chance to say the words that followed, the back of her neck sank and her lips were suddenly blocked unexpectedly. This kiss from Shin Huayan came a bit suddenly, startling Sun Yen Yen's body to a standstill, allowing him to wantonly bully her thin lips, either biting or sucking, rolling over and over between the lips, excessively leaving either deep or light marks. Sun Yen Yen shivered slightly in pain, and only a moment later, her good-looking eyes were already a watery mess. She was already of a pain-intolerant constitution, and she would have to grimace at the slightest pain, let alone in this somewhat rough way. Her small hand gently pushed Shin Huayan, but it was suddenly held tighter. Her petite body was almost completely held down in Shin Huayan's arms, and his strong kisses didn't give her any room to breathe. Sun Yen Yen even felt like she was going to suffocate in the kiss before he let go of her a little bit, but just as she was waiting for her to catch her breath for a few moments, his lips pressed up again. This was repeated until her slightly stiff little body was completely limp in his arms. Shin Huayan was not satisfied. Sun Yen Yen gasped for air, her eyes and the tip of her nose faintly flushed scarlet after being bullied. The lips were even slightly red and swollen from Shin Huayan's rough treatment. It was only after Shin Huayan withdrew his hand that he felt that he should have just gone crazy. He tried desperately to compose himself and looked at the person in his arms. But when his eyes landed on her bullied, crying expression, the strings in his heart nearly broke again. Shin Huayan's throat knots rolled slightly, and he raised his hand to gently tease the hair on her ear and put it behind his ear. No more walking around with strangers, okay? Sun Yen Yen blinked her reddened eyes pitifully, and let out a soft nasal tone. Looking at her aggrieved look, Shin Huayan sighed silently. Early on the way here, the thought that she might be harmed made his whole heart pound with panic. But when he saw that she was safe and sound, with another man by her side, instead of getting better, that panicky feeling was covered by another irritation. He didn't like her being so defenseless and smiling at other men, especially a man that dangerous. He knew she was young and simple-minded from the mountains. He knew he should teach her carefully. He knows it all. But he had just held her down and kissed her without a second thought, like a barrel of dynamite that had been set on fire. What the hell this was about, even he couldn't figure it out. Is it because she's so defenseless out there too that he's so angry? While Shin Huayan was pondering, Sun Yen Yen's soft and sticky voice rang out, Mr. Shun, were you just punishing me because I did something wrong? Her small hand gently touched the slightly swollen lips, starred and still a little bloodstained. It seemed that because of the pain, her hand cringed along with it, and the little expression on her face didn't look too good. Shin Huayan glanced at her small mouth without moving and said blandly, casually walking with strangers and eating strangers' food, a small punishment for you, not satisfied? Sun Yen Yen pursed her small lips and muttered pitifully, no, it's just that. Next time can you be a little lighter, I'm afraid of pain. Chapter 36, it's not like she's the one who's losing out. Her eyes were like deers, looking at him wetly, instantly pulling Shin Huayan's guilt all over the place. His eyes slowly landed on her bruised pout, and he frowned slightly. What he has done. Sun Yen Yen was still young and didn't understand anything, and he even had the cheek to go along with her words and admit that it was punishment. Shin Huayan reached out and cupped her chin, looking from side to side, his brows frowning tighter. The strength of his hand was noticeably gentler, however. Shin Huayan's lips opened, wanting to try to explain that the punishment shouldn't be like this, but looking at her eyes that were as simple as white paper, the words that came to his mouth were all swallowed back. Eventually, he raised his hand and rubbed her little head. I won't be so mean from now on. Looking at her wilting appearance sitting on the co-pilot, Shin Huayan couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart. Looks like it scared the little guy this time. After Shin Huayan sent Sun Yen Yen home, he had she check out the man called Hong Yi. Sir, these are the information about Hong Yi, and the matter of Xinhai kidnapping Mrs. Just now has also been investigated. She put all the information he had investigated in front of Shin Huayan. He stole a glance at Shin Huayan and noticed that his air pressure was even lower than usual, even she didn't dare to speak casually. It's a good thing Mr. Su went there in time, or else Sun Yen Yen would have really suffered. She had to say that Sun Yen Yen was really lucky. Perhaps like Master Shin said, she was originally the reincarnation of a lucky star, a koi carp in the world. Shin Huayan looked at the information related to Hong Yi, but his brows became tighter and tighter. Are you sure this is all of his information? Although this man called Hong Yi was a member of Xinhai, he did everything by the book. Except for this month when he suddenly took out Xinhai's boss and became Xinhai's new boss. She nodded, this is all the information about Hong Yi, his character. is well, not bad. At least it's true that he's kind of a nice guy, as their wife says. After she as if suddenly thought of what General, then said, this constant one since the takeover of the Shinhai, the entire Shinhai almost was a big change of blood, before those who broke the law and crime are not touched again, but only individual followers of the former boss of the people from time to time of the young Bangin Yi. Shinhwayan's face didn't look a few points better because of Hishi's words. His fingertips gently tapped on the desktop, and for a moment he looked at Hishi and asked, has there been any investigation to find out who was behind instructing Shinhai's people to make a move on Yen Yen? When Shinhwayan thought of Sun Yen Yen being taken away from the school entrance without a word, his heart could hardly contain the waves. The consequences would have been unimaginable if she hadn't happened to meet Hung Yi. There was no way, even if he had just been faster, that he could have ensured that she wasn't half hurt. She hesitated, I'm afraid this matter is only known to those within Shinhai. His words came to this point and he added a few more sentences. I heard that Shinhai's boss, in order to set an example for others, bought a punch for $1,000 and made the group of people who had kidnapped Mrs. beat each other up, and that bald guy who wanted to hurt Mrs. had already been crippled. That man has been beaten into a vegetable into the intensive care unit. It is expected that it will be difficult to wake up in this life. As for those who beat him up, they were also sent to the police station. She had to admit that this Shinhai's boss had drive as well as brains. Effortlessly punished those who opposed him, warning all the other dissenting guys in the process. Shinhwayan's brows pressed slightly. It seemed that if he wanted to know who the mastermind behind the scenes was, it was inevitable that he would have to meet with this guy called Hung Yi. But would he tell him the truth? His dark eyes narrowed instantly. Check all the people who have recently had problems with Nian Nian, and see who has had contact with Shinhai's people recently. He wouldn't pin all the possibilities on the same person. Also, arrange for a few bodyguards to secretly protect Nian Nian's safety. Yes, sir. At 2 p.m., the temperature was quite a bit hotter. Su Nian Nian sat inside her dormitory and flipped through the information Hung Yi had sent her on her cell phone. She was alone in the quiet dormitory. Ever since her last run-in with Sang Jing, Sang Wan, and Lin Bailu, the principal had directly arranged a double dormitory room for her, but she's the only one who lives there. Su Nian Nian leaned back in her chair and swiped her phone, her eyebrows slightly raised, and she was surprisingly not half surprised when she saw that the person who had found someone to kidnap her was Lin Bailu. The Lin family came to the Shin family only yesterday and said that they wanted to replace her, and just after Shinhwayan refused, Lin Bailu found someone to kidnap her. Even had the bald guy take pictures of her after he was done insulting her. If it wasn't for the fact that the bald guy was lying in the hospital in a vegetative state after being beaten up by his men, the rest of the punks would all be in the station again. Su Nian Nian ironically gave her a taste of her own medicine. Buzz. Su Nian Nian was lost in thought when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. It's her master, Xia Tianji. Didn't we agree to take the cow and horse route? What do you mean you're sleeping in the same bed with him? Unless your little brother is blind, he will not agree to the Lin family replacing you. How many better girls are there under the sky than our Nian Nian? With master here, what do you need him to back you up? Su Nian Nian looked at the several messages that popped up in a row and raised her eyebrows slightly. Immediately after that the phone vibrated several times in quick succession. It's a couple emojis that represent shock. Su Nian Young sighed, silently typed a line on the keyboard. Sleeping in the same bed is of course to be a cow in bed. No sooner had her message been sent than Xia Tianji's side exploded. A direct call was made to Su Nian Nian. She just picked up the phone and heard Xia Tianji's sharp voice. You. Cough cough cough. What kind of tiger and wolf words did you just say? I won't allow it. Definitely can't sleep in the same bed with him. Su Nian Nian propped up her little head and placed her cell phone on the desktop, coolly saying, the sofa in my little brother's house is too hard, and there's only one bed in his room, so it was hard for me to climb into bed and sleep without being kicked off. Xia Tianji listened to Su Nian Nian's words. His fists couldn't help but harden. That brat even let you sleep on the sofa all the time? No. You listen to master, you're a girl, you'll eat if you share a bed with that brat. Taking a loss. Su Nian Nian thought of Shinhwayan's salty hand on his abs before and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It's like she's not the one who's losing out. And there Mr. Shun's abs feel really superb. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes narrowed, ears full of Xia Tianji gibberish talk. As for what he actually said, she really did not listen to half a word into. Chapter 37. This is a very bad sign. She's crawled up in her bed. There's no reason why she shouldn't continue her route of making a raw deal. Regarding this aspect, though, all her experience comes from books. There were a total of 7 elder brothers and 1 master in her family, and the 8 big old men didn't even have anyone to give her physiology lessons. They just told him there was nothing good about men and to never let another man's fingers touch her. So exactly how it works is lost on her. Looks like she's going to have to find some experienced people to ask for advice. Thinking so, Su Nian Nian decisively sent a few messages over to Hung Yi. She is not much experienced. Looking to some of her senior brothers to figure out what to do, they definitely wouldn't help her. But Hung Yi was different. He was her little brother and surely knew quite a few people with experience. As Su Nian Nian thought this, her entire body couldn't help but look forward to it. But what she never expected was, before she could find a suitable teacher on her side, she lost contact with Shinhwayan. For 5 days in a row. On the weekend, Su Nian sat boredly in the gazebo looking at the pond not far away, her eyebrows almost twisted into a pimple. Since Shinhwayan sent her back on the day she was kidnapped, Su Nian hasn't seen him again. She also made it a point to ask a few of Shinhwayan's younger brothers and learned that he just happened to be on a business trip recently, which is why he didn't come home. Can Shinhwayan have traveled like this before? Su Nian was just thinking, when suddenly there was a sound of footsteps from behind her. The visitor looked at her with a smiling face. Sister-in-law, are you busy? Su Nian shook her head, her entire body wilting. Shinhwairua sat directly opposite Su Nian with a strong tug at the corners of his mouth, watching her mechanically throw fish food into the pond, knowing that she was definitely unhappy. Recently, Shinhwayan had suddenly left home and started traveling on business, catching the three brothers off guard as well. Shinhwayan never went out on business trips since strange things always happen frequently at home. So they're weird too. Without giving any of them an explanation, Shinhwayan took He and disappeared on his own for 5 days. The company is running as usual, but their sister-in-law is wilting day by day. That's a very bad sign. Ahem. Sister-in-law, big brother suddenly business trip. There is a reason. Before the family a little thing. A lot of business trip work big brother did not have a way to deal with. Now the situation is much better, so. Shinhwairua pulled the corners of his mouth strongly to explain to Su Nian. He said that part of that was true. It was true that Shinhwayan hadn't traveled for a long time because of the strange events at home, and part of this trip was also because with Su Nian around, nothing strange ever happened around him again. With a sister-in-law so capable of calming the house and blocking evil spirits, of course they don't want to let her go. Plus, my sister-in-law is soft and cuddly and looks harmless and okay to be around. Definitely missed the boat. So when the three of them put their heads together, they planned to spare a day each for their sister-in-law to relieve her boredom during the time their big brother was traveling. Su Nian propped up her chin and glanced at Shinhwairua, seemingly pondering what he had just said. Seeing this, Shinhwairua immediately continued, Big brother specially explained that I will take sister-in-law you to play on the weekend, and when the time comes, he will also let me take pictures for him. Really? Su Nian's watery eyes abruptly widened considerably. Her bright eyes looked at Shinhwairua, which made him feel weak for no reason. He pulled the corners of his mouth strongly and nodded vigorously. That's for sure, but I purposely made time because of my big brother's words. Sister-in-law, do you have a place you want to go? Su Nian's because of Shinhwairua's words, the whole person relaxed a lot. A pair of watery eyes smiled curved. Wherever you can, I haven't gone out much. Then, let us go to the newly opened racetrack? There, Shinhwairua pondered for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. When he said this, his eyes didn't forget to keep staring at Su Nian, afraid that she wouldn't like it. In fact, this place was still the place they settled on after the three brothers discussed it. They originally wanted to take Su Nian out to eat and drink along the way, but Shinhwaiji was worried that if they did what he was going to do for Big Brother wouldn't be able to brush up on his good feelings when the time came. So they had to find another way to do something they don't do often. It just so happens that a new racetrack has opened in Shangjing, so taking their sister-in-law to race cars in it will give him a fresh start. There were also quite a few drivers sponsored by their Shin family in there, so it would be nice to take her for a bit of fun. Su Nian's pretty watery eyes blinked. Can I drive? Shinhwairua froze slightly and nodded. Sister-in-law can drive a race car. Will be a little bit. Su Nian scratched her little face a little less favorably. It's just a little faster than the car she usually drives. When she was bored in the mountains, she was often taken to the track to race cars by her fourth senior brother, who was known as the god of cars. Of course, he wouldn't have one against her. It can be said that her fourth senior brother was hard-rolled into a car god by her. Shinhwairua of course didn't notice the complex expression that flickered under Su Nian's eyes, and immediately stood up happily. Then sister-in-law, you prepare a little, I'll have the butler prepare the car, and take you to the racecourse in a while. Good. Su Nian agreed to Shinhwairua very quickly. This gave him a momentary sigh of relief. Intending to make this racing trip an unmissable memory for her sister-in-law no matter what, but never thought that they had just arrived at the racetrack to change into their racing clothes, and Shinhwairua's face was instantly gloomy. Yo, Shinhwairua, I didn't realize that your so-called important thing was to accompany a little beauty out to play? Zhao Shaggy's sneering voice came head-on. Immediately afterward, he looked at an unruly teenager with dyed red hair beside him and said, Young Xiao, as you can see, young Master Shin-san doesn't have the slightest bit of sincerity towards cooperating with you. Shinhwairua's fists clenched hard. Zhao Shaggy is his nemesis in the legal world. Recently, the Chow family, one of the four big families, publicly announced the replacement of their law firm, and many people are very keen on this piece of pie. The most qualified of them, besides his law firm, is followed by Zhao Shaggy's law firm. He had made a few appointments with Xiao Xiu before. This new president, Mr. Xiao, was young and vigorous and loved racing. So the few times they'd met had been on the racetrack, and he'd had his sponsored drivers have a few sessions with Josie, but the terms had never been agreed upon. Zhao Shaggy's side also wanted to take Zhou's group's order, so there was no shortage of jumping up and down. He didn't think that Zhao Shaggy could be so shameless as to pick a day when he was out and bring Xiao Siyu here to pretend to have a chance encounter. He wouldn't be affected even if he didn't take Zhou's order, but to give it to Zhou Shaggy for nothing, he couldn't do it. Xiao Siyu's line of sight followed Zhao Shaggy's line of sight to Shenhuairua, just in time to catch a glimpse of Sun Yanyan in a red racing suit. She is petite and small, wearing a racing suit looks but with a bit of valor, standing on the track just a glance let people feel stunning. Chapter 38, How can it be the same with you? The corner of Kaishiyu's mouth hooked slightly and he slowly opened his mouth, and this is? Although his question was asking Shenhuairua, his eyes had not moved away from Sun Yanyan's body. The alarm bells in Shenhuairua's heart instantly went off. Mr. Xiao, she is my big. Before she could say the word sister-in-law, Sun Yanyan suddenly jumped and pulled Shenhuairua's neck down, looking at Xiao Siyu with a big smile and said, I'm his big sister, and he's the little brother I'm covering, so what's your problem? Hearing Sun Yanyan's words, she also saw that Shenhuairua's gaze at her did carry a bit of caution. It's not like a mutual love affair. The smile underneath Xiao Siyu's eyes was even thicker at this point. Zhao Shaggy, who was standing beside him, saw the clues at once, and he immediately interrupted with a voice, Shenhuairua, I thought you were quite capable, but I didn't expect that you would recognize a little girl as a big sister, and if the word spreads in the legal and political circles, do you still want to lose your face? Sun Yanyan's brows wrinkled at once. From just after seeing this man in front of him, his words attacking Shenhuairua hadn't stopped. It's so annoying. This kind of small matter can still reach the legal and political circles. This Mr. Xiao should really work with this lawyer, he should be careful with his words and actions in general. Sun Yanyan's seemingly careless words instantly made Zhao Shaggy's heart startled. They are in the business of law and politics, confidentiality is naturally the first. It would be troublesome to have their abilities questioned by Xiao Siyu because of this little girl. Zhao Shaggy hurriedly explained. What does a little girl like you know? Mr. Xiao is our most important partner, how can he be the same as you? Sun Yanyan shrugged his shoulders, rushed aside. Shenhuairua said, hear that, Xiao is his most important partner. I really do not know how his current partners will think when they hear it, but this is certainly not past. After all, we are all strict-mouthed people. You. Stop. Sun Yanyan directly reached out and made a pause gesture. I'm just slightly reminding people, what's your hurry? It's not like I'm telling people you're not going to work with you anymore, so secrets can just be said, right? Zhao Shaggy was furious at Sun Yanyan's operation and jumped to his feet, but on the contrary, Shenhuairua looked at Zhao Shaggy across the table with some dark pleasure. The guy had always been at odds with him, and when they met they were always at each other's throats for a while. It was the first time he had ever seen a sentence like this one eat its words, and he had to say that his sister-in-law was just a cow. Zhao Shaggy, seeing that he had lost face in front of Xiao Siyu, glared at Sun Yanyan with a cold face and directly changed the topic. You guys are here to race, right? Do you want to compete? He had heard before that Shenhuairua had sponsored a number of drivers and a specialized team. If he ruthlessly abused the people in Shenhuairua's hands in front of Xiao Siyu, by then this big order will still be at hand. His gaze went to Shenhuairua, the provocation obvious. After saying this, Zhao Shaggy was still worried that Shenhuairua wouldn't fall for it, so he fawned again in front of Xiao Siyu. Mr. Xiao, I've heard that Shenhuairua has recently sponsored a very powerful rider, so why don't Mr. Xiao give him a hand? Xiao Siyu wasn't half interested in the fight between Zhao Shaggy and Shenhuairua, but he couldn't help but feel a little itchy when he brought up the point of very powerful riders. It's too hard to find riders in SCOTUS who are a match for him. So when he heard Zhao Shaggy say this, he immediately became interested. Young Master Shin-san has found another good racer? That's not true. I can hear that this rider was specially poached from abroad by young Master Shin-san. Zhao Shaggy added fuel to the fire from the side. In order to hang on to Xiao Siyu's appetite, then as long as he is disappointed in Shenhuairua's side, it will be easier for him to get his hands on his side. Shenhuairua knew that Zhao Shaggy was holding back his bad feelings, so he didn't even intend to pick up on this. It's really a pity that you're not going to be a paparazzo, Mr. Zhao. He did inquire about a lot of racing drivers, and even tried to poach Derek, who was known as the god of cars abroad, but unfortunately that one pressed on. Zhao Shaggy should have heard about it and that's why he's here to add fuel to the fire. He laughed lightly and looked at Shenhuairua mockingly and said, Shin-san young master, you're not making any sense. It just so happens that our side has also sponsored a driver. Why don't you call out your newly poached driver as well, and how about both of us make a run with Mr. Xiao? Zhao Shaggy said and waved behind him, and soon a blonde man stood in front of several people. He glanced at the people present with a condescending face, and Zhao Shaggy hurriedly stepped forward to round off the scene. This is Harry, he's a racer second only to the god of cars, and he's very famous abroad. The three words second only to caused Sun Yanyan's eyebrows to raise slightly. Her fourth senior brother was called the god of cars because the only thing anyone else on the racetrack could do was look at his taillights to fight for second place. So this second to none is a lot of water. Xiao Siyu didn't know the twists and turns in this. He heard Zhao Shaggy speak with such conviction, he immediately became interested. In that case, a match now? As he spoke, his eyes looked toward Sun Yanyan and winked. Is this big sister lady coming as well? Sun Yin Yan's small mouth moved slightly and was about to open her mouth when she heard the blonde man snort coldly, "I'm the foreign aide hired by General Manager Zhao, not just any cat or dog to participate in the competition." Shinhwairua's brows furrowed violently, and when he went forward to argue with him, he saw Sun Yin Yan stopping him. "Chinese is good, next time don't say it, little trash." Sun Yin Yan didn't give him any face at all. "With a foreign scam driver like you can't even touch the taillights of my car." Put. As soon as Sun Yin Yan's words left her mouth, Xiao Siyu was amused by her. He hadn't expected Sun Yin Yan to be quite so angry for such a small creature. It was funny how Harry had just pointed a finger at her and she just called the other person out on their face, not intending to take any at all. Harry's face turned red as he was scolded by man Sun Yin Yan. "You're a woman who really doesn't know what she's doing." Sun Yin Yan glanced coolly at Harry. "It's impossible to measure how high the sky is, but from the surface of the earth downwards, the thickness of the entire stratum of the earth is about 6,400 or so kilometers. If you don't know that, go study geography again." You woman." Harry gritted his teeth and cursed directly in English behind him. "A woman like you who relies on her body to get to the top and still dares to humiliate me, you shameless b*tch, you." Before he could finish his latter words, he was violently pulled behind Zhao Shaggy. Instead, his own face was viciously smashed by Shinhwairua. Zhao Shaggy stumbled, and a smear of blood suddenly hung from the corner of his mouth. He lightly rubbed the corners of his mouth and looked at Shinhwairua grimly. "Third young Master Shin, if you break my rider, I'm afraid we're not done with this today." Chapter 39. How is this possible? Zhao Shaggy wasn't one to suffer. He didn't want to help Harry take a beating either, but the man was the key to him being able to take Joe's big order, so he had to put up with it. Shinhwairua's face was ugly as hell. "This kind of trash, and you still dare to say it's a rider?" Just now, his punch should be a little bit more ruthless, and break Zhao Shaggy's teeth for him. Shinhwairua clenched his fists fiercely and glared viciously at Zhao Shaggy and Harry. That damn man dared to insult his sister-in-law in front of him. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Zhao Shaggy, however, was not flustered. "Third young Master Shin, we are both lawyers, so I don't need to go into detail about what it is like to hit someone with your hands, right?" Shinhwairua glanced at him, his tone colder than just now. "What do you want?" Zhao Shaggy snorted coldly. "It's very simple. Let your people have a match with me and Mr. Xiao. If you win, this matter will be put to rest. If you lose, make public amends and apologize. How about that?" Xiao Siyu stood quietly watching the fight between the few people in front of him, with absolutely no intention of asking questions. He just wants to find a rival. As for the other, have nothing to do with him. This little tiny woman in front of him does look a little interesting, but not enough to make him go out. Shinhwairua coldly grimaced and was just about to open his mouth when he heard Sun Yin Yan's soft and sticky voice ring out. "I'll compare myself to you guys, but the conditions have to be changed." Zhao Shaggy was instantly happy when he saw this. "Little sister, I'm afraid you can't make the call on this." Although Shinhwairua had just recognized Sun Yin Yan as his big sister, but this kind of thing that would lose face, Shinhwairua definitely wouldn't hand it over to a little girl. Unexpectedly, Sun Yin Yan shrugged her shoulders in disbelief, raised her hand on Shinhwairua's shoulder and said, "Leave this to your sister me," she said, winking at Shinhwairua. Available. Shinhwairua's heart was obviously apprehensive. He was tempted to explain to her that there was a fundamental difference between a race car and a car driven very fast. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Sun Yin Yan looking at him with arched eyebrows, lowering his voice and whispering, "Third brother, have you forgotten for what reason I came to the Shin family?" she said, and winked at Shinhwairua. "Don't worry, I'm super lucky." Shinhwairua stared at Sun Yin Yan for half a second, then suddenly thought about it. Just now Zhao Shaggy just said that it would be fine if the match was won. But it doesn't say it has to be technology first, does it? If his sister-in-law is really a reincarnation of a koi carp and has a stroke of luck and happens to win, Shinhwairua suddenly felt that he, a staunch materialist, would still be lucky about such metaphysical things. He's really affected by this sister-in-law of his. Shinhwairua had wanted to persuade Sun Yin Yan, but seeing her look of bursting confidence, he simply let her go. If he wins it's fine, but if he loses, he'll have to find a way to make up for it. He sighed softly, his eyes going to Zhao Shaggy. It's up to her now. Although Zhao Shaggy was a bit surprised, but looking at Shinhwairua's face did not look too good. He knew that it was the little girl on the side who was trying to be strong. This made Zhao Shaggy even more complacent. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Sun Yin Yan, saying extraordinarily kindly, "Alright, little girl, what did you just want to ask for, now tell me?" Sun Yin Yan cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Shaggy, but was not annoyed. "It's very simple, if we lose, we'll do as you say, but if I win, if you win, let Harry apologize to you." Without waiting for Sun Yin Yan to finish his words, Zhao Shaggy directly picked up the conversation. "I didn't expect Sun Yin Yan to shake her head decisively. No, I don't need to apologize, I want him to dog crawl the grounds in a circle." How is apologizing more exciting than dog crawling? Xiao Siyu looked at Sun Yin Yan's vindictive little expression. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but tickle, and without waiting for Zhao Shaggy to open his mouth, he helped out. "Is Mr. Zhao still afraid of a little girl?" Zhao Shaggy pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly and glanced at Harry beside him. Just listen to his mocking sneer. Don't talk about dog crawling. If I lose, I'll change my name on my Weibo to dog. Yes. The corners of Su Nian-Nian's mouth abruptly rose in a shallow arc. Never thought there would be a windfall. Soon enough, Su Nian-Nian, Harry and Josie were in position at each of the 3 tracks. The roar of the sky makes people follow cannot help but follow the blood boiling. While standing outside the field of Shenhuairuo heart but followed the apprehension up. He suddenly felt that it didn't matter if Su Nian-Nian won or lost, as long as the person was safe. He shouldn't have agreed so impulsively just now. What? Only now are you afraid of losing? Zhao Shaggy looked at Shenhuairuo smugly, his voice all tinged with frivolity. Shenhuairuo didn't bother with Zhao Shaggy and just stared at the track racing. Suddenly, the starting cue sounded on the track and the 3 cars broke into a run like offline arrows. Zhao Shaggy saw Shenhuairuo looking at the racetrack and followed his direction to see a race car leaving the other 2 far behind. To be fair, Nian Su, Harry and Josie all have the same model. The only thing the 3 could tell apart was the digital decals on the body. Zhao Shaggy just glanced at it and immediately became smug. I told you before, Harry is the second best driver besides the god of cars. I didn't expect you to let a little girl go on the field. Are you worried that no one will take the blame if you lose at that time? Zhao Shaggy saw Shenhuairuo did not make a sound, and then continued, oops, think about it, if you really look for a formal writer, when the time comes to lose so ugly, the face cannot hang. Shenhuairuo looked at Zhao Shaggy's villainous look and snorted lightly. I suggest you look at what the number of the first place car is before blowing it. Even if I look again, the first place is. He said this, his eyes tightened on the first place on the big screen. The car number is even 3? That little girl driving the car? What's even more outrageous is that she wasn't just barely ahead, she was almost half a lap behind the other 2 cars. Zhao Shaggy's mouth opened incredulously. How is this possible? It's amazing that the Harry he just talked about is at the very end. It's still half a body from Josie. Right in the middle of his shock, the match ended right there. Nian Su is undoubtedly number 1. The smack in the face came unexpectedly, making it a little difficult for Zhao Shaggy to accept for a while. Shenhuairuo forced down the ecstasy in his heart and deliberately said in a conspiratorial manner when he looked at Zhao Shaggy, oops, Harry is the second best driver besides the god of cars, and he would lose to a little girl, tsk. Now Zhao Shaggy's face became even darker. He glared indignantly at Shenhuairuo, almost annoyed. You must have played a trick. Is it possible that you did something to the car? Otherwise you definitely couldn't have won. Chapter 40. Can't afford to lose? Shenhuairuo's white eyes rolled and he snorted coldly, what? Can't afford to lose? He didn't care what had just happened. In short, his sister-in-law had won. Seeing Zhao Shaggy's deflated expression made him feel secretly happy. And at that moment, Su Nian-Nian stepped down from the racing car. Where Shenhuairuo couldn't see, she gave Harry, who was sitting in the race car, a middle finger. Garbage. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from a sidecar. Xiao Siyu looked at Su Nian-Nian's arrogant appearance and really couldn't hold back. When he was just racing, he gave it his all, so he had no complaints at all about losing this race. He was just curious as to how a seemingly obedient and coquettish girl like Su Nian-Nian could drive a race car so skillfully. As soon as he opened the car door, he ended up hearing her calling Harry a piece of trash and giving him the middle finger. It was so much fun. When Su Nian-Nian heard the commotion, she looked askance at Xiao Siyu on the side, raised her eyebrows at him, and sent him 3 words as well, little chicken. With those words, she threw the racing helmet in her hand towards the car and was about to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Siyu immediately took an arrow step to chase after her, blocking her way. Little girl, how about accompanying me to play racing later? Su Nian-Nian didn't even think about it and simply waved her hand. I don't play with little chickens. She disliked him in one sentence. Xiao Siyu wasn't one to squirm, and his level was indeed very poor compared to Su Nian-Nian's. But because of this, he wanted Su Nian-Nian to race with him even more. He pondered slightly for a few seconds and immediately looked at her with a smile and said, why don't I give Shenhuairuo the list of Xiaos, and how about you race with me in the future? Su Nian-Nian's footsteps visibly paused when she heard Shenhuairuo's name. Xiao Siyu thought that his words had played a role, so he continued, as long as you promise to accompany me racing 3 times a week, I will give Xiao's list to Shenhuairuo. This condition is cost-effective, right? Su Nian-Nian snorted and raised his eyebrows high. Are you threatening me? What's Joe's not Joe's? It's more convenient to level one of him and just acquire a few companies and assign the business to the third brother. Josie waved her hand back and forth. No, that's not what I meant. Su Nian-Nian glanced at him and took a step back to distance herself from him. So what do you mean? Of course I want to make friends with you. Xiao Siyu's eyes glanced over Su Nian-Nian's body, and a pair of eyebrows smiled even more broadly. He had also thought that Su Nian-Nian was a pretty vase at first, but he hadn't expected that she would give him such a big surprise. Su Nian-Nian looked at Xiao Siyu's smiling face as he came over, and reached out to hold it back for him. No need, I have many friends. Xiao Siyu was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had been rejected so completely. With his background in the 4 major families, and having taken over the Qiao family's business early on, both in school and in the business world, There are people everywhere who flatter him. Even a big family like the Shin family treated him with courtesy. How come this little girl in front of him could not see him so well? Josie scratched her fiery red hair in annoyance. How about just 2 days a week? Not good. Su Nian didn't bother to continue to wrangle with him and walked in the direction of Shinhwairua. But Xiao Siyu didn't die, and followed up closely, once a week, okay? I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who want the Chow family to cooperate. I've already given you face. No thanks. Su Nian declined without even thinking about it. So what if they were from the 4 great families? They were completely inadequate with her. She now only wants to pay back the favor, full of thoughts about how to boil rice to cook her Mr. Shin, where there is time to be distracted? Seeing Su Nian walking further and further away, Xiao Siyu completely lost his temper. He sprinted a few steps to keep up with Su Nian, but by this time, she had also walked beside Shinhwairua. Zhao Shaggy saw this and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Xiao has worked hard, Harry. He was just about to say something when he saw that Harry was walking slowly from the distance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Siyu even crossed him and stood in front of Su Nian once again. How about it? Why don't you reconsider, or at least let third young Master Shin help you make up your mind? Thinking that Su Nian was brought by Shinhwairua, it is not possible to go from her side. Perhaps it is possible from Shinhwairua's side. Previously, Shinhwairua also wanted to fight for their Chow family's order to come. Thinking so, Xiao Siyu's eyes looked toward Shinhwairua, and there were even a few moments of anticipation under his eyes. His line of sight was just too hot, and Shinhwairua's heart immediately looked at Su Nian with apprehension, asking in a low voice, "Did Xiao Siyu give you a hard time?" He had brought Su Nian here to take a break, and if he pissed her off, it would be more trouble than it was worth. Su Nian shook her head. No, he wanted me to accompany him racing every week from now on, and I refused. Speaking of this, Su Nian seemed to have thought of something. He just said that he's going to give you Chow's order. She remembered that Zhao Shaggy seemed to have mentioned this just now, and she didn't know if this matter was important to Shinhwairua, so she decided to ask anyway. How can that be? Without waiting for Shinhwairua to open his mouth, Zhao Shaggy was the first to interrupt Su Nian. Mr. Xiao wouldn't just joke around with this kind of thing. You need to be a little bit more whimsical. Shinhwairua heard, the fire immediately came up. But shut up, my big sister's business is none of your business. Manage your men, usually read more books, less bragging be it. Save the wind, big flash tongue. Zhao Shaggy's face sank. Who knows what tactics you guys just used to win over Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao was generous enough not to pursue you guys and even thanked God. You still want to think of something beautiful. The words were indeed mine. As soon as Zhao Shaggy's words were finished, Xiao Siyu slapped him in the face in a very disrespectful manner. And it's true that the little girl won the race just now. It wasn't as catty as you make it out to be. Zhao Shaggy's eyes widened considerably. How is that possible? Mr. Zhao, your racing skills. He couldn't find a suitable adjective for a moment, and he ended up hearing Su Nian on the side of him add 2 words in a decisive manner. Very vegetable. Yes, very rookie. No, I don't mean that. I mean that Mr. Xiao's racing skills are amazing. Zhao shagged back, indignantly glaring at Su Nian. The latter shrugged indifferently. A dish is a dish, and you don't let people say that. With that look in your eyes, no wonder you brought trash to the game. Zhao Shaggy was really going to be pissed off at Su Nian. But he couldn't pick any faults. After all, they were the ones who lost. He gritted his teeth and finally pointed viciously at Su Nian. Do you have any quality in this person? No. Su Nian said with a firm and decisive voice. Pfft, ha. Chapter 41, How come you're so stiff? Josiah couldn't hold back another laugh. This woman is so damn funny. Obviously, Jiao is small and looks like a good boy, ready to be taken at any time. How come she is so rigid? Amusing. Su Nian cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Siyu, the dislike under her eyes spilling out of her sockets. Is such a person really the president of a company? Their family won't lose their pants, will they? Su Nian immediately tugged on Shinhwairua's arm and lowered her voice. These two people have big diseases in their brains. Let's go. It's not good if it gets infected in a while. Shinhwairua was almost amused by Su Nian's words. Their sister-in-law is so cute. Especially this milky energy, tsk. He was being pulled by Su Nian's sleeve and was about to walk away with her when he was directly stopped by Xiao Siyu with an arrow step. Wait, third young Master Shin, what I just said, are you really not going to think about it? I can sign Xiao's list right now. Shinhwairua slightly stunned. Recently he and Zhao shagging competition for this single, did not look for Xiao Siyu. He was either playing Tai Chi or watching the two of them, him and Zhao Shaggy, fight it out. Xiao Siyu, this arrogant nature, now even take the initiative to send a single? Zhao Shaggy saw this and became anxious at once. Mr. Xiao, you won't think about it anymore? He just couldn't stand the fact that the list he was about to get was flying out from under his nose. Especially after having just given someone the boot. Xiao Siyu glanced coldly at Zhao Shaggy. You want this list simple, find a powerful writer, win me like this little girl and the list will be yours. The Harry just now is half a body from Josie, where is he going to find a better one? Unless it's the car god himself. As he thought so, he stared at Su Nian Nian with a face of indignation, and wondered what kind of luck this little girl had just gotten to win over Xiao Siyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his mind. How about it? Third young Master Shin, let this little girl accompany me for one match a week and I'll give you this list right away. This is. Sorry. Without waiting for Xiao Siyu to finish his words, Shin Huirua rebuffed him without even thinking. I can't help my big sister make a decision on this matter, and it's my company's business. He couldn't get his sister-in-law involved because of the company. He is not short of this single, although it is quite unpleasant to give it to Zhao Shaggy for nothing, but for the sake of his big brother, this loss he can still eat. Xiao Siyu obviously also did not expect Shin Huirua to reject so completely, and at once froze. He quickly snapped back to his senses, then said sharply, so once every 2 weeks? It can't be any less. Once a month, I'll set the time. The moment Su Nian Nian's words left his mouth, the few people present froze. Zhao Shaggy was the first to come back to her senses. You little girl who doesn't know the heights of heaven, do you know who you're talking to, you? You shut up. Su Nian Nian glared back at him, after which she turned her head to look at Xiao Siyu. Are you signing or not? I don't have that much time to play with a little chicken like you, it's out of date. Sign. 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 Xiao Siyu was simply overjoyed and directly waved his hand at the distant assistant. Bring over the contract that young Master Shin-san sent earlier. Su Nian Nian's eyebrows raised, turning her head to look at Shin Huirua. Do you have any other conditions to mention? If you're not satisfied, let's change it again. Party B changed the contract? That's more or less too much, isn't it? I did not expect Xiao Siyu was quick. Smiling at Shin Huirua smiled extraordinarily bright. I have in hand is the 5th edition. Let's sign in accordance with the 1st edition is also okay. Shin Huirua was really completely convinced this time. It also has to be their sister-in-law. There is no one else for Party B to make conditions so that Party A can happily sign. Shin Huirua originally wanted to take Su Nian Nian out to take a break, never thought that after playing around, his sister-in-law had given him the most recent headache of an order. He now hated to go home and set up an offering table for her, and offer her 3 pillars of clear incense a day. He shook the contract in his hand. Big sister, say, what do you want to eat, my treat? Su Nian Nian curved her eyes. I want to eat strawberry cake, the best kind. No problem. Enough. Zhao Shaggy watched from afar as the silhouettes of the two men walked farther and farther away, his face growing darker and darker. He glanced at Harry beside him, and then at the assistant following him. Go and investigate for me what the woman beside Shin Huirua is really about, the faster the better. It was because of this woman that Xiao Siyu decided to give the order to Shin Huirua. If he could get a hold of the woman, he might even be able to get the order back. But if you can't find the woman's shortcomings, then you can get your orders back just as well by taking care of her. As Zhao Shaggy thought this, the light under his eyes became even more gloomy. Shin Huirua, you ate well, first let you proud for a while. Shin Huiyan was in a video conference at the hotel when he received the news related to Su Nian Nian. Just after closing the computer, I received a bombardment of messages from Shin Huirua on my cell phone. There are quite a few screenshots in there from video photos from the racetrack track. Su Nian Nian was dressed in a red racing suit, and her valiant appearance was completely different from her usual soft and sweet appearance. Shin Huiyan's fingertips gently traced over each photo, eventually stopping on a close-up. His fingertips fell on the screen and slowly enlarged the photo. Looking at her small white face hanging with a smile, Shin Huiyan's sight followed a lot of softness. His fingertips rubbed gently over the photo, as if he could still feel the soft touch of the way he'd pinched this little face of hers earlier. He hadn't seen the little guy in days. She was alive and well, not affected at all. Shin Huiyan sighed silently and couldn't help but reach out and press his brow bone. Ever since he impulsively kissed the little guy the other day, his whole being has been a bit of a mess. She was his nominal wife, not even nominal exactly. Are the two secretly married or are they in a one-year partnership under contract? His purpose in marrying her was to put Master Shen's mind at ease, but he didn't expect it to develop to this point. It was obvious that he had done the deed, but he didn't have the courage to face the little guy anymore. She was so innocent as a sheet of white paper, that one couldn't help but want to stain her white with other colors. Shin Huiyan never felt that he was any good person, especially after that incident. Good people never get to protect what they want to protect. But what was he going to do with this little guy? Shin Huiyan couldn't help but sigh, but his cell phone vibrated again at this time. His slowly closing eyes slowly opened again, catching a glimpse of a message from Shin Huirua. He swept it away, his black eyes trembling slightly. Chapter 42, Kicking the White Lotus. Big brother, I think sister-in-law is really the reincarnation of a koi carp. It's awesome. Can you believe it? She raced to win against Xiao Siyu, and the other party ended up eyeballing Xiao's order to send it to her, TSK, turning the Zhao Shaggy into a puffer fish. Big brother, when are you coming back? Sister-in-law has been wilting a bit lately. Can you at least give sister-in-law a call even if you don't have time? Shin Huiyan looked at the gushing messages on his cell phone and suddenly felt his head hurt even more. He raised his hand and pressed his temples, glancing up at Ishi. How long will it take to finish the work over here? Basically it's all pretty much taken care of. There's a little bit of wrapping up to do at most. She did not know why Shin Huayan suddenly asked this question, so he said a progress that could be advanced or retreated. If their Mr. Family continues to want to stay and work overtime, he'll pour out some more. If their gentleman wanted to wrap it up and walk away, it would be a matter of minutes. He was about to be pushed to the point of baldness by the old master and the several young masters of the Shin family in the past few days. But what can he do? He's just a mediocre laborer. Mr. Theirs came out with a vengeance and said he had to go on a business trip, so he had to follow him out. She saw that Shin Huayan didn't say anything and spoke tentatively. I heard that Mrs. is not in a good state at home lately, so the three young masters are taking turns to take her out for a break. Sir, look, since we're on a business trip, do we need to buy Mrs. some gifts or something? Gift? Shin Huayan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard these two words and muttered a repetition. She nodded. After all, Mrs. is a girl with a delicate mind, so it's fine to buy a gift and coax her. Shin Huayan once again fell into silence. She thought Shin Huayan was angry and added, of course, Mrs. and Mr. are in a contractual marriage, there's no need to do this, and Mrs. shouldn't say anything. Although Shin Huayan still didn't say anything, the air pressure in the hotel room seemed to be even lower than just now. It was a rare hot day on Monday morning. Su Nian sat in the shade by the playground drinking yogurt. She sat back against a bench under a large tree and swiped at her cell phone with one hand. It's full of Shin Huayan's itinerary for the day. In fact, from the day after Shin Huayan left the Shin family home, she had sent stars people to follow her. Someone who could spend money to specifically find Shinhai's people to create all sorts of accidents. There would be someone who would continue to take shots at Shin Huayan without her knowledge. She couldn't watch it herself, so she had to have her men follow. Boss, caught a few bugs, going to end the nest? Su Nian looked at the message on her cell phone, and after hesitating for a moment, she tapped on the cell phone's keyboard. The end definitely needs to be the end, but before the end give me a check to the end. She had to find out if these bugs were the same people who hired Shinhai. Su Nian had just sent out the cell phone message when she heard a burst of noises coming from not far away. Geez, did you guys hear? The Zhou guy came to school? The Zhou family? The one from the 4 great families? That great god is a god. Why would he come to school? Who knows? I've heard that those who've seen him in person think he's super handsome. Su Nian's eyebrows raised, always feeling that the object of these people's gossip seemed a bit familiar sounding. Just as she was contemplating who it was, suddenly a sharp brake sounded right across campus. This was followed by the roar of the engine, which resonated throughout the campus. 1, 2, 3, 10. There are Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bugattis, McLarens. Each one is a global limited edition, and none of the cars are duplicate models. Such a high-profile appearance instantly attracted a large number of students to stop by. Worthy of being one of the heirs of the 4 great families, his appearance is simply wild and cool. These cars are so cool. They're all dream cars, the kind you can't afford. It's a real eye-opener today. Where is young Qiao? Quickly let the old slave take a look. Su Nian only felt the noise and grabbed the Bluetooth headphones in her pants pocket and plugged them into her ears. She smoothly typed another line on her phone, help me find out when Mr. Shin will be back. After sending that message, she thought for a moment and added, see if there are any difficult people at the companies he's been approaching lately. If anyone dared to pester her little brother and not let him come back, she would run them over. Just after she sent the message, she felt the light above her head suddenly dim, and almost instinctively she lifted her foot and saw a figure fall out. When she saw the person who had fallen to the ground, Su Nian relaxed instead. Su Nian, I just wanted to say hello to you, there's no need for you to kick me straight away, right? Lin Bailu sat on the ground with an aggrieved face, looking at her pitifully. Those who didn't know would think she had suffered a great deal. Su Nian bristled, this was just at school. She remembered to gather her strength. Otherwise, with the kick she just gave, her leg would have been broken on the spot. Maybe it'll even make her grow a few centimeters more. Su Nian slowly stood up. It's not like I'm familiar with you, you suddenly rushed over, who knows what you're doing. As she said this, she took her Bluetooth headset off her ear and put it back in her pants pocket. Lin Bailu raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and when she saw that there were people surrounding her, she cried even more fiercely. It wasn't that she was a good actress, but the kick Su Nian had just given was just too painful. Nyan, I know you think mom and dad favor me and are mad at me, but this is a family matter. I can put up with whatever you do at home, but at school. Her sniveling words directly labeled Su Nian as a bastard who bullied her sisters both at home and at school. Those present immediately gossiped when they heard this. I didn't expect such a good-looking face with such a vicious heart. If she's so powerful at school, at home Lin Bailu must not have been bullied much. It's pathetic. It's not necessarily so, is it? I've never heard of the Lin family having 2 daughters. The sounds of chattering around them also drew in the people who had just gathered around the caravan. Seeing that the discussion in her ears was getting louder and louder, Lin Bailu in turn cried even harder. Yo, so lively? Suddenly, a gangly voice came from the middle of the crowd. The surrounding people all automatically moved out of the way when they saw the man's untamed smiling face. Su Nian and Lin Bailu simultaneously looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a man in black casual clothes with an arrogant red hair walking over. With a slightly angled chin and a few stern brows, he looked a bit bluff. Lin Bailu instantly recognized him as the successor of one of the four great families, the Zhao family, Zhao Siyu. He is very famous in the Shangjing circle, a lot of women want to climb on his high branch, but this young master Zhao eyes are high, I have not heard that anyone has succeeded. Chapter 43, How can I be mistaken? This person is usually a god at school, and would not care about this kind of nonsense. He even took the initiative to walk over now. Did he see that she was being bullied so pitifully that he was moved to compassion? Lin Bailu thought so, and her heart suddenly throbbed. On the face, he became more pretentious. Nian Nian, I don't blame you, you must have no intention of doing anything, right? She pressed the corners of her eyes with an ICU press, but her lowered gaze was always stealing unintentional glances at Josie. Say it, how much money do you need? Su Nian Nian took out his wallet from his pocket and started counting the money right in front of Lin Bailu. Lin Bailu was completely baffled by Su Nian Nian's maneuver. How much is what? Su Nian Nian also looked at her with an innocent face and asked rhetorically, usually when you cry at home, don't you always ask for money? So how much do you want this time? Is 2,000 enough? Isn't Lin Bailu just able to pretend? Like who wouldn't be? Su Nian Nian glanced at Lin Bailu, who was sitting on the ground with a shocked look on her face, and shoved the money directly into her hand. Here, it's not enough and I'll give it to you again. Her set of movements flowed smoothly, and there were no waves on her small face, as if she had already done this countless times. Now all the people around us exploded. Oh my god, isn't Lin Bailu quite famous in the celebrity circle? She's so short of money? Just now, I only heard Lin Bailu say that she seemed to be bullied in the Lin family, but now it seems that the Lin family is paying more attention to this Chen Jin who never shows her face. That Lindbergh is really pathetic. Su Niannian's maneuver caught Lin Bailu a bit off guard. She did want to stink up Su Niannian's popularity, not take her down with her. What's more, Josie is still here. Lin Bailu changed her face at once. Su Niannian, I've already given you enough face, how dare you insult me with money? Is it because you don't think that the money that mom and dad gave you is enough? Why did you have to deliberately lie at school? As she spoke, she directly slammed the money on Su Niannian, looking like she was fighting for her parents. Su Niannian snorted, lying? Lying for a fake millennial like you? I'm not interested. Her words instantly poked Lin Bailu's lungs and instantly made her explode. Ninian Su. She gritted her teeth in indignation, wanting to go up and just tear her apart with her hands. But with so many people in front of her, she couldn't do that. Lin Bailu's face suddenly changed, immediately cried Pear Blossom with Rain Up, Nian Nian, you have to do this to me? I know that for so many years you have had a bad time in the mountains, but I tried my best to make up for you, even boyfriend. At that, she choked up. Even if the people present were stupid, they would have heard the strings. Su Nian Nian is from the mountains? I didn't realize that the feng shui in the mountains is so good. You're quite a looker. What's the point of being good looking? You like being a mistress. Tisk, TSK, luxury family feud, can't read. Listening to the various speculations and questions about Su Nian Nian in his ears, Xiao Siyu's brows furrowed, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he swept into her bemused eyes. Not the slightest hint of panic was visible in his clear eyes. Since you've mentioned boyfriends, why don't you expand on which one I robbed you of? What's his last name and where does he live? Su Nian Nian's good-looking eyebrows looked Lin Bailu up and down, waiting for her to speak. Trying to smear her? That's not enough. The contractual marriage between the Shin family and the Lin family could not have been said in the open, and even if Lin Bailu had said it, not many people would have believed that Shin Huayan was her husband. Not to mention Lin Bailu's boyfriend. Seeing that she was stuck, Su Nian Nian kindly reminded, tell you what, since you're not comfortable talking about it, it's fine to let your friends talk about it. After all, if you're in love, how could they not know? Right? At this moment there were a few people who were on good terms with Lin Bailu among the people gathered around who muttered in whispers. I don't usually see Lulu with a boyfriend, is it a clandestine relationship? Su Nian Nian has only recently appeared, not much to see her and what men together, right? Lulu doesn't usually get along with Su Nian Nian, does she? Listening to the situation in her ears was clearly unfavorable to her. Lin Bailu also panicked a bit. But it was at this time that a man suddenly mentioned, Lulu, does your boyfriend drive a race car? I saw Su Nian Nian with a man on the race track over the weekend, A bit unclear. As she said that, she also took out her cell phone and handed it to Lin Bailu and said, here, look at this man isn't it? The photo was a bit blurry, but Su Nian Nian's appearance was clear, and the man beside her was tall but wearing a racing helmet. Although it was a few pictures from a distance, it was clear that the men were around Su Nian Nian, and there was even one that looked like they were hugging from a distance. Lin Bailu's heart instantly settled down. She hurriedly pretended to help Su Nian Nian in general and pressed the cell phone down. This kind of thing is our family matter. It's better not to take it to the school to talk about it. When she said this, she clearly looked like she was being bullied, and seemed to be holding back some kind of bitterness that she couldn't say out loud. For a while, it made the gossiping hearts of the people around them burn with it. Su Nian Nian was a bit speechless as she watched Lin Bailu's tawdry maneuvers. She was about to open her mouth, but she ended up hearing a little brother beside Xiao Siyu slowly open his mouth. what a coincidence. I was there on the weekend you guys were talking about. I'll help you look around. Maybe I still know your ex-boyfriend. Lin Bailu was shocked, not realizing that there were still weekends at the racetrack in the school. She quickly waved her hand. No need, let's go home and talk about this kind of thing in private. But the girl who had just helped Lin Bailu fight for her had no choice but to hand over the cell phone in her hand. Lulu, it's already this time. Why are you still helping her cover up? Just let them see it. The guy across the street picked up his cell phone and flipped through it, his eyes instantly dropping. His arm poked Xiao Siyu beside him with an unbelievable face. Xiao, when did you talk to Lin Bailu, and now you're cleaving to Sun Yan? This melon is eating its own family. He said that Xiao Siyu, this kid how suddenly turns sex to come to school, the original is to see the little girlfriend? But when was he ever interested in women? Didn't he say racing was his wife? Is this going to be a scumbag? Is the cartwheel that complete? Xiao Siyu blankly glanced at Xiao Han beside him. Is your brain in water? You're not sure if Lousy has a girlfriend? Xiao Han's brow furrowed at once. But the person in this photo is you. Look at this helmet. Isn't this what the old master specially gave you before in order for you to take over Qiao's? It's the only one of its kind in the world. How can I still recognize it wrongly? Chapter 44, this man is indeed him. Xiao Siyu raised his eyebrows and looked over as well, his face suddenly grimacing. Because this man is indeed him. He suddenly snorted lightly and looked at Lin Bailu. I really didn't know that I even had a girlfriend during the time I wasn't in school? Lin Bailu's heart also thumped, and quickly said, Xiao, you misunderstood. I just didn't say that the person above is my boyfriend. It was better for her to deny it now than to be slapped right in the face. After all, she did just fail to admit it. Really? Then tell me, which boyfriend did Sun Yan steal from you? As Xiao Siyu said this, his eyes glanced around Lin Bailu's body. The line of sight, however, landed on Sun Yan's body at the end. He left the racetrack on the weekend and let someone investigate this little girl next to Xinhuairua, and he didn't expect her to be a student of Yuqing University. He had wanted to come to the school to ask this little girl when she was going to have a match with him, but he didn't expect to come across something like this. He had only heard before that Sun Yan was the daughter that the Lin family had retrieved, and he had heard that back then, she and Lin Bailu were twins, but Sun Yan had gotten lost when she was a child. It was only recently recovered. It's a straw man who can't do anything. When he thought of the straw man who had lost almost half a lap to him at the racetrack, he could guess how much truth there was in the rumor. Lin Bailu didn't expect Xiao Siyu, a usually meddlesome master, to take the initiative to question her. She stammered and stammered. Xiao Siyu was too lazy to waste any more time with her and sneered, next time you still want to say something, come back and touch the porcelain. After saying this, he didn't care how ugly Lin Bailu's face was, so he walked towards Sun Yan beside him, slightly lowering his body and smiling. Little girl, come with me to play racing? Josie's words and attitude both blew the minds of those around her. This young master would actually offer to invite a girl to go racing? Not to mention women, as his brother would get whacked if he tried to touch his race car. This guy invites a girl? Sun Yan's eyebrows raised, and she lowered her voice to whisper something in his ear, after which she directly turned around and left. Xiao Siyu looked at Sun Yan's back as she left with interest, gently rubbing her earlobes that were a bit hot, her eyebrows and corners of her eyes full of smiles. Xiao Han, who was watching from the side, got goosebumps and asked cautiously, what did she just say to you? It was the first time he had seen anything that could make this young master so happy. The smile under Xiao Siyu's eyes deepened. She said, not to play with the little chickens. Asterisk the girl. Awesome. This girl is the first one who dares to say that Josie is a little chicken. But when he saw that Xiao Siyu wasn't angry at all, he felt even more fascinated. Thinking about earlier, Xiao Siyu's assistant said that he met a bull at the racetrack and directly dumped him almost half a lap away. He thought at the time that Xiao Siyu's assistant was exaggerating, and that with that skill, Xiao Siyu would definitely find a rival in the Shangjing circle. Now, looking at Xiao Siyu's anxious appearance, it couldn't be that the one who won him was Sun Yan just now, right? Gee, it's not to be missed. After Xiao Siyu and his group left, Lin Bailu sat in a daze, seemingly still unable to understand what was so good about Sun Yan. Just now even Josiah spoke up for her. Is it because of her face? If she doesn't have that face, what else does she have? The more Lin Bailu thought about it, the tighter her fists clenched. Nyan Su, we're not done. The school's forums are blowing up because of Josie's return to school. Aside from the sports cars they drove into the school, the thing that made everyone most curious was the fact that Xiao Siyu would be interested in a girl, and trying to ask her out. As a result, analysis posts, beauty posts, and confession posts about Sun Yan instantly filled up the entire school forum. But soon a number of other conspiracy theory threads popped up, and in a matter of moments, the school's forums were up in arms. 156th floor, I heard that Sun Yan just came to the school on the first day, and two girls in the same dormitory fought, but also alarmed the principal. At a glance is not a good girl. 157th floor, yeah, it just seems well behaved. 158th floor. Upstairs, don't make things up if you don't know the truth. The two girls in the same dormitory with Sun Yan are called Sangyu and Sangwan. It is clear that they were called to the principal's office after their bullying of Sun Yan was discovered. 159th floor, Sangyu? Sangwon? Old bullies. When we were in high school, these two women used to bully the girls in the class, especially the good-looking ones. 160F, then Su Nian Nian really beat them up and really did the people a favor. 161 floor, who knows if it is not using any means, after all, her means of seducing men is very high, and even Xiao Siyu has bought it. 162F, let's just say, is there a possibility that Xiao Siyu is a face dog? Su Nian Nian is so good-looking, I'm a woman looking at her heart. 163rd floor, upstairs, talk is talk, don't be anonymous. The fishy situation in the school forum soon fell in Shen Huayan's eyes, and he looked at these messy posts and only felt his temples jumping. He had wanted to get away from Su Nian Nian, to clear his head and figure out what his feelings for her really were. He didn't realize that during the few days he was away, Su Nian Nian really hadn't been idle at all, so quick to get involved with the Joes. Although Shen Huairua had mentioned this to him, he inexplicably felt annoyed now that he saw the same picture of Xiao Siwu and Su Nian Nian at school. He was especially annoyed when Xiao Siyu looked at Su Nian Nian with that look of hope. Shen Huayan pressed his temples, threw the tablet in his hand on the table, looked at He Shi and asked, has Su Nian Nian dated anyone before? When he had signed the contract with Su Nian Nian before, he had said that he would not ask about her love life, but he realized now that he was having a hard time keeping that decision. Mrs. She's been in the mountains before, so she shouldn't have had any dates. He Shi mumbled back. If she was really seeing someone, she wouldn't have married Shen Huayan, would she? Shen Huayan narrowed his eyes. He clearly remembered Su Nian Nian signed with her on the day he said if you like someone, you have to divorce before you can be together. Her eyes were clearly touched. He had wondered at the time though if she had a favorite. But now that he thought about it, his heart felt vaguely sour. Would he be willing to divorce her if she really had a crush on someone? Will you let her go? Shen Huayan couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows fiercely at the thought of her watery eyes fitting into someone else's figure. When he thought of her pampering another man, the string called reason in his brain instantly collapsed. Chapter 45, what else? He Shi, prepare the car. He Shi visibly froze, looked at the sky outside, and weakly voiced, now? Shen Huayan looked at him askance, or else. His tone was light, but his voice was surprisingly cold. He Shi was startled and nodded repeatedly, yes, sir, I'll arrange it right away. Bang! After a slamming door, He Shi's figure disappeared into the hotel. Shen Huayan looked at the quiet doorway of the room and couldn't help but pinch his brow bone again. He's really going crazy. He disliked this feeling of being out of control right now, which was why he left the Shen family and chose not to meet with Su Nian Nian. But now it didn't seem like not seeing the little guy was going to help. His emotions were even more mixed. Guess we'll just have to take it one step at a time. It was nightfall before Su Nian Nian returned from school. She had just entered the bedroom when she saw the floor lamp in the bedroom lit up. With a heartbeat of excitement, she headed indoors. But there was no sign of Shen Huayan. She thought he was back. Su Nian Nian sighed and turned around lost, when he heard a familiar voice from behind him, just got back? Su Nian Nian's watery eyes abruptly widened quite a bit, and when she turned back again, she just happened to meet Shen Huayan's deep eyes. At this time, Shen Huayan was wearing a bathrobe, with his collar half open and a head of black hair still wet, as if he had just taken a bath. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes descended downward, and she couldn't help but swallow when she saw the slender neck exposed by his collar, as well as the hidden line of his collarbone. Then decisively withdrew his eyes. Shen Huayan looked at her appearance that she clearly wanted to see it to death, but she had to lower her head and pretend that she couldn't see it, and the corner of her mouth hooked slightly. If he remembered correctly, the little guy liked to pick at him and touch his abs when he slept. Obviously a good little girl, but privately a little horny girl who craved his body. However, he did not feel disgusted, and even wanted her to be more bold. Shen Huayan's eyes sized her up and sat straight down on the sofa. Come here. His low tones rang out again in the room at the right time. Su Nian Nian came back to her senses and looked at Shen Huayan a bit dumbfounded. She slowly took 2 steps forward and was thinking about which side of the sofa would be appropriate to sit on when she saw Shen Huayan suddenly pat his knee. Sit over here. Su Nian Nian was instantly baffled. Is she hallucinating? Su Nian Nian awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Shen, did I just mishear you? I think I heard you say that you wanted me to sit on your lap? Shen Huayan's eyes blinked slightly, looking at her small white face. What? Not willing? His fingertips gently tapped on his knee again, propping his head sideways to watch her with his chin. Su Nian Nian sniffed, and without saying a word, she directly sat on his lap. Are you kidding? You've climbed the bed. You can still climb and sit on a lap? Shen Huayan seemed to be satisfied with her actions, and with one hand he wrapped his arm around her back waist, his eyes looking up and down at her small face. Su Nian Nian was obviously a bit grossed out by his look. The entire spine sat taut in his arms. Su Nian Nian looked at Shen Huayan with a bit of apprehension and spoke out weakly, Mr. Shen, am I doing something wrong again? Why did she feel that Shen Huayan's eyes were looking at her in an odd way? It was almost like the last time he suddenly nibbled and bit at her in the car. He's not going to bite her again all of a sudden, is he? It felt like being close to their little brother, but it hurt too much. She was already afraid of pain. Shin Huayan's eyebrows slightly raised, listening to her soft voice, his eyes couldn't help but fall on her small mouth. His fingertips gently brushed against her lips, instantly causing Sun Yan Yan to jolt. The emotions under Shin Huayan's eyes were unknown, his tone was low, and he asked without answering, "What do you think you did wrong?" Sun Yan Yan pursed her small lips. How would she know? She hasn't eaten anything from strangers or gone with strangers lately. But looking at Shin Huayan's eyes that looked like they wanted to eat her, Sun Yan Yan's little head spun rapidly again, trying to find something out. But soon she failed. Her small face collapsed. "Mr. Shin, I don't know what I did wrong, but, can you lighten up?" Her small hands were tangled and twisted together in a pitiful manner, directly causing Shin Huayan's heart to soften with her. Looks like he really scared the little girl last time. He didn't want to do that. Shin Huayan sighed lightly, his big hand pinched at her small face. "Good boy, I won't hurt you this time." Ghostly, he lowered his head and pressed his thin lips to it. Unlike last time, his kisses were extra soft and loving. One at a time, he gently traced the shape of her lips, even with a touch of coquetry. Sun Yan Yan's originally tense figure gradually loosened up after his repeated closeness. The originally fair little face and neck were also scarlet. Only after a moment did Shin Huayan slowly release the person in his arms. Looking at the vapor carried in the corners of her eyebrows and eyes, Shin Huayan's heart was soft again and gently kissed her in the corner of her eyes. "Not so mean this time, are you?" His low, husky voice landed on her ear, tickling it. The heart and mouth tickled with it. It was as if a seed had fallen into the moist soil, taken root after the spring rains, and emerged from the soil. Sun Yan Yan lost all her strength, nestled in Shin Huayan's arms and nodded gently. Wouldn't it have been a little too comfortable just now if it had actually been a punishment? She pursed her small lips and suddenly realized that her lips were a little swollen again. But unlike before, there were no cuts, just a little sting. Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes blinked. This level of punishment, as if it is not impossible. Her small hand subconsciously touched her small mouth, and suddenly looked at Shin Huayan as if she thought of something and asked, "Mr. Shin, can I ask, what are you angry about?" Shin Huayan's big hand holding Sun Yan Yan suddenly stiffened, and his black eyes then slowly dropped. Hey, it's hard to lie. Even if he was angry with Sun Yan Yan, it was because of himself and had nothing to do with her. Although she was his wife, she was only a contractual couple with him. He had also said before that he would not restrain her feelings. But when it comes down to it, he wants to go back on his word. There was no way for him to blame Sun Yan Yan for all of this. After all, it was his problem. Shin Huayan sighed lightly and raised his hand to help her lift her broken hair behind her ear before he opened his mouth faintly. "I heard Lao San say that you followed him to the racetrack and even raced against someone else?" Sun Yan Yan instantly realized something and immediately held Shin Huayan's hand and said, "I didn't want to get involved in the Shin family's business affairs, and I didn't intend to use Mrs. Shin's name to do anything." Chapter 46. Now it's time to settle scores. Shin Huayan's body stiffened, completely not expecting her to think in this direction. His large hand gently rubbed over her back and he sighed helplessly. "That's not what I'm talking about." Sun Yan Yan cocked her little head. "Not that? Then what is it? Other than the racing thing, that seems to be the only thing that contradicts the contract, doesn't it?" She looked at Shin Huayan with incomprehension in her eyes. Shin Huayan lowered his head and gently nipped at her small mouth. "Do you know how dangerous racing is?" Sun Yan Yan's small mouth opened, looked at Shin Huayan's eyes, froze and did not dare to answer. "Say you know? I'm sure I'll be haunted. Why did you go if you knew? Say you don't know, and you'll probably get your head knocked off." She pursed her small lips and simply chose to escape reality. Shin Huayan didn't wait for an answer, cupping her white and soft jaw with one hand and turning it towards himself. "You're not allowed to do such dangerous things in the future, do you know?" Sun Yan Yan flattened her mouth and tried to explain to Shin Huayan, "It's just that the car was driving a little bit fast. It's actually not that dangerous." "Is that a little bit faster? That's clearly 1,000,000,000 points." Shin Huayan was about to say something more to Sun Yan Yan, when suddenly, as if he realized something, his pair of dark eyes stared into her watery eyes and asked word for word, "When did you learn to race?" Although Xiao Siyu is unruly and usually does not have much discipline, but his love for racing is not just skin deep. The racers on Shin Huairua's side were not generalized, but none of them were better than Xiao Siyu. How did Ninian Su do it? His brow furrowed, and he realized that he didn't seem to know his little wife at all. Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes blinked, and she said seriously, "There's a path in the back of our mountain. There's usually not many people, and I often compete with my senior brother there, and I always come in first." Her bright eyes glistened as she looked at Shin Huayan, and the bottom of her eyes were full of sincerity, so that no one could see half a lie. Shin Huayan sighed, Okay, you're the best, but you're not allowed to do this kind of thing in the future, okay? Sun Yan Yan suddenly dropped her eyes a little uneasily and said sullenly, "But I have promised Xiao Siyu to compare once a month, and signed a contract." Although the match was verbally agreed upon, but default is certainly not good for Shin Huairua's company's reputation. Shin Huayan just opened his mouth and was blocked by Sun Yan Yan's small mouth. Her lips were soft, rubbing against his and kissing him, seemingly out of order, clumsy but anxious. Shin Huayan paused for 2 seconds, and eventually she took it. He wordlessly took her lips, either biting or sucking, just not as hard as the first time. He knew she was afraid of pain, so he instinctively eased his force. But it didn't give her any space to escape. His large hands clasped tightly around her waist, and his ever-closing fingers wanted to rub her right into his own flesh and blood. He hadn't been away from her for a long time, but it had been incredibly long for him. He had always felt that his irritation during this time was due to trying to figure out what was going on between the two. But when he touched her, his whole heart seemed to soothe. If he hadn't understood that kiss just then, her active proximity to him almost instantly made him realize one thing. He couldn't stay away from her. The reason for his anxiety had never been that he couldn't tell the difference between the two of them, but that it was difficult to face the anxiety that she would leave. He understands now. Shinhwayan slowly let go of Sun Yen Yen, looking at her eyes with water vapor because of him. The corners of his mouth hooked slightly, and he kissed her again on her eyelids. Next time. His tone was light, but his voice was considerably gentler. Sun Yen Yen was dazed by his kisses, and when she heard what he said, her entire body was still in a state of dangling. But when she came back to her senses, that's when she realized he didn't seem angry anymore. Sun Yen Yen's watery eyes narrowed at once with a crooked smile. She nodded repeatedly. I know. Late at night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Sun Yen Yen climbed up from inside the quilt and looked at the man sitting beside her, her eyebrows filled with adoration. When she first met with Shinhwayan at Shin's house, she noticed that he didn't seem to be sleeping well. Sleeps very lightly and wakes up easily. So every now and then she'd light up a little bit of the calming incense she'd made. This way Shinhwayan sleeps soundly, and it is convenient for her to come out and make things happen. Sun Yen Yen's eyes looked at Shinhwayan's sleeping cheeks for a while longer before she quietly climbed down from the bed. Now it's time to settle the score. Sun Yen Yen sat on the sofa and picked up the computer she had put aside, and with just a simple operation, she managed to hack into the Lin family's network. She had stayed at Lin's house one night before, and her account number and password were readily available. It's easy to break in. She hadn't originally put Lin Bailu in her eyes, but there were always some people who were overly aware and treated others as imaginary enemies. Indirectly pitched her as if she was invisible, but now even dared to openly touch the porcelain in the school. It really wasn't her style not to teach Lin Bailu a lesson. Most of the Lin family's appliances were smart, so she easily turned on the air conditioner in Lin Bailu's room and set it to a cooling mode of 16 degrees, strong. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Bailu woke up because the room was overly frozen. She touched her arm and reached for the switch on the wall, but the lights in the room had just been turned on and turned off again in an instant. Lin Bailu's half-awake nerves from her white dream instantly collapsed, and in the next second, a mournful scream came out from her cell phone. Lin Bailu was almost scared to the point of screaming at the same time. Ah! There's a ghost! Almost without thinking, she immediately jumped out of bed and rushed out of the room, shouting as she did so. She had just run into the living room when the TV in the living room snapped on, zipping with the sound of electromagnetic waves, and a cloaked woman seemed to be crawling out from inside the TV. Ah! Thud! The sound, Lin Bailu faded due to shock. Almost immediately after she fell to the ground, all sound came to a screeching halt. Sun Yen Yen looked at the images captured by the camera on the TV show with satisfaction, and eventually closed the computer in her hand slowly. Now, Lin Bailu wouldn't have time to trouble her for a short time, would she? Satisfied, she put down her computer and climbed back into bed. Shinhwayan, who was sleeping beside her, seemed to be alerted and reached out to take her into his arms. Sun Yen Yen wanted to struggle a bit, but his scent was just too good. The body is also first class. Her small hands didn't hold back, slowly peeling up his pajamas. She'd just cuddle for a little while, just a little while. Chapter 47. What do you need a bicycle for? With this thought, Sun Yen Yen fell asleep on Shinhwayan. Because she had planned to toss Lin Bailu at night, she barely slept for the first half of the night, and now that she had completed her task, her entire body relaxed. Especially lying in Shinhwayan's arms, she slept even more deeply. When Shinhwayan woke up the next day, he saw Sun Yen Yen who was hugging him like a wombat, and her small hands were very restlessly picking at his abs. Shinhwayan looked at the little guy in his arms with a bit of tears and laughter, and sighed silently. He raised his hand and pinched the tip of her nose, trying to wake her up, but saw that she avoided his large hand, then disgruntledly arched her little head into his arms, burying her entire little face. Shinhwayan looked at her appearance and his entire heart melted. He eventually gave up the urge to grab her up and got up off the side of the bed after gently tucking her back under the covers. Because of Sun Yen Yen, he had been sleeping well lately. There were no more things around that seemed psychic and unexplainable. Although he has always been skeptical of the koi life theory, Sun Yen Yen's appearance has really shaken him. Shinhwayan actually knew that even if Sun Yen Yen didn't have the so-called koi life, she was still different to him. Since the last time he'd been separated from her, he'd recognized the fact that he couldn't stay away from her. It didn't seem so hard to accept if you could be with someone as wonderful as Sun Yen Yen for the rest of your life. Shinhwayan suddenly regretted a little why he had signed such a brain-dead agreement in the first place. His temples ached at the thought of the terms of the agreement above. Buzz. Suddenly, Sun Yen Yen's cell phone vibrated. Shinhwayan was startled for a moment and immediately turned back to look at Sun Yen Yen, realizing that she only moved and then buried her little head into the quilt again, which was a relief. Only then did he return to his senses and glance at Sun Yan Nian's cell phone, which was placed at the foot of his bed. Raw rice to Rush sent a message. Shin Huayan's brows frowned slightly. Raw rice? He tried to get a better look, but the message popped up violently out of sight. He pursed his lips. Had he just misread the situation? He wanted to take Sun Yan Nian's cell phone and look at it again, but that seemed to be invading the little guy's privacy. Shin Huayan was torn in place for 3 seconds and finally gave up. Sun Yan Nian, this little guy can't even distinguish between a kiss and a punishment. He should know even less about raw rice and so on. I guess so. Because Sun Yan Nian had the weekend off, she got up much later than usual. By the time she got up, Shin Huayan had long gone to work at the company. Several other brothers in the Shin family naturally went to work early. So Sun Yan Nian ate breakfast and also found a reason to go out of Shin's house. She had asked Hang Yi the other day to help her find a teacher who knew how to make raw rice, and he had actually found one pretty quickly. Only Shin Huayan had temporarily disappeared, so she couldn't find a target to practice on for the time being, so she had to call it quits. Now that Shin Huayan was back, she certainly had to hoof it to supplement her knowledge in this area. She made an appointment with Hung Yi for a private room at a cafe and took a cab without even eating breakfast. By the time she arrived, Hung Yi had been waiting at the door for quite some time. The two had just entered the cafe when Hung Yi pulled Sun Yan Nian to his side, blocking a dead end of the cafe. Auntie, you seem to be being followed. Hung Yi propped himself up on the side, alertly looking out the angled corner of the cafe window. Just now when she saw Sun Yan Nian getting out of the cab, she noticed that a black sedan in the direction not far from her had also stopped. That spot was a parking spot, but the people in the car had absolutely no intention of getting out. And the starry reflections on the car looked as if someone was following the camera. With his years of experience, Hung Yi immediately realized that Sun Yan Nian was being followed, which was why he pulled her in. Sun Yan Nian's eyebrows raised as she swept a glance in the direction Hung Yi had just looked. Someone's following her? Isn't that normal? Sun Yan Nian thought of her overprotective senior brothers and the master who couldn't wait to hold her in his hands. Not to mention stalking, he even had Star's men follow her before. Sun Yan Nian waved her hand. It's fine, it's not a big problem, let's talk business first. Where's the person I asked you to find? Hung Yi was naturally relieved to see that Sun Yan Nian didn't take it seriously. Those guys are already waiting in the private room on the second floor. If Auntie isn't satisfied, I'll change another batch for you then. Sun Yan Nian's watery eyes abruptly curved in a smile, and immediately afterward, she walked over in the direction of the second floor. You can do it, Hung Yi, you deserve to be a man of great deeds. Hung Yi was a bit unsure whether to be happy or unhappy for a moment. He received Sun Yan Nian's message at the time and thought that this aunt was being funny. It was only when he was sure that she was indeed looking for someone to teach her about this that he really cracked up. It is true that there are a lot of capable people in the 3 religions and 9 streams, but the point is, why does this awesome aunt want to learn this? He wasn't very knowledgeable, so he had to go along with this auntie's nonsense. The two of them walked towards the private room on the second floor one after the other, but the interaction between the two was sent to Shin Huayan by the bodyguards who had been secretly following Sun Yan Nian. Sun Yan Nian, who was unaware of this, had no idea that outside was about to change, but instead went to the private room that Hung Yi had prepared for her with great interest. What made Sun Yan Nian a little surprised was that the teachers inside the private room were not only women, but also a few men. Is this going to be a lecture from both sides? As Sun Yan Nian thought this, her eyes brightened even more. She immediately walked into the private room and sat down on the seat with an expectant face, looking at the teachers in front of her with burning eyes. Come on, all tell us what you are good at. Although the people present were more open to a certain aspect, but seeing in front of them was such a petite and good-looking overly female child, they were stunned instead. With that look and body, what more bite do you need? Isn't the technology thing to make up for lack of looks? Several people looked at each other, looking at Sun Yan Nian's beautiful and somewhat excessive little face, one more or less emo. Sure enough, people who have more capital than you work harder than you do. Sun Yan Nian had absolutely no idea what was going on in their heads. She was now wondering how she could cook Shin Huayan raw. This idea made her entire being feel unusually excited, and her pair of good-looking eyebrows were shining brightly, making those present feel tickled in their hearts as they looked at her. Ahem. Hung Yi slowly closed the door of the private room, obviously a little twisted by the weird atmosphere inside. Inside what? One by one, you guys simply say it, the one who makes Auntie satisfied can get double pay. Chapter 48. Any slower and he'd lose his wife. The woman standing at the front enchantingly winked at Sun Yan Nian. I was born with soft bones, and many of my poses can make people horny. If Auntie learns from me, I can definitely make people linger. Sun Yan Nian was a bit confused. Soft bones and lots of poses, she understood, but how did it work? She's read a lot in science and has absolutely no hands-on experience. Sun Yan Nian's brows frowned slightly, and right behind her, an equally enchanting man walked up. What's the use of having more poses? The important thing is still relying on your hands, and skill comes first. Auntie, trust me, my skills in this business are definitely this, he said, giving a thumbs up. Sun Yan Nian's single eyebrow raised. What did it have to do with her if he was this in this business? It wasn't like she could get Shin Hwayan to come here and learn from him. There's no point. Han Yi stood aside and immediately gave the man a look, signaling the next one to continue the introduction. I'm pretty good at perfuming, and men in general like the tone. I specialize in a variety of gadgets that can add to the technical side of things. A few people came down in turns and said a bunch of things, none of which got to the point. The corner of Sun Yan Nian's mouth twitched. Had she known that she would have notified Hang Yi to have each of them make an app for her before they came, and then find an office to teach her systematically. Now everyone was talking in such generalities, how was she supposed to know what they were talking about? Sun Yan Nian's brow remained furrowed, not saying a word. Everyone present thought that Sun Yan Nian was dissatisfied with their skills, but the reality was that she basically couldn't understand what the cryptic words they were saying meant, let alone follow what they say and use their imagination. Each of them thought that this ant was experienced and wanted to synthesize her skills, not thinking at all that this ant didn't know anything at all. Just as Sun Yan Nian was hesitant to leave anyone behind to carefully teach with her, the sound of a cell phone vibrating suddenly rang out in the private room. Sun Yan Nian glanced down just in time to see Shin Hwayan's name. She frowned a little in confusion, then made a sign to the few people present and picked up the phone. Hello? Mr. Shen? Where? The cool voice on the other end of the phone slowly came over. Even if she couldn't see Shin Hwayan's expression, Sun Yan Nian could guess that he was in a bad mood right now. Sun Yan Nian did not do any cover-up, glanced at the trademark on the table good behavior back, in the outside cafe, seems to be called S. Nian Coffee. Shin Hwayan's tone was obviously not as hard as just now, but his tone was still icy cold. What are you doing? Having coffee with a friend. Sun Yan Nian glanced down at the coffee on the table and subconsciously picked it up and took a sip. There was instant silence on the other end of the line. Sun Yan Nian was unsure. Mr. Shin has something to find me? She asked uncertainly. After all, Shin Hwayan usually didn't take the initiative to call her. A moment later, there was a muffled response on the other end of the line. Well, I'll pick you up in a little while, and it's just as well that I'll be meeting your friends in a little while. After that, Shin Hwayan hung up the phone. Sun Yan Nian looked at her cell phone in a daze, and as if she suddenly remembered something, she suddenly stood up from the table. Mr. Shin will come to see her later, and to meet her friends. She has a pawpaw friend now? How do I see? Auntie, what's wrong with you? Hang Yi was also startled by Sun Yan Nian's sudden movements. He reached out to block the coffee that had been knocked over on the table, but unfortunately it didn't, and the hem of Sun Yan Nian's coat was still wet. Hang Yi was a bit helpless with this flustered little master. He took off one of his outer coats and stuffed it to her, and was about to say something when Sun Yan Nian grabbed his arm. Friend. Ha? Hang Yi flinched for half a second and frowned in confusion. What friend? Sun Yan Nian couldn't care less and said very solemnly, from now on, you're my friend, remember? Friend? Hang Yi still wanted to ask a few questions, but ran into Sun Yan Nian's stern expression of, if you don't become a friend, I'll send you away right away. Henichi nodded almost in tears. Seeing her slacken her little face, she then said, Auntie, what is this friend of mine going to do later? Just eat and drink normally? Sun Yan Nian's brows followed suit. She'd been on the mountain for so many years, being held up to the sky by several of her senior brothers, and she was just now realizing that she hadn't made any friends. A bit of a headache. The tips of her good-looking eyebrows were slightly raised as she looked over at Hang Yi. How do you usually get along with your friends? Just watch and come in a while. Okay then. He sighed and waved at the others. Looks like these guys won't be used for a while. Sun Yan Nian waited apprehensively for Shin Hwayan, but she didn't know that he was sitting in the car at this time, and his whole body was about to storm out. Because right after Sun Yan Nian entered the cafe, the photo of her and Hang Yi was sent to him. Whether Sun Yan Nian was looking forward to seeing Hang Yi at the door, or as soon as he entered the door, he was intimated by Hang Yi and fished into an unoccupied corner, still the two of them for a few moments before separating one by one to go up the stairs. Whichever one it was stimulated Shin Hwayan's nerves. This man called Hang Yi was the man who had stepped in to save Sun Yan Nian when she was almost kidnapped last time. He didn't quite believe in any heroic rescue plot that would spin off into a romantic love story though. May it vary from year to year. She's as clean as a sheet of white paper, and is likely to think she's met true love when she's snubbed by some random mess. When he thought of the word true love, Shin Hwayan felt even more irritable. He raised his hand and threw his cell phone aside, coldly urging she, who was driving, drive faster. Any slower and he'd lose his wife. Shin Hwayan had always felt that he wouldn't have the so-called feelings for any woman. Because of that incident, he had scoffed at feelings between men and women for more than 20 years, and as a result, he was clutched by a little guy in the palm of his hand. There was nothing to be done, but she had to be done. He'd thought yesterday that she was childlike and did nothing qualitatively, which was why he'd thought to take him down slowly. After all, he had the advantage over anyone else of having a year to be close to her. But it wasn't until he received the photo that he realized how wrong he was. Sun Yan Nian was one of the best in terms of both looks and personality, and she had been almost unbeatable just by looking at her skin alone. Plus she's delicate and soft. Shin Hwayan's fists couldn't help but clench fiercely, and his vision glumly looked out the window. All that was left in his mind was to make the car go faster and faster. He's going to rush right over to the cafe and put out his wife's little red-hot flame. If he could, he'd hate to be dressed right now on the day he signed a contract with Sun Yen Yen to shut up the version of himself that agreed to her getting a little boyfriend. Chapter 49, It's going to be hard to end this. She sneaked a glance at the rearview mirror. The naked eye can see they see always upholding the section of Mr. Become more and more cranky. She did not dare to slow down, can only quietly step on the foot gas pedal, by the way secretly prayed Sun Yen Yen do not make too big. It will be hard to close in a moment with Mr. Theirs in this state. Luckily, they weren't too far from where Sun Yen Yen and Hung Yi were meeting, and in less than 10 minutes, she drove the car to the entrance of the cafe. Shin Huayan didn't even wait for she before pushing himself up to the second floor of the cafe. It wasn't until he saw Sun Yen Yen's little face with his own eyes, and the complete dress on her body, that the breath he was holding in his heart slowly loosened. His eyes traveled across the inside of the private room and landed on Hung Yi, who was sitting across the table. Hung Yi was originally forced to stay here to act, and when he saw that the other party was Shin Huayan, his face became even more twisted. When their previous boss of Xinhai hadn't changed, they hadn't done much to the Shin family. It was not his intention, but he was caught up in it. If Sun Yen Yen hadn't come to Xinhai and severed the connection between Xinhai and the Shin family, he might have still been forced by Xinhai's former boss to do things that made him even more disgusted. Once Hung thought that Sun Yen Yen had done all this for Shin Huayan, his heart couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards the man in front of him. After all, if it wasn't for him, Sun Yen Yen wouldn't have thought of switching bosses, much less have the comfortable days he had now. Hung Yi thought so, decisively stood up and said extraordinarily politely, "Hello, Mr. Shin, I am a friend of the aunt. Little girl, my name is Hung Yi." Aha. Shin Huayan nodded lightly. Thinking of the way Hung Yi had addressed Sun Yen Yen, a few more points of coldness crept between his brows. Little girl? Ha! She was their Shin family's little girl even if she was a little girl. Not just anyone can covet it. Shin Huayan reached out and then stopped Sun Yen Yen in his arms, declaring his sovereignty extraordinarily obvious. "I am Yen Yen's. He's my brother." Without waiting for Shin Huayan's words to come out, Sun Yen Yen decisively took the first step to identify Shin Huayan. After all, they had said that they couldn't reveal their relationship outside, so it shouldn't be a problem to call them brother, right? As Sun Yen Yen thought this, her pair of good-looking watery eyes lifted slightly to look at Shin Huayan, only to find that his face had become even more ugly. Does he not like the older brother part? She pursed her small lips, and seeing Shin Huayan's eyes staring over, she carefully added in a low voice, "To, or uncle?" Hiss. Sun Yen Yen only felt a pain in her waist, and her brows furrowed. Where do you remember to think about what to call it? While Shin Huayan, who was holding her, almost gritted his back teeth. Was she so afraid to open up between them in front of this man? And brother? Uncle? Good, very good. Shin Huayan looked at Sun Yen Yen with a leathery smile and pulled her to sit right across from Hung Yi. Now Hung Yi could see what Shin Huayan had in mind for their family's aunt even if he had no eyesight. But this aunt of theirs seems not to be very clear. The side of this Mr. Shin cannot wait to swallow her whole. She is still in this brother. Hey. Hung Yi didn't know whether to sympathize with Shin Huayan or their aunt for a moment. Isn't Mr. Hung Yi busy? I heard that your Xinhai just had a big internal change some time ago. How come you still have time to accompany our family for dinner? Shin Huayan gave Hung Yi a downward spiral as soon as he opened his mouth. Almost immediately he was warning Henichi that he'd investigated his identity. Hung Yi glanced at Shin Huayan and then at Sun Yen Yen who was sitting next to him in a quiet and well-behaved manner, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But on the face still pretended to be a kind face and said, "I am the little girl as a friend. Together out to eat and drink is normal, right? She doesn't have many friends here, she's not familiar with the place, it's hard for her to be lonely. Alone." Of course, that was just his guess. He's just making it up as he goes along. Unexpectedly, Shin Huayan's face flinched, and he realized that what Hung Yi had said was the truth. Sun Yen Yen came here from the mountains, unfamiliar with the area, even her real parents had abandoned her, loving that turtle-dove adopted daughter more than her. She married a husband who, however, was only related to her by a piece of paper. She was truly isolated in Shangjing. Shin Huayan realized it afterward, but his heart felt like it was blocked by something, and he was in a panic. She was usually well-behaved and understanding in front of him, and her eyes were smiling all day long. He never thought about how hard she had it. Shin Huayan's dark eyes drooped, and for a moment slowly raised his head to look at Hung Yi and said, "Nian Nian's matter is not for you to worry about. I still have something to take her to take a step ahead. This meal today will be my treat," he said, pulling Sun Yen Yen up and about to leave. Sun Yen Yen naturally followed immediately, only to wave her hand at Hung Yi as she was about to leave, and made a gesture to call. It was only for a moment, but looking at Hung Yi's reassuring expression made his heart tingle. Is the little guy really looking at someone else? Once this idea popped out of his mind, Shin Huayan was only filled with annoyance. He couldn't wait to tie the little guy back up right now and throw him on the bed for a good ravaging. He wanted to fill her mind and eyes with him, so that she wouldn't have half an opening to think about another man. Wanted to make her cry and make her call him husband softly. Shin Huayan had never wanted someone so desperately before, going crazy with want. But when facing Sun Yen Yen, his ruthlessness didn't dare to show itself no matter what. He was afraid that this little guy would be directly intimidated by him, or even just run away. Shin Huayan took a deep breath, but his tatsuit did not look half relaxed. He sat helplessly in the backseat of the car, folding his legs and changing his sitting position to lean on Sun Yen Yen's shoulder. The tail of her hair slowly swept over, carrying an aroma that belonged to her, causing Shin Huayan's figure to tense up even more. Mr. Shun, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Sun Yen Yen's soft voice slowly came from the side, but it failed to ease Shin Huayan's taut heart by half. His eyes slowly closed, and for a moment, he didn't know how to describe his current mood to Sun Yen Yen. So I just let out a in response to her words. Sun Yen Yen's brows furrowed violently, her worried gaze looking toward Shin Huayan. Hesitating for a moment, she reached out her small hand and took hold of his wrist. She pretended to put his arm on her shoulder, but in actuality, she secretly and quietly helped Shin Huayan take his pulse. Shin Huayan abruptly opened his eyes and saw Sun Yen Yen's movements, his eyebrows raised slightly, and then he heard her say resentfully, I think this might be a little more comfortable. I'm softer than the backrest. She just did it to take a pulse, so the reason pressed. Chapter 50, so who pissed him off? What do you mean she's softer than the backrest? Shin Huayan nearly lost his smile. He cast a faint glance at Sun Yen Yen, and with a he followed her movements and found a comfortable position to lean against her. Well, it's really soft too. Ninian Su? She gave Shin Huayan a bewildered look, which made her think about what she was just about to do. Her fingertips pressed delicately on his arm, which was a relief. There's basically nothing wrong with their Mr. Shin, except for a little bit of fire. So who pissed him off? Sun Yen Yen raised his eyebrows. It seems that recently we need to check inside Shin Group. Meanwhile, Zhao Shaggy, who had lost his list because of Sun Yen Yen, was sitting in the bar's card table drinking. The woman beside him passed the wine glass in her hand to Zhao Shaggy with a pleasing face and said coquettishly, Mr. Zhao, who has upset you? As she said that, she pushed her body towards Zhao Shaggy. Zhao Shaggy gave the woman a look and pulled her into his arms as he looked at her heavily made-up appearance, suddenly remembering that little girl who was incredibly smelly on the field. Indignantly, he lowered his head and nipped at the woman's shoulder. Of course I'm not happy about being tricked by a yellow girl. The woman was bitten, also not annoyed, on the contrary, nestled in his arms giggled. I thought what a big deal, but it is a yellow hair girl, Mr. Zhao wants to rectify her, is not a breeze? Zhao Shaggy snorted lightly. She's not just any yellow girl, she's a yellow girl who can race, and is very much liked by Xiao Siyu. The thought that Xiao Siyu would easily sign a contract for a yellow-haired girl made him feel nauseous. He and Shin Huairua were clearly on the same starting line. No, he was even closer to victory than Shin Huairua. But there was such a little girl, and everything he had planned was ruined. Xiao Siyu even promised Shin Huairua to sign the contract according to the first edition. Zhao Shaggy angrily gritted his teeth and wondered where Shin Huairua had found the little girl from. The woman had not been following Zhao Shaggy for a day or two, so she naturally knew a great deal about this matter. She lightly laughed and pulled a handful of Zhao Shaggy's tie, laughing, Mr. Xiao always signed the agreement because of this little girl, so if this little girl is no longer there, or switched to Mr. Xiao, you say that this contract. As she said that, her scarlet fingertips traced Zhao Shaggy's chest, instantly causing him to have a jolt. It's not that he hasn't thought about this approach, but with her back against Shin Huairua, he's afraid that she won't turn to him easily. It would be a bit of a shame to destroy her, again. The woman could certainly see what Zhao Shaggy was hesitating about, which led her to continue with a smile, Mr. Zhao, why don't you find a way to get the people here, and how about I help you share the rest? Zhao Shaggy had investigated Sun Yen Yen, and she naturally knew something about it. Sun Yen Yen was from the countryside, and was now a student at the Yuqing University, and the bar they had here was close to the Yuqing University, and the students there often came to the bar. It's easy for an unsuspecting little girl to get caught in the act if you just create a little opportunity. At that time, even if she was backed by the Shin family again, she wouldn't joke about her future prospects, would she? Zhao Shaggy nodded. It wasn't hard to get her to come to the bar. There were quite a few students from Yuqing University that he knew, and it wasn't hard to find someone to get a reason to get Sun Yen Yen here. He knew quite a bit about this little girl when he investigated her before. Recently, Xiao Siyu had gone to the school to specifically look for Sun Yen Yen again, so people who had previously been interested or uninterested in her had their eyes on her. It's easy for him to do it when he wants to do it instead. As Zhao Shaggy thought this, his heart instantly felt a lot better. He immediately took out his cell phone and explained to his men before rolling onto his back with the woman on the couch in his arms. Not long after Zhao Shaggy's side of the cell phone message had just been sent out, Hong Yi's side immediately called Sun Yen Yen over. Pei Yen Yen had just gotten out of the shower and came out to answer the phone before her hair was even blow-dried. Hello, Auntie? Hong Yi's voice was not loud, as if he was afraid of being heard. Sun Yen Yen was almost amused by him. Speak normally, Mr. Shin is not here. Only then did Hong Yi let out a sigh of relief and said, Auntie, you said earlier that you wanted me to keep an eye on Zhao Shaggy's side, and they're making a move now. After Sun Yan Nian helped Shen Huairuo win the contract from Zhao Shaggy's side earlier, she had incidentally implanted a Trojan horse virus in Zhao Shaggy's cell phone to facilitate the monitoring of his every move. However, she didn't have much patience, so she turned her hand and threw the back end of the software monitoring to Hung Yi, telling him to find a junior to watch it exclusively, and if the other party wanted to lay hands on the Shen family, let him report over. Sun Yan Nian's eyebrows raised. I didn't expect this Zhao Shaggy to move so quickly, and now he's going to hit the Shen family again? Sun Yan Nian took a towel and wiped it on her head before asking, what is he going to do? He wants to lay hands on you, auntie. Hung Yi silently gave Zhao Shag a second of silence as he said this. He dares to move on the head of a Teiyu Yukai, he doesn't want to live. He still remembers Sun Yan Nian going to their headquarters like he was shopping in a vegetable market, and then replacing Xinhai's boss in 3 tries. Zhao Shaggy actively want to provoke such a person. TSK. Hung Yi briefly told Sun Yan Nian about Zhao Shaggy's plan before carefully asking, Auntie, do you need me to find someone to clean him up a bit? Sun Yan Nian refused without even thinking, no need, this kind of small matter doesn't need your help at all. The Hung Yi on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned. Would it be too big of a deal for Auntie to handle this kind of thing herself? She's Star's North Star. How could she be allowed to do this kind of minion herself? Sun Yan laughed a bit younger, his tone carrying a bit of playfulness. With all the interesting things being taken care of by you guys, I won't have anything to play with, how boring. Han was instantly stuck in a shell, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses, but he still weakly asked, then the last time Xinhai. It was too late that time, wanted to go home and sleep early. Sun Yan Nian replied in a wave, but once again refreshed Hong Yi's 3 views. Sure enough, ants are ants, and their brain circuits are just different from the average person. Hong Yi took a deep breath before continuing, then I'll come back to inform you when they make further moves. No need, Sun Yan Nian blurted out without even thinking, as long as Zhao Shaggy's side isn't targeting the Shen family, there's no need to report to me, and as for targeting me, there's even less need to notify me. After all, games are more fun when you don't know the whole picture. Although Sun Yan Nian didn't say this sentence out loud, Hong Yi had already completely gotten to their aunt's point. Hong Yi silently mourned for Zhao Shaggy for another 3 seconds, wishing him a good journey. Chapter 51, You're rushing to give away your head, aren't you? By the way, Auntie, are those teachers from before still needed? He snapped to mind another thing besides the one just now. After Shen Huaiyan took Sun Yan Nian away last time, she hadn't been heard from. He also didn't know Sun Yan Nian's next plan, so the person hadn't been dispatched yet. Sun Yan Nian was slightly stunned. Yeah, why don't we make another appointment? Sun Yan Nian climbed up from the couch. She had to go to school most of the time lately. Only weekends were available, but ever since she was almost kidnapped, the Shen family was nervous about her safety. It does seem a bit difficult to go out alone, especially with an appointment with a seemingly dangerous character like Henichi. As Sun Yan Nian was thinking about it, she pushed open the bedroom door intending to go downstairs, only to happen to see Shen Huaiyan standing in the bedroom doorway. His face seemed a little less than perfect. Mr. Shen. Sun Yan Nian's eyebrows raised slightly. Are you not feeling well? You don't seem to look well. Sun Yan Nian held the cell phone and subconsciously went to probe Shen Huaiyan's pulse, but he just happened to see the note on the cell phone, Hung Yi. So she just said, why don't we make another appointment to Henichi? Shen Huaiyan's already not so good face was now even more ugly. As soon as Hang on the other end of the phone heard that there was Shen Huaiyan on the other side, he immediately opened his mouth and said, Auntie, little girl, it seems that you are very busy, let's talk next time. After saying that, Hung Yi hung up the phone. He breathed a secret sigh of relief and looked at the hung up phone, more than a little weepy. He didn't realize that one day he'd have to act his way out from under someone else's hand. Meanwhile, Sun Yan Nian, who had stuffed her phone in her pants pocket without a care in the world, was looking at Shen Huaiyan with a worried expression. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she frowned tighter. In the next second, Shen Huaiyan suddenly bent down and hugged her tightly, pressed her against the bedroom door, and lowered his head to kiss her. He had already made up his mind to keep Sun Yan Nian by his side, so he wasn't going to let her have any more chances to escape. The last time Sun Yan Nian and Hang Yi were at the cafe, he had just gotten his hands on the surveillance, and he hadn't even dared to look at it himself, but had handed it over to He. He didn't realize that when He debriefed him, he realized that what he thought was intimate before wasn't what he thought it was. It's just that Hang Yi looks like he's spotted the person following him at the door, so he pulls Sun Yan Nian into a corner to hide. Shen Huaiyan had just put down a heart and went upstairs, only to hear Sun Yan Nian on the phone with someone else. He didn't want to eavesdrop, but he just happened to hear the phrase, why don't we make another appointment, and listening to her expectant tone, Shen Huaiyan couldn't wait to find out who Sun Yan Nian wanted to meet. Like Hang Yi said, Sun Yan Nian was unfamiliar with the area and didn't have many friends. And who will she be meeting with? As expected, when he saw Sun Yan Nian's cell phone, the sense of crisis he had never felt before once again made him lose control. The breath he devoured and seized was at the tip of his nose before his consciousness slowly became clearer. The fishy sweet scent of rust in his lips made his heart jolt. When he realized what he had just done, Shen Huaiyan then jerked back. The person in his arms had long since reddened his eyes because of the pain on his lips, and his crystal and teardrops and broken beads generally crackled and fell. Shin Hwayan instantly panicked. He looked at Sun Yin with his hands and feet overwhelmed with fear. He had just thought of Sun Yin's immense anticipation of meeting Hung Yi, and his heart panicked as if he had already lost her. His panic felt like a tidal wave with no end in sight at all, a continuous stream that pushed him back to the shore over and over again, leaving him with nothing to do. The past not so much time spent with Sun Yin looks back on it as being wrong in every way. He makes Sun Yin, who married into the Shin family alone, sign a post-nuptial agreement, not caring at all that she was supposed to be the victim. It was only after Hang Yi spoke that she even realized how helpless she was in Shangjing. Shin Hwayan's already taut body was vaguely trembling, and his deep sense of guilt made him not dare to meet Sun Yin's eyes at all. Is he so despicable that he wants to keep her captive? Shin Hwayan clenched his fist fiercely and finally took a pad from his pocket and handed it to her. Wipe it off. With those words, he turned and left the bedroom. This little one surely didn't want to see her right now either, so it was better to wait until she calmed down and he could talk to her properly. Sun Yin just wanted to open her mouth to call out to him, but the wound on the corner of her mouth was so painful that she couldn't even utter a word. She could only watch Shin Hwayan leave with bated breath, and then wondered with a head full of question marks what she had done wrong again. Didn't we agree to be gentle from now on? This liar. Hiss. Sun Yin was also on fire. She's always corrected her mistakes, but only if she knows what she's done wrong, right? Now in this situation, she didn't bother to think about it. Her mouth hurt so much that she pressed to think. Buzz. Suddenly, Sun Yin's cell phone vibrated again, and it was Hung Yi. Auntie, what about the teachers? What time do we need to set? The corners of Sun Yin's mouth pursed, and she couldn't help but suck in another breath of cool air. With Shin Hwayan's current attitude towards her, the likelihood of wanting to cook raw rice was too low. Maybe it's really like what her master said, that the favor will be returned. Sun Yin thought so and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that she can only go the cow and horse route to sensitize her little brother. With that in mind, she tapped her fingertips on the keyboard a few times and returned. Let's get this over with. Sun Yin was just about to put her phone down when it vibrated again. Her eyebrows raised slightly, thinking it was Hung Yi again, but as she picked up her cell phone she saw an unfamiliar number. Sun Yin, I'm Sangwon. We overdid things before, we've both changed schools now, why don't we shake hands and make up? After all, we don't see each other's heads in the Shangjing circle. Looking at the message on her cell phone, Sun Yin's watery eyes couldn't help but narrow. It really was true that just when she wanted to doze off, there was one who came to deliver a pillow. She now had a belly full of anger that she didn't know where to direct it, and someone came rushing to her death. She didn't know how Zhao Shaggy had convinced Sangwon to come to her, but it made no difference to her. She just wanted to have a good time now. Thinking so, Sun Yin smoothly returned a message. How do you want to shake hands and make peace? Serve tea and kowtow, make amends and apologize? Shin Hwairua pass operation hate to hit the head of the Sang family. If kowtowing and admitting mistakes can be solved, they are expected to be able to kowtow their heads. Unfortunately, Shin Hwairua didn't eat that at all. Shin family members have always been steady and ruthless in protecting their calves, without any room for negotiation. It seems that Zhao Shaggy had given the Sang family some favors, so they would rush to have Sangwon come to give her head away, right? Well, Zhao Shaggy, Sangwon, Sang's family, good, very good. Chapter 52, this time, she must be made to suffer. The person on the other end of the phone snorted lightly when he saw the message Sun Yin had replied to. Some people really take the chicken feather as an arrow, thinking that if they happen to be familiar with Shin Hwairua, they can cover the sky with one hand? It's not like she's a member of the Shin family. Moreover, several brothers of the Shin family were all famous diamond bachelors in the Shangjing circle, and Shen Hwairuo, the third member of the Shin family, seemed to be the best to get along with, but was the most difficult to deal with. He may seem chatty and good-natured, but he's a cutthroat. Many celebrities in the Shangjing circle followed him on the pretext of work, but they were all rejected by him without a trace. How could someone like Sun Yin, who had no background at all, get into someone's eyes? Let's come out and talk about it, and we'll talk about whatever terms you want to make then. Sangwon's message was soon sent again. Sun Yin glanced at it, her fingertips gently tapping on the screen, and her pair of good-looking watery eyes narrowed, revealing a smile of anticipation. Yeah, you decide the location. It wasn't long after her words were sent that another message came from there. Let's just make an appointment at the Shinhai Hotel, we will bring our lawyers to talk to you then. Sun Yin couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she saw the word Shinhai. Why the date at the Shinhai Hotel? What's wrong with other hotels? She took out a side computer in her hand and flipped through it briefly, and it dawned on her. In Shangjing, most of the hotels that ranked high were owned by the Shin group, followed by the four major families, and the rest were Shinhai as well as the Sang family or companies that were related to the Sang family. When Sun Yin saw these, what is there not to understand? The front of the people Sang family cannot afford to mess with, the back of those is the Sang family do not want to get involved. So after choosing, Shinhai's hotel was the best choice instead. Sun Yin wordlessly skimmed her small mouth. It was really Xiao Er's mom opening the door for Xiao Er. Xiao arrived home. In passing, she messaged Sangwon back, no need for a lawyer, I can decide alone. Receiving Sun Yin's news, Sangwon was practically going crazy with joy. I knew it was just a coincidence that Sun Yen Yen was able to hire Shin Huairuo. She took the cell phone and immediately handed it to Sang Yu and Sang Mei to see. All in all, it's just a country bumpkin who wants to blackmail a large sum of money from our family. Sang Mei looked at the message sent by Sun Yen Yen, and her face was also cold as hell. Their family was so overwhelmed by Shin Huairuo's lawsuit that no one was even willing to take their family's case. Later, she managed to find this lawyer named Zhao Shaggy with great difficulty by asking for connections. Unfortunately, he has so many cases on his hands that it's hard for them to get an appointment. But just yesterday, Zhao Shaggy even directly approached them, saying that he could help them to fight the lawsuit without compensation, but he wanted them to do a favor. Ask Nian Nian Su out. Although they didn't know how Su Nian Nian had provoked this lawyer Zhao Shaggy, but how could they refuse something that would do them no harm? It would be better if she could just ask for some money to get rid of it. Sang Mi was in a much better mood when she thought that the things that had been bothering her these days would soon be resolved. But Sanyu, who was on the side, asked with a bit of worry, if this Zhao Shaggy really did something to Sun Yen Yen, we won't follow the bad luck, right? Sangwon shrugged her shoulders non-committally. What are you afraid of? Lawyer Zhao is so powerful, he will definitely find a way to avoid the risk. Besides, we are only going to talk to Sun Yen Yen. What does it have to do with us? The bottom of her eyes were filled with resentment as she thought of the hair that had been maimed by Sun Yen Yen earlier. If it wasn't for Sun Yen Yen, she would still be a student at Yuqing University. All this. If Zhao Shaggy could make Sun Yen Yen suffer a little bit, she was of course happy to see it. Sanyu pursed her lips, but I'm still a little worried. They had bullied so many people before without flipping out, but they flipped out on Sun Yen Yen. She always felt that Sun Yen Yen was an evil woman. Ever since the last time she was shaved by this woman at school, she now has nightmares of this woman's face. She couldn't help but wince just thinking about being in the same room as her. Not to mention actively messing with her. She was scared. Sangwon glanced at her. Alright, it's not like this time it says you have to go, just stay home, I'll take care of the rest with mom. Sang Mei also nodded along. That's right, last time that girl was so arrogant when she had Shin Huairuo, this time she must be given a taste of her own medicine. Sang Yu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but looking at both Sang Mei and Sangwon, who both looked like they were determined to win, she decided it was better not to say anything. It may really be that she's overthinking it. Sun Yen Yen and Sangwon finalized the time and went directly to Xinhai Hotel. Just as she entered, she saw the lobby manager freeze on the spot. Sun Yen Yen raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing this as Hong Xiaowu, the little brother who had previously followed Hong Yi around. It seems to be Hong Yi's cousin, a junior who came to work for him only after Hong Yi took over Xinhai. Seeing this, Hong Xiaowu immediately rushed over, looking at Sun Yen Yen with a smirk on his face and asking in a low voice, Auntie, why are you here today? Are you here to find the boss? Sun Yen Yen gently shook her head. Someone asked me to talk about something here today. Don't mind me, just go about your business, she said, winking at Hong Xiaowu. Hong Xiaowu's sweat was coming down. What this aunt was capable of, he had heard it from Hong Yi before. Hong Yi had specifically explained that if he met their aunt, he must be obedient and well-behaved, and preferably with a bit of eye candy. If not, then don't upset their aunt. Hong Xiaowu was mindful of what Hong Yi had said, so he hurriedly continued to ask in a low voice, then does auntie have a private room appointment? I can take you there. Sun Yen Yen took out her cell phone and handed it to him, only to see Hong Xiaowu's face change again. Auntie, come with me, we'll talk as we walk, Hong Xiaowu said, and pointed Sun Yen Yen in the direction of Xinhai's internal special elevator. There was no need to worry about anyone overhearing them when they got inside. Sun Yen Yen could only follow him towards the internal elevator when she saw his mysterious face. Just after entering the door, Hong Xiaowu immediately said respectfully, Auntie, the cameras in the corridors of that 1707 private room were turned off. It was requested by the guests of the 1707 private room, and they also ordered 2 bottles of red wine that were around $500,000. Oh yeah, that private room came with about 7 or 8 people, apart from a big one and a small one and 2 women. The rest of them looked like very strong men, very much like the bodyguards hired by the exterior. He rattled off the situation of the 1707 private room without any half-assed reservations at all. Sun Yen Yen's steps as she stood at the elevator entrance lurched. There's a bodyguard? Chapter 53, is this an attempt to be polite before being aggressive? Hong Xiaowu nodded repeatedly. Do you want me to go call a few people? Or call the police or something? He had heard their boss say before that this auntie didn't like them committing crimes, so apart from gathering the minions, the only way left was to call the police, right? Sun Yen Yen was almost amused by his worried look. She waved her hand at Hong Xiaowu. No need, in a moment, you just have to remember not to come in no matter what the commotion is on this level of the private room. They want to catch a turtle in a jar, she'll let them know what it means to have no return. Hong Xiaowu nodded his head with an eye. Then I'll find a few trusted ones to help auntie guard the door in a moment, and make sure that none of them will be allowed to run out. Sun Yen Yen raised his eyebrows in a bit of surprise, glancing at Hong Xiaowu beside him, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, revealing a bright smile. Young man, promising. Hong Xiaowu was a little confused by Sun Yen Yen's frown. Such a good-looking person was actually complimenting him. His whole face instantly turned red. and he instantly couldn't say a single word. Ding dash. Just then, the elevator doors suddenly opened. Hong Xiaowu immediately returned to his senses. Don't worry auntie, I'll definitely guard this side for you. Su Nian looked at his flushed face and nodded gently before walking straight out. She passed through the hallway, which was free of any cameras, and with a raised hand knocking on the door of private room 1707, she pushed her way in. The large private room is decorated in a grayish Chinese style, with a smaller private compartment inside, in addition to the round table for eating outside and the Chinese sofa for lounging. Su Nian looked at the two Sang family mothers and daughters sitting at the round table, and the tip of her brow absently swept the cubicle beside her. It looks like the bodyguards should be in this compartment. Are Sangmi and Sangwon planning to be courteous before they do anything? She didn't move and walked over, glancing at both mother and daughter Sangmi, and directly took her seat. Well, my people are here, so if there's anything you guys want to talk about, why don't you talk about it now? Her chin was slightly raised as she leaned back in her chair, her gaze wantonnly sweeping over both Sangmi and Sangwon. Inexplicably, it gave people an invisible feeling of oppression. Sangmei slightly froze, quickly shook off her head. This kind of yellow hair girl from the countryside, what is the sense of oppression? It must be her delusion. She was about to open her mouth when Sangwon, who was on the side, spoke up first. Su Nian, I don't know how you hooked up with the Shin family's third young master, but I can tell you plainly that if you want to mix in the Shangjing circle in the future, you should honestly let the Shin family's third young master withdraw his lawsuit. Su Nian tilted her little head and looked at Sangwon, a touch of mockery between her eyebrows. Student Sangwon, have you misunderstood something? I didn't come here to accept an apology. She took her cell phone out and waved it in front of Sangwon, pretending to be uncertain as she looked at the two people in front of her. Sangwon snorted lightly. Su Nian, do you think your status is worthy? Su Nian's fingertips gently nodded on the table. After I thought about it, you really don't deserve to apologize to me right now. You. She glared angrily at Su Nian, itching to let the bodyguards hidden in the private room come out now to ruthlessly beat Su Nian to vent her anger. Seeing this, Sangmi immediately reached out and held Sangwon, gently shaking her head at her. She didn't come here today to beat up Su Nian to vent her anger. She had something more important to do, and if it was done, the trouble their Sang family was experiencing could be completely solved. Sangmili's side looked towards Su Nian and said word by word, Su Nian, why don't we open the windows and speak the truth? Today I called you here to make the Shin family's third youngest withdraw his lawsuit, and if you can do that, I can also introduce you to a good job. How about it? A good job? Su Nian repeated Sangmi's words as if in thought, then said, what kind of job is Mrs. Sang planning to introduce me to? Sangmei pulled the corner of her mouth. Of course it's a good job. Law firm public relations, $100,000 a month. As she spoke, she directly placed the work contract in front of Su Nian. This is the contract that Zhou Shaggy gave her. When they came, Zhou Shaggy had mentioned that if Su Nian didn't want to, it was fine for these people he sent over to use some special means. If she won't play nice, then it's okay to create some kind of handle to keep in their hands. Of course, Sang Mei wouldn't let Su Nian sign the agreement so painfully. If it wasn't for her, Shin Huirua wouldn't have gotten into it with them, and her two daughters wouldn't have left Yuqing University, let alone gotten into a lawsuit. She had caused the Sang family to suffer so much damage already, and she certainly wouldn't let Su Nian have a good time. Sang Mili watched Su Nian turn over the contract in her hand page by page, certain that she would soon sign it. But it didn't matter, even if she signed on and kept one more handle in her hand, Zhao Shaggy probably wouldn't care. As Sang Mili thought this, her eyesight as she looked at Su Nian became a little more sinister. Who told her to get in the way of the path she'd paved for her daughter? Su Nian finished turning over the contract in her hand, but she suddenly smiled. Her fingertips tapped on the contract. Are you sure this is a work contract and not an adoption contract? Obviously under the banner of public relations, it is a secretary's job, or a personal assistant, a close secretary. 100,000 a month with no work whatsoever, just 24-hour on call. TSK, is Zhao Shaggy so mad after being robbed of her contract last time that he wants to take her out to vent his anger? Sang Beauty was obviously stunned as well. She had only scanned it at the time and hadn't thought about it at all. Now that I think about it, it is indeed suspicious to offer a young girl a monthly salary of $100,000 and such a clean job. And it also specifies a fixed place to work, a villa area. The famous second wife villa area in the Shangjing circle. It's basically a place where rich people openly keep their canaries. Sang Mei was a bit speechless and skimmed her lips. Are all lawyers so good at playing nowadays? You have to sign a contract to find a lover? Especially that huge compensation at the back. Sangmi couldn't help but sigh. Being targeted by someone like Zhao Shaggy, Su Nian was considered finished. Her eyebrows were raised high. This contract you have to sign if you are willing, not willing to sign. Why don't you be a good boy and sign it to save yourself from suffering, don't you think so? Sangmi said, instantly clapping her hands. The people hiding in the compartment also immediately came out from inside the room. These bodyguards were already tall and big. A few of them stood in a row, blocking the doorway that was going out. It had the air of she wouldn't get out alive if she didn't sign today. Sun Yan Nian's eyebrows raised slightly. So you guys are now planning to forcefully buy and sell? Chapter 54, It's lucky we don't hit them with our hands. Sun Yan Nian raised her eyes slightly, propping up her chin with one hand to look over the row of bodyguards standing in the doorway. Just these few burly-looking rookies weren't really enough for her to beat. Her eyes swept over Sangwon and Sangmimi. It seemed that they were quite wary of her because of what happened last time in the dormitory. It's just less vigilant. Sangwon saw Sun Yan Nian turn her head to look at the doorway and thought she was scared, speaking with mockery. Weren't you arrogant when you beat us up in the dormitory before? Now it's your turn, scared? When she thought of the time they were bullied by Sun Yan Nian, Sangwon's eyes were going scarlet. She and Sun Yu had never been that angry since they were kids. She must ruthlessly straighten this out today. As long as you obediently sign, I will mercifully let you go, only shave off your hair, let you kneel on the ground and learn 10 barks to let you go back. Sangwon said, smoothly picked up a lighter on the table and gently pressed it. In an instant, fire sprang from the top of the lighter. She just said she shaved Sun Yan Nian's hair, but she didn't say how. Zhao Shaggy only said to let Sun Yan Nian sign the contract, but nothing else, so it shouldn't matter if she burned her hair, right? Sangwon's malice was almost turning into substance, so how could Sun Yan Nian not see it? Sun Yan Nian turned back to Sangwon slyly. Sorry, I used to be in the mountains. I've seen a lot of wolves. I haven't seen many dogs. I don't know how to bark. Why don't you bark a few times to listen to Sang? Sangwon's face suddenly changed. You give face. Her words rubbed off and she stood up from the table, raising her hand to give Sun Yan Nian an earful. But before her hand could touch Sun Yan Nian, she was kicked away with a raised foot. Sangwon directly hit the wall on a high imitation of blue and white porcelain. Even people with porcelain vase fell to the ground. Sangwon pain kneeling on the ground, half a day to gasp for air. She had thought that with so many bodyguards present, she wouldn't dare to make a move. Didn't he realize that this was not martial? Sang Meili obviously didn't expect Sun Yan Nian to make a move either, and her eyes were glaring out in anger. She yelled at the frozen few bodyguards, what are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and grab that for me? Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward to surround Sun Yan Nian, but didn't even wait for them to get close. One by one, they all flew out of how they gathered over. In a matter of moments several burly men were falling in different positions all over the room. Sangmi was outright stunned. Each of these bodyguards had been in 100 battles, and their tendon flesh was definitely not for show. But in Sun Yan Nian's case it was just like a set-up bowling ball bottle, instantly knocked away. Sangwon and Sangmei did not expect things to turn out like this at all. She was just a yellow girl from the mountains, how could she be so capable? When Sangwon was beaten up earlier, Sangmei only felt that Sun Yan Nian was a bit of a fighter in her body. In hindsight, this boxing kung fu can already be described as perverted. While Sangmimi was still in a daze, Sun Yan Nian slowly approached the two of them step by step. Seeing that a few burly bodyguards had just been beaten to pieces and were only now ouchily and crawling up from the ground, Sangmi was also terrified. You, what do you want? She was shivering and pointing at Sun Yan Nian when she ended up seeing leaning over and pinching her chin with her fingertips. What do I want? Is it not what you want? Ha! Sun Yan Nian looked at Sangmei, who had already gone limp with her hands and feet. But I came to the place you set to accept the apology according to what you guys said. And this is how you ended up apologizing? When she said this, her hand that was pinching Sangmi was like a vice, as if she could crush her entire jaw in the next second. Sangmi's tears fell from her eyes in pain. The shock was so great that she was surprised that she couldn't react a bit for a while. Instead, Sun Yan Nian snorted and looked at her, her eyes filled with disdain. She raised her hand and patted Sangmei's face. Mrs. Sang, when you want to pin down others, see if you have the ability first. Only after she said this did she fling herself away from Sangmi in disgust. Sun Yan Nian, you. Before Sangwon could finish her latter words, she received a solid slap on her face. The body that had been on its knees planted itself directly on the ground. She wanted to call out to the bodyguards to take action, but the bodyguards who had just been knocked away by Sun Yan Nian were all like frosted eggplants, frozen to the side, and none of them dared to step forward. In fact, it is not that they dare not, but that they have the will to do so. Sun Yan Nian had just given them those few blows, not too heavy but not too light, but it had fractured all of their ribs. The outrageous thing is that everyone stands up and covers the same spot. After they realized it, the sights they looked at Sun Yan Nian became even more fearful. Let's not even talk about doing it. Sun Yan Nian was lucky if she didn't hit them now. It seems that we can't talk about today's matter, how about another day? Sun Yan Nian's pair of watery eyes smiled in a curved manner, but half of the smile didn't fall under her eyes. The corners of her mouth abruptly tightened as she turned and headed for the entrance to the private room. This time none of the bodyguards standing at the door dared to stop Sun Yan Nian again, each hating to be as far away from her as they could be like quails. Sun Yan Nian raised her eyes slightly, but she didn't find it strange. She was about to open the door when she suddenly heard a commotion at the door. Sun Yan Nian's eyes abruptly widened quite a bit as she almost immediately headed inside the private room. And look around for something as you go. Suddenly, she looked aside at the rope tied to the curtains. So immediately he rushed over and ripped it off. Mom! Sangwon pressed half of her face in pain, looking at Sun Yen Yen taking the curtain's rope and tying her hands in knots, and asked with a puzzled face, is she out of her mind? Leaving aside the question of why she tied herself up by herself, the way she was tied up now, anyone could tell that she had tied herself up by herself. But the next second, Sangwon was shocked. This was because she watched as Sun Yen Yen sat on the stool and stretched one of her legs into the gap between her arms before her body slightly squared up. It was like one of her arms was tied from behind. Not to mention Sangwon and Sangmi. Even a few of the bodyguards were greatly shocked. Because of this action, they were very familiar with it. It's a way to untie your backbound wrists by the softness of your body after you've been tied up. They never expected Sun Yen Yen to reverse the operation and disguise the effect of having her wrists tied from behind. Sang Beautiful is also a bit blinded. She opened her mouth and looked at her incredulously. What do you want to do? Chapter 55. Who gets beaten? She doesn't get beaten. Either this woman is crazy or she's sick in the head, right? Before she could think of anything else, the next instant, the door to the private room was violently opened. The person standing at the door was clearly Shin Hwayan, the president of the Shin Group, and his secretary, she. And they were followed by a row of well-trained bodyguards, as well as Shinhai's security. Hong Xiaowu was naturally among them. He had sent security here to prevent people from disturbing their aunt, but when he entered, his whole body was stunned. Sun Yen Yen was actually tied up by them? How hard he had just tried to stop Shin Hwayan and the others, and how much he regretted it now. If he had dragged his feet a little longer, their aunt was not going to be bullied badly. Hong Xiaowu thought so. Looking at these people inside the door, his face darkened significantly. How dare this bunch of trash make a move on their aunt? Make sure you break their arms and legs later when no one is around. Shin Hwayan's expression wasn't much better than Hong Xiaowu's. He strides towards Sun Yen Yen and immediately unties the rope behind her. But the red marks on her wrists were still solid. Shin Hwayan rubbed his wrist painfully, his voice dry and hoarse. Does it hurt? If he didn't happen to have an appointment with the company he was working with today to talk about cooperation at the Shinhai Hotel, she wouldn't have been able to notice that there was a figure going up the stairs that looked like Sun Yen Yen. If he hadn't been thinking about Sun Yen Yen, he wouldn't have had someone report on Sun Yen Yen's location, much less know that she was being bullied upstairs. Shin Hwayan didn't even dare to imagine what kind of inhuman abuse Sun Yen Yen would have suffered if he hadn't come. She was already a tiny one, usually so petulant that the slightest touch would leave her with bruises. The assholes even tied her up? Looking at her face in shock as she was tied up, Shin Hwayan felt his heart tremble with pain as if he had been stabbed. Sun Yen Yen glanced down at her wrists. She had just strained and tied them a bit tightly. Coupled with her maneuver, it made sense that they would be strangled red. She pursed her little lips and answered with drooping eyelids, wrists hurt. She sniffled softly, as if tears were about to fall next. The bodyguards who had their ribs broken by a kick from Yen Yen Su. Sang Mei, who was dumbfounded by Sun Yen Yen. Each of them looked at Sun Yen Yen with almost unbelievable gazes. Was she a savant? If they hadn't been the ones who just got hit, they would have believed her. Shin Hwayan's face sank even more this time, and even the atmosphere of the entire room followed suit and was depressing as hell. Sang Mei immediately jumped up. You, what are you babbling about? It was clearly you who beat all of us up, and now you're playing the victim instead? Who are you fooling? Sangwon also reacted at this time. She also covered half of her swollen face and looked at Sun Yen Yen, accusing. That's right. This face of mine was beaten by you. You don't want to deny it. Ask those bodyguards if you don't believe me. Sun Yen Yen looked like she was scared by them and immediately hid behind Shin Hwayan. Yes, it was me who hit. Oh, she said while hiding. Her pitiful look was heartbreaking to watch. A few of the bodyguards who had been hit silently covered their broken ribs from the kicks. If they hadn't been the ones who had just been hit, it would have been hard for them to believe that such a cute and pretty woman would have such strong explosive power. But at this point none of them dared to squeak, whether she was pretending or not, as long as she stopped hitting them. They're just being bodyguards, not death squads. It's a good idea to stay out of the way when you're clearly underdogs like this. Money is something you can only earn if you have a life, isn't it? Shin Hwayan had originally wanted to deal with these two women, but seeing Sun Yen Yen scared like this, he didn't have much patience to continue dealing with them. He directly picked Sun Yen Yen up in a cross-body hug and turned his head to Ishii. I'll leave this matter to you. Ishii nodded his head repeatedly, after which his grim line of sight was directed at the two people in the room, Sang Mei and Sang Won. How dare you kidnap their little missus? If you can tolerate it, you can't. He waved his hand at the door. Teach them how to behave first, and as for the ins and outs, cut them loose before we talk. As soon as his words fell, the row of bodyguards who had just been standing at the door walked straight in, surrounding the entire private room. The bodyguards who would have been fractured. Sangmi immediately shouted at Hishi, assistant he, is this some kind of misunderstanding? We haven't sinned against Shin, right? They were just looking for a yellow-haired girl from the countryside, so how did they somehow get on the wrong side of Shin Hwayan? Wasn't it a coincidence that Sun Yen Yen found Shin Hwairua as a lawyer? Hishi coldly glanced at Sangmi, her voice more indifferent than her face. There are some things you're not qualified to know, but you did provoke someone you shouldn't have. The marriage between their Mr. and Mrs. was supposed to be a secret, but looking at their Mr. S attitude, it was probably only a matter of time before the identity of the youngest wife would be confirmed. It's up to their Mr. Family to deal with it. But, no buts, do it. She said and waved his hand at a few bodyguards, after which he turned around and went out the door. And at this time, Hong Xiaowu, apart from letting the security guards of his men stay at the door, himself sneaked off to an unoccupied room to make a call to Hong Yi. Boss, something happened on my aunt's side. Just after the phone side was connected, Hong Xiaowu immediately couldn't wait to speak out. Auntie was kidnapped. I don't know if she was beaten up. She looks pathetic. Boss, what do you say? Ha? What the hell? Hang's head instantly went down as soon as he heard the words from the opposite side. Star's head honcho, Polaris, has been hit? Is that something he doesn't believe or doesn't believe? No one takes a beating, not her. With that kind of kung fu, not to mention a few bodyguards, even one company could turn him into a bowling ball bottle. Hong Xiaowu thought that Hong Yi had also been shocked, and that was why he told the whole story. At the end, he said with a bit of chagrin, Boss, if I hadn't brought someone to block the way, Auntie probably wouldn't have suffered a loss. You think Auntie won't be angry with me in the future? The corners of Hong Yi's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but raise his hand and press his temples. Xiaowu, did you just say that it was after Mr. Shen kicked open the door that he happened to see Auntie tied up? What about the others? Other people. Have a few bodyguards standing next to them. It is the posture is a little strange, all covering their chests, and I don't know what's wrong with them, as well as that pair of mother and daughter in nerves, saying that Auntie hit them. Heh, Auntie are tied up, how to beat them? As Hong Yi listened to what Hong Xiaowu said, it became clear. He didn't know how Sun Yan Yan had been tied up, but he knew that the people in the room had definitely been beaten. If Shen Huayan doesn't show up, they're going to get beat up badly. Chapter 56, This little guy isn't stupid. Hong Yi opened his mouth, and for a moment, he actually did not know how to explain to Hong Xiaowu. He couldn't tell Hong Xiaowu Sun Yanyan's identity, and naturally, there was no way to explain that she was a great god who could kill even with her hands and feet tied up. Little 5, you don't have to worry about this matter. Hong Yi thought about it and added, you just have to remember that you'll just do whatever Auntie says, understand? Hong Xiaowu was obviously a bit hesitant, but Auntie is all injured. Isn't Auntie their Xinhai's auntie? The boss was saying before that his aunt was his benefactor. Since you're a benefactor, shouldn't you return the favor? Hong Yi felt a growing headache, and after a moment of silence, he could only sigh helplessly. Then, you just wait for these people to leave and then find a way to beat them up. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely find someone to beat them up so much that they won't even recognize their own mothers. Well, who made them unlucky, messing with their aunt, they deserve to be beaten up a few times. Meanwhile, Shen Huayan, who had taken Sun Yan Yan away, was sitting on the sofa in room 1606. Looking at the red marks on Sun Yan Yan's wrists, he took the ointment from the medical kit and gently helped her apply the medicine. Hiss. Sun Yan Yan couldn't help but inhale, her eyes instantly reddening. Shen Huayan's heart ached as he watched, and he couldn't wait to rub her in his arms to comfort her. What brings you here today? He tried to restrain his impatience as much as possible, and gently asked Sun Yan Yan about the ins and outs. Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes blinked, and after glancing at Shen Huayan, she honestly explained, Sangwon sent me a message, saying that she wanted to apologize to me in person, so I came. She really wasn't lying. Only the difference was that she knew that Sangwon and the others weren't apologizing at all, but were there to help Zhao Shaggy clean her up. Shen Huayan's eyebrows rose slightly, so you believe it? Sun Yan Yan's eyes watched the nose watched the heart, gently Shen Huayan couldn't help but raise his hand and press his temples, an inexplicable fire raced up, but he didn't dare to lash out at Sun Yan Yan at all. If this were the other 3 brats in the Shen family, he would probably have the butler hang them and beat them. But Sun Yan Yan can't. She would have been young and simple and unworldly. He couldn't respond with their family model. Shen Huayan took a deep breath and tried his best to let level his voice. When you encountered this kind of thing, why didn't you tell me? Sun Yan Yan lowered her head and slowly spoke. This is my personal matter. I don't think it's necessary to trouble Mr. Shen, and third young master Shen is already helping me. Personal? No need to bother? Someone else is already helping? Her words hammered on his heart word by word, instantly causing Shen Huayan's originally suppressed fire to instantly surge back up. So, what you're saying is that I shouldn't care? Shen Huayan's cool voice resounded in the room. Sun Yan Yan's heart flinched. It was over. Shen Huayan was really angry. She had originally borrowed the message that Sangwon had sent out to have some fun, who knew that she would be caught by Shen Huayan. It also so happened to be that she had just finished beating up all the people. She was thinking about how to open her mouth to explain when the door to her room was suddenly knocked on. Soon, the man at the door walked in. It's Hosu. Sir, there's something I might need you to look at. She, who had just entered the room, naturally felt the terrifyingly low air pressure in the room. But right now what he had on hand made him feel even more unsettled in his mind. So he could only speak stiffly. Shen Huayan originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but when he thought that she wasn't the type of person who would casually come to bother him over trivial matters, he stood up. He turned back and gave Sun Yan Yan another look, admonishing, wait here obediently for me. and think about the questions I just asked. Su Nian pursed her small lips and nodded obediently. It was true that she had to find a proper excuse or she was bound to flip out today. Shin Huayan, of course, did not know what Su Nian was thinking in the back of her mind, and followed he straight out of the room. They walked to the long corridor where no one was, and only then did he hand Shin Huayan the things in his hand. Sir, this is what was just found in room 1707, they want the missus to sign this contract. Shin Huayan's brows frowned slightly as he took the contract and flipped through it. She, who was on the side, continued to add in order to save time, this contract, which they just explained, is a contract drawn up by Zhao Shaggy's side. This is actually an adoption contract. Shin Huayan's fingertips that had just lifted to the terms instantly froze. He recalled that when Su Nian had signed the contract with him earlier he had flipped to the last page and written his name without even looking at it. He then felt even more annoyed. Shin Huayan almost subconsciously reversed the last page. Well, it's clean and unsigned. Luckily, the little guy wasn't stupid. Shin Huayan himself hadn't noticed that he would be secretly relieved that Su Nian's name wasn't on the contract. He tossed the contract to Yishi, his eyes suddenly turning cold. So she was tied up by them because she didn't sign it? Probably. Hush, he said, blushing a bit. Shin Huayan naturally noticed his look and raised his eyebrows along with him. What other questions? She hesitated for a moment. Just now, the two people, Sang Mei and Sang Wan, balked at the fact that Mrs. tied herself up by herself. Those bodyguards said the same thing? Shin Huayan's brows abruptly furrowed, and his face became quite somber again. Sang Wan and Sang Yu had used this trick before when they bullied Su Nian in the dormitory, and now that they had been blocked by him, how could they still be so brazen? She pulled the corner of his mouth. Those bodyguards have very strict mouths. No matter how they clean them up, they keep silent or say they didn't see anything, but they are considered to have a backbone. But how could she know that they were scared by Su Nian's fight? Coupled with the fact that there was no way that her operation could have been discovered to have been kidnapped by herself, they would have been better off lying down honestly rather than continuing to get beaten up in unison with Sangmi. It's better to say you don't know than to be called a forced smear. Shin Huayan snorted coldly. It's good to have a backbone, then let them personally interrogate the mother and daughter both. When they can give me a satisfactory answer, when will it end? Yes, sir. She nodded and put away the contract in his hand. But when he was just about to leave, he looked like he remembered something. Sir, the wife has only just experienced a kidnapping and being forced to sign this kind of contract. She must be very scared. And at such a time, if someone can take care of her considerately, her position in her heart will definitely be different. She thought of the bad atmosphere between Su Nian and Shin Huayan when he had just entered the room, and he was more or less worried that this Mr. Maternal Solo had messed things up. Chapter 57, he didn't want her to be afraid of him. Shin Huayan raised his single eyebrow slightly and swept He a cold glance. Nosy. The latter immediately shrunk his neck. Then I'll immediately go and deal with what Mr. has explained. Shin Huayan looked at Hishi's back as he left, his brows wrinkling again at this point. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Hishi's words were right, this was indeed a good way to make Su Nian develop a crush on him. But he was a little hesitant. For a moment, he clenched his fists, but pushed the door and walked in. At this time Su Nian was sitting on the sofa in a well-behaved manner. When she saw him enter the door, her timid look was slightly raised, and then withdrawn, looking at him heartbreaking. Damn! He didn't want her to be afraid of him. Shin Huayan clenched his teeth in indignation, but he could only pretend to be calm as he sat on the sofa beside Su Nian. Mr. Shen. Su Nian opened her mouth tentatively, but she saw that the other party's face remained tight. It's over. Su Nian's little head spun half a day, and finally chose to admit his mistake. This was the rule of thumb she had learned from her years of experience in the mountains. No matter how much trouble she had made, she would first admit her mistake and then pamper herself, so that she wouldn't be punished too miserably. She thought so, rolled over and straddled Shin Huayan's body, and in the next second, she pulled over his collar and sent her small mouth up. Shin Huayan's brain instantly went down, but her body accepted her one step ahead of her brain. Almost subconsciously, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pressed it tightly into his embrace. Under her palm was the soft flesh of her waist, and she grunted softly at the slightest pressure. Petulant as hell. But inexplicably, he just loved how delicate she was, how he loved to hear her humming and being bullied by her watery eyes. Shin Huayan's mind moved, and the big hand that stroked up his back directly clasped her slender white neck, no longer giving her any room to escape. Her breath rolled in and out, but the tip of her nose was slightly cooler. He could clearly feel the soft shape of her lips, warm and sweetly scented. Su Nian's little head was dizzy, held tightly by his big hand, and could only feel and respond. She originally just wanted to give a kiss and then just admit her mistake in front of Shin Huayan. She'd been scared of him biting her before, so she didn't dare wait for him to punish her, so she planned to take the initiative herself. She didn't expect to be grabbed in return for this initiative. Su Nian could not cry, but she could only obey him. The unfamiliar and slightly arousing sensation made her hands and feet go limp and a heart almost explode in her chest. Her small hands desperately hugged Shin Huayan, but she ended up disengaged in his arms. Only after half a minute did Shin Huayan let go of Sun Yen Nien. Looking at her nose red, a pair of good-looking eyes even stained with a few points of brimming vapor, he felt that all the irritation that had just blocked his heart had dissipated. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the fact that Sun Yen Nien took the initiative to kiss him did please him. Mr. Shin, you're not angry, are you? Sun Yen Nien sniffled, still looking at Shin Huayan with a bit of apprehension. Although he couldn't see the anger he had just felt from the bottom of his eyes, Sun Yen Nien was still a bit uneasy. Shin Huayan naturally knew what she was thinking. He sighed softly and gently kissed the corner of her eye before speaking slowly, no more anger, but in the future when you encounter this kind of thing again, you have to tell me first, okay? Sun Yen Nien pursed her small lips and was about to say that they had signed a contract between them. But looking at Shin Huayan's look that she was planning to bite up at any moment, she conceded. Got it. She'll just do it more covertly next time. Shin Huayan looked at her well-behaved appearance, and his eyes fell back on her small mouth that had just been a little swollen by his torture, and inexplicably the knot in his throat rolled. He thought again. Shin Huayan had never imagined that he was such a lustful person. It was only a slight dip in her, and he wanted to take her whole. He'd been thinking that since the first time he'd kissed her. Shin Huayan stretched out his fingertips and gently rubbed Sun Yen Nien's lips. The soft touch made him recall the shape of the lips he had just traced. Sun Yen Nien didn't know what Shin Huayan was thinking, but she instinctively felt as if something extraordinary would happen if she didn't say something now. Her senses had always been sharp, especially her ability to anticipate danger. Ahem, Mr. Shin. It didn't matter that she spoke, the fingertip that was still on her lips fell into her small mouth. Sun Yen Nien subconsciously pushed it out with her tongue. Shin Huayan's eyes darkened almost instantly, and his entire body was even more stiff as hell. Sun Yen Nien naturally didn't realize what she had just done, and instead said to herself, Mr. Shin, what are you going to do about Sang Wan and Sang Mei's side? Although the Shin family was a large family, but for the sake of the Sang family if this pair of mother and daughter did anything out of the ordinary, it was completely unnecessary. Shin Huayan retracted his hand without any trace, and his eyes followed and moved to her small face, but the slippery feeling on his fingertips still made him itch. He pretended not to notice and said, You're the victim of this. What do you want to do about this? If she was afraid, she could have told the Sang family to get out of Shangjing immediately and never let them show their face here again in this lifetime. Whenever she wanted, he did. Sun Yen Nien raised her eyes and stole a glance at Shin Huayan, seeing that his mood didn't seem to fluctuate much, before she slowly opened her mouth and said, This is the Xinhai Hotel, which is also considered to be Hung Yi's turf, so it should be a lot simpler if he is approached for help. Xinhai was doing all kinds of dirty work before. Finding people in this area is certainly more comfortable than Shin Huayan and the others. Coupled with Hong Yi's status as a friend in her case, Shin Huayan shouldn't be suspicious. Sun Yen Nien was playing a little game in her heart, but she didn't notice that someone had completely blackened his face when he mentioned the name Hong Yi. I have his number here, I can. No need. Without waiting for Sun Yen Nien to finish her words, Shin Huayan placed her on the sofa. This matter isn't as simple as you think. There's quite a bit of involvement with the Shin family, and it doesn't need outsiders to handle it. Sun Yen Nien opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she thought that the mastermind behind this was indeed Zhao Shaggy, and he was targeting Shin Huairuo. From Shin Huayan's point of view, it was indeed the Shin family's business. Shin Huayan was justifiably reluctant to use Hung Yi. Sun Yen Nien squinted her watery eyes, thinking about what she had to do to help Shin Huayan. Her sad face fell under Shin Huayan's eyes, causing his heart to clench again. She really does like Henichi, doesn't she? It should be because he thought that there were Hung Yi's people at the Xinhai Hotel. That's why he dared to come here alone to meet the Sang family. It seems that this man called Hang Yi has gained a lot of weight in her heart. Shin Huayan thought of this, his eyebrows instantly wrinkled. Was he waking up late? Chapter 58. Are you out of your mind? His brows frowned slightly, his eyes falling on Sun Yen Nien's small face. I'll have Ishi send you to the hospital in a while, you. Before he could finish his words, he felt a tug on the corner of his coat. Sun Yen Nien's watery eyes blinked, softly muttering, Mr. Shin, can I not go to the hospital? The injury on her wrist was accidental, and going to the hospital for that was more or less a trivialization. Seeing that Shin Huayan didn't respond, Sun Yen Nien added, There's nothing wrong with me, I just have a little pain in my wrist. Shin Huayan looked at her pitiful appearance, raised his hand and gently rubbed her little head. Going to the hospital is not to look at the wrist, it's just to do a few simple checks. He wasn't sure if the Sang family had made a move on Sun Yen Nien before he arrived. He couldn't be bothered to ask Sun Yen Nien directly, and he couldn't strip her naked and check herself over. So he could only send her to the hospital for a checkup first, so he could also feel relieved. Sun Yen Nien pursed her small lips and clutched the hem of the coat in her hand more tightly. But I don't want to go. Shin Huayan lowered his eyes to look at her small face. Her voice was not loud, but a small face looked determined. Shin Huayan's eyebrows raised slightly, and his large hand gently held her small hand instead. His fingertips gently rubbed her wrist for a moment and he spoke out hesitantly, Why don't you want to go? Sun Yen Nien instantly fell silent. Do you need a reason not to go? She couldn't think for a moment and simply chose to respond in silence. This instantly silenced the entire room. Shin Huayan sighed lightly, if you're scared, I can accompany you. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes lifted abruptly, and when she looked at Shin Huayan, her eyes trembled slightly, really? If going to the hospital could also be with Shin Huayan, it wouldn't be impossible. She focused on the words accompany you and completely missed the first half of Shin Huayan's sentence. Her watery eyes were bright and clear, as if there were no impurities in them. Shin Huayan's heart softened at her look. Fingers unconsciously squeezed over her small hand. Well, really. He wanted she to send her there, but looking at her pitiful appearance, he couldn't let go. What will you do when you're so delicate? Looks like it's just going to have to be spoiled. Shin Huayan didn't wait for he and directly drove Su Nian Nian to Shanjing Hospital. Shanjing Hospital was one of the best hospitals in the entire Shanjing Circle and was affiliated with the Shin Group. Shin Huayan called Shin Huaiji before he went. So just as Su Nian Nian arrived at the hospital, she was sent to the Super VIP channel and pushed by a bunch of specialists to the consultation. Su Nian Nian hadn't been in the hospital for long when a number of patients and patients' families were talking in the hospital corridor. What's going on here? What's all the fuss about? It can't be that something happened to the Shin family, right? I heard that all the famous doctors from all the departments in the hospital went to the consultation room. I don't suppose so? I heard it was a young girl who came. The little girl must have nothing to do with the Shin family. The Shin family can be all men. When do they have women? Not to mention little girls. The 7 voices of others didn't care much about it, but Lin Dalong, who was sandwiched in the crowd, heard it clearly. Other people didn't know that the Shin family had women, but they did. Especially if it's a young girl who's not too old, then it's only Su Nian Nian. Thinking so, Lin Dalong immediately quietly followed him to the consultation room, and after he wandered around for most of the day and inquired for a while, he left with an ugly face. Master, what's wrong with you? Zhao Feng, who was walking out of the hospital room, saw Lin Dalong's ugly face and his heart clenched. Is there something wrong with Lulu's test results? Lin Bailu was sent to the hospital since she suddenly fainted from shock a few nights ago. I checked everything I could in the last few days, and today just happened to be the day the results came back from the psychiatric side. Lin Dalong had just gone to the psychiatric department to get the results, and seeing how ugly he looked, it was hard for Zhao Feng not to think about it more. What could be wrong? It's just an overdose of shock. Lin Dalong bristled in disbelief. Usually let her watch less horror dramas, so that she doesn't have nothing to run around in the middle of the night. Lin Bailu checked in the hospital for the past few days and nothing was wrong. The doctor said she was hallucinating from shock, probably from stress, and told them not to put too much pressure on the patient. After that the doctor said a bunch of precautions, none of which he remembers anymore. All he could think about now was Su Nian Nian, who had been sent to the treatment room. It wasn't that he was so worried about her, but he heard the little nurses secretly chatting about how Su Nian Nian looked like she only had a little wrist injury, yet she called all the departments over to examine her. Just how much did Shin Huayan value Nian Nian Su to do this? He didn't know, but he was pretty sure he would miss out on a lot if he didn't curry favor with Su Nian Nian now. When Lin Dalong thought so, his sight looked at Zhao Feng and asked, I asked you to go and liaise with Nian Nian before, how is it going now? Zhao Feng suddenly froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting how Lin Dalong's words had suddenly turned to Su Nian Nian. She opened her mouth and wanted to say that she hadn't looked for it yet, but when she saw that Lin Dalong's face wasn't looking very good, she said, recently, Lulu's situation hasn't been very good, so I haven't had much time. Lin Dalong's face became obviously ugly for a few minutes, his gaze fixed on Zhao Feng looking up and down for half a day before he said, no time? Didn't you make a trip to the Shin family before? Zhao Feng froze at once, she didn't expect Lin Dalong to know. She pursed her lips, but didn't dare say a word. How could Lin Dalong not see Zhao Feng's abnormality? His eyes narrowed, and as soon as he did, he tugged on Zhao Feng's arm and forced him to ask, what did you go to the Shin family for? Did you not go to find Su Nian Nian? Zhao Feng just lowered his head and didn't say anything. It seemed that no matter how much he asked, she wouldn't talk. Lin Dalong's face became even more ugly. Suddenly, he remembered that Lin Bailu had once mentioned in front of him earlier about going to switch over with Su Nian Nian. His face steeply changed, and his somewhat huffy eyes stared at Zhao Feng once again. Don't tell me that the last time you went to the Shin family, you were proposing to the Shin family to switch Su Nian Nian back? Although Zhao Feng didn't say anything this time, she visibly shook. Looks like it's a no-go. Lin Dalong shook off Zhao Feng and opened his mouth to curse. Are you sick in the head? Can't you see that Shin? His words cursed and were silenced again. After all, the matter of the marriage between the Shin family and their family was only known to them, and if the voice was too loud and was heard by others, and it ended up on the Shin family's side, the Shin family would not let them off the hook. He clenched his fist angrily. You wouldn't listen to brainless words like Lin Bailu's if you had any brains at all. Chapter 59, I don't agree. Zhao Feng was scolded by Lin Dalong's face. A burst of green and white, quickly pulled his arm, whispered, I know that this is a bit suspenseful, but I thought that if Lulu can enter the Shin family, within a year pregnant with the Shin family's child, our Lin family is not also followed by the chickens and dogs? The corner of Lin Dalong's mouth twitched. Do you think that the Shin family's people are all stupid? They wouldn't be able to see through your little mind? They had already disgusted the Shin family when they had taken the liberty of exchanging Su Nian Nian for Lin Bailu's marriage contract. Now that Shin Huayan had a hard time liking Su Nian Nian, as long as Zhao Feng showed a little bit of motherhood and spoke softly to Su Nian Nian, the Shin family and the Lin family might be able to break the ice. But on the contrary, Zhao Feng went to the Shin family and said so many asshole things. Lin Daolong feels upset just thinking about it. He pushed the door into the ward, but saw Lin Bailu looking straight at the entrance of the ward. It seems that she heard all the words just now. Lin Daolong's brows frowned slightly, and hadn't wanted to hide it from Lin Bailu. Su Nian Nian was so favored in the Shin family, there was no way he could easily give up such a good pawn. Zhao Feng followed Lin Daolong through the door, and when she saw Lin Bailu's straight eyes, she hurriedly spoke, "Lulu, when did you wake up? Is there any place that's uncomfortable?" Lin Bailu glanced at Zhao Feng, and her eyes turned to Lin Daolong. "Dad, our school recently had a welcome party, and in addition to the students, sponsors would be invited to attend. If you want to meet Su Nian Nian, you can contribute a sponsorship fee." Lin Daolong's eyebrows suddenly lifted and he looked at Lin Bailu with a bit of surprise, but he didn't make a sound. Lin Bailu clenched her fingertips. "I know that I was unintelligent before and made things difficult for Mom and Dad. I won't in the future. As long as it's for the good of our family, I won't mind any of these things." She knew that she wasn't the Lin family's biological child, especially to Lin's father, and that she wasn't worth more than Su Nian Nian if she continued to fold. She would probably lose her identity as the eldest miss of the Lin family. Zhao Feng looked heartbroken and immediately sat beside the hospital bed and hugged Lin Bailu and patted her. "Lulu, you don't need to think too much. Even if Su Nian Nian comes back, you're the only one that Mom and Dad love the most." Lin Bailu lowered her head and leaned into Zhao Feng's arms, letting out a soft but her fists, hidden behind her back, clenched hard. They claimed to love her, but none of them denied the offer she had just made. 20 years together can't outweigh the benefits of being with the Shin family. Meanwhile, Su Nian Nian, who had been placed in the super VIP ward, was surrounded by Shin's family. Ever since they heard he say that Su Nian Nian had been kidnapped and injured, the Shin family couldn't sit still. First, Shin Elder was the first to bring people to rush to the hospital, followed by several other brothers of the Shin family who also came to the hospital one after another. Su Nian Nian sat on the hospital bed and looked at the Shin family members sitting in a circle around her, wide-eyed and completely at a loss as to what to say. "Sister-in-law, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Shin Huairua looked at Su Nian Nian with an apprehensive face, his heart filled with guilt. He learned from Shin Huayan that the mastermind behind this time was Zhao Shaggy, and this bastard even tried to get Su Nian Nian to sign an adoption agreement. Ugh, he doesn't look at what he is either. Their sister-in-law is also something that he, a dog, can fantasize about? Su Nian Nian waved her hand, a little less than kind. "I'm fine, just a little bruise on my wrist." If Shin Huayan hadn't made such a big deal out of it, her wrist would probably have healed with a rub of medicine. The more Su Nian Nian didn't care, the less flavorful Master Shin's heart was. She had gotten hurt all for the sake of their Shin family. After all, since Su Nian Nian married into the Shin family, Shin Huayan has never had any accidents. Instead, Su Nian Nian was either kidnapped or on her way to be kidnapped. She is a delicate little girl child, obviously a fortune plus koi life, if not to come to their Shin family to suppress the house to block the break, will not be swept into the danger. It's a good thing she's lucky enough to be able to turn it around every time. Master Shin thought this way, and his heart ached even more for this girl doll. "Second brother, how exactly is sister-in-law's situation?" Shin Huaisu's skeptical gaze sized up Su Nian Nian for a while, and his eyes finally landed on Shin Huaiji. She'd been tied up twice in the past month, and while there were no physical injuries, he was a little concerned about whether their sister-in-law had suffered any mental damage. Shin Huaiji flipped through the diagnosis and treatment book in his hand. "There's really nothing wrong with sister-in-law's physical condition, but I think it's better to stay in the hospital for a few more days of observation just to be on the safe side." "I agree." Shin Huairui nodded repeatedly. "Although there's nothing wrong for the time being, it's unlikely that there are any hidden dangers that haven't been detected." Shin Huaisu looked at the two men with determined faces and weakly spoke. "Should we ask our big brother's opinion?" "What's there to ask about his opinion?" Elder Shin hummed softly. "Even if I ask, it's still in vain. That brat who's full of work will surely agree to let Nian Nian stay in the hospital. I pushed the kid around when I asked him to take a wife before. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Nian Nian was now staying in Shin Huayan's room every night, he would have suspected that this brat was giving him a fake marriage." When Master Shin thought of this, he suddenly seemed to think of something. "Right, Lao San, when you go home in a while, talk to Zhang Ma and ask her to pack a separate room out for Nian Nian." The moment his words left his mouth, the three Shin family brothers present were shocked. Shin Huaisu did not hold back. The first popped out. "Grandpa, what are you planning to do? It's so hard for them to have such a cute and adorable sister-in-law, and Grandpa is trying to break up the lovebirds?" The latter words he did not say, but his face expressed them plainly. Elder Shin blankly glanced at Shin Huaisu. Nian Nian is still small, and his body can't withstand being tossed around until it recovers its health. It was hard enough for her to marry into their family to keep the house in check, but to have to serve that brat, it was heartbreaking to think about. But, no buts. Elder Shin was very faceless and directly refused on the spot. "When you go back tonight, you'll go find Zhang Ma, and when Nian Nian comes home, the two of them will live separately for the time being. I disagree. Suddenly, a cold voice came in from the doorway of the ward. Shin Huayan pushed open the door and walked in right in the middle of the crowd's burning eyes. After he saw Elder Shin, he slowly added, Nian Nian was injured because of the Shin family's affairs. It's only right that I, as a husband, take care of her. Elder Shin stared at Shin Huayan with an expression of seeing a ghost, as if saying, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Shin Huayan would even take the initiative to ask to take care of someone? Or a girl doll? Is he starting to hallucinate at his advanced age? Chapter 60, No Loss at All. Shin Huayan looked at Elder Shin with a calm face and explained word by word, Nian Nian has only just suffered a shock and you're going to leave her in the hospital. Do you think it's appropriate? Is not appropriate. By the same token, then do you think it's appropriate to leave her by herself in a strange room? Shin Huayan didn't give Master Shin a chance to buffer at all, and added another delivery question. This time, Elder Shin was completely silent. Indeed, it's not appropriate. But he was heartbroken for Su Nian Nian, always thinking of finding a remedy in some way. Master Shin watched as Shin Huayan walked over and rubbed Su Nian Nian's head, asking, do you want to go home with me tonight? His tone was gentle, sounding like he was coaxing Su Nian Nian in general. A few brothers stood aside, their hearts still unable to hold back their shock, but compared to before, they were already quite a bit more calm on their faces. Su Nian Nian nodded repeatedly, I want to go back. She wasn't even hurt in the first place, and staying in the hospital was a waste of resources. Besides, how can sleeping alone smell better than cuddling up to your little brother? Elder Shin looked at Su Nian Nian, then at Shin Huayan, and finally sighed, in that case, after Nian Nian recovers, bring her to meet the rest of the family. His words undoubtedly exploded like a heavy bomb in the hospital room. Several Shin family brothers even looked at Shin Huayan with a worried face. All three of them knew that it was an agreed marriage between Su Nian Nian and Shin Huayan, but Master Shin didn't know. If Su Nian Nian meets the other elders and side branches of the Shin family, her identity is equivalent to semi-public, which is contrary to the contract their big brother signed with Su Nian Nian in the first place. Several brothers in the Shin family had wanted to help Shin Huayan round up the situation, but when they thought of everything that had happened to Su Nian Nian recently, and the changes in the Shin family, they couldn't say anything no matter what. So the three brothers could only stare at Shin Huayan with their eyesight. It does need to be met. Shin Huayan's face remained unchanged, gently stroking the broken hair around Su Nian Nian's ears. It was Su Nian Nian's turn to be nonplussed. Her watery eyes blinked and apprehensively glanced at Shin Huayan, and her watery eyes seemed to be speaking. Shin Huayan faintly swept Su Nian Nian a glance, after which he turned to Elder Shin and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take Nian Nian back first. With that, he leaned down and picked up Su Nian Nian in a horizontal hug, leaving the hospital room amidst the shock of Elder Shin and the three Shin brothers. Su Nian Nian climbed onto Shin Huayan's shoulder, revealing half of her head to peek back. Seeing that the Shin family didn't follow her, then she asked in a low voice, Mr. Shin, do I really have to go see the rest of the Shin family? Shin Huayan's eyelids drooped slightly. You don't want to? His tone was flat, so that no emotion could be heard. Su Nian Nian shook her head. There's no such thing as agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just worried about whether or not doing so will violate the agreement that was signed before then. This matter was brought up by the old master, and the agreement can be appropriately relaxed. Shin Huayan didn't wait for Su Nian Nian to finish and snatched her words. At that time, the person who asked me to marry the Lin family was the old master, so as long as he doesn't find out the end of the story, all other conditions can be appropriately relaxed. Su Nian Nian had originally been a little vain about the possibility of her being released from her contract for violating the treaty. I didn't expect Shin Huayan to relax the conditions for her. Su Nian Nian's heart slowly loosened, and her pair of watery eyes curved into a smile. Mr. Shin, you're such a good person. Good people? Shin Huayan's eyes crossed a flash of obscurity. He had just made an excuse to publicize Su Nian Nian's identity. If he could, he would hate to ignore any treaties and just go public. Let everyone know that Su Nian Nian is his and only his. But now, because of that damn clause, he's left to his own devices. Shin Huayan's eyelids drooped, and it is estimated that only the simple-minded Su Nian Nian will believe his bull ********. The next day, Su Nian Nian had just gotten up when she received a message of condolence from Hong Yi. Early in the morning, Shin Huayan let she give her leave. So she just happened to have quite a bit of free time, and she called Hong Yi directly over. Auntie, there's nothing wrong with your body, right? It's all my fault for not protecting Auntie. As soon as the phone was connected, Hong Xiaowu's voice came over from the other end of the phone. His anxious voice caused Su Nian Nian's eyebrows to raise slightly. That's what merged the voices he heard with the Hong Xiaowu he saw at the hotel that day. She was silent for a few seconds, thinking about what to say back when Hong Yi's voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, Auntie, the boy is really too worried about you. He doesn't mean any harm. Su Nian smiled youngly. It's okay, I wasn't hurt yesterday, I was just a little too anxious when I was tying the rope and accidentally grazed my wrist. She also did not expect Shin Huayan would suddenly appear. The vest is almost unable to cover. Who cares about face or not face? Hong got Su Nian Nian's meaning in an instant, but Hong Xiaowu beside him was completely frustrated. Hong Yi, you shouldn't have sent me a message just about this matter, right? Sun Yan Nian's clear and shallow voice came over from the side of the phone. Hong Xiaowu sniffed and immediately said excitedly, Auntie, the boss is trying to tell you that he took revenge for you. We found the mastermind behind this, and then ruthlessly. Before he could finish his latter words, Hong Yi covered his mouth. Although things they did, it was more or less too dirty to talk about such things with a little girl as small as Sun Yan Nian. Half listening to Sun Yan Nian's words, she looked at her cell phone with a bewildered expression. You guys cleaned up Zhao Shaggy? Although the people who were picking a fight were the two Sang family mothers and daughters, the contract was issued by Zhao Shaggy. It's not a stretch to say he's behind it. Hong Yi sighed helplessly. Yes, Hong Xiaofu felt that you were at a disadvantage, Auntie, and he personally led the men there. When Sun Yan Nian thought of Hong Xiaowu's indignant voice just now, she couldn't help but laugh. He's quite interesting, but you'd better make things clear to him, so that he doesn't get carried away with his intentions and suffer again. Alright, Auntie. Hong Yi's heart rejoiced. It seemed that Sun Yan Nian was willing to let him reveal her affairs to Hong Xiaowu. He was then secretly relieved. Hong Xiaowu, this child is good, just too intentional, since knowing that Sun Yan Nian was injured because of him, he has been sitting on the edge of his seat. Even this time, when dealing with Zhao Shaggy, he was the first to rush. But he was still haunted by his previous blunder, and now with Sun Yan Nian's permission, he was able to tell him the truth of the matter. The boy should be able to stop. Hong glanced at Hong Xiaofu, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he went on to say. Chapter 61. This is jealous? Recently, someone has been trying to encourage people from Xinhai to move the previous software again, but the people who were approached were people on the fringes of Xinhai, and it didn't make much of a ripple. Those drummed-up talents have just come to Xinhai not long ago. They are timid and don't really believe in this kind of thing. Xinhai has been cleaned out of quite a few people with impure intentions since the last major blood change. Even if there were people who were not convinced, they were all honest because they were made an example of because they kidnapped Sun Yan Nian last time. Sun Yan Nian's eyebrows raised and his voice sank. Did you figure out who their master is this time? She'd been trying to catch whoever was behind it, but the software they'd been using for so long that it was too hard to trace it back to its roots. Now that someone else had put their claws out, it was no wonder she had her hands up. Hong Yi was a bit guilty for a moment of silence. This matter has not been investigated for the time being. Sun Yan Nian wasn't surprised. If the person behind the scenes was so easily caught, it wouldn't have taken Shen Huayan so long to get screwed. It doesn't matter, just take more trouble with this matter. Inform me again if there are any clues. Sun Yan Nian thought for a moment and added, if they can't find someone from Xinhai to do it, they'll definitely look for someone else, so keep a close eye on them. Okay, Auntie. Sun Yan Nian hung up the phone and looked at the cell phone screen in deep thought. Shen Huayan's bad luck seems to be of little benefit to the rest of the Shen family. But if someone who has been very unlucky suddenly dies in an accident, I guess no one would care. The masterminds behind this should be playing this aspect of the game. Even if there was no way to kill Shen Huayan in one go, dampening his spirit and that of the rest of the Shen family was not a bad alternative. Sun Yan Nian's fingertips tapped on the phone screen. Not many people can know that Shen Huayan is no longer unlucky. Besides the Shen family, there are only those side branches of the Shen family, right? Master Shen intends to introduce her to the side branches of the Shen family, and they should soon learn about her as the koi on earth. When the time comes, if you want Shen Huayan to continue to be unlucky, you definitely have to get rid of her first. So, she'll soon meet the person who bullied her little brother? Sun Yan Nian's watery eyes abruptly curved, suddenly looking forward a little. At 10 a.m. The president's office of Shen Group. She placed the information in his hand in front of Shen Huayan and handed the tablet over again. Sir, Zhao Shaggy's side may not be able to be dealt with for a while. She stood aside and said this with a bit of desire. Shen Huayan hadn't had time to look at the information yet, and when he heard She's words, his eyebrows twisted into a lump. What do you mean there's no way to deal with it for a while? Zhao Shaggy, this person usually does things extraordinarily disgusting. He and Shen Huairua, between him and Shen Huairua back and forth many times. Every time I've disgusted someone, I've also been partial to getting caught. He didn't bother to let Shen Huairua learn that kind of dirty work before. On the other hand, it was also to let Zhao Shaggy serve as a whetstone for Shen Huairua. But now that Zhao Shaggy had dared to stick his claws in front of Sun Yan Nian, then he couldn't be given a face. When she saw this, she knew that Shen Huayan had misunderstood. He quickly explained, Sir, Zhao Shaggy was hospitalized yesterday and is still in the hospital for surgery. Surgery? Shen Huayan's eyebrows raised slightly. He was beaten up? She deliberated for a moment. Just sort of another form of fighting. He flipped the just tablet over and pushed it through decisively. After all, this kind of thing is really not easy to say. Zhao Shaggy was grunted by a dozen big men for most of the night last night, and was sent to the hospital's anorectal department early in the morning. Shen Huayan briefly scanned the information in his hand and instantly understood She's hesitation just now. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. Did Xinhai do this? He remembered that the hotel where Sun Yan Nian's accident happened was Xinhai, so Hong Yi should know about it too, right? She nodded. It's true that Xinhai's people did it, but they did it very subtly, so even if they were to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find out what they did. If they didn't know that Hang Yi and Su Nian Nian had a good relationship, they wouldn't have thought in that direction. Shen Huayan's dark eyes instantly obscured quite a bit. He should be happy that someone was taking the heat for Su Nian Nian, but when he thought that the first person to do this was Hang Yi, he felt extraordinarily upset. He's the man for her. Why should he be the first to help Su Nian Nian out? Shen Huayan glanced at Ishi. What I explained yesterday, order it down and follow the original plan. The original plan? Ishi looked at Shen Huayan with a bit of surprise. Zhao Shaggy has been sent to the hospital anorectal department, but also to follow the plan to break his 3 legs? Shen Huayan cast a sidelong glance at him. Got a problem with that? His voice was chilly, startling Ishi with goosebumps. He shook his head back and forth. No, I just don't think it's very convenient inside the hospital. Then find a way to make this matter convenient. Shen Huayan's sorrowful voice came again. I hope that what I hear next time is the outcome of this matter. Ishi scowled. Got it, sir. He had thought that Shen Huayan would be happy to know that someone had avenged Su Nian Nian. Never in a million years did they realize that their mister's face was even darker than before. Is this jealous? Ishi recoiled at the thought and startled himself. It's over, their Mr. Family is moving the mortal heart. It seems that in the future, they must hold on to this little madam's thighs and put everything in their family's little madam's favor. As Ishi thought this, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his eyes slightly to look at Shen Huayan and asked, Sir, the old master has scheduled a meeting with the people from the Shen family's side branch this weekend, and I've heard that the place has been set at the 100 Flowers Hall. Hearing this name, Shen Huayan's brows were also visibly furrowed. Because this is a place that is well known in the Shangjing circle, lavish and luxurious, paper drinking. It was subordinate to the Shen family, yet it did not fully belong to the Shen family. It is the pinnacle of the Shangjing circle and the place where the side branches of the Shen family depend on for their survival. Shen Huayan didn't have a good feeling about this money-selling grotto, so it had always been taken care of by people from the side branches of the Shen family. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. Why did you set the place at the 100 Flowers Hall? Other hotels or entertainment clubs won't do? She pursed her lips. Maybe it's because the old master said that the young missus is blessed, so they want to take this opportunity to give the young missus a hard time. The reason why the Pin Cave is called the Pin Cave is because there is a large casino inside that is comparable to Las Vegas. Shen family side branch of those people hiding what mind Shen old master cannot detect, does not mean that their family Mr. cannot detect. They have always pretended to be well behaved in front of Elder Shen, but secretly, they are still not fishing for benefits for the side branches. They had set the place at the 100 Flowers Hall this time, and their minds couldn't have been more obvious. These people will definitely encourage Su Nian Nian to gamble a few times at that time, and even may intentionally make a game, so that Su Nian Nian will lose a large sum of money. Chapter 62. This is a descent from the heavenly palace, isn't it? When the time comes, they will definitely make a big deal about whether or not Su Nian Nian is blessed. She had been an absolute atheist before, just like everyone else. Much less believe that a little girl marrying in will be able to calm the house and keep the demons at bay. But ever since Su Nian Nian had come to the Shen family, he felt that his faith was being shaken. He had upgraded Shen Huayan's security level so many times, and it wasn't as safe as the time Su Nian Nian had come to Shen's house. Even if he didn't believe in ghosts and gods, he didn't dare to easily neglect Su Nian Nian. You go and get ready for both. I don't care what they get up to, Nian is out of their hands. Especially if it's under his nose. The tactics of the Shen family's side branches have always been dirty, and he ignored them in order to give face to Master Shen. If they dared to take a shot at Su Nian Nian in front of him, he wouldn't mind cleaning up his house. Yes, don't worry sir, I'll make the arrangements right away. Aha! On the evening of the weekend, the sky was drizzling. The sweltering heat of midday was doused by the rain, and the air carried a slight coolness. Su Nian Nian wore a white one-shoulder white sari, and this evening gown was specially tailored by Master Shen to find a top designer to help her. The style of the dress was very girlish, with two-part tulle sleeves with a soft satin hem, and the flowing outer tulle made her whole body look like an out-of-this-world pixie. Su Nian Nian's appearance was already good-looking, fair and delicate, making people feel stunning at a glance. Pairing it with this evening gown is the icing on the cake. Those of the Shen family's side branches knew that Shen Huayan had married a countrywoman and were waiting to see Shen Huayan lose face. But when they saw Su Nian Nian, they all froze. Where is this countryside? This is a descent from heaven, isn't it? It's too good-looking, isn't it? No wonder Shen Huayan, who had never been looking for a woman, agreed at once. That's what anyone would want. The envious gazes of the crowd made Elder Shen's heart even happier. He patted Su Nian Nian's small hand and said, Nian Nian, follow Grandpa and I'll introduce you to your uncles and uncles at home. Su Nian Nian nodded her head obediently and followed Elder Shen over. This is your eldest uncle, Shen Don, and your youngest uncle, Shen Shi, and these are the two boys from your eldest uncle's family, Shen Yifei and Shen Yiming. Su Nian Nian was very good and greeted them one by one, eldest uncle, youngest uncle. She had investigated the Shen family before, not to mention that the Shen family was large, but the only people who could really be counted as members of the Shen family were on the side of Master Shen and Master Shen's brother. Elder Shin only had one child, Shinjong, and Elder Shin's brother originally only had one child, Shindong, but in his old age another illegitimate child not much older than Shin Huayan appeared. Because the population of the Shin family was already thin, they let Shin Shi recognize his ancestors. Su Nian Nian wore a smile as her eyes swept over the several people in front of her, but in her heart, she pondered over who exactly this was that was secretly tripping up her little brother. Shindong's eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked at the female doll that stood in front of them without a hint of timidity, and laughed lightly. Nian Nian is so well behaved, it's no wonder Huayan likes it. When Elder Shin heard this, his chin was proudly raised to the sky. That's true, this grandson-in-law of mine is a treasure, beautiful and blessed. Our Huayan has even gotten better since marrying Nian Nian. Shindong followed and narrowed his eyes, a chubby face scrunching up. That is indeed a treasure. Shin Yiming and Shin Yifei exchanged glances and laughed along. Sister-in-law is so blessed. Why don't you go inside and play a few games? When Shindong saw this, his face immediately pulled down. What are you talking about? Those things win or lose is not qualitative, luck comes and goes. His words seemed like he was helping Su Nian Nian, but in reality, it was as if he was questioning what Master Shin had just complimented Su Nian Nian on. Grandpa, sister-in-law is still young. It's not good to let her come into direct contact with these things, right? On the side, Shin Huairua glanced at Shindong and spoke out in a clear and cold voice. Shin Yiming laughed lightly. Didn't Shin Huaisu also come to the 100 Flowers Hall when he first became an adult? When he said this, his eyes looked at Shin Huaisu. The two of them were about the same age, but their treatment in the Shin family was worlds apart. Shin Huaisu was the Shin family orthodoxy, born to own the shares of the Shin group, while he is a side branch. In addition to being able to participate in the management of some of the enterprises of the Shin group, there is nothing. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous of the Shin brothers. Shin Huaiji glanced at Shin Yiming, his eyes turned to Elder Shin. Grandpa, big brother hasn't come yet. Would it not be too good to let sister-in-law go to the 100 Flowers Hall to play? Sister-in-law's body has only just recovered. Since big brother isn't around, I'm considered to be the oldest among my peers, so why don't I accompany sister-in-law to save big brother from being uneasy? Shin Yifei narrowed his eyes and spoke in a grandiose manner. He and Shin Huayan were about the same age, but the same person had a different life. Today, while Shin Huayan didn't come, it would be good to make Su Nian Nian lose face. Of course, it would only be good if they could make Su Nian Nian lose a large sum of money in Shin Huayan's name. What Shindong and his family are playing in the bottom of their hearts, how could Elder Shin not see it? But he was sure that Su Nian Nian was Shin Huayan's lucky star, so he was not afraid at all. He raised his hand and patted Su Nian Nian and said, Nian Nian, then why don't you follow Yifei to the 100 Flowers Hall to play a few games, and no matter if you win or lose, count it on that Huayan kid. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu all became anxious at once. Shindong is so obviously careful, his grandfather does not see it? Master Shin swept a glance at his three grandchildren, sighed softly, and pointed to the youngest, Shin Huaisu, and said, then you should accompany your sister-in-law. Master Shin's words have come to this, the three Shin brothers cannot say anything else. Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua could only look at Shin Huaisu and instructed, you'll follow your sister-in-law in a while, don't let her suffer, understand? Shindong and the others wanted nothing more than to make Su Nian Nian lose some money and then shake her position in the Shin family. Even if Su Nian Nian lost the money, they wouldn't question their sister-in-law's ability to calm the house and block the bogeyman. Not much of a problem. Su Nian Nian looked at the Shin family brothers one by one as if they were on the verge of an attack, and her line of sight also unconsciously looked at Shindong's family again. Although she wasn't sure if Shindong and his family had made a move against Shin Huayan yet, his aggressive appearance was really annoying. Her watery eyes suddenly curved in a smile, and she asked in a small voice, Grandpa, then if I win money at the 100 Flowers Hall, can I take it away as well? Her voice was soft, not too loud, but loud enough to be heard by the few people present. Shindong was worried that Su Nian Nian would not be fooled, see her opening, immediately egged on, that's of course, Nian Nian's own winnings of course can be taken away, a moment to let Yiming to take you to change chips, I'm doing uncles to give you 5 million in chips, as a gift to meet you. Chapter 63, will you just set a small goal first? The $5 million he offered didn't hurt at all, because as long as Su Nian Nian went in for a spin, all the money would fall back into his pocket. What is the 100 Flowers Hall? Where the win-slash-loss ratio is only 53%, Su Nian Nian, a white chicken who knows nothing, will only be slaughtered when he goes inside. He didn't believe that Su Nian Nian was some kind of coy life. Furthermore, if an uncle of his side branch had offered $5 million, how could Master Shin give less? As expected, as soon as his words fell, Master Shin spoke up, Nian Nian, Grandpa is sponsoring you $10 million for a good time. Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua, Shin Huaisu. It's over, their grandfather is crazy. This is clearly the rhythm of giving the Shin family $10 million on the sidelines for nothing. When the three Shin brothers were fretting, Shin Huayan happened to walk in from the distance. The three Shin family brothers looked like they had seen a savior, and one by one, they all gathered around. Big brother, just now Grandpa and elder uncle asked sister-in-law to go to 100 Flowers Hall to have some fun, see if you want to accompany her? Shin Huaiji opened his mouth indifferently and told Shin Huayan what happened in a concise manner. On the side, Shin Huairua also nodded his head repeatedly. Big brother, sister-in-law doesn't even know the rules too well I guess. Uncle sponsored 5 million chips for her. I guess he wanted to see her luck. Grandpa followed suit and added an additional 10 million. Yes, Grandpa even asked me to follow sister-in-law, in case if I help lose it all. What if sister-in-law cries? Shin Huaisu immediately took the blame on himself, decisively being the backstabber. The three people worked well together, and almost instantly took the blame off Sun Yen Yen. Shin Huayan looked at Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua, and Shin Huaisu. His heart was relieved for a moment. It seemed that before he came, his three younger brothers had protected Sun Yen Yen very well. His eyes looked towards Elder Shin and he was about to open his mouth, only to hear Elder Shin say, Huayan, let Nyen Nyen go and play for a while. Our Shin family's precious grandson-in-law wants to spread money or not, let her. As long as she is coaxed to be happy, old master I will personally go and spread money in a while. His words caused the faces of Shin Dong, Shin Yifei and Shin Yiming to instantly become a few points uglier. I wanted to take the opportunity to make Shin Huayan's wife lose face, but I didn't expect that Shin's old man was a look of sending out a beggar. Shin Dong laughed dryly, Master, Huayan has shares in the 100 Flowers Hall. This win or lose is not the Shin family's money. Let Nyen Nyen feel free to play just fine. Shin Huaisu rolled her eyes and muttered, this is a nice thing to say, win or lose is the Shin family's money. It's okay if our sister-in-law wins, but if she loses, the money is given to the Shin family's sidekick for nothing. Who doesn't know that their big brother only owns 20% of the shares of 100 Flowers Hall? $10 or $20 million really wasn't much for their Shin family, but giving it away for nothing to someone from the Shin family's side branch just didn't sit well with him, especially since the money was still being counted away from Sun Yen Yen by them. Shin Huaisu's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for Shin Dong and the others to hear clearly. But Shin Dong simply pretended not to hear, and continued to encourage, Master, since Huayan is fine with it, then let Nyen Nyen and Huaisu go to the 100 Flowers Hall, and we, the adults, can just go and talk about business. After he finished the sentence, he didn't forget to smile at Sun Yen Yen and said, Nyen Nyen, if you don't have enough chips in a while, you can come to Big Uncle to ask for them. Sun Yen Yen's pair of watery eyes narrowed, revealing a fake smile. Okay, eldest uncle. This old fox with his teeth bared in his face is kinda annoying. He probably won't be able to change his stench of belittling others until he feels what it means to be beaten by society. Thinking so, the corner of Sun Yen Nyen's mouth abruptly hooked up, and he looked at Shin Huaisu with an excited face. Fourth brother, let's go play? Shen Huaiji. Shin Huairua. Shin Huayan looked at Sun Yen Nyen's heartless appearance and pressed his brow bone with a bit of annoyance. Suddenly, Sun Yen Nyen came over and shook Shin Huayan's big hand, saying with a smile, Mr. Shin, I'll give you all the chips I win in a while, okay? Her voice was soft and extraordinarily pleasant to listen to. It's as if everything she's saying right now is the truth. The annoyance under his eyes cleared in an instant. His large hand pinched gently at her earlobe, inexplicably wanting to follow her words and ask, okay, how much are you going to win for me? Sun Yen Nyen was suddenly a bit confused. This. Shin Huayan suddenly laughed softly. 100 Flower Hall's profit for a year is 5 billion, so you'll set a small goal first? Sun Yen Nyen's watery eyes instantly lit up and winked at Shin Huayan. I get it. Wait for my good news. Shin Huayan looked at the back of her and Shin Huaisu's departure and couldn't help but sigh lightly. Never mind, she's still a child. A little naive fantasy is always good. You lose 9 out of 10 bets on something like this. Getting rich by luck sounds like a pipe dream, except that if this little guy loses all his chips later, he's probably going to cry, right? He'd better think about how he's going to calm the little guy down later. And at this time, Shin Huaisu, who had followed Sun Yen Yen to the 100 Flowers Hall, was apprehensive. Sister-in-law, I've been to the 100 Flowers Hall before. If you don't know much about it, I can give you tips. Don't be nervous. Hearing Shin Huaisu's words, Sun Yen Yen laughed lightly. Don't worry, I'm not nervous, but I may have to work hard for you in a while. Ha? Toughing me? Shin Huaisu was a bit confused and looked at Sun Yen Yen dumbly. Their sister-in-law wouldn't ask him to pay after losing all her chips, would she? The money didn't matter, but he felt bad if he gave those white wolves on the side for nothing. Sun Yen Yen's eyes skimmed over Shin Huaisu and nodded seriously. The chips will be heavy in a while. I'm worried that you won't be able to move them. When Shin Huaisu heard this, he suddenly smiled. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine with this amount of leverage. How much can a $15 million chip weigh? While redeeming smaller chips did allow their sister-in-law to play a little longer, didn't it seem a little too stingy? And hearing her just say something about the chips being heavy, I knew their sister-in-law hadn't played this kind of thing. Hey! Sure enough, in the end he was the one who took it all. While Shin Huaisu was lamenting, Sun Yen Yen had already changed her chips, and when Shin Huaisu saw it, her eyes were glazed over. Because Sun Yen Yen had exchanged all $15 million for the largest denomination of chips. There are only 6 $2 million chips and 3 $1 million chips on the board. Shin Huaisu felt numb. Is it too late for him to take their sister-in-law to replace the chips? At this face value, he felt that they wouldn't even make it to the middle of the 100 Flowers Hall before they had to leave. Sister-in-law, inside, I'll tell you. Shin Huaisu's words behind him hadn't even opened his mouth before he was startled by Sun Yen Yen's next move. Chapter 64, It First for $100 million. because she had placed all 7 of the chips she had just redeemed on a table playing blackjack in the entryway. 4 people were already seated in the previous spot, and Su Nian happened to sit in one of the empty seats. She placed the 7 chips in her hand on the table and looked at the dealer with a smile in her watery eyes. Can we start now? Shin Huaisu wanted to die at this time. Blackjack is a bet on luck, but there is more or less a technical component to it. With Su Nian's character of rushing straight in without saying a word, it was easy for her to smash all $15 million into it in a matter of minutes. Moreover, the few people sitting beside Su Nian were surprisingly a bit familiar to him, as if they were regulars at the 100 Flowers Hall. The reason these old acquaintances didn't go straight to the VIP's area inside was that they had some self-control. They were all well aware that the further inward the pinnacle went, the more prosperous it became, and the more prosperous it became, the more money it burned. The first half can be fun, the second half that's playing for keeps. So while most of the people who play in the first half of the area are regulars here, newcomers will instead walk right into the busiest part of the pinup. It's so easy to get carried away with your mind. But being out there gambling with veterans wasn't good for Su Nian. While Shin Huaisu was fretting, the Dutchman had already started to deal the cards. Shin Huaisu stood apprehensively beside Su Nian, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Su Nian ask in a small voice, "What are the rules here?" Shin Huaisu really almost knocked directly on the table. It's all started and their sister-in-law is completely ignorant of the rules? It's over. It's over. That 15 million probably won't even last the first round. Shin Huaisu took a deep breath and calmly explained to Su Nian, that is, the sum of the points of the cards you get in a while does not exceed 21 points and is as big as possible, so it is considered a win. Su Nian nodded plausibly, then followed the others and asked for cards. When Shin Huaisu swept around and his eyes fell on Su Nian, he suddenly remembered one thing. It seems that when their sister-in-law asked for a card, she didn't even look at what kind of card she actually had. She has now been dealt 4 cards in her hand, and Shin Huaisu is sweating down. I'll press these. Su Nian pressed all the chips in her hand without even touching the cards. Shin Huaisu grabbed Su Nian's arm as soon as he could and whispered, "Sister-in-law, take a look at the cards before you consider how much to press." Although $15 million is not much, but losing all of it at once and not even hearing a single ring, he will go back and be directly beaten to death by the old man. After all, his grandfather had said that he would take his sister-in-law for a good time. His voice was low, but the others had long since seen it in his expression. This 4th young master of the Shin family was an esports god, and was also considered half of the entertainment industry, plus his family lineage was prominent, so many people knew him. 4th young master, this beauty wants to play a big game, so just let her play. 4th young master shouldn't be that petty, right? Yes, 4th young master, let the little beauty have a long look. Yeah, we'll get some eye candy watching it. In a place like the gold-selling cave, everyone comes in wanting to make money to go back, and now that a wrongdoer has appeared, how can they not be greedy? Especially a rookie-level ingrate. Su Nian's watery eyes curved, lightly smiled, and patted Shin Huaisu's head. Don't worry, I'm super lucky, in a while I still have to win some prizes for Mr. Shin to go back, so you just be good and watch from the side. In fact, just moments after the cards were dealt to her and she got them, she scanned and saw the numbers on the face of the cards. This purely randomized combination of numbers did give the impression that it was all about luck, but with the right means, she didn't find it hard to play. So while everyone was gleefully watching how Su Nian, this little rookie, lost all her chips in one hand, she got a blackjack. The whole scene at the table was instantly silent. Even Shin Huaisu was dumbfounded. This luck of their sister-in-law was really not covered. That's a blackjack for a casual catch? Ahem. Little girl got pretty lucky. Yeah, little beauty newbie protection period. Ha. Come on, keep going on. Everyone felt that it was just Su Nian's luck that she had just made so much money in her first hand at the casino. But the more they did, the more excited the others looked. Because this ingrate seems to have more money than just now. Everyone looked at Su Nian as if they had seen a child scattering money, which made Shin Huaisu very uncomfortable. He was about to ask Su Nian to change places when he realized that she was already excited to start the second game. Shin Huaisu had no choice but to resign herself to standing behind Su Nian. Until, 20 minutes later, all the people who wanted to win money from Su Nian before had all been won by her, and they were close to taking their pants off and pressing them on the table. At this point, no one dared to gamble with this petite woman on the same table. Especially seeing the pile of 1 chips in front of her. Now no one dared to treat her as some kind of scatterbrain or ingrate anymore. The wrongdoers are them. They are ingrates Ben Head. Su Nian raised an eyebrow, looking at the empty surroundings, and her eyes went back to the dealer. She still had that smiling look on her face, but it made the dealer's scalp tingle. Su Nian looked at the tabletop that was already piled high with chips and turned his head to look at Shin Huaisu. "Fourth brother, will you help me move it?" Shin Huaisu. He was a bit worried about Su Nian at first. But as round after round of betting ended, he was already numb. People come here to gamble. Their sister-in-law is here to stock up. In just those 20 minutes, their sister-in-law's chips had multiplied several times over. Now the estimate of 100 million to start is definitely there. Shin Huaisu now cannot wait to hold these chips directly smashed in the face of Shindong. Let him take a good look. Humph. Trying to pit her sister-in-law? Just kidding. This pile of chips is going to absolutely vomit on him. Shin Huaisu got the staff to put the chips in a box, and only then asked, "Sister-in-law, are you planning to leave?" Unexpectedly, Sun Yan Yan shook her head. "I haven't reached the small goal that Mr. Shin explained to me. I plan to work a little harder." If it was before, Shin Huaisu would have definitely advised Sun Yan Yan to ignore any small goals. But just now Sun Yan Yan had already given him a vivid lesson in practical action. He decisively slapped the box onto the table. "Then let's change all these chips into the largest amount, and bring them inside for convenience in a while. I just estimated that there should be more than 100 million. Sun Yan Yan nodded her head repeatedly and also looked happy. "Let's charge then. Let's use all this $100 million first. That's right. Let's do it for $100 million first. Chapter 65, Big Brother. Sister-in-law is really too good. Shin Huaisu excitedly held the box of chips and followed Sun Yan Yan to rush directly to the spinning area in the middle of the 100 Flowers Hall. "Sister-in-law, this turntable is quite difficult. Do you want to consider changing it?" Shin Huaisu looked around and was about to give his suggestion. It was then that Sun Yan Yan decisively sat down. His eyes abruptly lit up as he pulled out a chair and sat beside Sun Yan Yan and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you think this is simple?" Sun Yan Yan shook her head. "Is that simply like guessing numbers?" Shin Huaisu thought about it. Spinning the wheel seemed to be more of a test of luck than playing blackjack. That might be an advantage for their sister-in-law. In addition to straight bets on numbers, there are also 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12-yard bets, as well as the option to bet in a straight line or guess the color, parity, or size. It's just a different percentage of winning after guessing. With their sister-in-law's luck, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to guess a color or size? It's less money, but it's still a win. Unexpectedly, Sun Yan Yan shook her head again. This time Shin Huaisu was directly baffled in turn, that is? Sun Yan Yan pointed to the playing instructions on the labeled card and very seriously returned. "This one has the highest odds, with 35. Come to think of it, their sister-in-law's brain circuits were really beyond his comprehension. However, thinking about the analysis he had just made, Shin Huaisu was reassured again. He was just about to say something when he saw Sun Yan Yan stack the two boxes in his hand and press them against a number. Shin Huaisu reached out and pressed his left chest, always feeling that he needed some quick-acting heart pills now. He thought Sun Yan Yan had just said 35 times just casually, but he didn't realize she was really running at those odds. At the same time, the news that Sun Yan Yan and Shin Huaisu were going to angrily drop $100 million in the 100 Flowers Hall reached the front hall. The 100 Flowers Hall is a gold mine, but there is an unwritten rule that you can never take photos, recordings or videos inside the hall. Failure to do so will result in permanent disqualification from coming to the parade hall upon discovery. The staff inside are naturally tight-lipped. That's why everyone heard about the 100 Flowers Hall from the guests inside who said a few words about it. Just now the hall that little beauty followed the Shin family's 4 young people holding more than 100 million yuan of chips to the 100 Flowers Hall's rotation. TSK. 2 burned money. He's with the 4th youngest member of the Shin family. What's $100 million? $100 million. What a big deal. When Shindong heard this, he was so happy that he was going to be overjoyed. He had thought that Sun Yan Yan would follow Shin Huaisu away after losing the money in her hand, but he hadn't realized that they had added additional chips. Ha! A yellow-haired girl is so addicted to gambling. Good. Very good. He didn't waste the $5 million for nothing. Shindong complacent looked at the Shin old man, face but forced down the expression of excitement, pretending to be particularly concerned about the appearance of looking at the Shin old man said, "Old man, Nyen Nyen is still small, love to play some can understand. But a day on the play did not have so much money, or we also go to the 100 Flowers Hall look at it?" Elder Shin cast a sidelong glance at Shindong, his eyebrows raised, his face unhappy. He was adamant about Sun Yan Nyen's identity as a blessed baby. So when the others whispered that Sun Yan Yan and Shin Huaisu had taken 100 million in chips to play with, he rightfully assumed that the 100 million was Sun Yan Yan's win. Beside them, Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua were unsure, but when they saw that Elder Shin's face had changed, they hastened to speak out to help. "Grandpa, it's normal for your sister-in-law to love to have some fun on her first visit." "That's right, Grandpa, our family isn't short of money, it's only $100 million. After the two said this, they focused their eyes on Shin Huayan. It seemed that he intended for him to persuade Elder Shin. Shin Huayan's brows knitted slightly, thinking that just now when Sun Yan Yan left she swore that she would make money for him, which he inexplicably found adorable. So he didn't see anything in Sun Yan Yan doing this. His wife, let her play if she wants to. Not to mention a billion is no problem. He just hated the feeling that Shindong and the others were counting on Sun Yan Yan. They think that letting Sun Yan Yan lose some money will make them centrifugal and simple-minded. Shin Huayan lightly glanced at Shindong, and his eyes fell on Elder Shin. "Grandpa, do you want to go to the 100 Flowers Hall?" Elder Shin's chin rose. "That's for sure. My precious granddaughter-in-law won money. Of course I have to go and take a look. I can't let her be bullied." Several people in the room froze when his words left his mouth, except for Shin Huayan. It's not that he is as certain as Master Shin that Sun Yen Nian is some kind of koi life or blessed baby, but it's that Shin Huaisu, who followed Sun Yen Nian to the 100 Flowers Hall, has been following her. He didn't know about the others, but with his brother, it wouldn't be like these people were saying. Even if it did, there must be some reason for it. Shin Huayan raised his hand and patted Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua's shoulders, signaling them to follow Elder Shin. While Shendong, who had just done the closest thing to Master Shin, looked at the back of their group and scoffed. And make money? What are you dreaming about? What big waves can a country girl who knows nothing make? Shendong raised his chin and signaled Shin Yiming and Shin Yifei both to follow Master Shin and the others to the 100 Flowers Hall. Their group had just entered the door when they saw from afar a group of people surrounding the center of the 100 Flowers Hall. The group approached, and only then did they see that everyone's eyes were staring at the person sitting in front of the roulette wheel as if they were engorged with blood. Their eyes were greedy and excited, as if they had seen some highly exciting scene. And the tiny figure sitting in front of the roulette wheel, just by looking at it, Shin Huayan was sure of it. It's his wife, Nian Nian Su. His brows furrowed furiously, and he took a large step over, reaching out to take Sun Yen Nian's shoulders. Sun Yen Nian froze for a moment, and when she looked up and saw that it was Shin Huayan, her pair of watery eyes abruptly narrowed. Mr. Shin, you're here? Shin Huayan faintly answered, his line of sight crossing over Sun Yen Nian to land on Shin Huaisu beside her. He was just about to open his mouth when he heard Shin Huaisu say in a voice so excited that it shivered, "Big brother. Sister-in-law is really too powerful. She is the idol of my life, bar none. Look." He opened the box in his hand and rushed to Shin Huayan and plowed, looking like a silly dog. Shin Huayan's eyebrows jumped as he looked at the several boxes they were holding and visually estimated that there was probably more than $100 million. It looks like Nian Nian Su and Shin Huaisu are really winning. $15 million turned into more than 100 million, a full 10 times. No wonder Shin Huaisu looked at her with such admiration. Shin Huayan raised his hand and rubbed Sun Yen Nian's little head before he explained to Shin Huaisu, "Alright, bring the chips over to change them, we should go." Probably. No way to take it away now. Chapter 66. What is he doing messing with her? Shin Huaisu smiled and pulled the corner of his mouth. Old Master Shin sniffed and immediately stood out. What? You still won't let anyone go after winning? His face sank. He raised his hand and patted Sun Yen Nian's shoulder and said, "Nian Nian, don't worry, Grandpa is backing you up today. I'll see who dares to stop." Shin Huaisu quickly waved his hand and explained, No, Grandpa. Is too many chips to take. Master Shin raised his eyebrows, looked at the boxes in his hands, and then looked at Shin Huaisu, with a look of disgust. "These boxes, I can carry them myself, you say more?" Shin Huaisu shrunk his neck. "That was just now sister-in-law won 2 more hands. There are no more chips over here, so I can't exchange." Although Shendong was not happy that Shin Nian Nian won, but when he heard Shin Huaisu say that there were no more chips, his eyebrows wrinkled at once. How can there be no chips? How much did Nian Nian win? Just tell me directly and I'll have the people at the front desk exchange it directly. With an unimpressed look on his face, he pretended to open up magnanimously. Shin Huaisu's eyes instantly lit up. "That's a big thank you to Uncle. It's a total of 1,225 billion. What the? How much?" Shendong felt deaf. He stared unbelievably at Shin Huaisu, after which he turned his eyes to the lotter standing at the turntable. The other man's face had gone as white as a sheet of paper. The Lotus officers of the 100 Flowers Hall have never seen any scene before. It would truly be the sky falling if it could make their faces pale. Elder Shin, Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua on the side were also shocked, and even Shin Huayan, who was embracing Sun Yen Nian, looked at the person in his arms with a shocked face. She smiled and winked at Shin Huayan, whispering, "Mr. Shin, I accomplished my small goal, all the chips I won are for you." Shin Huayan. He just blurted it out and she won the casino's profits for almost the next 24 years. That's naughty. Shin Huayan raised his hand and gently scraped the tip of her nose, but didn't say anything more. The old man Shin on the side was the first to come back to his senses, and an old face immediately smiled all over the folds. "Worthy of being our family Nian Nian, just awesome." As he said this, his eyes swept Shendong beside him in disgust. Obviously so old, but still have to pull the step on the younger generation, no virtue at all. The 100 Flowers Hall was only divided among his brother's 2 sons before to take care of them. I didn't realize that not only did they not know how to be thankful, but they even wanted to covet things that didn't belong to them. Sun Yen Nian had won so much money outright this time, it was a disguised way of knocking them out. "It's inevitable that you're going to get hurt." Shendong gritted his teeth, his eyes bleeding. 1,225 billion. Not 12. 25 million. It's literally killing them on the sidelines. Not only will they have to spit out the money they made before, they will have to subsidize it in the future. Shendong only felt his scalp tingle as he stared closely at Sun Yen Nian as if he had thought of something. So he took a deep breath, pulled the corner of his mouth strongly and said, "Nian Nian, you see just. Oh, that's right, big uncle." Sun Yen Nian immediately grabbed a large handful of chips out of the box that Shin Huaisu was holding and stuffed them into Shendong's arms. "I just thanked eldest uncle for the meet and greet gift, and this is my return gift." If it wasn't for Big Uncle saying for me to come and play in here, I wouldn't have known it would be so much fun. Shindong, who wanted to open his mouth to take the opportunity to not pay. Sun Yan Yan's words made Shindong's intestines repent. He only thought before that Master Shin dejected Sun Yan Yan was some kind of blessed baby or koi life, and he didn't believe in these messy things. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. If he had known that Sun Yan Yan was so evil, what was he doing messing with her? Shindong's whole heart is dripping blood. If they come a little later, is not the 100 Flowers Hall will be changed in a while? Sun Yan Yan stole a glance at Shindong, looking at his face of anger, but could only hold back, presumably thinking about how to get her to leave the money again? How could Sun Yan Yan let her have her way? Her watery eyes narrowed, pretended to look at Shindong with apprehension, and said cautiously, then, should I play again? Maybe I can lose some. Shindong? Still playing? But thinking about that 122.5 billion, he also thought about what if a little while later Sun Yan Yan could really lose some of it. Sister-in-law, you've been single pressing numbers since just now, and you haven't missed a beat. Are you sure you won't win if you casually press one in a while? Shen Huaisu unexpectedly analyzed it very seriously for Sun Yan Yan. He silently glanced at the case in his hand and muttered, just what all and every time, now it's 1,225, another win is 35 times that, what's 35 times 1,225 come to? Shen Huaisu thought so and turned his head to his third brother, Shen Huairua, third brother, do some mental math. Shen Huairua. Without waiting for Shen Huairua to count out the numbers on the side, Shindong immediately spoke out sharply, Nian, Nian Nian, you should be hungry now too, right? He tried to appear calm, but it was hard to be convinced by the way his whole body was shaking. It's 1,225 billion, after all. Billions. The rest of the sidekicks making money off of the 100 Flowers Hall had to drown him in spittle. Shen Huaisu couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth as he looked at Shindong. Thinking of his previous encouragement Sun Yan Yan to come to the 100 Flowers Hall, his arrogant face, he couldn't help but kindly persuade, Uncle, you don't need pain, my brother accounted for 20% of the shares it. Doesn't this also need to smash money into it? Shindong was about to be depressed in an instant. So what if it's 20%? 20% is only 24.5 billion. The point is, the money is for Nian Nian Su. She won $225 million. Isn't that money still coming out of the left pocket and going in the right, all belonging to Shen Huayan? Shindong suddenly regretted a little bit why he hadn't let his son marry Sun Yan Yan in the first place. They all knew before that Shen Huayan was not peaceful in the last 2 years, or else Master Shen wouldn't have found him some kind of daughter-in-law who could suppress the house and block the deaths according to the 8 characters. The reason why the Shen family was able to marry a country girl like Sun Yan Yan is because she is the legendary koi life. He even mocked Master Shen behind his back at the time for being old and believing in any crooked ways. Now he couldn't wait to slap himself on the spot a couple times. Shindong took a deep breath, feeling like he was going to vomit blood directly in the next second. Shen Yiming and Shen Yifei, who were standing aside, were also as pale as earth, but on the contrary, Shen Shi, who had come with them, looked as normal. It was just that his line of sight carried a hint of uncertainty when he looked at Sun Yan Yan. When you're almost done playing, just eat something with Grandpa, so that you don't run out of energy in a while. Shen Huayan broke the weird atmosphere at the right time and gave both side steps. Sun Yan Yan immediately nodded obediently, then I'll accompany Grandpa. With that, she sat on Master Shen's arm, and just as she was about to leave, she admonished as if she had remembered something, Mr. Shen, please exchange the chips for me. Chapter 67 Offense is Offense. Now Shindong's face became even more ugly. It looks like the $122.5 billion has to come out. Hey! Just after Shindong left, Shen Huaiji and Shen Huairua immediately set Shen Huaisu up in a corner. What the hell did you guys just do? Why did $15 million turn into $122.5 billion? Shen Huairua stared at Shen Huaisu with a burning gaze. There were no cameras inside the 100 Flowers Hall, so if they wanted to know the truth, they had to ask Shen Huaisu. Shen Huaiji's brows followed suit. You're not afraid that your sister-in-law will lose everything, so you're giving her additional funds, are you? Shen Huaisu shook his head like a rattle drum. How can that be? All of these were won by sister-in-law with the $15 million. Don't say you don't believe me, I'm still in the dark. He said, while recalling to himself what just happened. Can you guys believe it? Sister-in-law, from the time she entered the casino, she directly hit wherever she pointed, killing all sides. Just now, if you had come a little later, I reckon that in the case of this burst of luck of sister-in-law, we would have been treated as cheating, and thrown out from the 100 Flowers Hall. Shen Huaiji and Shen Huairua looked at each other, and their people went numb. Is it so easy and rough for their sister-in-law to win? Shen Huairua couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. I'm really convinced this time, from now on I'll be a firm sister-in-law onlyist. If what happened before could only be considered a coincidence, winning this $122.5 billion from the Shen family sidekick, that can't be explained by coincidence. The corner of Shen Huaiji's mouth twitched as he looked at the gone mad duo and slowly spoke. If sister-in-law did this, she probably offended all the people in the side branches of the Shen family. When Shen Huaisu heard this, his neck stiffened. If you're offended, then you're offended. The Shin family side branch has become more and more arrogant in recent years, is not because of this 100 flowers haul day in and day out money? Now when sister-in-law makes a move, she directly gives them a blow to the pre-liberation era, TSK. Really cool. Although Shin Huaiji wanted to retort a few words, he had to admit that it was indeed cool, especially when he saw Shindong's face that was forced to be calm, but it was worse than crying. The three of them, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu, very tacitly revealed a unified bad smile. Their sister-in-law really has a long face. Let them underestimate their family's Koi Han Carp sister-in-law, ha! Shin Huayan looked at his three younger brothers chatting about Sun Yen Nian, completely fanboyish, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. This little guy is really delightful. He should be happy, but, inexplicably, he felt annoyed. Would he still feel this way if Sun Yen Nian was already completely his? The answer is, it still will. His possessiveness towards Sun Yen Nian surprised himself a little. Shin Huayan agreed to let Sun Yen Nian go to the 100 Flowers Hall because he really wanted her to have fun in there. As for Koi or not, he no longer cared. From the moment he was sure he liked her. Nian Nian Su is just Nian Nian Su, that's all. Whatever mess she'd made in the 100 Flowers Hall, he'd already prepared a foolproof strategy. The only one that didn't was her winning the Blossom Hall. She could indeed surprise him, but she had offended the side branch this time, and I was afraid that the Shin family would not stop in the future. It looked like he was going to have to set her up with more people to keep her safe. Shin Huayan thought so, glanced at his three younger brothers, and coolly said, Huairua followed Huaisu to exchange chips, and Huaiji, you come back to the front hall with me. With Shin Huairua as his lawyer and Shin Huaisu as his little bully, he wasn't worried about 100 Flowers Hall not paying. Compared to the 100 Flowers Hall side, he was more worried about Sun Yen Nian and Master Shin's side. Shin Huaiji followed Shin Huayan as he walked on one side and said, Big brother, sister-in-law, this koi carp is now solid. Do you think the people of the side branch will hit on sister-in-law's idea? After Sun Yen Nian entered the Shin family, their family was really smooth sailing, and Shin Huaiji, the materialist, had been almost brainwashed and washed to the brink of marginalization. He even thought that if their sister-in-law was placed in the ancient times, her name would have to be at the level of whoever gets this woman, gets the world. In the business world, there are a lot of people who believe in metaphysics. If they knew about Sun Yen Nian's prosperous husband type of woman, they would probably try to get her, right? Shin Huaiji's words reminded Shin Huayan, and his already unpleasant mood became even more unpleasant. He thought of Sun Yen Nian who had gone to the front hall alone with Master Shin to eat, and his feet couldn't help but speed up. As a result, they had just left the 100 Flowers Hall when they came face to face with Hishi, who was running with a face full of panic. Shin Huayan's heart sank. What happened? Hishi opened his mouth, and as if he thought of something, Sir, you quickly go to the wife's side now, you'll know when you get there, she's now in the dim sum area with the old man. Before the latter words were finished, Shin Huayan rushed out with an arrow step. Shin Huaichi froze, and also hurriedly ran over with Hishi following closely. Shin Huayan didn't know what had happened to Sun Yen Nian, but Hishi's face made his entire heart clench. When he rushed to the snack area, he saw Sun Yen Nian sitting on a side sofa, her small face flushed, her eyes smiling as she held a plate of desserts and was eating them with gusto. Her pouty look was so cute that you couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Elder Shin, who was sitting next to her, had a tense look on his face and was looking at the people around him with a wary expression. The others from the side branch seemed to be wondering about Master Shin's expression, and one by one, they were observing them without moving from a short distance away. Shin Huayan unknown walked over and looked at Master Shin and Sun Yen Nian sitting on the sofa and asked, Nian Nianchi, Mr. Shun. Before Shin Huayan could finish his words, Sun Yen Nian jumped up in an arrow step, and Shin Huayan almost subconsciously embraced those legs of hers before being bear hugged by her. I like you so much, so much. This scene of deja vu caused Shin Huayan to freeze. The smell of alcohol that seemed to be on the tip of his nose instantly furrowed his brow even more. She drank? Shin Huayan looked at Elder Shin almost unbelievably. Didn't he know how much Sun Yen Nian could drink? How could he still allow her to drink? After Elder Shin saw Shin Huayan appear, his entire body instantly relaxed. He patted his chest, how dare I let her drink, but who knew that there was a heart of wine in the chocolate? Shin Huayan. What a defense! I never thought I'd flip out on dim sum. When Sun Yen Nian saw Shin Huayan frowning, she reached out and directly hugged his head, then pressed her soft little face onto his cheek. No anger, no anger. Whoever makes you angry, I'll go beat him up, okay? Beat him to the point where his own mother doesn't even recognize him. Her little face had a very serious look on it, and no one could get half as angry. Shin Huayan sighed a bit helplessly, then, I'll take Nian Nian back first. Chapter 68, The Virtues of Manhood. He reached out and tried to move Sun Yen Nian away from his face, but the little guy seemed to be glued to half of his cheek as if he were sticking to it, and rubbing up against him every now and then. Seeing this, Elder Shin nodded his head repeatedly, go back quickly. I'll just handle things over here with those three brats. Good. Shin Huayan had no choice but to carry her and leave in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd. They did hear that Shin Huayan had hugged a woman to the company before, but no one thought that he would get married. Even if they were married, they had never thought that Shin Huayan would be so indulgent with a woman. Even if Elder Shin said that this precious grandson-in-law of his was blessed with great fortune, they didn't think anything of it. Until she won 1,225 billion. The crowd seemed to suddenly understand that a daughter-in-law with this kind of luck, not to mention Shin Hwayan, they also wanted it. Shin Hwayan carried Sun Yen Nyen to the car. Because of the experience of the last time, he was comfortable, and soon returned to the Shin family's old mansion. Shin Hwayan held the little one in his arms and watched her always smiling and nestled in his arms, extraordinarily well behaved. He suddenly had a bold idea. Sun Yen Nyen was very clingy and listened to him extraordinarily every time he drank. Was he able to take the little guy by that face while she was drunk? He remembered that she seemed to like his face, well, and body. Sun Yen Nyen was still young and uncertain in her mind. She could get close to Hong Yi just because of his heroic rescue. Then why can't he? And they are now married. Shin Hwayan's dark eyes drooped, and he suddenly hooked his lips in self-deprecation. It is really unexpected that he, the president of Shin Clan Group, has been reduced to tempting his wife with his face value. He sighed softly and set Sun Yen Nyen on the locker next to the bathroom. Her dainty little figure sat on it, and wiggled her little legs gently. Shin Hwayan pretended to be bashful as he undid the 3 buttons on his shirt, then slowly propped his arms on both sides of the locker, as if he had confined Sun Yen Nyen in his arms. He remembered the little guy trying to take advantage of him earlier when he was drunk. He's actively creating opportunities now, more or less fishing for law enforcement. Shin Hwayan knows that this behavior is shameful, but it's good to be useful. He approached Sun Yen Nyen in a condescending manner, a few compelling tones in his voice. Want to take a bath? Sun Yen Nyen was already in a daze in her little head, and looking at the approaching Shin Hwayan, her heart suddenly couldn't contain its wild beat, especially when she saw Shin Hwayan's neckline wide open. Her eyes swept downward without listening. Sure enough, their little brother is just good looking. The chain bone line is so nice. Want to touch it? Shin Hwayan couldn't help but let out a low laugh as he watched her stare at him with unblinking eyes. Sun Yen Nyen looked like she was compelled, looking straight at Shin Hwayan's collarbone. Want to? She swallowed, her voice soft and a little abrasive. Shin Hwayan slowly lowered his head and came close to her. Then, touch it? His voice was light, and the breath he exhaled landed on Sun Yen Nyen's ears, tickling them. Sun Yen Nyen looked at Shin Hwayan in a daze, then slowly stretched out a pair of small hands towards him. Just when Shin Hwayan thought that this could work out, Sun Yen Nyen pulled at his front lapel and yanked it together in pairs, covering his collar tightly. She's drunk, and she's got no strength in her hands. It almost pulled Shin Hwayan to dislike her face. No can do. Can't be like this. Sun Yen Nyen slowly looked at him with her little head held high, with an extraordinarily serious look. She held her chin up and Shin Hwayan came face to face, close enough to clearly feel each other's breath. She was originally going to take the raw rice route with Shin Hwayan before, but Shin Hwayan seemed to dislike it, so she could only retreat to the second best, taking the cow and horse route first, and waiting until Shin Hwayan was less wary of her before she switched routes. But after returning from the 100 Flowers Hall, she changed her mind. Sun Yen Nyen had previously thought that Shin Hwayan hadn't gotten married because he hadn't met anyone he liked yet. He was already gracious to her, plus Shin Hwayan's looks poked at her aesthetic points everywhere. It was only then that she planned to take the opportunity of marrying him to return the favor and punch it. But she didn't expect Shin Hwayan to have a white moonlight in his heart. This information was deliberately leaked to her by Shin Yiming when Shin Hwayan stayed at the 100 Flowers Hall to exchange chips for her, and Shin Yiming pretended to be careless. Of course Sun Yen Nyen knew that Shin Yiming didn't have good intentions, so she didn't plan on believing it at all, until she heard that the girl's name was Fan Shijin. In a trance, she suddenly remembered that little brother from her childhood looking at her with a smile on his brow and saying, "I wish you a prosperous year, and since you don't have a first name or a last name, let's call you Sun Yen Nyen." If Fan Shijin is really Shin Hwayan's childhood friend, it is not impossible that she is a white moonlight. She did like Shin Hwayan, but it didn't mean she could be a mistress. Plus they're still contractually married. Thinking so, Sun Yen Nyen pulled Shin Hwayan's clothes tighter with more determination. Shin Hwayan, who was completely unaware that Sun Yen Nyen had done so much mental construction, instantly wrinkled his eyebrows. She turned him down? Is it because of Henichi? Shin Hwayan forced down the annoyance at the bottom of his heart. His eyes met Sun Yen Nyen's, his voice carrying a few dangerous breaths. Why not? Sun Yen Nyen grabbed his collar and stayed, then seriously said, because, to keep the male virtue, my master said that this is the best bride price for men. She didn't quite understand when she heard Xietianji say this at the time, but now, she seemed to understand a little better. No woman likes a man with someone else in her heart, let alone a man who has slept with someone else. She suddenly felt that her master was so right. Since their little brother had a white moonlight, she definitely couldn't be gracious enough to return the favor. Got to give him the male virtue, not the bride price, got to keep the bride price. Thinking this way, Sun Yen Nyen instantly gripped Shin Hwayan's clothes more tightly. Shin Hwayan was really crying and laughing a little this time. What kind of messed up ideas did Sun Yen Nyen receive? He pressed his temples with a bit of a headache and asked casually, since men are expected to observe male virtue, what about women? Since his master said this, I guess he'll be stricter with the girls, right? Unexpectedly, Sun Yen Nian's pair of watery eyes abruptly curved and said with a smile, "My master said that I'm the only girl in the family, so I can do whatever I want." Shen Huayan only felt his eyebrows popping. "Do whatever you want?" "Aha!" Sun Yen Nian nodded repeatedly, breaking her fingers and starting to tell Shen Huayan about her master's supreme words. "My master also said that men are like clothes, and there are no clothes I can't afford, so don't put together hard if you're okay. Look when you should, change when you should, bye. Next one is better behaved." Chapter 69, Still So Fierce. My master also said. Well. Before Sun Yen Nian could finish her later words, she was severely gagged by Shen Huayan, who lowered his head and blocked her small mouth. In an instant the scent of hormones full of aggression wrapped her entire being. Sun Yen Nian struggled to push Shen Huayan, but the next second she was held even tighter by him. The soft, tiny one was clasped in his arms, and all restraint and patience was thrown out the window. She was all he wanted right now. Sun Yen Nian's words just now caused him to panic for no reason. She didn't have a deep-seated love for him, and even if she liked him in the slightest, it was just a matter of seeing color. He had thought it would be good to give her more time and keep her on a leash little by little, so that she will never be able to leave him again. But she was saving herself to leave him. All his sanity collapsed in an instant the moment he learned about it. His uncontrollable desire to desperately draw on the fragrance in his arms only made him want to hold her tighter and kiss her deeper. Sun Yen Nian was clearly intimidated by his aura. A pair of small hands grasped him tightly, and his whole little body tightened up. She didn't know why he was punishing her again and being so mean. He's got a white moon. Is it wrong for her to teach him about male virtue? The little brother she's loved for so many years has his heart in the right place, and she's more upset than anyone else, okay? Sun Yen Nian's heart was aggrieved, and her lips also hurt from Shen Huayan's bite. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she could help the tears from falling. Shen Huayan felt the moist vapor and suddenly froze. He slowly let go of Sun Yen Nian in his arms, only to see her tears fall from her eyes one by one like pearls. He's scaring her. Shen Huayan's body stiffened violently. He raised his hand to help Sun Yen Nian wipe away the teardrops on her face, but when he thought that the one who had made her cry was himself, his large hand that he had stretched out slowly fell down again. "Don't cry." He lowered his eyes, his voice hoarse. Sun Yen Nian looked at Shen Huayan, sucked in her nose, her red eyes crying and accusing him. You used to say that it would be lighter." Shen Huayan, who was a bit shocked for a while. "Is that the point? Shouldn't she just slap him in anger right now?" Shen Huayan thought so, and his eyes fell on her small hands that were placed at her sides. Seeing that Shen Huayan didn't make a sound, Sun Yen Nian raised her small hand and grabbed the corner of his coat, her voice milky and fierce. "You apologize to me. I say you'll never do it again." Sun Yen Nian didn't care if she had just been wrong or not. She played the fool first. If Shen Huayan didn't say anything, she would have spilled her guts. Anyway, let's muddle through what just happened. Shen Huayan lowered his eyes and looked condescendingly at Sun Yen Nian, who was sitting on the locker. Her small hands clutched the corners of his coat, her wrists so slender they looked as if they could be broken with the slightest effort. Her soft tone paired with her red nose and eyes made her even less threatening to him. "But it's just..." Shen Huayan sighed softly and raised his hand to gently rub the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Go to bed, it's already very late." He knew he shouldn't have done this to her, but he didn't want to change. He never thought he'd want a woman so badly. He couldn't contain his heart's madness for her at the thought of her pampering another man and getting close to someone else. He wouldn't let go no matter what, and he admitted to himself that he was despicable for wanting to sit on his hands when it was obvious that he was a contractual couple. "I don't want it, Sun Yen Nian wanted to say something, but her cheeks were pinched by Shen Huayan, then blocked again. This time he didn't exert much force, but his eyes darkened considerably, and there was a hint of danger in his brow. Sun Yen Nian didn't know much about men and women, but her foreknowledge of the danger aspect was surprisingly accurate. Shen Huayan's line of sight swept around her small face, and his low, hoarse tone rang out once again. "Don't provoke me anymore, and sleep well, huh?" Sun Yen Nian swallowed, and although she wanted to retort, her heart couldn't help but tremble when she met his dark eyes. Shen Huayan did not say anything more, picked her up from the locker, and sent her to the bathroom. The next day, when Sun Yen Nian woke up, it was already dawn. She subconsciously touched the side of the bed, only to find that the spot on her side had long since lost its warmth. "Leaving so early?" Sun Yen Nian pressed her temples, which were a bit vaguely painful, and as her thoughts returned, she remembered what had happened between her and Shen Huayan last night after she had gotten drunk. She was instantly cranky again. She taught him to observe good male ethics for his future's sake, and he even lost his temper at her. Sun Yen Nian decisively packed up her things and went back to school, intending to stay there for the next few days. She was sober, and although she couldn't find Shen Huayan to spill her guts, it was still necessary to express an angry attitude. Sun Yen Nian put her things away and went to buy a fried chicken and milk tea to go to the bleachers of the school playground. She ate with a contented look on her face, sitting in the bleachers making a spectacle of herself. "Little girl, you're willing to come to the playground today?" A familiar voice suddenly emerged. Ever since he knew that Sun Yen Nian was a student at Yuqing University, Xiao Siyu had been coming to school every day. "Turns out I didn't see it once." Su Nian Nian raised her eyes to look at him, then withdrew her gaze and continued to nibble on the fried chicken. Her mouth is so small and bulging with food that she looks like a squirrel eating a pine cone, which is extra cute. Seeing that she ignored him, Xiao Siyu was not annoyed, but instead smiled and continued, certain people, said that they wanted to compare once a month. They won't be dragging it out until the last day of the month, right? Su Nian Nian's mood wasn't shaken by him in the slightest, but instead coolly replied, competing on the last day, so that we won't be chased by some people after losing to continue competing in the second match. Little chickens. Xiao Siyu was a little bit crying and laughing. How could he himself, the heir of the four great families, be so unseemly in front of her? He'd wondered before if she was lusting after him. But when he thought that Xin Huairua was also in front of her with the appearance of an offering aunt, he knew that he was overthinking. Xiao Siyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Nian Nian, his eyes measuring her with interest, and couldn't help but ask, I really didn't think that you, who loves reclusiveness so much, would still participate in the welcome party to perform a program? Su Nian Nian's small mouth, which was gnawing on the fried chicken, suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Xiao Siyu. What welcome party performance program? She had a blank look on her face, causing Josie to stare back. You don't know? What should I know? Su Nian Nian's eyebrows raised, her heart vaguely coming to a conclusion. Seeing this, Xiao Siyu immediately took out his cell phone and handed Su Nian Nian the list of performances for the freshman's party that had been passed around the group earlier. Here, your single solo, Land of the Sky. Leaving aside the question of participation or non-participation, the song, Kingdom of the Sky, makes your head spin just looking at it. Chapter 70, Run Away from Home? It's a very hot song, hot because very few people can sing it in its entirety. Because the soprano part can hardly be sung across 5 registers by anyone but the player himself. Seeing that Su Nian Nian didn't make a sound, Xiao Siyu glanced at her. You're being counted on? How's it going? Do you need little master to help you? No need. Su Nian Nian replied simply and dryly, I can fix it myself. It's just a song, and you can figure out with your toes who's targeting her on purpose. Lin Bailu's tactics are really getting more and more pedestrian. Seeing her look of conviction, Xiao Siyu asked with one hand propped up on his chin, how do you plan to solve it? His eyes swept over the small woman in front of him, watching her ripple in a different way. Josie picked up the bottle of water in her hand in passing and unscrewed it to take a sip. Su Nian Nian had pretty much eaten by now. She wiped her little hands together and leisurely picked up her milk tea and sipped it. I'm going to just swing for the fences. Put. The mouthful of water that Xiao Siyu didn't drink and sprayed out, looking at Su Nian Nian with an unbelievable face. He coughed a few times before easing up. Cough cough cough. What did you say? Su Nian Nian gave him a disgusted look, and even took half a step back to the side. I said, I'm going to swing for the fences. It's not like I'm the only program at the welcome party. Josie wiped her mouth. So you know you're the last show? The grand finale. What weight this one carried at the orientation party was known to almost all the students of Rainy Green University. Every year the finale is filled with the most powerful students. And all programs cannot be modified once they are released to the public. This person who wanted to make a fool out of Su Nian Nian had a truly evil mind. After the grand finale, there was the welcome party dinner, and all the previous welcome banquets would have quite a few dignitaries from the Shangjing circle. If Su Nian Nian lost face, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to attend the next welcome banquet. They did it on purpose. Xiao Siyu knew that Su Nian Nian had only come down from the countryside a short while ago, and was afraid that she wasn't quite sure about these twists and turns. So he kindly warned, if the finale goes wrong, it will affect your reputation at the school, and of course, it could even get the school mocked. Rainy Green University has a loud reputation in the upper Beijing circle, and a little bit of wind could be on the hot search. If Su Nian Nian had really come up with an on-the-spot swing, it was estimated that she could have rushed to the top 10 of the Hot 100 that day, along with her school's name. So troublesome? Su Nian Nian's eyebrows twitched slightly, her teeth nipping at the milk tea straw. She actually didn't care what the outside world thought of her, but if it affected the school's reputation, that was another story. When she came to the school, it was Xie Tianji who had asked the principal of the school. She couldn't ruin the reputation that people had worked so hard for. Su Nian Nian sighed, fine, just sing to the end then. It's not like she can't sing. The song City in the Sky was her eldest brother's hit song, and her ears were calloused from him singing it back in the mountains. Hey, sins. Of course, Xiao Siyu didn't know what Su Nian Nian was thinking, but just seeing her little face that was a little less happy, his heart was a little less comfortable. Uncomfortable? Josie was oddly surprised by the sentiment. But soon he was relieved. The other party was a rival that he had encountered with great difficulty, and for his own rival to be counted like this was a slap in his face, so it was normal for him to feel uncomfortable. Su Nian Nian signed a match agreement with him, so she was considered his person. Yeah. Thinking so, Xiao Siyu looked at Su Nian Nian with a pair of smiling eyes. Don't worry, sing boldly. If something goes wrong, little master will cover you. Great. Su Nian Nian left home to live in school just one day ago, and Master Shin couldn't sit still at home. Evening, restaurant. Master Shin knocked on the desktop and glanced dissatisfiedly at the several big old looks on the table. Tell me, why did Nian Nian live in school? The three people, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu, were absolutely 100 faces of confusion. Does sister-in-law live in school from now on? The spoon Shin Huaisu was holding suddenly gave a start, vaguely aware of the stern atmosphere in the restaurant. He thought Sun Yen Nian was staying at the school because she was late getting home for something. But look at Shin Laozi's meaning, their sister-in-law is leaving home? After all, there wasn't much difference between having and not having that mother's family and the Lin family. The only place their sister-in-law could go if she really fought with their big brother was the school. When you think about it that way, their sister-in-law is really pathetic. LOL. Shin Huairua sight glanced at Shin Huayan's blackened face, then silently took the food in her hand and stuffed Shin Huaisu's mouth. Eat properly. Shin Huaiji also cast a sidelong glance at Shin Huayan, which then helpfully said, Grandpa, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law and their school recently had to prepare for the welcome party. It's not unusual to live in the school, don't you think so? He didn't really have much of a bottom line. If that was the case, it was probably impossible for their big brother's face to look so ugly. Sun Yen Nian had just married into the Shin family a few days ago, and he had noticed that their big brother's sleep quality had improved quite a bit. With such obvious dark circles under his eyes now on his face, he must not have slept well last night. Shin Huaiji was also worried that things were really like what Shin Huaisu said. Elder Shin's brows instantly wrinkled tighter. I want to hear this brat Huayan say it himself. All of you guys shut up and eat. Shin Huaisu had just swallowed the food in his mouth when he coldly muttered at the side, how else can I eat if I shut up? Elder Shin stiffened and twisted his head, glaring at Shin Huaisu, with a great impulse to immediately twist his brain off and dunk it in rice. Shin Huaisu naturally shrunk his neck and honestly buried his head in dry rice. With this kind of atmosphere, the meal is eaten, but it's definitely going to build up. Oi! He misses the days when their sister-in-law was at home and dinner was a breeze. When Shin Huayan saw Elder Shin turn his eyes to him again, he simply put down the chopsticks in his hand and faintly said, she will naturally come back when she wants to, you don't need to worry. He said, standing up straight away, picking up the handkerchief on the table and wiping his mouth, I'm done eating, you guys take your time. With those words, he left the restaurant straight away. Sun Yen Nian leaving home to live in school was something Shin Huayan never expected. He had indeed underestimated Sun Yen Nian. Before she married, she was an outcast even though she was the Lin family's own daughter. No power, no influence, just a pretty little face and petulant as hell. But it's different now. She had become famous in the 100 Flowers Hall, and everyone in the side branch of the Shin family knew that Sun Yen Nian was a prosperous husband with a koi life. That alone was enough to make the guys swoon over her, not to mention how good looking she was. The more Shin Huayan thought about it, the more his heart ached. He also wanted Sun Yen Nian back. He lost sleep yesterday after just one night of not cuddling this dainty, soft little guy to sleep. Chapter 71, It's always good to ask questions. To be precise, he felt annoyed when he thought of Sun Yen Nian who was annoyed with him. Shin Huayan wasn't in much of a mood to eat. Not really in the mood to go back to the bedroom either. He simply went to the office and continued working. Before Sun Yen Nian married into the Shin family, Shin Huayan spent most of her time working. For him, his task was to stabilize the Shin family's family business and then train a few younger brothers to become successful. Other things didn't make sense to him. Even how long he would live with this life, he didn't even bother to care. Other people have been haunted by this kind of bad luck for 3 years, more or less will have psychological problems, but Shin Huayan has been completely numb. Outsiders feel that Shin Huayan has been unlucky in the past few years, but they admire his inner strength all the same. But only he himself knew that he didn't care about these external things because he felt that even if he died, the Shin family would still function as usual. He didn't have any semblance of a future to look forward to, so he didn't think about spending his life with anyone. Sun Yen Nian's appearance was like a sweetener in the midst of his bland and tasteless life, stimulating his already numb taste buds. He couldn't help but be greedy, wanting to hold on to the sweetness that appeared around him. But how can someone who has never been loved at all know how to love someone else? He'll be just the means to an end. If he could, he would do whatever it took to tie Sun Yen Nian to his side, but the uncertainty in Sun Yen Nian was too high for him to control. This sense of panic left him powerless. She looked at Shin Huayan sitting in front of his desk. The documents in front of him had been read for half an hour, and there was never any sign of turning the page. This was the first time he had seen Shin Huayan walking away while working. It doesn't take much to figure out because of whom. She's eyes rolled, lightly coughed, cough cough. Sir, Mrs. School recently had a new student orientation party. Should we go to the school to see Mrs.? He tentatively found a step down for Shin Huayan. I heard the Mrs. was in it, and it was the grand finale. Shin Huayan's expression obviously loosened, but soon his face once again returned to normal, coldly spitting out 2 words, no go. They just had a falling out yesterday. If he went after the school, she didn't know where to hide. Will it go to Everest? Shin Huayan's frown instantly pressed down again, and when he thought of Shin Huairua's earlier comment that Xiao Siyu was also interested in Sun Yen Nian, he became even more annoyed. She clearly felt that their Mr. Family was even more irritable after he said no. He hurriedly changed his words, Sir, the people over at Yuqing University want to invite us to their school to talk about the sponsorship fee for this term of freshmen. Are we still sponsoring? Although Shen Huayan didn't speak, she could clearly feel that the originally oppressive atmosphere in the office had eased quite a bit. He then secretly sighed in relief. Sir, the Yuching University Freshman Orientation Banquet, we sponsor it every year, only the amount is different. If we don't participate this year, it might have an impact on our company's reputation. Shen Huayan's fingertips tapped on the desktop. In that case, go ahead and talk. Okay, then I'll immediately arrange for others to go to the school tomorrow to talk about the sponsorship money. She carefully looked at Shen Huayan, then weakly continued, but the sponsorship money aspect is all about the company's several managers and above who can go and talk about it, but they all seem to have important work tomorrow. She said with a difficult face, his eyes staring straight at Shen Huayan. It was almost as if they had asked their gentleman to go there himself. Shen Huayan's dark eyes narrowed. Make arrangements tomorrow, I'll go and talk in person. Yes, sir. She was secretly relieved. Sure enough, the family had to fall apart without him. The night is deepening and the lights are coming on. Su Nian sat in a bar's booth drinking milk in a t-shirt and jeans with an ugly black framed glasses. Hang Yi sat on the side, looking at Su Nian who was biting on a straw to vent her anger, and gave Hong Xiaowu beside her a look, signaling him to speak first to draw fire. Hong Xiaowu instantly felt numb. He had previously thought that Su Nian was too soft and weak to take care of herself, but it turned out that after hearing about her heroic deeds, he realized that this aunt was a master who could beat 10 with one punch. He had been in a hurry last time thinking that his aunt had been wronged, only to realize later that everyone inside had been beaten into submission before he entered. Hong Xiaowu glanced at the annoyed Su Nian and then looked at Hang Yi for help. Their aunt just seemed so upset. Would he be the first to get punched if he opened his mouth now? Hang Yi silently gave him a let's take a beating expression, and Hong Xiaowu could only sigh in resignation. Then looking up at Su Nian, he carefully asked, Auntie, who on earth made you angry? The straw Su Nian was biting on suddenly stopped, turning her head to look at Hong Xiaowu. Of course it is a friend. She was going to say husband, but then she thought about the fact that they had an agreement not to release their identities to the public. Su Nian sighed. He seems to have a favorite white moonlight, and now he's almost back to China. I told him to keep good male morals, don't move to be touched by someone's abs and so on. After all, this is a man's best dowry, no, bride price. I didn't expect him to lose his temper at me. Do you think he's overdoing it? Both Hang Yi and Hong Xiaowu felt quite a shock. First of all, who has the audacity to show their abs in front of their aunt? Second, why is male virtue the best dowry for men? Are they outdated? Is this a popular trend abroad? Hong Xiaowu glanced at Hang Yi, then weakly asked, Auntie, is this friend you're talking about domestic or foreign? Su Nian skimmed her small mouth. Of course it's domestic. Domestic is just fine. Hong Xiaowu secretly breathed a sigh of relief before saying, Auntie, men in our country don't have such a thing as male virtue, and for a man to say that he should take male virtue as a dowry isn't much different from scolding him. Like this? Su Nian obviously didn't expect it either, and froze on the spot. She had spent more time on the mountain and had been taught her daily concepts by her 7 brothers and master. They spoiled her to say the least, so it wasn't impossible that some of their ideas were out of step with the world. She thought about what she had said the day she got drunk and asked again, so good-looking girls can do whatever they want? Auntie, when you say do whatever you want, which aspect of it is? Hong Xiaowu looked at Su Nian apprehensively. If it was their aunt, then they could definitely do whatever they wanted. But it's always good to ask shallow questions. Su Nian's brow furrowed as she broke her fingers and spoke, it's like men are like clothes, there's no clothes I can't afford, so don't put it together hard if you're fine. It's time to look, it's time to change, bye, the next one is better behaved. Chapter 72, A Big Wave of Melons. Nice guy. What kind of indoctrination was this for their aunt? Hong Xiaowu stiffly turned his head to look at Su Nian, tugging at the corner of his mouth and said, this level, in our country, is collectively known as a slag woman. Su Nian froze, and the straw at the edge of her mouth suddenly popped out of her mouth and splashed onto her lips. She raised her small hand to rub the milk from her lips, never realizing that she had become a scummy girl in a second for being a decent person. Or in front of her little brother. She had really been invisibly punked by her master. No wonder Shen Huayan would suddenly bite her, and she was still angry that he didn't know how to be good, but it turned out that the pot was even on her own. Su Nian's entire body was bad. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she turned her head to look at Hong Xiaowu once again and asked, if you guys do something wrong, will you chew on each other's mouths as punishment? How is that possible? It's not like we're perverts. Hong Xiaowu had a vicious chill. He and Henichi are cousins. The gender is inappropriate in the first place, and even if the gender was negligible, the law would not allow them. Now Su Nian once again fell into deep self-doubt. Is it possible that she misunderstood that too? When Su Nian was about to dig a little deeper, Hang Yi, who was on the side, spoke up first. If the relationship between the two is a husband and wife or a boyfriend and girlfriend, there's nothing wrong with that situation just now. Hong Xiaowu visibly froze for a moment and looked at Hang Yi with a puzzled expression, as if he did not understand why he said that. Hang Yi looked askance at Hong Xiaofu, helplessly skimming his lips. If their aunt asked that, someone must have done it. At present, there was definitely no more than one man who could get as close as 1 meter in front of their aunt, not get knocked off his feet, and still be able to nibble on her mouth. Hangi guessed that the person Sun Yen Nyen was talking about was most likely Shen Huayan. From the last time he had seen how well-behaved and agreeable Sun Yen Nyen was in front of him, he had automatically listed Shen Huayan as a super dangerous person on the same level as Sun Yen Nyen. Although he didn't understand why Shen Huayan would gnaw on Sun Yen Nyen's mouth as punishment, he understood men. Shen Huayan's gaze towards Sun Yen Nyen that day carried a strong possessiveness. The sight of him was even more hostile. And then their aunt's attitude towards Shen Huayan was even more unique. So even if you don't understand what's going on between them, you definitely can't do anything to ruin the relationship between the two. Sun Yen Nyen nodded with seeming understanding. She and Shen Huayan weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, but they were indeed a couple from a legal standpoint now, so it really wasn't wrong for him to do this to her. Sun Yen Nyen was even more annoyed now. She thought she had good reason to be angry before, how she'd have to live at school for a few days to express her anger. Now barbecue is up. Not only did they piss people off, they left home. Sun Yen Nyen's watery eyes blinked, indignantly biting a few bites of the straw in her small mouth, and once again looked at Hung Yi beside her. Ahem. Nyen, I still have a few more emotional issues that I need to consult on. Hung Yi looked at Sun Yen Nyen a bit helplessly, reaching out and pointing at his face. Auntie, can you see if he and I look like a single dog? Because of Hung Yi and Hong Xiaowu's words, Sun Yen Nyen didn't sleep well for the entire night. She had wanted to send a message to Shen Huayan, but after thinking about it, she didn't know what to send. She was the one who left without saying goodbye first, and now it seems like everything she says is a bit of a horse's ass. Sun Yen Nyen was in the middle of a headache when she was notified to gather at the school's auditorium. I heard that a sponsor had come to the school and wanted those of them attending the orientation party to make the trip together. She was a performer at this orientation party, so naturally she was included. Sun Yen Nyen wilted and stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at his feet in boredom. Nyan, why are you here too? A surprised voice came from behind him. Sun Yen Nyen's single eyebrow was slightly raised as she turned her head to look at Lin Bailu, the corner of her mouth curving up into a mocking arc. She obviously moved to get her a finale and now she's running to her pretending to be shocked. More or less funny. Lin Bailu froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Sun Yen Nyen to look at her with this expression. Her brows instantly furrowed, and her face looked at Sun Yen Nyen in displeasure as she questioned, "What are you laughing at?" Sun Yen Nyen shrugged, "It's nothing, I laughed at how bad your acting was." Hot eyes. Her unperturbed words caused Lin Bailu's heart to startle and her face to turn even more green and white. Is it hard to believe that Sun Yen Nyen knows that she did what she's doing now in her finale performance? No way. She couldn't have known. Sun Yen Nyen might have meant that she had just been curious about her presence here. After all, the list of people who will be at the orientation party has already been released to the public. That comment she just made did smack a bit of here and now. Lin Bailu's face straightened before she said, "I'm just surprised that you would choose to participate in the finale program. After all, that song is so difficult, just in case." Just in case. Since you're so worried, let's change the program. You'll be the grand finale? Without waiting for Lin Bailu to finish pretending to be sympathetic, Sun Yen Nyen directly gave her a heavy bomb. Lin Bailu choked, then immediately waved her hand. I can't. Shut up if you know you can't." Sun Yen Nyen rolled her eyes. "Do you know there's a saying, you can you up, no can a bibi?" Lin Bailu's face was red from Sun Yen Nyen's humiliation, and she couldn't wait to swear on the spot, but now that there were so many people, it was impossible for her to do so. She slightly raised her hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes, a look of being bullied, looking at Sun Yen Nyen. "Nyen Nyen, I'm just worried about you. I know you and Xiao Xiao have a good relationship, but it's not good for you to be like this." With her words of desire, she was close to directly naming Sun Yen Nyen as a person who was writing roughshod over the school on the basis of her good relationship with Xiao Xiu, with no one else in sight. A few days ago, the matter of Xiao Xiu openly inviting Sun Yen Nyen inside the school was a big deal. We all had a big melon at school. After all, the woman who could make the heart of a super-rich second generation of the Shangjing circle like Xiao Xiu move, of course everyone followed with curiosity. Especially since Sun Yen Nyen is so good-looking. So within a few days, she had made it onto the list of Rainy Green University's school flower. It only took 3 days to secure the #1 spot. The girl who was on good terms with Lin Bailu looked at Sun Yen Nyen's oil and salt, and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Lulu is doing this for your own good, don't be ungrateful." Sun Yen Nyen didn't even bother to give her a look now. She stretched lazily and said coolly, "This good heart is for you, do you want it?" After she finished saying this, she turned her head to look at the girl who had just spoken for Lin Bailu, and her eyes abruptly lit up. Chapter 73, Such Exciting Gossip? You're the girl who was with Lin Bailu when she touched the porcelain last time, right? How come you guys didn't succeed last time, and you're doing it again this time? Lu Chang, who was named by Sun Yen Nyen, blushed furiously and stretched his neck in defense. "Who touched you?" Sun Yen Nyen glanced at her with a faint face. "You and Lin Bailu. Last time you also bumped into Xiao Xiu and said that he was Lin Bailu's boyfriend. What? Dare to do not dare to be?" Now Lu Chang's face turned even whiter. "That was a misunderstanding. At that time, Alright, don't explain. Sun Yen Yen waved her hand, interrupting Lu Chang. Have you seen her boyfriend in the past few days? Lu Chang choked, completely unaware that the entire person had been led by Sun Yen Yen. She subconsciously shook her head. As a result, she heard Sun Yen Yen tisk tisk twice. You're still her good friend, and now you don't even know that your good friend is looking for a date, and you don't know who her date is? Are you really her good friend? This time Lu Chang also fell into deep self-doubt. She even looked at Lin Bailu on the side with a puzzled sight. Yeah, aren't they friends? Why doesn't she know that Lin Bailu has a boyfriend? Lin Bailu is not as brainless as Lu Chang, immediately looked at Lu Chang with a resigned face. Chang Chang, you also know that he split his legs. Every time I mention him, Her words even choked her a bit as she spoke. The acting was so good that Sun Yen Yen wanted to applaud her. Wonderful. Lu Chang looked like he suddenly woke up and hurriedly consoled. I'm sorry Lulu, it's my fault. I forgot that it's certain shameless people who snatched your boyfriend. As she said that, she also gave Sun Yen Yen a vicious glare. Sun Yen Yen was about to laugh as she blinked her pretty watery eyes staring back and forth at Lin Bailu and Lu Chang. Her bright eyebrows were clearly not half as aggressive as they should have been, but it was a bit of a hairy look for both of them. Lu Chang pursed her lips, and said with a bit of a shouldering, Sun Yen Yen, what do you want to do? Sun Yen Yen's watery eyes curved gently. I didn't want to do anything. I was just wondering what exactly Lin Bailu's boyfriend's name is, she said, cocking her head with a look of innocence. You're too deceitful. Lu Chang didn't expect a junior who stole someone's boyfriend to be so aggressive. Once she didn't hold back, her voice instantly raised a few decibels. The people who had been a bit away from them followed and looked over. Lu Chang wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it. She was convinced that Sun Yen Yen had snatched Lin Bailu's boyfriend, and when things went wrong, it was Sun Yen Yen who lost face. But Lin Bailu always felt flustered at the bottom of her heart, especially when she met Sun Yen Yen's bright eyes. She didn't understand where on earth a little girl from the countryside had gotten her backbone. Sun Yen Yen snorted a little, lifting her eyebrows slightly as she looked at Lu Chang. What? I asked Lin Bailu what her ex-boyfriend's name is, and that's bullying people too much? You guys slandered me for stealing someone else's boyfriend and that's justified? What kind of robber logic is this? Lu Chang gave Sun Yen Yen a blank look. He knowingly asked. You stole Lulu's boyfriend. You would not know? You saw it with your own eyes? When and where did I steal her boyfriend? What's her boyfriend's name? Sun Yen Yen directly took the life 3 consecutive questions, leaving Lu Chang dumbfounded. Because she couldn't answer it all the same. Lu Chang was also anxious and directly pushed Lin Bailu. Lulu, come on, you can't let her keep bullying you like this. Sun Yen Yen also followed Lu Chang's words and looked at Lin Bailu with a smile. Yes, you say. When and where did I snatch your boyfriend? Most importantly, what is your boyfriend's name? As everyone watched Sun Yen Yen swimmingly pursuing Lin Bailu, one by one, they followed suit and became curious. Sun Yen Yen is this year's newest school flower, and she's only been at school for a short time and there's a lot of gossip. What Lin family just picked up their daughter from the countryside. It hadn't been long since he'd arrived at the school before he'd been personally invited by Josie. As well as stealing Lindbergh's boyfriend and all that. Gossip is supposed to be a human instinct, let alone such a bloody, exciting one. Some people on the side could not stand the suddenly quiet atmosphere, so one by one, followed the uproar. Lin Bailu, since your boyfriend has been robbed, just say the name. That is. A man of honor is not afraid of a shadow. Talk. Lin Bailu was looked at by the people around her, and the look of being bullied on her face became heavier. I can't say. That I have bitter feelings. Right. The whole world on you're suffering the most. Boyfriend, if too many do not remember the name, you think a little more. Sun Yen Yen shrugged, coolly said, after all, I'm not the river god, you casually drop an axe, can give you to fish 3 up. Pfft, ha. There were already quite a few people on the side who couldn't help but laugh, instantly making Lin Bailu's face even more ugly. She had wanted Sun Yen Yen to carry a trumped-up charge. After all, the more she denied this kind of thing, the more others would think it was true. But she did not expect Sun Yen Yen to be so difficult to deal with, not only did not explain, on the contrary, grabbed her and had to ask her to say what name in front of so many people. Lin Bailu knew that if she didn't say something now, she was afraid that her face would fall to pieces here. She gritted her teeth and said a name stiffly, Lin Zihao, my boyfriend's name is Lin Zihao. Sun Yen Yen sniffed, not flustered at all, and asked in a fussing manner, is your boyfriend from this city? Lin Bailu looked at Sun Yen Yen uncertainly, feeling that her question was a bit odd, but thinking that it was impossible for her to know a character that she had created out of thin air. It would be better if she knew each other, and she could take the opportunity to say that Sun Yen Yen was a third-party interloper. Lin Bailu thought so, and her heart suddenly became complacent, pleased that she was able to pull back a city in terms of public opinion. She nodded, but her face still looked extremely aggravated and ready to shed tears. Lin Bailu's appearance was not bad in the first place, plus the Lin's couple had smashed money to cultivate it for so many years, and it was also considered a little famous in the Shangjing circle. Before Sun Yen Yen came, she was the recognized schoolflower of Yuqing University, but after Sun Yen Yen appeared, she was directly crushed. Lu Chang heard Lin Bailu finally open her mouth to say her boyfriend's name, and didn't care if she had seen it or not. She started to output it. Sun Yen Yen, just now Lulu gave you face and didn't say her boyfriend's name, and now that she said it, what else do you have to say? Lin Bailu saw the situation, and at the right time to pretend to be unwilling to make things difficult for Sun Yen pulled Lu Chang, Chang, don't say it, this is all in the past. This matter is really not over. Without waiting for Lin Bailu to finish her words, Sun Yan's voice slowly rang out. Chapter 74, she didn't expect Sun Yan's operation to be so tawdry. Lu Chang stared at Sun Yan suspiciously. What do you mean? Sun Yan remained the same lazy little look, fatally saying, it doesn't matter that this dogman cheated on Lin Bailu, but he even dared to pull the stomp on my reputation, then he must be made to look good. Others might not know, but Sun Yan and Lin Bailu both knew in their hearts that there was simply no one named Lin Zihao between them. As soon as Sun Yan's words fell, she took out her cell phone and flipped the screen across, operating on it. Now the others were baffled. Sun Yan can't say no more and wants to get help? Who knows? Maybe they're going to call that Lin Zihao over directly? What's the point of calling over people who are woefully unprepared? Sun Yan operated her cell phone in the surrounding sounds full of malice, and aimed the cell phone interface in her hand at Lin Bailu. There are a total of 128 people in our city named Lin Zihao, excluding the ones who are under 18, the married ones, and the ones who are sick and lying on the bed and can't move. It's very good to find out whether or not the rest have any interactions with you. Lin Bailu's face instantly went white. She hadn't expected Sun Yan's operation to be so tawdry. She couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. Sun Yan originally didn't want to get into it with Lin Bailu, but she had to pop up every time to give away her head, so she wouldn't be polite. Lin Bailu just said, this person called Lin Zihao is his boyfriend, and the object of cheating is me. For this kind of slander, I have just called the police. Everyone guys will help me to be a witness in a while. The people who had just been taunting Sun Yan now all froze, and when they heard her extraordinarily frank words, they in turn looked at her differently. One of the boys was extraordinarily excited. It's incumbent upon you to help the goddess. No problem. Classmate Sue, we'll all testify for you. That is, student Sue has great courage. We're all here waiting to help. That's right. We're all witnesses for Mr. Sue. Lin Bailu was completely flustered this time. She hurriedly reached out to grab Sun Yan's wrist. Yan, this isn't good. The mask of a smile on her face at this point had been torn to shreds by Sun Yan, and it was completely out of place. Sun Yan's brows furrowed, instantly revealing an aggrieved look as she looked at Lin Bailu and said, aren't I doing this for your own good? This kind of scum should be brought to justice, accepting a severe beating from society. The girls who were originally still a little bit stymied towards Sun Yan also felt that Sun Yan was right at this moment. One followed suit and helped out. Exactly. It's disgusting that this kind of scum pulls and stomps on others in order to cheat. If this is false, he must be sued for libel. After causing such a bad influence in the school, he should be locked up for a few days anyhow, so that he can learn a good lesson. Lin Bailu really wanted to cry now. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth silently hooked, listening to the sound of approaching sirens, pretending to comfort Lin Bailu by patting her on the shoulder, and saying in a single word, seek your own, and be blessed. Because the students present had other activities in a while, the police who came to the scene simply did a name check. The story was clear, and the police department side was quick to give a return receipt for the filing of the case. Now Lin Bailu's face turned even whiter. Sun Yan looked at her face with satisfaction, and the corner of her mouth hooked. Suddenly, a noise came from the doorway, and Sun Yan looked over at the sound, the smile on her face instantly tightening. The rest of the people who came through the door were all the sponsoring companies for this event, except for the school executives. And the man in the lead was none other than Shin Huayan. He caught all the eyes of those present almost as soon as he entered. Oh my god? That man is so handsome. Is he also from the sponsor company this time? At first glance, you guys aren't well informed enough. This is Shin Huayan, the president of the Shin Group. Gosh, the big man himself came to school. Geez, a couple days of school have opened my eyes to the fact that the presidents of the four major families have met two of them. The principal, of course, had heard the students' comments, which led him to introduce himself to the students with a smile. These people behind me are the sponsors of the school this time, Shin Huayan, the president of Shin's group, Lin Daolong of Lin's group, and Zhang Hongfeng of Zhang's group. Students give a warm welcome. Shin Huayan swept a glance at the students present with a flat expression and quickly pinpointed Sun Yan in the crowd. She was fair-skinned and good-looking, and her dainty little self stood out in the crowd. He had thought that Sun Yan would look over when she heard his voice, but he didn't expect to see her raise her head even though his eyes were fixed on her for a long time. Is she still angry? Shin Huayan's brows furrowed, his already irritated mood worsening. Almost instantly, the atmosphere in the entire auditorium followed suit and became oppressive. The low pressure he brought with him was almost breathtaking. Even though the others were also old men in the mall, they couldn't hold Shin Huayan's death-like aura. Even the principal, who had seen great storms, was sweating profusely as he looked at Shin Huayan and asked in a small voice with an apprehensive face, Mr. Shin, are you not feeling well? Why does it look like he's in a particularly bad mood? Obviously the mood was fine when we just met, what's going on here? Shin Hwayan was annoyed, so he casually answered, well, I didn't rest well, I'm not too comfortable. The principal then secretly sighed in relief. Then, why don't I have the students take you to the lounge for a little rest first? We'll talk later when you're rested, Mr. Shin. Shin Hwayan originally didn't want to leave too early either, as he hadn't figured out how he was going to get in touch with Sun Yin. He wanted to admit he was wrong, but she had to give him a chance, didn't she? He nodded softly, well, thank you, then, headmaster. As soon as Shin Hwayan's words left his mouth, the others who stood with the principal followed suit and secretly sighed in relief. Although he didn't know why Shin Hwayan was in a bad mood, it was good to not touch his mold. Thinking so, the principal turned his head to look at the students standing not far away, wanting to find someone to take Shin Hwayan to rest. But this group of students are also all human. Just now the principal's cautious and afraid of touching the mold has long been rooted in their hearts. They certainly didn't dare to volunteer to go up and seek death. So one by one, they put their heads down. The principal's sweat instantly came down as he made his rounds, just in time to meet Sun Yanyan's eyes that were looking over. The principal's heart was overjoyed. Worthy of being a child taught by Xietianji is the atmosphere. The principal pointed directly at Sun Yanyan and said, that student. For a moment everyone looked in the direction of the principal's finger, landing on Sun Yanyan in unison. There were envious and naturally worried glances. Sun Yanyan was also stunned, pointing at herself with a bit of uncertainty. That's right. It's you, take Mr. Shin to the restroom to rest in a moment. Chapter 75, doesn't Sun Yanyan want him anymore? The corner of Sun Yanyan's eye twitched, truly afraid of what might come. She hadn't figured out how to face Shin Hwayan yet, and this was set up. Sun Yanyan could only walk over stiffly, rushing toward Shin Hwayan and politely tugging at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Shin, this way please. Her attitude and tone were so calm that Shin Hwayan was in a trance for a moment. She's really still angry. His black eyes slowly fell, sweeping around her small face, and with a final he followed Sun Yanyan's lead. Lin Bailu also saw something at this time. Especially the way Shin Hwayan looked at Sun Yanyan was different from before. She had also heard that Sun Yanyan had been staying at the school for the past 2 days. Could it be that she had been kicked out by the Shin family? Lin Bailu's whole heart stirred stupidly because of this new discovery. If Sun Yanyan didn't have Shin Hwayan, wouldn't she still be at her mercy? She'd like to see how much longer she could run wild. Meanwhile, Sun Yanyan dutifully brought Shin Hwayan to the door of the lounge. This is the lounge, Mr. Shin, have a good rest. She said that she was about to leave, but she didn't expect that. Just as she took a step, she heard Shin Hwayan's cool voice ringing out, can the lounge be replaced if it's not satisfactory? Sun Yanyan's eyebrows raised, suspiciously turning her head to look at Shin Hwayan. He didn't look like he was purposely picking a fight without half a ripple under his eyes. She pursed her small lips, I think. I can. Actually, she doesn't know. But for the principal, the sponsor is the school's golden father, and replacing a lounge shouldn't be much of a problem. So Sun Yanyan responded in passing. Shin Hwayan's eyes calmly swept over her, open the restroom and I'll take a look. Oh. Sun Yanyan obediently followed Shin Hwayan's words and walked over to open the door to the lounge room. It was just the two of them now, but the school was crowded, so there was always more to look out for. Plus, she had made Shin Hwayan angry before, so she was now behaving herself as well as she could. Follow the treaty to the letter and you'll be right. She took a dark, deep breath and opened the door to the lounge room. Sun Yanyan looked around the room's decor and was about to open her mouth when a tall figure loomed over her. It blocked her entire body. Mr. Shun, you. Bang. The door to the room was thrown open with a bang and slammed hard. In the next second, Sun Yanyan's entire body was held down on the door panel, and the overwhelming kisses fell, startling her into a jolt, and her small body in Shin Hwayan's arms directly stiffened. Don't be afraid, I'll go lighter this time. The low, husky voice in her ear swept across her eardrums, causing her tendons to go limp. She was forced to hold her chin high as he drew on her. The tip of his nose traced her cheek, gently kissing on her ear, then the tip of his nose, then his lips, his chin. Sun Yanyan's entire body was confused when his breath swept over her neck. She hadn't expected this development at all. Her small hand tightly grasped Shin Hwayan's front lapel, and a low hum came out of her neck from being gently sucked by him. Like a little kitten suddenly wet by the rain on a rainy night, it had a pitiful tone inside and out. Year by year. His lips landed gently on her collarbone, his voice dark. He missed her so much. He'd been thinking about her since he'd left Shin's house. Wanted to see her, wanted to be as close to her as she was now, to possess her. His heart had been clenched after just seeing her. He was looking for a reason to meet with her, but he didn't realize that the principal had given him that opportunity. He tried to have a nice chat with her, but was shocked by how cold she looked. He had no way of imagining the delicate, soft little woman in front of him treating him so coldly, as if she would never smile at him again. A strong sense of panic made his whole heart tremble. Don't! He doesn't want to lose her. Ghostly, he directly kept the person directly mandatory and then bullied her. It's too late for regrets. She's already angry, and Sun Yan Nian probably doesn't want him now, right? He slowly let go of Sun Yan Nian, but his entire body stood disheveled in place, as if awaiting judgment, his eyes drooping in despair and helplessness. Sun Yan Nian was dazed by Shen Huayan's kisses, and it would be hard for her to slow down. Looking at Shen Huayan, who was silent again, she asked weakly, Mr. Shun, are you not angry with me like this? Shen Huayan sniffed and suddenly looked up at Sun Yan Nian, looking at her apprehensive look as she looked at him. His heart instantly felt like it had been stabbed. He laughed bitterly, shouldn't you be mad at me? I don't think I would have run away from home if I wasn't angry. Sun Yan Nian was even more vain now. She had wanted to find herself an excuse to come to school. But looking at Shen Huayan's face didn't seem to look too good. She pursed her small mouth and honestly said, I did get a little angry, but I didn't know that the situation in the country was different from what my master said, and I know it's wrong. Shen Huayan suddenly had a feeling of having survived a robbery. He directly reached out and hugged Sun Yan Nian, burying his head deep in her neck and taking a deep breath. The familiar scent felt like it was falling from the tip of his nose into his lungs, putting his entire being at ease. I don't blame you, it's me who didn't make it clear, I'm at fault too. Shen Huayan rubbed in her neck and muffled a response. He actually didn't want to pursue any right or wrong at all, as long as Sun Yan Nian was willing to stay by his side. He doesn't want anything else. A man is a dress, right, and he does that dress that won't be replaced is all. Sun Yan Nian listened to Shen Huayan's words of apology in her ears, and her heart was moved again. She had been pitched into a slag girl by his master, and their little brother was even understanding. Hey, too bad such a nice little brother has someone else in his heart. When Sun Yan Nian thought of this, she suddenly wanted to ask Shen Huayan in person if he liked the girl named Fan Shijin. If not, her maneuverable space, wouldn't that be coming? Mr. Shun, you. Knock, knock, knock. Before Sun Yan Nian's words could be asked, the door to the room behind her was knocked on. Shen Huayan's brows slowly pressed down and said in a cold voice, Who? He looked down at Sun Yan Nian's small face, raised his hand to rub her cheek, and helped her straighten the collar at her neck again. Although he couldn't wait to go public with Sun Yan Nian in a minute, he didn't want to go public in such a way that would be bad for her reputation. He wanted her to go public as Mrs. Shun's wife in a dignified manner, not some secret lover or Shun's mascot or some other name. There was a noticeable silence outside, but soon there was a sound. Chapter 76, Roll. Mr. Song? I'm Lin Daolong from the Lin Group. Get out. Without even waiting for Lin Daolong to explain his intentions, Shen Huayan's displeased voice came out from the lounge. Lin Daolong, who was standing outside, was also visibly stunned. Is this man on gunpowder? What's with the fire? Lin Daolong couldn't think much about it. He could only apologize and leave in disgrace. Sun Yan Nian listened to the footsteps outside that were getting farther and farther away, looked at Shen Huayan with a bit of suspicion, and asked softly, he and Mr. Shen have something to talk about? She didn't remember any other business dealings between Lin Daolong and Shen Huayan. Apart from the fact that the Shen family wanted to marry the Lin family's daughter before, and Master Shen had given the Lin family a good order, there was no more interactions. She remembered that the last time the Lin family came to the Shen family, it was to exchange her back with Lin Bailu. You're not going to do it again this time, are you? Sun Yan Nian's brows wrinkled at once, looking at Shen Huayan with a bit of apprehension. I don't have anything to talk about with him, and if I want to talk about it, I'm looking for you to talk about it. Shen Huayan's one arm was propped on the door, condescendingly looking at the little woman in front of him. The atmosphere between him and Sun Yan Nian was so good just now. If it wasn't for someone knocking on the door outside, he probably would have coaxed this little petite home long ago. Shen Huayan thought so, more or less annoyed. Sun Yan Nian didn't seem to notice this, but instead looked up at him in confusion and asked, looking for me to talk? Talk about what? Shen Huayan's dark eyes drooped slightly. Talk about when you're coming home to live. She hadn't been home for 2 nights. He hadn't slept with his daughter-in-law in his arms for 2 nights either. Sun Yan Nian looked at Shen Huayan and blinked dully, a little not too good. Should I go back at night? Shen Huayan didn't think that the problem he was worried about would be solved so simply. It's also a bit hairy. He raised his hand and couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek, and Sun Yan Nian let out a hiss of pain, looking at him pitifully as if begging him to be merciful. Shen Huayan looked at her little expression and suddenly hooked his lips. The strength in his hand also subsided a lot. Don't just leave home again, do you know? Sun Yan Nian nodded repeatedly. Aha, this kind of oolong once is enough. One more time, she may have to abdicate from the position of Mrs. Shen. Sun Yan Nian looked at Shen Huayan, who didn't seem to be angry anymore. Her heart secretly relieved. A pair of watery eyes once again smiled and looked at him with a curved smile. Mr. Shen, you rest here first, I'll go and see what the principal's side has arranged, she said, about to leave from the room. But the next second, her wrist was tightly held by Shen Huayan. Puzzled, she turned around just in time to see his dark eyes. I'll wait for you after school tonight. Good. Sun Yan Nian's watery eyes abruptly curved, revealing a bright smile before she happily left from the lounge. When the door of the room closed again, Shen Huayan then slowly leaned against the door of the lounge room. His whole body looked like it had just been through a big battle, and he was in a panic. Luckily she was still willing to go home with him. Take your time with the rest. Meanwhile, Lin Dalong, who was going back alone, just happened to bump into Lin Bailu, who had come to look for him. Dad, why are you here? Where's Nyan? Her eyes swept around Lin Dalong's surroundings, not seeing Sun Yinyan's figure. Not long after Shen Huayan left just now, Lin Dalong left. She knew that Lin Dalong had gone to look for Sun Yinyan, but he didn't look too good. Could it be that he had hit a wall with Sun Yinyan? Lin Dalong skimmed his mouth, saw that the visitor was Lin Bailu, also lazy to pretend. I just went to look for Nian Nian. I did not expect that the person did not see, but also by General Manager Shen. Throwing a tantrum. Although he didn't finish the latter words, the meaning to be expressed was already obvious. Lin Bailu was now more certain that something was wrong between Shen Huayan and Sun Yinyan. She couldn't wait to add to the story and tell Lin Dalong about it now. But on second thought, she changed her mind. Dad, I just heard from other classmates that Sun Yinyan seems to have gone back to live at school recently, and I don't know if it's true. Lin Bailu looked at Lin Dalong with a look of wanting to say something, and when she saw that he didn't say anything, she pretended to be careful and asked, Dad, do you think Sun Yinyan has upset General Manager Shen? Now Lin Dalong couldn't make up his mind. When he had just come to school, he felt that Shen Huayan didn't seem too happy. If Shen Huayan was really angry because of Sun Yinyan, then it was understandable why Shen Huayan was furious when he went to find Sun Yinyan. Lin Dalong's brow wrinkled. He was thinking of making good relations with Sun Yinyan before, but if she falls out of favor. Dad, Nian Nian is our Lin family's daughter no matter what, even if she upset Mr. Shen, she's still our Lin family's daughter who married out, right? Lin Bailu spoke up for Sun Yinyan with an air of goodwill. But these words fell on Lin Dalong's ears but completely changed flavor. That's right, even if Sun Yinyan didn't interact with their family, in the eyes of the Shen family's side, she was always the daughter of the Lin family. If she annoyed Shen Huayan, it would be their bad luck. Lin Dalong's frown deepened this time. It looked like he would have to talk to Sun Yinyan when he saw her in a while. Seeing Lin Dalong faltering, Lin Bailu added, Dad, Nian Nian only came down from the countryside not long ago and doesn't have many friends. Why don't you talk to her and I'll take her to meet the other famous young ladies in the Shangjing circle at that time. It's just to help her expand her social circle. Lin Dalong was very pleased with what he heard. He raised his hand and patted Lin Bailu's shoulder and said, It's still Lulu who understands. When the time comes, you teach her how to be a qualified lady. Lin Bailu triumphantly hooked the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, Dad, I'll teach her well. Let her recognize herself. Suddenly, Lin Bailu seemed to have thought of something. Right, Dad, there's one more thing, related to Nian Nian. I don't know if I should or shouldn't say it. Lin Dalong's brows furrowed again as he saw her wanting to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. What's there to hide? It's this welcome party. Nian Nian signed up and insisted on the finale. Lin Bailu said with a difficult look on her face. She's also using the name of the Lin family. I persuaded her before but was scolded by her in front of the other students. As soon as she said this, Lin Bailu's eyes instantly reddened. It seemed as if he had been wronged by the heavens. Lin Dalong didn't have much of a reaction. Su attended the welcome party year after year, and it didn't matter whether it was a grand finale or not. What he cared about was how to ease his relationship with Sun Yinyan. Lin Bailu did not expect Lin Dalong to press and not mind. She clenched her fist in dissatisfaction and added, The song in her finale is very difficult. I am worried about it. Chapter 77, Yuhu, some people are out of favor here? Worried about what? Lin Dalong's brow furrowed as he listened to Lin Bailu keep emphasizing the finale performance over and over again, his face staring up at her in displeasure. How come I didn't think this daughter had a knack for upsetting people before? Lin Bailu saw the good thing and immediately explained in a hurry, the school's last finale program has a great impact on the school, and if something goes wrong it may have an impact on the school's reputation, and Nian Nian is again in the capacity of the Lin family. The latter words, even if she didn't say them, Lin Dalong should be able to understand. Sun Nian used the Lin family's identity to attend the welcome party, and if she made a fool of herself, she would be disgracing the Lin family. Lin Dalong's eyes abruptly widened considerably when he heard this. Wouldn't it be better if Sun Nian really caused any trouble? He just took this opportunity to sell her a good one, and by then the Shen family side of the relationship was still at hand? He had heard the gossip before that Shen Huayan had taken a wife for the purpose of rushing. How unlucky Shen Huayan has been in these recent years is obvious to everyone. It doesn't kill you, but it's distracting to have more than a few small disasters. If Sun Nian could really flush out her happiness, it would make sense that Shen Huayan would think highly of her. Lin Dalong's sophisticated eyes narrowed and stared at Lin Bailu. Can you sing that song? Lin Bailu obviously froze, shook her head. No, the difficulty of that song is too high. It's not for us non-professionals to sing. Nian Nian doesn't know what to think. Alright, I'll solve this matter, so you don't have to worry about it. Lin Dalong didn't wait for Lin Bailu to finish her words before directly interrupting her. It's trivial to just get a vocal replacement for something like singing, or really, recording it. If Sun Nian couldn't handle it, then it was best. He as a father helped her. Could she still give him a face? Lin Bailu's brows instantly twisted into a lump. Why didn't Lin Dalong follow the routine? Shouldn't he have felt that Sun Nian was fooling around and then reprimanded her properly? She was a bit flustered and held her hand to look at Lin Dalong. tugging at the corner of her mouth and asking, "Dad, how are you going to help Nyen Nyen? I'm afraid it's too late to find a teacher to teach her now." Lin Dalong looked askance at Lin Bailu. "Teach what? A little fake singing will suffice when the time comes, what's not to fix?" Lin Bailu's hand clenched tighter. Why hadn't she thought of that level? No wonder Su Nyen Nyen hadn't been panicking. She must be thinking the same thing, right? Even if she doesn't know how to sing, she'll go to the studio and record and fix her voice, and everything will be solved. By the time she swiped her face at the orientation party, her reputation would only get better. Lin Bailu didn't realize that her idea of wanting Su Nyen Nyen to make a fool of herself had been disguised as a dowry for her. She would never allow it. Isn't it just fake singing? Ha! All she had to do then was to move a little bit and everyone would be able to find out her fake singing face, which would only make her more humiliated then. Lin Bailu thought so, and her heart turned calm. She took a deep breath and was about to say something else when she watched Su Nyen Nyen walk over from a distance. "Nyen Nyen, you're here? Dad was just about to go look for you." Su Nyen Nyen, who just saw Lin Bailu and Lin Dalong and was about to turn around and walk away. Blame her for not being cautious enough. She should have spotted them much earlier and turned around right away. Su Nyen Nyen mentally lamented, and could only walk over in the direction of the two. She really disliked having any interaction with this stupid father and daughter. It didn't mean that Lin Dalong and Lin Bailu thought so. The two men looked at Su Nyen Nyen with their hearts in their mouths, one smiling wider than the other. Su Nyen Nyen swept her cold eyes over the two men and said coolly, "What do you want from me? If it's nothing, I still have to report to the principal." "Nyen Nyen, our dad specially came to school to look for you because he cares about you. How can you do this to Dad?" Without waiting for Lin Dalong to say anything, Lin Bailu pretended on first. When Su Nyen Nyen heard her words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I've told you guys before, maintaining a surface between us is enough. He's your dad, not mine. Don't come in front of me to brush up on your existence if nothing else." As he said that, he was about to move forward, but he was stopped by Lin Dalong. "Dad, look at her." "You shut up." Lin Bailu's words hadn't even finished when Lin Dalong directly disliked him. He had originally come here to get on good terms with Su Nyen Nyen, but as a result, his words were stirred up by Lin Bailu before he could even get them out of his mouth. It's a wonder he's happy. Su Nyen Nyen was obviously surprised by Lin Dalong's attitude as well. "Yoo-hoo, some people are out of favor here?" Su Nyen Nyen looked at Lin Bailu's face twisted because of Lin Dalong's change in attitude, and the tips of her eyebrows unconsciously raised. Thinking about Lin Bailu's unauthorized enrollment for her earlier, her watery eyes narrowed. "Why don't we collect some interest first now?" The first day she went to the Lin family, she could tell that Lin Bailu cared about the identity of the Lin family's first miss. That's the main reason she dissed her too. Su Nyen Nyen is not interested in the identity of the Lin family's first lady, but if she can make Lin Bailu perform Sichuan opera face changing all the time, it is also quite interesting. She looked over at the two lazily, her tone like, "I don't have much time right now, so if you have something to say you'd better say it quickly." Lin Dalong didn't seem to care about Su Nyen Nyen's attitude at all. Instead he smiled at her gently. "Nyen Nyen, Dad thinks that you've only come to Shangjing for not long and you don't have any friends. It just so happens that your sister has quite a lot of good friends in the Shangjing circle. I'm thinking that I'll let her take you to meet the world, and you two sisters can also have a care of each other. Do you think so?" Lin Dalong's words came to this point, and his eyes looked at Lin Bailu. Seeing that she had no intention of opening her mouth, he glared at her again. Lin Bailu bit her lip before she nodded. "Dad is right, quite a few of my friends around me are celebrities in the Shangjing circle. If my sister doesn't mind, I can take you to expand your circle of friends." She tried to pull out a smile, expecting Su Nyen Nyen to refuse so that Lin Dalong would get angry, and she would take the opportunity to play the good guy and brush her favor in front of Lin Dalong. After all, Su Nyen Nyen had refused so dryly before. There's no way she'd agree. "Okay, I agree." "Nyen Nyen, Dad means well too, you agree." "What? You agree?" Lin Bailu's words just got stuck halfway through. She looked at Su Nyen Nyen incredulously, completely unable to understand why she had agreed so dryly this time. Su Nyen Nyen watched Lin Bailu's Sichuan opera face change with satisfaction, slowly coming closer to her and whispering word by word, "Of course I agree, after all, it's about time that the celebrities in the Shangjing circle know who the real Miss Lin family is, isn't it?" This sentence felt like it had poked Lin Bailu's sore spot, causing her expression to instantly grimace. She's a bumpkin. How dare she? How dare she say such a thing? So what if she has the blood of the Lin family running through her veins? Still not a bumpkin? Chapter 78, Why is he the only one hurt? Lin Bailu's entire body was shaking with anger, but Su Nyen Nyen hooked the corner of her mouth with a triumphant face. She sidestepped and patted Lin Bailu's shoulder in front of Lin Dalong and said, "Then I'm grateful for your help. You'll surely make Dad happy, right?" Lin Bailu was going crazy, but looking at Lin Dalong's eyes looking over, she could only bite her teeth and forcefully pulled a smile to look at her. "Yeah, I'm sure I'll make Dad happy." Su Nyen Nyen looked at her with a smile on her face. "Well, that's the way to be a good girl." Su Nyen Nyen. She's going to kill her. Aha. Su Nyen Nyen was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Bailu's incompetent rage. She now had to go to the principal to resume her orders, then she could go home with their Mr. Shen. There weren't any classes in the afternoon, and she had wanted to find Hong Yi and the others to discuss what could be done to get her back to the Shin family. Now that Shin Huayan had come to pick her up in person, there was no need for her to use her brain. That's so nice. Meanwhile, inside H's villa, a cell phone rang, beckoning in the empty villa. A moment later, a tall man picked up the phone. He sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his bathrobe, a few drops of water still hanging from his silver-gray hair. He took his cell phone, folded his legs and leaned lazily on the bench, his amber eyes narrowed. Hello? Jim? Didn't I say not to call me during my vacation? All invitations I don't. The caller didn't know what was said, and the man, who had originally looked lazy, sat up with a carp. What did you say? Which school? His amber eyes narrowed and he seemed to focus all his nerves on his ears. Yuqing University in China, the grand finale of the welcome party, singing your hit song. The Jim on the other end of the phone slowly explained to the person on the other end of the phone. I know you're on vacation, and I know you're not interested in the show, but the people I've asked over here have done me a favor, so I've had to come to you in a brazen way. Jim also had a headache. This great god of their family is already a national treasure as a singer, not to mention that he is also a dual artist in film and television, and has won the movie Emperor Grand Slam at a young age. So going to a school for some kind of orientation is like a joke. Jim also knows, but he can't help it, who let him take people's love back then. If you come out, you'll have to pay back sooner or later. Jim listened to the person on the other end of the phone not moving, before he persuaded again. Eins, just think of it as helping me out this time. I promise I'll never push this kind of troublesome thing on you again. I'll go and book the tickets early. Without waiting for Jim's words to finish, Eins opened his mouth directly. His flat tone was like a flat thunderclap that made Jim jump. My goodness, I didn't hear you wrong, did I? Are you really going? I can't go either. Eins' lazy voice came again. At this Jim quickly changed his words. No. I'll book your ticket now. No backing out. Eins' eyebrows raised slightly before he put his cell phone away. He gently rubbed his cell phone, and his mind immediately conjured up the pale and adorable delicate little face. Domestic, Yuqing University. Their little sister, is really ruthless. One came to the country not to mention that they were not allowed to go over there of their own accord as senior brothers. Now that's an opportunity for him to seize. He'd like to take a good look at what the pig who'd vaulted their little sister away from them really looked like. He had contacted Xie Tianji some time ago, and when he heard that his youngest sister was still running wild on the cattle and horse route, he felt a vague headache. What do you mean he can't see such a lovely girl in their family? It's not right. He's not allowed to see it, even if he could. How could they just let another man pick the star they had grown up with in their hands for so many years? Why can't they just let the older brothers have a look? In short, no one was worthy of their little sister. He must exercise his right to be a big brother when he goes to the country this time. It was time to show their little sister what it meant to know what it meant to be an elder brother. In the evening, Su Niannian took Shin Huayan's car back to the Shin family. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw several people, including Elder Shin, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu, sitting on the sofa in the living room in unison. Su Niannian tugged at the corner of her mouth a little awkwardly, not knowing for a moment how she was going to explain that she had been living in school for the past 2 days. Shin Huayan lightly glanced at Su Niannian, reached out and fished her over, sitting on the sofa to the side. Niannian's school had a welcoming party on the weekend, and she was at the school for rehearsals in the past 2 days, so she didn't go home. Master Shin sniffed, and then he secretly sighed in relief. I thought it was because you, this brat, made Niannian angry, and that's why she ran away from home. After he finished saying this, his eyes turned to Su Niannian and said, Niannian, in the future, if this brat makes you angry, just tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will back you up. Shin Huaisu looked at Elder Shin with a smile and teased, Grandpa, how do you plan to back up your sister-in-law? Is it hard to beat Big Brother's ass? But it's not impossible. It was indeed quite a social death for their big brother, who wanted to save face so much, to be spanked in public. Master Shin's forehead jutted out. You brats, still have the nerve to say that in the past 2 days your sister-in-law was away. One by one you didn't know to go to the school to see her. Humph. Now that Nian is back, you still have the nerve to be poor here? Shin Huairua decisively shrugged off the pot. Grandpa, I've been busy with my sister-in-law's case lately. I haven't been slacking off. I won't take the blame for this. On the side, Shin Huaiji also coughed lightly. I've been researching new recipes for the past 2 days, and I plan to wait for my sister-in-law to come back to adjust her diet, so it shouldn't be considered lazy. Elder Shin snorted coldly, his eyes looking towards Shin Huayan. As a result, I heard him say quietly, I coaxed Nian back, and she was supposed to be busy for a few more days. The isolated Shin Huaisu? What the hell? Didn't sister-in-law run away from home before because she lost her temper with Big Brother? What's with this picture now? Why is he the only one hurt? Shin Huaisu sighed helplessly and looked pitifully at Su Niannian. Sister-in-law, the days you weren't at home, I wholeheartedly prayed for you to come back earlier. You just are me. The god dash. Ninian Su. It's not necessary. Elder Shin was practically laughing at Shin Huaisu's sudden confession. He took the cane in his hand and gently hit him. which then went on to say, well, a few of you are less poor here, in 2 days like Jean that girl will come back. Fan old man said to give his family's girl to do a reception banquet, want you to go. Together. Before old man Fan's words fell, Sun Yin Yin saw Shin Huaisu's face pull down like a change in the sky. Chapter 79 Their sister-in-law, they came to guard. I don't wanna go. Shin Huaisu flopped down on the sofa aside and played dead in protest. It's usually enough of a headache listening to you alone at home, Grandpa, I don't want another person reading to me. Fan Shijin is obviously about the same age as his big brother, but he was born with a bitter grandmother's mouth. The motion is to let him sympathize with his big brother, to be a good person, do not do anything out of the ordinary, and learn to manipulate the Shin family's industry and help his big brother to share the burden. Not to mention his older brother, his grandfather wasn't even that good of a chatterbox. With her around, meals are red. But the Fan family was a family friend, so he couldn't dislike her to her face. Fan Shijin is also older than him, it's like having an extra mom, it's annoying. If he doesn't go now, he'll get a brutal beating from his grandfather at best. That's better than going to Fan's house and listening to Fan Shijin chatter. Shin Huaisu thought this way, so he paralyzed on the sofa and set up a rotten, waiting to be hammered by the old man Shin Burst. Although Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua weren't so blunt, they both looked to the side, not wanting to pick up on this at all. It's just that the two of them think differently from Shin Huaisu. Fan Shijin was considered to have grown up with them since she was a child, and how could the two of them not see what she had in mind for Shin Huayan? In the past, they always felt that although Big Brother looked powerful, he always had a feeling of being uninviting. There was even an inexplicable sense of loneliness that made you look at it. It was as if this Big Brother was about to leave them at any moment and disappear into thin air. The identity of their Shin family was already very eye-catching, and there were countless women who wanted to pounce on them, but in the face of his big brother, a 1,000-year glacier, even the most passionate women were scared to retreat 3 feet. Fan Shijin was one of the few women who could appear around Shin Huayan. Although they could tell at a glance that their big brother's attitude towards Fan Shijin wasn't much different from that towards them. It was as if Fan Shijin was also a man. But Fan Shijin didn't think so. She thought she was different from other women, so she treated them straight out of her eldest sister-in-law's frame. They were in the way of the Fan family and their family being family friends, so they couldn't afford to contradict her too much. Plus they also wanted their big brother to stabilize, so no one bothered with her. But they have a sister-in-law now. Fan Shijin or something cannot let his sister-in-law see or do not see it. Their sister-in-law, they came to guard. In case Fan Shijin still took some kind of elder sister-in-law's stance in front of them, and then let their sister-in-law misunderstand, then it would be troublesome. It was not easy for their family to meet such a precious sister-in-law as Sun Yin Yin. It's the only one that can make their big brother kiss and cuddle and lift them high. So take a beating for what it's worth. Who hasn't been beaten up all their life? Sun Yin Yin was completely unaware of the thoughts of the Shin family's several brothers. Instead, she was curious about what this Fan Shijin actually looked like to become their Mr. Shin's white moonlight. But would it be bad if she asked to come along? Although she was Shin Huayan's nominal wife, but seeing his white moonlight, what if she was misunderstood? She actually wasn't quite sure if Fan Shijin was Shin Huayan's white moonlight before. But looking at the attitude of several other people in the Shin family, it always felt that the relationship between Shin Huayan and Fan Shijin was not ordinary. If there was nothing between the two of them, why didn't Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu want to see Fan Shijin? Are you afraid that Shin Huayan will be touched? Thinking so, Sun Yin Yin's eyes unconsciously looked towards him, a little worried that he would feel uncomfortable when he heard that white moonlight had returned. Shin Huayan obviously noticed Sun Yin Yin's line of sight, and he looked back sideways, just in time to meet her probing watery eyes. Do you want to go? Shin Huayan's dark eyes blinked slightly. Thinking about what Hong Yi said earlier, Sun Yin Yin hadn't been in Shangjing for long and didn't know many people. Although Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu had social circles in the Shangjing circle, but they don't have any female friends around them at all. Not to mention introducing Sun Yin Yin to a few reliable friends. He hadn't thought about it very carefully before, but since Sun Yin Yin had left home, he'd thought about it very hard. Sun Yin Yin was the reason why she could only go back to school alone and pitifully after being aggrieved because there were no reliable friends of the same sex around her. Wouldn't she be better off if she had a friend? Shin Huayan thought about picking a few girls of good character from among the families that were friends with the Shin family to spend time with Sun Yin Yin. Might be able to find a few friends in the upper king circle. He didn't expect Master Shin to suddenly bring up the Fan family, and if it wasn't for Master Shin talking about Fan Shijin, he wouldn't have remembered that there was a girl in the Fan family. Sun Yin Yin sniffed, blinked her watery eyes, and for a moment, she didn't know what Shin Huayan actually meant. Does he want her to go, or does he not want her to go? Sun Yin Yin pursed her small lips, hesitated for a moment, and in a small voice approached Shin Huayan and asked back rhetorically, does Mr. Shin think I can go? Her voice was not loud, just enough to be heard by Shin Huayan. Although Elder Shin didn't know what they were talking about, he could make a good guess. so did not wait for Shin Huayan to open his mouth. Shin old man directly opened his mouth. Nian Nian is our Shin family's grandson-in-law, died to hand over uncle's family to participate in a reception. Absolutely more than enough, not to mention, I have to give that old thing Lao Fan a good show off. The corner of Shin Huaiji's mouth twitched. Grandpa, it's not quite appropriate for you to go and show off your granddaughter-in-law at her reception banquet, is it? Shin Huaieruo also nodded. That's right, sister-in-law is so good-looking. When she arrives at the Fan family directly steals all the limelight from the granddaughter of the man. Uncle Fan will fight you again. It's not cost-effective. That's right. Even if Uncle Fan doesn't mind, don't the protagonists of the reception feast mind? Shin Huaisu was already starting to feel a headache when he thought of Fan Shijin's magic voice that was comparable to that of the Tang monk. Although the three people were talking to persuade Elder Shin, their eyes swept toward Shin Huayan from time to time. It seemed like he was hoping he would speak up and set this thing straight. After all, their grandfather listened to their big brother the most. Their elder brother is a sensible person. He shouldn't let their sister-in-law go to see Fan Shijin, right? Right in the middle of the three brothers' expectations, Shin Huayan slowly opened his mouth. Nian Nian is only going to participate in the reception banquet, and not to compete for the honor. It's not as serious as you guys make it out to be. But Su Nian Nian's little face did look a little too good. Otherwise there wouldn't always be so many obnoxious guys hanging around her. As for the matter of good-looking people stealing the limelight, Shin Huayan did not think so. Even if Su Nian Nian didn't go, wherever their Shin family members appeared, there wasn't a time when they weren't the protagonists. So one more Su Nian Nian makes no difference. The main thing is just to take advantage of this reception banquet. He can further proliferate to the outside world this identity that he is Su Nian Nian's husband. Chapter 80, On What Grounds? Nian Su just asked if he could go, odds are he's worried about the contract. Fortunately, he had said before that as long as it was related to Elder Shin, the conditions could be relaxed. Letting her appear in front of outsiders as Mrs. Shin, there was also a reason why she could perfunctorily pass it off. Now, not to mention Su Nian Nian, even the three brothers of the Shin family were shocked. Shin Huaisu looked at Shin Huayan incredulously. Big brother, are you sure you want to take sister-in-law? Are you sure? Don't you think about it anymore? Fan Shijin Shi. Before he could finish his words, he received a hard blow on his head from Elder Shin. He was going out to show off his granddaughter-in-law, and Shin Huayan had agreed to it with great difficulty, so how could he let anyone else ruin his grand plan? Elder Shin blankly glanced at Shin Huaisu. Your elder brother has agreed. What are you still blabbering about here? After he finished saying this, he immediately turned his head to look at Su Nian Nian and said, Nian Nian don't mind these brats. When the time comes, you'll just follow Grandpa. With Grandpa around, I'd like to see who dares to give my precious grandson's daughter-in-law a face. Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuo, and Shin Huaisu looked at Elder Shin with speechless faces. Wasn't their grandfather really running for the hills? That's an old buddy you've been going back and forth with for decades. They were actually more worried about Su Nian Nian. Their sister-in-law was so delicate and weak, they probably wouldn't even know if she was being counted when the time came. Several brothers' eyes looked at Shin Huayan almost simultaneously, completely unable to understand why their big brother would let Su Nian Nian go to the reception banquet. But it's all set in stone now. They can only take one step at a time. Meanwhile, the Fan family. Fan Shijin, who had just returned home, threw her luggage into the hands of the maid and went straight into the living room to change her shoes. She had heard the news of Shin Huayan's marriage some time ago, so she had dealt with things abroad in a hurry and rushed back. She had taken care of it as quickly as she could, but there was still a delay. Grandpa, what exactly is the situation on the Shin family side? Fan Shijin couldn't wait to ask as soon as she entered the door. Elder Fan looked at her dusty appearance, a slight frown, raised his hand and pulled her small hand patted. You this girl, just come back, do not say ask Grandpa how it is. The moment you open your mouth as the Shin family, you have no me in your heart to do Grandpa's? There is, how could there not be? Seeing that Elder Fan was dissatisfied, Fan Shijin immediately opened her mouth to coax him. She knew that the Shin family's matter was no more urgent than something that could be solved immediately. She simply sat patiently beside Master Fan and said in a soft voice, that's not why I think that Master Shin is a close friend of Grandpa's for so many years, and at such an old age, he's still obsessed with metaphysics, so isn't it my worry that he'll be fooled, and in the end, the one who's sad is still Grandpa? Elder Fan was pleased by her coaxing, looked askance at Fan Shijin. You girl is just sweet-talking. Do you think I still don't know what you're thinking? After all is said and done, aren't you still nervous about that kid Shin Huayan getting married? Fan Shijin's heart suddenly seized, and immediately rushed to Fan Laozi and pouted. Grandpa, don't tease me, you know I've always liked Brother Huayan. Elder Fan sighed softly. It's a pity, that boy, not much fortune, in vain you this piece of heart. How? Fan Shijin immediately sat upright in dissatisfaction. Shin Huayan's marriage was set by Shin's old man, saying that it was something to give Shin Huayan a happy occasion, and the Lin family is not a big door, so it is easy to want a divorce. Just a little more compensation for her when the time comes. That daughter of the Lin family, Lin Bailu, she hadn't not seen before, had a fairly pretty face. Although she and Lin Bailu were not of the same type, she considered herself to be on par with Lin Bailu's looks. As for the other aspects, their Fan family definitely far surpassed the Lin family, and she had a chance of winning. If it wasn't for Master Shin's stubbornness to believe in any birth date, she wouldn't have been without a chance. How could Elder Fan not see what his granddaughter was thinking? He sighed lightly and said, seemingly Jin, I advise you to give up on that big boy from the Shin family, you're sort of not destined for him. Fan Shijin's brow furrowed, her eyes clearly carrying a few moments of doubt when she looked at Elder Fan. Grandpa, do you know something? The Shin family's situation had never been very revealing, but her grandfather had a good relationship with Master Shin, so maybe he could know something. Elder Fan raised his hand and rubbed Fan Shijin's head and said, Shin Huayan didn't marry Lin Bailu. Just after he said this, Fan Shijin's eyes lit up, but immediately after Elder Fan's next sentence, it made her heart sink. But he did marry, only the woman he married was the Lin family's own daughter from the country. That kind of woman? How can she be worthy of Brother Huayan? Fan Shijin almost directly stormed off on the spot. She had already felt that Lin Bailu was not worthy of Shin Huayan, and now it was even more outrageous that she had married a country bumpkin? Elder Fan's brow visibly frowned, seemingly Jean, such words cannot be said indiscriminately, since the person has already married into the family, she is the wife of the Shin family, don't go too far, do you know? Fan Shijin clenched her fists, her nails almost embedded in her flesh. On what grounds? Why should that kind of woman be able to marry Shin Huayan but not her? For the sake of all that nonsense? It was clear that she was the most suitable woman for Shin Huayan. She's been around him since she was a little girl. She knew that Shin Huayan treated her differently from other girls, so he had feelings for her as well. And she thought that if she waited a little longer, Shin Huayan would take the initiative to mention dating to her. Is she too much of an end around? Is that why he was so disillusioned and chose such a trashy woman? Fan Shijin couldn't accept this result in any way. She took a deep breath and forced a smile as she looked at Master Fan and said, Grandpa Shin is also doing this for the sake of Brother Huayan, that's why he's letting her marry a country bumpkin, and when he realizes that even if he does this it won't do much, he won't force Brother Huayan anymore. Elder Fan's brows furrowed deeply, because he didn't agree with Fan Shijin's words. He might not understand others, but he still knew a few things about Old Man Shin. They hadn't seen much of each other lately, but from the occasional messages he sent, he seemed to be having a good time lately. There was even a vague air of showing off his granddaughter-in-law to him. Can it be that this granddaughter-in-law of the Shin family can really drive away disasters and avoid calamities, as well as subdue the house and block the evil spirits? He was not as resistant to such things as metaphysics as Fan Shijin, after all, people from business, more or less believe in some. But he couldn't do it with a bet as big as Master Shin's. And to think this old guy was pushed. If it weren't for the fact that what happened to Shin Huayan was too mysterious, who would be willing to bet on it? He sighed softly, and then instructed, seemingly Jean, for your reception banquet this time, I purposely called the Shin family. If that Lin family's girl also comes to participate, you mustn't make things difficult for them, understand? Chapter 81 What do you mean by overturned? After hearing this, Fan Shijin's eyelids drooped, and a touch of mockery clearly crossed the bottom of her eyes, but on her face, she still nodded her head in a well-behaved manner. If she met that bumpkin from the Lin family, she would definitely make her ashamed of herself. She didn't even have to do it, she'd be ashamed of herself. A country bumpkin must have seen nothing, right? She wasn't so far gone that she couldn't hold it. Fan Shijin thought so, and with a twinkle in her eye, she suddenly had another idea. She immediately hugged Master Fan's arm and looked at him with a smile. Grandpa, since it's my reception banquet, there shouldn't be any problem for me to follow what I like, right? Elder Fan visibly hesitated. Always thought this granddaughter of his didn't look right. His eyes surveyed Fan Shijin's face for a while, and he was about to say something else, but Fan Shijin suddenly muttered in dissatisfaction, Grandpa, can't I have a little bit of my own thoughts now? Elder Fan opened his mouth, but in the end, the words he wanted to say did not come out. Maybe. That Shin family boy's wife really doesn't suit him? The Shin family's several children had sort of grown up under his watch. Shin Huayan the child is stable and atmospheric, the shopping mall is a good hand, such a child not to mention to do his granddaughter's husband, even if to do the future heir of the Fan family, is more than enough. It wasn't that Elder Fan hadn't thought about marrying Fan Shijin off. But, that kid always gives people a very indifferent feeling. It's the old age that seems to give birth to misanthropy afterward. It's like not caring about anything, not wanting anything. There was no one or nothing in the world that could hold him back. He was worried that Fan Shijin would be unhappy if she married there. What's more, Old Man Shin had mentioned it to Shin Huayan in a sideways manner before, and it turned out that he wasn't interested in getting married at all. The matter was left unsettled. It wasn't until later, after the Shin family's frequent odd occurrences, that Old Man Shin would force Shin Huayan to take a wife to wash away the happiness. If the two are really not suitable, their family seems to be Jean is not doing anything wrong. Master Fan knew he was being selfish, but he could only let her go. She'd been obsessing about it for years, and it had to come to an end. For better or for worse, the reception is scheduled for Friday night. Sue has only one class in the afternoon, so she was picked up from school early by Shin Huaisu. Su Nian thought that Shin Huaisu would take her to pick out an evening gown, but she didn't expect that after the car drove for 20 minutes, she was sent directly to the beauty club. What with the various spas of hot springs and spas coming in sets, Nian Su was polished almost from head to toe. After she came out of the facial care club, Shin Huaisu felt that he was going to be blinded by his sister-in-law's brightness. Su Nian Nian was already white and good-looking, and now after being carefully sculpted, she became more and more radiant. The corner of Shin Huaisu's mouth twitched. They had previously made several plans overnight because of Grandpa and Big Brother's decision, in order to keep Su Nian Nian from being suppressed during the reception banquet. But now it seems as if they've done the same thing as their grandfather, and that's smashing. With his sister-in-law's current face value, a sack would be the best in the house. This would have changed into his grandfather's specially customized tuxedo, and it felt like it would have turned all the other women in the scene into a backdrop in seconds. Shin Huaisu sighed silently and silently sent a message in their three brothers group. Brothers, I think the cartwheel is over. After that, he resigned himself to taking Su Nian Nian to the salon club. Because Shin Huayan's work at hand was not yet finished, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huaisu, and Elder Shin first went to the hotel booked by the Fan family. The Fan family was also a prestigious figure in the Shangjing circle, although not as good as the four great families, it still had a place in the Shangjing circle. Coupled with the fact that the Fan family was friendly with the Shin family, the Fan family's position had always been solid in the Shangjing circle. This time Fan Shijin's reception banquet is in the Fan family's hotel. Fan Shijin only called a usually, and the Shin family also have intercourse with the girlfriends Tangfrost. The rest is only invited to the Shin family. What exactly were her intentions? Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu naturally knew exactly. Second brother, Lao Si has come with news. Shin Huairuo cocked his head as he sat at the dining table and reminded Shin Huaiji in a small voice. Shin Huaiji picked up his cell phone and scanned it, and his brow furrowed with it. What do you mean it's flipped? Has something happened to their sister-in-law? It would be a big deal if the proctor flipped. When Shin Huaiji remembered this, he slowly stood up and said, Grandpa, I'm going to take a look outside. Shin Elder is chatting with Fan Elder, heard Shin Huaiji to go out, as if suddenly remembered something generally said, you go by the way to give the oldest for a phone call, how last year's annual school for so long, has not yet picked up the person. Shin Huaiji stiffly pulled the corner of his mouth, I know, I'll go out and fight. Fan Shijin obviously saw Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairuo's expressions freeze when Master Shin mentioned Nian Nian. Is it possible that the woman is afraid? Don't even dare to come? Ha! Not bad for a bumpkin who just can't get it up. She was thinking that she would make that bumpkin look good later, but she didn't realize that she was such a wimp. Fan Shijin snorted coldly in the bottom of her heart, and her line of sight landed on the doorway along with Shin Huaiji's figure. Just as he pulled open the door to his room, he happened to bump into Shin Huayan who was about to enter. Shin Huaichi froze. Big brother? Shin Huayan frowned slightly when he saw Shin Huaiji's expression. Where are you going? Brother Huayan, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Before Shin Huaiji's words came out, Fan Shijin's voice suddenly came from inside the door. Her agitated voice caused Shin Huayan, Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairuo to frown almost simultaneously. Seeing this, Elder Fan hastily made a round up. Shin's big boy, look at how long it's been since you've seen seemingly Jean, and what kind of excitement has it become? Tang Frost on the side also followed to knock on the door. Seemingly Jean would only be this excited when she meets Shin Huayan, usually she's the high and mighty goddess by our side nah. Fan Shijin was flirted with by one old and one young, her cheeks reddened, and she became shy instead. Shin Huairuo's brows frowned even tighter this time, and he couldn't wait to roll his eyes fiercely at these few diggers. Their sister-in-law hasn't even arrived yet, and Fan Shijin is already snatching her? Just kidding. In the absence of sister-in-law, they have to hold up sister-in-law's field. Ahem. Big brother, sister-in-law and Lao Si haven't come yet. Second brother is about to go and take a look. Do you want to give sister-in-law a call? Chapter 82, Killing the Heart. When Fan Shijin heard Shin Huairuo so obviously digressing from the topic, she looked at him irritably. She pulled the corners of her mouth stiffly. With Shin Huaisu around, can she still get lost? Shin Huairuo did not give the slightest face and muttered, that's not necessarily true. Our sister-in-law is very precious. What if she gets lost? Shin Huairuo casually said, but it made Shin Laozi instantly alarmed. That's right. Huayan, call Nian Nian quickly. Laozi can be found if he's lost. Nian Nian can't lose it if she's not familiar with the area. The corner of Shin Huairuo's mouth twitched. Good guy. As expected of their grandfather, the moment he opens his mouth, it's a king's bum. Kill and kill. But if Shin Huaisu heard this, he would probably thank. Shin Huayan's eyebrows twitched slightly as he glanced at Shin Huaiji. You stay, I'll go find them. But Shin Huaiji thought of the message that Shin Huaisu had sent earlier, and pursed his lips a bit uneasily. Big brother, I'd better go with you, there might be something going on over at Lao Si's side. When he thought of this, he didn't care about the matter of whether the small group of three of them would be exposed or not, and directly had to hand the message on his cell phone to Shin Huayan to see. Big brother, second brother, why don't you go in while you're standing at the door? Suddenly, Shin Huaisu's voice sounded at the door. Shin Huayan and Shin Huaiji looked toward him almost in unison. But both of their sights were not running toward Shin Huaisu, but Su Nian Nian. She was originally petite and small, standing behind Shin Huaisu was almost invisible. If it wasn't for the fact that she emerged from behind Shin Huayan after seeing him, the two of them really mistook Su Nian Nian for not coming to the hotel. Mr. Shun. After Su Nian Nian saw Shin Huayan, her pair of watery eyes immediately smiled in a curved manner. The two men standing in the doorway were obviously stunned, which made Shin Huaisu, who had followed Sun Yanyan along, feel a little smug. See, he knew no one could escape this facial blitz from their sister-in-law. Shin Huaiyan was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at her smiling little face, his complexion instantly became quite mild. You didn't encounter anything on the way here, did you? He smoothly lifted the broken hair around Sun Yanyan's ear behind her ear and gently pinched her earlobe, looking doting. Sun Yanyan shook her head back and forth. No, I was picked up by my fourth brother right after school, and then I came here after going primping. When Shin Huaishi heard the word primping, he couldn't help but laugh lightly. His eyes looked to Shin Huaisu, who was on the side, before he lowered his voice and asked, "What did you say before about the overturned car? What overturned car?" When he looked at Sun Yanyan's appearance, how did he not look like he had flipped his car? Okay. Besides, their sister-in-law. With this face value, the probability of flipping is a bit low. Shin Huaisu skimmed his lips and asked quietly, "Second brother, do you think sister-in-law looks good?" Shin Horji nodded very approvingly, "Good looking. If your sister-in-law isn't good looking, there are no good looking people." Shin Huaisu sighed wordlessly, "I feel the same way, especially after primping. I think sister-in-law will definitely flash Fan Shijin's eyes in a while." Shin Huaiji instantly understood the meaning of overturn. In a sense, it did roll over. But remembering what Fan Shijin had just said, his expression was subtle. This car turned out well. It's best if the whole car flips into Fan Shijin's face. Shin Huaiji and Shin Huaisu exchanged glances very tacitly. Shin Huaisu immediately urged with a smile on his face, "Big brother, let's take sister-in-law in first. Grandpa is waiting anxiously." Shin Huaiyan nodded and reached out, then took Sun Yanyan's small hand and led her in. The sound of Shin Huaiyan and the others talking at the door just now, it's not like Fan Shijin didn't hear it. She thought Sun Yanyan was too timid to come, but she didn't expect her to come anyway. Fan Shijin slightly raised her chin, her eyes tightly staring at the direction of the doorway. She was also very curious about how in the world this woman called Sun Yanyan had conquered Elder Shin. With her understanding of Master Shin over the years, he was not one to easily say that outsiders were more important than grandchildren. Coupled with the fact that the two brothers from the Shin family had just defended Sun Yanyan, she became even more curious. Sitting beside her, Tang Frost and Elder Fan also had curious faces. But when Sun Yanyan entered the door, Fan Shijin's face became violently ugly. She had thought that Sun Yanyan's looks were okay. After all, Lin Bailu's looks were very popular in the Shangjing circle, but she hadn't expected Sun Yanyan to be so good looking, so good that it made her feel jealous as a woman. "Yanyan, come, sit next to Grandpa." Old Master Shin waved at Sun Yanyan. As soon as his voice came out, Fan Shijin immediately reacted. She immediately forced a smile to say, "Grandpa Shin, let Yanyan sit next to me. After all, we're both girls, so it's good to get along." Fan Shijin said, her eyes looking towards Sun Yanyan and said, "Yanyan, do you think so?" Sun Yanyan didn't ask for much in terms of location. She came here mainly because she wanted to meet Shin Huaiyan's white moonlight, and after hearing Fan Shijin's invitation to sit over, she turned back to look at Shin Huaiyan. She saw him give a slight nod before she walked straight over to him. While Fan Shijin was thinking about what to say next, Shin Huaiyan sat very casually on the other side of Sun Yanyan. The people of the Shin family weren't half shocked by his actions. It seems to have been taken for granted for a long time. This made Fan Shijin's heart shake again. Didn't Shin Huaiyan usually hate sitting with women? Why is he sitting with Nyan Su? Shin Huaiyan shouldn't be interested in this woman, right? No way. He should be taking care of Sun Yanyan because of her current status. But Fan Shijin forgot that Shin Huaiyan wouldn't even care about other people, and how could he take special care of the other person because of his status? Fan Shijin reassured herself, and only then did she regain her usual demeanor. She raised her foot and secretly touched Tang Frost beside her, giving her a look that signaled her to speak. Tang Frost naturally understood and immediately said with a smile, "I'm a friend of Seeming Jean, called Tang Frost. Also here to fetch Seemingly Jean. Hello, my name is Sun Yanyan." Sun Yanyan nodded obediently as an answer. But immediately after Tang Frost opened his mouth again, "Since we are all here to receive the win for, you and Shin Huaisu are late, how can we all be punished with a cup, right? Of course. Like Jean must be embarrassed to say, I this do girlfriends on behalf of the work. You should not mind, right?" Tang Frost looked at Sun Yanyan with a smile on her face as she said this. But anyone could see that her smile didn't even melt into her eyes. Saying something about helping Fan Shijin speak is actually deliberately making things difficult for Sun Yanyan. Chapter 83, What's all this nonsense? The three brothers of the Shin family were immediately enraged, hating to rush up one by one now to give Tang Frost a good look. But before they could open their mouths, they heard Fan Shijin's voice ring out, "Frost, Nyan didn't mean to come the latest, this is not good. What's so bad about it? Seemingly Jean, you're just too kind. Besides, aren't we all friends? This kind of small matter surely won't matter." Tang Frost raised her hand to pat Fan Xianjin, and her sight turned to Sun Yanyan. And Fan Xianjin, who had just been desperately trying to stop Tang Frost, seemed to have been persuaded by her words. Su Nian's eyes swept back and forth over Tang Frost and Fan Shijin, her brows frowning slightly. For some reason, she always felt that Fan Shijin's words sounded teary. Was she overthinking it? Before she had time to think more, Tang Frost aimed her fire at Nian Su once again. Nian, you shouldn't mind, right? For a moment everyone's eyes were focused on Su Nian. Su Nian shook her head sweetly almost immediately. Aha, I don't mind. That. Being punished for being late should indeed be, but you also said that Sister seemingly Jean is kind. If she punishes us, she will definitely be unhappy. Since it's a reception banquet, of course it's only right to make the main character of the reception banquet happy, right? Su Nian's voice was soft, and the words she uttered were reasonable. At once, Tang Frost was a bit dumbfounded. Su Nian smiled gently and looked at Tang Frost and continued, your sister's seemingly Jin's best friend, so you must be more considerate of her, right? That's for sure. Tang Frost took the words stiffly, but didn't know how to turn back. Shen Huaisu was just worried that he had sent someone late and dragged Su Nian down, but he didn't expect Su Nian's brain to turn so fast. A four-pronged approach solves what just happened. Once he was happy, he couldn't help but help out. Sister-in-law is right. Fan Shijin didn't even say anything. Why are you, who came to dine and dabble, talking too much? Besides, who is friends with you? Tang Frost did not expect Shen Huaisu would directly dislike her. The whole face swish a moment red. Shen Huairu raised her hand and slapped Shen Huaisu, pretending to be angry as she glared at him. What kind of big words are you talking nonsense about? Leave some face for human girls. Now Tang Frost's face became even more ugly. Shen Huaiji and Elder Shen silently watched Shen Huaisu and Shen Huarua's operation, but no one stepped in to stop it at all. Daring to bully their family's baby so blatantly, being disliked was light. Elder Fan lightly coughed, breaking the awkward atmosphere in front of him, and rounded off the scene, cough cough. It doesn't matter if you come early or late, it's fine if you can come, let's still eat first, he said, glancing at Fan Shijin. Xiao Jin, let the waiter serve the food. Good. Fan Shijin tugged at the stiff corners of her mouth, having already settled the score just now on Su Nian's head. She'd like to see how long she could last as a bumpkin. Soon, the food was all on the table. National specialties are on the table in abundance. The things on the table were not something rare to their Shen family, but for Su Nian, it's likely that some of them she hasn't even seen. Now, not to mention Master Shen, even Shen Huaisu, who is usually not too brainy, clearly felt Fan Shijin's hostility towards Su Nian. She should be trying to intentionally make their sister-in-law feel the difference in rank between her and Shen Huaiyan, so that she could make their sister-in-law feel inferior, right? What a wicked mind. Fan Shijin didn't care at all what other people thought of her, as long as she didn't clearly show her hostility. She believed Shen Huaiyan shouldn't care. To be precise, he presses on and doesn't notice. The corner of Fan Shijin's mouth was slightly hooked in triumph. Turning her head to Su Nian beside her, she said, Nian, try this caviar. It was specially flown in by my grandpa from the L country, and it tastes very good. If you like it, I'll bring you here to eat it next time. Thanks. Su Nian nodded, her eyes glancing over the several spoons on the table, eventually taking a small spoon made of white shells and scooping a spoonful of caviar. Then he placed it in the tiger's mouth position on the back of his hand and paused for a moment before bringing it into his little mouth. She didn't make much of a chewing motion, and she ate with grace and beauty, as if she was meant to be this kind of pampered girl growing up. Well, the flavor is okay, but I don't think this caviar is from L. L would have a more mellow flavor, and this avocado that goes with it doesn't seem too authentic, which is a bit of a shame. Fan Shijin's plan to pretend to laugh at Su Nian without realizing it so that she would lose face instantly came to a screeching halt. Could it be that she had been specially trained after marrying into the Shen family? Fan Shijin's eyelids drooped, vaguely feeling that she had just missed a trick. She laughed dryly and hastily said, really? Then I'll be sure to ask Grandpa to pay more attention in the future and change a few more. She had originally wanted Su Nian to continue to try a few other dishes, but this seemed to be targeting her too obviously. So Fan Shijin immediately changed her strategy, picked up the knife and fork to cut the pan-fried French foie gras in front of the two, and put a slice of balsam pear to match on her dinner plate. Here, try how about this? I don't think you've ever had it before, let me get it for you. Good. Su Nian didn't politely talk to her, and after waiting for Fan Shijin to finish, she picked up her fork and ate it in small bites on the side. The dense texture of the foie gras tasted fine. Su Nian ate happily, and only then did everyone else at the table follow suit, relaxing and starting to eat as well. However, everyone's eyes would still fall on Su Nian and Fan Shijin beside her from time to time. Naturally, this also included Shen Huaiyan. He originally wanted Su Nian and Fan Shijin to get to know each other, so that Su Nian could be considered to have a female friend to know in Shangjing in the future. I did not expect to just meet Fan Shijin so many moths. He passed her out decisively almost as soon as she tried to get Su Nian to take a forfeit. This kind of woman with a lot of hard eyes should never stay by Su Nian's side. He didn't want his daughter-in-law to be counted on every day. Shen Huaiyan's dark eyes narrowed, and he was planning to find an opportunity to remind Su Nian, but then he watched her next to Fan Shijin, waiting for her to feed her in an extraordinarily leisurely manner. At first, Fan Shijin probably helped Sun Yan personally get 2 or 3 dishes out of politeness. But then Sun Yan gave her a show of posing on the spot. Sister seemingly Jean, you're so good, I can't eat any of these, please. Sister seeming Jean, I want to eat that. Sister Sejin, I want to eat that shrimp that I've never seen before, can I eat this kind of shrimp shell? Sister Sejin. He is sure that Fan Shijin has never been so annoyed in her life today that someone called her Sister Shijin. Chapter 84, come on. Heard each other. The tip of Shen Huayan's eyebrow moved slightly, a touch of favor crossing the bottom of his eyes. On the side, Shen Huaiji, Shen Huairua and Shen Huaisu were completely stunned by this operation of Sun Yan's. They had thought that Sun Yan would be bullied into tears by Fan Shijin, and they had also thought that she would be embarrassed, or that she would be annoyed. Never in a million years would I have thought there was such an operation. Can we just say it's worthy of their sister-in-law? Even love rivals can be easily taken, tsk. Nian, I heard Grandpa say that you came to Shangjing not long ago and are unfamiliar with a lot of places, so if you want to go out and play in the future, you can come find me. Fan Shijin grilled the shrimp in her hand, dipped it in the sauce and placed it on Sun Yan's plate. She tried her best to pull a gentle smile to look at Sun Yan, wanting to put a long line to catch a big fish. With so many people at this meal, it was unlikely that she would try to capitalize on it. But Sun Yan if she falls alone, she doesn't believe that she can still turn over under her eyes. Sun Yan poked a shrimp with her fork and ate it. She looked at Fan Shijin with arched eyebrows and nodded, this shrimp is really delicious, Sister Shijin you are good at peeling shrimp oh. Fan Shijin who didn't eat a few bites. She didn't want to hear Sun Yan praise her for being good at peeling shrimp in front of these people at all right now. She clearly wanted to crush this woman, and now she was being held back instead. Fan Shijin thought so and gave Tang Frost a look, signaling her to say something. Nian although you're from the countryside and don't know anything, but after all, seemingly Jean is the host of today's reception banquet, it's not good for you to always ask her to help you, is it? Tang Frost took the opportunity to praise Sun Yan again. Sun Yan's watery eyes blinked, her sight looking to Tang Frost on the side. The heart couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Doesn't she know? But Fan Shijin had to pretend to know everything. What could she do? She was just helping to hold the fort. And she started feeding. What could she say? What could she do but accept the feeding? Sun Yan lowered her eyes and glanced at the plate in front of her that still had 2 shrimps on it, and was wondering how to reply to Tang Shuang's words when Shen Huayan, who hadn't said anything all along, made a move. Fair enough, you're just a glutton for punishment. He picked up a handkerchief and very gently wiped the sauce on Sun Yan's small mouth. Calling me if you want to eat shrimp is enough, how can you let an outsider peel shrimp for you? Shen Huayan drew a line in the sand with Fan Shijin with one sentence, labeled her an outsider. This caught both Tang Frost and Fan Shijin a bit off guard. Sun Yan also froze for a moment, before suddenly realizing something. She had just felt that Fan Shijin was Shen Huayan's white moonlight, so she came to her feeding. After all, you have to give their Mr. Shen face. But she completely ignored a more important issue. Shen Huayan was heartbroken. Heartbroken Fan Shijin peeled shrimp for her. Sun Yan pursed her small mouth, silently pushed the plate in the direction of Shen Huayan, this remaining 2 shrimps to him? I don't know if I can still salvage a drop. Sun Yan, there's still a lot of shrimp on the table. There's no need for you to let Mr. Shin eat your leftovers. If you don't think it's enough, you can get another order from the waiter, you don't have to worry, this place isn't like the countryside where there's nothing left after you've eaten. Tang Frost looked like she was pretending to be good for Sun Yan, but the words she said were tinged with contempt. Not to mention the people of the Shin family, even Fan Shijin's face followed suit. She didn't care what Tang Frost said about Sun Yan, but she called the shrimp she had just peeled leftovers. If it wasn't for Tang Frost, Shen Huayan might have been able to eat the shrimp she peeled with her own hands. Compared to a woman like Sun Yan who was so dumb that she couldn't even eat shrimp, she was the more virtuous one. Fan Shijin pretended to round off the conversation by saying, Yan should want to share the good food she ate. Although her words were addressed to Sun Yan, her eyes looked to Shen Huayan, who was on the side. Brother Huayan, I just peeled those 2 shrimps, so you can try them. Her eyes crossed over her to look at Shen Huayan for an instant. This unconcealed provocative behavior caused Sun Yan's eyebrows to rise slightly. She glanced down at the 2 shrimp on her dinner plate, suddenly feeling a little irritable. The next second, she took her fork and poked 2 shrimp from her dinner plate directly into her tiny mouth. Sun Yan looked at Fan Shijin's wide eyes, sidled over to Shen Huayan's side and whispered, Mr. Shin, I really wanted to give you these 2 shrimps to eat, but the situation has changed, so I'll definitely make it up to you some other day. But not today. She was having a bad day. Who cares about her white moon and black moon, she's going to swing for the fences. Whoever makes me unhappy today, I'll make her unhappy. Come on. Heard each other. Shen Huayan looked at Sun Yan's slightly bulging little mouth, the corner of his mouth slowly hooked, raised his hand and clamped a shrimp, next to her slowly peeled up. Here, have some more if you like. He brought a prawn to Sun Yan's mouth, and the latter indignantly took a large bite on it. When Shen Huayan saw her chewing the shrimp obediently, he smoothly stuffed the remaining shrimp tail into his mouth. Su Nian Nian slightly stunned. Shenhuayan just ate shrimp seems to be her bite. He couldn't be making a practical statement that he didn't mind eating her leftovers, could he? While Su Nian Nian was puzzled, Shenhuayan fed another shrimp. This one wasn't as big as the one she just had, but she still only bit into half of it, and as luck would have it, he ate the remaining half again. Su Nian Nian got a kick out of this. It had the feeling of a freshly blown up hair being gently smoothed out. Master Shin did not expect Shenhuayan to favor Su Nian Nian so much even in front of outsiders. He was so happy that he immediately peeled a shrimp and handed it to Su Nian Nian's plate as well. Nian Nian likes to eat it, so Grandpa will peel it for you too. Thank you, Grandpa. Su Nian Nian responded with an extraordinarily sweet voice. Shenhuaiji and Shenhuairua were also not willing to show weakness. Sister-in-law, I'll peel the shrimp too. I'm a medical student, I'm the cleanest shrimp peeler. Sister-in-law, I'm the fastest at peeling shrimp. Tang Frost sat beside Shenhuaisu and looked at Shenhuaisu, who didn't say a word, and thought that he wasn't dealing with Su Nian Nian. So he said in a conspiratorial manner, your sister-in-law eats alone, and your grandfather and brother are serving her at the side, so it's really a good life. Shenhuaisu glanced at Tang Frost, that's true? My sister-in-law's life is so good, are you envious? Tang Frost's face sunk slightly. I mean, a country girl like her doesn't know anything, and marrying into a rich family is just a pose. Shenhuaisu was already upset that Tang Frost had just shamed Su Nian Nian, and now she even had the face to directly mock his sister-in-law in front of him? Shenhuaisu glanced coldly at Tang Frost. So what if my sister-in-law is from the countryside? She's better looking than you, more capable than you, and married better than you. Do you know why? Chapter 85. There were mistakes, but not many. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. Tang Frost's face suddenly looked even uglier than it had just been, but she had already been racked up, so she could only ask him stiffly, why? The corner of Shenhuaisu's mouth pulled and gave her a fake smile. Because you are ugly, you still have a lot of things to do, and your mouth is still cheap. Shenhuaisu, don't call me, I'm going to perform peeling shrimp upside down for my sister-in-law in a while, I don't have time for you. Shenhuaisu rolled his eyes, with a look of extreme dislike for Tang Frost, and pulled away from her. Tang Frost's eyes reddened with anger. Her appearance in the Xingjing circle is also a beauty-level character, although compared to Su Nian Nian's length is inferior, but she and Fan Shijin is almost considered the first Xingjing celebrity. Although their Tang family was not as prominent as the Fan family, they were not so despised. She and Fan Shijin usually go out to be held, like being directly scolded to the face. This is the first time. Previously on other occasions, she followed Fan Shijin and the Shin family. These are also considered to have all played face-to-face. They hadn't gotten too close to her, but they didn't have to be so down on her, did they? Fan Shijin also felt upset. She had wanted to show Su Nian Nian how big of a jagged difference her world was from theirs. I did not expect the Shin family to favor her just, Shenhuayan even so gentle to her. With an ugly face, she patted Tang Frost beside her and comforted, Huaisu has always been unable to speak, so don't mind it, I'll be sure to talk about him properly in the future. Shenhuaisu's brow wrinkled, it's obvious that she grew a mouth that can't speak, why is she still hitting back? Shenhuaisu, don't go too far, you're a man, you have to be a gentleman, you have to give in to the lady, I've told you this before, why are you still so unintelligent when you're so old? Fan Shijin was very dissatisfied and reprimanded Shenhuaisu. She raised her hand to gently caress Tang Frost's back and looked at Shenhuaisu as if she was looking at a rebellious son who had dishonored his family. This kind of look made Shenhuaisu very uncomfortable. He didn't like listening to Fan Shijin chattering in the first place, let alone her telling her what to do as an elder. Shenhuaisu immediately rolled his eyes, whether I know what I'm doing or not, there's no need for you to worry about it, you'd better worry about yourself. Shenhuaisu and Fan Shijin have not been dealing with each other for more than a day or two. The two bickered as soon as they met. Everyone had long been used to it, so those present didn't take it seriously. Elder Fan and Elder Shin were even ignoring this group of juniors, chatting to themselves. But Fan Shijin didn't feel like it at all. Her previous plans had been almost entirely disrupted, and she was in the middle of a firestorm that she didn't know who to lash out at. Now that Shenhuaisu started, she smoothly opened her mouth. Your big brother usually works hard enough, if you guys don't save him anymore, can you afford him? Can afford it, I'm sorry, that's also my big brother, what are you worrying about? Shenhuaisu was not willing to show weakness, and did not intend to give Fan Shijin half a bit of face. Fan Shijin was even more fired up now. If it were usual, she would have already broken up with Shenhuaisu, but now there was Su Nian Nian and Shenhuayan. She can't be that inconsiderate. Fan Shijin glanced at Su Nian Nian who was quietly drying her rice, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she directly turned the conversation, Shenhuaisu, how you were in the past, I don't care, but the Shin family now has Nian Nian, and you don't want to make things difficult for her, do you? I manage you, it's still not for your good? As she said this her eyes turned to Su Nian Nian and said, Nian Nian, usually Shenhuaisu is short-tempered, it's a headache for you to manage him, right? Su Nian Nian's watery eyes blinked, in the face of this silent melon eating suddenly being cued, she was also a bit bewildered. Shenhuaisu is usually very good at home, not at all like now and stepped on a landmine as explosive. Just kidding, my sister-in-law doesn't even need to care about me. Shin Huaisu's chin suddenly stuttered. I'll do whatever she says, not to mention letting me apologize to Tangfrost. Even if my sister-in-law asks me to kowtow right away, I'll kowtow to her twice without saying a word. What is his sister-in-law's position in their family? How can you be like them? Innocent melon eater Sun Yin, a big no-no. She just wanted to eat in peace. Why was it so hard? Fan Xianjin was angered by Shin Huaisu's so obvious double standard, but she didn't want to let go of this opportunity to pit Sun Yin. She pulled the corner of her mouth, looked at Sun Yin, and said with a leathery smile, that's just right, let's let Yin say whether you're wrong or not, whether you want to apologize or not. Fan Shijin's words instantly caused everyone's attention to focus on Sun Yin once again. Even Elder Fan unconsciously sized up this little woman that Shin Huayan had married. He just thought at first that the little girl did look good, too good to be from the countryside. Or rather, like someone who has never been exposed to the world in the mountains, clean and clear. He suddenly remembered what old man Shin had said earlier about her being able to subdue the house and block the bogeyman. This kind of nonsense was surprisingly believed 3 times after meeting Sun Yin. He felt ridiculous himself. But from the moment Fan Shijin started to count Sun Yin, she blocked them all. For a moment, Master Fan couldn't tell if she was doing it so naturally and casually because she was too smart, or if she really didn't have a heart. The more Master Fan looked at it, the more interesting he found it. So when Fan Shijin moved again, not only did he not worry, but on the contrary, he had a few more points of expectation. Looking forward to how this little girl from the mountains is going to fight back? But on the side of Shin Huaisu's heart is a little uneven. He just got high. In case his sister-in-law didn't catch Fan Shijin's words and really made him clang and kowtow, his face would really be disgraced. Shin Huaisu was only focused on his apprehension, completely failing to realize that he really had no intention of refuting what Sun Yin had asked him to do, even if it will be humiliating. Sun Yin silently picked up the pad on the table and wiped her small mouth, really did not expect the typhoon to blow around and scrape her face. She sighed silently, her pair of watery eyes looking back at Fan Shijin before she said slowly, I think fourth brother did do wrong. Done. Shin Huaisu's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Is he going to perform plunking into a big wall on the spot? Sun Yin glanced at Shin Huaisu's face that was like a lost mother, almost did not tense up, cough cough. Fourth brother before the third brother said let you do not always tell the truth in front of other people, how do you forget again? Look at it, people are being pissed off by messing with you. When Shin Huaisu heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Sure enough it still has to be his sister-in-law. There are mistakes, but not many. That's a comforting thing to say. And then look at the side of Fan Shijin and Tangfrost, the whole face is black as the bottom of the pot. Chapter 86, Are you still not dead? Sun Yin had a bit of a heart attack, and hurriedly clamped a piece of fish and put it in the direction of Fan Shijin. Why don't you eat some fish? Nourish the liver and replenish the blood, moisturize the skin and nourish the hair. Tonic liver, don't piss yourself off. She still hadn't figured out if Fan Shijin was their Mr. Shin's white moonlight or not, so it was best for people not to be offended to death. Otherwise the one in bad luck is still Shin Huayan. Sun Yin's side had just withdrawn her chopsticks, when Shin Huaisu looked as if she had been inspired by something and hurriedly put a few chopsticks of fish in front of Tangfrost. Now even Tangfrost froze. What's that supposed to mean? Is this where he suddenly feels he's in the wrong? Before Tangfrost could think about it in detail, he heard Shin Huaisu's voice coming over. Come on, eat more, where it's missing. Although it doesn't make up much, but it's better than nothing. Shin Huaisu sat on one side and cheerfully gave Tangfrost another fish head. Come on, make up for the shape with the shape. You have to eat more even if your brain is bad. With Sun Yin laying a straightforward persona on him, he directly played it 200%. Now Tangfrost was directly exasperated and cried. Fan Shijin's face also became even more ugly after seeing the fish on the dinner plate. Innocent lying Yin Su. Is it too late for her to say she didn't mean it? A meal that was eaten by everyone, each in their own way. It was close to dark before the food was finished. Elder Fan looked at the Shin family members who left from the hotel, and his eyes slowly fell down to look at Fan Shijin on the side. Shin Huayan is already married, don't you still want to die? Fan Shijin pursed her lips and looked at Shin Huayan's back. It's not like he married voluntarily. Elder Fan's mottled white eyebrows raised, unable to hold back a sigh. Just now at the dinner table Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuwa, and Shin Huaisu were so protective of Sun Yin. Can't you see why? Fan Shijin shrugged her shoulders, retracted her sight, and said perfunctorily, it's not because Grandpa Shin said that she can subdue the house and block the bogeyman, and that she's good for Shin Huayan, so that's why they're so obedient. Elder Fan's brows instantly wrinkled in the face of Fan Shijin's self-deluded thoughts. He actually thought so at first. But after a meal, he realized that Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuwa and Shin Huaisu liked and admired Sun Yin from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, is worship. He didn't even know how he could use that word to describe it, except that it did feel that way at the time. Even Shin Huayan's attitude towards Sun Yin was worth examining. Elder Fan squinted his wrinkled eyes and patiently continued, okay, even if you say that Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuwa, and Shin Huaisu are because of some kind of house quenching to block the bogeyman, then Shin Huayan is also? Is he someone who believes in such things? If he doesn't believe it, why would he marry a bumpkin like Sun Yen Yen? Fan Shijin simply didn't believe that Shen Huayan would like someone like Sun Yen Yen. Elder Fan felt a bit of a headache this time. Why did Shen Huayan marry Sun Yen Yen, but not for the sake of the Shen family? He could have married for the sake of the Shen family, but he was definitely not a guy who would treat women gently just for the sake of someone else. These children grew up under his watchful eye, and he was more than aware of what Shen Huayan's temperament was. His goal seems to be just to let a few of his brothers in the Shen family grow up safely and let the Shen family's business grow. As for how the rest of it went, he couldn't care less. But just now, he would peel shrimp for a girl and tenderly wipe her mouth. Shen Huayan would never touch her even to give her the decency of Mrs. Shen. Unless he really likes this little girl. Elder Fan sighed again mentally, almost quickly realizing that his granddaughter had no chance. Shen Huayan's kind of person who doesn't care about anything once he identifies someone, I'm afraid it's for life. This paranoid personality is kind of tricky, too. More problematic though was the fact that this granddaughter of his couldn't see through it at all, or rather, wouldn't see through it. Elder Fan raised his hand and patted Fan Shijin's head. I know you're a sentimental child, but Shen Huayan isn't right for you, not to mention he's already married, so it's better to forget about it. Grandpa, you don't understand Huayan, he was forced to marry a woman he didn't like, it's exactly when he needs me, I can't give up on him. Fan Shijin looked at Elder Fan with a solemn face, speaking with extra seriousness. This gave Elder Fan an even bigger headache. Grandpa, you don't have to care about my affairs. Fan Shijin saw that Elder Fan was still trying to stop her, and hurriedly spoke up. I'm not going to use coercion to make Sun Yen Yen get out of here, but sooner or later, she'll disappear between Huayan and I. You'll just have to wait and see. Fan Shijin said, and walked out with a big step. Watching Fan Shijin's back walk farther and farther away, Elder Fan let out a long sigh. Forget it. Children and grandchildren will always be blessed. He's too old to care. The school's welcome party was scheduled for Sunday, a stage was set up in the school playground, and several very famous media were invited. More or less all of the previously sponsored companies came to participate in the school's welcome party. Shen's group in previous years came to the supervisor-level characters, but this year it was the president of Shen's personally came. Because of this news, many companies had originally only planned to send individuals to make up the numbers, but now the bosses of each company came one by one with their asses on the line. Even Xiaoxiu, who is often seen as a dragon, attended the school's welcome party. This lineup is arguably the most spectacular since the school was founded. The students who participated in the welcome party performance were all new to the program and were chattering away in the backstage lounge. Have you guys heard? Our school festival seems to have invited a big name among the entertainment industry, but I haven't heard who it is exactly, so I don't know if it will be the final finale. If it's a big shot, it's definitely going to be a grand finale. What about the previous finale? Everyone's chattering voices suddenly gave a start, and their eyes couldn't help but look towards Sun Yen Yen, who was sitting inside the lounge putting on her makeup. Her last song was a single solo but with backup dancers, but there were concerns about her ability to sing the song Land in the Sky. It's hard for even a conservatory student to do this without any problems. Not to mention Sun Yen Yen, who had never heard her sing before. Seeing that everyone's eyes were unconsciously looking at Sun Yen Yen, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but tickle, pretending to help relieve the situation. Don't worry, everyone, my father has already thought of a good solution for her. When the time comes, all she has to do is perform. When Lin Bailu said this, she deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word performance without any trace. Her words instantly raised questions about the word performance. Do you need to perform to sing? Is it possible that Nian Nian Su is going to fake sing? Chapter 87. Not a single bean will be left for her. While it's possible to fake a song in special circumstances, why should she have a finale if she can't sing on it? The welcome party at Rainy Green University is also a stage for many people to show their abilities. There are a number of people who have made a name for themselves in the upper king circle because of their finale show. If Su Nian Nian is not capable and still asks for the finale, isn't that a wasted opportunity to let other capable people come out on top? For a while, there was a lot of resentment about Su Nian Nian's fake singing, but they didn't dare to give Su Nian Nian a hard time on the spot. It's not that I'm embarrassed. Rather, it's that the people who get the finale are either competent themselves or have some capital behind them. They weren't sure who the person Su Nian Nian was backing up was, so they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. In fact, even Lin Bailu, who had helped Su Nian Nian enroll, wondered why Su Nian Nian's name had been submitted so easily. She had actually long been prepared to use the Lin group's name to exert pressure and finally let Su Nian Nian get this finale. But to her surprise, she hadn't had time to do anything at all, and Su Nian Nian's finale performance of the program had passed. She just assumed that no one had signed up for the finale this year, or that the others had wimped out because the song she'd picked for Su Nian Nian was too difficult. But whatever the reason, as long as it turned out in her favor, that was fine. Lulu, do you mean that your father is giving her connections to let her fake sing? Someone who was on good terms with Lin Bailu inquired about her in a whisper. Lin Bailu immediately pretended to be flustered and waved her hand. No, my dad. My dad just doesn't want her to be too humiliated, and he just wants to be a good dad. Her comment pretty much sealed the deal that Sun Yen Yen would be a fake singer. This time the people who were originally still putting on their makeup, each and every one of them looked at Sun Yen Yen, who was putting on her makeup, with contemptuous eyes. She was already a good-looking girl and seemed to be looking even more hydrated lately. I don't know what kind of makeup she usually uses, how can she look better and better? Just as the others were envious and jealous of Sun Yen Yen, Lin Dalong suddenly appeared backstage. He knocked on the door and waved at Sun Yen Yen, which changed the entire atmosphere backstage significantly. Sun Yen Yen looked up at the doorway, saw Lin Dalong calling her, and looked at the suddenly quiet lounge before her eyes fell on Lin Bailu. Her sharp eyes made Lin Bailu tremble. She's not going to find out anything, is she? Lin Bailu pursed her lips. This thing she had been doing was very secretive, it should be impossible for her to find out. With that thought, she took a deep breath and was about to lock eyes with Sun Yen Yen again, only to find that she directly ignored her and walked straight out. Lin Bailu's face instantly became quite ugly. How dare this guy Sun Yen Yen ignore her? Good. You just wait for the good old Nien Nien Su. This orientation party will be the graveyard where you will be buried. Just enjoy yourself. Sun Yen Yen walked straight out. She followed Lin Dalong down the long corridor for a while and stood still at the end of the quiet corridor. Here, this is the song for your finale program, you just need to take this as the accompaniment when you sing. The songs in it are all recorded. If you're not familiar with it, you can sing along with it in a while and practice a bit. Lin Dalong said and handed Sun Yen Yen the flash drive in his hand. The tip of Sun Yen Yen's eyebrow raised, her eyes landing on Lin Dalong's hand. This is what Lin Bailu asked you to give me? Lin Dalong didn't think anything of it and said casually, Lulu was worried that something would go wrong with your finale program, that's why she told me. After that, he looked at Sun Yen Yen with a fatherly look and then said, you child, don't think of solving any difficulties on your own, there's Dad can help you, don't you think so? The corner of Sun Yen Yen's mouth twitched, thinking of the first day she arrived at the Lin family, Lin Dalong's attitude and now were really worlds apart. She didn't know what had changed Dalong Lin, but that didn't affect her next plan. What's more, Lin Dalong was now rushing up to try to be a loving father, so it would be a waste of his disguise if she didn't take the opportunity to use it. She nodded fervently, actually, there's something else I'd really like to ask you for. Lin Dalong sniffed, and immediately became energized. What else do you say to Dad about helping or not helping? You are Daddy's own daughter, your business is Daddy's business, as long as you say, Daddy will definitely help you. He had been distraught ever since he heard that Sun Yen Yen had gained favor in the Shin family. He had originally asked Zhao Feng to lend her mother and daughter status so that she could coax Sun Yen Yen. After all, a child who had been thrown away for 20 years was so lacking in love that they only needed to show a little bit of a loving father and mother attitude, and she would surely obediently sell her life for the Lin family. Favorable Zhao Feng cannot understand the human language, had to go to the Shin family Lin Bailu for Sun Yen Yen. As a result, the Shin family did not agree to it, but also offended Sun Yen Yen. He was prepared to be treated with indifference this time, but he didn't expect Sun Yen Yen to not mind at all. It's true that little girls from the countryside are easy to satisfy. Sun Yen Yen cast a sidelong glance at Lin Dalong, and with a single glance, she was able to see through what was going on in his mind. She pulled the corner of her mouth and pretended to be careful. Recently, because of some school gossip that I stole someone's boyfriend or something, Mr. Shin thought that there was a relationship between me and the other boys, and he was very upset. So can you help me take care of the school gossip? I don't want Mr. Shin to misunderstand. Lin Dalong's eyes almost fell out when he heard this. Misunderstood by Shin Huayan? What's wrong with that? Lin Dalong immediately raised his hand and patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry. I'll leave this matter to Dad. I'll make sure to uncover the person who spread the rumor. Sun Yen Yen nodded repeatedly. Then this matter is in your hands. Sun Yen Yen deliberately erased Lin Bailu's name. She just wants Lin Dalong to investigate personally. When he finds out that the person who was smearing his money tree behind his back is the adopted daughter he has raised for 20 years, I wonder what choice he will make. She didn't have much goodwill towards the Lin family in the first place, not to mention that she didn't intend to go back to be any kind of Miss Lin and compete for any family property. All of the Lin family's assets combined didn't even add up to as much as her pocket money, so she didn't have time to care about that. But Lin Bailu had provoked her, then she had to be prepared to be abused. That's the stink of it for her. What she didn't want, she could give to anyone, she didn't care. But if someone comes to take it, then she won't leave a bean for her. The Lin family or whatever, she could not want it, but even if she threw it away, she would not give it to Lin Bailu. Those things never belonged to her in the first place. And in what capacity does she flaunt herself before her? Sun Yen Yen's watery eyes narrowed, suddenly a little looking forward to Lin Bailu completely overturned what is like it. Chapter 88. It's been switched, right? With Sun Yen Yen's explanation, Lin Dalong left with a revitalized face. Sun Yen Yen cupped the flash drive in her hand and spun it around, and was wondering what to do with it when a tall shadow slammed in front of her. A student of Rainy Green University, you're going to fake sing for the finale? The tall voice fell with a few hints of a teasing voice, causing Sun Yen Yen's eyes to abruptly widen quite a bit. She had just looked up when her mouth was covered. The man on the other side of the room made a shoe gesture at her, signaling her to follow him to a side lounge. Sun Yan Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly, but she still followed the man to the nearby lounge. The door to the room had just closed when Sun Yan Yan stomped on the door panel with a sweeping leg. She wasn't tall, but she swept her long legs over just enough to step on her opponent's chest. Her watery eyes stared at the man in front of her with a touch of sharpness, and she said in a cold voice, "Who sent you here?" "Ancestor, I'm your big brother anyways, you came up and gave me a kick in the ass." Although Ain said so on his lips, his hands were held up at his sides in a surrendering position, and his brows and eyes were filled with doting colors as he looked at the fierce little sister in front of him. Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes narrowed a wary stare at him, seemingly unaffected by his flowery language at all. "Say, why are you here?" Ain sighed softly, "That wasn't even a favor." As he spoke, he carefully clipped an invitation out of his arms and handed it to Sun Yan Yan. It seemed that he was afraid of making the little girl in front of him angry and giving him another kick. Sun Yan Yan's brow furrowed as she saw clearly that the name on top of the invitation was indeed Ain's. But why he was here still struck her as odd. She had clearly and explicitly said when she had descended from the mountain before that her master and senior brothers should never show up by her side on their own initiative for any reason. As for the unexpected, that's another story. "Little ancestor, I came here thanks to you," Ain said, winking at Sun Yan Yan. "If it wasn't for your finale song singing Country of the Sky, I probably wouldn't have been able to come." Now Sun Yan Yan was even more speechless. By the time she found out who had used her connections to get someone here, her whole body cracked up. She never dreamed it would be Josie. She thought at the time that he was just Heimaut, but she didn't realize that the kid had called her big brother. Sun Yan Yan pressed her temples with a bit of a headache and slowly put her feet back together. "So, you're planning to participate in the grand finale?" Ain's nodded with a resigned look on his face. "This is where my agent almost got down on both knees and begged me to come. How could I upset him?" Sun Yan Yan cast a sidelong glance at Ain's, her eyes full of "I don't believe it." This big brother of hers is externally a high-cold movie star, but treats people with modesty and courtesy, and is actually all nonsense. The reason why this big senior brother of hers was externally high and cold was because he was too lazy to socialize. Apart from the things that were within his portion, he was not willing to move a single finger more than necessary. To the few senior brothers other than her, they were basically the type who didn't bother to argue when they could. Several brothers on the mountain were often beaten up by the eldest brother until they flew up. That's why everyone easily didn't dare to touch their eldest senior brother's mold, except for Sun Yan Yan. Ain slightly tilted his head, looking at her black eyes with a bit of curtness. "Little ancestor, I'm at least a national treasure singer outside, give me some face." Knock, knock, knock. Before Sun Yan Yan could say anything, the door to the room behind her was knocked on. Ains took a step back and just watched as his manager, Jim, walked in. When he saw Sun Yan Yan in the room, his first reaction was to stand in front of Ains, the student. "Do you know that trespassing into a star's lounge is a very bad behavior? A private student like you." Well, he hadn't even finished the words that followed before Ains grabbed an apple from the table and stuffed it directly into his mouth. "She's not a private student, she's Sue who's performing with me on the same stage this time," Ains said, winking at Sun Yan Yan with a gentle face. Jim's eyes glazed over on the sidelines. He looked at Ains with a look on his face like he'd seen a ghost. Usually he is high and cold outside and hates to freeze people into a pile of ice, and now this face of mild appearance is being dropped, right? A little less convinced, he reaches out to rip Ains' face off, only to be violently met with a blow across the eyes. The bright sight seemed to be a silent warning to him that if he dared to touch his face, he would be dead. Jim's heart shuddered, which made him sure that this man was definitely Ains, but what was he doing with the girl in front of him? His puzzled eyes looked at Sun Yan Yan, his eyes looking up and down her body with a puzzled expression. But he had to admit that the little girl in front of him was really good looking. Good enough to see the kind of good looks that people like him who have seen a lot of action in the entertainment industry find stunning. He couldn't help but frown, but didn't say much. Ains cast a sidelong glance at Jim before his eyes fell back on Sun Yan Yan. "Do you still need me to practice with you before you go on stage?" Sun Yan Yan shook her head. "No need. So, I brought a little snack from abroad, eat it or not." Ains paused deliberately when he said this. As expected, Sun Yan Yan's eyes became bright almost instantly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but tickle as he chuckled lightly. "I'll go get it for you, wait here." With that, Ains walked over to the couch in the lounge and took 2 boxes of very pretty snacks out from inside the backpack he had brought with him and handed them to Sun Yan Yan. Sun Yan Yan wasn't even polite at all, directly taking a box and unwrapping it right in front of Ains. Because each treat inside the box was individually wrapped, she even left the unwrapped box in Ains' hands as she ripped the smaller package. And the latter didn't even feel that there was anything wrong with this at all, and even looked at the little girl in front of him with eyes full of favor as she ate her snack with relish. Ains looked at her bulging cheeks from eating and reached out to pinch Sun Yan Yan's cheeks. "Is it good?" Sun Yan Yan nodded in response. Ains' heart melted now. "Like it? I'll bring it back to you next time." "Aha." Sun Yan Yan nodded repeatedly. This little snack is a handmade snack in H. Even local people have to queue up to buy it, not to mention foreign countries. Ever since Sun Yen Nien had eaten it once, every time Ainz went to country H, he would bring her this small snack. I didn't realize he hadn't forgotten it on this trip. Sun Yen Nien instantly forgot about the fact that he had just sneaked back into the country and didn't tell her, and filled her mind and eyes with delicious snacks. Ainz was also mentally relieved to see this was a pass? Chapter 89, People are already numb. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the back of his mind. Obviously he was her big brother and should be tougher. But he just couldn't get mad at her. Otherwise this little doll wouldn't have been spoiled to the skies by their master and a few senior brothers. He knew that Xie Tianji had originally intended for old Seven to come, but unfortunately he couldn't find a suitable reason to come to the country even after half a day's thought. Instead, he got a head start. It occurred to him that if those senior brothers of his knew about it, they would surely vomit, wouldn't they? As Ainz thought this, a pair of good-looking amber eyes suddenly narrowed as he took out his cell phone and opened the camera, tapping the video function right at Sun Yen Yen. "Nyan, look over here." Sun Yen Yen raised her little head in uncertainty, only to hear Ainz say slowly, "Give me a little heart." Adhering to the principle of eating one's mouth short, Sun Yen Yen cooperated by staggering her thumb and forefinger and comparing them with a small heart. At this point the gym man was numb. He was at a loss for words to describe what he was feeling at that moment. Luckily, it didn't take long for Sun Yen Yen to leave, and for a while only Ainz and Jim were left in the lounge. He rubbed his cheeks, which were already a bit stiff from shock, and stared at Ainz, who was sitting on the sofa and was operating his cell phone, with a tight frown. "Ainz, tell me the truth, why did you just treat that little girl so sticky? People are only 20 years old. 20 years old. Ainz was posting the little video he had just captured to his group and a few other mentors when he heard this from Jim. Since there was a buffer for sending the video, he looked up and smoothly replied back to Jim, "Because she's good looking. Can you find such a good looking little girl among the people you know?" "Can't really." Jim jammed again. How had he not realized before that Ainz was a face dog? Meanwhile, Sun Yen Yen, who was completely unaware that she had blasted her senior brother's separate group into message 99 with a single video, had already returned to the lounge she had just been in, holding the small snack box in her hands. The other people in the lounge had even better expressions than they had just had. Sun Yen Yen didn't need to guess to know that it was Lin Bailu who was up to no good. She pretended to be completely oblivious and sat in her seat. The show over at the front desk had been going on for a while now, so I guess it would be their turn to play after a little while. The focus of this orientation was on the dinner that followed, so this orientation show didn't really last long. Sun Yen Yen once again picked up the makeup bag on the table and simply put it on her small face. She didn't really have anything to draw, she was just sitting in the lounge board in killing time. A moment later, a man and a woman walked over, looking at Sun Yen Yen with a hesitant face, wanting to speak. Sun Yen Yen put away the lipstick in her hand and turned her head to look at the two people beside her, instantly recognizing them as Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibei, who were on the same show as her. "Nian Nian Su, we might not be able to star in the program with you." In the end, it was Zhao Beibei who opened her mouth first. She motioned the clothes inside her hand towards Sun Yen Yen. "The clothes for our performance broke somehow, and there were a few large cuts on them." Zhang Nan saw Zhao Beibei speak and followed suit. "Yeah, we just got to the dressing room and saw that the clothes were all broken. I'm afraid we won't be able to finish the show." Sun Yen Yen's eyes swept around the two men, and seeing how vain they were, she knew that the clothes were 80% of the ones they had cut themselves. I wonder what Lin Bailu told them that would make them quit the show together. Doesn't matter though. She hadn't cared much for the finale. Her eldest senior brother could be crushed to death by himself. There was no need for so many little stragglers. "Did you two put your show clothes together with mine?" Sun Yen Yen's tone was soft, and her voice was also soft, making one's heart ironed out extraordinarily properly. Zhang Nan originally was Zhao Beibei grinding half a day before agreeing, but from a certain point of view, it is also considered that they abandoned Sun Yen Yen. So he's a little bit of a bad influence in the back of his mind as well. He felt even more guilty especially since Sun Yen Yen not only didn't get angry after hearing this, but also spoke softly. "Your clothes are put with us, but it shouldn't be a problem, we..." Hiss. Before Zhang Nan could finish his words, he received an elbow from Zhao Beibei. Their performance clothes were put together, so if only theirs were broken, wouldn't that be a disguised indication that they did it on purpose? Zhao Beibei's brow furrowed, her sight unconsciously sized up Sun Yen Yen. "I didn't expect her to look so delicate and small, but she had so much heart? Your clothes. It's no good." Without waiting for Zhao Beibei to finish her words, a student from the orientation party walked in with a tattered and torn dress. "This finale performance dress borrowed from outside has been damaged. What about the finale performance in a while?" For a moment everyone's eyes were focused on Sun Yen Yen's body. Everyone knew that she was the grand finale of this freshman orientation party, and now that the performance costume was broken, one followed with worry. Although they didn't like Sun Yen Yen taking up the finale slot of the welcome party based on the Lin family's family lineage. But if the school's welcome party really went wrong, Yuqing University would also be followed by a group of ridicule, and at that time, as students of Yuqing University, they would also be nailed to the pillar of shame. Sun Yen Yen's watery eyes drooped as she glanced at the damaged performance outfit, and then at the two people standing beside her, Zhao Beibei and Zhang Nan. Both of them had just seen the shocked expressions on their faces when they saw the destruction of their performance costumes, so it seemed that this matter had nothing to do with the two of them. Then, the one who can't see her well the most is only Lin Bailu. Gee, really isn't hard to guess at all. Su Nian didn't even need to turn her head to guess that Lin Bailu was looking at her with a smug expression. This is troublesome, this dress is rented, it must cost quite a bit of money, I think it's better to call the police. Su Nian's cold words were like a drop of cold water into the boiling oil in the noisy lounge. The whole frying pan instantly crackled and exploded. Various opinions fly in unison in the rowdy lounge. That's right, this situation has to be reported to the police. Otherwise it's just clothes today and who knows if it could be a person tomorrow? This is an orientation party after all, would it not be a good idea to call the police? What's so bad about it? Su Nian isn't the only one whose performance clothes are broken, there's also Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibe's that were maliciously vandalized as well. Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibe, who were suddenly caught in the queue, were suddenly flustered again. They were just using the excuse of breaking their costumes to avoid the finale. How could they have known that someone had actually damaged Su Nian's costume? If this goes to the police, they'll probably go down with it. The two men exchanged glances and were about to speak when a tall man appeared in the doorway of the lounge. Chapter 90. What kind of divine luck is this? The lounge went quiet for a moment. Their eyes were staring straight at the stunningly handsome man in front of them. His silver-gray hair with amber eyes, a reserved air with the low pressure of a man who refuses to be seen in high places. For God's sake, he's Ainz, that national treasure of a singer. Our finale will be his biggest hit. Suddenly there was a whisper in the lounge. And that's when everyone came back from the amazement they had just experienced. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is our school so magnificent? Surprisingly, we invited such an awesome finale guest. Oh my god, the finale is Su Nian's track. She's going to be on the same stage with the great god. What kind of divine luck is this? I want to be on stage with the great god too. This face is so high on life, love love love. While a group of people were chattering, there were two people in the crowd whose faces became increasingly ugly. They were Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibe. If they had known that the person on the same stage was Ainz, they wouldn't have listened to Lin Bailu's words to cut up their clothes even if they were killed. They just didn't want to be tied to Su Nian, the fake singer, in the first place, so they went out on a limb. However, when they thought that Su Nian's performance costume was also broken, they actually had a hidden bit of gloating in their hearts. Wouldn't that prevent Nian Su from being on the same stage as Ainz as well? What happened? Ainz's nice voice rang out in the lounge. However, his eyes were fixed on Su Nian in the lounge, as if the people around him were all big cabbages. Su Nian pointed to the rotten performance clothes on the side, her expression light as she returned, I don't know who cut up my performance clothes. With her big brother there, it didn't really matter if she was on the finale or not. Unexpectedly, the tip of Ainz's eyebrow raised slightly, his brows softening as he looked at Su Nian and said, I just happen to have a set of women's clothes here that I brought for my sister at home, so if you don't mind, I can give them to you to wear. The corner of Su Nian's mouth twitched. Brought it for her sister at home? Could it be that seventh brother made her clothes? While Su Nian was thinking about whether or not to refuse, Ainz turned his head to look at Jim who was at the side and said, there was a matter of damaged property at the school's welcome party, so go and contact the school's security and call the police to deal with it. His comment instantly brought everyone's attention back to the damage to the clothing. Su Nian inadvertently swept a glance at Lin Bailu, who was already flustered to the naked eye. Looks like this one just wanted to make a fool out of her and didn't expect anyone to call the police at all, did he? Ha! Seeing how wonderful her face was, how could she afford the big show Lin Bailu had prepared for her without adding more fire? Su Nian's watery eyes narrowed, and with a smile on her brow, she looked at Ainz and said, does Mr. Ainz still have any performance clothes that fit these two? They were the backup dancers for the finale performance, and their clothes were cut up. If Su Nian said that normally, even if she didn't have a performance costume, Ainz would be able to change it for her. But when he saw the smirk on Su Nian's face that didn't reach the bottom of his eyes, he knew that this ancestor of their family was up to something again. He shrugged his shoulders and said with a look of embarrassment, I'm sorry, but I don't have any extra performance clothes here either. Su Nian looked at Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibe with feigned regret and sighed, it's such a pity, if your performance clothes weren't broken, you could have shared the stage with Ainz as well. As expected, as soon as her words left her mouth, Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibe looked at Lin Bailu with a touch of resentment in their gazes. Seeing this, Su Nian raised his hand and patted Zhao Beibe's shoulder to pacify her. I guess someone knew that the grand finale star was Ainz, so they're deliberately jealous of us, but you don't have to worry, the police will surely be able to catch the thieves who damaged the items when they arrive in a while, she said, and gave the two of them an extraordinarily bright smile. Now the people who were originally still singing because of Su Nian's fake singing, one by one, had changed their opinion of her quite a bit. I didn't expect Su Nian to be quite nice, she had problems with her own performance clothes, but she still didn't forget to help the people in the same program to get a chance. Yeah, if someone hadn't purposely ruined their clothes, they would have been able to share the stage with the great gods. What a shame. I don't know if the police will come later to catch the people behind these nasties. Make sure you catch these people with red eyes. Sun Yan was satisfied to see Lin Bailu's face darken even more before she stood up from her position and left the lounge straight away. At this moment, Lin Bailu almost gritted her teeth. If it was only Sun Yan who had just brought up the matter of calling the police, she would still be able to use the Lin family's power to smooth things over. But a star of Ain's caliber calls the police, and the school will never take it lying down. Her brows furrowed as she looked at Sun Yan's back as she left, the resentment in the bottom of her eyes deepening. It seems the only way to do that is to make more noise so that the school can't be bothered with the clothes. Her fists clenched hard. Sun Yan, this is what you forced me to do. Originally, she wanted to secretly get evidence of Sun Yan's fake singing to facilitate blackmailing her. Now she's changed her mind. She wanted to make a public spectacle of Sun Yan, making her the biggest disgrace at the Rainy Green University orientation party. Nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Lin Bailu took a deep breath and saw that everyone's attention was not on her before she slowly got up and disappeared into the lounge. At this point, the orientation party was in its final stages. Sun Yan changed into the tuxedo performance outfit given by Ainz and appeared on top of the stage one after the other with him. Almost instantly, the entire school's auditorium exploded. The host also spoke excitedly at the right time. Next, let's enjoy Country in the Sky sung by national treasure singer Ainz and schoolgirl Sun Yan. Everyone welcome. Sun Yan couldn't help herself a bit when she heard the prefix the host added to her. Is this an appeasement prefix for her because she's worried that she doesn't have as awesome a prefix as Ainz sounds like? The corners of her light smile paired with her fresh little green floral white background gown were like a ray of light in the darkness on the dimly lit stage. The stage lights came on, and her delicate figure held the microphone standing on the stage with one hand, and her lazy stage style could be said to have sealed the deal instantly. Soon, the intro to Land in the Sky plays slowly. Sun Yan's ethereal voice was in Ain's voice yet above his, and the crowd in the room was stunned. I didn't expect Sun Yan, a fledgling girl, to be able to share the stage with a national treasure. It even swims. It's really impressive. Bang! Just as the song was about to get to the chorus, a murmur rang out. The accompanying music came to an abrupt halt. The figure standing somewhere backstage looked at the petite figure on the stage, the corners of his mouth hooked into a winning smile, and soon disappeared backstage. Chapter 91. Now the whole place was shocked. The hosts obviously didn't expect the accompaniment to go wrong. He hurriedly and awkwardly tried to run back to the stage to save the day. As a result, I heard Ain's voice with a smile coming out from the middle of the microphone. It seems that if you don't show some real skill today, it seems like you won't be able to leave today, he said, waving at Jim, who was not far away, and making a few simple gestures at him. Soon Jim came up with 2 electric guitars. One was given to Sun Yan, while the other was taken by himself. He winked at Sun Yan. I'll try the tune first. Sun Yan lowered her eyes to look at the guitar in her hand, and then looked at Ainz. Seeing that his slender 5 fingers were already pressed on top of the strings, she sighed silently and resigned herself to carrying the guitar on her back. Listening to the melody that suddenly swindled in her ears, all she wanted to do now was tear Lin Bailu's hands off. Because from the moment she picked up this guitar, her quiet school life was definitely coming to an end. Come on, let's start over. Ainz looked at Sun Yan in a good mood. I thought it would be a surprise to sing his songs together on the same stage. I didn't expect to see their family's little ancestor show his zither skills again, TSK. This trip was not in vain. I'll be sure to post it in the group to stimulate his brothers. Amidst the worried gazes of the crowd, Sun Yan's small hands quickly gripped the guitar and skillfully followed Ain's rhythm. Immediately afterward, the stage once again rang with the tune of the two singing together. The coordination between the two was so seamless that the professionals in the room couldn't help but stumble. It's hard to imagine that this is the first time the two have been on stage together. Soon the song reaches the hardest part of the chorus. One would have thought that this section, which spans 5 registers, would surely have been done by Ainz alone. But he didn't expect Ainz to directly pick up his electric guitar and accompany Sun Yan. And so, in the next second, everyone heard Sun Yan's clean and ethereal voice flipping through a wonderful tune, like a vast sense of going straight to heaven, causing goosebumps to rise on everyone present. This rocked the house. Naturally, this also included Shinhwayan, who was sitting on the stage. He had known before that his little dainty wife was different, but it was the first time he had seen her glittering on the stage like she did today. Shinhwayan suddenly regretted a little bit letting Sun Yan attend the freshman orientation party. She's too bright. He was the only one who knew before, now everyone knows. There will only be more people to rob with him in the future. Shinhwayan's heart was pounding furiously at the mere thought that she might be abducted by someone else, and he couldn't wait to hug Sun Yan and nibble on her a few times right now before officially declaring his and Sun Yan's identities. Unfortunately, he was brain dead before he signed a prenuptial hidden marriage agreement with her. Once again, Shinhwayan wanted to blast and hammer the person he was in the beginning. Sir! Suddenly, she beside him slowly bent down close to his ear and spoke. The people below have something to report. Shinhwayan's eyes glanced at Sun Yan on the stage, after which he glanced at Ainz standing beside her, and eventually got up and left his position. The two exited the party venue one by one and walked to a remote corner before stopping. Shinhwayan glanced faintly at He-she and asked in a cold voice, "What happened?" He-she detected the fire in Shinhwayan's words almost immediately. Could it be that he was unhappy because he had disturbed their husband from watching Sun Yen Nyen's performance? He mentally deliberated and decided to report the news related to Sun Yen Nyen first. "It was just reported by one of my men that Mrs. S performance tuxedo before she went on stage was damaged." Shinhwayan's brows frowned slightly, remembering the small green crushed white background evening dress Sun Yen Nyen wore on stage. No matter the cut or design, it didn't look like a mundane product. His eyes slowly lifted once to look at He-she. Where did Nyen Nyen just get that dress on stage? He-she was a bit stuck. He hadn't intended to talk about it, but he hadn't expected their gentleman to take the initiative to ask. It's over. He always felt like their Mr. Family's backyard was on fire. He-she paused for a moment, but still gave an honest account. The evening gown that the wife is wearing was lent to her by the singer Ines. But as far as he knew, Ines was known to keep his hands clean in the ring, even cleansed to the point of a bit of indifference. This kind of person would offer to help people? And carrying around a ladies' couture evening gown? Just in time for this evening gown or their wife's size. He didn't understand it, but he felt that this matter was very suspicious. Shinhwayan's brows followed suit. Then, the sudden accident on the stage just now shouldn't have been an accident either, right? He-she nodded. That's right, the power supply on the accompaniment side suddenly short-circuited and burned the accompaniments machine. Visually it should be man-made. Whether it was the clothes of the finale's backing dancers and Sun Yen Nyen's clothes that were damaged, or the malfunctioning of the accompaniment during the performance, it was clear that it was all meant to target Sun Yen Nyen. The opponent probably didn't expect that because of his frequent strikes, it resulted in Sun Yen Nyen directly stunning the entire arena. After this welcome party today, Sun Yen Nyen is expected to fire up the entire entertainment circle because of the finale track. Their little wife was already good looking. Even if she was placed inside the entertainment industry as a vase, she would still be the best looking vase. Not to mention this vase has such amazing talent. He-she couldn't help but sweat for their gentleman when he thought of the 1,225 crores that Sun Yen Nyen had won from the casino earlier, as well as the contract that he had helped Shinhwairua to get by relying on seconds of Xiao Siyu. Their little missus is overly good, but their Mr. is completely unenlightened. How can they break it? Waiting online, pretty urgent. The person behind this matter must be investigated clearly. Shinhwayan's dark eyes narrowed, his sight subconsciously looking in the direction of the welcome party. Although he couldn't see Sun Yen Nyen, her ethereal voice always hovered in his ears. When Sun Yen Nyen hadn't married him before, she had been living an innocent life in the mountains. It was because of marrying him that she was forced to endure everything that she shouldn't have to. He even felt that Sun Yen Nyen was now helping him with his bad luck. Shinhwayan never cared about how unlucky he himself was once upon a time, and even disdained these so-called bad lucks. But when these unlucky things happened to Sun Yen Nyen, he realized that he simply couldn't stand for her to be half-assed. Anyone who dared to make a move against her would have to pay a heavy price. He-she pondered for a moment and said carefully, what the wife's side means is to call the police to deal with. Shinhwayan nodded, do what she wants, but I want to know the results of the investigation of this matter as soon as possible. Even if they were turned over to the police, he would have these people shed their skins before they were handed over. And, Chapter 92, Let Her Be a National Treasure. Shinhwayan's voice slightly lurched, don't let Nyen Nyen know that the Shin family has interfered in this matter. He didn't want to scare the little guy away. That's why it's better not to let her know about this kind of dirty business. All she needed was to be happy as his Mrs. Shin. When Shinhwayan returned to the orientation party, the dinner had already begun. Many of the companies sponsoring Yuqing University were originally running towards Shinhwayan, so when they saw him return, they came together in unison. Sun Yen Nyen had wanted to find an opportunity to ask Shinhwayan when he was going back, so she could also catch a ride. But seeing that Shinhwayan was surrounded by so many people, it was not good for her to go over alone. The two are licensed but their relationship is not publicized to the public. Of course she had to avoid suspicion. Sun Yen Nyen was thinking of going to the self-service food area to find something to eat when she saw a group of silhouettes swarming towards her. You're Sun Yen Nyen, right? You just sang so beautifully. Which teacher taught you to sing? Sun Yen Nyen, I adore you so much. Can you take a picture with me? I want a group photo too. And an autograph. Sun Yen Nyen didn't expect the school students to be so enthusiastic, and she stumbled back several steps as they swarmed over her. Suddenly, she seemed to have stepped on something and made a hasty dash, only to be scooped up. Why are you so careless? A familiar voice with a few moments of lethargy slowly sounded from overhead. The people who had just surrounded Sun Yen Nyen retreated to the side almost as if they were visible to the naked eye. Sun Yen Nyen stood still, looking at Ines who held her up. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, only to realize that the spot where they were standing had been surrounded by several people in black with sunglasses in its security circle. If she was not mistaken, these people around them were members of Star. Ordinary bodyguards, even after training, could hardly have the brawny fury that the group under her hand carried. As long as he stood there, the self-imposed pressure made ordinary people not dare to approach. Sun Yan Yan raised her eyes to look at Ain's and pursed her lips. Eldest senior brother, would it be too high profile for you to engage in this? Ain shrugged indifferently. I'm a national treasure, it's normal to have a few bodyguards around me. She was surprisingly a little speechless for a moment. Said as if, makes some sense. Come on, let's take you to eat something. Ain slightly angled his chin. I heard that the chefs hosting the dinner at Rain Green University are all 5-star. The dim sum should be pretty well made. As soon as Sun Yan Yan heard this, she decisively followed Ain's to the self-service refreshment area. It was only when she stuffed the delicious dessert into her tiny mouth that she remembered the point. It seems like I shouldn't get too close to a big star like you, it's too eye-catching. She now felt a million eyes scanning her with every bite of her snack. It's too much of an appetite killer. Her desserts don't even taste good in her mouth. Ains laughed darkly and couldn't help but look at Sun Yan Yan and say in relief, you're performing on the same stage as me, it's normal to have something to eat together after the show, besides, I'm a foreigner coming to the country, aren't I allowed to be matched with a guide? For a moment, Sun Yan Yan didn't know how to describe her mood at this moment. It always seemed like she was being set up. But now that she had come and seen it all, if she ate or not now, she was going to be hounded by the others in a while. Nyan Su simply swung for the fences. Eat first. Seeing Sun Yan Yan eating happily, Ain's also wanted to throw in a feed on the side, but soon silently put it away under a few warning looks from Sun Yan Yan. Hey, it's too hard to try to feed your own family's little sister. Ain's. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the corner. Ain's and Sun Yan Yan looked over at the same time, only to see Jim standing on the periphery of the bodyguards, looking at the two with an anxious face. Ain's waved at him before Jim boldly stepped through the gap between a couple of bodyguards. There was actually a large gap standing between the bouncers. It was very easy for him to walk through the center, but for some reason, when he just wanted to come over, he was inexplicably flustered at the sight of those two bodyguards. It was as if he could split his head from his body on the spot if he dared to walk past without Ain's permission. That oppressive feeling from the threat of death made him wimp out on the spot. It was a good thing Ain's had heard him, or he'd be a real disgrace as an agent. Jim ran in with all the wind and fire. As soon as he saw Sun Yan Yan beside him, he handed her his business card with a smile on his eyes. Su student, I'm Ain's agent Jim. If you're interested in getting into the circle, you can give me a call, and I guarantee to turn you into a second national treasure singer. The corner of Ain's mouth twitched, and he decisively lifted his hand and took the postcard in Sun Yan Yan's hand and shoved it back into Jim's hand, muttering dissatisfiedly, if she wants to get into the circle, she can just look for me directly. What's the point of looking for you? Isn't the capital in his hand hard enough? Not to mention national treasure singers, as long as her little sister was willing, a few of their senior brothers would give her a country and make her a national treasure. The point is, she doesn't want to. Their youngest sister was the smartest and most capable of the several, but she did things based on her preferences and didn't care about gains and losses at all. Those of them who were senior brothers and masters spoiled her to death again, so none of them could spare to force her to do what she didn't like to do. Jim looked at the postcard in his hand and froze, looking at Ain's with disbelief in his eyes. It's amazing that Ain's is offering to sign someone. Or a little girl? Good lord, is this red rain coming from the sky? It always seemed like Ain's was a bit outrageously friendly to Sun Yan Yan. Also thinking this way was Lin Bailu. She watched from afar as Sun Yan Yan and Ain stood in the area that the bodyguards had isolated, her fists clenched hard, her nails digging into the flesh of her palms out of indignation. Who is Nian Nian Su? Obviously, he's just a bumpkin. How can he sing such a difficult song? Now it wasn't just the people at the school who were interested in her, even the national singer Ain's, who was rumored to be high-strung, was surprisingly gentle with her. Who is she? Before Sun Yan Yan came, she should have been the one who was held in the center of attention. Lin Bailu's indignant line of sight crossed the crowd to look at Sun Yan Yan, who suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes immediately searched among the crowd. Soon, her target was set on Shin Huayan, who was surrounded by the crowd. The corner of her mouth didn't hook unsuspectingly. If she remembered correctly, Sun Yan Yan had already been disliked by the Shin family. If Shin Huayan saw her hooking up with other men outside again, would Sun Yan Yan still have a good life? Chapter 93, If you don't break up now, do you want to keep it for New Year's? Lin Bailu thought so and was about to walk towards Shin Huayan, but just as she took a step, she was blocked by two figures. She looked up just in time to meet Jiang Nan and Zhao Beibei's eyes. Her heart panicked, and then she whirled around and immediately calmed down. What did you guys want to see me about? Zhao Beibei stared mournfully at Lin Bailu. If you hadn't said that Sun Yan Yan was a fake singer, we wouldn't have missed the chance to share the stage with Ains for nothing. Even if it wasn't as stunning as Sun Yan Yan, it would still be a matter of putting gold on his face when he said it. Lin Bailu was already upset, and now that she was being blocked, her entire being became even more irritated. She looked at the two men with cold eyes and snorted lightly. I didn't say Sun Yan Yan was falsely singing. I just said that I've never heard her sing this song before. You. Zhao Beibei's eyes reddened with anger at her. Jiang Nan, who was on the side, took over. But you clearly said the finale performance. Your father will help her think of a way. Lin Bailu snorted. That's right, my dad did help her figure it out. But she sang well, so it didn't work. So what's wrong with that? You're being forceful. Zhao Beibei was clearly enraged by Lin Bailu. She was clearly saying before that Sun Yan Yan wouldn't be able to sing Country of the Sky and asked Lin's father to find someone to help fake the song. Would they have passed up the opportunity for this finale otherwise? Zhang Nan reached out to hold Zhao Beibei's arm and gently shook his head at her. Ain's manager has already called the police on this matter. When the police come, we will tell them what happened one by one. Lin Bailu shrugged her shoulders in disbelief. So what if I tell the police? It's not like I broke your clothes. It's true that it wasn't you, but you're so hostile towards Sun Yan Yan, there's no guarantee that you're the one who ruined her performance outfit, and even if it wasn't, it's still got to do with you. Zhang Nan's sentence instantly dumbfounded Lin Bailu. It's true that she broke that dress, but the technique was so stealthy that no one should be able to detect it. But if Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibei lead the police to her, Lin Bailu was suddenly a little flustered again. Zhang Nan saw that Lin Bailu's face had changed significantly, and continued, even if we don't have any evidence to give to the police right now, but tell Sun Yan Yan the ins and outs of the matter, which side do you think she'll take? This time Lin Bailu's face completely darkened. She stared coldly at Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibei. Even if Sun Yan Yan knew about it, she wouldn't miss you guys. She's now valued by Ains. What do you think she'd do to someone who backstabbed her? Zhang Nan's heart secretly sighed in relief. Then how about we talk about the conditions? He knew that no matter if he told the police or Sun Yan Yan, he and Zhao Beibei wouldn't be able to get anything out of it, but blackmailing Lin Bailu might be possible. Lin Bailu clenched her fists and glanced around, but in the end, she could only follow Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibei out of the orientation dinner. And Shen Huayan, whom Lin Bailu had wanted to find, just happened to take a break from a group of hot company bosses at that moment. He had wanted to wait for Sun Yan Yan to return with him, but he happened to see her and Ains both talking to each other in the snack buffet area. Almost instantly, Sun Yan Yan felt an inexplicable coldness. She subconsciously turned back with the dinner plate in her hand, and she met Shen Huayan's line of sight. She almost dropped the plate in her hand with a thump. Luckily, Ains, who was beside him, had a quick eye and picked it up. Looking at the apprehensive expression on her small face, he also followed Sun Yan Yan's line of sight, just in time to see Shen Huayan slowly walk over. Unlike the others, Shen Huayan seemed to be completely oblivious to the fierce aura of the several bodyguards, and straightly broke through their encirclement and walked towards the dim sum buffet area. Shen, Mr. Shen, you come to eat dim sum too. Sun Yan Yan pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly, decisively picked up the dinner plate on the table, and asked a bit doggedly, which dim sum do you want to eat? I can clip it for you. Shen Huayan didn't open his mouth to speak. His eyes leapt from Sun Yan Yan's small face and landed on Ains behind her. And Ains' measuring gaze was hovering over Shen Huayan. The moment their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly through the air. An inexplicable sense of oppression made everyone around them feel a bit suffocated. Ains deliberately put his arm on Sun Yan Yan's shoulder and asked with a smile, little Yan Yan, is this gentleman familiar with you? When he opened his mouth, he subconsciously almost shouted little ancestor. Luckily he was quick to change his tune. The purpose of his previous visit to Yuqing University was to see what the little brother Sun Yan Yan had been thinking about for so many years was really like. He was also worried that the two would not show up if they were secretly married, and Shen Huayan would not show up. I didn't expect him to not only come, but also look imposing. That's not the same thing as when his master said that Shen Huayan was not interested in Sun Yan Yan, is it? The way this guy looked at Sun Yan Yan was exactly the kind of look that only a man would have for a woman he loved deeply. And he seemed to be very hostile to him. That's funny. The smile on Ains' face grew even wider. Sun Yan Yan didn't know about Ains' brainstorming, she only knew that their Mr. Shen seemed to be angry again and again and again. She did try to keep a low profile before, but her strength wouldn't allow it. Thinking about this, Sun Yan Yan very much wanted to pop and hammer Ains a few times. If it wasn't for this guy, she wouldn't have been so noticeable. Sun Yan Yan mentally let out a long sigh, trying to keep a smile on her face as she said, he's one of the school's sponsors this time around, and the principal had asked me to receive him before. Oh, so it has nothing to do with you. Ains' smiling eyes skimmed over Shen Huayan and looked at Sun Yan Yan. Then why don't you mix with me in the entertainment industry? I promise to promote you. How about it? Jim, who got his lines stolen. Sun Yan Yan's back teeth were about to be clenched. What did he mean by this yin and yang? Her eyes glared, wordlessly conveying her dissatisfaction, but Ains was still looking at Sun Yan Yan with a playful face, with a few moments of doting between his brows. Shen Huayan's brows knitted slightly, raised his hand and pulled Sun Yan Yan over, looked coldly at Ains and said, she's not fit to go to the entertainment industry. Even if she wants to go, she has to go through her family's consent and go through a regular company. As he said this, his eyes were fixed on Sun Yan Yan's small face. Do you think so? Sun Yan Yan nodded her head repeatedly, and without even thinking about it, she decisively drew a line with Ains in front of Shen Huayan. That's right, Mr. Ains, I'm not interested in mixing with you in the entertainment industry at all. Ains was about to laugh at Sun Yan Yan's exasperation. This little white wolf, why is his elbow still turned outward? He's helping her, okay? Married to this brat until now, not even a name. Now do not break up, stay for the new year? Chapter 94, She's Mine. Shin Huayan cast a sidelong glance at Sun Yan and spoke without moving. The principal said he was looking for you for something and asked you to go to the principal's office. Sun Yan froze for a moment, subconsciously looking back at the dinner venue, and indeed did not see the shadow of the principal. She wasn't sure what the principal wanted with her now, but she was a little afraid to leave. She was worried that once she left, her eldest brother would find trouble with Shin Huayan. Shin Huayan thought she didn't want to leave the big star she had just met, and was a bit annoyed, but remained patient and admonished, "Maybe it's important to find you, so go and take a look first, huh?" Sun Yan sniffed and visibly hesitated for a moment. Then, "I'll go and take a look first?" Her voice was small, and she didn't know if she was speaking to Shin Huayan or to herself. She made a point of glancing at Ainz before she left, as if to warn him not to mess around. Ainz, of course, noticed Sun Yan's small movements. He couldn't help but hook his lips and give her a slight nod. Who made her their little grandparent? What else can you do but spoil it? As for the man in front of me, the moment Ainz lifted his eyes to meet his brow was no longer as harmless as it had been just moments before. Mr. Shin, this sponsor is quite concerned about the students in the school. She's mine, stay away from her. Shin Huayan's eyes were full of coldness as he stared at Ainz, his eyes full of vigilance. It's like a lion that realizes that its territory has been violated and is ready to fight to the death for it. Ainz was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Shin Huayan to be so blunt. He had heard most of his previous news from Xie Tianji's side. Coupled with the fact that Sun Yan had just turned to Shin Huayan with a wimpy look on his face, he assumed that this man was not the type of person who was good at showing his true feelings. But now, he actually declared his sovereignty directly to him? Interesting. The rebelliousness in Ain's heart was instantly provoked by Shin Huayan. Mr. Shin Yan is still a little girl. It's not certain who she will be with in the future, right? Shin Huayan's brows furrowed, itching to throw the marriage license right in his face. But it's just that he can't. His face sank as he looked coldly at Ainz. True, but no matter what she ever chooses, she will only be mine in the end. This little brat is quite confident in himself. If he knew Yan's true identity, he didn't know if he would still have this confidence. The suitors behind their little sister ranged from foreign tycoons to royalty. Even when these people pursued their little sister, they still fought fear. Ainz suddenly wondered if Shin Huayan would do the same as them if he knew Sun Yan's true identity. Even if his heart reveals a tiny bit of thought that he feels unworthy of Sun Yan, he is already out of the game on the side of their masters and brothers. Surely their little sister should be worthy of the best man in the world. What's the point of being together if you're terrified from the start? They didn't want Sun Yan to commit herself to cooperating with others. With that thought in mind, the corner of Ain's mouth slowly hooked. We'll see then, Mr. Shin. We'll see? Shin Huayan's dark eyes narrowed. He wasn't interested in playing fair game with them all that way. What's his is his. Shin Huayan had never had a single thing he wanted in his life, and he had always felt that after that incident, he had no desire. Until he saw Sun Yan, his heart had a long-lost desire to be exclusive. Getting him to let go is impossible, not in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Sun Yan, who had left the orientation dinner, had already arrived at the door of the principal's office. She knocked lightly on the door and stepped inside. The principal looked up at Sun Yan with a bewildered expression. Yan, why are you here? Something to find me? Sun Yan looked puzzled and said tentatively, just now, Mr. Shin said that you seem to have something to find me. Mr. Shin? The principal was also baffled. Yes? He did just chat with Shin Huayan at the orientation dinner, but he didn't remember saying that he asked him to call Sun Yan over. The principal narrowed his eyes, thinking that Shin Huayan was, after all, the big gold master of their school. Since he said he'd let Sun Yan come to the office, there must be a reason, right? After pondering for a few seconds, the principal decisively picked up a stack of invitations on his desk and handed them to Sun Yan, saying, just in time, you'll bring this invitation over to the host of the welcome party in a moment and have him hand it out. It's an esports tournament that their school will be preparing for in a while. Because it was national in nature, only this time the venue was arranged to their school. He wants to take this opportunity to properly build an esports tournament arena, which naturally requires a lot of sponsorship in between. But the competition is national in nature after all and can be quite a plus. He guessed there were quite a few people who wanted to sponsor it. So take advantage of this orientation dinner to distribute them just in time and kind of warm up ahead of time. Sun Yan came to the principal's office with a bewildered look on her face, and then left again with a confused look on her face, taking the invitation letter from the principal. Her brow furrowed and she eventually headed back the way she came. Just as he was about to cross the last long corridor, a dark shadow suddenly flashed over, pulling Sun Yan into an empty classroom at once. Sun Yan was almost subconsciously about to counterattack, but she heard a familiar voice coming from her ears. Don't be afraid, it's me. In the darkness, Sun Yan couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly, but the familiar voice and scent allowed her to understand at first glance who the person holding her was. Mr. Shin, how did you? Well, the latter words, she didn't even have time to say them before Shin Huayan directly pressed down hard on the door. A sharp breath fell up, causing Sun Yan to stifle a jolt as her entire body stiffened. Shin Huayan's movements flickered. I'll be gentle. With that, his warm breath descended again, strong, yet gentle enough to make the heart tremble. Little by little he went to sucking at the edge of her lips, progressively, his breath seeming a little anxious, his breathing unsteady, landing lightly or heavily on her cheeks, tickling them. Sun Yan was a bit scared at first, but when she heard his soothing words, she instantly got a bit hot under the collar. Couldn't help but grab his front flap to initiate a response. Shin Huayan's heart steeply trembled, and the force of the fall was a bit heavy. Sun Yan gently grunted, and Shin Huayan's figure stiffened momentarily before he snapped her over with extreme gentleness. He didn't want to let go of her. Couldn't let go of her either. In the darkness, vision was hampered, but it made the other senses unusually sharp, especially in this small and ambiguous space, which always made one think of more things that might happen, trying to get him to want more. Nian Su. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice rang out in the empty corridor, and the sound-activated lights in the corridor all lit up almost instantly. Chapter 95. Who can stand it? The petite figure in the darkness shivered. Only then did Shin Huayan reluctantly separate from the person in his arms, but Sun Yan was a little soft on her feet at this time, so she hung loosely on Shin Huayan's neck, like a cute wombat. Shin Huayan's dark eyes drooped and his long arm wrapped around her thin waist. The soft yet slender feel of his hand falling into the crook of his arm made his muscles tense involuntarily. Nian Su. Do you hear a squeak? Xiao Siyu in the corridor scratched his head a little annoyed. He had waited for Sun Yan to come down from the stage and went to find her, who knew that before he could walk over, he was surrounded by a group of people. Although he was a member of the four great families, he still knew how to go through the motions in the business world. I didn't expect that before his side of the stage was finished, Sun Yan had disappeared. He had to come out to look for her, and just as soon as he saw the woman on one foot, he gave him a show of disappearing in place on the next. Who else could stand it? Shin Huayan swept a glance through the window and saw Xiao Siyu on the promenade. There was light on the promenade, but the classroom was dark. In other words, they could see Josie, but Josie couldn't see them. Shin Huayan's head slowly lowered, almost to Sun Yan's ear. Word for word, you're close to Xiao Siyu? Because the distance between the two was too close, Shin Huayan's lips almost every word would rub against her ears as if they were itchy, yet as if they were violently electrocuted, extending from the scalp to the back of the spine were numb and crispy. Her legs got even weaker now. Sun Yan shook her head, lying in his arms and sulking back, not familiar. But his senior brother was called by Josiah. She thought for a moment, climbing her small hands around his neck, and added in a whisper, he probably thinks I owe him a favor for having Eins in residence, and wants me to have one more match with him. Shin Huayan Zhao shaggy things, Shin Huayan knew, so when she said this, Shin Huayan could probably understand. You asked him for help? Shin Huayan's eyebrows raised slightly, and a flash of complexity clearly crossed the bottom of his eyes. It was obvious that this little one was her wife, but he was never the first person she turned to when she needed help as a husband. Is it because of the contract between them? Shin Huayan was a little bit furious. He wanted to break the contract on the spot, but was worried that without the constraints of this contract, Sun Yan wouldn't be able to wait for him for even a year. Sun Yan hung on Shin Huayan's neck and gently shook her head. No, I can sing that song too, there's no need to find a resident singer. It was all because of Joshiu that her eldest brother had been recruited. Otherwise their Mr. Shin couldn't have been so angry. These two underdogs. Shin Huayan was slightly stunned, thinking of Sun Yan's performance just now. Where was that to the extent of being able to sing? What just happened was kind of the end of the line, right? He used to only think that Sun Yan might be a bit luckier than the average person, but now it seemed that his wife was simply a moving treasure trove. It's her ability to drive people crazy when she casually strikes. He was vaguely puzzled. Could Sun Yan really have learned these abilities just by being in the mountains? Shin Huayan's dark eyes drooped. Looking at Sun Yan's innocent little face, it seemed necessary to let he investigate again. Nian Su, where the hell are you? I'm looking for you. Nian Su? Su. Nian. A voice outside called Sun Yan's name, pulling Shin Huayan back to reality. He raised his eyebrows in annoyance and simply lowered his head to kiss again. By the time Shin Huayan let go of Sun Yan again, there was no movement outside for a long time. The darkness had also long since adjusted the eyes of both men to the darkness around them. Shin Huayan looked at Sun Yan's wet and red lips with satisfaction, raising his hand to gently help her rub the watery corners of her lips. Going home? Sun Yan nodded dully, but quickly shook her head again. The invitations haven't been sent out yet, she said, as if she suddenly remembered something, which made her crouch down to look for the invitation she had just carried. By the time she picked the item up, her little face fell. Done. Things seemed to be squeezed out of shape. Shin Huayan saw her little face tangled into a ball, lightly coughed. Give it to Ishi, he can handle it. Really? Sun Yan's pair of watery eyes instantly became bright. Aha. Probably. 10 minutes later, she walked into the school's orientation party holding a stack of invitations squeezed out of shape. He just met Lin Bailu and Lin Dalong's father and daughter who were walking together. Thinking of the results of his previous investigation, she blocked the way of the two. Lin Dalong was visibly stunned, and when he saw that the person standing in the corridor was he immediately put a smile on his face. What are assistant he's orders? As he said this, his eyes silently glanced over Hishi's body, and when he saw what he was holding, he couldn't help but take a second look. Hishi took an invitation from inside and handed it to Lin Dalong, saying, "In a while, Yuqing University is going to prepare for an esports tournament. This is the invitation." The principal's side asked that it be sent to all of you in advance to warm up. Lin Dalong was a bit confused. How come all the invitations from Yuqing University came to Ishi? And more importantly, why is this invitation in his hand wrinkled so badly? Obviously there are quite a few in there that don't look wrinkled. Lin Dalong vaguely felt as if he was being targeted. What was going on? He looked up suspiciously, but saw Hishi still looking at him with a professional smile on her face, unlike the way she was communizing her personal vendetta. I think he's overthinking it. He just happened to take the most wrinkled one. Seeing that Lin Dalong didn't squeak, Hishi continued, "Our wife's recent incident at school, Mr. Lin should also know about it, right?" As soon as his words were spoken, Lin Bailu, who was standing beside Lin Dalong, tensed up. She had just gotten rid of Zhang Nan and Zhao Beibei, so even if Sun Yan complained to Shen Huayan, she shouldn't be able to catch her. Lin Bailu's lips pursed, mentally displeased with Sun Yan's tattletale behavior. She had clearly been disliked by Shen Huayan recently, or else she wouldn't have gone back to live at school. Now taking advantage of this incident, I guess they want to get Shen Huayan's attention? Sure enough, rednecks are all about tact. Lin Dalong also looked at Hishi with uncertainty, and suddenly he thought of the thing Sun Yan had said earlier, and he was instantly alarmed. Raising his hand, he slapped at Lin Bailu. Pop! The slap was extraordinarily loud and knocked Lin Bailu off her feet on the spot. Hishi was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Dalong to be so conscious and immediately guessed that today's incident was Lin Bailu's doing. Assistant don't worry, our Nian has definitely never dated any other boys. That boyfriend of Bailu's is a scumbag. He deliberately climbed on Nian's back to get those rumors. Chapter 96, Blowing Up the Divine Sister-in-Law. Lin Dalong spoke with a pleading face, as if he deeply resented this matter. Lin Bailu, who was hit with a dumbfounded look on her face. Hishi, who had absolutely no idea what Lin Dalong was talking about, was. The slap came too suddenly, giving Hishi almost a whole won't. He had originally wanted to warn the father and daughter in disguise against any further thoughts about their wife. I didn't realize there was a windfall. He coughed lightly. This is Mr. Lin's family matter. It's not for me, an outsider, to judge, but I will convey Mr. Lin's attitude towards these matters on his behalf. She said, nodded at the two, and left straight away. It was then that Lin Dalong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Lin Bailu, who was beaten on one side, cried unwillingly, Oh, Dad, why did you hit me? Lin Dalong's brows suddenly furrowed, his face staring at Lin Bailu in displeasure as he asked, Are you having a boyfriend outside? I didn't. Her voice sounded small and nasal, and she looked too pathetic to be chastised. If it was usual for Lin Bailu to just show this kind of expression, Lin Dalong would definitely forget about it. But now Lin Dalong acted as if he didn't see it and continued to pursue. What's with the rumors at school about you and Sun Yan stealing your boyfriend? Don't say you don't know. Lin Bird was stuck for a moment. It's hard to believe that the police went looking for Lin Darren? Can't be. She pursed her lips, just wanted to open her mouth, then she heard Lin Dalong say, I don't care what you have in mind for Nian and Shen Huayan in the future, it's best not to get it out in the open, if it affects our family's business, you know the consequences. Lin Bailu stared at Lin Dalong's icy gaze and couldn't help but shiver. She knew that Lin Dalong wasn't joking, so she could only nod sullenly, I know Dad. Only when Lin Dalong left did Lin Bailu slowly loosen her palm that was about to be pinched by her nails. Nian Su. It's Nian Su again. Why is this damn woman such a... Because of Su Nian's stunning performance at the school gala, she was on the front page of the entertainment industry the next day. The ethereal girl is generating buzz with Land of the Sky. The high face of a young girl who fell to earth detonates on the internet. National treasure singer versus ethereal girl. Sister-in-law is on fire, isn't she? Shen Huaisu flipped through all the headlines related to Su Nian on his cell phone, almost all of which were explosive. This kind of situation was rare even in their gaming circles. Shen Huarua scooped a spoonful of white porridge to his mouth before saying slowly, She's the sister-in-law who can win $122.5 billion in the 100 Flowers Hall, and to be able to fire up the entertainment industry because of a song, I don't think it's rare at all. Shen Huaisu nodded, as if he was suddenly convinced by Shen Huarua. Makes sense. Their sister-in-law has a great face and a lot of luck. If it weren't for the fact that the 100 Flowers Hall couldn't be publicized, their sister-in-law would have been blown up. When Shen Huaisu thought that such a bullish person was his sister-in-law, the whole person was instantly refreshed. Shen Huaishi looked at the two of them, Shen Huarua and Shen Huaisu, singing in unison, and pressed his temples with a bit of a headache. Have the two of you ever thought of one thing? What? Both of them looked at Shen Huaishi at almost the same time. Because Master Shin wasn't feeling well, he didn't come to breakfast, and their sister-in-law and big brother hadn't come yet, so Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu were able to gossip so recklessly. Shin Huiji's head hurt even more as he listened to the two men's divinely synchronized words. Big brother and sister-in-law are now married in secret to the outside world. If sister-in-law catches fire, the paparazzi who will follow her around will definitely be few and far between. Do you guys think that sister-in-law will still be able to come home and live there? That's definitely not possible. They are fine, but their big brother. A few people suddenly remembered that Su Nian had gone back to school for 2 days before, and their big brother had been like dynamite with the fuse already lit. Bomb them anytime, anywhere. The entire Shin family was clouded over those 2 days, and the air pressure was so low that it was suffocating. Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu unconsciously glanced at each other. This kind of thing should never happen again. Just as the three people were thinking about how to respond, Su Nian followed Shin Huaiyan to the dining table. Su Nian noticed almost immediately that Master Shin hadn't come to breakfast. In the past, he came the earliest. She raised her eyebrows suspiciously and asked, "Where's Grandpa?" Shin Huaiji laughed lightly. "Grandpa is a bit unwell, so he won't eat breakfast with us." Su Nian suddenly thought that when she had investigated the situation of the Shin family before, she had indeed mentioned that Elder Shin's health had not been very good in recent years. Every now and then you have to be hospitalized. She had been staring at people targeting the Shin family lately, and had almost forgotten about Master Shin. It seemed like it was necessary to find a suitable excuse in order to approach Elder Shin to probe his condition. Shin Huayan saw Su Nian's little face wrinkled together, thinking that she was worried about Master Shin's condition, and his heart instantly softened. He raised his hand and patted her little head. "Don't worry, Grandpa's side has second brother watching over it. It's not a big problem. If you're worried, you can go see Grandpa." Su Nian's eyes abruptly lit up. Then, "Can I also be next to Grandpa when he sees the doctor? Will it affect Grandpa's treatment?" As soon as her words left her mouth, the three of them, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu, immediately brainstormed. Su Nian was on fire right now, and if she left the house today, she would definitely be stared at on her way to school. It would be inconvenient for her to come back then even if she wanted to, but if she doesn't go out during the recent fire. Shin Huaiji was immediately the first to speak up. "Grandpa's body has always been old, but if he's in a good mood, he'll recover a little faster, and Grandpa likes sister-in-law so much, so if sister-in-law accompanies him, Grandpa might still get better a little faster." When he said this, he quickly passed a glance to both Shin Huaisu and Shin Huairua. The two men immediately followed suit and helped out. Well, I think so too. At noon just happened to come a Chinese medicine practitioner. Grandpa hates taking bitter medicine, no one to watch him, probably won't even take the medicine. Sister-in-law, you can just go as a supervisor. Shin Huairua followed Shin Huaiji's words and also arranged a reasonable identity for Su Nian. Shin Huaisu silently gave Shin Huairua a thumbs up under the table and nodded her head as well. "Sister-in-law, don't look at Grandpa who is usually so majestic. When he takes his medicine, TSK. If you, sister-in-law, went to see Grandpa take his medicine, he would definitely eat it with a hard-on in order not to lose face. Put it this way, I also want to follow to see. It's..." Su Nian looked at Shin, the great filial son, Huaisu, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Does Grandpa have to drink Chinese medicine every time he gets sick?" Chapter 97, She's here to repay a favor, not to start a business. Shin Huaisu shrugged. "No, Grandpa, his body has never been very good, that's why he needs a Chinese doctor to regulate it often." As soon as they talked about Elder Shin's condition, several people also clearly carried a few points of helplessness. It's human nature to live and die, but when it's your loved one's turn, it can still be hard to accept. Elder Shin's condition had deteriorated greatly in recent years, and although the Shin family's medical treatment was already top-notch, it could only maintain Elder Shin's condition from deteriorating greatly. That's all. Otherwise, their big brother probably wouldn't have married so obediently, right? Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu were so unified in their goals that it was hard for Shin Huayan not to discover their intentions. His eyelids blinked slightly, and his eyes landed on Su Nian's small face as he asked, Nian, do you want to enter the entertainment industry?" The three Shin family brothers were so shocked that they were instantly silenced. On the contrary, Su Nian was a bit confused. She didn't know how Shin Huayan jumped from her grandfather's condition to the matter of entering the entertainment industry all of a sudden. She raised her head to meet Shin Huayan's dark eyes and gently shook her head. "I don't want to enter the entertainment industry. She's not short on money and she doesn't like that much attention. What's more, she had come to the country to repay a favor, not to start a business. If her master and brothers knew that she had traveled far into the country in order to become an actress, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. At least his eldest brother would be the first to spit blood." Shin Huayan thought that she was worried that turning into an artist would affect the contract between them. His dark eyes blinked slightly as he said lightly, "If you want to be an entertainer, go for it and don't feel any pressure." He wanted to keep her with him though, hated to lock her up and not let anyone pay attention to her. But that would be too cruel to her. She was like a bright moon in the sky that you could see just by looking up, so bright, so different. It's like you can reach out and touch it, but it's so far out of reach. "Mr. Shin, I don't want to be an entertainer. Sun Yen Yen ate her breakfast in silence and thought of a suitable way to say it. I don't like to be overly noticed, and I won't be able to eat as much good food after becoming an entertainer, and I've heard that you have to lose weight to be an entertainer. Speaking of this, Sun Yen Yen's entire little face wrinkled. If you can't eat burgers and fried chicken, or drink milk tea and eat chips, life has lost half of its meaning. Shin Huayan didn't expect Sun Yen Yen to give up being an artist because she couldn't eat good food. But looking at the serious and torn look on her face, he couldn't help but tickle the corners of his lips. Also, how does someone who can give his winnings of $1,225 million care about being in showbiz as a star or not? He reached out and pinched Sun Yen Yen's small face, and in passing, he placed a small snack on his dinner plate on her dinner plate. Eat more if you like it, don't go if you don't want to go over to the entertainment industry. I recently asked Hishi to go and lower the hot search, just stay at home in the next 2 days, and by the way, keep grandpa company. Aha! Sun Yen Yen nodded repeatedly, a pair of bright eyes curved in a smile. The three Shin family brothers silently ate the breakfast on their plates, and the look they gave Shin Huayan had changed from shock to admiration. Worthy of being their big brother, even when they bring things to the surface, they can easily smooth things over. Is that why the three of them bachelors don't have wives? Shortly after breakfast, Shin Huayan, Shin Huaiji, and Shin Huairuo all went to work. Because Shin Huaisu was going to participate in the esports intensive training, Sun Yen Yen finished breakfast and went alone to the backyard that Master Shin used for convalescence. The Shin family's villa was somewhat similar to the model of a courtyard house, but on a larger scale. She walked down the long corridor past the hanging door and turned 2 more long corridors in a row before arriving at the room where Master Shin was. Just as he entered the door, he saw Elder Shin sitting in the living room leaning back in his rocking chair with narrowed eyes. Sitting beside him was an old gentleman in his prime, who had white hair and looked a bit immortal. How can I put it? Just feel like I can see the big picture. Grandpa! Sun Yen Yen called out sweetly as soon as she entered. When Master Shin heard the sound, he slowly opened his eyes, and seeing Sun Yen Yen's smiling little face, he couldn't help but smile along with it. Why are you here? Didn't go to school? Sun Yen Yen sat on the side and watched as the old Chinese doctor on the side took Master Shin's pulse, and said in a well-behaved manner, I've come here specifically to be a supervisor for Grandpa, in order to let Grandpa regain his health as soon as possible, so I'll take this job. You ah! Master Shin was amused by her moods are following suit. Recently, because Sun Yen Yen married into the Shin family, Shin Huayan was surrounded by a lot of peace, and he also followed the relief. I didn't realize that the body was not working again. He couldn't help but worry a little about the brats who had only just started a family when he thought about his failing body. It always felt like just closing his eyes, he wouldn't be at peace when he got down there. Sun Yen Yen noticed Master Shin's low mood, suddenly stretched out his small hand and grabbed Master Shin's arm, following the example of the old Chinese doctor on the side, and also gave Master Shin a pulse. She frowned tightly with a very serious look, making Elder Shin couldn't help but laugh softly. What? You want to treat Grandpa too? Sun Yen Yen's fingertips didn't leave Master Shin's pulse, but on his face he smiled and winked at him. Don't worry, I'm a professional, let me study it carefully, and I'll make sure you live a long life. The old Chinese doctor at the side originally thought that the little girl in front of him was purely trying to amuse the old man, but when he saw the way she took her pulse, his eyes suddenly gave a start. Does she really know Chinese medicine? However, the old Chinese doctor quickly dismissed the idea in his heart. A yellow hair girl, even if she knew a little bit of skin, it would not help. Elder Shin's physical condition would not be worse at most even if he was warmed up according to the current situation. But his deteriorating health was the nail in the coffin. Conservative treatment is considered the best option at this point in time, regardless of Chinese or Western medicine. Of course Master Shin didn't take Sun Yen Yen's pulse seriously, but knowing that she was saving her heart to make him happy, he naturally went along with her. He looked at her with a light smile on his somewhat tired brow. Well, you're going to have to give me a good talking to about this grandpa situation. His body, he knows. I've been taking more and more medication over the past few years and my health has not gotten better at all. There may be no telling when he'll just say goodbye to the world with a little cold. He's still a little upset. Sun Yen Yen glanced at Master Shin, slowly retracted his small hand, with an inscrutable squint, and said, Grandpa, your situation is not a big problem. It's just a little bit of a lack of vitamins. Wait for me to go to the kitchen in a while to make you some fruit candies, to ensure that the body will be twice as great in the future, and to eat a lot of good food. Chapter 98. A little cutie can't be denied. Elder Shin cried and laughed a little for a while. Fructose is now a cure for serious illnesses. Sun Yen Yen stole a glance at Elder Shin, knowing that what she had just said was outrageous. But Elder Shin's condition was indeed a bit tricky, but it wasn't much of a problem for her. Indeed, just a little fructose is enough, because it was her special. As long as you insist on eating for a few months, and nourish Master Shin's body that has suffered losses in the past few years, and then follow up by relying on these traditional Chinese medicine doctors and Western medicine doctors invited by the Shin family to take care of him, living a long life is really not a problem. Of course, she couldn't tell the truth. The so-called candies she brought here were the genetic improvements she had made at her third senior brother's research base. This finished R&D product is currently under wraps. Because there were so many issues involved, her third brother wasn't going to publicize it. So she can't tell where things come from. Sun Yan saw that Master Shin didn't open his mouth to say anything, so she hugged his arm and pampered herself. Grandpa, have you forgotten why you let me marry into the Shin family before? Elder Shin was also stunned. At first, it was because he wanted to give Shin Huayan a daughter-in-law who could calm the house and block the evil spirits that he allowed Sun Yan to marry into the Shin family. He had no choice but to beat a dead horse before. But since Sun Yan came to the Shin family, those messy unlucky things were indeed gone. He was feeling a little metaphysical. Sun Yan saw that Master Shin seemed to be a little shaken, then he patted his chest and said, Grandpa, I'm the legendary Koi Ben Koi. When I take the finished candy to open a light, your body will definitely get better after eating it, she said, pulling a pink peach candy box out of her pocket. Just one peach-flavored fruit candy for today, and I'll fill the rest for you when I'm done. Master Shin was not in a position to make her sad, so he took the fruit candy and ate it. The peach-flavored aroma spread through his mouth, the sweet taste making his long-dormant taste buds tingle. I don't know if it was psychological, but he actually felt warm all over. The stuffiness in my heart that had been caused by the cold was mostly gone. He looked at Sun Yan with a puzzled gaze, and when he was about to speak, he saw her take a fruit candy from the box and throw it into her little mouth, then looked at him with a smile and asked, Grandpa, is the candy sweet? Elder Shin was stunned. The feeling he just had should be an illusion. After all, it's just a fruit candy, how can it be therapeutic? Maybe it's because the medication I took earlier is working. Elder Shin's body was much more comfortable, and he looked at Sun Yan with a more gentle expression as he nodded. Sweet, very sweet. The smile on Sun Yan's face became even brighter. Then, I'll make a few more boxes for Grandpa in a while, and when Grandpa's done eating them, he'll come back to me for more, okay? Good. Who can say no to a cutie who is all about making you happy? At the same time, the president's office of Shin Group. She looked at Shin Huayan with an apprehensive face. Since the morning work, their husband's face didn't seem to look too good. The entire office was also silent, the air pressure so low it was almost suffocating. He lightly coughed, cough. Mister, before our people went to contact Shinhai's side, there is already news. Shin Huayan's dark eyes narrowed, raising his eyes to look at Ishii. The aura around him finally calmed down quite a bit. His chin lifted slightly, his voice faint. Did you find out that what happened before was related to Shinhai? The things that had happened to him in the last few years, he had left it to Ishii to investigate. For him everyday injuries or a little accident or whatever, he doesn't care. But not anymore. He's got a wife. Wife is delicate and too vulnerable. If he didn't fix the hidden dangers from before, the one who would be injured might be Sun Yan. She froze slightly and placed the information in his hand in front of Shin Huayan. According to the investigation, some things are indeed tied to Shinhai's people, but the connection is too weak. Shin Huayan raised his hand and flipped through the information at hand, his fingertips gently tapping on the paper of the information, and then he raised his eyes to look at Ishii again. I asked you to plant someone over at Shinhai before, how did it go? Shinhai's internal reallocation has just been completed, and there are many edges and corners they shouldn't be able to take into account. It's the perfect time to plant an eyeball. Ishii nodded. People have been planted in a few, but they are all on the fringes, and there is also the fact that the person we sent to pretend to be a customer before was almost followed by the people on Shinhai's side. Shinhai's internal control is very strict nowadays, and it's not good to get in touch. Those who have access are also small shrimps and get very limited information. Mr. Their family suspected that Shinhai was related to the Shin family's various previous downfalls, which was why he had his men pretend to be enemies of the Shin family to get in touch with Shinhai's people. I didn't realize they were quite alert, and it hadn't been long since they made contact before someone was onto them. If it weren't for the resourcefulness of their handlers, this would be a time when their vests might have been torn down. Shin Huayan's dark eyes narrowed. It seems that Shinhai's boss has a good wrist. She raised an eyebrow in confusion. Sir, are you talking about Hang Yi? Shinhai. Since the former boss kicked out, the entire Shinhai internal reform can be said to be bold, which is how long. The entire Shinhai is like a transformation of the general. It's really impressive to be able to do that. Unexpectedly, Shin Huayan gently shook his head. No, I'm talking about the real boss of Shinhai. Hang Yi is a front. The man he'd been in contact with, a bit of skill, but not much. The one who could turn Shinhai into what he is now would never be someone like him. She was also shocked, but Shinhai's current boss is indeed Hang Yi. Although he didn't know why Shin Huayan would say that, since their mister suspected it, there must be a reason for him to suspect it. The corner of Shin Huayan's mouth hooked. Do you still remember what was the one thing that surprised you the most when you investigated Shinhai before? Of course it was Shinhai's boss who was pulled down overnight, with absolutely no warning. She couldn't help but TSK at the thought. At that time, Shinhai's ex-boss was mixing as if he was in the middle of the day, and it's also impressive that someone with such deep roots was plucked clean in a matter of moments. That's right. If Hang Yi really had such skills, he wouldn't have been pressed to work under him all this time. Shin Huayan analyzed slowly and methodically. Besides, Hang Yi doesn't have that kind of power nor that kind of strength. She thought about it carefully, and it did seem to be the case. His brows couldn't help but wrinkle up. This person has such skillful means and hides so deeply, I'm afraid it's not simple. That shouldn't be this behind the scenes Shinhai boss letting Hung Yi contact Mrs. Right? Chapter 99, Fishing out the big man behind the scene. If that was true, their wife was in a very dangerous situation indeed. As soon as Hishi's words fell, Shin Hwayan's face became even more ugly. He was indeed right. On the contrary, that little guy's relationship with Hung Yi was still very unusual. What a headache. Shin Hwayan sighed, raised his hand and took off the glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and pressed his brow bone. He couldn't tell Su Nyen the truth, and he couldn't leave her to it. Shin Hwayan's dark eyes narrowed. Hishi, send out the people who contacted Shinhai last time once more, and have them send a message to Hung Yi to cooperate with them once more. But this time, they have to meet their real boss before they can talk about cooperation. Hishi's eyes brightened abruptly. Sir, are you trying to fish out that real boss behind their scenes? Aha! Shin Hwayan nodded, with a few sharp lights under his eyes. Just because he didn't care before doesn't mean he doesn't care now. Shin Hwayan thought of this, and then instructed, handle the identities of those boys a little cleaner, don't make any mistakes, the other party is not such a good person to deal with. Yes sir, leave this matter to me. Hishi couldn't help but get excited. Their mister has changed his temperament since he went through that incident. Someone who was obviously so warm and fervent became so apathetic and unquestioning. He thought that this cold nature of his was going to follow him for the rest of his life and would never change. He didn't expect that after Su Nyen appeared, he vaguely saw a bit of Shin Hwayan's shadow back then. He was now incredibly hopeful that Su Nyen would be able to secure the position of Mrs. Shin. By the way, there is another thing. Shin Hwayan said, his eyebrows slightly downward. Seems a little hesitant. Hishi was even more curious now. What else does sir have to order? Shin Hwayan's eyelids drooped, and he pondered for a moment. Investigate Su Nyen's information again. Is Mr. Suspecting Mrs. Hishi did not hold back, immediately opened his mouth to exonerate Su Nyen, since Mrs. came to the Shin family, Mr. side of the accident is gone, Mrs. helped the third young master to get the contract, but also from the side of the Shin family won $122.5 billion back. How to look at Mrs. does not look like someone else inserted to the eyes of Mr. You have to believe in Mrs. Ah. Hishi saw that Shin Hwayan didn't make a sound, and thought that the example he just cited didn't convince him, so he directly played the emotion card for him. Mrs. has been wrongly raised in the countryside since she was a child, and now that she's hardly back, she's still being pitted by her own father and mother, and as a result, when she married Mr. she still had to sign a one-year agreement that she would have to get divorced. It's just too pathetic. The corners of Shin Hwayan's mouth twitched, feeling that he didn't seem to be involved in this contract. Obviously he drew up all the rules and regulations. Shin Hwayan suddenly felt his head hurt even more. He raised a hand and rubbed his temples. I'm not asking you to investigate her. I'm not suspecting her. I just think it's unusual for her to show these gifts to the outside world and want to know more about her past. She then breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. I thought Mr. wanted to change his wife. At 2 p.m., Su Nyen sealed all the finished candies in one small jar and sent them to Master Shin's room. Only then did she go back to her and Shin Hwayan's room. She lay on the bed and picked up her cell phone and was planning to show Shin Hwayan the results of her afternoon, when she saw that the group of her and her master and the 7 senior brothers in WeChat seemed to have exploded. The message has spiked to 99 plus at this point. She raised an eyebrow suspiciously and tapped on the group message, skipping straight to the beginning. This look didn't matter. She then realized that her eldest brother had posted the video of her finale performance at the orientation party to the group. A few of the other senior brothers in the group swarmed to say that she was biased, that she was on the same stage as her eldest brother and didn't call a few of them. Forced backstabbing of Nini and Su. The few senior brothers who were originally in the group in impotent rage immediately popped out one by one once they saw Su Nyen had sent the message. Eldest brother, Nyen, tell him out loud that eldest brother is the one you love the most, right? Third brother, Nyan. Tell third senior brother you were forced to do it, right? I'm going to poison and mute eldest brother to avenge you now. Second senior brother, I'll support you. Third senior brother, I'll defend you when you poison and mute eldest brother. Fourth brother, third brother I support you. When you go to jail, I'll help you with technical support to help you reduce your sentence. Fifth brother, I'll support you. Third brother, I'll be your witness. Sixth brother, I'm with you. Third brother, my heart is with you. Seventh brother, I'm with you. Third brother plus 10086. The corners of Su Nyen's mouth twitched once again. What kind of senior brothers did she have? One on the run maniac? There's no one else either. Su Nyen couldn't help but sigh as her cell phone typed a string of words on the screen. I didn't ask eldest brother to come. He was asked to sing the grand finale by a classmate from our school. She didn't dare say that she was being counted on to sing the song. Otherwise, these few senior brothers of hers would definitely have to explode in place and immediately apply for a route to fly directly to the capital. Second brother, big brother, you're operating at 666. A university can get a national treasure singer. Why didn't I think of that? I also have clients in China. I can too. Third brother, makes sense, I have a few hospitals in my country too, they need me. Fourth brother, tech companies are quick to acquire a few at home, it's time to start my multinational industry. Fifth brother, I think the domestic landscape is just right for the style of painting I've been doing lately, I need that inspiration. Sixth brother, I've heard that there's an esports tournament in China recently, I want to compete for my country. Seventh brother, I've been invited to quite a few runway shows in China lately, and I want to show off my talent. Xia Tianji, cough cough cough. I heard that domestic retirement is not bad. When people get old, they have to return to their roots. Su Nian Nian couldn't bear it anymore as she watched them all pop out one by one cheekily. No way. None of you are allowed to come to Shangjing anymore. Her eldest brother had made a trip and she was already in the limelight. What if her senior brothers plus the master came together? Abroad, they couldn't reach them. If they came to the country, under their noses, if someone dared to touch her, the sky of Shangjing would be overturned by them. There goes her joy. Su Nian Nian's message had just been sent out, and the group was wailing all over the place. Seeing that the group message has once again become 99 plus, Su Nian Nian also felt a headache coming on. If she didn't take a step back, these senior brothers of hers were bound to come in front of her in different ways to brush up their presence. When the time comes, let's not talk about repaying the favor. Her vest fell off in minutes. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes narrowed, and her little head spun rapidly. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, so she picked up her cell phone and typed a line quickly in the group. Chapter 100, Beating the Snake to 7 inches. People won't be able to come, but I can collect things. I remember that 7th brother has recently made quite a few good-looking clothes again. Isn't that right, 7th brother? It's 7th brother. 7th brother, that's for sure. My Nian Nian has to wear the most beautiful clothes every year. Wait, 7th brother will pack it up and send it to you by international courier right away. Su Nian Nian, 7th brother is great. Thoughts. The group made another ruckus when they saw that Su Nian Nian had individually its 7th brother. Third elder brother, Nian Nian, I've got all the research materials you asked for before, so when the time comes, I'll have the hospital in China prepare a separate lab for you and have someone arrange for the stuff to go there. Fourth brother, I will also arrange an electronic engineering laboratory for you on the domestic side as soon as possible, and the manpower needed can be put in place as soon as possible, and of course other gifts will not be missing. Second brother, ditto, gift UP. Su Nian Nian was secretly relieved when she saw that the attention of the several senior brothers had all been drawn away by what she had just said. She thought about it and sent another message to the group. Remember to pack and send the things you sent me to school for me, love you guys. 3. Redheart. Although she lived in Shin's house, she had trouble explaining so many international deliveries, so she might as well just mail them all to the school. When the time came, it would not be a problem whether it was placed in the school dormitory or brought back to Shin's house. Eldest brother, Roger. Second brother, Roger. Third brother, Roger. It was quite overcast as we approached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It didn't take long for it to start drizzling. At this moment, Lin Bailu was sitting in the interrogation room of the police station. The whole person was annoyed. She had previously underestimated Su Nian Nian this year at school, and she dared to really call the police. What struck her as even more outrageous was that the police had picked up the story, and there was no intention of going through the motions and letting her go. I don't know if it's pressure from the Shin family's side. Of course, it wasn't her fault. It was true that the Shin family didn't know about Su Nian Nian being slandered by her at school, but thanks to Lin Dalong's slap in the face, she immediately set about investigating, and soon learned the ins and outs of the matter. Their wife is being bullied, how can he, an assistant, stand by and do nothing? He decisively reported it to Shin Huayan. After their Mr. Pat, directly to the police station on the grounds that the right to reputation of Yuqing University was infringed on the police. The Rain Green University is a century-old school, and the social impact involved is so serious that it can even be prosecuted. So the police had to take it seriously. Student Lin, are you sure that your boyfriend Lin Zihao told you that he cheated on Su Nian Nian? The male police officer sitting in the interrogation room stared at Lin Bailu, his words extraordinarily resonant. They had already investigated this so-called Lin Zihao, and it didn't match up at all with what Lin Bailu had said. Not to mention whether she had this boyfriend or not, just by looking at her and Su Nian Nian there was almost nothing to cross paths with, let alone this imaginary boyfriend of hers. Lin Bailu was already weak-minded, and these questions had been asked so many times over and over again that she herself was about to lose her grip. She could only pull out her usual tricks again, and pitifully said, I might have been duped. He only said his name was Lin Zihao. As for how he hooked up with Su Nian Nian, I'm not sure. Student Lin, you really don't take us cops seriously. The police officer sitting in front of Lin Bailu's face instantly wrinkled his eyebrows. No matter what you said before about dating Lin Zihao or getting along, it's all loopholes, and even this person is completely false. Lin Bailu was even more flustered now. Uncle Police, how is this possible? I'm telling the truth. The two policemen were also directly speechless. If they didn't have a work ethic, they would really want to curse. If you're telling the truth, then how did you make your boyfriend invisible in a place where there are cameras everywhere? Suddenly, a delicate voice came through the doorway of the interrogation room. Everyone's eyes immediately looked over, just in time to see a little girl in a short denim skirt standing in the doorway. Since it was still raining outside, she had a short, large plaid shirt over it. She nodded at the two police officers sitting in the interrogation room and smiled lightly. I'm Sun Yen Yen, the informant of this slander case. Officers, we've met before at school. Her generous and decent appearance was in stark contrast to Lin Bailu, who had been looking for reasons to try and lie. The two officers originally had a good impression of Sun Yen Yen, and when they saw that she had cooperated in coming to the police station despite the rain, their faces followed suit with smiles. In fact, in this kind of defamation case, the person concerned can be absent during the investigation. Come in and sit down, this libel case is almost done being investigated. One of the officers slowly opened his mouth. What demands do you have on the person who slandered you? You can mention them first. Lin Bailu saw that the two people in front of her sided with Sun Yen Yen as soon as they opened their mouths, and immediately became dissatisfied. Police uncle, will you be too arbitrary? This matter is obviously not yet investigated. You think she is the victim? The police officer sniffed, his brows also frowned. Are you lying or not? Aren't you clear about it yourself? You have a boyfriend thing. There is no human evidence and no physical evidence. Even the video on the street did not capture the evidence that you have interacted with any man. This is in the middle of the real or fake. Still need us to say? Lindbergh was stuck for a moment. She was so focused on smearing Sun Yen Yen that she didn't think about it at all. She pursed her lips and was just about to say that they met all indoors, when she heard Sun Yen Yen open her mouth quietly. I advise you to better not say that you meet with your boyfriend all indoors where there is no surveillance. Sun Yen Yen cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bailu. Otherwise, your Lin family's Missy's persona as a clear and cold beauty in the Shinjing circle is going to crumble. This time Lin Bailu was completely motionless. In fact, even if Lin Bailu said that, she couldn't salvage anything. Even if there was no surveillance in the room, it wasn't like there wasn't any outside. Just ask a random question or two, and she'll absolutely flip out again. However, Sun Yen Yen was too lazy to continue wasting any more time with her, so she directly hit her 7 inches. Sun Yen Yen saw Lin Bailu not squeak anymore, and only then did she look at the two officers in front of her with a smile and said, my request as a victim is very simple. One is for her to apologize publicly herself, and the other is for the school to make a public announcement of the original circumstances of this matter directly within the school. No way. I don't agree. As soon as Sun Yen Yen's words left her mouth, Lin Bailu immediately vetoed her request. If she did, how would she hold her head up at school in the future? Not to mention the school, her reputation in the upper Beijing circle is finished. Her resentful eyes stared at Sun Yen Yen, itching to stare a few holes out of her on the spot. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was another knock on the door of the interrogation room. Chapter 101, The Successes and the Failures. Everyone's eyes once again looked at the doorway, and they saw Lin Dalong walk in, while Zhao Feng followed behind him. Comrade policeman, I am both of them. Dad. Mom. Before Lin Dalong could finish his words, Lin Bailu rushed over with an arrow step and hugged Zhao Feng behind him. She whimpered and strained her neck, looking like she had been wronged. Zhao Feng looked down at Lin Bailu's pitiful appearance, raised her hand and patted her back, and said to the two people in front of her, Comrade police officer, I am Lin Bailu's mother. When her words came to this, as if she realized something, she changed her words again and said, I am the mother of both Lin Bailu and Sun Yen Yen. The two of them are just little twists and turns between sisters, and it's not worth wasting your energy on, comrade police officers. As she said this, her eyes unconsciously swept over Sun Yen Yen. At this moment, she was sitting obediently on a chair in the room, leisurely watching the two people, Zhao Feng and Lin Bailu, who were both mothers and daughters. When Zhao Feng saw this, his brows frowned fiercely again. The two officers also looked at the few people in front of them with a surprised look on their faces. Partly because I didn't expect the two to be sisters, and partly because I didn't expect the two parents to be able to be biased to such an extent. They knew with a clear eye that it was Lin Bailu who had slandered Sun Yen Yen and spread rumors in the school. But both of their parents were clearly here to help Lin Bailu as soon as they walked in the door, so it was obvious how biased they were. Sun Yen Yen naturally also saw the surprise in the bottom of the eyes of the two officers, so this slowly opened his mouth. In fact, this situation is also one of the reasons why I reported the case. Her voice was shallow with a hint of helplessness. Sun Yen Yen was already petite and small, and with a slight pursing of her small mouth, her forlorn appearance could stir up an instinctive desire for protection. Not to mention she's the victim. The matter of Lin Bailu slandering Sun Yen Yen and causing the school's reputation to be destroyed is no longer a mere personal act, much less a case that can be written off with a casual word from you. The officer looked at the two men gravely, with a touch of displeasure between his eyebrows. And now that Lin Bailu's slandering of Sun Yen Yen is proven, you guys better think about how to make it up to the victim. Zhao Feng couldn't believe her ears. How could that be? There's no need for our Lulu to slander that country girl, she. Shut up. Before Zhao Feng could finish his sentence, he was met with a fierce glare from Lin Dalong. He stared at her viciously, almost through clenched teeth, and said, Didn't you hear the comrade policeman say that the evidence in this matter is overwhelming? He had only just befriended Sun Yen Yen before, and this woman was surprisingly trying to cause trouble again. It's really a make or break situation. The two officers couldn't help but skim their mouths as they listened to the conversation between the two. Alright, the victim didn't make any excessive demands, just two. One is that she herself publicly apologizes, and the other is that the school will make the original story of this matter directly publicized within the school. No. Now Zhao Feng and Lin Daolong spoke almost simultaneously. Hearing that Lin Bailu had also refused, she couldn't help but tick the corner of her mouth triumphantly at Sun Yanyan. She was not as important as Sun Yanyan and Lin Daolong's, but she was still indispensable. Even if Lin Daolong wanted to sell her for a good price in the future, he wouldn't easily let her reputation be tarnished. Sun Yanyan's calculations were going to come to nothing this time. Ha! Sun Yanyan's eyebrows raised slightly, not at all surprised by the current situation. It wouldn't be fun if their family of three got slapped to death without even struggling. The two officers on the side could not look on directly. Do you think the police station is run by your family? Do you think the police station is your family? Let me tell you, the way things are now, if you don't get the victim's forgiveness, she has the right to file a public indictment, and by then it won't be as simple as apologizing. Parents who are as meddlesome as they are might as well just sue. When Zhao Feng heard this, he immediately panicked. She hugged Lin Bailu, and with one pair of eyes she looked at Sun Yanyan, rebuking. Sun Yanyan, do you hate Lulu that much? Do you hate her so much that you can't wait for her to lose her reputation? If you still want to recognize me as your mother, withdraw the case immediately. Zhao Feng knew that Sun Yanyan was now favored in the Shin family, but she only had a one-year contract with the Shin family. In the future, after the divorce, only the Lin family can be relied on. Sun Yanyan wasn't stupid and definitely wanted to go back to the Lin family after the divorce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted the goodwill released by her husband and wanted to make peace with the Lin family. So she didn't take Sun Yanyan seriously at all. The daughter she's raised for 20 years is much more important to her than the daughter she hasn't seen in 20 years. Sun Yanyan shrugged. Since Ms. Zhao has said so, it's disavowed. After she said this, she looked at the two officers and said, Comrade police officer, I don't want this apology, I'm going to file a direct indictment and wait for the judge to do me justice. Yes. The two officers almost clapped their hands. What kind of reasoning do you have with such a biased person? Wait. Lin Daolong's eyebrows wrinkled at once. He did just get lucky with Sun Yanyan, thinking that she would be bluffed by Zhao Feng, not realizing that this temper of hers is really not to be bucked at all. Back when they first met, Sun Yanyan was the one who looked like she wasn't afraid of the sky or the earth. He had thought that after spending some time in the Shin family, she would have tightened up quite a bit. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. Lin Daolong gritted his teeth and lowered his stance to plead with Sun Yanyan, if you bring the indictment, your sister will be finished, can you bear it? Why wouldn't I put up with it? She was able to smear me at school, and I can't find someone to do me justice? Sun Yanyan almost didn't roll her eyes on the spot. Playing the emotional card with her? Kidding? Do they have feelings for each other? Lin Daolong choked a little, opened her mouth, and tried to say something again before Sun Yanyan lifted her hand directly in front of her and made a stopping motion. Your family would be better off thinking about whether it's better to apologize or just become the defendant. Don't try to reason with me and morally kidnap me. After all, I don't have any morals, and you don't have any either. Put. The two officers at the side didn't hold back their laughter at Sun Yanyan's words. No morals so you don't get morally abducted, but okay? This little girl, she's so funny. The two officers were having a hard time holding back their laughter, and the three people, Lin Daolong, Zhao Feng, and Lin Bailu, had ugly faces. If Sun Yanyan is determined to sue Lin Bailu, none of them can stop her. After all, they had never gotten the better of Sun Yanyan among their encounters with him. She really didn't care about their Lin family. Yan, why don't we discuss it again? Lin Daolong tentatively opened his mouth, his sight clearly carrying a few points of apprehension. He thought that Sun Yanyan had to eat soft but not hard, so he could only fold his old face and try. Sun Yanyan raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Lin Daolong. Chapter 102, the biggest joke in the Shangjing circle. It's not non-negotiable. Only then did Lin Daolong's heart silently sigh in relief when he heard Sun Yanyan loosen up. But the two police officers on the sidelines raised their breaths instead, a little worried that Sun Yanyan, the kind little girl, would be deceived. With the experience he just had, Lin Daolong's tone towards Sun Yanyan became more and more gentle. Yan, then you see how we can discuss this matter? As long as you don't let the school publicize it, we can talk about the rest of the conditions. As long as he didn't let Lin Bailu lose her value in the Shangjing circle, there were still many things he could concede. After all, Lin Bailu he raised for so many years, in the Shangjing circle is also a little famous. Marrying someone to help the Lin family is absolutely no problem. He didn't want to waste the pawns he had nurtured for so many years. Sun Yanyan pretended to be very distressed for a moment of silence, and finally slowly opened his mouth. Since you don't want her to publicly apologize, then write an apology, let the police comrades witness the whole process, and help me take a video as proof. Who am I to write you an apology? Well. Before Lin Bailu could finish her latter words, she was directly muffled by Lin Daolong. Sun Yanyan sighed with a look of regret, then Forget it, I still bring a public prosecution, so as not to make it difficult for you two old people. The corner of Lin Dalong's mouth twitched. Bringing the indictment really wasn't difficult for them, as it wasn't much different from being them. The daughter of the Lin family was prosecuted for slandering her sister. His old face was literally stepped on and rubbed on the ground. How could he hold his head up in the Shangjing circle in the future? He'll definitely be the biggest joke in the Shangjing circle by then. Absolutely not. Lin Dalong knew that Sun Yen Nian was unlikely to give in again, so he gritted his teeth and directly agreed. Okay, I'll let her write an apology and let the police comrades take a video to witness it. Dad, what will I do if she publishes the video? What about our Lin family? Lin Bailu stared viciously at Sun Yen Nian, itching to skin her. She can't care about any image now. Her heart only thinks about how to get rid of Sun Yen Nian this set for her. Sun Yen Nian immediately raised her small hand and said in a serious manner, I promise that as long as Lin Bailu stops slandering me, I won't take the initiative to publicize this video to the public. Of course, if someone else accidentally saw it, it wouldn't be part of her initiative to make it public, would it? You're being forceful. Lin Bailu clenched her teeth in anger. She hated Sun Yen Nian. If it wasn't for this woman coming up to the capital from the countryside, she wouldn't be like this. Sun Yen Nian looked at her indignant face and coolly came, then you should be tough, not write an apology and wait to be prosecuted, and I'll respect you as a man. How about it? You. Lin Bailu gasped not, to the mouth of the words all blocked in the mouth of the heart cannot say a superfluous word. Is there any benefit to her honoring her as a man? Ha! Why would she want to go hobnobbing herself just to be a hanky-panky? Lin Dalong's brows knitted into a pimple as he watched the two of them exchange words. It took a moment before he spoke slowly, Lulu, just do what Nyan said. Dad. Lin Bailu looked at Lin Dalong almost unbelievably, not expecting him to agree so easily. Lin Dalong was also full of annoyance and glared at Lin Bailu irritably. It wasn't because you were bull ****** ting at school, or else would it have turned out like this? Nian Nian is letting you off the hook now, you have to burn high incense. What more do you want? With things as they were, not to mention the police watching, it was too late for him to stop it even if he wanted to. So he just slopes down and sells Sun Yen Nian a good one. Lin Dalong thought of this, immediately pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing an extraordinarily loving smile. Looking at Sun Yen Nian said, Nian Nian, this thing according to what you said to do, Dad believes that you are a good child. Even if the video put in your hands, you will not act impulsively, right? I'm sure you're a good kid. Sun Yen Nian looked at Lin Dalong with a smirk. There's no need to be so convinced, after all, this matter doesn't depend on me, it depends on that. As she said that, she slightly angled her chin at Lin Bailu, revealing an extraordinarily bright fake smile. Lin Bailu couldn't wait to rush over and lift Sun Yen Nian's heavenly aegis off of her. But she can't beat her. What's more, it's still at the police station. So she can only frantically stare at Sun Yen Nian with her eyes of malice, raging impotently from the sidelines. Sun Yen Nian looked at her with satisfaction, picking up a piece of paper from the table and slapping it in front of Lin Bailu's face. Alright, don't stare, so that I don't see eye to eye for a while, and go out to pick out your eyeballs as a light bulb to step on. You're threatening. As if she had suddenly grasped Sun Yen Nian's handle, Lin Bailu shouted at the two officers beside her, Officer. She threatened me. Two officers who didn't really want to talk. But Lin Bailu always looked as if she had been hurt by the heavens, and stared at the two officers dead in the face. One of the mild-mannered officers sighed helplessly, intending to be a peacemaker as he looked at Sun Yen Nian and said, We're a little girl, we have to speak more gently, right? Sun Yen Nian nodded repeatedly, Okay, comrade police. After that, she decisively turned her head and said in an extraordinarily gentle tone to Lin Bailu word for word, Stop staring at me yo, or else go out in a while and put your pair of Beering's big eyeballs in a direct chirping it. Well, it's certainly gentler than just now, but not much gentler. As they left the police station, the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and sitting in the back seat of the car, Lin Bailu and Zhao Feng sat in a row. Watching Lin Bailu suffer so much, Zhao Feng had a belly full of complaints. Her father, just now that Sun Yen Nian was so arrogantly bullying Lulu, why did you easily let go of your consent? Lin Dalong, who was planning to drive, turned his head with an ugly face and glared at Zhao Feng. Why don't you say what this good daughter of yours did at school? Blatantly slandering her own sister and making a scene at the police station. My face is about to be disgraced. It was Sun Yen Nian who called the police. If she hadn't called the police, things wouldn't have gotten so big. Lin Bailu had a bellyful of grievances just thinking about this. Especially since she had also written an apology letter to Sun Yen Nian and had been videotaped. Sun Yen Nian would definitely use this as blackmail. Lin Dalong snorted coldly. Would things have turned out like this if you hadn't said at school in the first place that Sun Yen Nian had stolen your boyfriend? Lin Bailu already had a belly full of grievances, and when she heard Lin Dalong counting her down, her heart became even more aggrieved, isn't it? Shin Huayan was supposed to marry me, but now she has snatched me away. Doesn't it still count as her stealing my boyfriend? If Sun Yen Nian hadn't been retrieved, she would have been the rightful Mrs. Shun. Chapter 103, Can she be responsible? Zhao Feng saw Lin Bailu crying so miserably, reached out her hand to hold her in her arms and patted her a little heartily. Lulu was also right, if not for the Shen family side not letting it be said, Lulu wouldn't be considered a slur. When her words came to this, she suddenly gritted her teeth. It's all because of that dead girl from the countryside. If she hadn't made such a big deal out of it, we wouldn't have had to lose face at the police station. It's true that if she didn't raise it, it's just a layer of belly. Lin Dalong listened to Zhao Feng and Lin Bailu's words in silence for a moment, and seemed to feel as if that was the case. Lin Bailu had said very subtly at school that these things had pissed off Sun Yan Yan because the detractors around her had publicized them. In the end, Lin Bailu hadn't done anything too wrong. If Sun Yan Yan had been more well-behaved and not been so stubborn, this matter wouldn't have gotten so big. Lin Dalong sighed, and his fire was much smaller than just now. What happened between you and the Shen family is already in the past. Get along with Nian Nian in the future, okay? Lin Bailu clenched her fists, her eyes full of unwillingness, but she still had to rely on the Lin family for this identity, so she could only nod her head. I know, Dad, I won't make things difficult for you and Mom. It's still my Lulu who's sweet, unlike that wild girl who only causes trouble for the family. Zhao Feng said and patted Lin Bailu on the back again. Seeing that Lin Bailu didn't make a sound, Lin Dalong swept the mother and daughter in the backseat of the car through the rearview mirror. It's all because you're so biased as a mother. That's why Nian Nian has always been so resistant to coming home. In the future, when the Shen family and the Lin family come to each other, it's best for you to tighten up a bit. Zhao Feng's brows instantly wrinkled. She was just about to say something when Lin Bailu pulled her back. Mom, do what Dad said. I'm fine, I understand you and Dad. It's really aggravating. My Lulu is always so understanding and kind. That's why she always gets bullied. Lin Bailu pursed her lips and hugged Zhao Feng once again, but her eyes were filled with resentment. Her fiancé had already been snatched away by Sun Yan Yan, but she would never give in to anything in the Lin family. She had been with the Lins for so long, and she couldn't know better what kind of character they were. Didn't Sun Yan Yan say she'd snatch it? She would never let her get away with it. No matter if it was the aura of the Lin family's first lady or the limelight of the Shangjing Circle's celebrities, she wouldn't back down in the slightest. She would show Nian Su that she had messed with the wrong person. In the evening, the rain outside was only slightly on the verge of stopping, but the drops that fell every now and then still occasionally landed on the glass outside the window. Blah 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 blah. Sun Yan Yan came back from the police station and was looking at the apology video in her hand with satisfaction, in which Lin Bailu's expression as she gritted her teeth and read the apology letter was really wonderful. She planned to go back to her room, so she would edit a ghost video for her and send it to Lin Bailu to enjoy and appreciate. But what she didn't expect was that Shen Huayan came back early. What she didn't expect was that she had just walked into the bedroom when she saw Shen Huayan walking out of the bathroom with a towel around him. His athletic form rushed into her eyes just as plainly. Nice guy, she called out straight away. Before she just touched the hand. Feel good, did not expect to see him now. This fine strong waist and tight abdominal muscles more cannot help but swallow the mouth. There, mister. Shen's mermaid line is so provocative. Because Shen Huayan had just come out of the bathroom, there were still quite a few water droplets on his body that hadn't been wiped dry, making it even more eye-pleasing to look at. Sun Yan Yan's line of sight was too straight, and Shen Huayan was actually a little embarrassed by her staring at a little girl. He had thought she would be bored at home alone, so he had finished the task at hand as soon as possible and returned early. It turned out that the little guy wasn't even home. He'd gone straight to his room to take a shower because he'd been so distracted that he'd spilled his coffee in the study. I didn't expect this little guy to come back. Had a good time watching? Shen Huayan's cool voice drifted over, landing directly on top of Sun Yan Yan's head. She instantly returned to her senses, a small face suddenly scarlet. Her eyelids drooped a bit and she weakly responded, seen. Her answer came to an abrupt end at that. It doesn't seem appropriate for her to say now that she's had a good time watching it and not watching it. I wonder if it's too late for her to pretend to cover her eyes and pretend she didn't see it. Sun Yan Yan pursed her small lips, not knowing for a moment how she was going to answer, so she secretly raised her eyes and glanced again. What should we do? Mr. Shen's bride price has been lost to her. Can she be responsible? Shen Huayan sighed silently when he saw her standing stupidly in place with a tangled look on her face. Just in case she made him keep his male virtue like last time, he grabbed his robe from inside the closet and pulled it over his body. Pulling the towel and tossing it into the dirty clothes basket off to the side, he then walked over to the couch in the room and sat down. Sun Yan Yan's eyebrows raised, finding that their Mr. Shen was actually wearing an inner what was going on, and surprisingly there was that little drop of disappointment. Shen Huayan asked, pretending not to notice, what did you do today? Sun Yan Yan froze for a moment, then as if she remembered something, she brought her cell phone over and handed it to Shen Huayan. I went to the police station, look, I've got proof. She said and clicked on the video of Lin Bailu reading the apology letter through gritted teeth. Shen Huayan looked askance at her small face, the corner of his mouth silently hooked. Okay, this counts as you passing. But what? Sun Yan Yan instantly tensed up again, a pair of good-looking watery eyes staring tightly at Shen Huayan, afraid that she would miss something. Shin Hwayan was amused by her nervous little expression, and raised his hand to pinch her soft little face before saying, when you encounter this kind of thing in the future, you can come to me, there's no need to let people bully you, okay? A small matter like Lin Bai Lu doesn't need Mr. Shin's intervention at all, don't worry, I can do it. Su Nian Nian patted her chest with another look of conviction. How can you trouble Mr. Shin with such a trivial matter? Su Nian Nian. Shin Hwayan almost helplessly called out her name. When exactly was she going to be willing to rely on him a little bit? Shin Hwayan really grew up and for the first time felt that things were so tricky. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes looked at him blankly, blinking a little innocently, and then, as if thinking of something, she said seriously, Mr. Shin, you can rest assured that I'm doing something, and I definitely won't discredit the Shin family or take advantage of the Shin families. Before she could finish her latter words, Shin Hwayan directly reached out and cupped her small face. You'd better stop talking. He had to admit that Su Nian Nian just had a knack for bouncing on his thunderbolts and poking him repeatedly with things that stuck in his craw. Can't talk? Su Nian Nian's watery eyes narrowed, so how could she explain? How about she take the initiative and make a statement? Su Nian Nian thought so. A pair of watery eyes staring at Shin Hwayan blinking, directly got up and sat across his lap, a pair of small hands pressed on his shoulders. This posture immediately had a few dangerous flavors. Chapter 104, Revitalizing the Husband. And because of her delicate little body, because of her sitting position at the moment, she even had a bit of a condescending air. This sudden move startled Shin Hwayan, even the big hand pinching her cheeks loosened. You. Before he could say the latter words, Su Nian Nian's soft little mouth pressed up. He had just subconsciously leaned back because she had lunged at him, but now he was forced to lean against the couch because of his sitting position. The entire back of his neck was just resting on the backrest of the sofa, being pressed by Su Nian Nian, who couldn't move and could only take on everything she gave him. Shin Hwayan's breathing was suddenly disorganized, and he even trembled a little. He subconsciously reached out with one hand to circle the side of her waist, shielding her back. For the first time, Su Nian Nian had the upper hand in the matter of admitting fault, and her heart immediately jumped with joy. As if she was energized, she intended to use her little mouth to convince him. Shin Hwayan was infected by this passionate emotion of hers, and every cell in his body was screaming for him to continue to go crazy, but this inexplicable longing and crazy possessiveness made him a little confused and flustered. Su Nian Nian is really killing him. She but had that little bit of heart for him. He could hardly wait to hold her down on top of the couch for a good revitalization. But it's just that he's already aroused to death, and she's still outside the situation. Shin Hwayan didn't dare to open his eyes, the knot in his throat rolled violently, and he could only try to empty himself and let her fool around. Under the dim light, her petite figure overlapped with his slender figure, and feeling his slightly slackened form, Su Nian Nian in turn became more and more courageous. Year by year, his doting voice held a few tones of helplessness and pleading, which fell on the quiet room and was particularly inviting to the ears. Shin Hwayan obviously felt that his breathing had become quite heavy. He even felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart, and his heart felt like it was beating in the fire. The fire got hotter and hotter, and his whole body followed with a dry mouth. The heart's longing is also becoming clearer. Su Nian Nian's ears were scratched by his voice, and her heart inexplicably collapsed because of his Nian Nian. Inexplicable emotions spread in the bottom of her heart, making her heart suddenly flutter wildly. She froze a bit as an afterthought and paused instead. Shin Hwayan looked at her innocent and a little bewildered little face, helplessly sighed darkly, reached out and gently rubbed her moist lips. I'm not angry anymore, you're good. His voice was dark and hoarse, and the ends of his eyes as he looked at Su Nian Nian were clearly brimming with scarlet. Inexplicably, Su Nian Nian felt that this kind of Shin Hwayan was very good looking. The aura around him seemed to have softened, and his eyes were brimming with a heartwarming light. Would love to see it every day. Su Nian Nian couldn't help but fluctuate wildly at the bottom of her heart, calculating the possibility of being able to watch it every day. Shin Hwayan didn't know the thoughts in her little head, coughed lightly, pretended to fold his legs without thinking, changed his sitting position, cough. The matter of your evening dress being damaged at school has been dealt with by the police. When the police side of the case is closed, if the result doesn't make you satisfied, I'll allow you to use the Shin family's relations to deal with the person who bullied you. He knew now that getting the little guy to actively rely on him probably wasn't too easy. So it's just going to have to be him taking the initiative. Mr. Shin, you're such a good person. Su Nian Nian looked at Shin Hwayan with an excited face. Their little brother had gone so far as to give her an exception so that she wouldn't be bullied. She couldn't use it, but it was good fun too. She knew with her toes that her evening gown at school was made by Lin Bailu, and there was no need for a police investigation. But there Mr. Shin had a good heart, so of course she had to support it. When Shin Hwayan heard the word good man, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He wasn't being nice to Su Nian Nian just to be nice. Why was this little guy's brainwiring always not in the same place as his? Shin Hwayan sighed silently and pressed his brow bone somewhat helplessly. This is more or less a long road for him to pursue his wife. Su Nian Nian wasn't like the other girls, even some of the basic common sense between men and women had been taught askew by her master. He was afraid he'd chase her too hard and scare her away. Yet he was worried that when he was boiling Sun Yen Nyen, the frog, in warm water, she would be attracted to other moths and jump straight into the pot. It's killing me. Shin Huayan raised his eyes slightly, his sight met the little one in front of him, and faintly said, "Since you think I'm a good person, how do you plan to thank me?" Sun Yen Nyen froze for a moment, then promptly put a pair of small hands on top of her head and looked at him with a smile. "I'll compare a big heart to Mr. Shen. It's not necessary." He was really defeated by her. Shin Huayan sighed silently once again. "I heard that you made all kinds of fruit candies for Grandpa? Mr. Shen likes it too?" Sun Yen Nyen instantly got energized. "I can make more." Shin Huayan's physical condition, she also secretly gave him a pulse before, although there is no big problem, but the damage to his body from long-term exertion is not small. She could just about make it up to him while she was at it. Shin Huayan had originally just casually mentioned it, not expecting her to be so positive. He raised his hand and rubbed her little head. "If you like making these, you can make me some too." Sun Yen Nyen nodded repeatedly. Like it very much. How could she miss the chance to give their Mr. Shin a good tonic? "I'll go to the kitchen now, just over there in the kitchen, Before Sun Yen Nyen could finish her words, her entire body was directly carried by Shin Huayan. "We'll do it tomorrow, you've been home for the past few days, there's enough time. Now obediently go to bed with me." "But I don't seem too sleepy yet." Sun Yen Nyen was hanging onto Shin Huayan's shoulder and muttered. "No, you're sleepy." Alright. Say she's sleepy if she's sleepy. Who made him her little brother? Autumn rain fell all night long, so much so that the entire sky was still gray the next morning. Buzz. A cell phone vibrated in the quiet bedroom. Sun Yen Nyen felt around the edge for a long time before she could reach her cell phone. Casually, he pressed his hand, and only then did he get up from inside the comforter. The position on her side had long since lost its temperature, and it seemed that Shin Huayan had gotten up early in the morning to go to work. Sun Yen sighed youngly before picking up her cell phone and scanning it. The message on it made her watery eyes light up abruptly. Almost immediately, she lifted the covers, brought over the computer that was sitting on the low cabinet, and nestled directly on the couch with her legs crossed. Chapter 105, Eating Melon on Your Own Head. Her fingertips flew over the keyboard. Soon the originally normal computer interface instantly turned all black. She typed a line on it smoothly, and the scarlet letters popped out one by one. "X, you just said you had an interesting client to show me. Tell me. Soon a black line popped up below the red font. Ace of Spades, Auntie, you'll see." Immediately after that, Ace of Spades posted a couple screenshots and some information. Ace of Spades is recognized as the world's strongest hacker, but since he hacked Sun Yen Nyen's fourth senior brother's technology company, Sun Yen Nyen was abused with technology after a beating. He resolutely recognized this aunt. After all, who wouldn't want a great aunt like that? Especially the aunt who beat him into submission. Sun Yen Nyen scanned the screenshot and saw at a glance that it was a mission from the Grey Network. There's a recognized Grey Net abroad, a place where all the top-level hackers can take orders. There is a lot they can do here as long as the money is there. The Ace of Spades has a high authority in the Grey Network because he's so famous, and as long as he finalizes a mission, no one dares to touch it. That's why the Ace of Spades is pretty much the reigning king of the Grey Network. All the tasks are naturally picked by him as well before being thrown to others. The Ace of Spades actually achieved wealth freedom a long time ago and only occasionally comes across a challenging or interesting task to follow. Sun Yen Nyen was of course interested in this interesting mission from his mouth. When she clicked on the information and messages, she pressed her brows together slightly. The bounty is $5 million to make a platform trumpet. Conditions: to accurately change the platform time of each message. Note: the platform is Vibe. Detail requirements: according to the requirements of the following pictures, respectively, according to this year, last year to do a 3-year valid account, the requirements of the real, worshipping. Sun Yen Nyen looked at it for half a day, but she didn't see anything special about this mission. Her eyebrows raised and her small hands flew up and down the keyboard. X, that's it? What's the point? Soon the words of the Ace of Spades popped out. Ace of Spades, this mission seems mediocre, but when you add the people tied to this platform, it's interesting. Frustratingly, when the Ace of Spades sent the identifying information needed to bind Vibe, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Because the person who was set up as a gold-worshipping trumpet was herself, Nyan Su. Good man, he's eating his own melon, is that okay? Her watery eyes narrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand and typed a line. X, let me guess who this bold, bag-headed dog is? Lin Bailu, Zhao Shaggy, Tang Frost or Fan Shijin? Either that or someone from the Sang family? She hadn't been in Shangjing for a long time, and when she counted, she had offended quite a few people. Ace of Spades obviously did not expect Sun Yen Nyen's side to give so many skeptical lists in a row, and was also stunned. After all, GreyNet doesn't provide real IDs to protect both buyers and sellers, and only the operators of the GreyNet platform itself know what the buyers and sellers really are. People usually take the task and go straight to it, and when the task is over and you submit the content, the money will be available soon. No one is going to hold the buyer accountable for what they are actually going to do. But now this person being targeted was his aunt, how could he not care? With that in mind, the ace of spades flew in front of several computer screens in front of him. Soon all of Lin Bailu's information data, as well as the recent records of using his cell phone and computer appeared in his computer. He was about to enter the second person's information into the computer when a large red alert font and voice appeared above Lin Bailu's name. The ace of spades couldn't help but twitch. I just typed in the first person's name and this is the result? Good lord, can he say no less than his aunt? So the ace of spades typed a quick line. Ace of spades, this thing was done by Lin Bailu, what's next? Hack this Lin Bailu's computer cell phone, and then send out so many wonderful things in her computer and cell phone, TSK. Feel that things will become very exciting. The ace of spades was surprisingly thrilled at the thought of not having done something so pedestrian and in a long time. I didn't expect Sun Yen Yen to quickly a message dumped over. X, what else can I do? Cooperate with her, of course. The price can be more expensive. Why not make money when there's money to be made? Lin Bailu had been a big lady in the Lin family for so many years, it was impossible for her to have just this much money, so it would be good to let her have a good hemorrhage. Let her wait with anticipation for this thing to fester, and then let her see for herself how it went from being a sure thing to ending up as a fart hitting her heels. It's fun to think about. Ace of spades, Auntie, you're not kidding, are you? Or are you going to let me take this mission and do something about it? X, how can that be? Watch your mouth, will you? Give her a good job. Satisfy your customers. Do it as authentically as possible. Ace of spades could almost feel their aunt's excitement through the computer screen. The more excited she gets means the more bad luck for the other person. The ace of spades couldn't help but cringe inwardly, and eventually stiffened up and sent a line back to their aunt. Ace of spades, yes, Auntie, I'll do this task flawlessly. X, aha. Good boy. Because of Sun Yen Yen's high level of popularity, there have been a lot of reporters squatting in front of the school, and not a few of Sun Yen Yen's fans have come to the school. Rainy Green University could only increase security around the school in case someone came to the school under false pretenses. Some people are really big, they just got hot and started missing classes at school. Those who don't know still think they are heavenly kings. Lu Chang passed by the school's entrance and couldn't help but spit it out with Lin Bailu beside her. Although she said so on her lips, in the bottom of her heart she was more or less envious of Sun Yen Yen's hotness. But just by singing a song at the welcome party, Sun Yen Yen relied on her luck to sing on the same stage as a national treasure singer, and then suddenly exploded on the internet. She has uploaded a number of self-penned songs on singing platforms without much success. The comparison is a little hard to swallow for anyone. Lin Bailu pulled the corner of her mouth, face a calm said, Nyen Nyen, she is still small, a lot of things do not understand, and then suddenly on fire. A little floating is also normal, after all, she grew up in the mountains, not much to see. Ha! Still small? She's at most a few minutes younger than you. Lu Chang couldn't help but snort, you're just too kind, thinking of others in every way, and that's why you're being bullied over the head by Sun Yen Yen. Lin Bailu sniffed and put on a helpless look that looked heartbreaking. She was about to ask Lu Chang to bash Sun Yen Yen a few more times so that she could find her balance, when Lu Chang's next sentence almost made her vomit blood on the spot. Chapter 106, how could she let it go so easily? Lulu, has Sun Yen Yen solved the matter of stealing your boyfriend? Lin Bailu didn't even want to pay attention to Lu Chang's words right now. Because of this, she was forced to admit to lying at the police station, and wrote an apology letter, and was videotaped reading it. To her, it was a strange shame. She had dreamed of getting rid of this nightmare, so how could she possibly open her mouth just because of Lu Chang's words? Lin Bailu pursed her lips. I don't want to pursue this matter. I also promise my parents not to mention this again. The police station side, please, Dad solved it. Chang, in the future you don't want to mention it either. Lu Chang thought that Lin Bailu was reluctant to mention it because she was too sad about the incident. But she's Lin Bailu's BFF. How could she let it go so easily when someone bullied her best friend? Sun Yen Yen didn't come to school right now. When she went back to school, she must start talking about it in front of everyone. Making her call the police so high profile before, she was even a bit skeptical that Sun Yen Yen really didn't steal Lin Bailu's boyfriend. But I didn't expect this matter to pass so blackly without mentioning it. Just because Lulu kindness could easily let a piece of trash like Sun Yen Yen go, didn't mean she could stand by and watch her best friend suffer. Lin Bailu and Lu Chang were walking one after the other, completely not realizing that her just pretending to be generous had been brainwashed by Lu Chang and had already jumped at the chance to help her take revenge. The two were walking when they saw a young man dressed like a courier standing under the dormitory building moving a courier down to the dormitory building. Lu Chang saw this and came over. Lulu, I'll get the courier first, wait for me. Lin Bailu nodded and stood aside, but soon she saw a familiar name in the pile of couriers. Ninian Su? The young man who was scanning the code on the courier looked up at Lin Bailu. You know Sun Yen Yen? Lu Chang sniffed and instantly became alert, staring at the man and asking, what do you have to do? Courier saw the situation, quickly explained, I have no malice, here are Sun Yen Yen if you express, just contacted with her personally, she is temporarily not in the school, so there is no way to come down to pick up, if you guys know each other, you can bring it back to her first. Let me take it, I'm Sun Yen Yen's sister, just leave the courier to me. Lin Bailu smiled lightly at the courier, instantly making the courier blush. Lu Chang, who was at the side, looked at Lin Bailu in disbelief. This Sun Yan Yan had bullied her so badly, and she was still doing her a favor at every turn. But since Lin Bailu had agreed, what else could she say? The courier scratched his head a little embarrassed. She expresses quite a lot, and they are all international expresses. Since you are her sister, I am relieved. He often delivers inside the school, and many people ask their classmates to help them take them there. So he doesn't see anything in that sort of thing. Lin Bailu laughed softly and the two of them, along with Lu Chang, took away all of Sun Yan Yan's deliveries. Before Lin Bailu, Sun Yan Yan, Sangyu and Sangwan were 4 people in one dormitory, then because of the accident of Sangyu and Sangwan, Lin Bailu was transferred to other dormitories. Because it was a temporary dormitory, the dormitory was filled with other majors. Lu Chang put the courier down and went back to his dormitory. And Lin Bailu's roommates in the dormitory weren't there, so she hesitated for a moment before she started to open Sun Yan Yan's delivery. She had her leverage with the police department, and she definitely needed something in her hands to use as leverage. These international deliveries must have been mailed by her friends or poor relatives abroad. The stuff might be junk, but it might have some special value to Sun Yan Yan. With this thought, Lin Bailu opened the courier one by one. But when she saw what was inside the delivery, her eyebrows wrinkled. The packages were surprisingly nothing but jewelry but clothes, tech products, and some bottles and jars that looked like medicine bottles. She couldn't tell what brand they were, but she could tell that things were exquisite. The most attractive of these to her were the 3 little dresses that were placed inside the delivery box. Both the design and the cut poked her hard in the jaw. Lin Bailu suddenly remembered that the clothes Sun Yan Yan usually wore were just one piece better than the other, and she thought that someone from the Shin family had customized them for her. Now it looks like she bought it herself from abroad. I also wonder who the designer of these clothes is, which is a shame. Lin Bailu looked at the small dress in her hand. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little restless, so she directly locked the door to her room and put the dress on her body. She was about the same size as Sun Yan Yan, and she had thought it shouldn't be much of a problem. But why is this chest a little deflated? It's a bit of a hold up. There was also this waistband, which was almost tight on her body, but she had to admit that the dress just looked good. Even if she's a bust short and her waistline is tight, it doesn't take away from the beauty of this dress. Lin Bailu took another look at the jewelry on the table and wore them one by one. Sun Yan Yan estimated that it would be some time before she went back to school, and by then these clothes and jewelry, she would just seal them back for her. But by the time the whole school has seen these clothes of hers, Sun Yan Yan, even if she wears a good look, she is just learning from her. Lin Bailu thought so, then threw a few express boxes all back into the cupboard, his heart in turn more complacent up. Nini and Su, you're only worthy of what I don't want. Because Sun Yan Yan's heat remained high, Shinhwayan simply gave the major media platforms direct pressure to not allow them to continue to publicize Sun Yan Yan externally with a rhythm. Nor do they allow any words or content related to Sun Yan Yan to be on the hot search on their own. In short, the name Sun Yan Yan was restricted in the Shanjing circle. Naturally, the outside world does not know, but the inside of the entertainment industry is full of interest in the name Sun Yan Yan. A part of the crowd felt that Sun Yan Yan must have offended the bigwigs of the Shanjing circle, and that's why she was restricted. But the other part of the group felt that Sun Yan Yan's background was unimaginable, which was why she was not allowed to be judged by outsiders. All in all, it was because of the Shin family's intervention that Sun Yan Yan's hotness dropped quite a bit. After dinner, Sun Yan Yan sat in the living room with the Shin family leisurely sipping tea. Turning her head to Shinhwayan beside her, she said, Mr. Shin, I see that the recent heat seems to have lowered. Can I go back to school tomorrow? Cough cough cough. Before Shinhwayan could open his mouth, Shinhuaisu, who was sitting diagonally across the sofa, suddenly coughed violently. He moved too much, startling Sun Yan Yan as well. On the side of the Shin old master saw this, looked at Sun Yan Yan and said, Yan Yan, Grandpa let people buy you new clothes. Let Zhangma take you to see it. If you do not like it, I'll let people make you a new one. Chapter 107, Trumpets are all stripped bare. Sun Yan Yan froze slightly, not expecting elder Shin's thinking to be so jumpy. She glanced at Shin Huaisu a bit uneasily and spoke softly, Grandpa, he seems to be coughing a lot, does it really not matter? Don't worry sister-in-law, I'm here. Shin Huaiji raised his hand and then gently patted Shin Huaisu's back. Shin Huairua on the side also followed suit and started to wildly pat Shin Huaisu. That's it, don't worry sister-in-law, Laosi has us. It's better to quickly go and see the new clothes that Grandpa bought for you. Sun Yan Yan glanced at Shin Huayan beside her and saw him nod gently, then she immediately went to look at the clothes. Sun Yan Yan had just left from the living room, and the atmosphere of the entire living room was noticeably silent. Shin Huayan raised his hand and pinched his brow, faintly saying, Tell me, what are you guys trying to say after sidelining Yan Yan? Just because Sun Yan Yan was simple-minded and didn't think much about it didn't mean he couldn't see it. Shin Huaisu good half a day to slow down from coughing, cough cough. Big brother, do you know what Yuqing University is saying on the school forum now? He said, opening his cell phone, scratching halfway across it, and placing it on the desktop. A thread inside the forum has been bumped up to 1,000 floors. Extra, extra. Heavyweight Big Melon, school flower Su Momo turned out to be a senior gold digging girl. She's been raked over the coals, TSK. Below is a screenshot of a vlogging miniature on which a vlog is posted almost every other time. Spend a little time being sad, and most of the time basking in all sorts of luxuries. From small rings and bracelets to large bags and jewelry. It only takes a little reading of a few articles to equate Su Nyen with a salvage girl. Are you happy today? Good lord, is this the trumpet of schoolgirl Su? Is it so grounded? I've always thought that mess. Su looks like a fairy. My fans filter broke in a place, really people cannot just look at the appearance, face dog hurt. Chang, ha? Look at Su Momo as a face of foxy face, before also in the school inside hooked up with young Master Chow, TSK. Rolling life and death. I also saw Su Momo get into a luxury car before, and the man who drove it could have been her father. Wishful thinking, upstairs, is it possible that that man is her father? Chang, don't wash upstairs. Su Momo was only recognized by the Lin family this year, who knows how she used to hook up with men outside. It didn't get fired up on Vibe because the three keywords, Su Nyen, limited the flow. But it had festered on the forums of Rainy Green University. Shin Huaisu's eyes were always fixed on Shin Huayan, fearing that his elder brother would misunderstand Su Nyen. Big brother, you mustn't believe what they say, just the things that this trumpet tanned, at a glance it can't be sister-in-law. Shin Huaisu saw that Shin Huayan hadn't opened his mouth, and decisively explained on the side. Sister-in-law's wardrobe is so much better than the tan on this. Shin Huaro also nodded, that's right, those things in the sun, the most expensive ones are only about $1 million, with sister-in-law's ability, there's really no need for these things to be in the sun. Their sister-in-law racing such a cow didn't even get a tan, let alone killing it at the casino. That's right, at a glance, sister-in-law is not the kind of character that wants to show off everything. Shin Huaiji followed suit and analyzed with his hands clasped on his chest, if she is this kind of character, it's impossible for her to be so calm after winning money at the 100 Flowers Hall. Their sister-in-law was definitely the most mentally capable of anyone he had ever met. While ordinary people would have gone crazy at the sight of so much money, their sister-in-law was completely indifferent. Even posturing would have revealed itself, but their sister-in-law didn't. To her these amazing things seemed very everyday. Ordinary couldn't be more ordinary. He has always felt that such a sister-in-law is very magical, like a high person in the world, but biased. This high person with his big brother has so billion points of simplicity. Shin Huayan listened to what Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuwa, and Shin Huaisu said, his dark eyes narrowed, and he faintly said, I'm not that incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong. The atmosphere in the living room all loosened considerably with his words. Shin Huaisu said as if he suddenly remembered something, by the way, in fact, not long after this post caught fire, a face-slapping post appeared underneath it, but this post wasn't too friendly to sister-in-law either. As he said that, he scratched his phone down a bit more and said, the post below compares all the luxury items tanned inside this V-board trumpet, part of which is said to be stolen from various bloggers on a daily basis from foreign platforms. Now that these people not only mocked their sister-in-law for being a gold digger, but also said that their sister-in-law was a woman raider, they could not wait to directly hammer these people's heads, so that they would know how excellent their sister-in-law was. But the point is, there is no way to expose the identity of their sister-in-law. The three Shin family brothers unconsciously turned their eyes toward Shin Huayan beside them, as if waiting for him to speak. Shin Huayan felt his head hurt even more now. It's not that he can't read them, and he wants to go public, but he signed the contract first. Damn. Shin Huayan's fingertips knotted irritably on the back of the sofa, raising his eyes to look at the blear-eyed three great lords. You know the news early, tell me, what have you come up with? Of course it's to whitewash sister-in-law. Shin Huaisu's words didn't even cross his mind, and he blurted out, like these messy what crap luxuries, but whatever is in the picture, give it back. I don't know how that trumpet hooked up with their sister-in-law, but let's sit on things first. Shin Huairuwa also followed and nodded, I also agree with the way Lao Si said, these things are not expensive, there is nothing wrong with taking them all back, sister-in-law wants to clear her name, these things are still useful, but the exact way to do it, he hadn't thought of. They all said on the forum that sister-in-law worships gold, so how about letting them feel what money power is? Shin Huaiji raised an eyebrow and slightly angled his chin at Shin Huairuwa and Shin Huaisu. The two of them looked like they instantly thought of something, and one of them clapped their hands as if they had been hit with chicken blood. Good idea. Let's see who among them dares to say that their sister-in-law is a gold digger in the future. Show them that their sister-in-law is the golden baby principal. Elder Shin quietly watched these several big grandchildren in front of him chickening out to discuss their plans, silently took a small candy jar out of his pocket and poured a candy into his mouth. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that every time he ate this candy, his body was as soothing as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Even my spirits have been better lately. Master Shin knew that this candy certainly did not have this effect, but Sun Nyen's thoughts about him made him feel warm and fuzzy, and his whole mood naturally followed. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chapter 108, this is the effect she wanted. Grandpa, what are you eating? Shin Huaisu's eyes stared blearily at Elder Shun. These days he always sees his grandfather seemingly eating something. Elder Song raised his eyebrows and fished out the bottle and placed it on the tabletop. I'm eating candy. This is something Nian Nian specially made for me to replenish my vitamins. When Shin Huaisu heard this, her eyes became bright. I want to taste it too. He said that he was going to reach out for it, but he didn't expect Master Shin to draw it back very facelessly and then decisively stuffed it into his pocket. Go go go, this is what Nian Nian made for me. If you want to eat it, wait for your granddaughter-in-law to make it for you. Elder Shin rejected Shin Huaisu very facelessly. You don't usually think of him, but now you want to rob his grandson's daughter-in-law of her filial piety? Humph. Absolutely not. Shin Huaisu had an aggrieved face and turned his head to look at Shin Huayan. He had just wanted to unite with his big brother to fight for some benefits when he saw that Shin Huayan had also unwrapped a lollipop from his pocket and stuffed it in his mouth. It's still pink and flowery. Shin Huaisu was shocked now. His mouth dropped open. I don't suppose this was made by my sister-in-law too? Shin Huayan nodded lightly. Nian Nian thinks I work hard, so she prepared some handmade fruit candies for me as well. Su Nian Nian himself wasn't there, so of course he could say whatever he wanted. The main attraction is a show-off wife. Shin Huaisu just wanted to open his mouth to ask his big brother for a lollipop, but in the end he saw his big brother's face clearly hanging dare to ask for it and I'll knock your head off expression. He was again abashed. Ah! Shin Huaisu unwillingly covered her eyes and directly leaned to the side and leaned on Shin Huairua's shoulder. Third brother, quickly save me, my eyes as a single dog are going blind. This was because the public opinion about Su Nian Nian at Yuqing University was still festering. In order to prevent Su Nian Nian from finding out, the Shin family almost tried to do everything they could to keep her at home. Su Nian Nian had received an approximation of the situation over at Yuqing University from the Ace of Spades side, so she wasn't in a hurry to go to the school. She didn't care about Lin Bailu making a big deal out of this, but she didn't expect Shin Huayan to directly let the platform restrict her name and things in order to lower the heat search for her. So Lin Bailu spends even more money on the major platforms as a basket case. She wasn't happy about it, which is why she posted it on the school's forums, not realizing that it would work well. Su Nian Nian could certainly solve this farce on her own, but she was a little touched by the Shin family's desire to protect her from facing the gossip. She directly gave Ace of Spades permission to negotiate with those foreign bloggers, making it easier for Shin's family to buy back the bait that Lin Bailu put out. The Ace of Spades is so well known abroad that there is basically nothing he can't do if he asks. After all, it's better to befriend the world's #1 hacker than to go against the #1 hacker. Knock, knock, knock. Su Nian Nian was sitting on the sofa in her bedroom cuddled up on her computer observing the recent wins when there was a knock on the door of her room. Su Nian Nian casually responded, but didn't hear the person who entered open his mouth. She subconsciously looked up, but just happened to see Fan Shijin and Tang Frost entering the door. Su Nian Nian's good-looking eyebrows twitched slightly, not understanding how these two people could have appeared here. Fan Shijin's lips gently pursed, revealing a light smile. Nian Nian, we're here to see Grandpa Shin today, and we just heard her say that you've been bored at home lately, so I wanted to ask if you want to go out shopping? Her tone was as gentle as ever, as if she didn't seem aggressive in any way. But the palms of her hands behind her back were pinching. This was the first time she entered Shin Huayan's bedroom. Usually no matter how well she got along with the Shin family, Shin Huayan's room had never let her in. Now but because Su Nian Nian lives here, she walks in. She had thought that Su Nian Nian and Shin Huayan were a temporary couple and could not possibly sleep in the same bed. But just now, as she entered and swept into the inner bedroom, she happened to see the disheveled bed and a lady's nightgown on the bed. Then she looked at Su Nian Nian sitting on the sofa in a lazy look nestled in a long halter dress. What gave Su Nian Nian the right to be so indulgent around Shin Huayan? Did she usually dress like this to seduce Shin Huayan in the bedroom? When Su Nian Nian heard Fan Shijin's words, her brows frowned slightly, but she still answered, alright, you guys wait for me for a while, I'll go change my clothes. She has not yet asked Shin Huayan whether Fan Shijin is his white moonlight or not, so it is good to tentatively assume that she is. White moonlight invited, of course, to give their Mr. Shin face la. She really didn't have much to do in the Shin family recently, and since Fan Shijin wanted to go out with her, then she would go out. As Su Nian Nian spoke, she walked to the side of the check room to find the clothes she would wear out of the house. Because she lived in later, Shin Huayan vacated half of his check room for Su Nian Nian. But Su Nian Nian's clothes couldn't even fit 1/10 of them, which is why Elder Shin asked people to customize a lot of clothes for Su Nian Nian, finally filling the check room. Tang Frost had been curious about whether or not there was a real couple between Shin Huayan and Su Nian Nian, so when Su Nian Nian went to the check room, she followed her. But it didn't matter if she took a look, she immediately covered her mouth and pretended to be unbelievable as she rushed to Fan Shijin beside her and said, gosh, Xiaojin, Shin Huayan wouldn't have put you down yet, right? Look at these customized clothes that are almost identical to your dressing style. Her voice may not sound like much, but it was extraordinarily clear in the quiet bedroom. Tang Frost stole a glance at Su Nian Nian, afraid that she wouldn't hear him. Fan Shijin also did not move and glanced at Su Nian Nian to see her obviously stuttering hand, before pulling Tang Frost and whispering, Frost, this is all in the past, don't mention it. The reason why most of her clothes resembled Sun Yan Nian's was because she had heard her grandfather say that Master Shin had customized quite a few of Sun Yan Nian's clothes, so she had simply ordered some similar styles as well. She had purposely asked Tangfrost to stay with her in the fitting room for a while before she came to Shin's house, in order to make her memorize the styles of all her current clothes. After all, she hadn't returned to China for a long time, and Tangfrost didn't know much about her style of dress, so there was definitely a preconceived notion that Sun Yan Nian was imitating her. That was the effect she wanted. Sun Yan Nian was picking out her clothes with her back to them, and she did seem a bit surprised to hear the conversation between the two just now. She had originally planned to ask Shin Huayan about it on the side, but now, well, there was no need for her to ask. These two people delivered the answer to her. Sun Yan Nian's eyebrows rose slightly, and she turned her head to look at Tangfrost behind her, just in time to see her gloating face. Chapter 109, Is This What People Do? Sun Yan Nian's eyes met Tangfrost's, and she looked at her whole body with a little bit of hair. What are you doing? Obviously I'm telling the truth, and you're still not letting people tell the truth? She stuttered as she looked at Sun Yan Nian. The words she said were almost out of breath by the time they reached her mouth. For some reason, Sun Yan Nian clearly didn't look very threatening in a small one, but when she stared at her, she had a vestigial feeling of being stared at by some kind of terrifying creature. The whole thing was a panic attack. Sun Yan Nian looked at her abashed appearance. Suddenly the corner of her mouth hooked, revealing an extraordinarily bright smile. Did you just say Mr. Shen? Since you said it all, why don't you expand on it? Tangfrost was as nauseous as if he had suddenly eaten a fly. Shouldn't Sun Yan Nian be jealous and angry when she heard what she just said? What kind of attitude is that? Not only did she not lose her temper, but she even took the initiative to gossip about her husband? What kind of brainwave is this? Tangfrost didn't know whether he should or shouldn't say anything for a while. Sun Yan Nian, she doesn't follow the rules. It's foul play. Her pleading gaze went to Fan Shijin, who was on the side, as if asking for her opinion. Fan Shijin was also originally waiting for Sun Yan Nian to lose control, but who knew that not only did she not digress, she also took the initiative to ask. It's better not to mention this. Huayan is already married. What happened before? Fan Shijin's words were said with a desire to speak, which in turn made people think. Seeing this, Tangfrost recoiled with a much stronger bottom than just now. She looked askance at Sun Yan Nian and pretended to say reluctantly, It was you who told me to say it. Don't say that I intentionally irritated you. Back then, Shin Huayan was chasing after our Xiao Jin, but our Xiao Jin didn't electrify Shin Huayan, so she didn't agree. Sun Yan Nian nodded fervently, and then Xiao Jin went abroad. Shin Huayan also said that he would wait for us Xiao Jin, and that if he couldn't marry Xiao Jin, he planned to stay unmarried for the rest of his life. Tangfrost said 7 or 8, although there are some exaggerated situations in it, but most of them are similar to what Fan Shijin told her. Tangfrost's eyes swept a glance at Sun Yan Nian, seeing that her expression hardly changed, then frowned, then said, I didn't expect that Xiao Jin hadn't returned to China yet, and that I heard that Shin Huayan got married, and I heard that it was still because his grandfather had been forced to tie the knot. Frost. Fan Shijin pulled Tangfrost's arm almost immediately, as if she was afraid that she would say something appalling. But this timing of her pulling was very skillful, because Tangfrost had already finished saying what needed to be said, and even if she didn't say the last few words, it wouldn't affect Sun Yan Nian's understanding. Fan Shijin certainly did it on purpose. She was letting Tangfrost irritate Sun Yan Nian. Back then the matter between her and Shin Huayan was only known to the two of them, and it was impossible for Shin Huayan to take the initiative to tell Sun Yan Nian, so she wasn't worried at all that she would wear out her welcome. She just didn't understand that Shin Huayan was so good that he even refused her advances and told her personally that he would never get married in his life. But why did you change when you met Nian Nian Su? The hand behind Fan Shijin's back clenched again. She had always thought that Shin Huayan was genuinely unwilling to get involved with any woman, so she also rejected her by association. But she was closest to Shin Huayan, so she didn't mind waiting for him. When he unraveled his heart, perhaps he would accept her for her true feelings for him. But what did she wait for? Waited for news of his marriage. The more Fan Shijin thought about it, the more annoyed she felt, and even her eyes looked at Sun Yan Nian with a few points of resentment. When she raised her eyes to look at Sun Yan Nian, she didn't realize that she was also looking at her. Fan Shijin suddenly froze, then pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a shallow smile. Nian Nian, don't you mind, Huayan and I are really in the past, even if he... She pursed her lips, as if suddenly realizing that she had said the wrong thing, and tried to find a way to make up for it. No, I mean, Huayan, he's very responsible, even if he doesn't want to. No, what I mean is that he won't do anything out of the ordinary. Sun Yan Nian's watery eyes blinked slightly, her eyes glancing at Fan Shijin's face for half a day, the strange smudge in her heart always lingering. When she had just learned that Fan Shanjin was Shin Huayan's white moonlight, she was indeed a bit unhappy. But soon that bit of unhappiness was replaced by a vague sense of weirdness. She had thought about the fact that she had come to Shanjing to repay her kindness, and if Shin Huayan really did have a favorite, she definitely would not be gracious enough to repay her. She could endure the pain, but the woman who made her do so would have to be worthy of it. But from the first time she met Fan Shijin until now, every time they came into contact, Fan Shijin gave her a strange feeling. She was obviously Shin Hwayan's white moonlight. Shouldn't she be a bright moon in the sky? People who make you look at your heart and feel good and willing to give everything you have to get it. But Fan Shijin is not like that. She didn't know much about this whole relationship thing, so she wasn't sure if having this white moonlight with Shin Hwayan was a good thing. She needed to investigate properly, or at least not just push Shin Hwayan out because of what they said. That's so irresponsible. Thinking so, Sun Yen Yen turned around and took the chosen clothes to the changing room, simply changed and walked out. Because the style of the clothes that Master Shin had customized for her were all pretty much the same style, she picked out a sky blue backless halter dress, and grabbed another shawl made of tulle in her hand and was about to head out. Tang Frost's brow furrowed in displeasure as she looked at Sun Yen Yen and asked, "Are you just going to wear this dress out?" This dress on her looks similar to Fan Shijin's dress, except that there is a difference in color and the back is exposed a little more. Sun Yen Yen looked in front of the fitting mirror and didn't seem to think anything was wrong. She looked back at Tang Frost and raised an eyebrow, as if to ask her, "What's not working?" Tang Frost snorted, "Don't you think the style of clothes you're wearing is too similar to Xiao Jin's? Aren't you embarrassed?" Sun Yen Yen instantly understood what Tang Frost meant, so she decisively hung the shawl made of soft yarn over her shoulders and stood beside Fan Shijin, then in Tang Frost's shocked gaze, softly asked, "Who do you think is more embarrassing?" Good lord, Tang Frost almost didn't curse on the spot. What does she mean? Is this a subtle way of saying that clashing isn't scary, and it's embarrassing to see who's ugly? Although Tang Frost was Fan Shijin's best friend, she had to admit that Sun Yen Yen's small face and her inexplicable temperament showed off the best of the clothes on her body. It even gave her the wrong impression. Fan Shijin obviously wearing this dress when she had to look good, but it is Sun Yen Yen wearing similar clothes to the side of a station. Instantly Fan Shijin's similar models set off into a 9 yuan 9 packages. Is this what people do? Chapter 110, Sun Yen Yen was doing it on purpose. Now, not to mention Tang Frost, even Fan Shijin's face couldn't hang on. She had only worn similar clothes with Sun Yen Yen to make Sun Yen Yen misunderstand that the person Shin Hwayan used to like was her and married her because she was her double. I didn't expect Sun Yen Yen to dress so nicely and compare her to such a worthless person. How could she possibly go out shopping with her? If she met her friends from the Shangjing circle while shopping, she wouldn't want this face. But on the contrary, she couldn't be angry at Sun Yen Yen. She calmly displayed her clothes as if stating a fact, making her even more embarrassed. "Nyen Nyen, I suddenly feel a little bit not too comfortable." Her hand covered the location of her small stomach, and her face looked a little difficult to see. Seeing this, Tang Frost immediately stepped forward to hold Fan Shijin and said, "Are you having a physiological period? I remember that every time you are in pain. If this is really the case, how can you still go shopping?" Fan Shijin's eyelashes blinked, looking at Sun Yen Yen with a lustful gaze. Tang Frost's brows wrinkled at once. "You're like this, if certain people still want to forcefully drag you to go shopping, then they really don't have a conscience." Her voice was deliberately raised a few degrees, as if she was afraid Sun Yen Yen wouldn't hear her. Sun Yen Yen was about to roll her eyes on the spot. The ones who called her out were clearly these two people, and now that something went wrong, the pot was dumped on her again. "What? You think she's a grocery store? Taking in all kinds of pots and pans?" She was already upset because of this white moonlight thing, and Tang Frost was repeatedly bouncing in front of her. Sun Yen Yen glanced at her, decisively deciding to put aside her personal qualities and enjoy a life of lack of virtue now. She coldly glanced at the two. "Your name is Tang Frost, right? No one else has a mouth, but you're the only one with a mouth, right? Do you have to say everything for others to understand? What do you call Tang Frost? You call Tang full of mouths. You. Me what me? You didn't want your face when I just gave it to you, now I don't want to give it." Sun Yen Yen rolled her eyes. "I knew before that you were ugly, had a lot of things to do, and had a mouth, but you better remember. Don't be to me." As she said this, her pair of watery eyes curved as she slowly forced herself closer to Tang Frost, saying word for word, "Otherwise I'll tear your foul mouth. It'll be even uglier by then, yo." Both Tang Frost and Fan Shijin didn't expect Sun Yen Yen to suddenly go crazy and speak so harshly. One or two of them were transfixed in place. Sun Yen Yen leaned against the closet behind her and raised her hand to knock. The sound of thud, 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 thud brought both of them back instantly. "Since you guys aren't going to go out shopping, get numb," Sun Yen Yen said, angling his chin at the doorway, signaling the two to get out as soon as possible. She had never been a good-tempered person, but it was because of Shin Hwayan that she took special care of Fan Shijin, the White Moonlight. But the people around White Moonlight were not in her care. She had the guts to mess with her, and she dared to turn the tables on her on the spot. "There, mister. Shin isn't here, so she can flip it as much as she likes." "Humph." Tang Frost reacted only after half a day, reaching out and pointing at Sun Yen Yen, her entire body shivering with anger. You're a shrew. Aren't you afraid that the Shin family will see your true colors and throw you out?" Sun Yen Yen clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Tang Frost in a slightly provocative manner. "Do you believe that before Shin's family finds out, I'll rip your mouth off first?" Tang Frost, who had long been exasperated by Sun Yen Yen, exploded at once and lunged at Sun Yen Yen. As a result, before the person could touch the edge of Sun Yan Yan's clothes, she was kicked out of the check room. Because the slippers on Sun Yan Yan's feet were loose, when Tang Frost flew out, along with Sun Yan Yan's rabbit slippers, she also flew out. It coincidentally smashed directly into Tang Frost's face. Tang Frost crawled up from the ground in pain, holding her slippers indignantly and glaring at Sun Yan Yan almost through gritted teeth. You cough. Before she could say the words that followed, she kept huffing backwards because of the pain from Sun Yan Yan's kick. Tang Frost clearly noticed that she was off on a tangent, not to mention scolding Sun Yan Yan. She was having trouble saying a single word right now. She suspected that Sun Yan Yan was doing it on purpose. Sister-in-law. Suddenly, Shin Huaisu's voice came from the door of the bedroom, and he rushed in with a rush. Recently, because of the rumors about Yuqing University, the Shin family paid more attention to Sun Yan Yan, afraid that she would be hurt if she accidentally saw those rumors. So after a brief discussion, a few people decided that a few people would line up to relieve Sun Yan Yan's boredom. Shin Huaisu was supposed to come back a little later, but it just so happened that the coach who trained them had something temporary to do, so he came back early. He didn't expect that just when he got home, he heard the housekeeper say that Fan Shijin had taken Tang Frost to the bedroom to look for Sun Yan Yan. He was so scared that he immediately rushed up. Tang Frost and Fan Shijin didn't have any good intentions when they were at the reception banquet before, and they dared to do so when all of them from the Shin family were there. Now that his sister-in-law is the only one, he must be worried that his sister-in-law will suffer. As a result, just as he pushed open the door, he saw Tang Frost holding Sun Yan Yan's slippers and glaring at the check room with a vicious look on her face. He ran to the room at a fiery pace, and he looked at Sun Yan Yan who was leaning against the closet next to the check room, propped up on one foot. Shin Huaisu didn't see the expression on Sun Yan Yan's face clearly, but he instinctively decided that Tang Shuang and Fan Shijin were bullying his sister-in-law. Tang Frost, you're not finished, are you? Shin Huaisu didn't even think about it and snatched the slippers from her hand. As a result, Tang Frost stumbled because of the excessive strength. Normally in this situation, Tang Frost would at most sway twice, definitely not fall, but just now Sun Yan Yan's kick had given her a fork in the road. When she moved, the area where she had branched off hurt like it was going to crack. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even open her mouth. So by Shin Huaiyan snatching the slippers, she planted them. Shin Huaisu was startled and hastily ducked back, looking at Tang Frost with a shocked face, full of disgust. *******. Where are you touching the porcelain? I didn't move you, he said, and moved to a position in the check room for fear of being royally screwed. Tang Frost was practically puking, she was already off on a tangent, and as a result, she was scolded. She became even more angry. Tears instantly fell from his eyes. Fan Zijin on the side frowned, quickly walked over to help up Tang Frost, dissatisfied, looked at Shin Huaisu and said, Frost has just been injured, things are not what you think. She said this seemingly with a glance to the check room. I can't wait to directly highlight Shin Huaisu and tell him that Tang Frost was beaten by Sun Yan Yan. However, Shin Huaisu's attention was not here at all. He saw that Fan Shijin's line of sight was always seemingly glancing in his direction. He instantly exploded. I just grabbed the slippers, don't try to dump everything on me. I have my sister-in-law as a witness. Chapter 111, I have a friend equals me. Both Fan Shijin and Tang Frost wanted to curse on the spot. What kind of eyesight is this Shin Huaisu? But anyone who saw them like this would suspect Sun Yan Yan. But thinking about that brain circuit of Shin Huaisu, Fan Shijin's brows followed and frowned. Why is it that the one who came was Shin Huaisu, but where Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua both appeared, they would not let Sun Yan Yan muddle through so easily? Shin Huaisu watched as both Tang Frost and Fan Zijin fell silent, before he turned his head to look at Sun Yan Yan in the check room and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry, no one dares to bully you if I'm around. With that, Shin Huaisu took the rabbit slippers and ran into the check room, bending down to place the shoes at Sun Yan Yan's feet before hurrying out again, staring at the two men with a look of high alertness. It's totally like a big dog guarding a stray lamb. The corners of Fan Shijin's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and she had to look at Sun Yan Yan in a different light. Shin Huaisu is the youngest child of the Shin family, is considered to be the Shin family from childhood spoiled to the eldest, nature said untamed, that is to exaggerate him. He had made a name for himself in the gaming world at a young age, but what was most out of the loop was not his skill, but his temper. He is known as the mad dog of the gaming world. The venomous tongue is still unforgiving. People who like him like to die, do not like people, hate him hate to die, can be said to be the existence of the esports circle maverick. Such a person became docile and well-behaved in the hands of Sun Yan Yan? Just outrageous. Fan Shijin quickly calculated the situation in front of him, and then so continue to consume with Sun Yan Yan, the ones who suffer are still them. What's more, Shin Huaisu was stubborn and determined that Sun Yan Yan had been bullied by them, and no matter how they explained, he wouldn't listen. Huaisu, we didn't bully Yan Yan, Fan Shijin sighed softly, holding Tang Frost. There's a misunderstanding in the middle, but Frost is injured now, I have to take her to the hospital first, let's talk about this matter later. Fan Shijin said and helped Tang Frost walk outside. But Tang Frost was clearly unwilling. Fan Shijin could only reach out and squeeze her arm, shaking her head gently at her. Tang Frost looked at Shin Huaisu, who was full of anger, and then glanced at Sun Yan Yan, who was leisurely leaning against the check room, gritted her teeth in hatred, and finally could only move her feet with Fan Shijin's assistance. Wait! Without waiting for the two to take a few steps, Shin Huaisu's voice suddenly sounded again. Now Fan Shijin was even more annoyed. Shin Huaisu, this one-track-minded guy wouldn't want to keep holding on to the two of them, would he? Fan Shijin was thinking about how to get rid of this annoying spirit when she heard Shin Huaisu's voice coming over. Fan Shijin, why are you wearing my sister-in-law's clothes? Don't you bullies have to have a degree? You come to their house and wear his sister-in-law's clothes? He didn't remember Fan Shijin having this style of clothes. Her sister-in-law's body was petite and small, and she looked exceptionally good in all colors of skirts and dresses, which was why his grandfather had ordered all kinds of small dresses for Sun Yan Yan. But Fan Shijin and Sun Yan Yan were not in the same style at all. Although there was an age difference between him and Fan Shijin, he was not blind. Fan Shijin's face became even more ugly this time. How did she not know that Shin Huaisu would still remember these insignificant little things? Sun Yan Yan's eyebrows raised slightly, and when she heard Shin Huaisu's words, it was as if she realized something. Her little head came forward and pretended to help Fan Shijin explain. The clothes she is wearing are her own, and Tang Frost said that these customized clothes are almost exactly the same as the style Fan Shijin wears. Is Shin? She remembered it wrong. Without waiting for Sun Yan Yan to say the words that followed, Fan Shijin immediately blurted out. She was worried that if Sun Yan Yan said what she had just said to Shin Huaisu, she would be torn apart on the spot. Absolutely not. It was so hard for her to let Sun Yan Yan misunderstand Shin Huayan, and she definitely couldn't be slapped in the face right here. Fan Shijin thought of this, not caring about Tang Frost's surprised face, directly spoke. Frost is having a hard time, so I won't stay any longer. With that, she dragged Tang Frost away without looking back. Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes blinked slightly, her eyes sizing up Fan Shijin's body, and the suspicion in her heart grew heavier. Sister-in-law, did they just bully you? I see that your slippers were snatched away. Shin Huaisu said this, looking in the direction where the two disappeared from the doorway, and still couldn't help but spit in her heart. Two shameless women who know how to bully. Sun Yan smiled youngly, not admitting or denying it. She was now more concerned about whether Fan Shijin was Shin Huayan's white moonlight or not. Just now Fan Shijin was obviously deliberately hiding something. Either the Shin family and Fan Shijin had reached an agreement and did not want this matter to be known to her, which was why Fan Shijin was so nervous. Either that or her identity as a white moon is fake. She'd have to figure that out soon. If it is the latter, then it is simple, but if it is the former, then it is only for Hung Yi to investigate. Sun Yan Yan's eyes narrowed, intending to do a double take. Her eyes went to Shin Huaisu beside her. Fourth brother, I have something I want to consult with you about. As Sun Yan Yan spoke, she walked out of the check room and sat on the sofa in the outer room. Shin Huaisu looked at Sun Yan Yan with an apprehensive expression as she sat down opposite him as well. Sister-in-law, I'll definitely know everything you want to ask. Sun Yan Yan was amused by her. Actually there is nothing. It is that I have a friend who has a white moonlight. Of course, it doesn't have to be a real white moon. Let's just go with white moonlight for now. Shin Huaisu sniffed and suddenly had a jolt. Dude, is this the real-life version of the legendary I have a friend equals me? What did his sister-in-law just say? She has a white moon? Nice guy, that's something else? In a moment, he'd have to give that white moonlight a rest, no matter what his sister-in-law counseled. When Shin Huaisu thought of this, the whole person's eyes became even more determined. Sun Yan Yan of course did not notice Shin Huaisu's mental activities, then said, although he has a white moonlight in his heart, but married to someone else, he should temporarily do not like his marriage object, now that the white moonlight took the initiative to find, but also with his marriage object to meet, the two, although they did not tear their faces off, but they also know of each other's existence. If you were my friend's marriage partner, what would you do? Shin Huaisu immediately brainstormed. Good lord, his big brother actually met with his sister-in-law's white moon? Is she now sidestepping him by asking what his big brother would do? Shin Huaisu instantly felt the pressure mount up. His brow wrinkled at the thought that his answer might affect his big brother's lifelong happiness. Chapter 112, White Moonlight? Sun Yan Yan also seemed to notice Shin Huaisu's pressure, and quickly smiled and said, I'm just casually asking, you don't have to be so concerned. Shin Huaisu in turn became more nervous. No, sister-in-law, the question you asked is the most important. I just thought about it for a while longer. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to make his expression look normal. I think that since we are married, we must live for the rest of our lives. If I were your friend's marriage partner, I would be chasing my daughter-in-law to the death, no matter what the white moonlight is. The old man has pulled the license. The old man is the rightful owner, don't you think so? Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes suddenly lit up in a way that felt very reasonable. Shin Huaisu saw that Sun Yan Yan seemed to have listened a little, so he renewed his efforts. Sister-in-law, think about it, if that white moonlight really liked that friend of yours, she would have been with him long ago, wouldn't she? Why wait for someone to get married? It's obvious that she wants to be a mistress. How can such a morally corrupt person be a white moonlight? Well, that makes sense. Sun Yan Yan nodded fervently. At first, she only thought that it was an agreement to marry between him and Shin Huayan, and there was no reality of husband and wife. Plus she thought that he had someone he liked, and that he should be with someone he liked in order for him to be happy. Didn't even think about that. She just felt that Fan Shijin's behavior was strange, and now that she thought about Shin Huaisu's words, she finally knew where the strange point was. Fan Shijin knew that they were married and kept using the people around her to let her know that she was Shin Huayan's white moonlight. That in itself is strange. Shin Huaisu got Su Nianyan's response, the whole person and played like chicken blood, sister-in-law. You think again, that what the white moonlight early what to do? When others get married, they regret that they didn't choose each other? Laid deep love is cheaper than grass nah. This kind of scum is absolutely not allowed. In case you really let this white moonlight get his way, when people get divorced, he doesn't know what reasons he's going to find to break up with them again, and maybe he'll even take the other person's once married matter to pinpoint the other person, TSK is really miserable. Sister-in-law. It's not advisable to have a love brain. Can you bear to let that friend of yours be fingered by the other side for the rest of his life? Absolutely not. Su Nianyan instantly became furious. If she dared to point at her Mr. Shin, she would break all their fingers. She looked at Shin Huaisu with a serious face, raised her hand to pat his shoulder, and solemnly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let my friend live such a miserable life for the rest of his life." Aha! Sister-in-law, I trust you. When Shin Huayan returned to the Shin family at night, he clearly felt a weird atmosphere. Especially the way Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu looked at him. He sat at the table to eat by himself, seeing the three of them staring at him without any knowledge of their food. Shin Huayan could only cough lightly. If the three of you are full, you will go to the study there together in a while to give me a report on the recent work. The three of them, of course, had no problem with it and immediately nodded their heads in succession. Ever since the two of them, Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua, heard the gossip from Shin Huaisu, they had been waiting for Shin Huayan to return. Who of them can sit still when they think that their sister-in-law even has a white moon? Not to mention this white moonlight their big brother had met. Good lord, the digging hoe is going to hit them in the face of their feet. What's left of it? Master Shin didn't know what the few of them were contemplating, so he simply turned his attention to Su Nian and asked, Nian, do you want to go out shopping tomorrow? I've heard that there's a new designer at DAA who's very popular with you little girls, so it's just as well that you can go and make a few sets of your favorite dresses. On weekdays these grandchildren of his were not allowed to meddle in their clothes, and the only one he could buy for was his precious granddaughter-in-law. Su Nian was about to say that her clothes had just filled up her closet when she heard Shin Huairua open his mouth. Grandpa, tomorrow my sister-in-law is going out on a trip with me, so she probably won't have time to get her clothes customized. Master Shin's eyebrow tines raised, seemingly a bit unhappy. Why would Nian want to go out with a brat like you? Even if he went out it would be with that Hawaiian brat, right? As soon as he said this, his line of sight went to Shin Huayan on the side. Shin Huayan's line of sight naturally landed on Su Nian and Shin Huairua. It was true that he hadn't heard that Su Nian had any other schedule tomorrow. Only then did Shin Huairua say stiffly, sister-in-law said before that she liked watching racing competitions. It just so happens that at the end of this month my team has a race with Xiao Xiu, so sister-in-law can have a good time. As soon as his words left his mouth, the several brothers of the Shin family immediately understood. Tomorrow is the day Su Nian and Xiao Xiu agreed to race. Honestly, it would be a lie to say I'm not curious. At that time, when Shin Huairua said that their sister-in-law had killed Xiao Xiu by a race car in seconds and got the contract, they were all stunned. I didn't realize that my normally petite sister-in-law was so fierce. Of course Master Shin didn't know what these brats were really thinking. He only thought that Su Nian really wanted to go and watch the racing. So he urged, be safe when you go to the racetrack, Nian, and just look for Huairua if you have any problems at that time. Su Nian cooperated and gave Elder Shin a bright smile. I know, Grandpa. Aha. After the meal, Su Nian went back to her bedroom, and the three of them, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu, hoofed it to the study. Because Shin Huayan sent Su Nian to the bedroom first, the three Shin brothers waited in the office for a while before seeing him enter. Tell me what you three are trying to say with that lustful look in your eyes. Shin Huayan sat on the boss chair next to the desk, slightly raising his eyes to look at the three people in front of him, without any half-emotion between his eyebrows. The three of them, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu, looked at each other, and in the end, it was Shin Huaisu who opened her mouth first. Big brother, you should know that your sister-in-law has a white moon, right? Shin Huayan's eyebrows suddenly jumped. White moonlight? When Shin Huaisu saw Shin Huayan's appearance, she couldn't help but sigh. Big brother, don't hide it from us. When I talked to my sister-in-law today, she was still making a trade-off over who to choose between you and white moonlight. When he got to this point, he obviously noticed that Shin Huayan's face didn't look too good, so he hurriedly changed his words and said, but don't worry, big brother, sister-in-law has finally decided to choose to live a good life with you. Shin Huairua saw Shin Huayan's silence, also followed to help. Big brother, sister-in-law's age is still young, with you is also contract marriage, not to mention that at that time you also told sister-in-law that you can have a favorite person. Big brother, I think there are some things you can talk to your sister-in-law face to face. Shin Huaiji saw that the atmosphere in the study had become too weird and also chose to join the camp of defending his sister-in-law. Chapter 113. I didn't realize she was so calculating. Shin Huayan's head was so big from the three of them that he couldn't help but raise his hand and press his temples. Shin Huaisu, Tell me what you said to Nian Nian this afternoon in its original form. Shen Huaisu's ability to paraphrase has always been questionable to Shen Huayan, especially for Nian Nian Su. The thickness of his filter has to be 180 meters. Shen Huaisu bristled. Big brother, you still don't believe me? Shen Huayan very decisively gave him a completely disbelieving look. Shen Huaisu was practically bursting with anger. Big brother, you can easily lose your cute little brother this way. Say. Shen Huaisu grunted very indignantly, or honestly relayed what Su Niannian had told him in the afternoon in its original form. He finished everything, and his heart couldn't help but be a little proud of himself. He had no other skills, but his memory was first class. Big brother, did you hear sister-in-law's attitude? It took me a lot of effort to get my sister-in-law to dump White Moonlight. Shen Huaisu sat down on the sofa with a big wax and proudly crossed his legs to invite credit with Shen Huayan. But the three brothers beside him were silent. Shen Huairua touched his chin. Lao Si, is it possible that this friend that sister-in-law said is really her friend? How does the situation between big brother and sister-in-law look like they like each other, right? Shen Huaiji followed suit and became uncertain. That's right, although the news revealed by sister-in-law was about two people who were already married, and the one with the white moonlight didn't like the marriage partner. It didn't say whether the marriage partner liked that friend of his. That's right, Shen Huairua continued to analyze. Sister-in-law also said that the white moonlight took the initiative to find the two met, but did not tear the face. But how can big brother he did not tear the face? So it's not even close. The three of them, Shen Huaiji, Shen Huairua and Shen Huaisu, yacked and analyzed for half a day next to each other, completely unnoticed that Shen Huayan, who hadn't said a word, was in deep thought. Just now, when he heard what Shen Huaisu said, he did also wonder if that person with the white moonlight was Su Niannian. But a lot of the information really doesn't add up. He was inexplicably relieved and slowly let go of his hand, only to realize that he had an extra piece of wood in his hand. When he had just listened to Shen Huaisu speak, he had unconsciously broken the corner of the table. Shen Huayan somewhat self-deprecatingly hooked the corner of his mouth, lifting his eyes to look at the three Shen brothers again. Between his eyebrows and eyes also emotions are also quickly hidden in it. How are you handling the rumors about Nian at school before? His fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desktop, his voice faint. Shen Huairua was the first to return to his senses. All of the school's posts have been deleted by them being deleted. The school forum's operator promised to pay attention to the content of the posts, and all of the people who started rumors on the forum have all been sent lawyers' letters as well. Usually when a rumor like this comes up, you pick a few pricks and just sue them, which is a disguised warning to the others. But this time he wasn't going to let any of the mouths get high. No snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. So all these snowflakes have to answer for themselves. Shen Huaisu sniffed and silently gave a thumbs up to Shen Huairua. Third brother, it's worthy of you. This is a beautiful thing to do. Punching sister-in-law to get you the order from Xiao's. You also have to sue the ones with the worst mouths until they lose all their money. If it weren't for the fact that sister-in-law still has to attend Yuqing University, she should sue all the slanderers until they lose their homes. Shen Huaiji's ghostly words made Shen Huaisu couldn't help but look at him one more time. This second brother of his was the most emotionally stable person besides Shen Huayan. He can't even stand it. TSK. They can't stand it anymore. Shen Huayan nodded. Well, good job, keep following up. He slowly stood up and was about to leave the study to go back to his bedroom when Shen Huaisu spoke again. Big brother, I suddenly remembered something. Today Fan Shijin and Tang Frost came to our house, saying that they came to see Grandpa, but each of them went to sister-in-law's place without any good intentions. Nian Nian was bullied? Shen Huayan's brows wrinkled at once. It was an oversight on his part. Shen's family usually not many people come to the house. He naturally did not set up any access control, but from today onwards, when they are not at home, these cats and dogs do not come in good. Shen Huaisu's neck ang, with me at home, how can I let sister-in-law be bullied? It is. Just that Fan Shijin wore a dress very similar to sister-in-law's dress today. I thought it was her who robbed sister-in-law's dress, but sister-in-law said it wasn't. This thing felt strange how he thought about it, so he still didn't hold back from saying it. And when sister-in-law said that I didn't come, Tang Frost mentioned that these customized clothes of sister-in-law are almost exactly the same as Fan Shijin's dressing style, so it's really capable of bull asterisk. Shen Huayan, Shen Huaiji and Shen Huairua fell silent almost simultaneously. Fan Shijin's clothes were surprisingly very similar to Su Niannian's. These clothes were clearly customized by Master Shen, all designed according to her sister-in-law's height. It's impossible to have the same model. Or even if there is an identical model, it's unlikely that every piece is exactly like everyone else's. Unless certain people do it on purpose. Fan Shijin likes Shen Huayan's thing, except for his big brother who has no eyes, or he simply did not put her in his eyes, not to mention treating her as a woman. I didn't realize she had such a heart, and bullying their sister-in-law while they were away? If you can tolerate it, you can't. Shen Huayan lightly glanced at the three brothers, commanded. The second, you find a suitable excuse to go to the Fan family tomorrow, to explore the truth. The fourth, you want to find a way to trick Fan Shijin from the Fan family, to give the second's time. As for the third, to investigate the person who made the customized clothes for Nian Nian, and there is no another take orders. This is really fishy and it's better to investigate. No matter how things turned out, there was always an explanation for Sun Yen Yen. Master Shin had spent a lot of time researching what little girls like to wear nowadays in order to order these clothes at that time, and had specially asked the designers to make them according to Sun Yen Yen's current favorite style. Shin Huayan couldn't help but frown when he thought of his grandfather's heartfelt intentions being used and trampled on by certain people. The three brothers each received their assignments and planned to go to their respective rooms. Shin Huairu just walked to the door, as if he suddenly thought of something. Right, big brother, tomorrow sister-in-law is going to race with Xiao Xiu, don't sleep. Too late at night cough. As soon as he finished his words, he felt Shin Huayan's eye blade. The next second, he scurried out as fast as a rabbit. Shin Huayan looked at the empty study, raised his hand and pressed his brow bone. His heart became even more irritated. He would like to toss with her a little later in the evening, but she had to make him keep the male virtue. Chapter 114, How did the truth come out? When Shin Huayan returned to the bedroom, Sun Yen Yen was lying on the sofa, fiddling with her cell phone. One of her little feet was bent and was bobbing up and down, seemingly happily. Shin Huayan's dark eyes slightly lowered, just landing on her small feet. It was the first time he had ever looked so closely at these little feet of hers. White and tender, each finger rounded and small and delicate looking. I wonder what it feels like to hold it in your hand. Thinking so, Shin Huayan unconsciously reached over and grabbed Sun Yen Yen's ankle. Sun Yen Yen almost instinctively turned around, and the next second she was about to raise her foot to kick over, but when she saw that the other party was Shin Huayan, the strength of her foot clearly paused for a moment, then stepped softly on his wrist. Shin Huayan. Sun Yen Yen was startled and looked at Shin Huayan dumbfounded, her toes still unconsciously curled. The soft touch stepped on the back of his hand, and Shin Huayan's jawline tensed quite a bit. He could now suddenly understand why some people liked kittens stepping on milk. Lovely everywhere indeed. He gently let go of her little foot and sat down on the couch at her feet, pretending to have a flat face. I hear your friend has a white moon, you're distressed, is there anything I can do for you? Sun Yen Yen hadn't been in Shangjing for long, and currently the only friend he knew of was Hong Yi. But he's not married, so it doesn't add up. He could only ask casually from Sun Yen Yen on the side. Sun Yen Yen silently retracted her small feet, her heartfelt gaze swept over Shin Huayan, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer him. She pursed her little lips, how do you say? If she said too much, she was worried that Shin Huayan would realize that the legendary friend was him. But by not being too specific, Sun Yen Yen felt that there was no need to communicate. Shin Huayan looked at Sun Yen Yen's entangled appearance and slowly leaned back on the sofa, looking at her with a light brow. I'm just casually asking, if you don't want to talk, we can change the topic. No. Sun Yen Yen pursed her small lips and quickly thought of a few appropriate questions in her head. But again, she passed on all of them. Her brows wrinkled and she simply broke, Mr. Shun, what would you do if you had a white moonlight? I won't have a white moonlight. Shin Huayan almost didn't even think about it and blurted it out directly. His reply was too decisive, so decisive that Sun Yen Yen didn't know how to take it. How else can I ask this question? Sun Yen Yen was in distress when she heard Shin Huayan's faint tone ringing out again in the quiet bedroom. It's what you can't get that's called a white moonlight. His eyes stared fixedly at Sun Yen Yen's small face. What I want, I will definitely try to get by all means, so I won't have a white moonlight. To say by all means is a bit shallow. He'll do whatever it takes to get what he wants, and there's no bottom line. It was just that he was afraid of scaring the little guy in front of him, so he picked a milder word. But looking at her dumbfounded look, she couldn't still be scared, could she? Shin Huayan's eyes darkened. It was true that his kind of bad character still couldn't be exposed too obviously. The little guy's got too much guts. With a slight lift of his large hand, he cupped her small face and smiled gently. What? Scared? Or do you think I shouldn't have thought of it? Sun Yen Yen shook her head. She's a lot like Shin Huayan, what she wants she must fight to get. In addition to Shin Huayan, there's nothing she can't get. Shin Huayan looked at Sun Yen Yen's silence, fearing that this little guy would be embarrassed. He simply changed the subject. I heard fourth brother say that there were people at home today? Did they bully you? Sun Yen Yen shook her head, not really bullying. At that time Tangfrost even fell after fourth brother came. As for what happened to them before Shin Huaisu came, she did not intend to give an honest account. She had previously heard several other brothers in the Shin family say that Shin Huayan had always disregarded such trivial matters at home. Could it be that it was because of Fan Shijin that he was asking? Sun Yen Yen's brows furrowed, a bit unhappy. Her eyes blinked, raised her eyes to look at Shin Huayan, and asked sullenly, does Mr. Shin think I've done something wrong? Beat her to death and she won't admit to being wrong, huh? Shin Huayan sighed silently, reached out and scooped Sun Yen Yen into his arms, kissing her on her slightly pouty little mouth. It was a mistake. You should have had them all thrown out, to save them from being an eyesore. Remember? Sun Yen Yen froze. Originally, when Shin Huayan said that she was wrong, she was ready to retort, but as soon as his later words came out, she was baffled. What kind of operation is this? Did she hallucinate? Or was she missing a line in the middle? Sun Yen Yen's eyebrows frowned, looking at Shin Huayan with a blank face, almost writing why on her face. Shin Huayan was a bit helpless and kissed her on her small mouth again. Still haven't memorized it? It's not that I didn't remember, it's that I was afraid to remember. Isn't Fan Shijin his moonlight? The doubts in Sun Yan Nian's heart grew heavier and heavier, and when she felt another gentle touch on her lips, her frown deepened. Seeing that Sun Yan Nian hadn't opened her mouth, Shen Huayan continued, in the future, when I'm not at home, I won't let these unsavory people come to the house, and you can ignore them outside as well, okay? Sun Yan Nian pursed her small lips and weakly said, is it okay for Fan Shijin too? Shen Huayan was stunned by her question, Fan Shijin? Does she have any special attention? Isn't she your white moon? Sun Yan Nian almost blurted out, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. How did the truth come out? It's time to fight, it's time to fight. At this, Shen Huayan's line of sight towards Sun Yan Nian obviously sank quite a bit. His temples visibly throbbed, which tied everything together. So, he's the friend that Sun Yan Nian talked about who's married and still has a white moon? Shen Huayan didn't even know if he should be angry now or not. At least the little guy had turned him from a partner to a friend, but why wasn't he happy? And how did that Fan Shijin become his white moonlight? Shen Huayan's dangerous sight stared at Sun Yan Nian, and the air pressure in the entire room was low. Sun Yan Nian's watery eyes blinked, already very sure that the current Shen Huayan was definitely angry. As per usual, admit your mistake now and maybe you'll be spared the bite. Shen. Before she had time to say the latter word she was directly held down in Shen Huayan's arms and kissed hard. Sun Yan Nian was startled by his ferocious breath and instinctively pushed his chest with her small hand, but was held by his large hand. Good girl, don't move, I won't hurt you. Chapter 115, is this the point? His low, hoarse voice fell on his ears, successfully causing Sun Yan Nian's entire body to loosen up. If it doesn't hurt, she's not afraid. Shen Huayan's breath was unsteady, and his warm nostrils swept over her cheeks, tickling them. Her fingertips gently twisted, quietly grasped Shen Huayan's lapel, and there was a kind of feel free to punish, immediately cooperate posture. Shen Huayan originally had a belly full of fire, but as a result of catching sight of her small movements, the fire in the bottom of his heart in turn subsided for the most part. But when he thought about how she once even tried to push him out, he couldn't help but want to bully her. Shen Huayan's long arm slightly exerted a force, an iron hoop like a hoop on the side of her waist, and as the sound of breathing became heavier and heavier, those hidden thoughts in his heart began to rise wildly. Hard feelings broke through the ground, moving slowly down his restlessness. Warm nostrils fell on her pale neck, sweeping over her pretty collarbone, inch after inch. Only after a long time did Shen Huayan stop, burying his head in the side of her neck to calm his breathing. His palm was hot, the waist under his palm was slim and soft. He rubbed his palm gently for a few moments before he said sultrily, Nian Nian, I don't have a white moonlight, and I don't have anyone around me who needs to keep male virtue for anyone, except for my legal wife, got it? He wanted to give her his whole person, along with a whole heart. He was willing to give her the whole world if she wanted it. Sun Yan Nian's entire little head was in a daze from the overly raging kisses he had just given her, and her thoughts were only just now coming back to her, so her entire being looked a bit dazed. But her heart was beating frantically after hearing those words from Shen Huayan, and even her whole little face was unconsciously red. His words, she heard. Fan Shijin is not a white moonlight. She certainly believed Shen Huayan's words. But why were Shen Yiming and Tangfrost and the others so sure that Fan Shijin was Shen Huayan's white moonlight? She still didn't quite understand. However, thinking of Shen Huayan nothing white moonlight, she can go back to the cooked rice route. The whole person is exceptionally happy. Sun Yan Nian smiled and nodded. Got it, Mr. Shen. I definitely won't ask you questions like white moonlight in the future. Is that the point? Shen Huayan looked at Sun Yan Nian helplessly. It seemed like it was a long journey to try to abduct this little guy into his. Who made this flaming mountain that he couldn't climb? Sun Yan Nian, because after figuring out that Fan Shijin was not Shen Huayan's white moonlight, the whole person was like playing chicken blood, and the whole person was exuberant. The next day also deliberately got up early in the morning to go to the racetrack that he had agreed with Xiao Siyu. Shen Huairua silently glanced at Sun Yan Nian's sunny little face and couldn't help but cough lightly. Sister-in-law, your neck. Do you want to cover it up? When Sun Yan Nian had just come out of Shen's house, he had seen the small strawberry on her neck. It wasn't very big though, positioned a bit back below the ear, and although it was a bit hidden, you could see exactly what it was. Sun Yan Nian touched her neck, remembering that when she saw this mark in the morning, she had planned to take foundation to cover it up, but, Mr. Shen said this doesn't need to be covered. He said it won't have any effect and told me not to care. She almost didn't even think about it before she sold Shen Huayan out and said what he said in the morning as it was. Shen Huairua. Good lord, why didn't he see that his big brother was so calculating before? This is because he's afraid that his sister-in-law will be targeted by another man outside, so he specially made a mark on her neck, isn't it? This time even if Xiao Siyu is interested in Sun Yan Nian, in the way of her having an object, it is estimated that she will not make a rash move again, right? Sure enough, when it comes to dogs, it is still his big brother who is the most doggy. Shen Huairua tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then if big brother says not to cover it, then don't cover it. When the time comes and there really is a pot, it will be his big brother's pot. Sun Yan Nian nodded and just walked straight down from the car. Shinhwairua came to the racetrack side by side with her, but he didn't expect more than Xiao Siyu to come. It's safe to say that all of his friends that he had raced with before showed up. There were even a few who brought their girlfriends. A few of them had seen each other at school, so Sun Yen Yen didn't care. She only came here to compete with Xiao Siyu, not to build a group. The number of people has nothing to do with her. All she had to do was hit the gas and she was done. Student Su, long time no see. As soon as Xiao Siyu saw Sun Yen Yen, he immediately greeted him. He arched his eyebrows and nodded at Shinhwairua in passing. He didn't have Sun Yen Yen's contact information and relied on Shinhwairua to find someone, so his attitude toward him was quite mild. Sun Yen Yen raised an eyebrow. It has indeed been a while, little chicken. Put. A few of his buddies behind Josie didn't hold back and laughed on the spot. Boss, someone called you a little chicken, you can't lose this face. That's right. If our boss is a little chicken with this skill, we're little trash. TSK. Boss, you can tolerate this? I didn't see that you were also afraid of your wife? Behind a gang of uproarious people, Xiao Siyu breathlessly swept a glance at them, annoyed and raised his eyebrows. Each and every one of you to the little master to shut up. In a moment all give me a match, a moment to lose the match to know whether they are trash. Sun Yen Yen was able to throw him off half a lap, not to mention the others. To Sun Yen Yen they weren't little pieces of trash, they were big pieces of trash that they didn't even bother to look at. He didn't even have the decency to laugh at them, and they had the nerve to laugh at him? Xiao Siyu patted his car and proudly angled his chin. Mr. Su, my car just had its parts replaced. It's all the latest model. His smug look carried an innate sense of superiority. After this modification, I think I might be able to beat you this time. Sun Yen Yen's eyebrows raised, and she glanced at Xiao Siyu with slight disdain. She really didn't want to blow him off. She didn't even use her full strength last time. But she was in a good mood now, so she just give him a little perk. That good? Let's see. When the others heard this, one by one, they couldn't help but watch Sun Yen Yen's jokes. This car is Xiao Siyu's real wife. Usually they have to beat the dog's head off if they touch it, let alone the likes of Sun Yen Yen who wants to test drive it. But the next second, they were slapped in the face. Their unstoppable boss even took the initiative to pull open the car door for Sun Yen Yen, and excitedly told her about the parts he had replaced. It's more or less metaphysical. Sun Yen Yen listened to him and started the engine. She quietly listened to the sound of the car, after which she turned off the engine again, then looked at Xiao Siyu slowly opened his mouth. I think there are a few places a little problem, you have time to change. Sun Yen Yen said this to Xiao Siyu with a light brow, completely not noticing that there was a familiar figure in the crowd staring straight at her. Chapter 116, You Don't Want to Hit on Him. Xiao Siyu did not expect Sun Yen Yen to be so good at modifying the car, and for a while, he was actually fascinated to listen. There were quite a few other places that he hadn't even thought about. His entire body immediately became excited and looked up to Shinhwairua, who was on the sidelines, and asked, Third young Master Shin, lend me the technician on your fleet side? Josie just came to the track to race and didn't bring a technician specializing in repairs. But if Shinhwairua's fleet is there, the technicians must be too. With all the problems Sun Yen Yen had just helped him look at, he was confident that he would be able to run better in a little while. On the racetrack can be shortened by 1 second, that is almost close to the distance of 30 meters, racing victory or defeat can be almost instantaneous decision. How could he not be impressed? Shinhwairua didn't expect Xiao Siyu to be so positive, and he couldn't help but press the tips of his eyebrows. He had gotten to know Josie quite a bit before in order to follow up on orders, especially about his love of racing, almost to the point of obsession. His favorite car is almost, whoever touches it will die, but never thought Sun Yen Yen not only touched it, but also changed it for him. Shinhwairua was also surprised at first, but after thinking about the person who was prescribed an exception was his sister-in-law, it seems like there is no surprise there again. Their sister-in-law is capable and good-looking, who wouldn't like that? Shinhwairua coughed lightly, of course the technician has, just have Xiao Xiao come with me. He turned his head afterward and looked at Sun Yen Yen again. Big. Ahem, big sister, there are juices and snacks you love over in the lounge. We'll go to the maintenance department first, and we'll be back in a while. Sun Yen Yen nodded and waved her hand at the two. Go on. Many of the people who came with Xiao Siyu were also curious about the parts he was going to modify, so most of them pretty much followed him in Shinhwairua way. Sun Yen Yen was of course too lazy to go with them to modify the car on such a sunny day, and instead went to the lounge on her own. She leaned back leisurely on the lounge's most open cream-colored couch, sipping her juice and eating a small snack. The racing helmet he was holding earlier was placed directly on the round table. Sun Yen Yen is still wearing her red racing suit today, and under the sunlight the originally valiant person looks extraordinarily lazy and charming. Certain people, they are really shameless, their reputation is going to stink all over the Shangjing circle, but they are still leisurely eating snacks, their mental quality is really good. Suddenly, a sneer came from the quiet lounge. Sun Yen Yen raised her head and swept a glance, her brows frowned slightly, then loosened up. Oh, I remember, you're the one who touched the porcelain with Lin Bailu before. Lu Chang's face instantly sank. My name is Lu Chang. What do you mean by touching the porcelain together? It's clearly you who bullied Lulu. As soon as she thought of Lin Bailu's previous comment to her about Sun Yan Yan stealing her boyfriend being black and not mentioning the past, she became angry on Lin Bailu's behalf. What makes Nian Nian Su so arrogant? She's obviously just a hick from the country. Seeing as how Josiah was obedient to her, he didn't know what kind of seduction tactics had been used. Sun Yan Yan bit the straw with the juice in her hand, raised her eyes to glance at Lu Chang, and coolly said, "So you're switching to another person to touch the porcelain?" As she spoke, her eyes went to the man that Lu Chang had been carrying in her satchel. More than 1 meter 8 inches, the muscles look quite strong, like a practitioner. The mold is moderate, I guess, not ugly. Lu Chang was simply going to be pissed off at Sun Yan Yan. You don't have a face. Who would touch a gold-worshipping woman like you? Gold-digging woman? Sun Yan Yan put down the juice in her hand, suddenly interested in the word. Her watery eyes narrowed as she remembered the news that Ace of Spades had reported to her earlier. She had thought that her being restricted on several big platforms would delay Lin Bailu's rumor-mongering. I didn't realize she could find another way to do it, tbh, kudos to her. Lu Chang thought that she had just poked Sun Yan Yan's sore spot with that remark, so she probably mocked, "That's right. Gold-digging woman. Your face has already been dismantled at school, a lowlife like you who likes to flaunt your wealth and also worships gold. Being in the same school as you is simply an insult to my character. Then you change schools, it's not like anyone is stopping you." As soon as Lu Chang's words left her mouth, Sun Yan Yan replied back, almost disliking her and spitting blood again. Lu Chang glared at her indignantly, "I mean Yuqing University is insulting the school's century-old reputation by having a gold digger like you around." Sun Yan Yan raised one eyebrow slightly, "So you don't worship money? You see money as dirt?" "That's right." Lu Chang's voice threw back. Sun Yan Yan didn't even raise her eyelids, twisting a snack in her fingers and stuffing it into her mouth, saying, "Then what are you waiting for? Why donate all of your family's done? Save it from being left behind and tarnishing the school's reputation." Lu Chang suddenly realized that she was locked out of Sun Yan Yan's logic. She glared angrily at Sun Yan Yan, not caring about the 3 sevens and 21, and directly cursed, "Sun Yan Yan, so what if your mouth is even more powerful? It still can't change the fact that you robbed someone else's boyfriend. As a mistress." Her voice was shrill, especially noticeable in the empty lounge. The man beside Lu Chang originally did not want to get involved in the fight between the two women, but when he saw that Lu Chang had suffered a loss, his brows wrinkled. He had also heard most of the things related to Sun Yan Yan from Lu Chang, so he didn't have a good impression of Sun Yan Yan. His brows furrowed as he thought of Sun Yan Yan's seemingly good relationship with Xiao Xiu, and automatically put her into the category of dogfighting. He looked at Sun Yan Yan with cold eyes. "You'd better stop at the right time. Don't think that Xiao Xiao is still good to you and so rampant. He doesn't understand you yet. When he sees your true face clearly, heh." Sun Yan Yan originally didn't intend to be general with Lu Chang, but now that her man had stood up for himself, it was a different story. 2 against 1, she's interested. "What's your name?" Sun Yan Yan once again picked up the juice and took a sip, her eyes meeting the man beside Lu Chang. With just this glance, Lu Chang instantly tensed up. She suddenly remembered that Sun Yan Yan had seduced Lin Bailu's boyfriend away before. Was it possible that she was going to seduce her own boyfriend as well? Thinking so, Lu Chang directly blocked in front of Do Yuming. "I'm warning you. Don't you even think about hitting on him." Sun Yanzhong snorted, the corners of his mouth slowly hooked up, revealing a smirking expression. Too late. Do Yuming glanced at the woman in front of him, and then at Sun Yan Yan who was sitting across from him, and there were a few moments of smugness in the bottom of his eyes. As a man, it's always a dignified thing to be fought over by a beautiful woman, whether he likes other women or not. Although he disdains Sun Yan Yan worship gold, but this kind of good-looking woman to play is not a loss. Chapter 117, Someone has to take a beating today. Do Yuming forced down the complacency in his heart to look at Sun Yan Yan and said word for word, "My name is Do Yuming, the second young master of the Do group. Before Do Yuming could finish introducing himself, Sun Yan Yan grabbed the helmet that was placed on the round table, and with a flying leap, went up and disliked his face. Do Yuming was caught off guard by the hit, and such a tall man was directly hit on the ground by Sun Yan Yan with his helmet. He sat on the ground and was directly confused. "Why did you hit?" He raised his hand in hindsight to block, but Sun Yan Yan managed to accurately hit him with each blow. No matter how much he blocked, he couldn't, and the pain made him sweat. Lu Chang on the side was even more directly confused, completely unaware of what exactly Sun Yan Yan was operating. Sun Yan Yan blasted him with his helmet a dozen times in a row before he tossed his hair and stepped aside. Seeing the big man who was beaten like a hermit crab, holding his head and cowering in the corner, Sun Yan Yan blew the broken hair in front of her forehead and coolly said, "I don't want to beat up a woman today, so count yourself unlucky." Do Yuming simply wanted to cry out on the spot. Is he wronged? Because she doesn't want to hit a woman today, he's going to get hit? Lu Chang reacted with hindsight and immediately pointed at Sun Yan Yan and cursed, What gives you the right to hit my boyfriend? Are you sick? Sun Yan Yan you. Sun Yan Yan raised his eyes and glanced at Lu Chang, carrying his helmet and walked over. Lu Chang was scared and took a few steps back. You want to do? Don't hit me. Why are you hitting me again? Do Yuming's voice changed tone. He's obviously sprawled out here in a nice, unchanged position. Why did you hit him again? Sun Yan looked at the crying Do Yuming and shrugged. Just now your girlfriend scolded me 3 more times, so of course I had to make it up to you. She took her small hand and rubbed the non-existent dust outside of her helmet, after which a pair of watery eyes instantly smiled and curved. I just told you, I don't want to hit a woman today, but when certain people have a cheap mouth, someone has to take a beating. Sun Yan, are you sick? People like you. Now did not wait for Lu Chang words in the exit. Do Yuming from the ground rub climbed up to Lu Chang's face as 2 slaps. He was originally tall and strong, and had just been hit sharply by Sun Yan, so the 2 slaps went out, almost using the force of his whole body, directly hitting Lu Chang's ears. Her entire face swelled almost instantly. Satisfied with the situation in front of him, Sun Yan threw the helmet in her hand onto the chair next to her and sat down on the sofa to continue drinking her juice. It took Lu Chang a long time to come back to her senses from the shock she had just experienced. She stared at Do Yuming almost unbelievably. Did you just hit me? It's not because you have a cheap mouth looking for a fight? Do Yuming also had a belly full of anger. If it wasn't for Lu Chang scolding Sun Yan from the sidelines, would he have followed and taken a beating? This woman just said that she didn't want to hit a woman today, but someone with a foul mouth had to be beaten up, so wasn't it obvious what was being said? He doesn't want to take a beating, he needs one. Did he have a choice? It's better to hit someone else than to get hit yourself. Lu Chang was already aggrieved at being beaten, and she didn't expect Do Yuming to turn towards Sun Yan. She couldn't hold it together for a moment and cried directly. You bullies. Oh. Just then, Xiao Siyu and Shenhui Ruo's group of people came to the lounge back and forth. Seeing Lu Chang crying at the side and was staring at Sun Yan with malicious eyes, Shenhui Ruo immediately rushed to Sun Yan's front to block her, looking at the 2 men warily. You guys bullied my big sister? Dozier, who was hit by a helmet to the point of skepticism. Bullying? Who would have thought that a tiny little girl could use her helmet as a weapon of mass destruction and beat him into place as a hermit crab? Do Yuming felt ashamed just thinking about it, and in any case, he was too embarrassed to say what he had just said. He also wants to save face. Lu Chang already had a belly full of grievances, and when she saw that Shenhui Ruo stood on Sun Yan's side as soon as she entered the door, she looked at her with an even more resentful line of sight. She was just about to tell off Xiao Siyu when she was pulled back by Do Mingyue. Xiao Siyu's face was also a bit ugly. Student Su is under my protection. You guys looking for trouble with her is slapping my face. My Xiao Siyu circle doesn't need people like you. Brother Xiao, it was a misunderstanding just now. It's this with a cheap mouth. I'll whisk her away right away. Do Mingyue raised her hand and pushed Lu Chang. Get lost, don't disgrace yourself here. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have had to take a beating, and when he thought of the dozen or so times he'd just been slammed on by Sun Yan, he felt pain all over his body. It felt like his soul had been smashed to pieces by Sun Yan. Lu Chen looked at Do Yuming almost unbelievably. What did you say? It was clearly her who hit. Just now. What Ming? Get the hell out now. Do Yuming's eyebrows almost twisted into a lump. Don't force me to hit a woman. Lu Chang clenched his fist indignantly. Don't you regret it? She said, angrily getting up from the floor and leaving the lounge. As soon as Lu Chang left like that, Shenhui Ruo immediately looked at Sun Yan behind her and asked in a low voice, Sister-in-law, are you hurt? Sun Yan raised her eyebrows and swept her small hand. Only then did she see a red patch at the location of the tiger's mouth, which seemed like it should have been rubbed on when she was just using the helmet. When Shenhui Ruo saw this, his brows immediately wrinkled. I'll go get the ointment, you wait here. Xiao Siyu, who was at the side, saw her little red hand and his face was also unusually ugly. He had said he was covering her before, and now people were being bullied under his watch. What a slap in the face. Xiao Siyu turned his head and glanced at Do Yuming. He couldn't help but give him another kick. Classmate Su's hand is injured. If it affects the game in a while, I'll castrate you. Do Yuming really wanted to cry. Obviously he was the victim, okay? He's the one who got hit. He's the one. Do Yuming was screaming madly inside, but on his face, he could only smile sardonically. The others who hung out with Josie seemed a bit underwhelmed. They had come here because they were originally curious about Nian Su's skills, but when they said they were curious, most of them were actually questioning Nian Su's racing skills. They were more inclined to think that Xiao Siyu loved the house before losing to Sun Yan. So most of them are here to see what's going on. They had thought that even if Sun Yan couldn't win against Xiao Siyu today, at least they would be able to see Sun Yan racing. I didn't realize that the racing had come to this before it even started, and it was clear that it wasn't going to happen. Among the several people there is no lack of a few second generation. The moment he opened his mouth, he said darkly sarcastically, such a delicate and weak lady, even if she is not injured, holding the steering wheel and even dare not step on the gas pedal to the end, right? Chapter 118, who doesn't know how to play hard to get? A moment on the track may have to cry pear-shaped tears, then can let the brothers heartache, ha 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 ha. I think Do Mingyue is bound to become a eunuch this time, and we won't be able to see any of the superior car skills. Xiao Siyu was instantly annoyed as he listened to the mouthfuls of words from the few people beside him. He was just about to open his mouth when he heard Sun Yan's soft voice ring out, how about a bet? She arched her eyebrows at the few second-generation people in front of her who were taunting her, with a few provocations between her eyebrows. A bet? What kind of bet? The winner is the king and the loser warms the bed? It's not bad to say yes to something that benefits the boss. That's right. Take me one on this kind of bet. And me. Xiao Siyu's face couldn't even hang on as he listened to these people's spermatozoa-ridden remarks. Do each and every one of you want to die? How many times have I told you? MS. Su is under my protection, you all dare to make fun of me with her? His face was grim, and it looked like he was really angry. This time, the several second-generation ancestors also looked at each other with puzzled faces. When Shin Huaisu came back, he saw that the people in the lounge all looked like they had strangled their necks, and each of them was speechless. He swept a glance at the few people present before he began to medicate Su Nian's hands. Su Nian patted Xiao Siyu's shoulder with his uninjured hand and shook his head at him before he spoke again. Let's make a bet. If I win this time, all your cars will be mine. How about it? Just now each and every one of them was mouthy as hell, but after they finished speaking Xiao Siyu was really angry, and each and every one of them didn't dare to molest Su Nian anymore. But most people scoffed at her remark. What kind of fight can a woman who can get hurt holding a helmet have? Xiao Siyu had presumably let the water down on purpose before to coax this woman, but they weren't going to. Each of them drives a car that has been meticulously remodeled at great expense, and it can be said that the car is their second wife. Export your wife? Doesn't exist. No way, there won't be some people who think they will lose to me, so they don't dare to bet, right? Su Nian pretended to be surprised and covered her small mouth. Just now, one by one, they screamed so much, I thought they were all pretty ballsy, but I didn't realize that they were all hot chickens. TSK. If you can't do it, you should have said so earlier. It's not enough to be called a hot chick. Why are you talking about not being able to do it? The crowd looked at Xiao Siyu's complete lack of intention to care, and their faces were a bit hanging. Although Shin Huairuo didn't know what had just happened, he looked at his sister-in-law provoking a few people on the opposite side of the room and knew that they hadn't farted well just now. Although he didn't know if Su Nian was lucky last time, someone provoking his sister-in-law was something he couldn't tolerate. His mocking tone rang out in the quiet lounge. Xiao, the people under your hand are indeed quite gutless, not an official competition, they don't even dare to make a bet. In the future it's better to go to the kindergarten entrance and drive a go-kart. This just completely blew up a few people who were already harboring anger. Shin Huairuo, you shouldn't go too far. It's obvious that we don't want to bully women. It is. Our boss didn't even say anything. Ha! We'd like to compete, but if we lose, what leverage does she have? Xiao Siyu's face became even more ugly. He had wanted to give them some face, to help them leave the wife. Now it seems unlikely that they will relent until they've learned their lesson by bleeding heavily. If she loses, I'll pay you guys as much as your car is worth again. Xiao Siyu almost blurted out. Each one of these second-generation cars they play with is also superb, and they've burned a lot of money on them. Hearing that Xiao Siyu was so generous, he was instantly happy. Don't need you yet. Su Nian raised her eyes and glanced at Xiao Siyu. If I lose, the money will be according to the amount you just said, but if I win, you'll have to help out as a witness, and each of their cars will belong to me. How about that? Seeing this, Shin Huairuo decisively backed up their sister-in-law. Any promise made by my big sister is covered by our Shin family. If you don't believe me, let's draw up a contract now. No problem, the Shin family and the Chow family are giving guarantees. This order is not a loss. Come on. Next time there's a good thing like this, you can still call me. Too bad it's only good against one car. If we could get two more, TSK. Xiao Siyu stood by the side, listening to these little brothers who were hanging out with him, each arrogant and full of words. His temples couldn't help but jump abruptly. Ha! Now that one of them is screaming so cheerfully, in a moment I hope they will still have so much energy. With Shin Huairuo around, the contract was quickly drawn up. Su Nian looked at the contract in front of her with satisfaction, and smoothly signed her name. She picked up the helmet in her hand and turned it upside down in her hand. Auntie, I never bully the little trash, so here's a perk for you guys. Anything within half a lap of me counts as a win for you. Su Nian said, her eyes turning to Xiao Siyu. Of course, that includes you. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll take some of my skills out and play with you guys, she said, carrying her helmet and walking right out of the lounge. Ha ha ha. Who wouldn't be able to blow awesome? This girl is really capable of blowing. I don't know if she will cry in a while. Ha. Auntie, I never bully little trash. You guys win if you're within half a lap of me. Ha 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 ha. Laugh it up. From now on let's drive her around in a half circle to give her a good wake-up call. One by one, the people in the lounge fishtailed out, and only Xiao Siyu quietly looked in the direction Su Nian left in deep thought. I can't believe she said she was going to take some of her skills out and play with them, so she means she didn't give it her all last time? Xiao Siyu instantly felt bad about his entire body. Half a lap ahead of him without even trying. Now. Xiao Siyu's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked forward a bit to what Su Nian with a bit of technology would be like. Motor Speedway. The group had all entered the track, and the dilettantes, who had been hanging around, had gotten serious. After all, it's a matter of multiple wives, and no one wants to let go of such a good opportunity. So at the sound of the hooter, all the cars flew off like arrows off a string. All of their attention was on Xiao Xiu. After all, his car skills were there for them to see. As for Sun Yan, let's just assume she was bragging. So as soon as the hooter sounded, everyone concentrated on trying to shorten the distance with Xiao Xiu as much as possible, completely missing the fact that Sun Yan had already lost sight of even the car's taillights. Xiao Xiu looked at the gap between him and Sun Yan, and now realized what level Sun Yan's phrase "use a little technology" was. Chapter 119, The Fastest Woman. Soon the beep of first place over the line came from the location of the main console. One by one, the rest of the group crossed the line as well, eventually stopping in the center of the racetrack. Do Mingyue, who ended the race almost at the very back of the pack, took his helmet off his head and saw the total number of hours in first place, and his eyes fell out of his head. Boss, when did this technique of yours get so fierce? Surprisingly, it's improved so much? The others on the sidelines chimed in. It's opening the 2 chakras, isn't it? Boss is just awesome. That's it. You've lost almost a lap to the second place, right? Boss, you can do it. The corner of Xiao Xiu's mouth couldn't help but twitch, really not wanting to continue being friends with these blind people. For the first time he felt so ashamed to be with these guys. Shenhui Ruo helped Sun Yan take the helmet off from the side before saying coolly, if the 2 holes in your faces aren't for taking out your breath, look at what the first place number is before blowing it up. He was so bottomless now that he could not wait to transform into a pea shooter and dislike them one by one. The last time Sun Yan won against Xiao Xiu, he did think about the fact that his sister-in-law had accidentally won because she was lucky. But now, her sister-in-law let out her words with such confidence, and then easily circled Josie almost the entire time. He didn't believe his sister-in-law when she said she had no skills and relied on luck. Unless, her sister-in-law is a genius. Gee, he now finally understood how Shen Huaisu and Sun Yan had felt when the 2 of them were in the 100 Flowers Hall. Totally alone. No one is afraid of anyone. All give master death. Xiao Xiu also couldn't stand to watch, coldly splashing a pot of cold water on everyone present. The first place is Sun Yan, and also, all of your cars now belong to her. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't shocked, especially since my wife was gone in an instant. Each and every one of them looked at Sun Yan in incomparable shock, their brains completely unable to digest what had just happened. Sun Yan looked at the group of people in front of her with a curved brow and asked with a smile on her face, did you guys not dare to step on the brakes when you were just holding the steering wheel? In the future there is this kind of good thing, I can also call on you, to ensure that next time not only to offset a car, to give you 2 more, how about it? The already quiet racetrack was now dead silent. The words Sun Yan had just said were all things they had taunted her with, and now every single one of them was hitting them in their own faces. It really hurts. It's not just my face that hurts, but my heart as well. Their cars. One by one are their hearts and souls, and they have spent a lot of money to get into the current situation. There are still a lot of parts in there that can't be done domestically, and they specialize in finding professionals from abroad. Now, snap, all gone. Sun Yan looked at the group of second-generation fathers in front of her with satisfaction, and the smile between her brows became heavier. Alright, little hot chicks, hand over all the car keys. Do Mingyue was the first to respond, handing over the key in her hand. I concede defeat, take care of me from now on, big sister. If Sun Yan was still a crazy woman in his eyes just now, the current Sun Yan was a sparkling crazy woman. The woman who could outrun the Josie they worshipped. He decided. She was the fastest woman in his heart. In their racing circles, the strongest man is king. Although they are all rich second generation, but Mu Chang's heart is almost everyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Josie's little brother. The others naturally followed suit and handed over their keys. They were heartbroken about the car, but a bet is a bet, and they admit it. What's more, they more or less had more or less the same mindset as Do Mingyue in the bottom of their hearts. There is such a big sister, face doubly face ah. No wonder even the Shin family's oldest 3 big sister shouted Sun Yan, TSK. People really have 2 brushes on the body. Although they didn't say anything on the surface, they had already silently categorized themselves along with Do Mingyue as Sun Yan's Yin Xiui in their hearts. If anyone dared to bully Sun Yan at school, they would definitely be a cloud-piercing arrow with 1,000 armies to meet them. Cut him the down. Meanwhile, Lu Chang had already asked Lin Bai Lu out. Seeing Lu Chang, who was sitting in the private room of the cafe, his entire face swollen into a pig's head and still on ice, Lin Bai Lu was directly stunned. She remembered that Lu Chang said he was going on a date with Do Mingyue to the racetrack, so how did it turn out like this? Just now Lu Chang asked her to come out and just kept crying for her to come out quickly. She hadn't wanted to come, but thinking that Lu Chang still had quite a bit of use for her, she came with a stiff upper lip. Lin Bailu sat down opposite Lu Chang and asked with a feigned worried face, Chang, what's wrong with you? Did you have a fight with Do Mingyue? She really couldn't think of any situation that would bring a woman on a date back with a pig's head. Do Mingyue was already tall and robust, and although he was average looking, his family was in good condition. Although it was not as good as the 4 great families, it was still counted in the Shangjing circle. Otherwise they wouldn't be playing with Josie and the others. Lu Chang put down the 2 ice packs in her hand and originally wanted to reach over and beg for a hug, but just as the ice was taken off her face, she felt a fiery pain in her cheeks. I had no choice but to put the ice pack on my face again. Oh, it's Su Nian Nian the one. If it wasn't for her, my face wouldn't be like this. She had always had a good relationship with Do Yuming, who was chauvinistic but generous with his spending money on her. She had thought about developing further with him, but she hadn't expected to be stirred up by Su Nian Nian, and Do Mingyu had even told her to get lost. Lin Bailu's eyebrows raised. You're saying that you and Do Mingyu saw Su Nian Nian again at the racetrack? She didn't understand why that woman wanted to go to the racetrack again, but when she thought that Do Mingyu always followed Xiao Siyu before going to the racetrack, it was like she understood something. Is Su Nian Nian worried that there's no taker after she divorces Shen Huayan, and that's why she's courting Xiao Siyu? Her eyes narrowed as she thought about how Xiao Siyu's attitude towards Su Nian Nian was indeed unusual when she was at school earlier. Ha! Who is Su Nian Nian to her? Things like being noticed and treated special were all hers originally. She's the young lady of the Lin family. Not this redneck. Lu Chang sniffled. Yes. Su Nian Nian, that woman, she really is just like what you said. She likes to seduce other people's boyfriends. Do Mingyu, that scummy guy, only just met that woman a day ago, and he beat me up for her. Although it was because Su Nian Nian said that she didn't hit women, and another person had to be beaten, Do Yuming made her move, but she was probably right about the situation. Chapter 120, Deliberately Seducing Him. If it wasn't for Su Nian Nian, Do Yuming wouldn't have hit her at all. It's all Nian Su. Blame her. She must have used this method to attract Do Yuming's attention, deliberately seducing him. Lin Bailu was directly stunned. She just casually coped with Lu Chang, did not expect to hear such a big melon. The key, this melon is related to Su Nian Nian. She couldn't help but get excited at the bottom of her heart. One hand fiercely pinched the palm of the other, which forcefully suppressed the excitement of her heart, pretending to be sad. Su Nian Nian is already a recidivist. Even if the matter goes to the police station, this matter will also be unsettled. Hey! Lu Chang's eyes were red, viciously gritting his teeth. By what right? On what basis does a person like Su Nian Nian do bad things and not get punished? She clenched her hands into fists, her distaste for Su Nian Nian having reached its peak. The corner of Lin Bailu's mouth silently hooked, at the side did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Su Nian Nian and Xiao Xiao's relationship is good. Even if there is any unfavorable news to spread out, there will be someone who will help her to wipe out. Her words instantly irritated Lu Chang. She was targeted by Su Nian Nian because of the actual school post that said she was a gold digger. This matter Do Yuming he also knew before, but in the end, after seeing Su Nian Nian himself, he still fell back. Lu Chang clenched his fists. I definitely won't let her whitewash easily this time. Doesn't she want to pretend to be a white lotus flower? I'm going to make it impossible for her to pretend. Lin Bailu's heart was about to blossom with joy, but her mouth still didn't forget to stop a mouthful. Chang, don't get too excited. If you really expose her online, and people find out your identity, you might be targeted by Xiao Xiao as well. Then I'll report it anonymously. Lu Chang pursed her lips. There were quite a few people present just now, not only those brought by Xiao Xiao, but also quite a few staff members. Is every one of them tight-lipped? She just needed to find a few more people, and use different people's perspectives to say the same thing. She didn't believe that, with 3 becoming a tiger, Su Nian Nian would still be able to run wild? Lin Bailu looked at Lu Chang with satisfaction and took a sip of the coffee in front of her before she comforted again. As long as it doesn't affect you, that sister of mine is indeed too much. Lu Chang's heart was much more comfortable as he listened to Lin Bailu's words. Her eyes lifted, and only then did she notice the extraordinarily nice style of the little dress Lin Bailu was wearing. She couldn't help but look the dress up and down, and she didn't know if she was looking at it too seriously, but Lin Bailu was inexplicably a bit vain. She did plan to just repack it for Su Nian Nian to throw back after wearing it for a few days earlier. But the 3 dresses were just too good, both in style and cut, and they were deeply in her favor. In order to wear the dress properly, she didn't even dare to eat a full meal, and starved herself for a few days to make her waist and stomach appear not to be tight. The thought that these clothes were customized to Su Nian Nian's measurements made her even more upset. The clothes she needed to starve for a few days to fit into were just right for Su Nian Nian. Was this proving that she wasn't as fit as Su Nian Nian? Also, the chest needs super thick foam underwear to barely hold it up. Lin Bailu's brows frowned, suppressing the displeasure under her eyes. She looked at Lu Chang and asked, Chang, why are you always staring at me? Is there something wrong with the makeup I put on today? Lu Chang shook his head. No, I just think that you seem to have become prettier in the recent period. Especially the clothes in the last few days are all looking good. Where did you buy them? Girls are unified by beauty. Seeing that the 3 dresses Lin Bailu wore these days all looked good excessively, not only could they show off a dripping body, but they could also make the temperament go up a whole lot. Did Lin Bailu used to have such a good figure? Lu Chang couldn't help but think back, probably, but he hadn't seen any clothes that could be worn so stunningly by Lin Bailu before. Looks like this designer is pretty good. Lin Bailu pulled the corner of her mouth a little awkwardly. This designer is my mom met before when she traveled abroad. He is a little eccentric in nature, taking orders all depends on the mood. It was not easy for me to get these 3 pieces of clothing. Lu Chang sniffed, her brows furrowed at once, such an obvious rejection, she could still hear it. But being rejected directly by Lin Bailu like this, she was still a bit uncomfortable in her heart. They're so close, is she worried that she'll steal her thunder by customizing nice clothes too? Lin Bailu and Lu Chang hadn't spent a short amount of time together, and as soon as her face sank downwards, she immediately realized what was going on. Chang, I don't mean to bluff you, in fact, these 3 pieces of clothes of mine Sun Yen Nian also took a fancy to it, she mentioned it once before at my parents' place, and my mom originally wanted to make a few customized pieces for her as well, but the designer didn't take the order at all, so these are the only 3 pieces we have at home, and I reckon that in a few days' time, these clothes might not be able to be worn on me. Lin Bailu's tone was pitiful when she said this, even her eyes seemed to be red with it. Because of this matter, my father has already lectured me once, I guess Sun Yen Nian went home again, my clothes. Lu Chang couldn't believe his ears, is Sun Yen Nian a bandit? It's not like you owe her anything. What gives her the right to rob you? She slapped the ice pack in her hand on the table angrily, her eyes about to burst into flames. Lin Bailu didn't say anything, just drooped her eyelids and sat in her seat. She actually didn't want to return the clothes to Sun Yen Nian, but these clothes were customized by Sun Yen Nian, and if the designer's side had a finished picture, she would be easily exposed. So even if she liked it, she had to send the dress back. Although Lin Bailu felt a bit of pity, she thought that after the clothes she had worn were worn by Sun Yen Nian, not only would she be able to sit on the fact that she had robbed her, it also makes it look like Sun Yen Nian is a rag-picking gold-digging woman, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She really couldn't wait to see Sun Yen Nian's face that was so distorted with anger. It must be wonderful. In the evening, just after the sun had set, Sun Yen Nian couldn't wait to return to the Shin family. After she raced with Josie's boys during the day, she brought all the cars to the engineering department to have the parts changed. It wasn't that she didn't want to go home, but going back Shinhuayan wasn't there either. She simply followed to change the car, and on the way, she slightly reorganized Shinhuairua's fleet. Because she raced when Shinhuairua team drivers have seen her level, and see her more than a dozen second-generation car all donated to the team, one is simply more well-behaved than a quail. It didn't take Sun Yen Nian much time at all to get right into it. By the time she was done playing in the caravan, it was almost evening. Sun Yen Nian heard that Shinhuayan was off work, so she immediately hoofed it back to Shin's house with Shinhuairua. But just as she arrived at the door, she saw someone she very much didn't want to see. Chapter 121. You can play it as you like. Nyan, you guys are back, huh? Fan Shijin smiled with a face of elegance. She stood beside Shinhuayan, completely acting as a hostess who greeted guests. Sun Yen Nian didn't know why both Shinhuayan and Elder Shin were standing outside, but this timing of Fan Shijin's appearance really made her very upset, especially with her self-identified white moon thing earlier. She pulled the corners of her mouth, and when she got out of the car, she rushed over to Shinhuayan with an arrow step. Without waiting for Shinhuayan to speak, she directly jumped into his arms. Mr. Shin, I miss you so much, she said, and arched her head in his arms. Shinhuayan's first reaction was not shock, but to look down and sniff Sun Yen Nian's small face. He suspected she had just been out drinking again. Why else would she suddenly be so passionate? When Sun Yen Nian saw that Shinhuayan didn't have much of a reaction, she thought that her behavior just flopped. Her chin lifted and she just wanted to give Shinhuayan a signal, only to see his handsome face coming closer. Sun Yen Nian held her breath at once, and her pair of watery eyes blinked blankly at Shinhuayan for half a day, with a look of emptiness on her face. Having quite a good time outside? Shinhuayan didn't smell the imagined smell of alcohol, and his face softened quite a bit instead. He liked it when Sun Yen Nian took the initiative to stick to him, even when she was drunk and stuck to him. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time Sun Yen Nian had taken the initiative to get close to him without being drunk. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a pleasant smile. A large hand gently patted on her back, even her tone was a little gentler. Seeing that Shinhuayan wasn't angry, Sun Yen Nian immediately revealed a row of small white teeth. Well, happy, but seeing Mr. Shun makes me even happier. As she said, she directly hugged Shinhuayan's waist, completely like a golden cicada on a tree. The main fight climbed and will not be able to tear off. Fan Shijin almost had a heart attack on the spot when she saw the two of them being mushy. She wordlessly clenched her fists behind her back, forced a smile, and said awkwardly, Nian Nian's personality is really lively and as clingy as a child's. With a single sentence, she pushed the relationship between Sun Yen Nian and Shinhuayan into the purity zone. Shinhuairuo couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind, and when he thought of what Shinhuaisu had said earlier about Fan Shijin bringing Tangfrost to the house to bully Sun Yen Nian, he also felt a bit more disgusted with Fan Shijin. My sister-in-law is indeed very lively, and my big brother loves that my sister-in-law is lively and clingy. Shinhuairuo finished this, pretended to whisper, you may not have seen my big brother for a long time, so you don't understand him. You can't see when the two tsk. More sticky. The expression on Fan Shijin's face stiffened in a meaty way. Isn't Sun Yen Nian and Shinhuayan still not sticky in their current situation? Is there anything sludgier? Fan Shijin simply cannot imagine that the Shinhuayan who is not interested in anything and has no passion will be sticky to Sun Yen Nian. Master Shin always felt that the atmosphere in front of him seemed strange, but when he saw Sun Yan Nian hugging Shen Huayan and not letting go of his hand, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter at all whether the atmosphere was strange or not. Since Nian Nian is back, let's go eat together, Elder Shen said while waving at Fan Shijin. Shijin, you also come over together. Fan Shijin wanted to take the opportunity to brush up against Shen Huayan, but Sun Yan Nian always hung onto him, and did not have the slightest intention of letting go of him. Watching Elder Shen leave, she didn't want to follow him alone. Huayan, dinner will be ready soon, you guys better hurry up, Grandpa's health is not good, we can't let the elders wait for a few juniors to eat, right? When she said this, her line of sight also deliberately fell on Sun Yan Nian's arm that was tightly wrapped around Shen Huayan's waist. If not for the fact that she was now a guest of the Shen family, she would have hated to go straight up and break Sun Yan Nian's arm. How can there be such a shameless woman? With so many people outside, she was able to brazenly go up and hug Shen Huayan. Shen Huayan's eyebrows slightly raised, sensing Fan Shijin's gaze towards Sun Yan Nian, his face instantly turned cold. This is a matter between our husband and wife. It doesn't need you, an outsider, to worry about it, Miss Fan, please take care of yourself. Fan Shijin's face suddenly turned red, but still insisted on explaining. I also did it for Grandpa Shen's sake. You don't have to worry about it blindly. To my grandfather, compared to a small matter like eating, he hates the idea of my elder brother and sister-in-law being alone and getting bored together every day. Shen Huairua directly interrupted her last thought. Go away? Miss Fan? As a junior, you'd better go to the restaurant as soon as possible, or else my grandfather, the elder, won't be able to eat well, and you'll be committing a grave sin. Fan Shijin wanted to curse now. Shen Huaisu had already made her angry enough before, but she didn't expect Shen Huairua's mouth to be so poisonous as well. She had wanted to say something, but when she saw that Shen Huayan had absolutely no intention of helping her, she could only pretend to be injured and stagger away. Sun Yan Nian hugged Shen Huayan and looked at the direction that Fan Shijin left through the crook of his arm, and only after seeing that she had gone far away did she slowly loosen her arm that was wrapped around Shen Huayan. Shen Huayan's dark eyes drooped, his arms were suddenly empty, and he was surprisingly still a little reluctant to give up. Mr. Shen, did Fan Shijin come with you? Sun Yan Nian put her small hands behind her back and looked at Shen Huayan a bit puzzled. Yesterday, Shen Huayan said very clearly that Fan Shijin was not his white moonlight. It wasn't like he was faking the words. He had just rejected Fan Shijin, so Sun Yan Nian was even more curious as to how she had gotten here. Shen Huayan raised his hand to straighten out her somewhat messy bangs, and returned word for word. Grandpa just happened to have something to do today and made a trip to the company, and met Fan Shijin, who brought a lot of tonic for Grandpa, so Grandpa brought her home for dinner. His tone was light, with little rise or fall. Sun Yan Nian couldn't hear any emotions in his voice, so she wasn't sure if Shen Huayan was angry or not about what she had just done. She pursed her small lips and tentatively asked, Mr. Shen, I just suddenly hugged you, you are not angry, right? Shen Huayan gently shook his head, his deep brows looking at Sun Yan Nian and asked, so why did you just have to hug me? That is, well, in order to help you. Sun Yan Nian looked at Shen Huayan in a serious manner. Just now that Fan Shijin had non-interest in you, I think you should not be interested in her, so I helped you to break her thoughts, so I had no choice but to physically contact. Shen Huayan nodded fervently, as if he was deep in thought, and slowly opened his mouth again. I understand, I won't be angry when I encounter any physical contact in this situation in the future, so you can feel free to play. Chapter 122. Isn't it a bit not so good? His voice was low, even with a few compelling tones. Sun Yan Nian looked at Shen Huayan a bit dumbfounded. Hearing that feel free to play, she actually had a bit of a leap of faith. Mr. Shen, you're such a good person. Sun Yan Nian did not hold back, hugging Shen Huayan and rubbing again. Shen Huayan sighed a little helplessly and raised his hand to tenderly rub her little head. Is he a good guy? He didn't want to be the good guy at all. I wonder if Sun Yan Nian would still treat him as a good person after knowing his true intentions. I'm afraid she doesn't realize that his ultimate goal as a good guy is to eat her whole. Shen Huayan listened to Sun Yan Nian's rainbow farts during the day again before going to the restaurant one after the other with her. At this time, the meal on the table had also been set. Sun Yan Nian's original position was to sit next to Elder Shen, but now this position was occupied by Fan Shijin. If it was before, Sun Yan Nian definitely wouldn't care. She would even think that Fan Shijin might not know that this position next to that Elder Shen was hers. However, when they saw how ugly the expressions of Shen Huaisu, Shen Huairua and Shen Huaiji were, they knew that Fan Shijin was doing it on purpose. When Shen's family ate in the restaurant, their positions were fixed. So if Fan Shijin took her seat, then she would have to sit in the seat to the right of Shen Huayan. Sun Yan Nian pursed her small lips, glanced at Shen Huayan and tugged on his coat corner as if she was pampered. Mr. Shen, my seat was taken by someone else, can I sit in your seat today? Trying to take her spot and sit next to her little brother? Dreaming! Not to mention a door, not even a window. Sun Yan Nian was already prepared for Shen Huayan to reject her, and she would swing alone. However, Shen Huayan glanced at Sun Yan Nian and surprisingly nodded very cooperatively. Well, then sit here. Shen Huayan's words had just fallen, and he was about to sit on the seat next to him. Fan Shijin's face was unusually ugly when she saw that her reckoning had fallen through. She quickly stood up and pretended to be flustered. I'm sorry, Nian Nian, I didn't know that the seat next to Grandpa was yours. I've been abroad for a bit too long. I don't know much about it, and I used to come to the Shin family to sit casually, and She pursed her lips in a panicked and aggrieved manner, as if Su Nian Nian had bullied her. Su Nian Nian immediately followed suit and stood up, similarly full of panic. What's going on? Did the seat I was sitting on burn my butt? Why are you still crying? Shin Huaisu was still looking at Su Nian Nian with a worried face, worried that she would fall for Fan Xianjin's tricks. I didn't expect her to bring the picture down when she opened her mouth. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Shin Huaisua did not hold back, directly laughed out loud. The emotions that Fan Shijin had just brewed up instantly all smashed. She glared at Shin Huaisu with a bit of dissatisfaction, and couldn't say a word of what she wanted to say next. She actually wanted the Shin family to realize that Su Nian Nian was lashing out at her because she had taken her seat. Who had thought that Su Nian Nian had given her a run for her money as soon as she opened her mouth, favoring Shin Huaisu who had also helped her by mistake. Fan Shijin gritted her teeth, forced down the fire in her heart, and on her face she still had to maintain the aggrieved look. I'm just afraid that you're not happy. Su Nian Nian waved her little hand. How come? No matter where you sit, it doesn't matter. If you like my seat, when you go back in a while, this seat you can pack it up and take it with you. I don't think Grandpa will care, right Grandpa? Elder Shin was stupefied by what the two little girls said, totally missed what was really operating between them. However, upon hearing Su Nian Nian's very clear sentence, he immediately nodded in cooperation. That's right, if Nian Nian has no problem with it, you can take this chair, and if you really like it, it's no problem to bring all the tables and chairs in this set at home. It just so happens that this set of tables and chairs are old, and I want to replace them with a new set. Fan old man, there is a good set of Wang Wali's table and chairs, he saw in the Fan family last time. The carving is very good. If Fan Shijin wants this set of tables and chairs in their house, he can just go along and ask old man Fan for his set. Absolutely no loss. Shin old man so thought, suddenly very hard to Fan Shijin promotion up. Shijin girl, Grandpa, this set of tables and chairs is really good. You can consider, although a little bit of years, but wins in the quality of hard. The skin on Fan Shijin's face trembled, practically dying of anger on the spot by Elder Shin. Is she asking for this table and chair set? She was wanting the position of Mrs. Su Nian Nian Shun. This position is not another position. Fan Shijin was practically smoking with anger. But on the face she cannot show it, can only pull the corner of her mouth to pretend to be very thankful. Look at Shin, old man said. Thank you, Grandpa Shin, or Grandpa Shin love me, treat me as a family member of Shin. As she said this, she deliberately glanced at Su Nian Nian. Wanted to show how different Master Shin was to her. Su Nian Nian didn't care about this at all, and after taking a bite of Shin Huayan's dish, her watery eyes narrowed happily. Hearing Fan Qianjin's words, her watery eyes curved and she turned her head to look at her. Sister Qianjin likes the Shin family so much? That's of course, my grandfather and Grandpa Shin are old friends, and I grew up with several Shin family brothers as childhood sweethearts. Shouldn't I like the Shin family? Fan Shijin did not answer the question of Su Nian Nian, with a few meaningful smiles between his eyebrows. Su Nian Nian nodded fervently, and stuffed the small snacks Shin Huayan clamped into his small mouth, before murmuring, in that case, let's pick a day and let Grandpa be a witness to you, and worship Mr. Shin and the rest of them directly? Put. As Su Nian Nian's words fell, 3 spurts of water came from across the room. Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu were originally 3 people who were watching and eating melons, but they didn't expect to eat melons to themselves now. They all knew that Fan Shijin was interested in their big brother, so this wave of their sister-in-law's maneuver was definitely full of points. Of course the premise is, if they are not Shin Huayan's younger brother, Fan Shijin is a little younger than their big brother, but older than all of them. If Fan Shijin worships with them, won't it be one more mother? This kind of thing is really scary to think about. Fan like Jin's face immediately a green burst of white. She shook her lips for a good half day to find her voice. I do like the Shin family, but with them to worship, is not a little, not very good? Su Nian Nian waved her hand repeatedly. Sister seemingly Jin, you are worried that it's troublesome to manage these younger brothers, right? Don't worry, you're just recognizing a different surname sibling by worshipping with them. As for managing them, you don't need to worry about it. I as a sister-in-law will manage it myself. Chapter 123. Are you polite? Now Fan Shijin's face turned completely green. She frowned tightly, completely at a loss as to how Su Nian Nian said the most shameless things in the calmest of tones, letting her worship in Shin Huayan as siblings, not letting her get involved in the Shin family's affairs, and still being able to be superior to her in terms of status? How is she so good at calculating? Think you're a calculator? When the several brothers of the Shin family heard Su Nian Nian's words, the sense of crisis that was hanging in their hearts instantly disappeared for the most part. How did they forget that as a sister-in-law, Su Nian Nian was a head higher in seniority than Fan Shijin's, and even if she wanted to press them with her status, they wouldn't panic. After all, just listening to your sister-in-law is enough. Thinking so, the 3 Shin family brothers immediately returned to the melon-eating mode they had just been in. The old man of the Fan family and their grandfather had a good relationship, and when the old man of the Fan family came to the house before, he would always bring his favorite granddaughter with him, so it was normal for Fan Shijin to be familiar with the people of the Shin family. But other than Elder Shin, they all had average feelings towards Fan Shijin. Except for Shin Huaisu, of course. Although he is the youngest, the character is the most unruly among several brothers. Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairu face Fan Shijin's sermon is most likely the left ear into the right ear out. However, Shin Huaisu often went up against Fan Shijin. He had been pitted by this soft knife of hers every time, so he had the worst feelings towards Fan Shijin. Shin Huaisu just saw Fan Zijin's old tricks, worried for half a day, but the result did not think Sun Yanyan's whimsical, caught her off guard. Gee, how can I put it? Let's just say it's worthy of their sister-in-law. Fan Shijin pulled the corner of her mouth. Nian Nian, you are still young, many things are still not too understanding. Sun Yanyan was very much in tune with what she was saying, tilting her head and giving her an extraordinarily clueless look. Fan Shijin's rhythm that had been disrupted by Sun Yanyan was easily pulled back. She tried to maintain a gentle smile and continued, I'm a bit older than you, there are a lot of things you don't understand that you can come and consult me, and I'm quite a bit more familiar with the Shin family than you are, don't you think so? Fan Shijin once again pulled out the killer. To Sun Yanyan, the fact that she knew the Shin family better than she did was her advantage. There was no way she could deny it, even if she didn't. What could Sun Yanyan do if she could calculate? What can she change? Fan Shijin thought so, looking at Sun Yanyan's side vaguely with a few provocative tones. Sun Yanyan sighed, looked at Fan Shijin, I think you are right, I came to the Shin family not long, really need a familiar with the Shin family, also older people to help, right? Fan Shijin thought Sun Yanyan had compromised and was about to further finalize her position in the Shin family when she watched Sun Yanyan reach out her small hand and poke Shin Huaiyan beside her. Mr. Shin. Sun Yanyan's soft voice rang out in the restaurant. Shin Huaiyan's line of sight hadn't been leaving Sun Yanyan much, and when he heard her voice, he naturally met her eyes, his heart vaguely carrying a few points of excitement. Is this where she finally learns to rely on him when she's being given a hard time? Shin Huaiyan gently raised an eyebrow, just as he watched Sun Yanyan wave at him, signaling him to lower his head. He thought Sun Yanyan was trying to whisper something to him, so he patted over without even thinking. Bark. Sun Yanyan kissed him on the cheek as if no one else was there, then turned her head to look at Fan Shijin, her eyebrows smiling extraordinarily brightly. See, this man is mine. Fan Shijin was completely confused by her sudden declaration of sovereignty, and immediately afterward, she heard Sun Yanyan's soft voice come through again. I have Mr. Shin, a person who is familiar with the Shin family who is still old, there will definitely be no problem, like Jean, you can rest assured that you will tie the knot with Mr. Shin and the others. In the future, I will definitely love you as my sister. Good guy, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu, three people straightly called out good guy. Their sister-in-law's words not only let Fan Shijin a fatal blow, but also piggyback on the foot and pull the topic back. Shin Huaisu looked at Fan Shijin with an excited face and teased, Sister Shijin, I think sister-in-law is right, since you like our Shin family so much, let's just tie the knot, and in the future we'll be close to each other. Shin Huairuo looked at Shin Huaisu's look and had to admit that this brother of his knew what yin and yang was. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Fan Shijin's face turned green. She wanted to rely on the seniority in Sun Yanyan a higher level, did not expect Sun Yanyan high art people bold, directly to her hole overturned the car. Gee, does look soothing. Shin Huairuo thought that she just clearly wanted to bully Sun Yanyan, so her mouth didn't go easy on her. I agree with what fourth brother said, Fan's older, is it okay to be a senior? Fan Shijin felt that she was simply going to spit out blood from the Shin family's several brothers' anger. What do you mean she's older? It's okay to be a senior? Are you polite? Shin Huaiji raised his eyes and glanced at Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu, and coughed lightly, what's wrong with you two? Even if you want Sister Fan to get closer to the Shin family, you can't be so rude. It's easy to offend people by saying so many truths. How many times has sister-in-law told you? Shin Huairuo understood, I know it's wrong. I know that too. Shin Huaisu followed suit and answered. But where was the look of guilt on the two men's faces? It's like, I know it's wrong, but I'm not going to change. Even if Fan Shijin's mental quality is good, she can't bear such a series of blows. Fan Shijin's eyes instantly reddened as she angrily stared at the three Shin family brothers. You, each and every one of you is too much. After she finished saying this, her eyes went to Shin Huaiyan. Huaiyan? Fan Shijin choked a little, as if waiting for Shin Huaiyan to back her up. Shin Huaiyan glanced coldly at Fan Shijin, his voice indifferent. It seems that you don't know enough about the Shin family. The character of these several brothers of mine has always been not very good, so I won't trouble Ms. Fan to take the trouble. He had agreed to Sun Yanyan's contact with Fan Shijin only because she didn't have any friends of the same sex in the Shinjing circle, and he hadn't expected that Fan Shijin would not only not be half friendly to Sun Yanyan, but also target her at every turn. How could he let such a person continue to let her hang around Sun Yanyan's side? He knew that Sun Yanyan had just said that letting Fan Shijin tie the knot with a few of their brothers was just a mouthful of high spirits, but the kiss that her little mouth had taken the initiative to kiss on his cheek was a real one. Huaiyan, that's not what I meant. I. M.S. Fan, although our two families are still on good terms, I'm not considered to be familiar with you, so it's better for you to change the way you address me. Without waiting for Fan Shinjin to open her mouth to explain, Shin Huayan once again drew a chum line for her. Chapter 124 Surprisingly. Surprisingly so good at it? Now the expression on Fan Shijin's face completely cracked. She looked at Shin Huayan unbelievably, completely not expecting him to be so heartless to her. Fan Shijin looked aggrieved and could only look at the old man Shin on the side, Grandpa Shin. Right now, the only person who could help her at the entire dinner table was Elder Shin. Elder Shin's brow was visibly wrinkled into a pimple. He's not blind. How can he not see that these brats and his family are teaming up to squeeze Fan Shijin? He didn't know what kind of grudges their juniors had against each other, but he knew his own grandson. In addition to Shin Huaisu's poisonous mouth will not move with Fan Shijin, Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua will not be easy to get along with Fan Shijin. He pondered for a moment, raised his hand and patted Fan Shijin's shoulder as a sign of comfort, before glaring at Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua, and Shin Huaisu, saying, "You few brats, I'll be chipping you one by one in a while. Be honest with me and eat properly now." Elder Shin named Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua, and Shin Huaisu, but only left out Shin Huayan. He didn't think anything of it until he just said that. But after Shin Huayan made it clear, he also felt that Fan Shijin shouldn't have called Shin Huayan so intimately. After all, Shin Huayan is already married, and there is no blood relationship between the two, plus Fan Shijin is still single. Avoiding suspicion is necessary. He was relieved that Shin Huayan could take the initiative to mention this. Side by side, it proved that this eldest grandson of his still valued Su Nian Nian. After Master Shin finished saying this, he turned his head to look at Fan Shijin, and only then continued, "Well, Shijin, you don't cry, come on, Grandpa will give you a chicken leg to eat. In a moment, I will definitely talk about these brats." Can Fan Shijin not see that Master Shin is perfunctory to her? But fortunately, these words of his also counted as giving her steps. Fan Shijin could only obey Master Shin's words to eat in a good manner. But she didn't eat much at this meal, and when the others finished eating, she didn't even stay and left straight after saying goodbye to Master Shin. Elder Shin looked at the three of them, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu, "The three of you stay, I have something to talk to you about." His voice wasn't too loud, but the non-angry voice also made people's hearts tremble. Su Nian Nian thought it was because she had just brought up the words to group attack Fan Shijin, so Master Shin got angry. She hurriedly stood up, "Grandpa, Before she could finish her latter words, she was directly picked up by Shin Huayan with one hand. Su Nian Nian looked at Shin Huayan with a dumbfounded face, and before she could react, he picked her up with one hand and turned her upside down. Totally child-hugging stance. "Su Nian Nian? Grandpa has something to talk to them. You come with me to the bedroom. I also have something to talk to you." Shin Huayan said, nodded at Elder Shin, and left with Su Nian Nian in his arms. "Now don't talk about Master Shin." Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairua and Shin Huaisu was also a face of shock, completely did not expect the introverted big brother surprisingly. Surprisingly so will it? Ahem. When Shin Huayan completely disappeared from the restaurant, Elder Shin coughed lightly and his eyes looked at the three grandchildren sitting in the restaurant. He raised his hand and tapped on the desktop. "Tell me, why are you three big old men targeting Fan Shijin, a girl?" When Elder Shin said this, his eyes swept back and forth across the faces of the three brothers, as if he wanted to see something in their expressions. Shin Huaisu's brows furrowed, and he was the first to open his mouth in dissatisfaction. "Grandpa, you can't be senile, can you? Are you really going to help that woman Fan Shijin out? She's the woman who came to our house to bully sister-in-law." When he thought of all the things that Fan Shijin had done, Shin Huaisu couldn't help but frown. He used to think that his grandfather was quite enlightened. How come he flipped in Fan Shijin? When Elder Shin heard Shin Huaisu's words, his brows instantly wrinkled. He stared hard at Shin Huaisu and asked word for word, "She bullied Nian Nian? When did that happen?" Shin Huaisu couldn't help but roll her eyes again. "Grandpa, just now during dinner, she tried to bully sister-in-law, can't you see that?" Master Shin raised his hand and grabbed the tissue packet on the table and threw it in Shin Huaisu's face. "You this kid from before in Fan Zijin do not deal with, how can I believe you? Besides, just now I was also on the side, seems like Jean just want to sit on the side of me, where to bully Nian Nian?" Elder Shin's words made Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairua couldn't help but look at each other. Sure enough, the friendship between Elder Fan and the Fan family has put a lot of filters on Fan Shijin. Their grandfather wasn't the kind of man who didn't know what was going on. There really wasn't much wrong with looking at the matter of Fan Shijin eating at Shin's house from his perspective. Just now, Fan Shijin was bent on making Master Shin think that their sister-in-law didn't know any better, and the fact that their grandfather didn't believe it proved it. Where would Shin Huaisu think so much? He saw that Master Shin didn't believe him and immediately had to blow up. "Grandpa, you." He was just about to stand up when Shin Huairua grabbed an apple and stuffed it into his mouth, successfully silencing him. Seeing this, Shin Huaiji secretly breathed a sigh of relief before he looked at Elder Shin and said, "Grandpa, do you remember the batch of clothes you customized for your sister-in-law? They were all made according to sister-in-law's favorite type." Elder Shin nodded and looked at Shin Huaiji uncertainly, not understanding why he suddenly mentioned this matter. Shin Huaiji then asked, "When Fan Shijin came to our house today, Grandpa, did you notice the clothes she was wearing?" Elder Shin obviously didn't pay attention. In fact, to his eyes, the girls all seemed to be wearing similar clothes. Where did he do any research? Elder Shin's brow wrinkled as he looked at Shin Huaiji with slight impatience. If there's any problem, you can say it directly, don't beat around the bush here. Shin Huaiji shrugged. The clothes Fan Shijin is wearing today are very similar to her sister-in-law's. To be exact, the style of clothes she's been wearing lately are all very similar to the batch of clothes you customized for your sister-in-law. Master Shin seemed to understand most of it, but he still couldn't help but ask, then is it possible that it's just that this year's favorite looks a little bit like it? Shinhwaruo also followed and nodded. That's right, not only do you like the style like this year, even the designer who made the clothes is a person at TSK. The designer is the same person? Elder Shin's brows instantly knitted into a lump. The reason these dresses go to a designer is so that they don't clash with anyone else. He never expected Fan Shijin to even have the same designer who made the clothes. This whole thing just looks suspicious. He narrowed his sophisticated eyes slightly. Why would she do that? Chapter 125, Free to Play. Why did you do that? It's not because she likes Big Brother? Shin Huaisu angrily bit into an apple. That tangfrost she brought before even said she was my brother's white moonlight in front of her sister-in-law. Elder Shin's brows completely knitted into a lump this time. Shin Huaisu saw that Shin Laozi seemed to have listened, so he continued to make up for it on the side. Fan Shijin has been coming to our Shin family so often lately, and you're so good to her. If sister-in-law really misunderstands and divorces her big brother, TSK. Absolutely not. Elder Shin almost stood up directly when he slapped the table. It was so hard for him to find such a precious grandson-in-law. How could he possibly stand by and watch the two get divorced? Elder Shin's brows wrinkled, his eyes unconsciously looked at the two brothers, Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairuo, who were on the side. His wrinkled eyes narrowed. Are the two of you in the know about this matter? Why else would the two kids, who were usually considered stable, be looking for trouble with Fan Shijin? Shin Huairuo sighed softly. After Fan Shijin brought Tangfrost to the Shin family last time, Big Brother asked me to investigate the person who ordered the clothes for sister-in-law, and whether or not they had taken another order. The kind of person Fan Shijin would definitely not use her real name even if she got someone to order the same clothes. Shin Huaisu nibbled another bite of apple and muttered in a very certain tone. Elder Shin's frown deepened at this point, as he looked at Shin Huairuo and nodded, then continued, it's true that someone else ordered similar clothes from that designer, but said that they wanted to take them abroad to wear them, so the designer agreed to it under the high commission. After Shin Huairuo finished saying this, his eyes turned to Shin Huaiji. Second brother should have also inquired clearly when he went to the Fan family before, right? Shin Huaiji nodded. When I went to check Master Fan's health last time, I looked for a few servants to inquire about it, and they said that Fan Shijin had recently bought a new batch of clothes. The style was similar to the one she often wears out now, and that the clothes she had brought from abroad hadn't been worn in a long time. Master Shin at this time, even if he is stupid, he can understand the small things in this. He was silent for a moment, and finally sighed, I'm too old to get involved in your young people's affairs, so you guys can just watch over these things. After Elder Shin said this, he slowly stood up and left. Shin Huaisu took another bite of the apple and looked at Shin Huaiji and Shin Huairuo with a bit of puzzlement. What did Grandpa mean just now? He doesn't still want to side with Fan Shijin, right? Shin Huairuo raised his hand and knocked on Shin Huaisu's head. Why are you so blind? Grandpa's meaning is that he doesn't care, so let's deal with Fan Shijin however we want. Really? Shin Huaisu was so shocked that she almost dropped the apple in her hand. He disliked Fan Shijin so much that his grandfather didn't even cut him. Then it's true. Shin Huaisu thought of this, and even got a little excited. Shin Huaiji looked at Shin Huaisu's worthless look and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Compared to the children of our old friend's family, our grandfather is even more reluctant to give up his precious granddaughter-in-law. Don't worry, in the future, even if you were making a fuss over Fan Shijin, you will still have your sister-in-law to protect you. Shin Huaisu was so happy that he almost didn't do a backflip on the spot. It's true that my sister-in-law is my eternal god. At the same time, Shin Huayan carried Sun Yen Yen back to the bedroom. He placed the man gently on the couch and sat himself down. Sun Yen Yen was carried back, completely unaware of what exactly Shin Huayan was going to talk to her about, so her entire body was in a batch of panic. On the way Shin Huayan carried her back, she almost reviewed everything she did at the dinner table, fearing that when Shin Huayan asked her later, she would not be able to find a suitable reason. She was sitting upright on the sofa, a pair of watery eyes staring nervously at Shin Huayan, completely in a state of readiness. Shin Huayan carried Sun Yen Yen back completely on a temporary basis. Seeing her so nervous little look, his heart in turn more than a few points to tease her mind. He lifted his hand and pinched at her small face. Are you nervous? Is it doing something wrong again that I don't know about? Sun Yen Yen immediately shook her head. No. She didn't even know why Shin Huayan had carried her back, but it was always right to deny it first. When she can't deny it, she'll take the initiative to admit it. Sun Yen Yen calculated in her heart, and her mind was instantly relaxed. Shin Huayan was tickled by her small appearance, looking at her with a few smiles from the corners of his eyebrows, completely without any semblance of anger. Seemingly infected by Shin Huayan, Sun Yen Yen's entire body relaxed quite a bit. She boldly looked at Shin Huayan and softly asked, Mr. Shin, you just said you wanted to talk to me, what did you want to talk to me about? Shin Huayan pondered slightly and said lightly, just now you kissed me at the dinner table. I just did the ones I reported to you in advance. Sun Yan looked at Shin Huayan in a serious manner. You said before that you could let me play freely, so you can't get angry with me for this kind of physical contact. This was something Sun Yan had been sketching out since just now, and she was confident that she would never roll over on this matter. She had once taken the initiative to hug Shin Huayan when she first met Fan Shijin before, and he didn't get angry and let her play freely. That's kind of like her being obedient and free to play. So that's a pot she's not taking. Shin Huayan's eyebrows raised high, a little surprised that his little wife wasn't so good at fooling around anymore. He simply lowered his head and kissed her on the cheek. I'm not angry, I'm the one who gave you free rein, this physical contact is okay, and you can continue to play it out later if you like, just like this, Shin Huayan said, and kissed her again on her eyes, followed by the bridge of her nose, and then her small mouth. But he all but gently landed on it and quickly parted, though he wanted a good taste of that little mouth of hers, though he was worried that she'd misunderstand that she was doing it wrong again later. So it had to be tolerated. Sun Yan was frozen by Shin Huayan kissing her several times in a row. She unconsciously touched her eyes, not knowing why such a simple touch made her heart beat extremely fast, like a beating drum. She suddenly felt a little thirsty, and her raised watery eyes did not feel like looking towards Shin Huayan's lips, suddenly having a feeling that she wanted him to punish her now. Sun Yan couldn't help but swallow. What kind of messed up orientation was she having? Her watery eyes swirled and quickly descended, wanting to divert the attention she had just received, but just as her eyes landed on the side of his waist, Sun Yan suddenly became a bit distracted again. She also touched this position, it's very strong and strong at first glance. Chapter 126, Someone has moved her things. What did Shin Huayan say just now? She can continue to play later if she likes, so can she play in this position? Sun Yan's watery eyes blinked, looking at Shin Huayan on fire even through her shirt. Her eyes were so direct that he was really trying not to notice. The corner of Shin Huayan's mouth slightly hooked, and his low voice slowly sounded in the bedroom. Thinking about what? Without even thinking, Sun Yan blurted out, wondering if I could touch my abs. After she finished speaking, she reacted as an afterthought, but just in time to hear Shin Huayan's low laughter coming through. Sun Yan's face turned red. Shin Huayan reached out a bit nastily and pinched her ear, his voice line low, mellow and seductive. When my little wife is shy, even the tips of her ears are pink. Gotta, the tips of my ears are so red they're dripping blood now. Shin Huayan reached out and scooped her into his arms, patting her gently. Seeing as you've done me such a great favor today, it's not like the matter of touching your abs can't be talked about. Really? Although Sun Yan's little face and ears were red and dripping with blood, when she heard the words can talk, she immediately felt like she could again. Shin Huayan was so amused by her appearance that he almost laughed out loud. He coughed lightly, which suppressed the emotions that had just rippled through him, and forced a calm nod. Well, of course we can talk about it. It's kind of my sincerity. Sun Yan didn't say anything. If this were anyone else, she wouldn't even bother to look. But just now when Shin Huayan said this, she only had one thing to say, and that was, cut the crap, let me touch it first. Of course, she didn't dare say that directly. Shin Huayan saw that Sun Yan didn't open her mouth, so she continued, I think there are a lot of problems with the contract we signed before, so I'd like to revise the contract. What do you think? He hated to just scrap the entire contract, but he was afraid that if he said that, Sun Yan would just throw in the towel and quit. After all, she had been tricked into coming here by Lin Daolong and was a victim herself. When Sun Yan heard this, she suddenly stared at Shin Huayan with a bit of alertness. Thinking of the contract she had signed before, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It's not that she doesn't want to change it, she's worried that if she does, the conditions will be even harsher and how will she make it raw? She's so good now that the rice is in the pot, and it's the end of the ball for her to dump it out again. Shin Huayan looked at her difficult little face, the bottom of his eyes darkened, and he blandly said, You're not willing to change? Sun Yan remained silent. Shin Huayan looked at her tangled little face and frowned slightly. Sun Yan obviously liked to have physical contact with him, but why was she unwilling to change when the contract was mentioned? Shin Huayan's heart was a little annoyed. Was he too hasty? He hesitated for a moment and was about to veto the decision he just made when he heard Sun Yan ask weakly, Mr. Shin, you didn't just intentionally frame me as wanting to change the contract to a more detailed one, did you? Although their contract previously said that they didn't have to fulfill their conjugal obligations, it didn't say that they couldn't have physical contact, and if Shin Huayan took the opportunity to add this, she really wouldn't even have a seam. When Shin Huayan heard what she said, his heart instantly released. He rested his head directly on Sun Yan's shoulder and sighed helplessly. I have no such plans, he said, reaching out and wrapping his arm around Sun Yan's thin waist, embracing her in his arms. I feel like I've been getting along with you pretty well lately. I like being in contact with you, and I don't dislike your casual playfulness, so you can lean in a little closer to me. Or, like me a little more. The latter sentence, although Shin Huayan did not say it out loud, but what he wanted to express had basically been said. Sun Yan suddenly froze in his arms. Shin Huayan said he likes to be in contact with her. It also doesn't bother me that she's playing it randomly. Good lord, rounding up, that's like her. Rounding up again, that's a marriage proposal. Thinking so, Sun Yen Yen wrapped her small hands around Shen Huayan and hugged him. Then let's change the contract. Mr. Shun. It would be nice to get rid of the whole not having to honor a spousal agreement or whatever. Shen Huayan didn't know Sun Yen Yen's inner minutiae, but the fact that she was able to back down and change the contract added fuel to Shen Huayan's heart. He had to find a way to remove those previous agreements reasonably no matter what. After all, with such a fragrant and soft daughter-in-law in your arms, who could not be confused? Sun Yen Yen stayed at Shen's house for 3 more days before she went back to school again. Aside from the occasional surreptitious photograph when they came to the school, the professional paparazzi who had previously been squatting on the outskirts of the school had disappeared. After all, there's no point in filming it for people who don't have a way to get on the major platforms. Media practitioners value traffic above all else, and if Nyan Su's hotness doesn't generate any traffic, then it doesn't mean anything to them at all. So after the Shin family dealt with Sun Yen Yen's hot search, the people who were planning to follow Sun Yen Yen's filming have all stopped thinking about it. Sun Yen Yen walked through the school in large strides, completely ignoring the various gazes that looked at her, and went straight to the school dormitory. She was going to pick up the delivery when she first entered the school, but heard the courier say that he had gotten her classmates to help him take it away and put it in the school's dormitory. So just after arriving at her dorm, she couldn't wait to open a couple of boxes that were kept in her dorm. She had just unpacked the box labeled clothes when her face fell into a grimace. After that she picked up several other boxes and compared them one by one to the sunlight to see the seals, which made her face look even harder. Someone moved her stuff. And wearing her clothes. Her 7th senior brother had a habit of using special spices to scent all the clothes he mailed over to her, so the clothes he mailed over all smelled the same. Not this cheap laundry detergent smell. Sun Yen Yen's fists couldn't help but clench. She really didn't expect someone to mess with her head in these few short days of her absence. She hates it when people wear her clothes. There is a way, her big brother said before, men are like clothes, relatives are like hands and feet. Whoever moves my clothes, I cut whoever's hands and feet, waste her clothes. Clothes and men could almost be equated in her mind. So if she dares to touch her clothes, she must cut off her hands and feet and scrap her clothes. Thinking so, Sun Yen Yen directly took out her computer and flew on the keyboard. Soon, she found the kind classmate. Lindbergh. That's good. She really gave her face. How dare she touch her delivery so blatantly? Sun Yen Yen smoothly flipped through the computer again and saw the text message on Lin Bailu's cell phone, quickly determining that she had already arrived at the school. She grabbed a couple of small evening gowns that had been thrown on the floor, turned around and headed out of the dormitory room door. Chapter 127, Roll. Meanwhile, Lin Bailu was in her dormitory fixing her makeup. Lulu, why don't you wear those new clothes you had before? Wei Lai, the dormitory's roommate, glanced at Lin Bailu and couldn't help but open his mouth in curiosity. She could remember that Lin Bailu had changed into new clothes for several days in a row in the past few days, one looking better than the other. Most of them celebrities who could hang out in the Shangjing circle were from pretty good families, so when they saw how good Lin Bailu's little dress looked, they couldn't help but ask where the clothes were customized. But she just said her mom had it custom made abroad and said nothing else. They asked a couple of times, and they didn't continue to ask. Lin Bailu does not want to say. The probability is that she does not want to be compared to others. Everyone knows it well, and will not ask more questions. Lin Bailu picked up a lipstick on the lips gently, in front of the mirror pursed lips, a little downcast, said, that clothes I wore for a few days, but my sister likes it very much, but that designer temperament is a little eccentric. Take orders all rely on mood, simply cannot find him shadow, let alone to my sister to do clothes. Wei Lai raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask an extra question. You mean you can't wear your clothes if she likes them? They all knew that Lin Bailu's sister was Sun Yen Yen. I heard that it was a daughter from the countryside only a short time ago, the appearance of which she had also seen, very good looking, good to see her a girl like. Lin Bailu's eyelids drooped and she couldn't help but sigh. It's not that I don't want to wear it, it's that Dad said that I'm the older sister and that I should give in to my younger sister. Speaking of this, the light under Lin Bailu's eyes dimmed even more. Wei Lai's brows followed, not knowing what to say for a moment. She actually didn't like girls with Lin Bailu's tone very much. It hadn't been long since she had been assigned to their dormitory, but everyone in their dorm had a very bad impression of Sun Yen Yen. All of this is because of Lin Bailu. When people usually mention Sun Yen Yen's gossip, Lin Bailu always explains to everyone with the attitude of a knowledgeable person, but explain, in turn, all the dirty water is splashed on Sun Yen Yen. Once or twice for this kind of thing. It's considered a coincidence. Every time, that's a different story. Hearing that she was going to say what Sun Yen Yen wasn't again, Wei Lai simply turned his head and didn't continue to ask. But the other housemates on the side couldn't help but continue to ask questions instead. Lulu, isn't your dad a bit biased? Obviously the clothes are yours, but she wants you to let her wear them. She's too much. Zhang Tianyi had previously looked down on Sun Yen Yen, who was from the countryside, but on the contrary, she looked good and made a lot of boys in the school swarm to her, and even the boys she liked were no exception. That's why Zhang Sweet disliked Sun Yen Yen. This thing can't actually blame Nian Nian, she is still small, many things still don't understand. My father just wants her to feel the warmth of the family. It's okay if she likes to wear my clothes. As long as she wants, I can let her. Lin Bailu's voice is light, but the words spoken really make people three views to crack. Wei Lai heard straight rolled his eyes. Lin Bailu almost time and time again to take such a reason to explain, her ears are going to be calloused. She simply slung her backpack directly over her body, turned around, and opened the door to her dorm room. But just as she opened the door, she saw the imposing Su Nian Nian. Su Nian Nian? Wei Lai called her name almost subconsciously. Su Nian Nian nodded at her delicate little face pulling a kind smile. Hello, classmate, may I ask if Lin Bailu is in this dormitory? Wei Lai nodded, obviously a little flashed by her pretty little face. Her voice was also soft and nice to listen to. It was hard to believe that she was the type that Lin Bailu had described as the one who made a mess of things at home, worshipped gold, and liked to steal people's boyfriends. I'll take you in? Wei Lai said, giving Su Nian Nian a way out, and led her back. Lai, how did you come back? The up behind it, Zhang Tianyi hadn't finished, when she saw Su Nian Nian walk out from behind Wei Lai. Her brows furrowed as she stared at Su Nian Nian with great displeasure. What are you doing in our dormitory? I'm not here to find you. Su Nian Nian swept over with a cold glare, her sharp eyes instantly fixated on Lin Bailu. Lin Bailu's heart instantly thumped, but still forced to smile and looked at Su Nian Nian. Nian Nian, you came to find. Before Lin Bailu could finish her words, Su Nian Nian took the evening dress and delivery box in her hand and smashed it directly on her face. Immediately after that, she raised her foot and kicked Lin Bailu out. Her movements were just too fast. Zhang Tian and Wei Lai didn't even react at all before they saw Lin Bailu being viciously kicked against the closet door. I don't know if the quality of the closet was too poor, or Su Nian Nian's strength was too great. Lin Bailu directly smashed the cabinet door in half. Su Nian Nian, are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting people as soon as you come in? Zhang Tian glared at Su Nian Nian angrily and went over to help Lin Bailu, only to be scared stiff in place by the grim look Su Nian Nian swept over. She didn't understand where a petite little girl got such a murderous streak. She could clearly feel the air pressure all over her, and when her eyes swept over her, she found it difficult to even breathe. Scram! There's nothing for you here, don't mind your own business. Su Nian Nian's voice was clear and cold, as if every word carried ice slag. Sweet Chang's mouth froze open, but not a single word came out. Su Nian Nian took a few steps forward and reached out to pull out Lin Bailu, who had slammed against the closet door. Her small hands pinched half of her face and held her down on the closet panel behind her, staring condescendingly at her, saying word for word, Lin Bailu, do you think that you're so smart that everyone should be a little cutie? And that you should be allowed to just play around, huh? Woohoo! Lin Bailu couldn't say a word. Her cheeks that were pinched by Su Nian Nian felt like they were going to rot, but she froze and couldn't move half the time. She was dying of special pain all over her body, now draped in the wind like a torn rag. Su Nian Nian looked at her coldly. Do you think that I won't know if you opened my courier, wore my clothes, and then God forbid reloaded them back into the courier box for me afterward? Lin Bailu did not expect the matter of clothes to be exposed so quickly. Su Nian Nian did not even wear it and was discovered. Zhang Tian and Wei Lai on the side were also shocked, completely not expecting that the clothes Lin Bailu had been wearing recently were actually Su Nian Nian's. No wonder how she was asked where she got her clothes from and she beat her to death. They thought she was just being petty, but now it seems it's because she secretly took someone else's clothes. Chapter 128, You're a thief and you still want to morally kidnap me? With such nice-looking clothes, and all new ones, it was no wonder Su Nian Nian was so furious. They made their own customized clothes, and if someone they hated wore them, they'd probably be pissed off enough to explode in place. Thinking about it this way, Lin Bailu was not at all disadvantaged by being beaten. Their originally complicated expressions all looked at Lin Bailu with contemptuous eyes after hearing what Su Nian Nian had just said. How could Lin Bailu not feel such a bright look in her eyes? Her shame struggled violently and she moved half her mouth to explain, Nian, calm down, these clothes are clearly mine, I put them back in the suitcase when Dad said he'd let me give them to you. Su Nian Nian was directly exasperated by Lin Bailu as she raised her hand and threw her a slap, directly jerking her to the ground. Open your dog's eyes to see clearly the name written on top of this courier box. Su Nian Nian, are you blind? She said, raising her hand and grabbing her hair again, pulling her up. Lin Bailu pain snot and tears flowed out together. She could not care about any image, struggling to tear Su Nian Nian. Su Nian Nian, don't be so shameless. Something is my. Before she had time to say the latter words, her struggling arms were directly removed by Su Nian Nian, waving in front of her body like two pieces of air-dried bacon. Lin Bailu, who is as shameless as you? You secretly took someone else's courier, and even opened it and used it all. You think it's okay if you seal it up and send it back? I tell you, the whole express box inside and outside are your fingerprints. Do you need me to find a professional appraisal organization to appraise you? As Su Nian Nian said this, she raised her eyes to Wei Lai and Zhang Tian. Don't freeze, you two. Think about whether or not anything is missing inside the dormitory. After all, certain people are repeat offenders. Zhang Sui's eyes are going to fall off. She has always felt that Lin Bailu was the Lin family's daughter of 1,000, from childhood to the age of food and drink. How could she think that she even stole someone else's express delivery, but also used it and then sealed it back to the people? I lost a bottle of face cream the other day. It was quite expensive. As Zhang Tianyi spoke on one side, the way she looked at Lin Bailu was obviously all a bit off. But on second thought, she was a little unsure again. But Lulu, the skincare products she usually uses aren't bad either. Su Nian nodded fervently. That was before, when she was still the Lin family's daughter. But now that the Lin family's daughter has returned, she, the one who took over the magpie's nest, naturally doesn't get much treatment. Her comment was certainly off the cuff. Whether the Lins were good or bad to Lin Bailu, she didn't even know. But if Lin Bailu could make empty rumors, she certainly could. She couldn't make up 100 cryptic rumors for her on the spot if she wanted to. Lin Bailu's eyes snapped up as she looked at Su Nian incredulously, not expecting her to break down her identity in front of others. Zhang Tianyi was obviously a bit unbelievable as well, gripping Wei Lai tightly at the side. Lai, am I hallucinating? Wei Lai shook his head. You didn't hallucinate. Just now Su Nian did say that Lin Bailu was not a child of the Lin family. Then my bottle of face cream shouldn't really have been stolen by her. Zhang Tianyi's eyebrows almost twisted into a lump when she said this. Thanks to that, I thought she was nice, but I didn't realize that she was a thief. Wei Leighton was a bit speechless. Zhang Sui, this brain is really hard to say. Su Nian was just saying it casually, but she really took it seriously. Lin Bailu was obviously anxious as well. Her reputation had been damaged in the Shangjing circle recently because of Su Nian. If she was labeled as a thief in school, she would never be able to hold her head up in school. Sweet, I'm not, I didn't steal anything. Lin Bailu knew that there was no way to get rid of the fact that she had stolen something from Su Nian now, but the people within the dormitory absolutely could not misunderstand her. Su Nian snorted and flung her to the side. You'd better make it clear, did you not take her face cream or did you not touch my delivery? Lin Bailu was instantly silent. She hung her head down and cried silently, her whole body looking extraordinarily pitiful. Nian, do we have to be like this? Do you hate me that much? Do you have to see me go down in order to feel good in your heart? You, a thief, still want to morally kidnap me? Su Nian snorted. You first have to have morals first, right? Su Nian slowly squatted down and stared at Lin Bailu, the corner of her mocking mouth hooked. I told you before, as long as you don't come to mess with me, I'll be too lazy to take care of you, but you always fail to understand human words, so there's no need for me to continue to give you the benefit of the doubt, she said, taking her cell phone out of her pocket. Lin Bailu suddenly panicked. She seemed to realize something, and her entire body immediately struggled. But both of her arms had been removed by Su Nian, and there was nothing to support her as she climbed up. All she could do was frantically wriggle on the ground and yell at Su Nian, what are you doing? You can't. Su Nian rolled her eyes and lazily ignored her, directly tapping on the video that her cell phone had recorded earlier. This is the letter of apology Lin Bailu wrote in the Public Security Bureau before, because of the previous slander of me stealing her boyfriend. She doesn't have much of a boyfriend at all. Su Nian said, turning the cell phone video to the two people, Zhang Tian and Wei Lai. Since the two of you are her housemates, I'll be kind enough to remind you that she's the one who set up even her adoptive parents' own daughter, so you'd better be careful too. The two of them, Zhang Tianyi and Wei Lai, looked at the video and then at Lin Bailu, who was lying on the ground twisting and struggling, and couldn't help but shiver at the bottom of their hearts. Lin Bailu usually looked like a soft and weak person, but she didn't expect to do such vicious things in order to monopolize the Lin family. So if she has a conflict of interest with them, are they the next ones to be vilified? With this thought, both of them unconsciously took a step backward, wanting to be farther away from Lin Bailu. Su Nian looked at everything in front of her with satisfaction, and with a slight turn of her eyes, she once again landed on Lin Bailu. At this moment, where was Lin Bailu's previous elegant and sensible appearance? Her eyes were full of scarlet, staring viciously at Su Nian, gnashing her teeth and cursing. Su Nian, I will never let you off the hook for doing this to me. Su Nian sniffed and lifted her foot and kicked her in the jaw, causing Lin Bailu to roll in place in pain. Spare me? You should think about how you want me to spare you. Su Nian sneered again. One of my evening dresses is 3 million, 3 dresses total 9 million, and you touched my jewelry, depreciation, I'll count you 1 million, give you a week to prepare the money, 1 point less and I'll break one of your bones. Chapter 129, Are you good or not? Lin Bailu shivered in pain, her sinister vision staring at Su Nian. Hearing the figure of $10 million, she had long forgotten the fear of just being beaten. Are you poor and crazy? A piece of broken clothes. Ah! Before she could finish her sentence, there was a click sound from her finger, and her pinky was broken by Su Nian right under her nose. Her heart-rending screams almost cut through the sky, and Zhang Tianyi and Wei Lai, who were standing on the sidelines, were nearly scared out of their wits. It's too vicious. It's atrocious. I don't have that much patience to hang around with you right now. This finger, consider it an early interest collection, and you'd better have the rest of the money ready for me in a single cent, or I guarantee that from next week onwards, you'll be living only as a mollusk. Her voice was not loud, but each word was chillingly cold. Lin Bailu were still dared to nonsense, her 2 arms were Sun Yen Yen unloaded, fingers were broken by her another one, the pain of the body trembling, back has long been painful piece of cold sweat. She used to think that Sun Yen Yen would only grip her hair and slap her, but she didn't expect her to be so vicious. I can't believe I broke her fingers. She lay on the ground and wanted to ask for help, but the only 2 people in the dormitory who were already scared out of their wits were Zhang Tian and Wei Lai. There was absolutely no way they could help her. Lin Bailu could only stare at Sun Yen Yen with a ghostly look, trying to salvage the last bit of her self-respect. Sun Yen Yen glanced at her eyes and snorted coldly, "What? Don't you want your eyeballs anymore?" Lin Bailu almost subconsciously shrunk her head and covered her face, fearing that Sun Yen Yen would go crazy and really gouge out her eyes. Sun Yen Yen mockingly hooked her lips, "Count on you to be sensible, I hope you'll be so sensible a week from now," she said, nodding at Zhang Tianyi and Wei Lai. "Took care of some family business, delayed you guys." Her voice was soft, completely different from the bogeyman she'd just been. If it wasn't for the 2 of them, Zhang Tian and Wei Lai, who had witnessed Sun Yen Yen violently beating up Lin Bailu, there was really no way for them to imagine that the person in front of them and the one just now were the same person. Zhang Tianyi opened her mouth and froze, unable to speak for half a day. Fortunately, Wei Lai on the side was quite competitive, and stiffly pulled the corners of his mouth. Should, all our classmates, should help each other. "Alright, thanks classmate," Sun Yen Yen said, giving the 2 an extraordinarily bright smile before leaving their dormitory. As soon as Sun Yen Yen left, Wei Lai and Zhang Tianyi's legs went straight to softness, and they just sat down hard in their chairs. The Zhang suite on the side was even more palpitating. Luckily she just didn't go over to help Lin Bailu because of a momentary prejudice, otherwise she might really be dragged down by Lin Bailu. Zhang Sui looked at lying on the ground ouch pain non-stop screaming Lin Bailu, heart to her a little sympathy or not. Not to mention the fact that she randomly opened other people's courier and stole other people's things. Just one rumor about her own sister stealing her boyfriend and such things cannot be tolerated. Just as Zhang Tianyi was still hesitating whether or not to go over and help Lin Bailu up, the dormitory door was opened once again. "Lulu!" Lu Chang's scream suddenly rang out within the dormitory. "Lulu, what's wrong with you? Who did this to you?" As Lu Chang said this, he reached out to help Lin Bailu up on one side and stared warily at Zhang Tianyi and Wei Lai on the other. This time, the 2 of them, Zhang Tianyi and Wei Lai, were directly offended. "Lu Chang, what does that look mean?" Wei Lai glared at her with a belly full of fire. It hurts. Lin Bailu was helped up by Lu Chang, tears fluttering down her face. Lu Chang's attention was pulled away by Lin Bailu, so naturally he didn't see Wei Lai's expression. She looked at Lin Bailu's drooping arms, her eyebrows twisted into a lump. "Even if you guys have a grudge against Lulu, you can't lay such a heavy hand on her, right? If this is reported to the police, you'll all be in deep." Zhang Tianyi had wanted to open her mouth to explain, but when she heard Lu Chang directly knock them all over in one fell swoop, she got annoyed. "Call the police? I'm afraid that you're willing to call the police, some people aren't. You also don't ask Lin Bailu what she did to get beaten up like this." As she said this, she looked coldly at Lu Chang with a few moments of indignation between her brows. Lu Chang also froze for a moment. She was just about to open her mouth when she heard Lin Bailu immediately say in a sobbing voice, "Chang Chang, let's go to the hospital first. I'm in so much pain, I feel as if I'm going to die." Just now, Zhang Tian and Wei Lai had already watched the video she recorded at the police station, and had probably already sided with Sun Yen Yen, so she couldn't let Lu Chang continue to break things up with them. Otherwise it might not even be possible to use Lu Chang as a pawn. Seeing this, Lu Chang couldn't be bothered to wrangle with Zhang Tianyi and the others, so he took Lin Bailu out of the dormitory in a hurry. Wei Lai looked at the 2 who disappeared into the dormitory, skimmed his head to Zhang Tian, and whispered, "You'd better stay away from Lin Bailu in the future, or else you won't even know when you've been sold." Zhang Tianyi bristled. "How was I to know that Lin Bailu was so good at pretending? She acts like she'd rather suffer and be wronged herself than put up with her sister all day long. Who knew it was all an act? Where is she preferring to suffer herself? Have you ever seen Lin Bailu suffer? Which time did she commiserate without someone vocalizing Sun Yen Yen? You've almost been used as a gun yourself and you still don't know it." Wei Lai couldn't help but skim his lips. If it wasn't for Sun Yen Yen's hand up just now, you'd probably still be using someone as a gun. Seeing that Zhang Tianyi was silent, Wei Lai sighed softly, "I'm afraid we won't be able to stop in the future." "What do you mean?" Zhang Tianyi looked at Wei Lai in puzzlement. "Is it okay that we won't associate with Lin Bailu in the future?" Wei Lai let out a light laugh. "We've just learned Lin Bailu's secret. With her character, do you think she'll let us have a good time? Maybe she'll throw some dirty water on us. Then why don't we make the first move?" Zhang Sui asked tentatively. Wei Lai narrowed his eyes, his eyebrows followed by a slight frown when his sight looked at Zhang Tianyi, as if, it is not impossible. Sun Yen Yen left Lin Bailu's dormitory on the front foot and went back to her own dormitory on the back foot. As soon as she closed the door to her room, she sat on her bed and opened WeChat. The item was received, but the clothes were worn and the jewelry was used. Almost in the next second, the WeChat group immediately exploded. "Eldest brother, Which ungrateful one was it that moved your stuff? I'm going to beat her head off right now. Second senior brother, eldest senior brother, the youngest sister could have her things stolen even under your nose. Are you any good or not? Third brother, reconsideration +1, eldest brother, are you good or not? Chapter 130, the main character is a debtor. Fourth brother, reconsideration +2, eldest brother, you've got to jibe. Fifth brother, reconsideration +3, eldest brother, you're going for a lonely one. Sixth brother, reconsideration +4. Big brother, if you can't, just squeak. Seventh brother, reconsideration +5, eldest brother, squeal and I'll go. Looking at the group message that the building was crooked to Java, Su Nian was more or less speechless. It's a good thing that Seitenji jumped in just in time to pull it back on track. Master, you should have caught the person who stole it, right? Is the person still alive? Any problems you have can be dumped directly on your big brother, and of course those guys from Star can be dealt with cleanly for you. Nyan, the clothes are unwearable, and the jewelry and clothes will be handed over to the auction. Her things were carefully selected by a few senior brothers, and although they were precious, she didn't like things that had been used by other people, especially nasty people. If she wasn't in the country right now, and Lin Bailu was like this, she would have done more than just break her fingers. Seventh brother, Nian, don't be angry, I'll arrange new clothes for you right away. Eldest brother has time every day. What do you want to buy? Eldest brother will take you to sweep the goods. Fourth brother, this time the things mailed to you will increase the biometric system, non-personal touch guaranteed non-death or disability. The fourth brother product, absolutely fine. Second brother, old 4, arrange a set for me too. Third brother, I can provide samples of chemical materials, ditto. Come on a set. Fifth brother, reconsideration +1. Sixth brother, reconsideration +2. Su Nian bristled, looking at the group of people who were suddenly getting high on themselves, and sighed helplessly. Trying to stop them from mailing her stuff is probably not very realistic. She had only wanted to inform them that the stuff was going to be dropped off at the auction, but she hadn't realized that one by one they were thinking of mailing her a new batch of stuff. As Su Nian was thinking about how to reply to the message, eldest brother Ein's avatar suddenly lit up with a red dot. Nian, do you want to go sweeping today? There are quite a few high luxury stores in the Shanjing circle that look pretty good. Swipe big brother's card to make you happy? Su Nian glanced at the message and silently typed a line. Eldest senior brother, do you guess I'm short of money? Eins was suddenly a little stuck. He doesn't know about other people's children, but Su Nian is definitely not related to the word lack of money. One could even say that Su Nian was definitely their family's little god of wealth. The patents on her body combined earned more money than all 7 of their brothers plus the master earned. Su Nian can be described as Money Benjamin, more gold than even the money leopard. Ains deliberated for a moment before sending another message. So, swipe big brother's card to make big brother happy? It was Su Nian's turn to be speechless. How was she going to convey that she didn't want to go out shopping with his big brother at all? How does a national treasure of a singer manage to be completely star-conscious? Going out sweeping with him? How badly did she want to be good enough to go out shopping with him when she could hit a bunch of paparazzi by flipping a few random coins at the bush? Su Nian frowned slightly as she looked at her cell phone, completely unaware that the person on the other end of the phone at that moment was grasping the phone and outputting rapidly on the screen. Right after Su Nian had just said that the courier was going to be taken to auction, the private group of a few of them had completely exploded. What the hell just happened to Nian? Things were clearly mailed to the school, but they were opened and used by other people. Is Nian being bullied at school? Nian has never been wronged like this since she was a little girl. Eldest brother, you must find the person and whack her 1,000 times. Nian even had her parcel secretly torn down. How many bullies are she usually subjected to? Eldest brother, you must investigate this matter to the end. Find out which bastard touched Nian. Eldest brother, ask Nian what's going on. Message after message popped up in the group, and Eins had a headache reading them. He really didn't want to go back to them, but couldn't help that the group was nothing but crazies, perverts, and paranoids. In short, none of them are in their right mind. If he dared not return it, he guaranteed that before the night was out, the crazies would be trying everything they could to make their presence felt at his expense. What with making his whole house of appliances pop together, it's a piece of cake. Maybe he'll get a bioweapon, fan attack, or something that day. Ains let out a long sigh and silently typed a line within the group. Investigating, will update in real time if there is any news. I'm asking Nyan, but odds are it won't come to fruition. After he sent this message, he realized that Su Nian's side was still in the typing state. He took out his cell phone and tapped another line out. Nian, do you need me to take care of this matter of your stolen courier? Su Nian had just typed out a line when she saw the message from Eins and deleted it all again. She was going to say no, but after thinking about it, she came back with, when I'm done asking for compensation, do whatever you want with it. Lin Bailu, this little trash, she doesn't care, but if she doesn't find someone to attract attention on her master and senior brother's side, it is estimated that they will be dead set on her family's little brother. So Su Nian decisively chose to hand over this little piece of trash Lin Bailu, it wasn't impossible to at least waste and utilize it. Ainz was a bit surprised, but after seeing the message Sun Yan sent, he followed suit and sighed in relief. Now that group of crazies shouldn't be rushing at him for a short period of time. He had merely made a video of his interaction with Sun Yan before, and as a result, he had been chased and pitted by these brats for days. They were just being so arrogant on the basis that he couldn't go back now and couldn't afford to beat them all up violently. Now this group of brats main fight a debt, go back to beat a beating is also a beating, beat a few times is also a beating, they simply swing bad, first ho-oh him this big brother. Good thing Sun Yan loosened up, he can also be comfortable for a few days. Meanwhile, the two of them, Lin Daolong and Zhao Feng, who had learned that Lin Bailu was hospitalized, had already rushed to the hospital. As soon as Zhao Feng saw Lin Bailu, she immediately went over and hugged her in heartache. Lulu, who in the world did this to you? She looked at Lin Bailu's small face that was pale, and almost gritted her teeth to say these words. Lin Bailu wanted to open her mouth to complain, but thinking of Sun Yan's weight and Lin Daolong's, she pursed her lips and gently shook her head. I don't know. I didn't see that person's face clearly. The score between her and Sun Yan, she would have to settle it sooner or later, but now was not the time. Sun Yan has too many handles in her hand, even if she wants to move her, but also cannot let her find out that she personally moved the hand. Chapter 131, turning a big event into a small one. What about the others? Did the others see who it was? Zhao Feng's eyes were red and she clenched her teeth in indignation. Is the school's surveillance just for show? Lin Daolong's brows also twisted into a lump. This is indeed not a small matter. Yuqing University was the best university in the Shangjing Circle, and it was unreasonable to say that such a heartless thing should appear inside such a school. Let's call the police. Zhao Feng pondered slightly and looked at Lin Daolong beside him. Rainy Green University would probably not let things get out of hand for the sake of their school's reputation. It may even be a big deal. But her daughter is still in school. What if something happens to her? Lin Bailu sniffed and instantly became nervous. Mom, you can't call the police. She reached out and held Zhao Feng's hand tightly, gently shaking her head. This time Zhao Feng looked at her in reverse. Don't you want to catch the person who hurt you? Lin Bailu pursed her lips. Mom, before Sang Yu and Sangwon were withdrawn from school because of the fuss, I don't want to be like them. I don't want you and Dad's hard work to go down the drain. Her tone was pitiful, as if she was trying desperately to hold back. Zhao Feng heartbreakingly hugged Lin Bailu and patted her. Child, don't be afraid. Even if you don't go to Yuqing University in the future, Mom will definitely find out the person who beat you. Now Lin Bailu was even more flustered. She lowered her head and didn't say anything, just waiting for Lin Daolong's attitude. She knew that the status of Yuqing University was still popular in the Shangjing Circle, and if Lin Daolong wanted to sell her for a good price, he wouldn't easily agree with Zhao Feng's words. But his delay in opening his mouth, in turn, made Lin Bailu's whole heart jump to her throat with him. It was only after half a minute that Lin Daolong's voice slowly came through. What are you, a woman, doing meddling here? If Lulu isn't at Yuqing University, what do you expect her to do in the future? And calling the police, wasn't the previous incident of calling the police enough of a disgrace? Zhao Feng looked at Lin Daolong unwillingly, but after thinking about it seemed like this was indeed the case. Lin Bailu was not their biological flesh and blood, the identity of the difference in a cut. If the Rain Green University dropped out, I'm afraid that in the future, want to find a better husband's family will be difficult. Zhao Feng thought so, and when her eyes looked at her, there was even more heartache. If they hadn't picked Sun Yan back up at that time, and instead had let their Lulu marry Shen Huayan directly, wouldn't her Lulu have suffered so much? Zhao Feng thought about how Sun Yan seemed to have made a name for herself only after she married Shen Huayan. Sure enough, she was the one who robbed Lulu of her good fortune. Zhao Feng pursed her lips. Then what about this matter? We can't let the person who beat up Lulu get away with it, right? Lin Bailu gently patted Zhao Feng's arm, drooped her eyelids and said, I have entrusted a friend to investigate this matter. When there is a result, he will notify me individually. It's better not to alarm the school about this matter. It's not too late to find the school after getting the evidence at that time available. Zhao Feng still wasn't satisfied, but she was just about to open her mouth, but she was signaled to shut up by a look from Lin Daolong. This matter was handled well by Lulu. The child has grown up, so you shouldn't get involved. Lin Daolong glanced at Zhao Feng and slowly spoke. Just after Lin Bailu said those words, he was thinking about how to deal with this matter of the school, and he didn't expect Lin Bailu to give him a good option. Rainy Green University is a century-old school. Many of the big names in the Shangjing Circle are from this school. The power behind the school is not one or two companies that can shake the fundamentals. Not to mention that they will be able to investigate thoroughly just because they casually say they will. That's why Lin Bailu's approach just now was the most prudent. Lin Bailu listened to Lin Daolong's words, her eyelids drooping in an extraordinarily well-behaved manner. She had actually thought of something to say on the way to the hospital. As long as Lin Daolong didn't care about this matter, in the future, she would find a time to let them know that Sun Yan had secretly found someone to beat her up, and they would definitely be suspicious of Sun Yan. Thinks she's two-faced on both sides of the table. The trash who openly disdained returning to the Lin family, but in actuality secretly killed his adopted daughter. Her parents would be wary of her even if they couldn't get rid of Sun Yan for a while. That way, the beating she took wasn't in vain. Lin Bailu glanced at Lin Dalong and then at Zhao Feng before she swallowed and spoke, "Dad, when I get out of the hospital, I'd like to meet my friends in the circle with Nian Nian, but what? Lin Dalong's eyebrows raised, seemingly a bit dissatisfied that she spoke halfway and stammered. Is it hard to believe that she doesn't want to bring Su Nian Nian? Lin Dalong's displeased gaze fell on Lin Bailu with an obvious probing look. Lin Bailu pretended not to notice his look, pretending to be despondent, said, "Dad, you know, my friends are all the young masters and celebrities of the Shangjing circle. Their food and clothing are not all bad, year after year if she wears those clothes that she came to the house before." Although she didn't finish her latter words, Lin Dalong understood her meaning at once. He remembered that when Su Nian Nian came to the Lin family on her first day, she wore a very beautiful evening gown, but Lin Bailu said that it was a cottage. Unlike them women, he had studied clothes, so he couldn't tell if what Su Nian Nian was wearing was a cottage or not. He had seen Su Nian Nian at school before, with similar types of clothes. Lin Dalong had wanted to say that Su Nian Nian certainly didn't lack clothes in the Shin family, but thought that she and Shin Huayan were secretly married, and in order to keep the outside world from knowing, the dress code would probably be a lot more low-key. He hesitated. When she goes out with you, you buy her a couple of dresses, bags, shoes and such. Lin Dalong said, took his cell phone and transferred a sum of money to Lin Bailu. "Okay, Dad, I'll talk to Nian Nian." Lin Bailu secretly breathed a sigh of relief as she said these words. Now she finally had the money to pay back Su Nian Nian. She had pocket money every month before, but most of it was saved up to buy limited edition bags. After all, in their circle, the bag is the hard currency. For women, who doesn't have a few bags that go with their robes? She took out her cell phone and glanced at the money transferred by Lin Dalong, and her face went white on the spot. She tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Dad, how much money are you asking me to buy Nian Nian clothes, bags, and shoes?" Lin Dalong glanced at Lin Bailu. "What? I gave the same when you were going shopping before. What? Giving more?" Lin Bailu drooped her eyelids and looked at her cell phone, then looked at Lin Dalong. "Dad, a better bag costs more than 100,000 yuan. Chapter 132, will he be so obedient? What's $500,000 for? Su Nian Nian that but let her pay back $10 million. That $500,000 isn't even a fraction of a million." She thought that with that greedy look of Lin Dalong, in order to be able to take Su Nian Nian would definitely spend a lot of money to please her, but she didn't expect that Lin Dalong would only give 500,000. It's okay to buy a bag, but if you get enough for a full outfit, you can't upgrade it at all. Especially since Lin Dalong hated to hope that Su Nian Nian would be a hit within her circle of friends, and that would require at least $1 million evening gown. What's $500,000 for? It's not enough to pay off the beggars. Lin Dalong raised his eyes. What do you need such an expensive bag for? Don't you have many bags? What's the point of lending them to your sister? No, what's the point of giving one to her? Those were all hers originally. Master. Zhao Feng couldn't help but give a low shout. How can he say that? Su Nian Nian was indeed their biological child, but that child was not close to them, so how could he compare to the child he had raised? It really hurts the child's heart when Lin Dalong says that. Was what I said wrong? Lin Dalong's eyebrows rose slightly as he coldly swept his eyes over Lin Bailu and Zhao Feng. He actually said that on purpose. He spent so much money to raise Lin Bailu, if he doesn't order her a little, how will she know to be content? He didn't raise Lin Bailu for so many years to feed a white-eyed wolf. Lin Bailu pulled the corner of her mouth, revealing a leathery smile. "Mom, Dad is right, everything I have now is indeed Nian Nian's. It's my existence that made Nian Nian meet you guys so late. I'm sorry, whoa." Zhao Feng hugged and patted Lin Bailu and was just about to argue with Lin Dalong when he directly turned around and left. Zhao Feng's brow furrowed and she could only comfort the person in her arms. "Lulu, it's enough for mommy to know that you're a good boy. Don't be sad." "Hey, sad? Ha!" Lin Bailu sneered in her heart. She was now nothing more than a mutual relationship with the Lin family. If she didn't still need the Lin family's identity, she wouldn't have to settle for less. But soon she won't have to. Early in the morning, the Shin family dining table. Because Su Nian Nian had to go to school in the morning, she left early after breakfast. Shin old man, because of the recent good recovery of the body, after eating dinner went out to the park to walk and exercise. So only the 4 Shin brothers were left at the table. Shin Huayan crossed his fingers on his chin and looked at the 3 Shin family brothers in front of him, speaking faintly. "What's the big news today?" His eyelids lifted slightly, already numb to the fact that the 3 of them, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu, often dragged him to small family meetings. Ever since Su Nian Nian married into their Shin family, his 3 younger brothers had become Su Nian Nian's crazy supporters in the Shin family. The slightest breeze and they're dragging him through a brainstorming session. Shin Huayan didn't hate hearing about Su Nian Nian from their mouths, of course as long as it wasn't as outrageous as what Shin Huaisu said last time. The 3 of them, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu, looked at each other, and decisively pushed Shin Huaisu, who was on the far side of the room, signaling him to speak first. Shin Huaisu's eyes glared round, and she couldn't help but mentally express her contempt for her 2 brothers' pitiful behavior, but she still spoke up first. "Cough cough cough. Big brother, do you know the recent gossip about sister-in-law? After Shin Hwayan heard these words, he decisively stood up, intending to leave directly. Wait a minute. Big brother. Sister-in-law is now being slandered for stealing someone else's boyfriend. Don't you even care? Shin Hwaisu hurriedly called out to Shin Hwayan, fearing that there was some misunderstanding between him and Su Nyenyen. Shin Hwayan stood in place and raised his hand to press his brow bone. Isn't this matter already settled? He remembered that Su Nyenyen had gotten the apology that Lin Bailu had recorded at the police station, and the little guy was as happy as a little fox. Cute and cuddly and a little crafty. Shin Hwaiji carefully added, Big brother, it's the other one. There's another one who said that sister-in-law snatched her boyfriend, and also said that there are reasons, noses and eyes, and there are pictures and truth. If it was something before, they wouldn't worry about it, but three's a crowd. Especially when the same thing happens again, there's always a feeling that something is wrong. Shin Hwayan sniffed and slowly sat down again. You'd better explain to me clearly what's going on. Shin Hwairua hurriedly took out a file bag placed behind him and placed it in front of Shin Hwayan. Big brother, this is the subject of this scandal, called Do Yuming. His girlfriend is Lu Chang, Lin Bailu's bosom friend. At that time she and Do Yuming broke up after a conflict in the lounge of the racetrack. Shin Hwayan flipped through Do Yuming's profile, and just by looking at his face, his entire body relaxed. His eyebrows raised. What does their breakup have to do with Nyan? Shin Hwayan's tone was light, and his emotions seemed as calm as ever. Shin Hwairua couldn't help but sigh. The two of them broke up in a fight in front of sister-in-law, and although I didn't see what happened, Do Minghua did hit Lu Chang in front of sister-in-law, so the pot was dumped on sister-in-law. Seeing that Shin Hwayan didn't have a voice, Shin Hwairua immediately added another sentence in a hurry. Big brother, sister-in-law definitely won't like Do Minghua, you have to believe me. Aha! Shin Hwayan answered, his voice still calm and wave-free. Shin Hwaisu, who was on the side, couldn't help but get curious as, Big brother, how do you know that sister-in-law definitely won't like Do Yuming? As soon as his words fell, he was flung 2 eye slashes by Shin Hwaiji and Shin Hwairua. Which pot is really not a pot? A brother like that should be dragged out and beaten first. Shin Hwayan wasn't annoyed, but just coolly said, Nyen Nyen likes to look good. Like him for example. The three Shin family brothers fell silent almost simultaneously. Although their sister-in-law in front of the big brother washed white, but this forced to stuff a mouthful of dog food vestigial feeling is how to fat for? Shin Hwaisu rubbed a handful of hair and couldn't help but spit it out. Do Yeming and the others can dump the pot on his sister-in-law even if they have a fight of their own. How shameless. Where is that Do Yuming now? I'm going to have a good talk with him. Yesterday when their scandalous post just appeared on the school forum, Do Yuming immediately called over and said that he would fully cooperate, so feel free to clarify whatever your sister-in-law wants. Shin Hwairua slowly opened his mouth, but his line of sight looked toward Shin Hwayan. So is this matter to be clarified directly in the forums, or should he be allowed to clarify it himself publicly at the school? Shin Hwayan sniffed, his eyes on Shin Hwairua's. Do Yuming. He will be so obedient? Chapter 133 is outrageous. Which of those second-generation guys who hang out with Josiah aren't high-flying? Is it surprising that they would come to the door because of Josie? Seeing this, Shin Hwairua immediately raised his neck with a proud face. Of course it's sister-in-law's charisma. Big brother, you don't know, sister-in-law at that time in the race to 1 against 100, directly swept the field, all of their cars, all won by sister-in-law. Now they're all following her around as little brothers. Shin Hwayan felt even more headache now. He'd known before that his little missus was unusual, and now it was really getting fierce. This group of second-generation ancestors in the Shangjing circle have all been accepted by her as juniors, and if he, as a husband, doesn't make an effort, his wife is probably not going to be able to keep her. There's no one else who can roll a husband so well. Shin Hwayan sighed softly, let Do Minghua go to the school to clarify in person, and when the time comes, uploading a video in the school forum from the perspective of a third party will suffice. If the person in question were to dispel the rumor, it would only look like a forced explanation. It's easier to break things back by shooting video from a third party's point of view and bringing in a beat. Okay, Shin Hwairua answered. The rest of those who sent out rumor-mongering posts, I'll bring charges against all of them without leaving a single one behind. Shin Hwaisu also followed the fist rubbing up, the wind direction of the forum to me. After all, with the rhythm, I am a professional. After the two of them finished speaking, their lines of sight went in unison to Shin Hwaiji, who was sitting on the side. Both of them were done laying the groundwork, and now they were waiting for their second brother to get to the point. The tip of Shin Hwayan's eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyes swept over Shin Hwaiji, Shin Hwairua, and Shin Hwaisu. I just felt my eyebrows jumping with it. Ever since Su Nyen Nyen married into the Shin family, these younger brothers of his have become more and more jumpy, and sometimes they really don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Big brother, the inner sister-in-law has recently been cyber-violated one after another, and she is a little girl who must be very hurt. I analyze from a professional point of view, and I think that my sister-in-law's emotions need to be appropriately pacified. As if Shin Hwaiji had made a great determination, he pushed a file bag in front of him forward to Shin Hwayan. This is a psychotherapy support material I made. Big brother, you can take a look at it when you have time. Shin Hwayan's dark eyes blinked slightly as he reached out and took the information on the table. He was just about to open it when Shin Hwairua stood up. Big brother, there are still things I haven't dealt with on my company's side, and there's something on my sister-in-law's side that I need to pick up, so I'll leave first. Aha! Shin Hwayan answered and opened the file bag in his hand. Big brother, I still have training this week, so take your time. Shin Hwaisu got up at the speed of fire and decisively walked away when he saw Shin Hwayan's hand reaching into the file bag. Seeing this, Shin Hwaiji also stood up. Big brother, I'm also going to the hospital. The data indicators on Grandpa's side should be out. After that, without waiting for Shin Hwayan to say anything, the three people just ran away without a trace. Shin Hwayan didn't care at first, until he took out the document and saw the content on it. The corner of his mouth immediately couldn't help but twitch, and he decisively stuffed the material back in. These three brats. Rainy Green University, inside the staircase classroom. Su Nyen Nyen was sitting in the back row by the window and was operating rapidly on the computer. She hadn't been in school for the last few days, and there were quite a few subjects that had been left with homework that she just took advantage of to catch up on. She wasn't expecting a scholarship or anything, but failing a class or something should never be on her resume, that was the bottom line. Su Nyen Nyen's attention had been on the computer, and she hadn't even noticed that the other people around her had been looking at her strangely. By the time she finished her homework on the subject at hand, the stairwell was full. Su, year? Suddenly, a weak voice came through. Su Nyen Nyen looked up just in time to see Wei Lai sitting in the front row, and sitting next to her seemed to be the Zhang Tian she had seen that day. She was a bit surprised, not expecting to run into them. But when you think about it, they were in the same department even though they weren't in the same major, and it was normal for the courses to cross over. Su Nyen Nyen's pair of watery eyes swirled into a curved smile, revealing a polite smile. Classmate has something to find me? Wei Lai actually didn't have a bad feeling about Su Nyen Nyen, except of course that she was too capable of fighting, looking a bit intimidating. Zhang Tianyi on the side clearly disapproved of Wei Lai messing with Su Nyen Nyen, and one hand kept tugging at the corner of her coat, seemingly secretly pulling her. The two small movements Su Nyen Nyen watched, and in turn, she was a bit curious as to why Wei Lai had called her. Thinking so, Su Nyen Nyen's eyes turned to Wei Lai once more, slightly tilting her head. She was already delicate and weak-looking, and when she smiled, her eyebrows curved, not aggressive at all, instantly reducing Wei Lai's tension. She moved slightly closer to Su Nyen Nyen and whispered, "Have you seen the gossip on the school forum? They said that you stole Lu Chang's boyfriend." She remembered that before the forum was also rumored that Su Nyen Nyen had snatched Lin Bailu's boyfriend, and then although the posts were deleted and someone publicly apologized, whether Su Nyen Nyen had snatched Lin Bailu's boyfriend or not had always been a mystery. It wasn't until yesterday, after Su Nyen Nyen beat up Lin Bailu and released a video of the shooting, that she realized that it was Lin Bailu who had falsely accused Su Nyen Nyen. So this time the forum rumored that Su Nyen Nyen stole Lu Chang's boyfriend. She did not believe it. Lu Chang's boyfriend, whom they had met before, was very tall and strong-looking, but his appearance was not quite in the category of a handsome man, except for being rather stoic. Plus, she had previously heard that Chao Siyu had even taken the initiative to ask Su Nyen Nyen out, only to be rejected outright. She couldn't figure out that Su Nyen Nyen would let go of a guy like Chao Siyu to steal Lu Chang's boyfriend. However, the posts on the forums said that there were noses and eyes, and coupled with the fact that a lot of people had misconceptions about a girl as pretty as Su Nyen Nyen herself, the things on the forums were spread far and wide. She looked at Su Nyen Nyen's complete lack of awareness and couldn't help but secretly remind her of this. Su Nyen Nyen's eyebrows were raised high, a little confused. "I robbed Lu Chang's boyfriend. What's her boyfriend's name?" This rhetorical question from Su Nyen Nyen froze Wei Lai as well, or Zhang Tianyi, who was sitting beside her, muttered in a small voice, called Do Yuming, very tall and strong. Do Yuming. Su Nyen Nyen muttered, repeating the name as if suddenly remembering it. "Oh, that little piece of trash, I did see him. Good guy. Do Yuming doesn't even have a name here in Su Nyen Nyen. How can you steal a boyfriend with that? It's also outrageous." Su Nyen Nyen propped up her chin and smiled as she looked at the two, unable to help but follow the gossip. The two of them broke up? When did they break up? Before not also greasy together to go to the racetrack? How not a few days on the split? Chapter 134. The process was already familiar to her. The two of them were also looking at Su Nyen Nyen with confused faces. They could be pretty sure that Su Nyen Nyen had really not seen the forum post. Zhang Sweet originally didn't want Wei Lai to talk too much, but when she heard Su Nyen Nyen's words, the power of gossip made her forget about Su Nyen Nyen's horror, and she couldn't help but ask more. "When Do Yuming and Lu Chang went to the racetrack, you were there too?" Su Nyen Nyen nodded. "There were a lot of people there that day. I went with the others, but I met Lu Chang and that boyfriend of hers in the lounge. To be exact, Lu Chang brought her boyfriend to the restroom to pick a fight." Zhang Sweet opened her mouth a bit awkwardly. "They said you seduced Do Yuming in the restroom." That's right. The posts in the forums said that they split up that very day, and Do Yuming even beat up Lu Chang because of you." Wei Lai sat next to him and added afterward. The corner of Su Nyen Nyen's mouth twitched. It was true that quite a lot of the gossip on the forums was factual, but the stuff about Do Yuming and her was all nonsense. She propped up her chin and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "The two of them are fighting and this pot can be dumped on me? I'd like to know which one of the ungrateful ones is talking nonsense." Su Nyen Nyen didn't care what people outside said about her, but if this matter spread to Shenhuayan, it would definitely be troublesome. Seeing this, Wei Lai cautiously reminded, do you want to find a few people who were there to clarify this for you? The rumors are really buzzing around the school right now. Zhang Tianyi also nodded, that's right, your image in school now is already a female sea king. If you don't explain yourself properly, I guess whoever breaks up in the future will be able to dump the pot on your head. When Su Nian heard this, she almost emo on the spot. She pondered slightly, I remember we were in the VIP lounge, and that's all I can tell. Su Nian's watery eyes narrowed, so the person who had started the rumor at the forum was also among the group at that time. She pulled out her computer and flew through it. It was not long before the blabbermouth was stripped of his vest. Wei Lai and Zhang Tian were originally a bit curious about what Su Nian was doing, and when they saw her flying around the computer, the two of them couldn't help but look at her more. It was a great look, and they just watched as Su Nian stripped the man from the forum of his vest. Good lord, it was Lu Chang herself who broke the news on the forum? Zhang Tianyi covered her small mouth with a shocked face, she even analyzed it from the side with a third party's perspective. Hell, she's quite good at being subtle. Wei Lai followed with a light snort, don't even look at whose BFF she is, didn't Lin Bailu slandered Su Nian before? The two are really the same. The two men's voices were not loud, but because they were the only ones talking to Su Nian, coupled with the fact that they were talking about the most explosive topic above the forums lately, so what the two said was quickly overheard by those around them. A murmur of voices rose up. Some people, so shameless, seducing other people's boyfriends and being exposed, and still dare to come to school, TSK. Suddenly, a mocking voice came through the doorway. Lu Chan walked through the door clutching his textbook and opened his mouth in a deliberately loud voice. She was letting everyone know that Su Nian wasn't a good person, a lousy person who specialized in stealing other people's boyfriends. Su Nian turned her head to stare at Lu Chang, even Zhang Tian and Wei Lai were both looking straight at her, contempt between their brows. The gazes of the others as they looked at Lu Chang were also a bit complicated. Lu Chang thought of everything Su Nian had done, and her heart became even angrier. She glared viciously at Su Nian. What? Dare to do it but not dare to do it? The corner of Su Nian's mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. Just because you treat your boyfriend like a baby doesn't mean he's a baby to others, and it's none of my business if you break up with him in a fight. If it wasn't for you, could Do Yuming break up with me? Lu Chang gritted her teeth and looked at Su Nian, itching to eat her alive. When they went to the racetrack, Do Yuming was still gentle with her, but ended up making a move after meeting Su Nian. Isn't it because of Nian Su? The people on the side listened to Lu Chang's words, and they all followed the clamor and discussion. Lu Chang's words are right, originally people too good, with Su Nian met one side broke up. The problem must be in Su Nian. Su Nian didn't deny seducing Do Yuming just now either, so it seems there's something fishy in the middle. If I were Do Yuming, I'd pick Su Nian too, with such good looks, who would say no? TSK, I think 9 times out of 10, Su Nian is the mistress. Listening to the rising and falling chatter, most of which was filled with malicious speculations about Su Nian, Wei Lai and Zhang Tianyi were both a bit uncomfortable. Especially Zhang Tianyi, thinking that she had speculated about Su Nian in the same way before, her heart was more or less in a bad mood. She's a girl too, who can stand being talked to like that to her face? She pursed her lips and couldn't help but show solidarity with Su Nian. Don't you guys talk nonsense. What does Do Yuming look like? Don't you have any points? She didn't want a guy like Xiao Siyu and chose Do Yuming? Her comment instantly turned the tide of chatter. That makes a bit of sense. Didn't Xiao Siyu even ask Su Nian out before? Do Yuming is not as good as Xiao Siyu no matter if it's his family or appearance. Su Nian even rejected Xiao Siyu at that time. Do Yuming. Then why did Do Yuming break up with Lu Chang? She fell in love at first sight with Su Nian, so she dumped Lu Chang on the spot? Hey! You don't say, you really don't say. It's very possible. Su Nian, this looks compared to Lu Chang, well, it's better not to compare. Lu Chang was originally at an advantage because of his preemptive strike, but he didn't expect to instantly become at a disadvantage because of Zhang Tianyi's words. Even despised for their looks? She gritted her teeth in indignation. Su Nian is good looking, so she can steal other people's boyfriends? Before Lu Chang could finish his latter words, he received a solid slap on the face from Su Nian. You got dumped, so you can just dump the pot on someone else's head? Su Nian snorted, is it possible that it's because you greenlight your own boyfriend, got broken up with, and still want to find me to dump the pot on? Lu Chang was blindsided by Su Nian. She covered her face and came back to her senses afterward. You fart. When did I green Do Yuming? So who knows? Empty words, you even said I stole your boyfriend. What? Did I say anything about you seducing a 60-year-old boss outside? Su Nian shrugged her shoulders, with a very bland demeanor babbling nonsense in front of Lu Chang. Isn't that just throwing dirt? The process was already familiar to her. Good guy. Lu Chang so fierce it? 60-year-old boss can do it, the key is, boss in the end? Chapter 135, he was scared of her, okay? If that's the case Lu Chang was broken up with no loss at all, the loss should be Do Mingyue, right? That can't be said. After all, a 60-year-old old man can serve well, his skills should be good. Do Manhwa is not a loss. The rising and falling murmurs fell on Lu Chang's ears, and her entire being instantly exploded. What are you all babbling about? Sun Yen Yen is spreading rumors. Each and every one of you even took her side. Are you trying to force me to die? Lu Chang stared viciously at everyone present. A look of betrayal by all. Obviously everyone was talking about Sun Yen Yen just now. How did they turn around and become like this? She and Do Manhwa only broke up because of Nyan Su, so why doesn't everyone else believe it? Sun Yen Yen's eyebrows raised slightly. See, other people only said a few words about you before you said that others were going to force you to die. You've been rumoring about me for so long in the forums, that's murder, isn't it? Lu Chang was visibly stuck. However, she quickly reacted and defended. When did I rumor about you on the forums? It was someone else who just happened to look at what you did and exposed it. Sun Yen Yen relied on one mouth and had little evidence at hand. Her accounts were all registered with small numbers, and Sun Yen Yen couldn't investigate the evidence even if she took out her cell phone. Wei Lai on the side looked at Lu Chang's stinky appearance and couldn't help but snort coldly. You think that others won't know if you use a small number to break the news? Just now Sun Yen Yen raked out the identity of your account in one go. You'd better stop this fine-tuning. That's right, if you hallow on the big number to speak, real name accusation Sun Yen Yen can still be said to be straight, behind the back with a small number of explosions. The face also pretends to be a victim to mock others. TSK. Zhang Tianyi also expressed her dissatisfaction on the sidelines. Before, she believed Lin Bailu, thinking that Sun Yen Yen was a mistress, and was madly suppressing her sister on the basis of her parents' guilt, but she didn't realize that things weren't like that at all. Instead, Lin Bailu has been making all kinds of rumors about Sun Yen Yen, and stealing people's couriers and valuable jewelry. Lu Chang and Lin Bailu are bosom friends, the two are usually in collusion, and now even their tactics are copied one to one. Zhang Tianyi, who had been cheated by Lin Bailu once before, obviously had a bit of PTSD, and as soon as she saw Lu Chang using the same trick, she couldn't help but feel her fire rising. Sun Yen Yen's side had Zhang Tian and Wei Lai playing assistants, so it could be said to be like a fish out of water, and in a few words, Lu Chang, who was just about to branch out, was beaten up again. Lu Chang gritted her teeth in hatred as she glared viciously at Sun Yen Yen. Sun Yen Yen, after you've said so much, don't you dare to admit that it was because of you that Do Yuming and I broke up? What the are you talking about? Without even waiting for Sun Yen Yen to open her mouth, a furious male voice came from afar. Almost everyone's eyes were drawn to the voice. Lu Chang naturally looked over. Seeing that the visitor was Do Yuming, the group of people chattered again. Gosh, the hero and heroine of the scandal are both showing up here, aren't they? Do Yuming is here, this is going to be a heroic rescue. It looks like he's going to be on Sun Yen Yen's side, that Lu Chang won't really be free, right? If even her boyfriend doesn't help her, Lu Chang is really miserable. Just now Lu Chang so gnashed his teeth that Do Yuming broke up because he met Sun Yen Yen. It seems it's not an empty claim. Because of Do Yuming's appearance, the originally one-sided situation instantly changed. Everyone had just heard Do Yuming's words and unconsciously began to sympathize with Lu Chang. But there were others on the sidelines who didn't agree so much. Didn't you just say that Lu Chang seduced a 60-year-old old man, and that's why Do Yuming broke up? Also, who was so good-naturedly defending their ex-girlfriend after being green? Makes sense, maybe Do Yuming broke up because she knew she was green. As Do Yuming walked over, his face became even more ugly when he heard someone say that he was green. He had just received a message from Shinhuairua's side before he came to school today, saying that he had been asked to come to school to clarify things. As a result, he had just arrived when he heard that Lu Chang and Sun Yen Yen had fought on this side of the staircase classroom. He rushed over in a hurry, afraid that their big sister would lose out in a sparring match with someone, and when he couldn't play racing at that time, he would surely be flayed by Xiao Siyu. Whether it was to protect their big sister or not to get blasted and hammered by Xiao Siyu, he couldn't back down. Lu Chang, I heard that you went behind my back and found an old man in his 60s? Do Yuming's face was very ugly, almost gritting his teeth as he glared at her. Explain yourself clearly to me. You broke up with me only yesterday. When did you hook up with that old man? Lu Chang's eyes almost glared out of their sockets. You fart. When did I hook up with the old man? This is clearly a rumor started by Sun Yen Yen. She should clearly be the accusing party. How is it that now Do Yuming is even questioning her in return? Lu Chang's entire body exploded, rushing at Do Yuming and cursing. If you hadn't seen Sun Yen Yen at that time, how could you have broken up with me? You even made a move with me for her. Do you still want to deny that you have a crush on her? Doyle's jawline tensed. Where does he see her? He was scared of being beaten by her, okay? But admitting this kind of thing in front of so many people more or less made him a bit ashamed, but if he didn't clarify it, he would probably die even faster. Do Yuming grabbed a handful of hair in annoyance. I broke up with you purely because you're too much of a woman who can find things to do. If it wasn't for her provoking Sun Yen Yen, would he have been beaten up so badly by his big sister? Although he was now Sun Yen Yen's little brother by default, his image was completely gone in front of his big sister. Your bull ting me. It's clearly you who had your eye on Sun Yen Yen and got involved with her. That's why you broke up with me. Lu Chang held onto this point and wouldn't let go. She knew Do Yuming loved face and wouldn't tell the truth. Although Do Yuming had beaten her because Su Nian Nian didn't want to beat a woman, it was no different from him beating her for Su Nian Nian. Do Yuming was simply going to be exasperated by this woman. He looked at Lu Chang with cold eyes and gave her a blank look. Although you are ugly and have self-awareness, you should at least understand other people's tastes. He raised his hand and pointed at Su Nian Nian beside him, looked at Lu Chang and continued, even our boss, Xiao Siyu, can't look at me. Do you think she can look at me? Since it is destined to be humiliated, then simply drag their boss down as well. After all, when their old about-face competed before, they were also rejected badly and called little chickens by their big sister. It wasn't exactly slanderous for him to say that, and their boss shouldn't blame him. Well, probably. Chapter 136 not limited to this. Do Yuming's words instantly silenced Lu Chang. Even the people eating around them were silent. Su Nian Nian can't look at Xiao Siyu? This is surprisingly true? It was also solidly hammered by Josie's little brother. Goodness, Su Nian Nian is going to heaven. Just as the situation was completely stalemated, another group of people came through the classroom door. At first glance, I knew it was the group of second-rate people from the Rainy Green University. On weekdays they come to school simply to mix up their credits. There are even some who are god-awful. Now they were all gathered in the small lecture hall. Everyone couldn't help but speculate about the group's intentions for coming here for a while. But one by one, their voices were lowered so low that they were completely afraid to be heard. Hello, Mr. Su. Just as everyone was thinking about what this group of second-generation ancestors were doing by leaving this place, this group of dangling second-generation ancestors, surprisingly, were all extraordinarily polite as they nodded their heads at Su Nian Nian. This time the people who were still gossiping completely stopped moving. What is Nian Nian Su's story? It's only been a few days since he came to the school, and he's managed to subdue this group of second-generation kids from the Rainy Green University? They thought about how someone had said earlier that Su Nian Nian was relying on her good looks to raise fish, so she seduced a rich second generation like Do Yuming. Now they can't wait to just slap him around. Raise a ing fish? Just this one big shark, who dares to keep it in the same pool? Ha? Don't you want to die? How those words feel like bull ***** now. But Lu Chang thought otherwise. She knew that Xiao Siyu was not ordinary to Su Nian Nian, so it was likely that these people were being so obedient to Su Nian Nian for Xiao Siyu's sake. Ha! Xiao Siyu was only fresh to her now. After all, there were very few people who rejected him, but Su Nian Nian looked good and was just to his liking. When Xiao Siyu gets tired of it, Su Nian Nian won't be able to take any advantage of it. Do Yuming, are you good or not? One of the second generation couldn't help but tease. The others on the sidelines chimed in. They were fighting hard at the racetrack before. What? Are you getting back together? Do you understood? Eyes rolled. Compound your sister. How many people would dare to take this kind of fresh breakup and go straight to the forums to blow up? He was now incredibly glad that he hadn't gone too deep with Lu Chang, or else he might have buried how many mines for him after the breakup. Although it did hurt to take a beating this time, it was better than being pitched a big one later. Do Yuming's brows frowned, and her eyesight towards Lu Chang became more serious. I'll tell you once more, I'll get along with you, there's no third party, and of course, you've greenlighted me, so you'd better give me a statement as well. What do you mean I'm green? You need to talk about evidence when you say that. Lu Chang was simply furious. Do Yuming laughed coldly. When you said that I looked at someone else to beat you up, you didn't say that you wanted to talk about evidence, and empty words aren't also what you say? She was just about to say something else when the bell for class suddenly rang. Everyone was a bit reluctant, but they honestly went back to their respective seats. Only Do Mingyue and those few second-generation ancestors were still standing in place. By now, the professor of the class had come to the podium, and a frown followed when he saw the rows of dilettantes standing at the back of the classroom. He waved his hand at a few people and said, class is already in session, so sit down, all of you. A few of the second generation were completely indifferent. Su Nian Nian glanced at them and said in a cold voice, either roll or sit down. Almost instantly, the group of second graders immediately sat down in a row in a well-behaved manner. Students who witnessed this. Sure enough, Su Nian Nian's identity was unusual. 3:30 in the afternoon. Su Nian Nian is already out of school. Shin Huayan, however, got a little restless in the office. She flipped through the information in her hand and silently glanced at Shin Huayan. Sir, are you not feeling well? Do you need to call a doctor to come over? Shin Huayan looked askance at He, and his body suddenly stiffened. I am fine. His fingertips landed on the pouch of papers in his hand, but his brow slowly furrowed once more. He's eyes followed suit. If he remembered correctly, that file bag was brought from home by their gentleman. What information was loaded inside he wasn't sure, just that every time Shin Huayan, who was working, saw this file bag, his face would change. Such frequent mood changes were the first he had seen today. She was also curious about what was inside the file bag. But he dared not ask. She thought about it, coughed lightly, and reminded, Sir, today is Monday, and the wife gets out of school earlier. Got it. Shin Hwayan faintly answered, seeming to have absolutely no intention of ending his work and going back. She was even more strange. Before, Shin Hwayan almost adjusted his working hours according to Su Nyen Nyen's schooling. What was wrong with today? He hesitated for a moment, wondering for a moment if he should continue to report to Shin Hwayan about Su Nyen Nyen's day. The situation is pretty explosive. Shin Hwayan's dark eyes drooped, and his fingertips rubbed over the document bag for a moment before slowly unwrapping it again. Thinking that he'd be home from work in a few minutes, he couldn't help but look inside again. Provide private places for support and allow each other to fully express emotions. P.S. Couples can be bedrooms, studies, but not limited to this. Appropriate physical contact can increase intimacy, reduce each other's tension, and calm each other's emotions. P.S. Intimacy between husband and wife can be kissing, caressing, but not limited to this. Looking at the above strips and boxes looks like the first half of the serious advice. The second half of the second half of the second half of the second half of the material is a bit of super outline. Shin Hwayan really headache. He knew that this was prepared by the three brats Shin Hwaiji, Shin Hwairua, and Shin Hwaisu. On one hand, he wanted him to appease Su Nyen Nyen, while on the other hand, he wanted the two to go further. He really is lacking in the relationship department, so this information is a little hot for him, but not useless. Shin Hwayan took a deep breath and put the information away again, but his fingertips tapped lightly on it. Maybe he could try to use them for a while. With that in mind, he turned to Ishii and asked, "How was Nyen Nyen at school today?" He remembered that he had already asked Shin Hwairua to find Do Mingyu and ask him to clarify the scandal for Su Nyen Nyen at school, and wondered how Su Nyen Nyen was doing now. This little guy has had dirt thrown at him one after the other. It must be hard, right? Shin Hwayan couldn't help but press his eyebrows down when he thought so. She's still just a young girl who just turned 20 and has to endure so much. Chapter 137, Mr. Shin, can you give some hints? She stole a glance at Shin Hwayan and thought about the report he had just received, intending to add a little more fuel to the fire. Ahem. I heard that when Mrs. went to school at school, she was blocked by Lu Chang in the staircase classroom, and a lot of people saw it at that time. Although it was their wife who won big in the back, it's not like that detail couldn't be omitted. As expected, as soon as she finished the sentence, Shin Hwayan's face became gloomy once again. Even if Su Nyen Nyen was more than capable, she couldn't stop the gossip that was just as strong as the flooding beasts. He sat in his position, his fingertips gently rubbing the bag of papers in his hand, eventually stood up slowly. You arrange it, I'll go back now. Yes, sir. When Shin Hwayan went back, Su Nyen Nyen had not yet returned to the bedroom. Because when she came back, she heard that Shin Hwayan might not come back until a little later, so she purposely bought hot and sour noodles from outside and brought them back. Shin's family wouldn't usually call her until it was time to eat, so she was content to sit in the gazebo of the small courtyard shivering powder. Hot and sour noodles, she deliberately asked for an extra spicy one, and only just ate it for a short while. Her whole little face was a reddish color. Snot and tears were flying. When Shin Hwayan found her, Su Nyen Nyen had just thrown everything she had finished eating into the trash. The moment she saw Shin Hwayan, Su Nyen Nyen was still secretly thankful in the back of her mind that it was good that she ate fast, or else she would most likely be caught by their Mr. Shin right now. When she used to be on the mountain, her brothers and masters wouldn't let her eat this junk food. I heard that it was because she was not well when she first came to the mountain as a child, and then she always had a delicate and weak look, so his master and brothers hated to treat her like a glass doll. Even if she had become very powerful later on, her elder brothers and masters had always treated her the same way they did when she was a child. When Su Nyen Nyen had come to the Shin family before, she had also heard others mention some of Shin Hwayan's behavioral habits. A lot of curmudgeonly habits, simply another master in her world. Su Nyen Nyen was worried that Shin Hwayan wouldn't allow her to eat this junk food either, so she could only eat it secretly. Mr. Shin, you're back? Su Nyen Nyen raised her small face and gave Shin Hwayan an extraordinarily bright smile, but her slightly red eyes and slightly nasal voice made Shin Hwayan's brows instantly furrow. He thought of Ishi's earlier comment about Su Nyen Nyen being blocked by Lu Chang in the latter classroom at school, and his heart felt a little more distressed about the little guy in front of him. He let out a soft then walked over to the seat next to Su Nyen Nyen and sat down. Shin Hwayan's eyes looked up and down at her pitiful little face, and for a while he didn't know what to say. Su Nyen Nyen looked at Shin Hwayan and stared at him without a word, a pang of weakness. There, Mr. Shin couldn't have seen something, could he? Su Nyen Nyen pursed her small lips. A pair of dark eyes looked at Shin Hwayan and took the initiative to open her mouth. Mr. Shin, why are you back so early today? Shin Hwayan's fist on his knee gently clenched. In the end, he sighed softly and directly reached out to pick Su Nyen Nyen up and place her on his lap. Su Nyen Nyen was a bit confused. What was this? She was a little worried that there was still the smell of hot and sour noodles on her body, which would be smelled by Shin Hwayan, so her body deliberately moved back, trying to distance herself from Shin Hwayan. Her unconscious little move caused Shin Hwayan's frown to deepen. His large hands directly clasped her thin waist, making her instantly immobile. Shin Hwayan looked at her condescendingly. His tone was light. Is it still smooth at school today? Sun Yan Nian looked at Shen Huayan in a daze and subconsciously nodded. Well, it's not too bad. This sentence made Shen Huayan instantly unable to answer. She had obviously been wronged at school, her eyes were red from crying, and she didn't even want to spill a word to him. If it wasn't for Ishi telling him that Sun Yan Nian was being given a hard time at school, he might have really been fooled by this little guy. Shen Huayan hooked Sun Yan Nian's big hand on the side of her waist and tightened it. Didn't encounter anything special? He patiently followed up with another question. Now Sun Yan Nian instantly understood that Shen Huayan was aware of the conflict with someone at her school. The only reason he'd asked her if things were going well at school was to get her to come forward with an explanation. He had thought that the school matter wouldn't reach Shen Huayan so quickly. But after careful thought, the reason why Do Yuming came to the school to help her clear up the scandal is probably related to Shen Huairua. Since Shen Huairua knew, it wasn't a surprise that their husband knew about it. Sun Yan Nian's small mouth pursed slightly. I had a bit of friction with Lu Chang while I was in class at school, but things have all been resolved. As for how it was resolved, I guess Shen Huairua will tell him. As Sun Yan Nian thought this, her entire body relaxed quite a bit. As long as she wasn't counting on her eating hot and sour noodles, she felt that there wasn't much of a problem. Obviously, Shen Huayan didn't think so. His face still didn't look too good as he looked at Sun Yan Nian, his deep gaze staring at her for a few seconds before he lowered his head and kissed her small mouth. Sun Yan Nian was stunned for a moment, completely unable to understand what was going on in front of her. Did she say something wrong again? Sun Yan Nian was already a little weak because of the matter of eating hot and sour noodles just now. By Shen Huayan's suddenly punishment, her whole body is even more weak. However, it was good that Shen Huayan had just dabbed at her lips in a slapdash manner, gently rubbing against her lips before separating. His low tone spread slowly in her ear. Remember what I told you before? Sun Yan Nian's entire body was numb. He had said so many things, how could she know which one he was asking about? She opened her small mouth, looked at Shen Huayan apprehensively, and weakly opened her mouth to ask, Mr. Shen, can you give some hints? After all, it's better to die with a clear conscience, isn't it? Shen Huayan ignored what he had just said and lowered his head to kiss again, this time with a lot more intensity than just now. He traced the shape of her lips with extreme patience, one at a time, either lightly or heavily. His large hands traveled down her back and around her neck, pressing her entire body gently against his. His movements were clean and almost instantaneous, not giving her any room to back off at all. Dazed by his kisses, Sun Yan Nian could only reach up and desperately try to grab the front of his shirt. Shen Huayan condescended to her lips, testing her bottom line one by one. But her well-behaved appearance can always easily stir up the restlessness of his heart, so that he cannot help but want to bully her again. Chapter 138, Can she take advantage of the opportunity to stump up? Thinking about it now? Shen Huayan's low and magnetic voice rang in her ears. With extreme restraint. His appearance was already highly deceptive, usually looking cold and detached, rarely revealing his emotions. Shen Huayan even thought to himself that he would never be emotionally moved in his life. I didn't expect to run into Sun Yan Nian. Only Shen Huayan himself knew how out of control he was in front of Sun Yan Nian. She's like poison, once you're on it, it goes deep into your bones and makes you want to stop. Sun Yan Nian had long been kissed by Shen Huayan. Where did she have the energy to think about what question he had just asked? All she knows now is that if she does wrong, she will be punished. It's just that this punishment is so comfortable that she can't help but want more. The longing for Shen Huayan at the bottom of his heart seemed to be amplified unconsciously. Her small hand climbed on top of Shen Huayan's neck, and she raised her small head and took the initiative to come up. Sun Yan Nian's overly active movements almost made Shen Huayan laugh. He had originally wanted her to remember the things he had explained to her before, but he had not expected this little one. Not only did she not even realize what she had actually done wrong, she was even planning to muddle through. Shen Huayan stretched out his big hand to wrench her small face away, and looked at Sun Yan Nian with a bit of tears and laughter, saying word for word, I told you before, you can try to trust me and rely on me. He wanted her to do the same. Instead of having to hide and cry in secret after being bullied. He was her husband, legally and psychologically, and he was willing. Sun Yan Nian was still a bit dazed and hadn't regained her senses from the state she had just been in. She stared blankly at Shen Huayan, her little head seeming to process what he had just said at an accelerated rate. He made her trust him and depend on him. Sun Yan Nian's watery eyes blinked as her eyes swept over Shen Huayan's face. Of course she believed him, but depending on him was something she really hadn't done much of. It wasn't that she didn't want to rely on him, but the things she encountered were all very simple, and she didn't need Shen Huayan to intervene at all. She was able to take care of them all. Shen Huayan looked at her silence and thought that she was as concerned about the terms of the contract as before. He raised his hand and cupped her small face, took a deep breath, and said to Sun Yan Nian in an extraordinarily solemn manner, You're my wife, do you need to think about this kind of thing as well? Sun Yan Nian shook her head repeatedly, That's not what I meant. She originally wanted to explain, but on second thought, Shen Huayan's attitude towards her seemed to have changed quite a bit recently. Especially after she knew that Fan Shijin was not his white moonlight, Shen Huayan seemed more special to her. Well, can't she get an inch? Sun Yan Nian hesitated for a moment, blinking her watery eyes, But I am only your missus. Shen for a year. If I rely on you for everything now, what will I do in the future? Her implication was that what was his attitude a year later when she didn't have the title of Mrs. Shen? Su Nian was actually still a bit apprehensive when she said this. She wanted to test where exactly Shen Huayan's bottom line of tolerance for her was. Does he simply want to do his part within the contract, or does he want to carry on a friendly relationship with him outside of the contract? It's important to her. Shen Huayan's dark eyes met Su Nian's. You can do the same in the future, as long as you want, you've always been my wife. In fact, from the once day Su Nian married him, he clearly felt that he treated her differently. It's just that he didn't want to admit it at the time, which is pretty funny now that I think about it. He wouldn't be like this now if he had faced his heart squarely then. Shen Huayan's answer clearly exceeded Su Nian's expectations, and her heart was suddenly excited. Is this the fabled case of Papa A being satisfied with Papa B's service and wanting to renew his contract early? So can she take advantage of the opportunity to stump up? When Shen Huayan saw Su Nian's delay in opening her mouth, he thought she was unwilling. His heart sank, but on his face, he continued to look at Su Nian gently. Actually, I can understand even if you don't want to. No, you don't need to understand. When Su Nian heard Shen Huayan's words, her heart suddenly thumped, and she hurriedly spoke out to stop. Who said I'm not willing? I'm very willing. Mr. Shen, I'm willing to be your wife, for as long as it takes. Her little hand patted her chest with a look of extra conviction. Shen Huayan raised his eyebrows. I do not know why. This kind of words can be compared to confession from Su Nian out of the mouth, like a car accident scene, and even extraordinarily funny. His eyes were fixed on Su Nian. You can't regret saying yes. Su Nian nodded seriously. No regrets, no regrets, no regrets to death. She had been worried that if this one-year contract expired, she would be fired, but now there was a lifetime contract, so she didn't want it for nothing. It was Shen Huayan's turn to be baffled. It's amazing how easily the things he's been worried about have been resolved. Shen Huayan is thinking about how to talk to Su Nian about the issue of lifetime contract. After all, it is not easy to talk about it here. Not to put the person in a trap is not his style. Shen Huayan's fingertips gently rubbed Su Nian's. Mr. Shen, can that previous contract be re-signed? Since it's a lifetime contract now, can the terms and conditions on it be changed a little bit? Without waiting for Shen Huayan's words to open, Su Nian took the initiative to bring up the matter of the contract. Shen Huayan was practically boiling over. But on the surface he still forced down the fluttering of his heart and pretended to look at Su Nian in a calm manner. I think it's also necessary to change it. After all, a temporary contract is a bit inappropriate if it's renewed as a lifelong contract. So why don't we change it now? Let's see what conditions you need to mention. Su Nian was practically cheering. How could this be a good thing? She decisively followed Shen Huayan back to the bedroom, took out the previous contract, and read it with Shen Huayan one by one. Shen Huayan's line of sight from the beginning did not fall on the contract in his hand. In his opinion, all the rules and regulations in it should be deleted. Every clause of this contract is a stumbling block on his way to chasing his wife. Now that he was able to move the stumbling block out of the way, he wasn't going to be stupid again. Shen Huayan propped up his chin with one hand, looking at Su Nian sitting across from him who was looking at the contract in her hand in a serious manner. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Suddenly he was kind of looking forward to what kind of offer his little wife would make. Or rather, he's trying to figure out how to plainly set up his little wife and then set her up bit by bit. Chapter 139, Can you give me a chance? Su Nian flipped through the previous articles and was contemplating what to change from when she vaguely sensed the line of sight from Shen Huayan. Her watery eyes blinked and she looked up just in time to meet the depth of his eyes. The bottom of Shen Huayan's eyes were calm, and he faintly said, Have you thought about which terms to change? His tone sounded like it didn't have any ups and downs, causing Su Nian's heart to beat a drum. If she says she's changing all the existing terms, will he just kick her out? But if she didn't say anything, she always felt a little shortchanged. It was not easy for their Mr. Shen to take the initiative to mention it once, and the next time there would be such an opportunity would be a monkey's age. Shen Huayan saw Su Nian was slow to speak up and couldn't help but follow the advice from the side. I think the previous clauses are very unreasonable. For example, the previous Article 1, the marriage contract is confidential to the outside world, and Party B is not allowed to present herself to the outside world as Mrs. Shen. He raised his hand and pointed to the clause on the agreement and continued, There are quite a few special cases that require identification. But because of this clause, a lot of things have not been able to go smoothly, so I think this clause needs to be deleted. Su Nian was visibly dumbfounded. Did the terms change from number 1? Isn't it true that the more forward the clause, the more important it is? He thought Shen Huayan would change it from the back first. Su Nian couldn't help but frown as she thought about Shen Huayan's words. Thinking carefully, there are indeed quite a few situations like what Shen Huayan said, especially in front of Master Shen. Their marriage was the real deal to Master Shen, so no matter where they were, as long as they were in front of Master Shen, they couldn't show their faces. So clause 1 is really difficult to implement. Now, apart from the side branches of the Shen family, there are quite a few people who already know that he is Shen Huayan's wife, so the existence of this clause is no longer very meaningful. Su Nian Nian nodded. Then how does Mr. Shin want to modify this clause? Shin Huayan glanced at Su Nian Nian. There's no way to modify this clause, just delete it, he said, picking up a pen and drawing a horizontal line across the first article. And you can just delete it? Su Nian Nian's eyes instantly lit up. So could he operate like this with the other clauses as well? She thought so, instantly motivated. Her small movements were all seen under Shin Huayan's eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Since I mentioned one, then you should also mention one. Su Nian Nian's eyelids drooped downward, scratching his neck in a bit of embarrassment. Then I'll start with number 2? Shin Huayan also glanced down at the contract in his hand. 2. The parties are not required to fulfill their conjugal duties. His eyebrows raised slightly and he nodded lightly, looking at Su Nian Nian with a bit of anticipation, wanting to hear exactly how she wanted to be in number 2. I think the husband and wife's obligations cover a lot of points, can't be generalized, right? When Su Nian Nian said this, she seemed to be afraid that Shin Huayan would misunderstand, and immediately explained, husbands and wives have the obligation to support each other, as well as common debts, and equal obligations to clear them and whatnot. She explained so much, except that she omitted to mention that both spouses have the obligation to practice family planning and the obligation to raise and educate their children. Su Nian Nian was afraid that Shin Huayan would think randomly. After all, the first of those two was the obligation she wanted to fulfill. If Shin Huayan accidentally knew about her little plan, this one would not be easy to handle. Shin Huayan's dark eyes narrowed his vision, looking Su Nian Nian up and down. Her thoughts may not be the same as his, but the end goal is pretty much the same. So Shin Huayan didn't count the process and picked up the pen on the table and drew another horizontal line on the second article. Since there are doubts about this article as well, delete it as well. Without the clause about not being able to fulfill his conjugal duties, there's a lot more room for him to maneuver. Shin Huayan's thoughts coincided with his, and Su Nian Nian's entire body couldn't help but get excited. The two men next chatted briefly about the other clauses in the contract, and since most of them were pretty much the same, the revisions were quick. It didn't take long for the entire contract to be modified. Su Nian Nian looked at the contract in her hand with satisfaction, her eyes falling on the last clause. To be solid, or this one is the most solid, because the last clause of the contract is about divorce. After the contract has been completed for 1 year, both parties automatically dissolve the marriage. Marriage, funeral and marriage are not related to each other. Su Nian Nian's brows furrowed a bit, picking up the pen in front of Shin Huayan and drawing a horizontal line directly on it. Her actions did cause the person across from her to faintly stare. Su Nian Nian thought that Shin Huayan minded this article, so she immediately opened her mouth. Mr. Shin, you just said that I can remain your wife as long as I want. So this article should be useless as well, right? As she spoke, she winked mischievously at Shin Huayan. Shin Huayan suddenly had an illusion. He pondered for a moment, his eyes quietly swept around Su Nian Nian's small face. Nini and Su, do you like me? His words instantly froze Su Nian Nian's question. Su Nian Nian opened her small mouth, but not a single word came out. Seeing that she didn't squeak, Shin Huayan asked again, you do like me, don't you? He looked calm on his face, but his heart was already turning over. He hadn't been around the kind of normal feelings between men and women, so he didn't quite understand that aspect. Su Nian Nian was too simple again, and was even slower than he was about emotional matters. The reason why he asked out loud was because from the beginning of the revision of the contract, he had realized that Su Nian Nian's purpose seemed to be very similar to his. If it was someone else, he might still wonder if the other party was acting in front of him in order to stay in the Shin family. But Su Nian Nian won't. She possessed the ability to completely make a better life for herself than she had in the Shin family. Then is there a possibility that her willingness to stay in the Shin family and to be his wife all the time is because she likes him too? Su Nian Nian looked at Shin Huayan with a tangled face. She did not know if the showdown now would change Shin Huayan's decision just now. Just as Su Nian Nian hesitated, Shin Huayan's voice once again slowly sounded in her ears. Nian, I know you may not trust me much yet, but I genuinely want to live on with you, not a contractual superficial couple. Su Nian Nian looked at Shin Huayan in a daze, and it took a long time for her to find her voice. You mean, you like me? She trailed off with a question, seeming a little less sure. Shin Huayan nodded. Yes, I like you, so much that I want you to stay by my side all the time. His words came to this point as he slowly reached out and took Su Nian Nian's small hand in his. So can you give me a chance? Chapter 140, what is she going to do next? Su Nian Nian was too shocked and looked at Shin Huayan blankly. I can't believe I can't say a word. Shin Huayan looked calm on his face, but his whole heart felt like it had stopped sharply on the edge of the cliff. Su Nian Nian's attitude completely determined whether he would be in heaven or hell in the next second. Seeing Su Nian Nian's delayed voice, Shin Huayan converged the hope and uneasiness under his eyes and tried to make himself calm as he replied, if you haven't thought about it yet. I do. I've thought about it. Su Nian Nian backhanded Shin Huayan's big hand tightly, a pair of watery eyes looking at him for an instant, fearing that he would regret seemingly in the next second. The happiness came so suddenly that she just thought she was hallucinating. Shin Huayan was also visibly stunned, looking at Su Nian Nian's eyes from the initial surprise to ecstasy. He reached out and directly clasped Sun Yan Yan fiercely in his arms, the familiar fragrance and delicate softness causing his heart to tremble at the tip. Luckily she said yes. Shen Huayan hugged Sun Yan Yan tightly. His mind was full of those complicated thoughts just now, and he was even momentarily distracted when he saw her frozen expression. He regretted not being in such a hurry to pick a fight with her. He was even afraid that the words he had just spoken would scare her right off. Luckily, she said yes. He didn't lose her. The feeling of being lost and found made him shiver slightly even as he held him. For the first time he felt fear. Shen Huayan's head was slightly lowered, gently brushing against her cheek, after which he accurately captured her soft lips. The subconscious agitation made his mind almost blank, and as if desperate to find solace, he held her tighter and tighter and kissed her deeper and deeper. The breath that was swallowed and seized by him wrapped up his whole person, like a person who fell into the middle of the sea, drowning in it, until the seemingly endless wailing ringing in his ears. Shen Huayan's consciousness finally gradually became clear. When he realized what he had just done, his body stiffened slightly before he gently released the person in his arms. Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes blinked, and her watery eyes looked at Shen Huayan pitifully, even the tip of her nose was red. Mr. Shen, I don't seem to have done anything wrong just now, right? The more she said, the more aggrieved she became, and her eyes almost instantly reddened. Shen Huayan's heart was instantly gripped. He kissed her eyes with heartache and softly explained, "It wasn't your fault just now, it's his fault. He should never have used that as an excuse to talk about punishment in the first place. Now the daughter-in-law is chaste, but the pot can't be dumped." He raised his hand and rubbed the tip of his nose, and could only cheekily explain, "Ahem. Actually, kissing sometimes doesn't just mean punishment, and couples and husband and wife can also express their love through kissing, just did." Sun Yan Yan sniffled, staring at him with a bit of disbelief, asking softly, "Really?" Shen Huayan raised his hand to rub the corners of her eyes with a bit of heartache, and nodded repeatedly, "Well, really." He gently hugged Sun Yan Yan, his long arms encircling her in his own, softly coaxing. Who made him yawn in the first place, and now he can only suffer for the sins he has created. Sun Yan Yan pursed her small lips, her eyes looked back and forth on Shen Huayan's face for half a second, and her small hand twisted the corner of his coat uneasily. Then can I still kiss? What? Shen Huayan suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at her with some shock, like he didn't react at all. Sun Yan Yan nodded her toes and came close to his chin, kissing it. "Since it's not a punishment, can I do the same in the future?" When Shen Huayan is not fierce, kissing is still quite comfortable. She loved it and wanted to be close to him like that. Shen Huayan's eyelids slightly drooped, his black eyes fell on her slightly swollen little mouth, the knot in his throat rolled up and down, then he slowly nodded. When Sun Yan Yan saw this, her watery eyes instantly curved in a smile. Her small hands hung onto Shen Huayan's body with a fierce raise. Because of the height difference between the two of them, Sun Yan Yan's body was almost pressed against his body, and with the soft touch close to his body, the strings in Shen Huayan's head instantly collapsed. Almost self-absorbed, he clasped the soft flesh of her waist with one hand, and with the other he trailed his hand up the back of her neck and kissed her deeply once more. Unlike the unconscious behavior just now, at this time Shen Huayan even carried a few thoughts of pleasing her, though wanton but extremely gentle. He felt like he was going crazy. From just now when Sun Yan Yan took the initiative to kiss up, the beast in the bottom of his heart felt like it had been pried out of its cage, completely out of control. It made him want to eat the little one in his arms directly, demolished into his stomach. His little missus didn't know much, and it wasn't impossible for him to get his hands on it if he was just a little more despicable. But he doesn't give up, waiting for her to like him a little more. It took a long time for the breathing between the two to settle. Sun Yan Yan's entire body was still hanging on Shen Huayan's body being held by him. "Mr. Shen, is that contract something we can leave out?" Her soft voice fell on his ears and made Shen Huayan's heart itch. Shen Huayan laughed softly and gently rubbed his chin against her cheek. "Well, the contract is not written, and from now on, you are my rightful missus. Shen." Sun Yan Yan's pair of watery eyes suddenly curved again when she heard this title. She didn't expect that she would be converted before the contract was even a year old. But what is she going to do next? Sun Yan Yan's small mouth pursed. "Mr. Shen, I. Knock, knock, knock." Before Sun Yan Yan could finish her latter words, there was a knock on the door of her room. She almost reflexively popped out of Shen Huayan's arms. Shen Huayan froze slightly, feeling the disappearing temperature and texture in his arms. He couldn't help but frown slightly, and his eyes fell on Sun Yan Yan. But the other side completely missed his point. Shen Huayan sighed silently. "Forget it, there is no hurry. Who made him sign the damn contract in the first place? Well, it's gone now and he has all the time in the world to get his little missus up to speed now." He cast a faintly sidelong glance at Sun Yan Yan before turning to the door and saying in a cold voice, "Come in." Shen Huairua at the door slowly pushed open the door and saw Shen Huayan sitting inside the room. He awkwardly pulled the corner of his mouth. "Big brother, you're back." He had thought that his big brother hadn't come back yet and wanted to talk to Sun Yan Yan about Do Yuming, but he didn't expect his big brother to be at home. And from the displeased tone of his big brother's voice just now, he always wondered if he had just spoiled his big brother's fun by knocking on the door. Shen Huairua thought of the information they had carefully selected together before. his big brother did not know to start practicing yet. As he thought this, his eyes couldn't help but fall on the two of them, Sun Yanyan and Shin Huayan. I don't know if it was because his sight was too direct. Shin Huayan actually had a moment of weakness. He coughed lightly. You came to look for Yin Yin? Chapter 141 Raising an Army for 1,000 Miles, Using It for an Hour. Shin Huairua originally wanted to nod, but looking at the atmosphere between his elder brother and Sun Yanyan that seemed so different, he hastily changed his words. I just wanted to talk to sister-in-law about Do Yuming. Sun Yanyan looked at Shin Huairua uncertainly and asked, what's wrong with him? She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows as she remembered that during the day, the guy had gone straight to their classroom. Is this kid up to something again? As Sun Yanyan was thinking, she heard Shin Huairua say, Do Yuming said that he would cooperate with sister-in-law on your side to clarify the rumors at school, and asked me to tell sister-in-law. Shin Huairua's words caused Sun Yanyan to visibly pause for a moment. Shin Huayan naturally noticed the small expression on her face, which reminded her of her being blocked by Lu Chang in the staircase classroom at school. Just now, although Sun Yanyan said that it was all resolved, he wasn't sure exactly how it was resolved. Shin Huayan suddenly looked at Sun Yanyan with heartache, reached out and held her small hand and squeezed it. If this matter is difficult for you, I can help you deal with it. All he had to do was publicize the relationship between the two at school and all the gossip would be solved. Sun Yanyan shook her head repeatedly. No, this matter has really been resolved, and Do Yuming went to school today. As soon as her words fell, the two of them, Shin Huayan and Shin Huairu, also froze at the same time. Do Yuming has even gone to school already? Sun Yanyan looked at the two's puzzled gazes and continued to explain. When Lu Chang blocked me in the latter classroom today, Do Yuming and that bunch of little rubbish, well, racing people all went. She almost said the words little piece of with a splash of her mouth. After all, she was still a little white flower in front of their Mr. Shin, and this persona should never crumble. This time, not to mention Shin Huayan, even Shin Huairua couldn't help but be stunned. I'm surprised the others went too. It was a bunch of two-biters. But thinking about the time when his sister-in-law was killing it at the race cars, the two-biters were really taken in by her. He had thought that they would just look at his sister-in-law differently when they were racing, but he hadn't expected that this group of second-generation kids would give his sister-in-law so much face inside the school as well. Shin Huairua suddenly and inexplicably had a sense of crisis. His sister-in-law is so great, if his big brother doesn't work hard, his sister-in-law might be someone else's sister-in-law. Sun Yanyan looked at both of them and didn't say anything, thinking that they were still worried about the school gossip. She pursed her small lips and continued, the rumors at school have been cleared up. There are so many people to testify for me. In the future, no matter whose boyfriend is snatched inside the school, it won't be dumped on my head, so you guys can rest assured. Sun Yanyan said, playfully winking at the two. Shin Huayan looked at Sun Yanyan a little helplessly and raised his hand to rub her little head. His little wife was always so innocent, what the hell was he going to do with her? Shin Huairua looked at Sun Yanyan with a bit of a tearful smile. She had so many second-generation people to testify for her. If anyone else suspected Sun Yanyan of stealing someone else's boyfriend, they would really be sick in the head. The group of second-generation ancestors were basically all the famous figures in the Shangjing Circle, covering 80% of the broads in the Shangjing Circle. Now they couldn't suspect anyone but Sun Yanyan's head. It was true that there was no need to worry about the school, but Shin Huairua was more worried about other things. His brows furrowed and his eyes turned to Shin Huayan. Is his big brother any good or not? Shin Huairua's eyes fell on Shin Huayan with a look of desire to speak. Sun Yanyan thought that Shin Huairua had something to say to him alone, and was too embarrassed to open his mouth in front of her, so he took the initiative to speak out and said, I suddenly feel a little hungry. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look first. You guys have something to continue chatting about. I'm going to go to the restaurant first, he said, and without waiting for the two to speak, he immediately left from the bedroom. For a while, only Shin Huairua and Shin Huayan were left in the bedroom. The two of them were wide-eyed and a little confused at Sun Yanyan's going out without warning. Shin Huairua's mouth opened, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. Big brother, have you ever felt that your sister-in-law is particularly outstanding? The kind of good that can be snatched up by someone else at any time. Of course, the latter half of the sentence Shin Huairua naturally did not dare to say in front of Shin Huayan. He could tell that his big brother treated Sun Yanyan differently. I just don't know what his big brother really thinks. The tip of Shin Huayan's eyebrow raised slightly, his sight was slightly puzzled as he looked at Shin Huairua, and said in a single word, if you have something to say, just say it. Shin Huairua took a seat next to Shin Huayan. Big brother, sister-in-law even got the gang of second-generation ancestors in the Shangjing Circle into submission. Don't you think sister-in-law is very powerful? So what are you trying to express? Shin Huayan looked askance at Shin Huairua with one hand propped on his chin, his voice cool. Shin Huairua choked, looking at Shin Huayan's cold eyes. He took a deep breath. Sister-in-law is so excellent. Big brother, you have to work hard. After he said this, he immediately got up from the sofa and ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. He admitted that his big brother was excellent, but an excellent big brother was of little use if he was not active in front of his sister-in-law. Shin Huayan looked at Shin Huairu's fleeing back and pressed his temples with a bit of a headache. How was he going to tell these brats that the contract between him and Sun Yan Yan had been terminated? Never mind, they should know later. Shin Huayan's heart suddenly warmed when he thought of the conversation he had just had with Sun Yan Yan. Sun Yan Yan promised him. Shin Huayan couldn't help but feel excited about the whole thing just by thinking about it. His heart, which had been silent for a long time, was beating wildly at this moment. Meanwhile, Sun Yan Yan, who had left from the bedroom, was thinking about what happened between her and Shin Huayan. They're out of contract now. Shin Huayan had also acknowledged him as Mrs. Shin, so what were they going to do next? Sun Yan Yan has absolutely no experience in relationships. She wondered what exactly was next after the two confirmed their relationship. Sun Yan Yan couldn't come up with a clue even after thinking about it for half a day. She was originally going to call her master for help, either that or seek some experience with a couple of her senior brothers. But to think that a few of them seemed to be repulsed by Shin Huayan, coupled with the previous relationship experience imparted by her master and a few senior brothers, it seemed to be completely different from the average person's. She didn't want to be a scumbag, so she decisively gave up counseling with them. Sun Yan Yan's little head was spinning at high speed for a few moments along the way, and she suddenly thought of a very suitable candidate. Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately took out her cell phone and dialed that person's number. What a way to raise an army. It's up to him to find the best way to do it this time. Chapter 142. Soon, the caller was answered on the other end of the line. Hello, Auntie? Hung Yi on the other end of the phone seemed to be wondering that Sun Yan Yan would take the initiative to call him over. Normally, if she ordered him to do anything, she'd just send a text message. Direct phone calls like this one are rare, to say the least. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, and then he heard Sun Yan Yan open up on the other end of the phone. Hung Yi, do you know what a man has to do next after confirming a relationship with a woman? Hung Yi's side was straight up jammed. Should he express the fact that he was a bachelor to their aunt again? Hong Xiaowu, who was by the side, instantly became excited when he heard the name auntie. He immediately came closer, his eyes fixed on Hung Yi, as if he too wanted to hear exactly what was said on the opposite side. Ever since he had learned of their aunt's heroic deeds, his admiration for Sun Yan Yan was like a mighty river, unceasing, dreaming of serving their aunt. He couldn't help but feel stupid when he heard Hong Yi's sad face on the sidelines. And just now Hung Yi was originally going to open his mouth to say something after seeing Hong Xiaowu, he decisively changed it. Ahem. Auntie, although my age difference with you is not very much, but this kind of thing I think that maybe the younger ones will understand it a little better, he said, and tentatively asked, Little Five is right next to me, should I ask him first? Hearing Hong Xiaowu mention his name in front of Sun Yan Yan, Hong Xiaowu couldn't wait to do a forward roll in place. Sun Yan Yan originally wanted to find Hong Yi's side to ask about the process. After all, there were a lot of people on his side, even if Hong Yi didn't know, the people he knew might know. So Sun Yan Yan didn't care, so she faintly responded with a good. Soon, Hong Yi tapped his cell phone on the amplify button. The next second, Hong Xiaowu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Auntie, I am Hong Xiaowu. What can I do to help you? Hong Yi looked at Hong Xiaowu with slight disdain. Good fellow, in order to make their aunt happy, even you came out. But it was clear that it went over well with Sun Yan Yan. Her slightly laughing voice came over the line. Okay, so help me figure out what a man does next after he confirms a relationship with a woman? Hong Xiaowu was also slightly stunned. Immediately, they realized that this so-called one man and one woman referred to their aunt and aunt's better half. He thought just briefly and immediately said, the next step is of course kissing and hugging and lifting him up. Bully wallop him and tell him, man, you've successfully caught my attention. And then forcefully kiss him to make him horny. Buy him a purchase and tell him this whole store is covered by you. They're just for him. Declare your sovereignty in front of his friends and tell them that this man is mine and mine alone for the rest of his life. Give him a sense of security. Always make sure he understands that you feel in control of him. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, you will get him back. Sun Yan Yan was more or less tongue-tied on the other end of the phone. Hung Yi on this side was also covering his face in pain. Although he was a single dog, he had never eaten pork, it didn't mean he had never seen a pig run. What Hong Xiaowu had just said, he always felt an indescribable sense of weirdness. It's as if the running pig isn't quite right. He lowered his voice and looked at Hong Xiaowu. Could you have taught them wrong? Hong Xiaowu also lowered his voice. How come? Our auntie is so domineering, of course we have to be domineering when we fall in love. While that doesn't sound like much of a fault, it feels full of faults again. Hung Yi thought about how to make their aunt not believe Hong Xiaowu's nonsense without a trace, but then he heard Sun Yan Yan on the other end of the phone say very seriously, okay, I'll practice these methods to see, and then if there's any problem, I'll look for you to discuss it. Hong Xiaowu didn't notice Hung Yi's frantic eye rolling from the side at all, and instead patted his chest with an excited face. Okay, no problem, auntie. Just don't worry and charge boldly. The corner of Hong Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What can he say? These two people were definitely one daring to say and one daring to believe, not giving him any room for explanation at all. He pressed his temples with a bit of a headache, and he couldn't help but shiver when he thought of Shin Huayan's icy cold handsome face with almost no popularity. Hang Ye really had no way to imagine Sun Yen Yen being so petite to wallop and forcefully kiss Shen Huayan. He looked askance at Hung Xiaowu on the side and silently lit a wax for him in his heart. When Auntie finished practicing, Xiaowu was probably going to directly sacrifice to heaven. He could now only expect their aunt to give Hung Xiaowu's words some serious thought and never go straight into practice. Sun Yen Yen did want to practice it right away. After all, her raw rice route could finally be officially put on the schedule. But she had only just finalized her relationship with Shen Huayan, and she was worried that being too raw would scare her little brother away, so she asked about the process in between. I didn't realize the process was as strong as it is. She was surprised for a moment that she didn't know which one to start with first. Sun Yen Yen thought carefully, and eventually planned to start with the buy article. She is not short of money at hand, want to give Shen Huayan package a store. Of course there is no pressure, the question is, what kind of store she wants to package. Looks like she's going to have to pick and choose carefully. Early the next morning, it was drizzling outside. Lin Bailu looked at the dusky sky outside, and her face followed suit. Recently, in order to come up with the money for Sun Yen Yen, she had nearly sold out of the expensive bag she was holding. The valuable jewelry on hand was also sold. But the money still hasn't come together. Together with the $500,000 Lin Dalong had given her, she was still short by a small $1 million. If she hadn't been worried that she would be discovered by Lin Dalong if she sold her car, she would have sold the one she usually drove long ago, so that she wouldn't have had to sell all the bags and jewelry she had on hand. What made Lin Bailu even more angry was that she originally wanted to take those 3 evening dresses for appraisal so that she could hit Sun Yen Yen's face hard, but she was told that those 3 dresses were actually the private customization of the design ghost Chris. She never knew Chris even took private bookings. It must have been the Shin family's connections for Chris to pick it up. When Lin Bailu thought that Sun Yen Yen was able to wear such an expensive evening gown definitely because of the Shin family, her whole being became even more irritated. These were originally hers. It's all hers. If it wasn't for Lin Dalong and the others taking it upon themselves to go to the ravine and get Sun Yen Yen, whether it was a man or something or money, it would have been hers. Chapter 143, It Must Be. Lin Bailu held the bag in her hand, looked at the luxury bag boutique, took a deep breath and walked in. She had ordered 2 bags here before, neither of which had arrived yet, and she was going to return them and buy them later when she had the money. As long as she still had the identity of the Lin family's eldest miss, none of this would be a problem. Lin Bailu gave herself a mental build-up before she took a step inside. But when she entered the door, she saw Sun Yen Yen, who was sitting in the store picking out the bag category. As soon as the sales clerks saw Lin Bailu, they immediately greeted her. "Miss Lin, you're here, come, this way please." The clerk said that she was going to guide Lin Bailu and invite her to a single sofa on the side. This was their high-quality customer, usually generous, so as soon as Lin Bailu entered the door, the sales clerks were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Lin Bailu didn't follow the clerk, but instead walked straight towards Sun Yen Yen. Her eyelids drooped as she looked very unfriendly at Sun Yen Yen. "Why are you here?" Sun Yen Yen was looking down at the catalog in her hand when she heard a familiar voice. She subconsciously raised her head just in time to meet Lin Bailu's eyes as she looked over. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Is there a rule here that says I can't come if you can?" Her tone was light, but her voice held a distinct note of dislike. She had come to the mall to find something suitable to give to Shen Huayan, and she wasn't quite sure of his preferences, so of course she had to look at them one by one. It just so happened that she had previously approached Hong Xiaowu for advice, and he said that she could look at a variety of luxury bags. After all, bags cure all diseases. When you're in love, there's nothing a bag can't solve, and if it does, it's 2. Sun Yen Yen does not doubt him, the first time to luxury bag store brush experience. "I didn't expect to meet Lin Bailu not long after I arrived. That's bad luck." As soon as Lin Bailu opened her mouth, she always felt that this store was following the dirt. Gee. Lin Bailu looked at Sun Yen Yen with a gloomy face, said word by word, "I'm not saying that you can't be here, but I'm worried about you. You can only maintain a 1-year relationship with your current man. If you're so generous down the road, I'm afraid that 1 year can't hold out, but your current age is still small. Men and whatnot can be looked for again, it can be done after." The ambiguity of her sentence instantly caused the shopkeepers present to instantly brainstorm a dog and pony show inside their heads. Only a 1-year relationship with your current man? Anyone would have thought that Sun Yen Yen was the object of adoption, not that she and Shen Huayan had signed a marriage agreement between them. Plus Sun Yen Yen is exceptionally pretty, combined with the information that Lin Bailu just mentioned that Sun Yen Yen's lavish spending would not last more than a year, and that she would be able to find a man again, and so on. The store employees have now automatically placed Nian Nian Su in the position of a breeding canary. Lin Bailu felt the subtle changes in everyone's eyes and was very pleased inwardly. Sun Yen Yen, so what if you were complacent before? As long as she gently moves her lips, she can make it completely impossible for her to mix in the Shangjing circle. Lin Bailu thought so, her provocative gaze staring straight at her, as if waiting for her to explain. In fact, this kind of thing people are more willing to listen to doggy gossip as opposed to knowing the truth. Even if she tried her best to explain, no one would believe her. This one, she's going to win. Sun Yin Yen slowly closed the catalog in her hand and looked coldly at Lin Bailu. If I were you, I'd honestly go and get the money to pay back the debt right now, instead of blindly pushing here over nothing. Lin Bailu's face suddenly twitched a bit ugly. What I just said was for your own good. Sun Yin Yang snorted. What I just said was also for your own good. Did you get the money together? If it's together, return it to me now. Her cold words were like dropping a heavy bomb in the water, and in an instant the water splashed. The look of the shopkeepers wanting to eat melon was written on their faces in almost one water. Their big client actually owes money to this reserve client? Good lord, you still need to scrape together the money to pay it off. How much is this owed? Lin Bailu listened to Sun Yin Yan's tough tone, knowing that she would only suffer if she continued to fight hard. Her tone immediately softened, and from the moment she lowered her head and then raised it again, even her eyes reddened. Nyen Nyen, you and I are family. If you push me like this, aren't you pushing our parents? Won't you feel sorry for them? When she said this, her eyes seemed to have a few more wet spots in them, and she looked extraordinarily pitiful. The shopkeepers couldn't help but sympathize a little with Lin Bailu as they listened. She was a familiar customer in their store before, so they naturally favored her a bit, and now that they heard that Sun Yen Yen and her seemed to be the same mom and dad, and that she even had to be made to pay back the money, they instantly had a less favorable impression of Sun Yen Yen. Add to that the fact that she's also most likely a mistress, and their feelings are even worse. Sun Yen Yen raised a single eyebrow, the corner of her mocking mouth hooking slightly. Lin Bailu, after not seeing her for a few days, the level of reneging on a debt has risen just a little bit, huh? Her trailing voice rose noticeably, with a hint of provocation that made it extraordinarily uncomfortable to listen to. Lin Bailu did want to dislike Sun Yen Yen, but she was currently pretending to be weak, and suddenly being strong would be detrimental to her. She could only continue to aggrieved pursed her lips and looked at Sun Yen Yen and said, Nyen Nyen, what I said is the truth, although our parents have money on hand, but 10 million. Sun Yen Nyen's white eyes are going to roll blindly. Lin Bailu, you need to have some face. The money is what you owe me, not what your parents owe me. Besides, if you can really bring 10 million from their hands to pay me back, I don't care. But with your current status, can you get this money? Lin Dalong would only spend such a large sum of money on his own daughter. Do you think you have a chance now? Without waiting for Lin Bailu's words of defense to come out, Sun Yen Yen directly revealed her old self. The pupils of the surrounding clerks were seismic. They never expected to eat so many big melons in a moment's work in the mansion. Lin Bailu is not even the Lin family's real daughter, so is Sun Yen Yen? Look at her airy and all noble. Surely. One by one, the shopkeepers looked at both Lin Bailu and Sun Yen Yen with curious gazes. If they didn't have the professionalism to not just comment on the privacy of their guests, they would have gone crazy and eaten their melon. It's not like the same as now where you can only hold it in and silently wait for the two to hand out melons to eat. Lin Bailu's face changed again and again, gritted her teeth and looked at Sun Yen Yen, forcing pity. Nyen Nyen, I know that for so many years you have suffered in the countryside. I can understand even if you don't recognize me as your sister. Stop. Sun Yen Yen directly made a pause gesture. Nothing, you don't act here. Hurry to get the money together. A day late. I'll go to the police. You'd better explain to the police. Bother. Chapter 144, Big Brother Level Shopping. Sun Yen Yen really couldn't stand Lin Bailu's White Lotus tone. She didn't understand at all what purpose she served in this boing boing, morally kidnapping her. Just kidding, as long as she doesn't have morals, don't try to morally kidnap her. The one thing she wasn't afraid of was the way people around her looked at her. So tearing up a White Lotus like Lin Bailu was something she was comfortable with. Lin Bailu was visibly dumbfounded, not expecting Sun Yen Yen to completely ignore her words. Year by year. Sun Yen Yen rolled her eyes, directly took out her cell phone and waved it at her. Lin Bailu, I told you more than once, don't call me by my nickname. I have no relationship at all with people like you who take over the magpie's nest. You want to be my elder sister, do you deserve it? Lin Bailu was simply going to be pissed off at Sun Yen Yen. This woman was even here to rip her face right to the ground. She couldn't refute Sun Yen Yen directly, she could only cry silent tears without saying a word. After all, everyone instinctively sympathizes with the weak, and she can still earn some sympathy points nowadays by relying on Sun Yen Yen's arrogance and bossiness. Otherwise, once word got out that she wasn't the daughter of the Lin family, it would be difficult for her to find a suitable marriage partner in the Shangjing circle. Although her first target was the wife of the Shin family, it was now too difficult and she could only settle for the second best. In addition to Shin Huayan, the Shin family also had three brothers, Shin Huaiji, Shin Huairuo and Shin Huaisu, so it would be nice to marry one of the three of them. It wouldn't be out of the question to marry the other three of the four great families. But all of this presupposed that she was still the first lady of the Lin family. The surrounding clerk looked at the two frozen in place and couldn't help but go up with a smile on her face to change the subject. Miss Sue, there are quite a few new styles in our store. I don't know what kind do you like? Although they want to continue to eat melon, but the current situation continues to develop, melon eat or not into do not know, they are likely to be deducted wages is true. Sun Yen Yen's eyebrows raised slightly, instantly coming to life. Bring me the new style. She turned her head and directly ignored Lin Bailu, who was still calling next to her. The clerks were visibly relieved and immediately brought in several of the new bags, both men's and women's. This side is our new model, and this side is our classic model. As the clerk introduced it, she said with a smile, for the new models over here, Ms. Lin has also ordered 2. When the clerk said this, he actually had his own little plan. If the two were not against each other, perhaps they would fight each other for these 2 new bags. These 2 new prices are not expensive, they are also considered to have an entry. When Sun Yan Yan sniffed, her eyes fell on the 2 bags the clerk was talking about, then waved her small hand, take both of these. What Lin Bailu likes, she doesn't care about. Not to mention the clerk, even Lin Bailu was a bit frozen. Soon, though, she responded, calling out again, year. Before she had a chance to say her name, Sun Yan Yan glared at her, as if she could pull out her tongue on the spot if she dared to call her Yan Yan again. Lin Bailu pursed her lips in fear and pretended to be pitiful again. I just kindly wanted to help you pick one out, nothing else. Sun Yan Yan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bailu and let out a softly related sound. Which one do you want to pick? Lin Bailu was a bit surprised how Sun Yan Yan suddenly let her choose again. But she'd already done how she was going to irritate her when she didn't let her pick. Since Sun Yan Yan had let her choose, she saved herself the next steps instead. Lin Bailu thought of the 2 latest bags she just asked for. Sun Yan Yan all let the clerk take them off, so she deliberately pointed to a few cheap bags and said, these prices are very suitable for you, you can buy one. The few models she picked could be said to be some of the cheapest bags in the entire store, and she was deliberately humiliating Sun Yan Yan, as well as blocking her path to trying to buy a cheap bag. Sun Yan Yan just needs to pass in all of them, and by then the only thing she can pick is the expensive bag. How could Sun Yan Yan not see this bit of flamboyance on her part? She looked at Lin Bailu, the corner of her mouth hooked slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Since you've picked out all your bags, let the clerk pack them for you. Lin Bailu directly froze as she hurriedly said, didn't you ask me to pick a bag for you? Why did she have to pack her own bag in the end? She hadn't come here to buy a bag at all, she had come to return the 2 new bags she had previously ordered. You'll lose some of your deposit, but you'll get a lot of your money back for the 2 bags. Of course she wouldn't return these bags in front of Sun Yan Yan. If she let this woman know that she was selling bags and jewelry for 10 million, she would definitely be laughing at her behind her back. She would never let Sun Yan Yan have her way. Sun Yan Yan glanced at Lin Bailu. I've never been able to see your aesthetics, since you picked it out yourself. Pack it up and pay and get out quickly. Lin Bailu's face changed again and again, and she couldn't help but clench her teeth. Sun Yan Yan, aren't you going too far? It's obvious that you asked me to help you pick it out, and now you're denying it. Sun Yan Yan shrugged, Miss Lin, these few bags should be a drop in the bucket for a celebrity like you. No way, there can't really be someone who can't even afford these few bags, right? She hooked the corners of her mouth and looked at Lin Bailu with a provocative face. She had known for a long time that Lin Bailu had been selling jewelry and bags to raise money in the last few days. With her understanding of Lin DeLong, he already knew that Lin Bailu was not his real daughter. It would be even more unlikely that he would invest such a large sum of money in Lin Bailu. The previous investment was enough for him. All he wants to do now is to sell Lin Bailu at the highest price. About who the union was, he didn't care. He only wanted to make Lin Bailu, his daughter, worthwhile. There was no way that Lin Bailu didn't know. Otherwise, she would have asked for help from Lin Dalong long ago. The corner of Lin Bailu's mouth twitched. For some reason, she always felt that Sun Yan Yan seemed to know something. How could I not have the money for these bags? I just think these bags are more suitable for you. Lin Bailu looked at Sun Yan Yan with a leathery smile. If I buy these bags away, what should you do then? Sun Yan Yan looked at Lin Bailu fixedly, the corner of her mouth suddenly raised, and rushed to the clerk and snapped her fingers. In addition to the 2 new models Lin Bailu just ordered, and those bags she just chose, the rest are all wrapped up for me. Now all the shopkeepers present had their pupils quake. For the first time they actually experienced what it meant to shop at the Big Brother level. Chapter 145, You're really too much. Lin Bailu at the side also trembled in her heart. These bags that Sun Yan Yan wanted, there were at least 50 or 60 of them, of which, in addition to some of the classic models, were new models, all of which were expensive. Piecemeal it adds up to almost $10 million. Is she crazy? Or do you think she's going to have to pay her back $10 million, so you're simply going to let her pay that amount? Lin Bailu so thought, in turn, not nervous, although the money in her hand is still a little short, but directly to Sun Yan Yan to pay all the things, with her too clear is not impossible. She could just about use this opportunity to brush up her face again in their Shangjing circle, and the word would definitely get out about big purchases like this one, which would do her more good than harm. As Lin Bailu thought this, her eyes couldn't help but look towards Sun Yan Yan, just waiting for her to open her mouth and let her swipe her card. Unexpectedly, Sun Yan Yan completely ignored her and directly took the card in her hand and handed it to the clerk beside her. Lin Bailu's eyes instantly widened. You're going to pay for it yourself? Sun Yan Yan glanced at her. What? Do I have to wait for some people who can't even afford a cheap bag to pay? Lin Bailu's face instantly turned green and white. She had just intentionally left all of her expensive bags behind in order to make things difficult for Sun Yan Yan, but she hadn't expected to be bitten back by her over this matter. Lin Bailu clenched her fist. I don't think your money is yours, right? She forced down the grimness in her heart, her voice sounding weak. I am just worried that they won't be mad at you for spending so much money. Lin Bailu purposely said ambiguously to make people think. After all, the two of them, Su Nianyan and Shen Huayan, were contractually married, and it was impossible for Su Nianyan to reveal the relationship between the two. So the one who suffered was still Su Nianyan. She had spent so much money that she could only be left with the dirty name of a mistress and a canary in a luxury store. But what's the difference between Su Nianyan and a canary now? How could she have so much money, a person who came back from the ravine? It must be from the Shen family. Lin Bailu couldn't help but grit her teeth at the thought. That's $10 million. She had to admit at this point that the Shen family was just a big family, and the pocket money given to someone like Su Nianyan was surprisingly so much. She's only been at Shen's house for a short time, and she's gotten $10 million. And look at her, after being in the Lin family for so long, she's only just sold enough bags and jewelry and whatnot to make $10 million on hand. The Lins did treat her well before, so she had always thought that she was pampered in the Lin's family, but seeing that boozy spending method of Su Nianyan's just now, she was jealous. What makes her, a woman from the ravine, better off than her? What gives her the right to spend money so lavishly? Hearing Lin Bailu's words, Su Nianyan tilted her head and looked at her, coolly saying, "Of course what I spent wasn't my money." Very well. As long as Su Nianyan explains it down and can't make it clear, she'll be able to. Su Nianyan noticed the change of emotions on Lin Bailu's face. She deliberately spoke very slowly. "I'm spending my husband's money. Do you think $10 million is a lot for Shen's group? When I went to the gold pinning grotto to play before, Grandpa gave me $10 million of pocket money, saying that he would let me just throw it around for fun, not to mention the fact that I've bought a bunch of bags back now." She knew what Lin Bailu cared about, and naturally knew how to make her jump even more. You. Lin Bailu didn't expect Su Nianyan to directly put out the Shen family, and a bunch of words she had just prepared instantly got stuck in her shell. Su Nianyan felt nothing but amusement at her embarrassed appearance, and the clerk who had been standing beside her was no better than Lin Bailu. They had just thought at first that Su Nianyan was a canary raised by some other big shot, but they hadn't expected her to be the wife of the Shen family. But they haven't heard of anyone in the Shen family getting married, so they weren't sure if her identity as Mrs. Shen was real or not. Lin Bailu returned to her senses for a long time, her brows furrowed as she stared at Su Nianyan, and with a deliberately lowered voice she said, "If the people of the Shen family know that you're talking nonsense outside about the relationship between you and Shen Huayan, I'm afraid that the Shen family's side will be unhappy, right?" Her words did sound like she was worried about Su Nianyan, but she was actually reminding the people around her that Su Nianyan was talking nonsense rather than acknowledging her status as Mrs. Shen. Plus, both of them were members of the Lin family, so the shopkeepers were definitely more willing to trust her. Su Nianyan sat on the sidelines, feeling that Lin Bailu's abacus beads were about to collapse onto her face. She propped up her chin, mockingly hooked the corner of her mouth, turned her head to look at the clerk on the side and said, "These things are packed up. The lady's bag is sent to the Shen family's old mansion, and the man's bag is sent to the Shen group's office building for me, and tell them to contact Shen Huayan's assistant, she, and say that his wife, Su Nianyan, has bought a gift for him, thank you. Yes, Miss Su, no, Mrs. Shen. We'll definitely help you get all your stuff to the place." The clerks all looked as if they were pumped up. To be able to make them send so many valuable things to these two places, even if they weren't really Mrs. Shen, they were at least in an unclear relationship with the Shen family. Just because she is such a big spender, calling her Mrs. Shen first will definitely not be a disadvantage. Lin Bailu looked at the change in attitude of the sales clerks towards Su Nianyan. Her face sank. "Su Nianyan, you will really upset Shen's family, and by the time that happens, even our parents won't be able to save you. No, you should say let your adoptive parents come to your rescue now. After all, you, the turtle-decked young lady, can't even afford a few tens of thousands of dollars of bags now." Su Nianyan gave Lin Bailu a very bright fake smile that almost didn't make her so angry that she had a heart attack. Su Nianyan was simply too deceitful. It wasn't enough that she had just slammed money and humiliated her, but now she was cueing her one way or the other. Lin Bailu's entire body was shaking vaguely from anger. She gritted her teeth. "Su Nianyan, you're really too much. I just said those words just for your own good." "For my own good? Ha!" Su Nianyan laughed coldly. "You just deliberately made people think that I'm being kept and that my money is unclean, and this is all for my own good?" Lin Bailu's eyelids drooped downward. "I don't mean that. I can't help it if I'm misunderstood. I'm really doing this for your own good." Su Nianyan raised her hand and instantly gave Lin Bailu a round of applause. Awesome. The Lin family didn't kick you out as an imposter because you're a good actor, right? Do not mix the entertainment industry or loss, TSK, on your acting skills. Take a small gold man completely no problem. Nini and Su. Don't be so excited. I'm not doing this for your own good. Su Nianyan looked bitter. "In the future, if you want to buy anything, it's best to talk to your adoptive parents, so that you don't have to be so unclean and always take other people's things." Chapter 146. I'll spare your face. Her words instantly messed up Lin Bailu's square, remembering that Su Nianyan had taken a cell phone video to show the people in her dormitory when she was in the dormitory earlier. She was worried that Sun Yen Nien would definitely repeat the same trick, so she immediately stood up. Sun Yen Nien, since you don't appreciate my good intentions, I'll never care about you again. Lin Bailu said, turned around and left the luxury store, fearing that if she walked a little slower Sun Yen Nien would say something else. The corners of Sun Yen Nien's mouth twitched as she glanced at Lin Bailu's back in disgust. This man is really vegetable and capable. There's nothing to bear, but you have to mess with it. Really can't understand people like this. Shin's group, president's office. The door of the room was suddenly knocked on, after which she pushed the door and walked in. From the moment he entered, Shin Huayan's eyes were always focused on him, especially the few luxury handbags he carried in the door. Sir, this seems to be what the wife had someone send. She placed the several luxury handbags in his hand on the table of Shin Huayan's office. He had just been in the president's office when he received a call from the reception desk on the first floor, saying that their president's wife, Sun Yen Nien, had bought him a gift. She would be lying if he said he wasn't shocked. He knew that their Mr. like Sun Yen Nien, but there was an agreement between the two of them that a situation like this one, which was open to the public, was absolutely not allowed. She had wanted to refuse directly on the phone, but he didn't expect Shin Huayan to ask him to go down and get the gift. He looked at the pile of luxury bags on the table, then looked at Shin Huayan, and couldn't help but slander in his heart. Can it be that their Mr. and Mrs. are really getting along? He thought about how their Mr. family seemed to be happy when he came to work today. Shin Huayan's emotions were usually rarely revealed, and he thought that the seemingly happy on him was a figment of his imagination. It doesn't seem impossible now. When she thought of this, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, Sir, I've already brought up these gifts, should I put them all away or send them back to the Shin family's old mansion? Shin Huayan's eyebrows moved slightly, reaching out and picking up a luxury bag. He directly unwrapped it. Since it's a gift from Nien Nien, of course I have to unwrap it and take a look. As for where to send it, we'll see. She froze. He usually brought up this kind of thing. Shin Huayan was usually one of the two options. Today he even directly skipped the two options. His heart suddenly became more excited. She forced down the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and asked with calmness still in front of him, Sir, then do you need me to go and remind the receptionist on the first floor so that they don't talk nonsense about that incident just now? Shin Huayan's big hand that was unpacking suddenly paused, looked up at He and said, No need, in the future, there is no need to cover up Nien Nien's identity within Shin Group. Just let nature take its course. She's my Shin Huayan's wife, and also the president's wife of Shin Group. Of course he hated to directly announce Su Nien Nien's identity to the public, but she had only burst onto the internet a while ago, and it was hard for him to press down her heat, so if he were to make a big deal of publicizing her identity to the public right now, it would most likely cause bad people to set their eyes on her. So just go with the flow. She's eyes instantly widened quite a bit, although he had guessed a part of it, but to actually say it from Shin Huayan's mouth still shocked him. But seeing the upturned corners of their mister's mouth, he followed suit. It's only this wife of theirs who can do that. She resumed her workstation and was about to deal with the paperwork at hand when Shin Huayan suddenly opened his mouth. What do you think Nien Nien suddenly sent me so many things for? For what? How would he, a single dog, know? But Shin Huayan's words were like a wake-up call for him. Su Nien Nien had always acted according to the contract between her and Shin Huayan before, so how did she suddenly transgress the contract and do something so bold? Inside He's mind suddenly flashed back to the special distress incident he had seen before. When someone you know well suddenly does the unthinkable, it's probably a cry for help. When she thought so, she suddenly became apprehensive. Sir, is it possible that the wife has encountered some kind of danger, or there is no way to get out of the situation, and that's why she's using such a special way to remind you in disguise? Shin Huayan's hand that was opening the gift also froze. Is that so? He's also in a relationship for the first time and doesn't really understand it. But looking at He's tense face, his brow furrowed as well, and he picked up his cell phone in his hand and called Su Nien Nien. It didn't take long for the call to be answered on the other end. Hello? Mr. Shen? Su Nien Nien was a bit surprised that Shin Huayan would call her at this time. Shin Huayan's heart, which was originally somewhat gripped, relaxed slightly when he heard Su Nien Nien's voice. Where are you now? Su Nien Nien was slightly stunned, but still obediently returned. I was out shopping at the mall, and I'm planning to go home now. She had already bought quite a few things according to the guide that Hung Xiaowu had given her earlier, so she planned to go straight home. Su Nien Nien's voice was delicate and soft, and it didn't sound like there was anything unusual, but Shin Huayan was still uneasy, so he asked again, So did you encounter anything bad when you were shopping just now? Bad things. Su Nien Nien repeated Shin Huayan's words in a murmur, a little hesitant about this bad thing. She wasn't quite sure if the fact that she had met Lindbergh was considered a bad thing. Then again, does Shin Huayan already know about this? Su Nien Nien's watery eyes narrowed, still choosing to skip right over the topic. I haven't encountered anything. It's all fine. Shin Huayan's frown deepened this time. Without waiting for Su Nien Nien to say anything else, he spoke again. I'll be right back. You wait for me at the old Shin family residence. Su Nien Nien opened her little mouth, and in the end, she only obediently replied with the word good. She put the phone away and headed for the mall doors. Just as she walked to the side of the road, she saw Lin Bailu rushing over on her face. Su Nian. Nian. Her aggressive appearance was interrupted by a slap just as she reached Su Nian's side. Lin Bailu covered her face incredulously and looked at Su Nian. You hit me? Su Nian instantly black question mark face. So what if I beat you? I don't want to pick a day to hit you. Besides, it was you who rushed over first, scaring me, and this is at most self-defense. Lin Bailu gritted her teeth and glared at her viciously. Where was the little white flower look she had before? Su Nian, don't give me face. I'm waiting for you here because I want to lead you a way out. If you don't know how to behave, I won't give you any face. Chapter 147, can't understand what she's saying? Just now in the luxury store there were so many people, it was not convenient for her to lose her temper with Su Nian, but it was different now. There were fewer pedestrians over here, so there was no need for her to care so much. That's why he was waiting for her here, not expecting Su Nian to slap her just as soon as she showed up. It is simply outrageous. I really don't care. Su Nian couldn't help but roll her eyes as she looked at her ferocious appearance, half giving no face. Lin Bailu was so angry with her that she nearly turned her back. She gritted her teeth and glared at Su Nian. You just acted like a bully in a luxury store under the banner of Shin's family. Haven't you ever thought about being swept away by Shin's family after they found out? Su Nian looked at Lin Bailu without answering. What, are you jealous? Her expression was flat, not panicking in the slightest, as if she really didn't care about this matter. Lin Bailu only thought that she was bluffing. Her heart despised and snorted coldly. Su Nian, don't think that you are the wife of the Shin family after Shin Huayan gave you a license. Don't forget that there is still a 1-year marriage agreement between you. You are now strutting around outside pretending to be Mrs. God, I'm afraid that this identity can't even be preserved for a year, right? Lin Bailu couldn't help but gloat at Su Nian as her words came out. She was indeed jealous of Su Nian. The identity of the Lin family's first lady was hers, and she was also married to the richest and most powerful man in the Shangjing circle. Her eyes narrowed. If it wasn't for this 1-year marriage agreement in the first place, even if Shin Huayan was in a coma, Lin Dalong would have let her marry him. Then she should be the one being envied now, right? No, if she had really married Shin Huayan in the first place, then Su Nian would still be staying in the ravine right now. Lin Bailu's heart strangely balanced when she thought of Su Nian living a life worse than that of a pig or a dog for the past 20 years. Su Nian listened to Lin Bailu's words and instantly understood what she meant. She and Shin Huayan did sign a 1-year agreement, a matter known only to the Shin family and the Lin family. But yesterday, Shin Huayan took the initiative to lift the contract and confess to her. When she thought of Shin Huayan's firm yet soft eyes as he looked at her, her little face couldn't help but blush. What a surprise that their little brother had just fallen into her clutches. Su Nian thought so, completely ignoring what Lin Bailu had just said. This made Lin Bailu even more angry. What the hell is wrong with Nian Su? Her words had been so grim, and she still had the presence of mind to wander off? Su Nian, do you really think that I don't dare to talk to the Shin family? As Lin Bailu said these words, she took a few more steps closer to Su Nian. Her voice was grim with obvious menace. Su Nian bristled, raising her eyes and sweeping a glance at Lin Bailu. So what? What do you want? Want me to forgive your $10 million debt? She clutched her chest and looked at her with an old-fashioned sense of total disbelief. The more bland Su Nian was, the more Lin Bailu felt that she had a weak heart. In fact, she did think about asking Su Nian to forgive the $10 million debt. After all, she had limited money on hand. But when she saw Su Nian's unimpressed look, she changed her mind. Lin Bailu snorted lightly and swept a glance at Su Nian. Do you think that just this $10 million will be enough to shut my mouth? Hadn't she just bragged when she was at the luxury store that Master Shin had given her $10 million in pocket money alone? She's so rich, why doesn't she knock off more? Su Nian didn't expect that Lin Bailu's appetite was quite large, and she suddenly became interested. With a smooth hand, he squeezed the cell phone in his pocket and tapped on the record function. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Lin Bailu thought Su Nian was scared, her chin lifted slightly, and her entire person was high and mighty. First, the $10 million you said before, I definitely won't give it to you anymore. Second, destroy the apology video I recorded at the police station earlier. Third, go to the school and clarify to me about me stealing the courier. Su Nian nodded as if she was fussing. She suddenly looked at Lin Bailu with arched eyebrows. After all is said and done, what you care about turns out to be these 3 things. If I tell you to do it, you do it obediently. Where is all this nonsense? Lin Bailu glared at Su Nian in annoyance. She certainly had a good reputation in the Shangjing circle when she wanted to find a marriage partner who was excellent in every way. Although Su Nian had only spoken ill of her in the dormitory, it was not guaranteed that those 2 people in the dormitory were not strict with their mouths. By then, if it got to the school and the other students found out, her reputation would be over. How else is she going to find a good man to marry? Furthermore, besides Shin Huayan, the Shin family accounted for 3 of the other outstanding unmarried men in the Shangjing circle. In the unlikely event that she got together with the other 3 brothers of the Shin family, Su Nian would be a stumbling block on his path to marriage. Of course she was going to take care of her sooner rather than later. Sun Yan Yan tilted her little head, her expression still lazy as she looked at Lin Bailu. So what if I don't agree? Ha! Lin Bailu sniffed and laughed coldly. You don't agree? What qualifications do you have to disagree? If you dare to disagree, I'll tell the Shin family about the fact that you were just at the luxury store, flaunting your identity as Mrs. Shin. See how you can still gain a foothold in the Shin family in the future? Even if Lin Bailu promised her now, she would still find a way to reveal this matter to Shin Huayan and the others. After all, she wasn't the only one at the mall at the time. Lin Bailu was just getting complacent when she happened to see Sun Yan Yan staring straight at her with dark eyes. She couldn't help but feel a little weak. What are you looking at me for? Sun Yan Yan smiled skinlessly and hooked the corner of her mouth. Of course I think you're stupid X. Lin Bailu looked at Sun Yan Yan a bit incredulously. She was sick in the head, right? Or can't understand what she's saying? Or was the threat she just made not powerful enough? Didn't make her feel a sense of crisis? She'd gotten this far in her words and she still had the time to scold her? Shouldn't she be looking at her with fear on her face and crying and begging her to have mercy and leave her alone? Sun Yan Yan of course did not know what Lin Bailu's heart was really thinking, but looking at her dumbfounded look, she could not help but raise the tip of her eyebrow. What about next time you lie to someone, find one with a bad brain, as if Lu Chang is like that. She is willing to listen to you fooling around. It doesn't mean that I'm willing to listen to your bull asterisk too. Lin Bailu's mouth opened, and just as she wanted to say something, Sun Yan Yan spoke again. You were behind Lu Chang's slander of me in the forum, weren't you? So what if it's me? You can do what you did to steal someone else's man. Are you still afraid of others saying it? Lin Bailu stretched her neck and glared indignantly at Sun Yan Yan. Chapter 148. What a petulant thing to do. Compared to the handle Sun Yan Yan had gotten in her hands, she felt that the one she had was more valuable to utilize. All she had to do was say it, and Sun Yan Yan would be finished. Pop. Ah. Lin Bailu was just getting complacent when her face was suddenly slapped hard, causing her to scream instantly. You. Ah. Snap. Pop. 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 Sun Yan Yan didn't even give Lin Bailu a chance to follow up her screams before slapping her several times in a row. Lin Bailu's face instantly swelled up, looking at Sun Yan Yan with a shocked face, seemingly irritated. Sun Yan Yan, on the other hand, glanced at the less than symmetrical sides of her face and raised her hand to give her another patch. Pop. Well, it's true that even numbers look smoother. Sun Yan Yan finished hitting Lin Bailu, satisfied with her swollen, generally high cheeks, and patted her small hand. Lindbergh? Sun Yan Yan looked at her that wimpy look, the corner of her mouth hooked into a mocking arc, directly pinching her chin. If you want to sue with the Shin family, go quickly, old lady doesn't have that much time to play with you. But her little brother had said he'd be home in a little while. She had already been delayed for a while, and if she didn't leave now, it was expected that Shin Huayan would arrive home before her. Sun Yan Yan turned around and left just after finishing his words, leaving Lin Bailu sitting paralyzed on the floor alone in impotent rage. She admitted that she couldn't beat Sun Yan Yan, but she was clearly the one who had the upper hand just now, so why was she the one who took the beating? Lin Bailu looked viciously at the direction Sun Yan Yan had left, and her entire body fell into a deep state of self-doubt. Meanwhile, Shin Huayan had just left the company and immediately drove back to the Shin family's old mansion. He drove extra fast because he was worried about Sun Yan Yan. When he returned to the Shin family's old mansion, he realized that Sun Yan Yan was not there at all. Shin Huayan suddenly remembered what she had told him, his brows instantly wrinkled. He sat on the sofa in his bedroom and immediately dialed Sun Yan Yan's phone. Do. As the voice in the receiver rang out, Sun Yan Yan's cell phone rang faintly from outside the bedroom. Shin Huayan immediately stood up from the sofa and walked straight toward the bedroom door. When he opened the door to his room, Sun Yan Yan was taking her cell phone out of her pocket. She didn't seem to expect Shin Huayan to come back so early, and looked at him a bit sheepishly, saying with a smiling face, Mr. Shin, you came back so fast. Shin Huayan looked at her bright eyes, and the fire that had just risen was slowly suppressed again. He had to admit his little missus had a knack for pissing people off. But as long as her pretty eyes blinked at him and softly pouted at him, he had no resistance. Even if he knew it was her fault, he couldn't bear to blame her anymore. Shin Huayan sighed helplessly, raising his hand to rub Sun Yan Yan's small head, his voice gentle. I also just came not long ago. His eyes pretended to look up and down at Sun Yan Yan without realizing it, fearing that she had suffered some further wrongdoing outside and was carrying it silently on her own again. When Sun Yan Yan heard this, her originally smiling eyes smiled even more curved. Then did you receive a gift from me? Shin Huayan raised his single eyebrow slightly, looking at the smile on her small face. He was finally able to determine that Sun Yan Yan's purchase of the bag for him was not what she had said. He nodded softly, his voice lowering considerably. The gift has been received and I love it. It was just that he didn't understand why Sun Yan Yan had to buy him so many bags. He has also never been in a relationship and doesn't know what gifts men and women give each other after they fall in love. It seemed that he still had to ask she to gather information, and he would have to learn it systematically before he could do so. His little wife is so cute, it's only natural that what everyone else's family has, his has to have too. Shin Huayan's affirmation of her maid Su Nian Nian even more determined that Hong Xiaowu's idea for her was correct, and she was instantly energized. A pair of watery eyes immediately became bright when they looked at Shin Huayan. Shin Huayan naturally noticed her little expression. Suddenly, Su Nian Nian took a fierce step forward, a pair of arms braced on either side of Shin Huayan's waist, and then her entire head dug into his arms. She had wanted to give Shin Huayan a wall thud, however, her arms were a bit short and her height was not enough, plus Shin Huayan was a bit far away from the wall. Her wallop then fails instantly. Shin Huayan didn't know her true purpose, and watching her take the initiative to zip into his arms, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He hadn't expected Su Nian Nian to be so proactive after the two of them had established their relationship. It warmed his whole heart. It turned out that she liked him too, and it wasn't a delusion on his part. Shin Huayan stretched out his long arms and encircled Su Nian Nian in his embrace, lifting his hand to pat her lightly on the back before burying his head in the nape of her neck. The tip of his nose was full of her scent, and when he took a deep breath, such a faint sweetness fell down his nose and into his lungs. Shin Huayan only felt that his entire chest followed the heavy weight, an unparalleled sense of solidity that made him slowly hug Su Nian Nian tightly. Ever since that incident, he had been completely disappointed in so-called relationships, and human nature to be exact. It doesn't matter if it's family or love. It all goes up in smoke in the end because of profit. Isn't that what that guy did to them in the first place? A silhouette flashed through Shin Huayan's mind, and he couldn't help but frown, holding Su Nian Nian's big hand even harder. Su Nian Nian stifled a grunt, her small hand gently pinched his waist socket, and she whined in a small voice, "Mr. Shin, I don't think I can breathe." Her voice sounded pitiful and seemed to have a sobbing tone to it. Shin Huayan couldn't help but look down at her little face, and as expected, her eyes were red. That's pretty dainty. But he likes it. The bottom of Shin Huayan's eyes crossed a touch of obscurity, and in the next second, his lips gently swept over Su Nian Nian's eyebrows. Wouldn't I love to see her whimpering as she cuddled up to him in bed, and when he wrapped himself around her, would her brow be as watery as it was now? His eyes trailed down to her arched pout, her pale neck tinged with a light blush. The knot in Shin Huayan's throat rolled involuntarily. The softness under her palm was suddenly a little hot. Su Nian Nian looked soft and sticky, making him suddenly want to eat her. But they were only together. Yesterday he was a little worried that he would scare her if he got mad. He was more worried about whether her tiny little body would be able to withstand his tossing and turning. Before, he'd only touched her lightly and she'd gotten a big bruise on her waist. He had a hard time making sure he didn't hurt her when he got mad. Shin Huayan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that before starting the main meal, he has to find a way to practice more with his little wife, at least. Can't scare her away. Chapter 149, Don't Believe It, or Don't Believe It. As soon as Shin Huayan picked up Su Nian Nian, he headed towards the sofa inside the bedroom, after which he gently placed her on the sofa. His lips gently pressed a kiss onto her forehead, and his dark voice slowly sounded, "Nian Nian, did you encounter something outside today?" Su Nian Nian was kissed on the forehead by Shin Huayan and was fuming when she met his deep eyes. She froze and subconsciously replied back, "I met Lin Bai Lu outside." "Lindbergh?" His eyebrows raised slightly. "She bullied you?" Su Nian Nian came back to her senses and immediately shook her head. "How could that be? She wanted to, but she was ruthlessly slapped in the face by me." Shin Huayan thought that Su Nian Nian's so-called face slapping was abstract. Where would she have thought that she was actually physically slapping her face? Looking at her proudly angling her little face, Shin Huayan was then sure that his little one hadn't been bullied outside. The corners of his mouth quirked slightly as he lowered his head and kissed her on the tip of her nose again. "Well, then what?" Shin Huayan's voice was low and his tone was extraordinarily provocative. His intimate gesture made Su Nian Nian's heart follow flutter, flutter. She liked him that way. Su Nian Nian blinked her watery eyes, looked at Shin Huayan, and tentatively added a few more words. "When I was at the bag store today and asked the clerk to deliver the items to Shin's group, she even threatened me, saying that I was out there waving around with Mrs. Shin's identity, and that if the Shin family knew about it, I'd be in deep." Shin Huayan's eyebrows raised slightly, raising his hand to gently smooth the broken hair on her ear behind her ear, looking at her cheeks bulging, her appearance even more adorable. He lowered his head and kissed her on the small of her mouth again. "Did she threaten you with this to get you to listen to her?" Su Nian Nian shrugged. "She doesn't want to pay me back, and she's also afraid that I'll expose the video of her apologizing at the police station for slandering me before." Her head was dizzy from Shin Huayan's kisses, and she said whatever the truth was. Shin Huayan naturally grasped the point at once. Lin Bailu owes Nian Nian Su money? He subconsciously felt that this amount Lin Bailu owed should not be small. If it was only $300,000 to $500,000, Lin Bailu should easily be able to return Su Nian Nian. There was no need for her to focus on emphasizing this matter in front of Su Nian Nian just because of $300,000 to $500,000. Plus the fact that Su Nian Nian had casually given him $1,225 billion before, without even hesitating at all. This suggests that his youngest wife grew up in a very privileged upbringing, which is what gave her no concept of money at all. Shin Huayan didn't know if Su Nian Nian would tell him the truth, so he tentatively asked, "Why does she owe you money?" Su Nian Nian visibly froze. "She Obviously she had just been so focused on getting her way that she hadn't realized at all that she had blurted it out. She had never told Shin Hwayan about the transgression between her and Lin Bailu at school. What would Shin Hwayan think if he knew that her courier at school had been dismantled by Lin Bailu, and that she had not only personally come to the door and beat the person up, but also made it mandatory for her to pay her back 10 million? Shouldn't think she's blackmailing her, do you? Her hesitation, Shin Hwayan saw it in his eyes, and his heart could not help but feel a little low. It seemed that the road to getting his young wife to trust him completely had a long way to go. Shin Hwayan stretched out his arm and held her in his arms, after which he gently kissed her small mouth, this time not as slapdash as just now. The breath between them was close, damp and hot, gently sprinkled on top of their skin, and the sound of their heartbeats was deafening. The familiar scent stimulated Shin Hwayan's senses, making him not want to stop at all. Su Nian was confused by him, and the small hand hooked around his neck slipped, almost falling backwards, but fortunately he held onto his waist and hooked it straight back into his arms. The entire weight of his body pressed down against him. The fabric of his shirt was thin, and his taut body and hot body heat could be clearly felt through it. Good girl, close your eyes. Shin Hwayan's low voice coaxed her gently. Su Nian almost reflexively did what he said. The corners of Shin Hwayan's mouth hooked slightly, and he once again lowered his head to kiss. His large hands clasped her thin waist, the warmth of the touch making his fingertips tingle slightly, and he couldn't help but rub along her waistline. It was only a moment before he managed to let go of the person in his arms. You. Shin Hwayan was suddenly stunned, looking at Su Nian unexpectedly unable to speak. Her eyes were wet and as clear as the dew that fell on the branches in the forest in the early morning. His heart suddenly beat wildly, itching to take her to bed right now and bully her. Shin Hwayan slowly clenched his fists and took a deep breath before he pretended to ask carelessly, "Is there anything else I need to do on Lin Bailu's side?" Su Nian had only just come back to her senses, and when she heard Shin Hwayan's words, she gave him a dumbfounded look before saying in a daze, "There's no need to do anything. That Lin Bailu person is a vegetable and a wimp. It's all a small problem to deal with her. And that money she owes you." Shin Hwayan originally wanted to ask if she wanted someone to get it for her. But Su Nian blurted out before he could finish, "She secretly took a few of my couriers before and stole all the evening gowns and jewelry I bought. That's why I'm asking her to pay compensation." Shin Hwayan didn't expect Su Nian to explain to him so painfully. He raised his hand and rubbed her little head. "Don't worry, if he doesn't compensate you, you'll look for Lao San to pursue his legal responsibility. After all, Shin's group's lawyers group isn't just for show." Su Nian's eyes instantly became bright. She looked at Shin Hwayan a bit unbelievably. "Mr. Shin, aren't you afraid that I'll Leonize Lin Bailu?" Shin Hwayan shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. "It doesn't matter even if you Leonize her, as I said before, you are my Shin Hwayan's wife, you can do whatever you want. You have me behind you to back you up. You don't have to be afraid of anything." Su Nian looked at such a domineering Shin Hwayan and couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. One of her small hands immediately wrapped around his neckstalk and gave him a fierce kiss on the cheek. "Mr. Shin, I simply love you so much, you're my god." Shin Hwayan's eyebrows couldn't help but jump abruptly, raised his hand and pinched the tip of her nose, and said somewhat hopelessly, "In the future, learn less of these messy things from Lao Si. His little wife has always been lovely and loving, following Shin Huaisu have learned what some messy things? I know, Mr. Shin, in the future, I will definitely not learn from him indiscriminately anymore." Su Nian playfully winked at Shin Hwayan with a look of conviction. Shin Hwayan sighed a bit helplessly. Did he not believe it or not? Chapter 150, she's just so shameless. This quirky nature of hers, he really couldn't get a handle on it. Shin Hwayan was getting more and more curious about what kind of environment Su Nian had lived in that had created her current character. He thought of how he had previously asked He to investigate Su Nian's background, and how nothing had come of it until now. The things they had investigated were still the same things that had been laid out under their noses last time, as if it was an eyewash that someone had done on purpose to keep them from finding out Su Nian's true identity. The more this happened, the more Shin Hwayan couldn't help but want to investigate in detail. He wondered who his Mrs. Shin really was. Meanwhile, Lin Bailu returned to the Lin family with a swollen face from Su Nian's beating. Zhao Feng was the only one at home in the Lin family at this time. Seeing Lin Bailu's entire face swollen really scared her. She hurriedly walked over and looked at her with a worried face. "Lulu, what's wrong with your face?" Lin Bailu was just about to open her mouth when she sucked in a mouthful of cold air in pain because it tore the muscles on both sides of her cheeks. Seeing this, Zhao Feng immediately asked the maid to bring an ice pack over to help ice her cheeks. It took a long time before Lin Bailu was able to speak. "It's not all because of that Su Nian. She even hit me in public." Lin Bailu almost gritted her teeth when she said this. If it wasn't for Nian Su, would she have become so miserable? She realized that Su Nian was her nemesis. Not a single good thing had happened around her since she had appeared. First, Lin Daolong and Zhao Feng had changed their attitudes towards her, followed by the decline of her reputation at school, and all the stakes in this had Su Nian's handiwork. She had sworn before that he didn't want to return to the Lin family and didn't care about the position of the Lin family's first miss. But now what has she done? Lin Bailu knew that Su Nian was a woman with a heart of gold. Zhao Feng was also obviously a bit surprised that Lin Bailu would get into a fight with Sun Yanyan. Her brows furrowed as her puzzled eyes looked at Lin Bailu. Didn't you say you were going to look at bags today? How did you get into a conflict with Sun Yanyan? She clearly remembered that her husband had given Lin Bailu a sum of money to buy a bag for Sun Yanyan. Can it be that Sun Yanyan is too short of money? Or is he deliberately making things difficult for Lin Bailu? Compared to Sun Yanyan's daughter who was related by blood but not raised by her side, she trusted Lin Bailu more. The first day Sun Yanyan came to the neighboring house, he hit Lin Bailu and clashed with them. Even before she returned to the door, she had made a scene, so for Sun Yanyan to make a move for no reason, she didn't think it was anything unthinkable. I don't know, I originally wanted to help her pick out a bag, but I didn't expect her to humiliate me in the store where I bought the bag. Lin Bailu snorted lightly. She intentionally bought all the bags in the store, except for the 2 I ordered, and the ones I helped her pick out. When Zhao Feng heard this, she angrily stood up directly, simply outrageous, since Sun Yanyan is so ungrateful, you were kind enough to go and help her pick out a bag, and she did this to you? When she thought of Lin Bailu commiserating with Sun Yanyan, she felt aggrieved for her daughter. Lin Bailu saw Zhao Feng on her side, suddenly pressed the corner of her eyes pitifully. Mom, I think. She may feel that Dad values her more, so she will deliberately embarrass me, because she knows that even if she treats my dad like this, she will not do anything to him. She huffed and cried at the end of her words. Lin Daolong did treat Sun Yanyan much better than before, but Zhao Feng's heart was still on her side. She would never let Sun Yanyan have a chance to take advantage of this. Sun Yanyan spoke so beautifully, but she must have wanted to replace her from the first day she was retrieved by the Lin family, only that at that time, the two of them, Lin Daolong and Zhao Feng, were still on her side, so Sun Yanyan was not in a position to make a move. How long has it been? Sun Yanyan was already using the Shin family's power to snatch things from her bit by bit. She's just so shameless. Obviously, all those things in the Shin family should be hers. Sun Yanyan had already snatched the Shin family and snatched Shin Huayan. It was a fool's errand for her to even think of turning around and grabbing her identity as the Lin family's first lady now. As long as she was still useful to Lin Daolong, Sun Yanyan wouldn't get her way. But it was not guaranteed that Sun Yanyan would spread the word to the public that she was an adopted daughter. Whether she did it inside the dormitory or at the luxury store just now, then there was no need for her to be polite to her anymore. Zhao Feng's face sank. She really knows how to think. The only reason why your father spoils her is because she is still Shin Huayan's wife. Even though she is only titular, she is still of some use. When the 1-year contract expires, I'll see how arrogant she still is. She really didn't have much love for the daughter she hadn't raised. Before, Zhao Feng was a bit chilled because of some of the things Lin Bailu said, but during this recent period of time, she had changed back to the well-behaved and agreeable daughter she was before. She just assumed that it was because he, Lin Bailu, was irritated before that she became that way, but thinking about it, who would accept an outsider who suddenly snatched away the parents who only loved them? So Lin Bailu's previous reaction was considered normal. Zhao Feng gave himself a mental build-up. Lin Bailu was so happy to hear this, but she still had a look of reluctance on her face, and then said, Mom, you don't know, she even dared to flaunt her identity as Mrs. Shin in front of the luxury store staff. Do you think if the Shin family knew about it, would they think that what she did was instigated by our family? Will Dad be implicated because of this? Zhao Feng's heart visibly trembled. She hadn't expected Sun Yanyan to be so brainless. Lin Bailu saw that Zhao Feng didn't open her mouth, so she picked up where she left off. Mom, actually I thought about it. Sun Yanyan probably didn't do it on purpose. She probably just wanted to be blown away. After all, she's from the countryside and hasn't even been in a luxury store a few times. And how would she know the twists and turns involved? The more he said this, the uglier Zhao Feng's face became. Sun Yanyan does not understand the twists and turns of this, does not mean that the Shin family does not understand. In case the Shin family really put Sun Yanyan's actions all counted to the head of the Lin family, then they will be in bad luck. It was not easy for them to rely on Sun Yanyan to marry Shin Huayan and get a few big orders, but they can't smash them all in their hands because of Sun Yanyan. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Bailu with a solemn expression. Lulu, did you really see Sun Yanyan waving around under the banner of Mrs. Shin with your own eyes? Lin Bailu couldn't help but snort coldly in her heart. The words had been said to this point, but still had doubts about her? Her head lowered slightly. I just heard her say that she spent her husband's money, saying that $10 million is nothing to Shin Group. Chapter 151, in his hands really will not turn over the car? $10 million is nothing? Sun Yanyan's breath was really big. To their Lin family, $10 million was not an extraordinary amount, but it was not something that could be casually squandered. Sun Yanyan spent $10 million just on a bag, and she really thinks of herself as Mrs. Shin. She also had the employees at the bag store send the bag she bought to the Shin Group's office building and had them contact Shin Huayan's assistant, and ask them to say that his wife, Sun Yanyan, had bought him a gift. Lin Bailu saw that Zhao Feng's expression was clearly a bit displeased, so she added a few more sentences. Now Zhao Feng's brows wrinkled even more. If she does this, isn't she afraid that the Shin family will know that it will involve our family? Lin Bailu lowered her head, looking like she didn't know what to do. Maybe She thinks that as long as things don't get too big, the Shin family won't do anything to him. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. Zhao Feng's willowy eyebrows converged fiercely. In this matter, I'd better communicate with the Shin family in advance, so as to save the time when she alone has caused such a big trouble, and then relies on our family's head. Lin Bailu heard Zhao Feng's words, her heart was about to blossom with joy, but on her face she was drooping her eyelids and looked at her with an extremely worried look. But will Dad think that it's because I'm unintelligent and purposely making things difficult for Nian Nian? Zhao Feng was also slightly stunned, and her expression changed as she thought of Lin Dalong. Her man, she couldn't know better. Previously, he was only interested in Su Nian Nian because it was profitable, but now that Su Nian Nian had made a death wish, Lin Dalong shouldn't be able to spoil her either. Zhao Feng sighed lightly and raised her hand to pat Lin Bailu. Don't worry, this matter is Su Nian Nian's problem when all is said and done. It has nothing to do with you, your father won't say anything. Lin Bailu pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something more, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Bailu. She had naturally seen the small movements she had just made. She knew that she had indeed aggravated her recently, so she took a card from her pocket and handed it to her. Lulu, with this card you go and buy something you like. As for Su Nian Nian's side of things, you don't have to worry about it. There is a mother for everything. Lin Bailu accepted Zhao Feng's card. The corner of her mouth almost didn't strain. She didn't expect that there would be a windfall. She darted her head down and squeezed the card in her hand, forcing down her excitement. Looks like she'll have to discredit Su Nian Nian more in front of Zhao Feng in the future. Su Nian Nian had just arrived at school on Monday when the school's forums went crazy once again. Almost every post is littered with pictures of Nai and Su. A small piece of souffle. Oh my god, did you guys see that the bag Su Nian Nian is carrying today is a new model from AMD? This one costs at least $300,000. Li Muzi, straight face. I do not know which wrongdoer to buy her. I really envy this kind of face to eat. Tisk, really lucky ah. Moko Momo, I only thought Su Nian Nian was pretty before. I really didn't think she was a gold digger. I remember there were photos of her sunbathing in all kinds of luxuries on the forums before. Upstairs, your network is 2G, right? Didn't someone debunk the rumor before? He said that all the luxury goods he posted are from some foreign bloggers. She's stealing pictures. Xiao Zhang super loves cilantro. Is it possible that what he's carrying is an A-game? The discussion on the forum was booming, but Su Nian Nian was completely unaware of it. But Xiao Xiu, who was at school, had long heard the rumors about Su Nian Nian. Although he wasn't sure if those trumpets posted on the school forum were what Su Nian Nian had posted before or not, he didn't feel that she was that kind of vain person during the time he spent with her. Even if she was, he could buy her anything she wanted with a few more matches against him, and she didn't even have to go to the web map. Xiao Xiu sat on the bleachers of the playground, his brows almost knitted into a ball as he watched Su Nian Nian's figure from afar, and he immediately greeted him. The few juniors behind Xiao Xiu saw this and followed. Nini and Su. His voice was so high that it was hard to ignore. Su Nian Nian raised her eyes to look at Xiao Xiu, looking at him in confusion. Didn't I just finish competing with you a few days ago? Why do you want to come again? Su Nian Nian's words instantly made the few juniors behind Xiao Xiu shiver and race. They just lost their wives a while ago, recently bought a new one at great expense, haven't even broken it in yet, and now it's time to race again? Josie shook her head and asked tentatively, did you read the post on the school forum? As he said this, he kept his gaze on Su Nian Nian, as if he wanted to find some hints on his face. Sadly, though, Su Nian Nian seemed to be even more clueless than he was. The little brother behind Xiao Xiu hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, Big sister, right now all the forums are saying that you are a gold-digging woman, and they are also saying that this bag you are wearing today is an A-goods. And also, they said that you had a lot of web pictures before, and that the ones inside the pictures were fake. There are worse things to say about you. Well, before the last junior brother could finish his words, he was ruthlessly covered by Xiao Xiu. He was actually still a bit apprehensive. He was worried that if all these things were to be true, then how embarrassing would Su Nian Nian be? Su Nian Nian listened to a few of them as if she suddenly understood something. What you guys are talking about turns out to be this matter. Su Nian Nian's expression still didn't change much, as if all they had just discussed was how the weather was today. Seeing this, Xiao Xiu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I can help you with this matter. Su Nian Nian waved her hand. I don't need anyone else to help me with this kind of small matter yet. Besides, now that the people on the Shin family side had already done a good job laying the groundwork for him, he simply didn't need Xiao Xiu to be redundant. Xiao Xiu thought that Su Nian Nian was embarrassed, so he said in an extraordinarily atmospheric manner, I told you before, you're under my protection, and now that there are people smearing you on the school's forums, of course I'm going to help you deal with it. After that, when he saw that Su Nian Nian didn't speak, he continued, if you want any gadgets in the future, such as bags, jewelry, or whatever, as long as you accompany me for one more race, I can buy you whatever you want. After he finished saying this, a pair of expectant eyes looked straight at Su Nian Nian, like a big dog that had done a good deed and was waiting to be praised. Thanks to Xiao Xiu as a person, otherwise his back tail will be thrown into a propeller. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes sized up Xiao Xiu's face. She really didn't see that this President Xiao of the Qiao family was still a silly white sweet. Is it true that Joe's group won't roll over in his hands? Su Nian couldn't help but let out a secret sigh in her heart. I can have one more match with you, but... Chapter 152, hubby comforts you himself. But what? Without waiting for Su Nian to finish, Xiao Siyu was a bit impatient. He had been grumbling because Su Nian had overtaken him by half a lap earlier, thinking that it was still possible for him to overtake her if he put up a fight and put in a little more effort on the car. No more than a tie. Until... The last time Su Nian said to play with them with a little bit of technology, he realized that he and Su Nian were not half a star worse. There's definitely a dimension of difference between the two of them. After that, what Xiao Siyu had stored for Su Nian was no longer the mind of surpassing. He only wanted to make his skills refined again, and being closer to Su Nian was enough. After all, he could tell the difference between a dream and an obsession. Su Nian this is also not to participate in racing competitions, otherwise the current world car god is still not that, really unknown. Su Nian cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Siyu, her eyebrows falling. You also know that I've been in quite a lot of rumors at school lately, and even if I clarify it I guess no one will listen, so, I'll need someone else to create a bit of a more explosive topic. As she said this, her eyes went to Josie. Xiao Siyu clearly felt a cold chill on the back of his neck, inexplicably feeling that the way Su Nian was looking at him made him wince. He clutched his chest almost instinctively, with the look of a good teenager afraid of being spoiled. What do you want? Su Nian looked at him like that and couldn't help but skim her small mouth. Don't worry, little chickens like you aren't my cup of tea, I just need you, she said, slowly coming closer to him and whispering a few words, which made Xiao Siyu's face even more ugly. He pursed his lips and glanced at Su Nian with a hard look on his face, as if he was making a very difficult choice. Of course, you can say no to this thing I promise. Without waiting for Su Nian to finish her words, Xiao Siyu agreed with a clench of his teeth. You must keep your word and race me more when the time comes. Su Nian froze slightly, then the corner of her mouth lifted, revealing a smile. No problem, Su Nian, will do what I say. She was really just looking for a random thing to do because she wanted Josie to calm down a bit. It doesn't matter if he does it or not. Su Nian didn't expect Xiao Siyu to agree so painfully. It seems that he really loves racing so much that he can even agree to the outrageous things she just said. Watching Xiao Siyu leave, the corners of Su Nian's mouth slightly rose again. Taking out her cell phone she sent a message to Shin Huayan. Mr. Shin, I just heard from other students that someone in the school forum is rumoring about me. What should I do? There, Mr. Shin had always blamed her for handling everything on her own before, and when she heard the win this time, she immediately looked for Shin Huayan, so he couldn't just say her again, could he? In fact, this matter Su Nian deal with their own is no problem, but she thought before the Shin family of several brothers for her, deliberately looking for a few bloggers abroad to buy the Lin Bailu spread bait. She certainly cannot waste their hearts. Soon after, Su Nian received a message from Shin Huayan, or 3. Leave this matter to me. If you don't feel comfortable at school, go wait at the front of the school in 10 minutes and someone will take you straight home. If you're still not happy, when the bodyguard who's picking you up arrives, you'll go beat up Lin Bailu to let off some steam. Su Nian flipped through the messages, the smile on her face growing thicker. There was really no lower limit to their Mr. Shun's indulgence of her. She paused, her pretty fingertips bouncing on the keyboard. With Mr. Shin protecting me, I don't feel so bad about not having to go home. As for whether or not to hit Lin Bailu, that was entirely up to the mood. If she had to be obnoxious and hang around in front of her, she'd whip her without fail. As Su Nian was thinking, her cell phone suddenly vibrated again. She glanced down and caught a glimpse of Shin Huayan's message, and her watery eyes instantly narrowed. Good, come back tonight, my husband will comfort you himself. Good man, if this is so, then she will not be sleepy at night. At the same time, Xiao Siyu led his minions at the school directly to reappear at the entrance of the school in a dozen cars. A group of them, almost every one of them carries a word on their backs, which together reads Rainy Green University, the strongest fleet in history, come and fight. Although what was said was true, it was the first time they had boasted in such a high-profile manner, and it was more or less embarrassing. But since Xiao Siyu was sitting at the front of the car, what complaints could they have? Hearing Xiao Siyu say that this matter was still explained by their big sister, then there was even less to say. Because Xiao Siyu and their group of second-generation ancestors were already the center of attention in the school, and now that they were making such a big show at the entrance of the school, they naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. This also includes Lindbergh's. She remembered that Xiao Siyu seemed to be on good terms with Su Nian before. There were quite a few rumors about Su Nian on the forum today, and Xiao Siyu should have seen them too, so will he still look at Su Nian differently? Lin Bailu thought so and walked straight up. Xiao Xiao. She called out softly, looking at Josie with a smile on her face. There were originally quite a few people surrounding the area, but not many dared to walk up to them. Lin Bailu was able to get close to Xiao Siyu, which made quite a few onlookers couldn't help but envy. Lin Bailu certainly noticed the sights of the people around her, and in an instant, a sense of superiority arose. She deliberately pretended to be familiar with Xiao Siyu and came close to him and whispered, Xiao Xiao, aren't you guys going to go to the racetrack for the race today? Xiao Siyu glanced at Lin Bailu and casually returned, there's not much time today. He originally didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Bailu, but when he thought that she seemed to be Su Nian Nian's sister, he was a little more patient with her questions, but that was all. Lin Bailu froze slightly, keenly sensing Xiao Siyu's tone that was different from the usual. The deer under her heart suddenly thrashed about. Is Xiao Siyu being so gentle with her because he saw the gossip related to Su Nian Nian and so found her better than Su Nian Nian? Lin Bailu's small face slightly reddened, and she immediately squirmed a bit. I heard someone say before that I would go racing with young Xiao year after year. I don't know if I'll have the chance to meet with young Xiao on the racetrack in the future. Xiao Siyu raised his eyes to look at Lin Bailu. The bottom of his eyes crossed a touch of doubt. This thing that he likes racing is not a secret at all. How did it come to Lin Bailu's mouth? What opportunity is needed to meet on the racetrack? Looking at Lin Bailu's eyes as she looked straight at him, the tips of his eyebrows twitched slightly, and his heart was a bit irritated. You can go if you want to. It's not like his family owns the racetrack. What's to stop him from letting her go? Of course, Xiao Siyu did not know what Lin Bailu was thinking in her heart, and casually made a perfunctory remark. But she did not expect Lin Bailu to take this perfunctory remark as a sincere one. Chapter 153, Does he have a stiff upper lip or a stiff leg? She had just been testing whether Xiao Siyu would be willing to ask her to go to the racetrack if he was free, and she hadn't expected him to agree. Lin Bailu's heart blossomed, a face full of overwhelming pleasure. She nodded at Xiao Siyu, young Xiao, then I'll see you another day. Lin Bailu left through the school entrance after saying this. Xiao Siyu's brows frowned slightly, looking at Lin Bailu's back as she left. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was this woman out of her mind? From afar, a silhouette looked at Xiao Siyu's tightly staring at a woman's appearance. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook, and he walked over towards Xiao Siyu and their side. What a rare and classic scene. Suddenly a conspiratorial voice rang out. Josie and the crowd turned their heads to see a man standing in front of their convoy with his pockets in place. This person they all recognized was one of the four great families, the Long family, Ling Chen. He was a dead ringer for their Zhou, and the two of them didn't see eye to eye with each other. When Xiao Siyu saw who the visitor was, he raised his eyebrows high, after which he withdrew his gaze and directly ignored him. Ling Chen and he are both from the four great families. They have known each other since childhood. Because of their different interests, he loves to play with cars, but Ling Chen loves to play with women. That's why Xiao Siyu had always scoffed at Ling Chen. Ling Chen was not surprised to see Xiao Siyu ignoring him, and instead walked forward again. He hadn't been at odds with Xiao Siyu for more than a day or two, and he was more than familiar with this attitude of his. If it wasn't for the fact that he had recently heard that Xiao Siyu was obsessed with a woman, he wouldn't have bothered to make this trip to the school. Ling Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking that just now Xiao Siyu looked at the woman's back as she left with a lookout look. He knew that this kid had fallen. Xiao Siyu, I didn't think you'd have today. He suddenly hooked the corner of his mouth nastily. If he hooked up with the woman that Xiao Siyu liked, then what would his expression be? Ling Chen's heart became even more excited when he thought so. His slightly provocative voice slowly sounded. I've heard that you've been interested in the Lin family's daughter recently. As soon as Xiao Siyu heard Ling Chen mention the Lin family, he was immediately alerted. He violently jumped down from the hood and reached out to grab Ling Chen's collar. I'm warning you not to mess around. Ling Chen, a person who has been around women since he was a child, he never took women seriously, relying on the identity of the Lang family's four great families. The women around him have changed one after another. He was clearly fixated on Su Nian Nian with those words just now. He wasn't going to allow such trash near her. Although Su Nian Nian spoke in an unpleasant manner and often called him a little chicken, this woman was under his cover and absolutely could not be involved with Ling Chen. Ling Chen didn't expect Xiao Siyu to be so agitated, he just mentioned it. Because of his overzealous behavior, Ling Chen in turn strengthened the idea he had just had. This woman she must get her hands on. Xiao Siyu had been hostile to Ling Chen for so many years, he could see through what was going on in his head at a glance. Especially when he saw the upturned corners of Ling Chen's mouth, Xiao Siyu's face became even more ugly. Are you out of your ing mind? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Ling Chen lightly hooked the corner of his mouth. You young Master Qiao have a big mouth. What? Is the entire Yuqing University your turf now? He seemed to enjoy Xiao Siyu's grumpy and jumpy appearance, and the thought of seeing him like this every day in the future made Ling Chen feel in a good mood. Xiao Siyu couldn't wait to go up and give Ling Chen a few punches. Nay, his father and Ling Chen's father were very close. If he took the initiative to hit Ling Chen, it was expected that this kid would talk nonsense in front of his father, saying that he was clashing with him over a woman. If his father can't think of anything else, he'll let him marry Su Nian Nian. Aha! Josiah suddenly paused at the thought. As if things seemed okay if they really went this far. His eyes suddenly lit up and he clenched his fists just to slam a few hard punches into Ling Chen's face. Seemingly sensing the danger, Ling Chen almost instinctively took a few steps back. He was still smiling on his face as he looked at Xiao Siyu. Young Master Qiao, let's talk things over. There's no need to get physical, right? I also just heard that you and that little girl from the Lin family have a good relationship, so I was curious and came over to ask. You don't need to be so angry, right? Xiao Siyu rolled his eyes. It's none of your business who I have a good relationship with? Fine, it has nothing to do with me, then I'll just leave. Ling Chen made a gesture of surrender and turned away with a leathery smile. When Xiao Siyu thought of Ling Chen's skillful means of picking up girls, his heart suddenly tightened. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and dialed Sun Yen Yen over. Do. The call was quickly answered. Hello? Where are you now, Sun Yen Yen? Xiao Siyu's voice was clearly a bit anxious, which caused Sun Yen Yen's eyebrows to raise slightly. What's wrong with him? Being a conspicuous bag in front of the school is known to his family? So you want to come to her for refuge? It's not right for Xiao Siyu to be a president, right? Sun Yen Yen thought on one side and returned him. I'm in the classroom for a lesson. What is it that you need to find me for? It's not that I need your help, but you need to hide now, okay? Xiao Siyu's voice was extraordinarily solemn. If a man named Ling Chen appears in front of you, don't even think about it and run immediately. What kind of operation is this? Is that man named Ling Chen carrying a virus? Xiao Siyu didn't hear Sun Yen Yen's voice, so he continued. Ling Chen is a scum. He likes the new and hates the old especially fast. He's got his eye on you now, and will definitely be chasing after you, so you must resist the sugar-coated bombs, okay? Sun Yen Yen looked at her phone with a confused expression. She didn't even know what the man called Ling Chen looked like, so why was he chasing after her? Worried that Sun Yen Yen would be swayed, Xiao Siyu added, no matter what kind of sugar-coated bombs he takes, you don't compromise, you know? What he can give you I can too, so you absolutely cannot talk to Ling Chen about someone. The corner of Sun Yen Yen's mouth twitched. Don't worry about it. Even if he gives me mountains of gold and silver, there's no way I'm going to date him. The big deal is to tell him that I'm married at that time. Xiao Siyu was slightly stunned and immediately nodded his head repeatedly. This is a good solution. Just tell him that you are already married. If he dares to mess with you, your husband will definitely break his legs. I'd like to see this brat. Is he hard of mouth or hard of leg? As long as Ling Chen dared to pester Sun Yen Yen, he would find someone to pretend to be Sun Yen Yen's husband and go break his legs. Xiao Siyu spoke with extraordinarily joy, completely not realizing that Sun Yen Yen was not joking just now. She really does have a husband. Chapter 154, Men Who Like 8-Pack Abs. Sun Yen Yen's eyebrows raised slightly. My husband shouldn't break his legs. There, mister. Shin is so kind, so I guess a warning at most. Xiao Siyu listened to Sun Yen Yen's words, and his eyes lit up, not expecting that she would even bring it in directly after he just casually said it. Now even if we meet that Ling Chen guy, there shouldn't be any problem. As he thought of this, he coldly asked again, Classmate Su, do you like that kind of man whose looks are a bit on the feminine side? His family and Ling Chen's family had a good relationship, so from childhood to adulthood, although they couldn't play together, the friends or people they knew around them more or less crossed paths. Ling Chen's appearance is feminine, and can even be described as beautiful. He was liked by quite a few little girls precisely because of this face, plus the fact that he was the son of the Lang group, one of the 4 major families in the Shangjing circle. There were even more people who wanted to get close to him. This brat has known how to use his advantages since he was a kid, so even though he is now known for his flowery reputation, there are still a lot of women who have been fooled by him. Sun Yen Yen sniffed, and without even thinking, she blurted out, it doesn't matter if it's feminine or not, I like good-looking ones, the top-looking kind, and they have to be tall and have 8-pack abs. There, mister. Shin was the ceiling of face value that she appreciated. As for others, she couldn't look at them yet. Josie on the other end of the phone was instantly stuck with it. Regarding this condition that Sun Yen Yen raised, not to mention Ling Chen, even he was not in the category. Although his appearance is also considered handsome and dashing, but the top looks good. He really does not dare to recognize it. After all, he wants a face. As far as being tall and having an 8-pack, does the front fit and the back is missing 2 abs okay? Xiao Siyu was torn, but on second thought, I'm afraid that the kind of person Sun Yen Yen was talking about was only in her imagination. With this in mind, he then proceeded to spit out Ling Chen to Sun Yen Yen. That brat Ling Chen's appearance is not bad, but he plays with women too much. He is so weak that he can't be considered tall and fit at first glance, not to mention 8-packed abs, he doesn't even have 2 of them. Xiao Siyu didn't like Ling Chen, so he didn't have any psychological burden at all when he smeared him. I'll send you his picture in a moment. You must go around him when you see him in the future, do you know that? If you're targeted by him, you'll have a headache. Sun Yen Yen originally didn't want to pay any attention to it, but when she heard Xiao Siyu's last sentence, her brows furrowed before she responded, I know. This kind of troublesome person, of course she could avoid him if she could, and if she really couldn't avoid him, then she would beat him up. Sun Yen Yen's watery eyes narrowed, feeling that there wasn't much of a problem. Meanwhile, Shin Huayan looked at the post on the forum and frowned slightly. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door to the office room was knocked on, and when she walked in, he placed the pile of information in his hand on the desktop. He saw that Shin Huayan's face didn't look a bit right, and his gaze was a bit worried as he looked at him. Sir, is there something wrong on the wife's side? Shin Huayan usually seldom showed his emotions, and the only one who could make him show this kind of expression was Sun Yen Yen. He had clearly sensed before that their husband's mood had changed for the better lately. What was wrong with him today? Shin Huayan crossed his fingers and raised his eyes to look at he, his voice faint. Are there any activities at Yujing University recently? Recently, if there is an esports competition. She thought about it and reported what he knew to Shin Huayan. I didn't expect Shin Hwayan to be silent again. She hesitated for a moment, and was at a loss as to what to speak from when their mister spoke up first. Since Yuqing University doesn't have any activities today, then get one out for me. She was obviously a bit confused. What did it mean to get one out for him without an event? What is their mister trying to do here? She's eyelids drooped, but she still followed Shin Hwayan's words and asked, Sir, what type of activities do you want to do? Shin Hwayan paused slightly. I remember that the oldest 2, the oldest 3 and the oldest 4 recovered quite a lot of things from foreign bloggers before. As soon as his words left his mouth, she instantly understood. Their mister wasn't trying to run any campaigns, but he was trying to help their missus clear the stigma at school. I think that Yuqing University will be preparing for the esports tournament in a short while, and the school is definitely still short of a lot of sponsorships, so we can just hold a small auction today, and donate all of the full amount from the auction to the school. She briefly put the idea into words. It just so happens that I can donate these things in my wife's name. Shin Hwayan was satisfied with Hishi's statement. He nodded. Let's do this matter. Make sure to make the commotion a bit bigger. Some of those who are talkative, let their family bleed more. Let them learn a long lesson. If the child is not well managed, they should be prepared to be beaten. Yes, sir. Hishi thought that their mister opened an auction just to help their wife clear her name, but now it seems that he was the one with a small pattern. Mister, theirs is trying to do it all. School forums aren't supposed to be high-end sites, and it's pretty easy to figure out who's behind the ID. So those people who were secretly slandering their wives behind their backs, their husband had no intention of letting them go. Gee, they're really on their own then. The time had just passed noon, and the entire Shinjing circle knew that Shin's group was going to hold a small auction at Yuqing University. Places are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Shin's group took the lead, and naturally, there were quite a few bigwigs from the Shinjing circle participating, and of course, everyone was not willing to miss such a good opportunity. So by the time the auction officially started at 3 p.m., the auditorium that served as the auction was already full. There were quite a few gentry and celebrities in the Shinjing circle who followed this auction. Lin Dalong originally didn't want to participate in the auction when he first heard that there was an auction at the school, but when he heard that this auction was led by Shin's group, he immediately rushed over without stopping. Sun Yen Nian is now the meat and potatoes of the Shin family, so he has to get involved in anything that is related to the Shin group, in order to brush up his presence in front of Shin Hwayan. In case Shin Hwayan wanted to befriend their Lin family for Sun Yen Nian's sake, maybe he could still get a lot of benefits. This kind of brushing up on his work would do him more good than harm. Of course he was happy to participate. Lin Dalong sat on a chair inside the venue and quietly waited for the auction to officially begin. He intends to mean it later and shoot a few things, and when he sees Shin Hwayan, he will also have an excuse. You're Lin Dalong of the Lin clan, right? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Chapter 155, could he have fallen for Sun Yen Nian? Lin Dalong turned his head suspiciously, just in time to meet the man's probing gaze. Long Xiao? Lin Dalong obviously froze for a moment and hastily nodded his head. That's right, I'm Lin Dalong from the Lin clan group. I don't know what Yun Leng has to order? Lin Dalong looked at Ling Chen with a smile on his face, and with a few pleasing points between his eyebrows, he moved back and gave Ling Chen a seat. Everyone who hung out in the Shinjing circle knew the strength of the 4 great families, and there were plenty of people who wanted to befriend them. He was certainly one of them. Usually they were the ones who rushed up to get close to them, and it was the first time he had seen a situation like this one where he was being actively accosted. Although Lin Dalong didn't know what Ling Chen was looking for him for, but why not be happy if he could cross paths with someone from the Lung family? Ling Chen was used to seeing people like Lin Dalong, who could do anything for profit. As long as he opened his mouth, this man called Lin Dalong was afraid that he would immediately send his daughter to his bed, so Ling Chen immediately lost interest in Lin Dalong's daughter. But thinking that if he could get his hands on that woman, he could laugh at Xiao Siyu for a long time, he suppressed the disgust in his heart again and sat down in the seat beside him. He pulled a fairly polite smile on his face to look at him. I heard. Everyone has been waiting for a long time, our auction is about to begin, there are more than 200 lots this time. Before he had a chance to speak, the host's voice rang out from the venue, and Lang Chen's voice was instantly overshadowed. His brow furrowed and he could only wait for the host to finish his sentence. This time, more than 100 of the lots are from the students of our Yuqing University, and the rest are from our major companies in Shinjing, thanks to the students of our school and the bosses of the various companies. The host said, and the names of the owners of the lots in this auction appeared on the screen behind him. The line for students reads, in plain sight, 123 pieces of Sun Yen Yen. Many of the school's students were outright stunned when they saw the number. Because before this auction, they had received the booklets for each lot, and there were no bargains in them from start to finish. A number of those who have pressed the issue have been trolling the school forums like crazy. Seasonal summer, Su Nyan donated 123 things to the school, and holy, I'm sour. When will this splash of riches be my turn? First day 15, are you sure you're not crazy upstairs? I've read all the brochures, 123 pieces, even according to the cheapest calculation, it must be $10 million, right? Is Sun Yen that rich? Didn't she say that all the stuff she tweeted before were stolen pictures? Noble wayfarer Shinshaoshan, good man, you don't say, you really don't say. I seem to have eaten a shocking melon. Jiao Yang accompanied by the moon. Why, what shocking big melon, upstairs to expand to say? Noble passerby Shinshaoshan, take a close look at the items in this auction, do any of them look familiar? First day 15, what looks familiar? What looks familiar? Seasonal summer, good lord, I seem to have found it too. I'm even more sour. First 15? Season summer, before the network rumors Su Nian stolen picture of those luxury goods, are in the auction catalog. You taste, you find taste. This blew up the school's forums once again. Everyone had a bad feeling about Su Nian because of her stolen pictures and showing off her wealth. The Lin family's conditions were pretty good, so Su Nian's operation seemed pretty uptight. This was also the reason why people looked down on Nian Su. But as soon as word spread that she had donated 123 luxury items, everyone sat up and took notice. Giraffe to get rich, there is a say one, Su Nian that temperament really does not look like the main lack of money. It is difficult to understand why she is so rich, why steal the picture. I heard that she's still the eldest young lady who was retrieved by the Lin family, so she shouldn't be lacking money now, right? Noble wayfarer Shinshaoshan, is there a possibility that microblogging account is not hers at all? Directions, a website. As soon as the URL came out, people clicked on it in droves. This URL is the same foreign platform that people picked up on earlier for stealing pictures. After the jump, it's an account with Su Nian's avatar. There is only one dynamic on it. Thanks to everyone willing to part with their love, all of these items have been donated to the school. Afterward the message was followed by a special at the owners of these items, which amounted to more than 100. The bloggers who were at D were very enthusiastic in their interactions, and a number of them even showed the transaction records on their homepage of Su Nian's purchase of the luxury item they had on hand. Force her not to be defeated by rumors. As for the domestic side, she authenticated a Vibe account under her real name, and then she didn't post any other dynamic after she faked the previous picture-stealing trumpet. The first 15, good guy, people cracked up, Su Nian is really rich woman. The first time I've seen someone dispel a rumor with real money. Peachy fragrance, I heard a rumor before that a very pretty little rich girl spent $10 million at a luxury bag store. It couldn't be Su Nian too, could it? Wanna be a cutie, upstairs, if that person is really Su Nian, then the Lin family is too good for her, right? Meow Meow loves soy juice, maybe she thinks she's suffering out there before and that's why she's hurting her so much? TSK. Lemon fruit on the lemon tree, you and I under the lemon tree. The discussion on the forum was hot, and there were quite a few people on the sidelines at the auction venue as well. Leng Chen usually paid little attention to these gossips, but when he heard that this Su Nian was related to the Lin family, his interest instantly rose. After listening for a few moments, he generally figured it out. This Su Nian is also the daughter of the Lin family, or just been retrieved not long ago. I did not expect Lin Dalong to be so willing to put blood on her. Leng Chen immediately changed his impression of Lin Dalong. He propped up his chin, and while the host was introducing the auction items on stage, he looked at Lin Dalong with a smirk and said, Mr. Lin kinda spoils his daughter. Lin Dalong's sweat instantly came down. Others don't know, but he knows exactly that Su Nian didn't take a dime from him. If there was, it was the $500,000 he had transferred to Lin Bailu earlier and taken to Su Nian to buy a bag. Su Nian was able to come up with 123 lots that had nothing to do with their Lin family, and he was almost 100% certain that all of these things were arranged by the Shin family for Su Nian. He had to admit that Su Nian did have a few tricks up her sleeve, able to make the Shin family so willing to throw money at her. Leng Chen saw that Lin Dalong just laughed and didn't say anything more, so he took this topic and played it down. General Lin dotes on his daughters so much, I'm sure they must have a blue heart. I wonder if there's any chance I can get to know them? Lin Dalong's heart suddenly thumped, looking at Leng Chen with an unnatural expression. He's not looking at Nian Su, is he? Chapter 156 Fairy and human are not on the same level at all. Lin Dalong knows that Su Nian looks good and is very pleasing to men in a small and delicate way, but she is now married to Shin Huayan. He pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. She doesn't have a good temper, not as good as Mr. Lin said. Leng Chen clearly froze, not expecting Lin Dalong to reject him. He had previously thought of no less than 100 ways Lin Dalong would react after hearing the words he had just said. The only thing he didn't do was refuse. Leng Chen very much looked at Lin Dalong for a few seconds, but suddenly smiled. He didn't think that someone as profit-oriented as Lin Dalong would actually love his child. Although Leng Chen felt a bit disgraced by the rejection, Lin Dalong's approach managed to pique his interest. He leaned back in the chair behind him. I'm really being abrupt about this. We'll talk some other time. Leng Chen said, getting up from his position. He just left. His main purpose for coming to the auction was to get in touch with the Lin family and see how he could get his hands on the woman that Xiao Siyu had his eyes on. Since Lin Dalong didn't let up, he would look for other breakthroughs. The corner of Leng Chen's mouth slightly hooked. This matter is much more interesting than he imagined. He made his own way towards the school entrance, taking out his cell phone in the process and calling his bodyguards to meet him at the entrance. He usually didn't come to school much, partly because as the heir of one of the four great families of the Shangjing circle, he was really busy with the work at hand, and then there was the fact that his nemesis, Xiao Xiu, usually didn't come to school much either. So having him behave himself inside the school was like being head and shoulders below Zhou Yu. If he hadn't heard that Xiao Xiu had come to the school this time, he wouldn't have come to the school to make this happen. Leng Chen took his cell phone and walked out of the school gate. His attention was on his cell phone all the time and he completely failed to notice that a car was rushing towards him. Get out of the way. Leng Chen subconsciously looked up when he heard the sound and saw the car speeding towards him. He froze for a moment, and it was like his whole body was frozen in place, unable to move a step. Done. Those were the only two words left in his mind. Suddenly, a petite figure flashed by and kicked him back into the green belt beside the road. The speeding car whizzed by with no intention of stopping, and the figure landed gently and delicately at his feet. Leng Chen, who was lying on his back in the green belt, just managed to get a good look at the man. Her eyebrows were like a painting. Her features were beautiful and somewhat unreal, especially when her back was turned to the sunlight from the sky. She was like a fairy that descended from the sky. Leng Chen had always felt that describing a woman in terms of a fairy was a vulgar thing to do, until he saw the woman in front of him. Just realized that fairies and people are not even in the same league. Leng Chen lay dumbfounded in the green belt looking straight at the woman in front of him, unexpectedly completely forgot to get up from the ground. Are you alright? Suddenly the fairy in front of him opened her mouth. Her voice was delicate and soft, sounding like she was tickling people's heart. Leng Chen felt like he was in love. He was about to open his mouth when he saw a few robust figures pouncing over. Leng Chen's heart screamed that it was bad. It was his bodyguards coming. These idiots don't come when they should and mess around when they shouldn't. If this hurts his fairies, he'll rip their heads off. You live at. Before he could finish his latter words, he saw the woman in front of him take a flying leap and kick a bodyguard out. Leng Chen was almost dumbfounded, but he still managed to force himself to climb up and block the woman's face. Stop it all of you, just now a car intentionally tried to hit me, it was her who saved me. Leng Chen said this and glared viciously at the several bodyguards. He had just come back to his senses when he realized that the car that was about to hit him hadn't stopped at all. Under normal circumstances, vehicles in the vicinity of a school will usually slow down, like the kind that sees someone who was clearly there and still wants to speed up. No need to guess, you know that they are deliberately sent to do this kind of thing. But it's not too late to wait until afterward to investigate this matter. He had more important things to do right now. Leng Chen so thought sight, cannot help but look to the side of the woman. The bodyguards also withdrew their stance and looked at Leng Chen with a nervous expression. When they had just appeared at the entrance of the school, they saw this woman kick their young master into the green belt, which scared their souls away. In front of their bodyguards, a woman assaulted their young master. But I didn't expect things to be like this. Leng Chen tried his best to show a gentle smile as he looked at the woman in front of him and said, "Hello classmate, my name is Leng Chen, thank you just now." Su Nian Nian's brows suddenly furrowed when she heard the name Leng Chen. Good guy, before Xiao see you thousands of instructions, let her see Leng Chen turn around and run, she is good. See people not only did not turn around and run, but also violently rushed up, a foot kicked the person into the green belt. If Josie knew, she would probably vomit on the spot. Su Nian Nian glanced at Leng Chen and nodded at him, a show of hands is not enough, I still have things to do, I'll leave first. She said this and immediately turned her head away, she hadn't had time just now, but it shouldn't be too late now. Classmate. Leng Chen shouted at Su Nian Nian, trying to call her back, but he didn't expect her to run faster after hearing his voice. Leng Chen stood still for a moment, his brows couldn't help but frown tightly before he turned his gaze to the surrounding bodyguards as he muttered, is my appearance scary? As for seeing me, did you just turn your head and run? He couldn't help but touch his cheek. He was quite popular among women before, how come that woman just saw him as if she had seen a ghost? Is it possible that he just broke his face? Leng Chen thought so, and immediately took out his cell phone and took a close look at his appearance at the cell phone screen. There's nothing wrong with it. The bodyguards at the side were also trembling with fear, but when they heard Leng Chen's words, they opened their mouths one by one. Leng Xiao, there is nothing wrong with you other than the clothes on your body being a bit dirty. Leng Xiao, you're not scary at all. Young Leng, could it be that something really happened to that girl just now, and that's why she was in a hurry to leave? After all, she wouldn't have been able to save you if she was really afraid of you, right? The words of a few bodyguards fell into Leng Chen's ears, causing his frown to stretch quite a bit. That being said, with the popularity of his Leng family, he didn't deserve this kind of cold treatment. So the girl just now must have been in a hurry so she didn't even have time to give him a thank you. Leng Chen's heart smoothed out as he thought this. His eyes narrowed as he rushed the bodyguard beside him and ordered, investigate this woman for me, I want to know all her information as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Don't Let Him Catch You. Leng Chen didn't expect that he just came to the school out of the blue to see Xiao Siyu, but he actually encountered so many interesting things inside the school. His eyes slowly retracted from the direction Su Nian Nian had left, and only then, as if he had remembered something, did his face suddenly darken. Also, find out who knows I'm coming to school today. He basically didn't come to Yuqing University much during the week, and coming here today was definitely a whim, so if he wanted to ambush around the school to find a car to hit him, he definitely needed to know that he was coming to the school to be able to do so. Lang Chen's eyes clouded over quite a bit. It seemed that it was because he was usually too low-key that some people actually counted on him. Good for you. If they dare to do it, don't let him catch them. Otherwise, he would make sure that they would live as if they were dead. Because of Lang Chen's sudden accosting at the auction, Lin Dalong felt his head spinning. If Sun Yan Nian hadn't gotten married, Lang Chen wouldn't have been able to be happy if he paid so much attention to her. But now that Sun Yan Nian has married Shen Huayan, it's not good for him to operate anymore. Shen Huayan and Lang Chen were both from the 4 great families, not to mention that the Shen family was the head of the 4 great families, so he would not dare to act rashly. Lin Dalong returned home after attending the auction, and the sadness on his face still hadn't diminished by half. Zhao Feng was clearly taken aback when she saw him like this. Ever since Sun Yan Nian had married into the Shen family instead of Lin Bailu, Lin Dalong's face had almost always been smiling, and even if he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't pull a face. But what's going on now? Zhao Feng glanced at Lin Dalong a little nervously and waited for him to sit on the sofa before making a cup of tea and walking over, asking cautiously, "Master, what's wrong with you? Who made you unhappy?" She remembered that Lin Dalong seemed to have gone to Yuqing University. Is it possible that it's that stinky girl Sun Yan Nian again? She thought of what Lin Bailus had said earlier and her heart sank. It couldn't be that Lin Dalong knew about it too, right? She hadn't had time to go to the Shen family to clear her relationship with Sun Yan. If the Shen family blames everything on their Lin family, then... Zhao Feng thought so and got nervous again. She suddenly regretted a little bit that she didn't tell Lin Dalong the first time after she knew what happened. Now that he's blushing so hard, she can't even say she knew ahead of time if she's beaten to death. Zhao Feng's side had just made up her mind when she heard Lin Dalong speak. "I met Lang Chen at Yuqing University today, and he said that he wanted to get to know my daughter." Lang Chen? The heir to the Lang clan? The Lang of the 4 great families? Zhao Feng's eyes couldn't help but widen quite a bit. Although the Lang group wasn't as bullish as the Shen group, from the perspective of the Shangjing circle, this was also a well-known powerful family. Zhao Feng was overjoyed and looked at Lin Dalong with a bit of excitement, and couldn't help but ask, "Master, it's a good thing that Lang Xiao wants to get to know our daughter. Why are you still so fretful?" If Lin Bailu was with Lang Chen, she would be considered stable in the noblewoman circle in Shangjing. She often went out with the broad wives of the Shangjing circle, and in their spare time, their favorite thing to do was to gossip about the parents of these top magnates of the Shangjing circle. The heirs of the 4 great families of the Shangjing circle were Shen Huayan, Lang Chen, Xiao Xiyu, and Xiao Qingyu. Shen Huayan is cold and unsympathetic, in addition to making people scared in the shopping mall, but in private there is no gossip at all. Xiao Xiyu and Lang Chen, on the other hand, are notorious for their love of fun in the Shangjing circle, but one plays with cars and the other plays with women. On the contrary, Xiao Qingyu looked like a good boy in contrast to the 3 of them. Lin Dalong glanced at Zhao Feng. "Why do you think I'm fretting? Nian Nian is married. How am I going to introduce her to Lang Chen? Lang Chen's kind of playboy wants to know his daughter. Is it hard to guess what he has in mind?" Zhao Feng's eyes instantly widened quite a bit. "Did he say he wanted to know Sun Yan Nian? Didn't you just say you wanted to get to know your daughter?" Lin Dalong's brow furrowed. "What difference does it make?" "Of course there's a difference. Your daughter is..." Zhao Feng's words came to this point and saw that Lin Dalong's face didn't look too good, so he immediately changed his mouth. "Your daughter also has Lulu. Didn't Lang Xiao say that he wanted to know your daughter, but he didn't say which one, did you?" Lin Dalong suddenly froze for a moment, as if that was the case. And Lin Bailu and Sun Yan Nian still had a few similarities. Although she didn't look as outstanding as Sun Yan Nian, she was still a little famous in the Shangjing circle, and if Lin Bailu could be with Lang Chen, then they Lins were probably going to soar. The heirs of 2 of the 4 great families of the Shangjing circle are his son-in-laws. Lin Dalong felt beautiful just thinking about it. Can Lin bird line? Lin Dalong was still confident in Lin Bailu before, but ever since Sun Yan Nian arrived, he realized that Lin Bailu was becoming less and less able to hold her own. "Master, what are you still hesitating for? Young Ling fancying our Lulu is much better than fancying a married one, right?" Zhao Feng encouraged Lin Dalong from the side. "If you're not sure, you can ask young Ling about the places he frequents, and then take Lulu to brush up on her face, just in case it works out." Lin Dalong's heart blossomed at Zhao Feng's words. "It does make a bit of sense, but you'd better talk to Lulu about this matter, so that she doesn't make a little fuss at that time, and then make Lang Xiao unable to get off the stage." Zhao Feng heard Lin Dalong loosen up and nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely talk to Lulu about this matter. That Lang Chen guy may be a womanizer, but who let him have a superior background? The better a man is, the harder it is to be tied down to one woman. So as long as it's appropriate in terms of conditions, it's enough." Her Lulu was so good, surely she could handle the relationship between her and Lang Chen. At that time, she would like to see how arrogant Sun Yan could still be. She and Shen Huayan were only married for a year, and if they Lulu married Lang Chen, she would be a proper Mrs. Lung. Zhao Feng was about to get up and go tell Lin Bailu about this heavenly good thing, but then she thought that if Sun Yan Yan knew about Ling Chen's identity, would she come to steal it? She pondered for a moment and opened her mouth again. Master, I think that after the relationship between Leng Xiao and Lulu was established, what do you think about letting Nian Nian come home to have a meal with them? She wanted Sun Yan Yan to recognize her own identity, so that she wouldn't have to seduce men in the future under the pretext that she didn't know that Ling Chen was Lin Bailu's boyfriend. Lin Daolong was obviously a bit hesitant. Wouldn't this be too good? Zhao Feng knew what Lin Daolong was thinking. She laughed softly and said in the gentlest of voices in a soothing manner, Master, don't worry, the Lung family are all people who want to save face anyways. If they're betrothed to our Lin family, they definitely won't mess around, and besides, sooner or later, they'll have to talk to the Lang family about the Nian Nian marriage. Precisely. Sun Yan Yan is now making a death wish and will soon be kicked out by the Shin family. Chapter 158, Surprise, you know? Lin Daolong narrowed his eyes and hesitated before nodding. If Lin Bailu could really take down Ling Chen, then it shouldn't be a big deal for him even if he met Sun Yan Yan, right? The two men, each with his own thoughts, fell silent in unison. At this time, Sun Yan Yan, who was completely unaware that she had risen to the top of the school's list of rich women because of her donation of 123 luxury items, rode in a cab and went directly to the Shin Group's building. She couldn't expose the relationship between the two of them before because of the agreement she signed with Shin Huayan. So except for the first time because she fell asleep and was carried to the office by Shin Huayan wrapped in his jacket, she never came to Shin's group again. She had intentionally sent a bag to Shin Huayan's company in front of her before because she was fighting with Lin Bailu, and at that time, because she was there, the bag arrived safely in Shin Huayan's hands. As for her, I don't know if she can succeed in meeting Shin Huayan this time she comes. Thinking so, Sun Yan Yan went straight to the front desk. Hello, this lady, may I help you? The receptionist at the front desk looked at Sun Yan Yan with a polite smile. Seeing that she was uncharacteristically well-dressed and exceptionally good-looking, and her voice carried a few hints of politeness. Sun Yan Yan followed suit with a light smile. Hello, I'm looking for your general manager Shin Huayan. Please notify his assistant He and say that Sun Yan Yan is here. The person at the front desk was visibly stunned and pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly. This lady, do you have an appointment with our Mr. Shen? Sun Yan Yan shook her head. I didn't tell him before I came to him. Just surprise, you understand, right? Aha! The receptionist at the front desk was clearly unwilling to understand. They have been working in Shin's group for a short period of time, and there are not a few people who want to seduce their president on the basis of their own beauty, but they just didn't expect this woman in front of them to be so clumsy in her tricks. Surprised? The person at the front desk had an almost instantaneous change of attitude towards Sun Yan Yan. Even the smile on his face was retracted. This lady, we don't have the authority to put anyone in who doesn't have an appointment with our Mr. Shen. I'm sorry. Sun Yan Yan cast a sidelong glance at the two of them, her ebony eyes blinking. That's why I just said for you guys to look for Ishii. Just tell him that I'm at the front desk and that's enough. She understood that their work couldn't allow outsiders to just see Shin Huayan, so Sun Yan Yan didn't say much. But I didn't expect that the receptionist seemed to decide that she was intentionally trying to seduce Ishii or Shin Huayan based on her beauty, so when she looked at Sun Yan Yan again, there were a few more points of contempt under her eyes. I'm sorry, ma'am, we have rules that prevent us from doing that, and since you're familiar with Assistant Ishii, why don't you call him directly? I'm sorry, we don't have the authority to do that. The receptionist said this and walked away to do something else. Sun Yan Yan wanted to say something else, but there wasn't much of an intention to listen at all. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch as she directly took out her cell phone and dialed Hishi's number. Do. Soon the phone was answered on the other end. Hello? Assistant He, it's me, I'm at the front desk now. Does Mr. Shin have time now? As Sun Yan Yan spoke on one side, she walked towards a location not far in front of the front desk. When the receptionists heard Sun Yan Yan call, one of them couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile, and there were even bold ones who mocked from the side. Yo, randomly give someone a call, is Assistant He? TSK. This big assistant of ours is so busy that he can still pick up in seconds? That's true, it's really true that any cat or dog would want to think ill of our Assistant He. People might be thinking about our president? Although Sun Yan Yan was on the phone, these people were deliberately opening their mouths to taunt her, so their voices were deliberately raised in decibels as they spoke. It was hard for her to hear it even if she didn't want to. Of course, it also included she inside the phone. Mrs. You're at the front desk now? Just wait a moment, I'll be right down. Don't pay any attention to the barking dogs on the side, I'll take care of them all in a minute. She on the other end of the phone spoke with extra urgency. He also seemed to have not expected Sun Yan Yan to suddenly come to Shin's group. He could not help but lift his wrist to look at the wristwatch on his hand. Wasn't this time the time of the school auction? Why is their wife here? But she couldn't care less, and gave a few more instructions to Sun Yan Yan before hanging up the phone, intending to go straight to the reception desk on the first floor. But just after leaving the door of the secretariat, he headed towards the door of the president's office, and after hesitating for a second, he still made a turn and walked over. Knock. She knocked on the door of the office room before pushing the door and walking in. When Shin Hwayan heard the commotion, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Something's going on over at the school? She shook his head. The school side is fine, it is. Mrs. said that she came to the company and is now on the front desk. What? Shin Hwayan stood up from his office chair almost immediately. Where is she? She hurriedly told Shin Hwayan about Sun Yen Nyen calling him just now, and naturally, he didn't forget to tell their husband about what the few people at the front desk said about her. As expected, hearing this, Shin Hwayan's face abruptly sank, and the air pressure in the president's office suddenly lowered. She couldn't help but swallow. Sir, then I'll go to the front desk to pick up Mrs. Now. Shin Hwayan raised his eyes and glanced at Ishii. No need, I'll go myself. Well, now those guys in the front office, they're dead. The few receptionists at the front desk looked at Sun Yen Nyen, who was sitting in a chair in a good mood, and one of them couldn't help but have their mouths broken again. How long do you guys think this big lady is going to sit here before she pretends to get another phone call and leaves? I guess 5 minutes. Oh no, 2. Ha 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 ha. I'm guessing she'll probably wait 10 minutes or so, pretend she's busy and has to leave. After all, you have to do the whole thing, don't you? Several people gossiped. Their attention was all focused on Sun Yen Nyen, and they didn't even notice that their president, Shin Hwayan, walked out of the president's special elevator. I'm guessing after 2 minutes, you're all going to off. Suddenly, a cool voice came from behind several receptionists. A few people had a jolt, almost simultaneously turned to look over, just to meet Shin Hwayan's sharp black eyes. A few people were so scared that they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to breathe a breath. Chief, President. Shin Hwayan looked coldly at the few people at the front desk, without any half-temperature in the bottom of his eyes. Sun Yen Nyen naturally heard Shin Hwayan's voice. She immediately stood up from her chair and walked straight over, looking at him with a smile on her face. Why did you come to pick me up yourself? Chapter 159, isn't it a bit too much? The expression on Shin Hwayan's face barely changed, and the group of receptionists only thought that they were being punished because they had just gossiped about being heard by the president. Just when they thought Sun Yen Nyen would absolutely be ignored, Shin Hwayan turned his head to look at her. Come with me. His voice had little rise and fall, but it somehow felt like his tone had softened. Without seeing the crowd's astonished gazes, Sun Yen Nyen followed Shin Hwayan to the president's special elevator. Now a couple of receptionists at the front desk were even more confused. Before, Mr. Shin came to the company with a woman in his arms. That woman couldn't be the one just now, right? Someone reacted with hindsight. Although their president didn't have much of a reaction just now, the fact that he personally came downstairs to pick up that woman meant that the woman wasn't simple either, right? I don't think so. Didn't you guys see that the president didn't react much to that woman either? Maybe it's a woman from the old president's side? That seems to make some sense, but what's the point of us talking about this now? The president heard us just now. Just wait to be fired. At this time, Sun Yen Nyen, who followed Shin Hwayan onto the elevator, stood beside him, looking at him standing fixedly aside, not at all the same feeling as at home. Sun Yen Nyen suddenly had a little heartburn. It couldn't be that she had casually come to the company and therefore made him angry, right? Although Shin Hwayan said he wanted to get along with her, he didn't say anything about disclosing it to the public, so wasn't it a bit too much for her to come so blatantly? Sun Yen Nyen looked at the numbers rising bit by bit on the elevator, and her heart drummed along with it. How was she going to explain it later? Ding dash. The elevator suddenly reached the floor of the president's office, but Sun Yen Nyen still hadn't thought of the right words to say. She could only follow behind Shin Hwayan and walk in the direction of the long corridor. But before she could take a few steps, she was suddenly pulled violently by Shin Hwayan to the side of the fire escape. Bang! The thick fire door let out a heavy thud, and Sun Yen Nyen's entire body was held down on the fire door by Shin Hwayan. Before she could react, his heavy breath landed on the tip of her nose, and his kiss came unexpectedly, plundering all of Sun Yen Nyen's breath at once. Almost instinctively, she reached out and hooked her small hands around his neck, the side of her waist clasped in his large hands rolling as she instantly clasped it tighter with her cooperation. A distinct sucking sound echoed in the empty, silent fire escape, interspersed with the extraordinarily obvious sound of ragged breathing. Shin Hwayan felt that he was crazy, obviously at home every day, but when he saw that she took the initiative to come to the company to find himself, his heart could not control the violent beating. Sun Yen Nyen's earlier comment about liking him was like a dream, unreal without any sense of reality. But he felt the warmth and softness of the person he was now holding in his arms. It wasn't his hallucination. When Shin Hwayan thought about the fact that Sun Yen Nyen liked him, he couldn't wait to hold this little guy in his arms and bully him every day. Only after a long time did Shin Hwayan slowly release Sun Yen Nyen. She hooked her arms around his neck, her appearance coquettish and meek, because of the fierce and vicious kiss he had just given. At this moment Sun Yen Nyen was panting with a red nose on his shoulder. The way she rippled between her brows caused all the blood in his body to rush to the same place, causing his entire form to tense up. If he hadn't been in the company, what was left of his sanity would probably have been unable to pull him out at all. Shin Hwayan took a deep breath, his big hand gently patted and caressed Sun Yen Nyen's back, and spoke with forced composure. Why didn't you call me when you came to the company, but called he/she instead? Although he tried his best to restrain himself, his low, hoarse voice still carried an unmistakable lust. Sun Yen Nyen was confused. and it was only when she heard Shin Hwayan's voice that her thoughts slowly began to return. She didn't think that the point Shin Hwayan paid attention to would be here. Su Nian Nian softly lying on his shoulder, sideways looking at Shin Hwayan. I that is not worried that you are busy at work, afraid of affecting you, so that is why I called he she in advance, want to give you a surprise well. Her voice was distinctly nasal, and because of the pitiful tone, her whole body was petulant and soft, and even if she did nothing, it looked like she was being pampered. Shin Hwayan had wanted to say something random to keep himself from imagining things, but he didn't expect that as soon as Su Nian Nian's words left his mouth, he wanted to hold her against the wall again and bully her one more time. She looked too good to be bullied more than once. Now that he was a bit of a holdout at the office, he couldn't really imagine how far he would go at home. Shin Hwayan's eyes were dark, and the line of sight he looked at Su Nian Nian carried a few points of complexity. Holding Su Nian Nian in his arms, he placed her directly on the windowsill next to the stairs. In the future, if you want to come to the office, come directly to me, okay? Su Nian Nian nodded, and afterward cocked her little head. Then don't you find it annoying? Shin Hwayan was directly exasperated by him and laughed. Would you be annoyed if I went to school to look for you? Su Nian Nian shook her head almost immediately. No. She hated to let the whole world know that Shin Hwayan was her husband. Only then did Shin Hwayan gently hook up his lips and gently rub the tip of his nose against hers. So, I won't be annoyed. After saying this, Shin Hwayan again looked like he suddenly remembered something. Just like that, it is not a punishment, and it is not that you did wrong. It is, I want to be close to you. The tips of his ears instantly reddened as he said something so meaty for the first time. Shin Hwayan knew that to others, it might not be necessary to say these words, but to a little guy like Su Nian Nian who didn't understand the normal behavior between a man and a woman, he felt it was still necessary to explain. Su Nian Nian's little head snapped up, looking at Shin Hwayan's eyes as if they were filled with starlight. Her watery eyes abruptly smiled a crooked smile. Mr. Shun, you're so nice. As she said that, she hugged Shin Hwayan again, and her little head even rubbed happily in the nest of his neck. Her little milk cat-like movements poked at Shin Hwayan's heart, and it was hard for him not to like it. Shin Hwayan's big hand fell along her small head to the back of her neck, and spoke in a gentle tone. Why did you come out of school so early today? Were you bullied? Su Nian Nian shook her head. No, there was a temporary auction at the school today, and it was crowded and noisy, so I came back early. Shin Hwayan listened to Su Nian Nian's description of the auction with some amusement. When others heard that it was an auction led by the Shin group, they couldn't wait to squeeze in, afraid of missing the chance to get in touch with the prestigious people in the Shangjing circle. His youngest wife was different, and came back when she thought it was noisy. But come to think of it, his little wife had always been indifferent to the mundane things that other people liked. Shin Hwayan's doting eyesight glanced at Su Nian Nian. Did you see the list of categories for the auction? There might be a favorite. Chapter 160. I'll remember next time. When Su Nian Nian heard his words, it was as if she suddenly remembered something. She lifted her little head up. I see a lot of familiar looking lots up there. She had just taken a quick look at it and ran back, and in retrospect, some of the auction items inside did look familiar. But when she thought about how many jewelry designs were pretty much the same, she didn't care much. Shin Hwayan raised his hand and scraped the tip of her nose, laughing softly. Lao Er, Lao San, and Lao Si bought back all the things that were tanned by the small number that disguised you before, and then participated in the school's auction in your name, and donated them all to the school. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes lit up in surprise. She knew about the Shin family's acquisition of these luxury goods abroad. She had thought they were doing it to underwrite her. I didn't realize it was donated directly to the school. But it does the trick. It's both a way to show that she can indeed afford these things, and it's also disguised proof that the trumpet isn't even her. Su Nian Nian didn't have the habit of showing off her wealth because she was just rich and didn't need to show off at all. Her small hands tightly circled Shin Hwayan and softly asked, so, this auction was organized by Mr. Shen, specially used to help me clear my name at school? Shin Hwayan laughed softly, his tone gentle. Yes and no, because you are already white and don't need to be washed. Good lord, how did she hear a few colors in what was clearly a simple sentence? Su Nian Nian's small face slightly reddened and couldn't help stealing a glance at Shin Hwayan. He just held her down against the fire door and kissed her so hard and fierce that, to this day, she could still feel the touch lingering on her lips. She couldn't help but feel her heart surge at the thought that she would be able to blatantly crave their Mr. Shen's body in the future. Shen, sir? Suddenly, she's voice rang out from the long corridor, and Su Nian Nian's voice that was about to open was naturally covered by his voice. Su Nian Nian was even so scared that she jumped off the windowsill, and deliberately stood a step to the side to keep a distance from Shin Hwayan. Shin Hwayan suddenly felt empty in his arms, and the warm and soft touch instantly disappeared without a trace. His frown deepened slightly as he saw the distance between Su Nian Nian and him. Shin Hwayan's hand reached out and directly detained her at his side. His words carried a threatening tone. Just now, you were still kissing and hugging and lifting high with me, now you want to draw a line with me? Air. Su Nian Nian froze, instantly returning to her senses. She, used to it, just now it was a reflex. Shin Hwayan was simply going to be laughed at by Su Nian Nian's anger. He was a little helpless, indignantly lowered his head to bite her neck, but worried that if his mouth was too hard, she was going to cry and whine again. It was fine for him to see it by himself, but if someone else saw her in this state, he somehow felt his heart ache. Shin Huayan had never felt that he was such a possessive person until he met Su Nian. He hated that she was his from head to toe, every fiber of her being, half of her not to be touched by anyone else. Su Nian shrank her neck in fear, feeling the breath from the tip of his nose close. Her neck was just pressed with a shallow teeth mark, and then Shin Huayan moved his lips away. He kissed her on the forehead as if threatening, "This time it's a reminder, next time you're not allowed to draw a line in the sand with me, got it?" Shin Huayan knew that the culprit in the middle was himself, but in order for his little wife to adapt to his presence as soon as possible, he could only charge with a thick skin. Su Nian nodded her head obediently, not at all trying to find a remedy for herself. I know, Mr. Shin, I'll definitely remember next time. She said so, and hugged his arm and gently shook it, a delicate and soft appearance, so that people where there is still half a bit of fire? Shin Huayan raised his hand and rubbed Su Nian's head before leading her out of the fire escape. The two had just walked down the long corridor when they saw He-she standing not far from the office door. Seeing the two walk over one after the other, He-she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that their family's little wife didn't suffer any wrongdoing, or else he was really worried that Shin's group would be skyrocketed today. He-she nodded at Su Nian. "Ma'am, you're here, I just prepared the lounge, there's also a snack room inside, if ma'am needs anything else, you can dial the indoor phone and have someone send it over." Su Nian's eyes instantly lit up when she heard the word snack room. She was a bit impatient, but still looked at Shin Huayan with a bit of apprehension. After all, when she was in the Shin family before, she heard the three Shin brothers say that Shin Huayan was very strict with them, and that a lot of junk food was not allowed to be eaten, so she was a little worried that Shin Huayan would disagree. Shin Huayan did care about Su Nian's dietary health, but he had previously read those materials Shin Huaiji had given him that mentioned that if he wanted to close the distance of the relationship of the object of appeasement, he had to cooperate with her preferences, especially in terms of food. That's why he asked He-she to prepare the snacks and other things that Su Nian liked at their age. He had wanted to wait for her weekend to give her this surprise when he brought her to the company to play, but he didn't expect He-she to arrange it so quickly. Shin Huayan cast a sidelong glance at Su Nian, seeing that her eyes were shining brightly when she looked at him. He knew that he had made the right decision this time. He couldn't help but raise the tip of his eyebrow and raised his hand to pinch her soft little face and admonished, "Snacks are okay to eat, but don't eat too much or you won't have the appetite to eat when you get home at night, okay?" Su Nian nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes on the verge of being filled with stars inside. Shin Huayan was really a bit unable to carry this cute and cuddly look of hers, and could only let her go directly to the restroom. It was only when Su Nian left that the smile on Shin Huayan's face suddenly tightened. His eyes turned to He-she and spoke faintly, "Something else tricky?" He-she paused for a moment and nodded. "Zhao Feng came to the company, saying that she has something very important to talk to you, sir, saying that it's related to his wife." He remembered that the last time Zhao Feng went to the Shin family to look for their husband, it was to switch Lin Bai Lu with their wife. Because of this matter, Zhao Feng was directly expelled from the Shin family. Also after that, she was no longer qualified to enter the door of the Shin family. He-she didn't know what she suddenly came to the Shin group for, but as long as she said that she was involved with their wife, he felt that Zhao Feng couldn't say anything good out of her mouth. He was a bit puzzled. Obviously their wife was her own. Was she so cruel that she would not hesitate to hurt her own daughter for Lin Bai Lu? He knew that the grace of birth was not as heavy as the grace of nurture, but shouldn't he find a way to spoil his daughter to make it up to her when he found out she had suffered so much without his knowledge? Besides, their wife is so good, why should she treat their wife so badly? Chapter 161, Falling Down the Well 3 Times. Shin Huayan hadn't had a good impression of the Lin family before, coupled with the fact that he had clearly gotten a license with Su Nian before. But Zhao Feng came to the Shin family to ask him to return Su Nian to marry Lin Bai Lu. He hated the Lin family even more. Especially Zhao Feng. He originally wanted to have someone just kick Zhao Feng out, but when he heard that it was something related to Su Nian, he hesitated. Zhao Feng was looking for him, so it must be nothing good. But it was hard for him not to care when she said she wanted to talk to him about Su Nian. Shin Huayan hesitated for a moment and waved his hand at He-she. Let her come in. He'd like to see what she had to say. Yes, sir. When Zhao Feng arrived at the president's office, Shin Huayan was reading the documents in his hand. Seeing Zhao Feng enter the door, Shin Huayan also just raised his eyes and had absolutely no intention of opening his mouth. Seeing this, He-she glanced at Zhao Feng and urged, "Our husband is very busy, so Miss Zhao might as well say what she has to say." Zhao Feng's body stiffened slightly when he heard He-she's cold, hard voice. She knew that Shin Huayan didn't like their Lin family, and if it wasn't for Master Shin, he wouldn't have been able to marry their Lin family's daughter. Add to that the fact that they took Su Nian to replace Lin Bai Lu, and it would be even more difficult to leave any good impression with Shin Huayan. Zhao Feng was still a bit flustered when she thought about what she was going to say in a moment. However, it occurred to her that if she didn't do this, in the future, when Shin's family found out what Su Nian had done, the ones who would be in bad luck at that time would still be their Lin family. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and opened her mouth with a crossed heart. "Mr. Shin, do you know that Su Nian is out there waving around with the name of the Shin family?" His words caused both Shin Huayan and He-she's faces to sink at the same time. Sure enough, Zhao Feng was here to badmouth Su Nian. I'm afraid she still doesn't know that the contract between Nian Su and the Shin family was called off. Also, Zhao Feng originally, as Su Nian's birth mother, would have been one of the first people to know the truth of the matter, but she didn't treat Su Nian as a daughter at all. It even fell on its face 3 times. She really didn't deserve to be Su Nian's mother. Zhao Feng saw that Shin Huayan's face didn't look too good, and her heart more or less rose with apprehension. She paused and coughed lightly. What Su Nian did has nothing to do with our Lin family. We never let her disclose her identity to the public. This is her personal behavior. She. Mr. Shen. Suddenly, a soft voice appeared in the doorway of the office. Both Shin Huayan and she were shocked. Fearing that Su Nian had heard Zhao Feng's words. She hadn't grown up with Zhao Feng, but being secretly told off by her own mother was something that wasn't something to be happy about for anyone. Zhao Feng heard a woman's voice coming from the office doorway and looked over with a bit of curiosity, not expecting it to be Su Nian. She was wondering why she was here when Su Nian spoke up first. Why are you here? Zhao Feng also looked puzzled when she saw Su Nian appearing in Shin Huayan's office, but thinking of what she had just said to Shin Huayan, she immediately chilled her face. Su Nian, you shouldn't blame me. It's you who don't treasure your current life. You have to make such a big commotion, and I have no choice but to come to find General Manager Shin. Su Nian's eyebrows rose slightly, her eyes focused on Zhao Feng. So, you're here to sue me? The last time Zhao Feng appeared in front of Shin Huayan, it was to let Lin Bailu change with her, and now this is to find out what's going on again, so anxious to come to Shin Huayan in front of exposing the prosecution? Seeing this, she at the side immediately explained the situation at hand to Su Nian. Just now, Miss Zhao came to look for Mr. saying that you, madam, are out there waving around with Mrs. Shen's identity. Su Nian's eyebrows raised slightly, but she was not at all surprised that Zhao Feng would come to complain. Her watery eyes blinked. Before she could speak, Zhao Feng grabbed in front of her. Su Nian, don't deny it. The people from the luxury store before can testify to it. I advise you to admit your mistake before it's too late. Our Lin family will definitely not harbor you. Zhao Feng spoke with righteous indignation, completely righteous. Su Nian was practically laughing at Zhao Feng. She really took the Lin family seriously, and thought everyone was rare to be associated with the Lin family? Shin Huayan looked coldly at Zhao Feng, a flash of obvious displeasure crossing the bottom of his eyes. Miss Zhao is saying this to tell me that what Su Nian did has nothing to do with the Lin family? That she is responsible for her own behavior? That's right. Zhao Feng sniffed and nodded repeatedly. Why should the Lin family take the blame for Su Nian's death? Shin Huayan nodded. Then can I understand that from now on, Su Nian is no longer a member of your Lin family? When Zhao Feng heard this, he visibly hesitated. She hadn't told Lin Dalong when she came to Shin Group, partly because Lin Dalong valued Su Nian more now, and partly because he didn't yet know what Su Nian had done outside. If Lin Dalong knew that, he would have done the same as her, right? Zhao Feng thought so, as if she suddenly had a bottom. That's right, from today onward Su Nian is no longer a member of our Lin family, and what she does has nothing to do with the Lin family. Shin Huayan's sight swept aside Su Nian without a trace, seeing that there was nothing much fluctuating on her face, his heart secretly sighed in relief. She, according to what Miss Zhao said, draw up a contract over here. Yes, sir. This doesn't have to be so formal. Zhao Feng looked at Shin Huayan's thunderous appearance, and his heart couldn't help but beat a drum. For some reason, her heart grew vaguely uneasy. It's like something's not quite right. When Shin Huayan heard that Su Nian had corrupted the reputation of the Shin family, shouldn't he have immediately lost his temper with her? Was it because she was there that she gave her face and didn't get mad at Su Nian? She glanced uneasily at Shin Huayan, then at Su Nian who had a calm face next to her, comforting herself over and over again in her mind. Definitely. Shin Huayan looked at Zhao Feng with an expressionless face. I've never believed in verbal agreements. It's better to implement these things into a paper contract to make people feel at ease. Zhao Feng pulled the corner of his mouth resentfully. Like this? Ha ha. She gave a couple of dry laughs that still didn't change the somber atmosphere in the office. Su Nian glanced at Zhao Feng and sat directly on the sofa within the office. She had originally wanted to ask Shin Huayan if he wanted a cupcake, so she had made a special trip over here, not realizing that she would encounter something so wonderful. Su Nian had no feelings for the Lin family in the first place, and at the time, she had only found Lin Bailu's various ways of being wary of her stealing her position in the Lin family laughable, and only then had she cooperated with Lin Daolong and teased them. Now that Zhao Feng was even using this kind of thing as a bargaining chip, she suddenly felt even more ridiculous. Chapter 162, shouldn't she be punished? Since Ms. Zhao has said so, taking this opportunity, I will also formally sever my relationship with the Lin family, and from now on weddings and funerals will be separate from each other. Su Nian's voice was soft but her words were incomparably firm. Her eyes quietly looked at Zhao Feng, suddenly feeling that the driver had made an immensely correct decision in not letting her out of the car to spend money on her first day at the Lin family. Otherwise, her master's $1 billion will be wasted. No, feed the dog, to be exact. Zhao Feng sniffed. She was practically laughing at Su Nian's anger. Su Nian, you still have the nerve to say that you've severed ties with our Lin family, you count something. The last few words, she did not say them in the way of Shin Hwayan's presence. She coughed clearly and then continued, what qualifications do you have to sever ties with our Lin family? Sun Yen Yen shrugged, just based on the fact that you've tried to push me to the brink of extinction 3 times for Lin Bailu, isn't that reason enough? Zhao Feng's face suddenly stiffened and his expression was a bit unnatural. Sun Yen Yen's words were undeniable. She knew full well that the things she had done before would hurt Sun Yen Yen, and would probably even drive her to the brink of extinction, but she had done it anyway. She knew Sun Yen Yen was her own, but Sun Yen Yen wasn't raised by her, and even if there was a blood relationship, she didn't feel close to this child. What's more, Sun Yen Yen had no intention of pleasing her at all after arriving in Shangjing. She was bratty and unruly, like the alpha wolf of the pack, and it made her feel no less needed as a mother. Lin Bailu was different. Their family's Lulu, she had seen it since she was a child. Always a good, obedient and sweet boy. So when she needed to choose between Sun Yen Yen and Lin Bailu, she chose Lin Bailu without hesitation. As for what would happen to Sun Yen Yen, it wasn't that she couldn't think of it. She was crushingly unconcerned. Sun Yen Yen glanced at her, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a seeming smile, causing Zhao Feng's face to become even more ugly. That's why you're not likable. She clenched her teeth and glared indignantly at Sun Yen Yen. So what if you were born to me? You're still not being taught to be bad, and you don't have any manners at all. In the future, even if the Shin family kicks you out, it's all your own fault. Bang! A loud bang came violently from within the office, startling Zhao Feng, who immediately turned his head to look at the source of the sound. She had just turned her head to meet Shin Hwayan's sharp black eyes, and the aura that had been arrogantly raised instantly fell. She resentfully shrunk her neck. Mr. Shin, I didn't mean to meddle in the Shin family's domestic affairs. Yes, I mean Sun Yin Yin Shi. M.S. Zhao, you'd better sign the contract first. Without waiting for Zhao Feng to finish her words, she placed the drafted contract in front of her, along with the statement of severing the relationship between the Lin family and Sun Yen Yen. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned, but still immediately picked it up. She looked at the contract and statement in her hand, and there really wasn't anything wrong with it. She just didn't know what was going on, but there was always a vague sense of uneasiness in the back of her mind. It always felt as if she would regret it after signing it now. She took her own signing pen and stared at the black and white in front of her, hesitating for the first time. Sun Yen Yen's eyes landed on Zhao Feng, seeming a bit puzzled as to why she hadn't signed yet. She used to have fantasies about Zhao Feng as well. When she was a child, she was surrounded by only a few older brothers and a master. She had seen other people's families having fun in the mountains, so she mentally expected the same from her own mother. It was just that as she grew older, because of the infinite pampering, pure and full of love that her master and a few of her senior brothers had shown her, her anticipation for her mother was not as strong as it had been when she was a child. But, ultimately there are still a few expectations. Until she came to Shangjing, the word mother was completely shattered in her mind. That's why her feelings for Zhao Feng were singular. Don't like it. It's like Zhao Feng doesn't like her. She was worried that she would rob Lin Bailu, and was wary of her as her own daughter when they first met. How could she not notice? For a while, the atmosphere in the entire office fell into an eerie silence. Shin Hwayan looked at Sun Yen Yen, who was staring closely at Zhao Feng, and his heart stung. His brows furrowed and his cool voice resounded in the office in an instant. If you're genuinely worried about Nian Nian, this contract can also be unsigned. Shin Hwayan's tone was flat, making it almost impossible to hear any emotional ups and downs. But she, who was familiar with him, immediately understood his intentions. There, Mr. Family is giving Zhao Feng a chance to regret. His eyes couldn't help but look at both Sun Yen Yen and Zhao Feng, and noticing that Sun Yen Yen's eyes had been falling on Zhao Feng since she got the contract, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken for their wife as well. Obviously, she was the first lady of the Lin family, and now she was being kicked out of her biological parents' home because of a turtle dove. Chilling indeed. Their wife is still so young and has to be forced to endure so much. Ugh. She couldn't help but silently pray in the bottom of his heart, hoping that Zhao Feng's brain wouldn't mush too much paste, and that it wouldn't be too late to use his brain a little bit to think before making a decision. It's a pity that Zhao Feng didn't get Shin Hwayan's point at all. She had been a little worried about whether Lin Dalon would be unhappy after signing the agreement, plus, she had always had an ominous premonition just now, which was why she was hesitant. Now hearing Shin Hwayan's icy voice, her heart tightened violently and she immediately opened her mouth. No, I'll sign it right away. Zhao Feng said, immediately grabbing his signing pen and signing the contract and declaration. Shin Hwayan watched Zhao Feng sign so smoothly, and his face could not be more ugly. His eyes drooped slightly, pretending to be careless as he swept over Sun Yen Yen, whose small face was always looking at Zhao Feng, only that her vision was not as focused as it was just now. I guess I got cold feet because Zhao Feng signed it. Shin Hwayan saw Zhao Feng hand the contract and statement to Shi, before he spoke out again. Nian Nian, come here. Sun Yen Yen returned to her senses and walked toward Shin Hwayan in an uncertain manner. Before she could get to him, she was scooped up in his long, violent arms and held in his arms. Sun Yen Yen was a bit confused, but still sat obediently in Shin Hwayan's arms. The eyes of Zhao Feng on the side were going to stare out. She looked incredulously at Shen Huayan sitting on the office chair, holding Sun Yan Yan with one hand like a child, patting her back. She opened her mouth. Mr. Shen, didn't you just learn that she has been using the Shen family's identity to flaunt her identity recently? Shouldn't she be punished? Why did Shen Huayan act like he treasured her? Chapter 163, passing through 10,000 flowers without staining a single leaf. Was it just her? Shen Huayan swept his cold eyes over Zhao Feng. If there's nothing else, you can leave. His tone was icy cold and chilling. When he said this, his large hands were always protecting Sun Yan Yan's back, completely at opposite extremes from his attitude towards her. If Zhao Feng hadn't remembered that she had come to find Shen Huayan to report Sun Yan Yan, she would have thought that the person who had corrupted the reputation of the Shen family outside was herself. Obviously the one who did something wrong was Sun Yan Yan. Why did Shen Huayan treat her so badly? Zhao Feng frowned tightly and glanced at Sun Yan Yan, who was sitting on Shen Huayan's lap, and the bad premonition seemed to expand to its maximum at this moment. How did she feel that Sun Yan Yan seemed to be more favored? It's just her, isn't it? Shouldn't we? She, who was on the side, saw that Zhao Feng never had the intention to leave and coughed lightly. Zhao, if you have no other business, you can go back now. Our husband is very busy. Zhao Feng pulled the corners of his mouth resentfully. I'll leave right away. She nodded at Shen Huayan and headed for the office door. She naturally followed her and walked out together. After all, their wife had just been hit and was in need of comfort. It wouldn't be appropriate for him, the light bulb, to stay in there now. Zhao Feng walked to the door, glanced at she who was following behind her, and couldn't help but ask again, Assistant you just said that Mr. Shen is very busy, so won't Sun Yan Yan delay Mr. Shen's work when he's inside? She actually hoped from the bottom of her heart that Sun Yan Yan would be chastised by Shen Huayan, or better yet, that she would be kicked out of the office. Before, it was because Sun Yan Yan had married on behalf of the Lin family, so her every word and action represented the Lin family. Now that she had severed her relationship with Sun Yan Yan, she was naturally no longer afraid. Coupled with the way Sun Yan Yan spoke to her just now, she had even less favorable feelings towards Sun Yan Yan. She's face instantly sank, and his gaze towards Zhao Feng was clearly not kind. It was just as well that this woman had just told their wife off in front of their husband. It's all been severed, and this doesn't forget to continue to give them, the subordinates, the eye candy? She despised in her heart. She really didn't know how Sun Yan Yan was so unlucky to have such a dear mother. It was fortunate that she hadn't been raised by Zhao Feng before, or else she would definitely have been raised to be a snob just like Lin Bailu, where it would be as cute and cuddly and delightful as it is now. She thought so, and when her sight looked at Zhao Feng, she added a few more points of contempt. You shouldn't worry about our family mister's affairs. Besides, our family's wife can be wherever she wants, our family's husband likes it. What do you care? When he thought of Zhao Feng's poor attitude towards Sun Yan Yan, his attitude towards her was naturally no better. Zhao Feng was disliked for a moment, but she was still interested in the phrase, our husband likes it. She had wanted to ask she again if Shen Huayan really liked Sun Yan Yan, but after thinking about it, she always thought it was impossible. How could someone in a high position like Shen Huayan like a little girl from the countryside? No way, absolutely no way. Zhao Feng was never willing to believe this fact. With that in mind, she snuck a cab back to the Lin family. She had originally planned to come at another time, but in the afternoon, Lin Daolong had told him about Leng Chen wanting to get to know Lin Bailu at the auction, and she had gotten on board. If Sun Yan Yan wasn't resolved soon, she would always be a time bomb. So Zhao Feng clenched his teeth and sneaked out of the house when Lin Daolong wasn't paying attention, and went straight to the Shen group. She hadn't expected to meet Sun Yan Yan in the office, so it was a surprise that she had severed her mother-daughter relationship with her. It was just that Lin Daolong didn't know about these things yet, plus the fact that she had just watched the relationship between Shen Huayan and Sun Yan Yan was still good. The more she thought about it, the more she felt weak. Where have you been? Coming back so late? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, startling Zhao Feng with a jolt. She looked up just in time to see Lin Daolong staring at her with sharp eyes. Zhao Feng hurriedly pulled the corners of his mouth. Master, why haven't you gone to work? Lin Daolong glanced at Zhao Feng and slowly sat down on the sofa. I was originally working in the study, but I don't know what's going on. My eyelids are always jumping, so I went downstairs for a walk. Zhao Feng sniffed and immediately walked forward with a smile. I think you're just too nervous as master. It must be because Leng Xiao took the initiative to want to get to know our Lulu today, so you must be upset because you're worried about Lulu's situation. She walked to Lin Daolong's back and helped him press his shoulders, changing the topic without a trace. It wasn't hard for Dalin Lin to find something to talk about that would interest him. This husband of hers is the most profit-oriented, and he cares a lot about anything that has to do with his immediate interests. What he cared most about now was whether or not he could get along with Leng Chen. As for the rest, it was unimportant. Lin Daolong's brows suddenly furrowed as he raised his eyes and glanced at Zhao Feng. Is that so? Zhao Feng nodded her head repeatedly. That's of course. I just don't know what you're planning, master, so I'll be able to give Lulu a good talk about it when the time comes. She digressed, although it was for the sake of Lin Daolong to stop asking about her going out earlier, but she was still very concerned about what happened between Lin Bailu and Leng Chen. It's important for Lindbergh to find a good home for her. Even if there was no way to compare it to the Shin family, it had to be at least one of the 4 great families. They couldn't even climb into a relationship with the people of the 4 great families before, and now that Ling Chen was able to take the initiative to find the door, they naturally begged for it. So Zhao Feng didn't want to waste the hard-won opportunity. She thought of the fact that if Sun Yan Nian was really taken by Shin Huayan, and she had severed the mother-daughter relationship with Sun Yan Nian, Lin Daolong would definitely not let her go if he knew about it. But if Lin Bailu climbed up to the Lung family, Lin Daolong shouldn't be able to do anything to her. After all, with that character of Sun Yan Nian, he wouldn't take the initiative to help their Lin family. When the time comes, we still have to rely on their Lulu? Lin Daolong gently nodded before saying, I've already found someone to inquire about the places that Leng Xiao would usually go in and out of, so I'm just waiting for Lulu to come back to discuss with her to see how to get in touch with Leng Xiao. He knew what the outside world said about Leng Chen, philandering, fun-loving, and uncharacteristic. But from what he had heard, Leng Chen had never taken the initiative to look for a woman, and the women around him had all taken the initiative to pounce on him. Lin Daolong could understand, after all, Leng Chen was the heir of the Leng family, one of the 4 great families, and there were countless people who wanted to climb into a relationship with him. It's just that he's a person who has always passed through all the flowers without touching a single leaf, so I don't know if Lin Bailu will be able to capture his heart by then. Just like Nian Su took down Shin Huayan. Chapter 164, It's really annoying. Back then, Shin Huayan was also completely unattached to women externally, and many people even thought that he liked men, and secretly stuffed a lot of young and beautiful boys to his side. The result was invariably a total loss. I didn't expect that such a high and cold man without a bit of human touch would eventually be taken down by Sun Yan Nian, not to mention other people, even Lin Daolong, who personally sent his daughter to Shin Huayan's side, didn't anticipate it. Lin Daolong narrowed his eyes and suddenly had a lot of expectations for Lin Bailu. The next day, Sun Yan Nian went to school early in the morning. She walked down the road in front of the school in an extraordinarily good mood. Yesterday, in front of Shin Huayan, she broke off her relationship with the Lin family, and in the future, no matter what she did, she would no longer have her hands tied, and she wouldn't worry about the people in the Shin family feeling that she was desperate. After all, she was the victim. Sun Yan Nian thought of Shin Huayan's fear of her sadness yesterday, always hugging her since Zhao Feng left and speaking softly. Although she wanted to say that she was simply fine, she couldn't help that Shin Huayan was too gentle with her, so she half-heartedly played the victim. Enjoyed the pampering of their Mr. Shen to the fullest. When Sun Yan Nian thought of the way Shin Huayan had treated her warmly and softly yesterday, her entire body walked with the wind in its sails. If it wasn't for the fear of exposing her nature, Sun Yan Nian really wanted to do Shin Huayan directly last night. Unfortunately, it's a shame. To regret it, very much so. Sun Yan Nian carried the bag in her hand, couldn't help but sigh softly, and was about to continue walking forward, when suddenly a figure flashed over, startling her to the side, and she almost slashed back with a hand knife. Mr. Su. If it hadn't been for that sound, she might have just sent the person away on the spot. Sun Yan Nian retracted the small hand she had just raised, moved her bag to a different position in the process, and pretended to ask carelessly, early in the morning, calling for souls? She glanced at the flustered Josie and spoke as she headed back inside the school. Seeing her careless face, Xiao Siyu's brows instantly twisted into a pimple. Classmate Su, don't you want to know what I've come to find you for? Sun Yan Nian suddenly stood still and raised her eyes to look at him. Other than racing, you have other things on your mind? For Sun Yan Nian, Xiao Siyu's mind was nothing but racing. Other than that, she didn't think he could think of anything else. Xiao Siyu's expression froze and he pulled the corner of his mouth a little awkwardly. I came to remind you that Ling Chen guy came to school today. He had said he was interested in Sun Yan Nian to his face last time, so he must have come to the school this time for Sun Yan Nian. When Xiao Siyu thought of that guy who liked to play with women staring at Sun Yan Nian, he felt uncomfortable. She was the one he was covering. If she was picked up by Ling Chen, where would he put his face? Instead of this, didn't he come to school before? Sun Yan Nian shrugged indifferently. Maybe he's just as idle as you are? Good lord, it's not enough to scold Ling Chen alone. Why did you bring him along? Josie couldn't help but bristle, reacting as an afterthought. You've met him? His brow wrinkled at once, and alarm was written all over his body. Fearing that Sun Yan Nian's mouth would say something good about Ling Chen, Sun Yan Nian froze slightly, remembering the day she met with Ling Chen. The tip of her eyebrow raised a bit breathlessly. Sort of met. Xiao Siyu immediately took a step forward and asked after him, what do you think of him? Is there love at first sight or something? He remembered that after the young girl saw Ling Chen, she was mesmerized by his face, although he didn't think that the boy was good looking in the end. At first glance, it's a face that lacks masculinity, and at best, it can only be a white boy. Sun Yan Nian gave Xiao Siyu an odd look. What can it be? It's all one nose and two eyes. Saying this, Sun Yan Nian suddenly paused and added, however, his physical quality looks even more vegetable than yours, and that face is also average. To Sun Yan Nian, there were two kinds of looks in this world, the giant good-looking Shin Huayan and the average others. Even a couple of her older brothers were in that general category. Xiao Siyu is completely unaware of Sun Yan Yan's heart rating criteria, the whole person, because Sun Yan Yan said that Ling Chen looks average, the body is not as good as him, this sentence. His entire being was instantly enraptured, and he couldn't wait to turn around in place. This feeling of being compared to Sun Yan Yan's nemesis and still winning was even happier than him racing to first place. Josie was so focused on having fun that she completely missed how weird that was. He cheerfully angled his head, that is, you do not look at the little master, I am what physical quality, just cold Chen he. Xiao Siyu still wanted to smear and discredit Ling Chen again, when he saw a silhouette from afar, and he hurriedly blocked Sun Yan Yan. Quickly go! Quickly go! Ling Chen is coming! You go quickly! I'll cover for you! Good. Sun Yan Yan hadn't intended to talk much with Xiao Siyu, and now that he had taken the initiative to let her go, and to stop the trouble for her, she was of course delighted to see it. So without even waiting for Xiao Siyu to say a second word, Sun Yan Yan left in flames. It's just that she didn't expect that Lin Bailu would just happen to see it when she and Xiao Siyu brushed past each other. She thought about what Zhao Feng had told her last night at home. If she could take Ling Chen, she would be the wife of the heir of the 4 great families by then. Identity won't be the same then. Lin Bailu remembered that his parents said that the relationship between the Qiao family and the Lung family had always been quite good, so Xiao Siyu should be on good terms with Ling Chen as well, right? If she could get on good terms with Xiao Siyu, it might be a plus with Ling Chen. Lin Bailu suddenly remembered that when Sun Yan Yan was there before, Xiao Siyu seemed to have misunderstood her. She didn't want another time bomb to pop up while she was spending time with Ling Chen. With this thought, Lin Bailu directly walked up to Xiao Siyu and lightly smiled. Xiao Xiao. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come to school so early as well. Xiao Siyu's attention had been on Ling Chen, who was not far away, and when he heard someone call him from his side, he subconsciously turned over, and when he saw clearly that the person coming was Lin Bailu, his face resumed its previous brashness. Where else would you go if you don't come to school this early? Lin Bailu was choked by him and could only smile resentfully. I don't know if I offended Xiao Xiao before, if so, I'll apologize to you and hope that we get along well in the future. Xiao Siyu was annoyed by her and frowned slightly. Alright, I know, just go. Seeing that Ling Chen is about to come, this woman is still yakking endlessly, really annoying. He was afraid that Lin Bailu would not leave, and waved his hand at her, signaling her to leave quickly. Chapter 165, You're out of luck. Lin Bailu's face stiffened. She didn't understand why Xiao Siyu was so gentle with Sun Yan Yan but so impatient with her. Even Shen Huayan treated Sun Yan Yan differently than he did other women. What's so great about Nian Nian Su? What is it about her that's not like Nyan Nyan? Lin Bailu thought of this, a face of aggrievement. The line of sight once again looked at Xiao Siyu, obviously pursed his lips. Xiao Xiao, what the hell do I do? You will not be angry. Her voice was pitiful, and to an outsider, absolutely pitiful to me. But the person she was facing was Xiao Siyu, or Xiao Siyu, who was focused on Ling Chen. He was already too lazy to pay attention to Lin Bailu, and now that he saw that Ling Chen was about to arrive in front of him, Xiao Siyu's eyebrows were even more wrinkled into a ball. If you leave right now, I won't be angry, otherwise. Don't blame me for not being polite. Xiao Siyu's tone was cold and icy, sounding nothing like a joke. Although Lin Bailu wanted to be cheeky, after glancing at the direction of his line of sight, her heart suddenly couldn't help but sink a little. Ling Chen unexpectedly came to school. If she continued to stay there, it was possible that Ling Chen would come over in a while, and Xiao Siyu would say bad things about her to her face, and by the time her dad hadn't even brought her to Ling Chen's to brush up her presence, her first impression would be bad. Lin Bailu hurriedly nodded at Xiao Siyu and left pretending to be aggrieved. Even if Ling Chen really asked Xiao Siyu about things related to her in a while, she can also find the follow-up to make up for it. Yo, Xiao Siyu, you also have time to come to school? Ling Chen couldn't help but open his mouth to taunt Xiao Siyu as soon as he saw him. In fact, as early as just now, he had seen from afar that there was a woman standing beside Xiao Siyu, and when he got closer and looked again, he realized that the woman was clearly Lin Bailu. Just now, looking at her aggrieved face, she still didn't know what words Xiao Siyu had said to her. As Ling Chen thought this, his eyes unconsciously looked towards Lin Bailu, who had left from afar. Just where he hadn't noticed, Sun Yan Yan had already walked farther down the promenade. But in Xiao Siyu's eyes, the only woman Ling Chen could keep an eye on was Sun Yan Yan, so when he looked in the direction Sun Yan Yan had left, especially in the situation where Sun Yan Yan hadn't completely disappeared behind him, he was instinctively on guard. Xiao Siyu's face sank, directly blocking Ling Chen's face. I should be the one to say this to you, young Master Lang, right? The person who never showed his face at school before, how come he's interested in coming to school? Ling Chen glanced in the direction Lin Bailu had left, looked meaningfully into Xiao Siyu's eyes and smiled. Don't I have the same purpose as you, young Master Qiao? What you're in school for, I'm naturally for. He didn't think his little mind was so easily concealed, did he? The corners of Ling Chen's mouth hooked, and the line of sight looking at Xiao Siyu clearly carried a touch of smugness. Xiao Siyu is good at playing racing, but he is not as good at playing. No, it is not as good at women as he is. Xiao Siyu's face abruptly sank, reaching out and tugging at Ling Chen's collar. I advise you not to go too far. He knew that Ling Chen should have noticed something, but if he dared to touch Sun Yan Yan, he definitely wouldn't be polite with him. Ling Chen raised his hand and patted the back of Xiao Siyu's hand and laughed lightly. Xiao Siyu, what's your hurry? I'm just saying it off the top of my head. What? Are you scared? Xiao Siyu completely ignored his provocative words, and instead stared at him extraordinarily grimly and said, I don't care what kind of mind you're moving, put it away, there are some people you can't just touch if you want to. He couldn't get anywhere when he thought about this guy being with Sun Yen Yen. However, when he thought of what Sun Yen Yen had said earlier, that he had no feelings for this Ling Chen fellow, and that he thought he was average looking, his emotions instantly stabilized quite a bit. Ling Chen was a little surprised that Xiao Siyu didn't explode on the spot. With this fiery temper of his, he might have rushed straight to his face. He naturally couldn't possibly suffer a loss, and when the time came, he could still use this opportunity to hold this guy back, but he didn't expect Xiao Siyu to calm down. Gee, that's pretty rare. Is it possible that it really has something to do with that woman? Did Xiao Siyu grow a brain after meeting that Lin Bailu? Ling Chen couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth. Very good. This way his interest in Lin Bailu increased a few more points. His eyes gently curved and gave Xiao Siyu a fake smile. Xiao Siyu, what about me? I like that girl just as much as you do. Why don't we compete fairly? Competition your mom. I told you, that's the one I'm covering for, so you'd better keep your impure thoughts to yourself. She's not like the ones you've seen before. Xiao Siyu's face sank as he heard Ling Chen speak bluntly. Fair play? What makes it fair game? People are supposed to be his. Why does he want to play fair? Ling Chen raised his eyebrows in some surprise. This impulsive personality of Xiao Siyu was unexpectedly not good enough to fool. TSK. It was really getting more and more interesting. He took a step back and wrenched his collar out of Xiao Siyu's hand, looking at the wrinkled look on it, his brows knitted slightly. Can't communicate with a simple-minded, forelimbed person like you, let's just rely on our own skills in the future. In case that girl falls in love with me at first sight, don't you dare to look for me to play a trick on you when the time comes. Love at first sight for you? Josiah was about to snort when he heard that. Just now Sun Yen Yen remembered Ling Chen's attitude, not to mention love at first sight. Her disgusted face was even worse than her disgust for him. What a way to think. The more Xiao Siyu thought about it, the more comfortable he felt, so he waved his hand at Ling Chen. If you really have this ability, you can try it out, and when the time comes, don't hit a snub and make a fool of yourself. This Su student of theirs was a master who couldn't even look down on the Qiao family, which was one of the 4 great families, and even the Shen family's oldest was her little brother, so he really couldn't imagine what advantage Ling Chen had. As Xiao Siyu thought this, his eyes unconsciously looked up and down on Ling Chen. His gaze was straight and more or less judgmental in tone, which made Ling Chen very unhappy. His brows went cold. Josie, what are you planning to do by staring at me like that? Xiao Siyu shrugged, his tone cool. I want to see what advantage you have that makes you so confident. Ling Chen sniffed and snorted lightly. What advantage do I have? My family history, my face value, my experience with women for so many years is my advantage. The expression on Xiao Siyu's face instantly brightened, and in the next second, he blurted out, so it's all of this, so you don't have a chance. Sun Yen Yen is not interested in the identity and background of the press, but where she cares a little bit, he and the gang of brothers every time they come forward, are not to be scolded as a dog. Chapter 166, She Wins. As for the face value piece, their Su students said that Ling Chen's face value is average, so it is not competitive at all. He's not even as good looking as that Shinhuairuwa guy. And one last lesson with women, lol. It would be a hell of a thing if their classmate Su was really like the average woman. So the advantage that Ling Chen thought he had absolutely no advantage to speak of. Although Xiao Siyu was relieved, he couldn't be completely at ease. He must keep a good eye on the side. Save Ling Chen, this brat, from jumping over the wall. Humph. It's time to let Ling Chen know what it means to know the heights of heaven. Ling Chen's eyebrows were raised high, seemingly annoyed with Xiao Siyu's dribbling look. What do you mean? That's it? You're out of luck? Ling Chen's line of sight fell slightly, thinking that Xiao Siyu had been running inside the school lately and hadn't been able to take that woman. Looks like there's something about this Lindbergh. Josie is a man who is not interested in anything but racing. She can hang his appetite and let him defend him so much. Maybe this woman is really different from others. That tickled his heart even more. He must get his hands on Lin Bailu, no matter what means he used. But beyond that, he had a more important thing to do. The woman who saved her last time seems to have appeared near this school. He had his men check on the woman and was surprised that there wasn't even a proper face left from the school to where she disappeared. While he could remember what the woman looked like, there was no way to reflect it in the picture. Ling Chen was still for the first time a little regretful that he hadn't learned the skill of painting in the first place. He glanced faintly at Xiao Siyu. Since you're so confident, let's just wait and see. With that, he took a big step away. Xiao Siyu's brows wrinkled, still uneasy to follow. Sun Yen Yen had just arrived in the classroom and found a seat by the window in the back row. She took out her cell phone and took a picture of the window and sent it to Shen Huayan. Good morning, Mr. Shen, I'm here at school. The first ray of sunlight that shines into the classroom in the morning is for you, pencil. Sun Yen Yen looked at the photo she had just taken with satisfaction, her entire mood as bright as the sunlight shining into the windowsill. Suddenly, the light beside her dimmed, and when Sun Yan Yan raised her head, she saw Lin Bailu standing beside her. The smile on her face instantly tightened. "What is it that you want with me?" Sun Yan Yan was actually not too willing to pay attention to Lin Bailu. After all, every time she appeared, there was nothing else to do other than picking a fight. Yesterday, Zhao Feng made a trip to the Shin group and severed the mother-daughter relationship with her. Lin Bailu should have already known about it, so she came to taunt her? Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes lifted slightly, and her eyes then swept over Lin Bailu's body. "I heard my mom say that you're no longer a child of the Lin family." Lin Bailu guessed that she had bitten the word "my mom" very hard. She raised her chin in triumph and struck a victorious pose. Sun Yan Yan had previously blurted out that she would steal everything from her, but now she hadn't just rolled out of the Lin family in disgrace. After leaving the Lin family, she was nothing. Shin Huayan will soon abandon her as well, and how bright and shiny Sun Yan Yan is now, how miserable she will be in the future. Sun Yan Yan propped up her chin with one hand, looking at Lin Bailu with a smile. "So, your $10 million, when will you pay back?" Lin Bailu visibly stiffened, her temples suddenly jumped. You didn't hear what I just said? She won. Sun Yan Yan was kicked out of the Lin family by her, and Sun Yan Yan lost. Does she understand or not? Lin Bailu tried to find traces of sadness on her face, but upon closer inspection, Sun Yan Yan's clean and beautiful face didn't have a hint of sadness on it. There were even a few tones of contempt. Sun Yan Yan nodded. "I hear you, from now on you'll be your mom's good oldest son." Lin Bailu's face became even more ugly. Why did she not feel happy at all when it was obvious that she had one? Also, she always felt like Sun Yan Yan was scolding her with that sentence just now. Lin Bailu was just thinking about what to properly humiliate Sun Yan Yan again from, when she heard her delicate voice come over. "After showing off it's time to pay back the money, right?" As Sun Yan Yan said, the tip of her index finger tapped twice on the table, the crisp ringing sound extraordinarily noticeable in the somewhat quiet classroom. Lin Bailu was so frightened that she gave Sun Yan Yan a vicious glare, fearing that she would invite the others as well. She hurriedly fished a check out of her pocket and slammed it down in front of Sun Yan Yan. "Here, in the future, it's best if you don't let me hear you talk about this again." Sun Yan Yan glanced at the check, casually picked it up, and flicked it with her small hand. "Take it out early or not, I thought the Grand Miss of the hallowed Lin family didn't even have 10 million, tisk, it's so laughable." When she said this, she didn't actually mean to belittle Lin Bailu. To Sun Yan Yan, $10 million was not considered a large amount of money, and there was no upper limit to speak of for the things she ate, wore, and used on a regular basis. Plus, her master and a few senior brothers hated to give her the best things in the world, so her concept of money was not at all on the same level as Lin Bailu. She really felt that Lin Bailu couldn't take $10 million and was losing face. At least she's the first lady of the Lin family. If she couldn't even get her hands on $10 million, she wouldn't be the Lin family's first lady. Lin Bailu naturally did not know Sun Yan Yan's true thoughts. She only thought that Sun Yan Yan was flaunting here because Master Shin had given her a lot of pocket money after she went to the Shin family. Her face sank. "Sun Yan Yan, you won't be able to be arrogant for a few more days. My mom said that she's already told Mr. Shin about what you've been doing outside, and you'll soon be kicked out of the Shin family." Sun Yan Yan bristled. "When your mom said that, did she mention that I was there? Did she say what my husband did after she said that?" That's not really true." Lin Bailu was suddenly a bit hesitant. If it was really like what Sun Yan Yan said, and Shin Huayan hadn't gotten mad at Sun Yan Yan at the time, then he should have done something about it afterward. Her eyes narrowed. Could it be that Shin Huayan didn't think that what Sun Yan Yan had done before wasn't enough to drive her out of the Shin family? So just knocked her around a bit? That must be it. Lin Bailu's eyes fell back on Sun Yan Yan's body. No wonder she just looked like she was emboldened. Originally this matter in Shin Huayan, it has been considered to be over the top. It didn't matter, as long as Sun Yan Yan continued to be a demon, she didn't believe that Shin Huayan wouldn't kick her out. It doesn't matter if Sun Yan Yan doesn't act like a demon, she'll help her out. Chapter 167, So you've climbed to a higher position? Lin Bailu thought so, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked. The Shin family's people surely don't know about your reputation at school yet, right? She said this in a voice so soft that it seemed only the two of them could hear it. Seeing Sun Yan Yan's impassive appearance, Lin Bailu deliberately took a step back. Her voice plucked up a few points. "Sun Yan Yan, I know that you used to have a rough time. If you really like those luxuries, I can talk to mom and dad and let them buy you." As expected, as soon as she said those words, everyone turned their eyes to the two of them. It was just a bit different from what Lin Bailu had imagined. The gazes they looked over weren't contemptuous, but puzzled. "Sun Yan Yan is so rich, yet luxury goods require you to talk to your parents before you can buy them for her? Who are you fooling?" Suddenly, a loud voice came from not far away, and Lin Bailu's face instantly sank after seeing the visitor. Surprisingly, it was Zheng Tianyi and Wei Lai. Why are these two here at this hour? The two of them were currently the only people who knew about her previous slander against Sun Yan Yan, and she instinctively counted the two of them in the hostile category as well. Especially since both of them were now on Sun Yan Yan's side, she felt even less favorable towards them. Lin Bailu glanced at Zheng Tianyi, obviously with a bit of caution. "Sun Yan Yan has money? Where did you see that from?" Zhang Tianyi looked at Lin Bailu speechlessly. How can I tell? The whole school knows that Sun Yan donated over 100 luxury items at the school auction yesterday. She and Wei Lai had also been thinking yesterday that Sun Yan was being so generous because after returning to the Lin family was heartbroken that their daughter had suffered before. But hearing what Lin Bailu said, he knew that the money was definitely not from the Lin family. As for where this money comes from, it has nothing to do with them. From the time Sun Yan entered the school until now, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like a master who lacked money. Especially those gowns and jewelry she had before that didn't look like mere mortals. Coupled with Sun Yan's domineering demeanor that didn't change her face when she shared the stage with national treasures, they really couldn't associate her with the words likes to show off her wealth. Lin Bailu's eyes abruptly widened quite a bit. She left school early yesterday because of that auction. Because she had to pay back Sun Yan's money, she simply didn't have much money on hand to buy anything more at the auction, so in order not to be discovered, she simply blocked her cell phone's messages. I didn't realize she had missed such important news. Wei Lai narrowed his eyes when he saw Lin Bailu's ugly face. Lin Bailu, haven't you always said that Sun Yan and you are both members of the Lin family? Why is it that you don't know about all the luxuries she donated? Lin Bailu awkwardly pulled the corner of her mouth and was about to open her mouth when she suddenly thought of something. What she did, of course I can't know. All of it because she recently severed her relationship with our family. In the future, she will have nothing to do with our Lin family. Although the incident happened yesterday, as long as she bites the bullet that it was before, there's nothing Sun Yan can do. It was Zhang Tianyi and Wei Lai's turn to be shocked. Sun Yan actually cut ties with the Lin family? The two pursed their lips, suddenly sympathizing a bit with Sun Yan. She just found her real parents a while ago and now she's cutting ties with them? There's definitely a Lin Bailu hand in this. What has nothing to do with the Lin family anymore? Suddenly, Do Yuming popped up. He carried 2 cups of milk tea and placed them on the table in front of Sun Yan, and one by one, the few people behind her also placed their purchased snacks on the table next to her. In no time, Sun Yan had a pile of small mountains in front of her. Student Su, we've come to bring you some snacks. Do Yuming smiled at Sun Yan and stood looking at the few others beside her. Zhang Tianyi, Wei Lai and Lin Bailu looked at the various snacks on the table. Almost every one of them were very high-class and expensive snacks, and there were quite a few foreign ones. And then look at this group of second-generation kids, each one of them standing to the side in a well-behaved manner, like good students. Lin Bailu suddenly this scene was very piercing. She glanced at Sun Yan and laughed coldly. No wonder you don't care about the Lin family now, so you've climbed up the ladder? Does Xiao Xiao know exactly what your status is? Her words were purposely said in an unclear manner, and in actuality, she was deliberately targeting Sun Yan about her having her feet in 2 boats. The Shin family side does not allow others to publicize Sun Yan's marriage to Shin Huayan, so even if Sun Yan found another person outside, the other party probably does not know. Without raising an eyelid, Sun Yan reached out and picked up the milk tea that was sitting on the table, then picked a smooth snack to eat. She had no desire to answer Lin Bailu's just so unnutritious question. Instead, it was Do Yuming and a few others who stood on the sidelines who were upset. Is it any of your business if our Xiao Xiao knows the identity of Su's classmate? Who are you? Pointing fingers here? You're pushing your luck here early in the morning. Watch out, I'll whip you. Lin Bailu didn't expect this group of second-generation ancestors around Sun Yan to be so towards her, and her heart became even more upset. She was just relying on her face to confuse Xiao Xiyu, or else how could all these people be on her side? Lin Bailu clenched her fists, almost gritting her teeth as she looked at Sun Yan. I really didn't see it. You and Xiao Xiyu are getting along? Quite capable, Sun Yan. Sun Yan's small hand that was drinking milk tea suddenly gave a start. What the hell? I'm hooking up with Xiao Xiyu. Which one of your eyes saw that? She'd only just gone from temp to regular with their Mr. Shin, so how could she be instantly rumored? Now, not to mention Lin Bailu, even Zhang Tian and Wei Lai were stunned for a moment. In fact, they felt the same way just now when the group of second-generation kids came to give Sun Yan snacks. These second-generation kids could be said to have their eyes in the sky at school on weekdays. When had they ever seen them go to such lengths to please someone? If Sun Yan hadn't hooked up with Xiao Xiyu, would they have been so well-behaved in front of Sun Yan? It was at least as well that Xiao Xiyu had expressed his fondness for Sun Yan before they would treat Sun Yan as one of their own. But he didn't expect Sun Yan to veto the situation as soon as he opened his mouth. The 3 of them, Lin Bailu, Zhang Sweet and Wei Lai, all looked at the group of second-generation ancestors in unison, wanting to see their reactions. What they didn't expect was that none of these people seemed to be surprised or even shocked. That is to say, Sun Yan is telling the truth, or the truth that is kept by them. I said, what are you guys thinking? Mr. Su doesn't even look at us, Mr. Xiao, okay? Chapter 168, what are you going to do? Do Mingyue looked at Lin Bailu's look that was always unwilling to believe, and almost didn't even think to take off her mouth. Lin Bailu was shocked now. What made her feel even weirder was the proud look on Do Yuming's face when she said this. What the hell was that? She glanced at the others beside Do Yuming, whose expressions were surprisingly outrageously synchronized. Su Nian Nian didn't look at Xiao Siyu. What are they proud of? Don't they think Su Nian Nian doesn't deserve Xiao Siyu at all? Lin Bailu frowned tightly at Su Nian Nian, unable to help but wonder if this woman wasn't from any mountain at all, but some mysterious tribe of the jungle, or the kind that could drop heads. Otherwise, how come these second-generation ancestors of the Shangjing circle, who are usually so arrogant, are all as quiet as chickens in front of her? It's not scientific. It must be this way. Su Nian Nian, this woman has a ghost. It must be like this. Lin Bailu thought so. Her sight couldn't help but look at Su Nian Nian again. You're no longer the daughter of the Lin family. If anything really happens in the Shangjing circle, no one will care about you. Dou Yuming's whole face was wrinkled into a ball. Looking at Lin Bailu's look was completely Subway Grandpa looking at his cell phone. Is it because you don't understand Chinese, or you don't have a brain at all? What does it matter if we Su students are the children of the Lin family? Are you saying that the rest of us aren't worth a single Lin family? Almost half of these second-generation ancestors in front of them were in the first echelon of the Shangjing circle, and the Lin family could be counted as the second echelon at best, so how could they dare to say that they couldn't compare to the Lin family? Isn't that a death wish? It was so hard for her to regain Lin Dalong's trust because she could be matched with Ling Chen. If she made enemies for the Lin family at this time, she would be dead. Lin Bailu waved her hand repeatedly. No, I don't mean that. I'm also just worried about what Su Nian Nian will do after she breaks off her relationship with our family. I don't mean anything else. On her lips, she was saying that she was worried about Su Nian Nian, but she was actually declaring in disguise to those people in front of her the fact that Su Nian Nian had once again turned into a country bumpkin. But the group of people in front of them had long been convinced by Su Nian Nian's heroics on the racetrack. Where else would they think the wrong way? Dou Yuming narrowed his eyes. You do seem to have a bit of truth in what you're saying. Su Nian Nian was their big sister, they knew that, but the outside world didn't. And it can't be disclosed to the public. What if there really was an ungrateful one out there who bullied their big sister without their knowledge? How about, Su student, you come home with me, I let my father recognize you as his goddaughter? Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke tentatively. Now everyone else's eyes instantly lit up like wolves. Makes sense. Classmate Su, you go to my house. My house is richer than his. Go to my house. Go to my house. I'm the only son in my family, I can give you some of my shares. My family has a stake in it. Lin Bailu was once again shocked by the situation in front of her. She couldn't help but take a deep look at Su Nian Nian, only to find that she was still breezily eating snacks and drinking milk tea, as if all the surrounding strife had nothing to do with her. Lin Bailu was really sour this time. As she listened to the quarrels rising and falling beside her, she coldly approached Su Nian Nian and taunted, you should be very proud of yourself, right, with so many men fighting over you? Su Nian Nian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bailu, giving her a similarly mocking arc. You should be very jealous, getting your hands on things that I don't want. You! Lin Bailu was so angry that she was stuck on the spot. If it weren't for the crowd right now, she would have had to explode on the spot. She glared viciously at Su Nian Nian, finally only stifling a sentence. What are you so arrogant about? Su Nian Nian sucked another mouthful of milk tea, propped up her little head, and coolly said, I, for one, was born with arrogant capital, not because of who I am, but because of who I am. Lin Bailu was clouded by what she said. What capital does she have besides that face? It's all in the face, isn't it? Lin Bailu indignantly gritted her teeth. Her appearance in the Shangjing circle is also considered very beautiful, but with Su Nian Nian then, on the downside. That's why she hated the way Su Nian Nian could easily get whatever she wanted even more. Buzz off. Suddenly, the cell phone in Lin Bailu's pocket vibrated. What she had been about to say could only come to a screeching halt. Lin Bailu took out her cell phone from her pocket and scanned it, just in time to see the message sent to her by Lin Dalong. Come to the schoolyard quickly, Ling Chen is at the school. Dress up nicely and wear your best clothes, don't embarrass me, okay? Whether or not you can get Ling Chen's attention this time is up to you. Looking at the cell phone inside the successive messages, Lin Bailu not only not angry, but also a little excited. She took a deep breath, and when she glanced at Su Nian Nian, she was surprisingly not angry at all. As long as she captured Ling Chen, she would be one of the 4 great families. At that time, her status in the Shangjing circle would also be taken to the next level. Lin Bailu couldn't be bothered to argue with Su Nian Nian, and casually said, we are now considered to be clear of each other. Su Nian Nian, you should take care of yourself in the future. After saying this, Lin Bailu quickly disappeared in front of Su Nian Nian. She didn't want to waste her chance to marry into a wealthy family because of Su Nian Nian. Su Nian Nian looked at Lin Bailu's back as she left and raised her eyebrows. It seemed like something interesting was happening on Lin Bailu's side. Her pretty watery eyes narrowed when her fingertips gently rubbed over the milk teacup. Su Nian Nian picked up his cell phone and sent a message out. Meanwhile, Lin Bailu immediately rushed to the playground as instructed by Lin Dalong. When she was almost at the outskirts of the playground, she was stopped by Lin Dalong who had waited a short distance away early. What are you going to do? His brows furrowed as he glanced at Lin Bailu, who was staring straight inside, his face a little less than pretty. He had just reminded Lin Bailu before she arrived not to act so obviously. Lang Chen has never been short of women around him, and the more he hates to pounce on them directly, the less interesting they are to him. Man, he gets it. They come and go with women, but they don't actively stick it to anyone who is too much of a rejectionist. So whether or not they could take down Lang Chen, of course, still depended on Lin Bailu's skills. But the way she just looked, Lin Dalong couldn't be relieved. Lin Bailu came back to her senses and pulled the corner of her mouth to look at Lin Dalong. Dad, I was just worried about Lang Xiao leaving. That's why I was so anxious. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely control the scale, she said, reaching out and hugging Lin Dalong's arm. Besides, don't you still have you here, Dad? Chapter 169, Why are you here? Lin Bailu's words obviously made Lin Dalong very popular, and his originally ugly face suddenly looked much better. He coughed lightly, pretending to be a good father's appearance, said, I am also for your sake. If you're really into the eyes of Lang Xiao, must remember not to cause him to be unhappy, no? A man can only be coaxed for a long time. Look at Nian Nian, isn't this bittersweet? If Lin Bailu was just like Su Nian Nian, why should he worry? Lin Bailu's face visibly changed. She really didn't want to hear Su Nian Nian's name at all. Thinking of Su Nian Nian's condescending appearance just now, Lin Bailu felt as if something was blocking her heart. She was able to take Shin Huayan easily, not by his face. What did she have besides being pretty? Sooner or later, Shin Huayan would abandon her. Definitely. She's not like Su Nian Nian, she'll have a better life than her. Lin Bailu thought of this and immediately hooked Lin Dalong's arm, pulled out a smile and said, Dad, let's go. She had to take down Lang Chen if she wanted to win over Su Nian Nian now, so she could only succeed, not fail. Seeing that Lin Bailu was so positive, Lin Dalong didn't say anything. After all, he was also concerned about whether this time it would work or not. Lin Dalong took a deep breath and did half a day of mental construction before he took Lin Bailu's arm and slowly walked on the outskirts of the playground. Let's hope Lang Chen sees them soon. Meanwhile, Lang Chen, who was inside the playground, always had a collapsed face. He had previously sent someone to investigate the girl who had saved him, but there had been no news, and he couldn't believe that a woman that beautiful would disappear into thin air. But where the hell did she go? Lang Chen propped up his chin and was considering what to start from, but he ended up seeing Lin Bailu from afar, who was taking a walk with Lin Dalong. His eyes suddenly lit up. Since he couldn't find that little beauty for the time being, he would first get to know Lin Dalong's daughter. The thought of Josie jumping out of her skin with anger every day she saw him in the future was amusing to him. Thinking so, Lang Chen stood up and walked straight in the direction of Lin Dalong and Lin Bailu. Dad, it seems like he's coming over. Lin Bailu couldn't help but tighten her grip on Lin Dalong when she said this. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. This was about her future, so how could she not be nervous? Lin Bailu thought that when she saw Lang Chen in the morning, Xiao Siyu was still there, and she couldn't help but be a little worried about whether Xiao Siyu would say bad things about her after she left. Of course Lin Dalong also knew that Lang Chen had come over, and from the moment he had just started walking along the periphery of the playground, his eyes had glanced inside the playground from time to time. He was actually nervous. He was worried that Lang Chen was just on a whim that day. That's why he asked him about his daughter at home. But now looking at the way Lang Chen walked over, he seemed to be really interested in his daughter. Lin Dalong's heart couldn't help but become even more energized. But on his face he kept his composure and tugged on Lin Bailu and said, You relax a bit, don't be seen by Lang Xiao. Lin Bailu immediately nodded, took a deep breath, and also pretended to look at the scenery to the side. Mr. Lin. Suddenly a yuppie voice came through. Lin Dalong pretended to patrol the surrounding area before finally dropping his eyes to where the sound originated from. He pretended to be surprised as he looked at Lang Chen. Why are you here, Lang Xiao? Lang Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, directly choosing to ignore his awkward-to-the-earth acting skills. This Lin Dalong can really pretend. Obviously, after the last auction, he had sent someone to specially investigate the places he frequented, so how could he not know that he came to the school? It's quite a novelty to take my own daughter for a walk on the playground at this time of year. Lang Chen didn't care what was in Lin Dalong's mind. After all, given his family lineage, it was only natural for someone to rush to flatter him. He wanted nothing more than the woman who had charmed Josie to death, and it didn't matter whose daughter she was. It didn't matter if they came to him of their own accord. What mattered was that it was enough that he could get the woman easily. Across the playground's layer of wire guardrails, Lang Chen lightly smiled as he surveyed the woman beside Lin Dalong. This is Mr. Lin's daughter, isn't it? She's so pretty. He didn't hide his intentions in the slightest, his straight line of sight staring at Lin Bailu as if he was sizing up a piece of goods. Lang Chen was curious to know what kind of qualities Lin Bailu had that could make Xiao Siyu linger so much that he was willing to come to school every day. Lin Dalong noticed Lang Chen's gaze before he hurriedly introduced himself. This is my eldest daughter, Lin Bailu, who attends this school, and I just happened to come over today, so I brought her to the playground to take a walk. Lin Bailu obediently nodded at Lang Chen, gently raising the corners of her mouth, revealing what she thought was a very elegant smile. Good day, Lang Xiao. Lang Chen nodded, with no surprise to speak of in his eyes. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Bailu again, asking, Did you meet with Xiao Siyu this morning? Lin Bailu was obviously stunned and immediately lowered her head. Lang Xiao, you may have misunderstood. I'm with Xiao Xiao. We. Don't worry, I won't misunderstand such things. I just find it interesting that you and Xiao Siyu appear in the same frame. Without waiting for Lin Bailu to finish, Lung Duan took over. If he remembered correctly, it seemed like Xiao Siyu liked to race with her, and he had heard that she was very good at racing. This made Ling Chen even more curious. Xiao Siyu, that person, is extraordinarily confident in his racing skills, but he also has the capital to be confident. After all, in the Shangjing circle, the person who can win over him has not yet appeared. So Ling Chen was curious about this? How on earth did Lin Bailu get out of the lap amongst a bunch of racers? Lin Bailu didn't know exactly what Ling Chen wanted to convey, so she chose to remain silent, wanting to see what Ling Chen would say next. Do you usually go to the racetrack? Ling Chen hesitated and asked another question. Lin Bailu raised her eyes to look at Ling Chen, her mouth opened slightly and finally opened. Usually, she would occasionally go to the racetrack. She actually didn't like the sport of racing, but before Lu Chang's boyfriend Do Yuming liked racing, so she half-heartedly went there a few times. Thinking that Ling Chen and Xiao Siyu had a good relationship, perhaps he also loved racing in private, so Lin Bailu added, actually, I quite like extreme sports like racing, it's more hot-blooded. That would make sense then, that the two crossed paths over something on the racetrack, and that Xiao Siyu was in love with Lin Bailu for some reason. Ling Chen looked at the woman in front of him with satisfaction. The corner of his mouth slowly revealed a smile. Chapter 170, so stunning that you can't forget it. Seeing that Ling Chen was still in a good mood, Lin Dalong carefully proposed, young Mr. Ling, you said before that you wanted to meet my daughter. Let's pick a day and have a meal together today? His sophisticated eyes were glowing as he said this. How could Ling Chen not know the calculations in his heart? If it were normal, he would have depended on his mood. After all, there were plenty of good-looking women in the upper Beijing circle, but a little fairy like the one we saw last time is rare. Ling Chen's expression was in a trance for a moment before he turned back to look at Lin Bailu, so it seems that this woman's appearance is quite outstanding, and there are even a few points like yesterday's little fairy. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he instantly felt a little more favorable towards Lin Bailu. That would be respectful. He opened his mouth in a rare gentle tone, causing even Lin Dalong to be a bit shocked. It wasn't the first time he had come into contact with Ling Chen, but it was the first time he had spoken so calmly. Before, even when he took the initiative to climb into conversation with him, he always spoke with an indescribable arrogance. But now, he has changed his attitude so obviously. Does that mean he's got a crush on their Lulu? Lin Dalong's heart leapt for joy. If that's the case, won't he be rich in the future? Two of the heirs among the four great families of the Shangjing circle married his daughter. With these two backers, wouldn't he still be able to straddle wherever he went? As soon as Lin Dalong thought of this, the smile on his entire face could no longer be restrained. Lulua, since Ling Xiao has the heart to invite you for dinner, I'll go back first, you young people have fun. As he said that, he raised his hand and gently patted Lin Bailu, giving her a soothing look, and then nodded at Ling Chen. Lin Dalong was so obviously setting up the two, how could Ling Chen not understand it? He tugged at the corners of his mouth, trying his best to show a smile that wasn't so underhanded, and nodded at Lin Dalong as well, after which his eyes turned to Lin Bailu. Ling Chen's eyes looked Lin Bai up and down, pointed to the playground exit not far away and said, go over there. Good. Lin Bailu nodded extraordinarily well-behavedly and walked forward along the iron fence of the playground almost side by side with Ling Chen. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Ling Chen's gaze always seemed to fall on her, as if he cared extraordinarily about her. Lin Bailu's heart involuntarily jumped. She had also inquired about Ling Chen before and knew that he had a reputation as a playboy's womanizer. But she had never heard of Ling Chen actively pursuing any girl. All of his successive girlfriends have come to him backwards, to the extent that it can be said that just as soon as the first one breaks up, the next one will make up for it. That's why Ling Chen never lacked girlfriends, and because of his attitude towards them, there were very many women who took the initiative to chase him. Every woman who became Ling Chen's girlfriend felt that she was the last one, or felt that she was able to control Ling Chen and become the ultimate winner. But the truth is, the irony of the girlfriend position is that there is no girlfriend in the water. Lin Bailu certainly didn't want to be one of them, which was why she was hoping that Ling Chen would treat her differently. Only then could she find a way to take control of Ling Chen's heart. Do you still have a sister? Suddenly, Ling Chen's cold voice rang out, causing Lin Bailu to directly freeze. She snapped back to her senses and stiffly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Well, it's true that there's a sister, but she... Lin Bailu was a little bit eager to speak, and seemed to have a little difficulty in saying something. The tip of Ling Chen's eyebrow raised. If it's inconvenient to say, forget it. He just felt that Lin Bailu bore a slight resemblance to that little fairy, which was why he asked one more question. Lin Bailu thought that Ling Chen was angry, and quickly shook her head. No, Ling Xiao, it's because this sister of mine has only been recognized by my parents not long ago, plus she has grown up in the mountains since she was a child, and she doesn't know much about many things. So that's how it is, it's me being abrupt. Ling Chen laughed lightly, instantly suppressing the doubts in his heart. Since they grew up in the mountains, they can't be fairies. He remembers that little fairy all dressed up, from head to toe in good taste. The clothes are not vulgar at a glance, not at all the kind of girl who grew up in the mountains can have the temperament. Lin Bailu shook her head. No, if Leng Xiao still wants to know anything else, I will definitely know everything. The corner of Leng Chen's mouth suddenly hooked strangely. Are you like this in front of Xiao Siyu? Ha? Lin Bailu was suddenly frozen by Leng Chen's question. What was she doing this in front of Josie? With a blank look on her face, she raised her eyes to look at Leng Chen, not understanding what he meant at all. Leng Chen looked at her expression and slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, but his smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. It's nothing, I just casually asked. Let's go. Good. Since the person was already under his nose, he wasn't afraid of Lin Bailu making any more waves. He was now more interested in finding out who the little fairy he had seen at the door earlier was. Looks like when we go back later, we'll have to send a little more manpower to look for her. In the evening, the Shin family study. She held the information in his hand and placed it on the table, looked at Shin Huayan with a bit of apprehension, and said carefully, Sir, the person who secretly investigated Mrs. Before over at the school has found out that it's Leng Chen, the heir of the Leng family. Speaking of this person, she's forehead couldn't help but sweat. This master is a famous playboy in the entire Shangjing circle. What good can come from him secretly investigating their wife? I guess I can think of it with my toes. When Shin Huayan heard the name Leng Chen, his brows were obviously furrowed. How did he get involved with Nian Nian? She hesitated for a moment and analyzed. It should be related to Xiao Siyu, although the relationship between the Xiao family and the Leng family is good, but the two of them, Xiao Siyu and Leng Chen, have never been very good at dealing with each other, and no matter what is going on they all secretly fight. I guess it's because Leng Chen saw that Xiao Siyu is running towards the school every day and that's why he followed him to the school, isn't it? Who knows what's really going on inside their heads, these fun-loving young masters of theirs. Now Shin Huayan's face became even more ugly. Su Nian Nian had a Hang Yi by her side before that was already annoying. And then there was an additional Xiao Siyu who was pestering her with racing cars, and now it was surprising to see people from the Lang family coming to surround Sun Yan Yan as well. He was really getting annoyed. These people are a real eyesore to look at. The obvious low air pressure in the room made it a little difficult for He to breathe. He swallowed and quickly changed the subject. Ling Chen has not investigated the real identity of the wife yet, but as long as the investigation continues, the wife's identity is probably very difficult to cover up. Sun Yan Yan would be fine if she was just a popular face, but she is so stunningly beautiful that people are so amazed that they can't forget her. Chapter 171, Being Stupid About Sun Yan Yan's Affairs Every Time. People like that are the center of attention everywhere, not to mention that their wife is so good. Shin Huayan's dark eyes drooped. What are the recent movements of the Lang group? When he thought of Leng Chen's reputation in the Shangjing circle, Shin Huayan couldn't help but feel his eyebrows jump. That is a million flowers through the bushes, a piece of leaf does not touch the body of the Lord. Coaxing women's means is also a set of set. He thought of before, his several brothers always spit out that he was a poor womanizer and another one who couldn't coax women. Shin Huayan never minded before, but now that such a man had appeared beside Sun Yan Yan, he was suddenly a little annoyed as to why he hadn't lit up the skill of coaxing women. She listened to Shin Huayan's words and instantly got the point of their husband. Leng Chen was the heir of the Lang group. If the Lang group had problems, Leng Chen would definitely not have the time to continue to fish in the school. He would definitely have to return to the Lang group to handle his official business. He wouldn't have the time, or the energy, to harass their wife at school even if he found out her identity by then. True to their word, Mr. Family is good at finding the point. She suppressed his heart's admiration for their mister and cleared his throat. Lang City recently wanted to acquire a piece of land, as if they were going to build a hot spring resort. The corner of Shin Huayan's mouth hooked slightly. The approval procedures should be more troublesome for the piece of building a resort, right? She nodded repeatedly. That's right, their proposal has already been submitted, and the approval is already halfway through. According to the original plan it should start construction in the latter half of this year. Lang's group side has also done the corresponding docking work. If into the time from the audit side of the hands of the words, this project to drag the time can be long. Lang's group I because of this project for a moment not able to return funds if, then his internal small contradictions will be exposed little by little. Definitely enough for Leng Chen to get burnt out. Shin Huayan seemed to be satisfied with this decision. His fingertips gently tapped on the table. Let's arrange this matter like this. If you want to dig him up, you have to see if his hoe is hard enough. He dares to dig him up, he'll turn his house upside down. When Sun Yan Yan came back, Shin Huayan had just finalized the plan to pack up the Leng group with He. As soon as he exited the study door, he saw Sun Yan Yan on the promenade. Mr. Shun. As soon as Sun Yan Yan saw Shin Huayan appear, she immediately flew forward. When Shin Huayan saw her eyes bright and full of smiles rushing straight at him, the haze that had just bubbled up was instantly swept away. It was true that only the wife of their family had this kind of charm, able to win over their mister. In an instant. Seeing this, she naturally walked away very sensibly. Seeing that no one was around, Sun Yan Yan recklessly jumped into Shin Huayan's arms. Mr. Shin, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Of course I want to. Shin Huayan's big hands embraced Sun Yan Yan's back, and looking into his eyes that glistened with watery light, it was hard for him to say something against his will. Sun Yan Yan's fondness for him was straightforward and passionate. He really liked it. but the thought of him being surrounded by all sorts of flies made his heart pang. Shin Huayan's eyes surveyed Su Nian Nian's small face and opened his mouth to say, Nian Nian, do you prefer someone who can make you happy? Su Nian Nian looked at Shin Huayan with some bewilderment. Will there be people who don't like people who coax them to be happy? He didn't know what Shin Huayan was trying to convey by asking this question. Wasn't it a good thing to have someone coaxing him to be happy? Shin Huayan instantly fell silent. He had forgotten that Su Nian Nian was simple-minded and wouldn't even think in other directions. If she had a big enough heart, she wouldn't have been tricked by the Lin family into marrying him. If he hadn't agreed to the marriage in the first place, she might have been tricked into marrying another man. Shin Huayan's brows tightened once again at the thought of this possibility. He knew Su Nian Nian liked his face. He didn't mind at first. In his opinion, it was enough for him to have what Su Nian Nian liked, but now that he thought about it, Su Nian Nian's liking for him was too simple. Will she leave him because of the advances of other men? Will she change her mind if the other guy is good-looking and coaxing? The more Shin Huayan thought about this, the tighter and tighter the hand holding Su Nian Nian tightened. Mr. Shin, I'm in pain. Su Nian Nian's soft voice instantly pulled Shin Huayan back to reality. It was then that he realized how rough he had just been, and that her already slender arms already had 2 visible red marks on them. Shin Huayan loosened his arm with some chagrin, but his heart suddenly trembled when he met Su Nian Nian's rippling eyes. In the next second, he pulled Su Nian Nian and walked straight into the study. With one long arm, he carried her straight to the low cupboard in the doorway. Shin Huayan lowered his head and directly kissed her lips, as if seeking comfort in general. His kiss was urgent, yet with a few pleasing hints. Su Nian Nian was already a bit dazed, and she blankly went along with what Shin Huayan did, obediently letting him play. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her shoulders, and one of the straps on either side of the lace-up dress she had been wearing was yanked open. The evening wind blew in through the window, causing him to shiver. Now that it's fall, there's a bigger difference in temperature between morning and evening. The windows inside the office were left open, so Su Nian Nian visibly shivered. Shin Huayan obviously felt her trembling, and the movement he was kissing suddenly gave a start. Is she reluctant? Or did he scare her because he was so mean? Shin Huayan slowly let go of Su Nian Nian and was about to say something when he heard her soft voice say, Mr. Shin, can you close the window, it's so cold? Shin Huai was suddenly a bit dumbfounded by himself. Why does he make stupid mistakes about Nian Su every time? Su Nian Nian was already his wife and she liked him, so what was he worried about? Isn't what he has to do now to make Su Nian Nian like him more, so that she can't stay away from him, instead of worrying about which fly around him is going to snatch her away? Shin Huayan thought this way, and the whole person instantly became much more transparent. He took off the jacket he was wearing and put it directly over Su Nian Nian's body. Come on, let's go back to the bedroom, Shin Huayan said, directly hitting the cross and picking up Su Nian Nian's entire body. A place like a den really isn't suitable for that kind of privacy. Not to mention that Su Nian Nian was still young, and this kind of thing definitely couldn't happen outside of the bedroom. He had just lost his head to think of doing something to Su Nian Nian in a place like this. Luckily nothing has happened now and he still has a chance to remedy the situation. Chapter 172, This is outrageous. Su Nian Nian's heart was beating wildly. Especially when she heard the words back to the bedroom, her face turned red. Although she and Shin Huayan started out as partners, from a legal point of view it is absolutely reasonable and legal. She was suddenly kind of looking forward to doing something after she went to the bedroom later. It turns out, she was overthinking it. Shin Huayan just carried her to the bedroom, rubbed her little head, told her to go change into thicker clothes and go to the restaurant later, and left after that. Su Nian Nian looked at the bedroom door that had been closed once more, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows before she posed and laid down on the sofa. Buzz. Her cell phone suddenly vibrated, and Su Nian Nian took it out and glanced at it just in time to see the message Hong Yi had sent her. Auntie, someone has been secretly investigating your identity again recently. Followed by various information and pictures sent by Hong Yi. Someone on the Shin family's side seems to have helped you with part of it, so the group is now clueless. Su Nian Nian slowly sat up from the sofa, looking at the information at hand, and quickly realized who this person looking for her was. It's Ling Chen. Her fingertips gently tapped on the back of the sofa, thinking of Qiao Siyu's comment that Ling Chen was very pestering, and that it would be hard to get rid of him once he was provoked. Is he on to her? Su Nian Nian's watery eyes narrowed as she quickly typed a line on her cell phone. Got it, don't worry about this matter, I'll take care of the rest. The best way to keep certain people from pestering her is to keep that person from having time. Every business has its area of expertise. As long as you figure out Ling's most profitable place, the rest will be thrown directly to her several brothers, to ensure that the surname Ling even appeared in the school time or not. After all, a couple of his senior brothers had gotten very comfortable dealing with men who harassed her. Su Nian Nian's small hand scratched the screen of her cell phone before she sent a message to her group with a few of her senior brothers. Come alive, brothers. After that, she decisively dumped the Lang Group's logo on the group. Eldest brother, good man, someone's pestering you so soon at school? Second senior brother, it feels like you're talking about XXX, senior brother, just our Nian Nian's looks, senior brother, feel your conscience, do you think it's fast? Grand Master. Third senior, ditto +1, we look so good year after year, and it's only outrageous that someone is stalking us now, okay? Fourth senior brother, you've drifted away, nyen nyen, look at your senior brother, I'm the most reliable senior brother you'll ever have. Eldest brother, shut up, Lao Si. Fifth senior brother, we are saying that it's normal for us to be pestered because we are so cute year after year. Eldest senior brother, it's a mistake to pay you after all. Eldest brother, shut up, old 5. Sixth senior brother, although, but, aren't your focuses off? Shouldn't we look at what this Lang is all about? Seventh brother, no situation can hold the second brother who can screw up everything, don't worry, it's not a big problem. Su Nyen Nyen couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth as she watched the scene of chickens flying within the group. Sure enough, the most idle or her several senior brothers, do not give them something to do, they are expected to come to the country to make a mess. Su Nyen Nyen thought of eldest brother who was still in the country, her watery eyes blinked, and she decisively sent another message to the group. Big brother, you quickly go to dominate the domestic entertainment industry, I suddenly feel that filming seems to be very interesting look, give you a year's time, can you do it? Eldest brother, what do you mean can it work? That must work. Second senior brother, I'm going to dominate the domestic entertainment industry too. Third senior brother, second senior brother, I support you in suing a few large domestic entertainment companies and then letting big brother acquire them. Fourth brother, I can acquire it too. Fifth brother, I can cross over to the domestic entertainment industry too. Sixth brother, I'm part of the entertainment industry myself. I'm going domestic too. Seventh brother, the first tier of the domestic entertainment industry all want to flatter me, this domestic entertainment industry is not mine. Su Nyen Nyen didn't realize at all that she was just trying to find something to do for her elder brothers in the country, and ended up stabbing them in the nest. She pressed her temples with a bit of a headache, this if they were all allowed to come to the country, it always felt like the sky was about to change in the country. But looking at how excited they all looked, it was probably unrealistic to stop them again. Su Nyen Nyen sighed and typed another line on her phone. When you return, you are not allowed to do anything other than being a demon in the entertainment industry. And, pretend you don't know me. Second brother, Roger. Third brother, +1 received. Seventh brother, Roger +10,086. Eldest brother, I've already met Nyan Nyan in public, huh? Second senior brother, how can there be such a shameless person? Third senior brother, ahem. Big brother will take me one when the time comes. Fourth senior brother, please bring it, please bring it. Su Nyen Nyen glanced at the group buzzing with activity, sighed helplessly, and made her way over to the locker room. A fall evening with a hint of coolness. Lang Chen went back to his private apartment after having dinner alone with Lin Bailu. He leaned back in his balcony chair in annoyance and lit a cigarette and just smoked it in silence. The bodyguard looked at Lang Chen's face that didn't look too good and stood aside a bit nervously. Lang Chen ruthlessly finished his cigarette before turning his sight to the bodyguard and asking, any news on the person I asked you to find? The bodyguard's head bowed even more. They went to investigate the mysterious woman that day, only no matter how many surveillance cameras they pulled out, they couldn't find a single face of that woman. This is outrageous. Not being able to get her exact likeness, not being able to draw a portrait, they were not in a good position to find this woman. There Mr. Lang didn't know how to draw, so the matter was stuck. Lang Chen kicked the low table beside him in annoyance, and his whole body became even more irritated. How could their honorable Lang family not even be able to find a common little girl? What kind of crap is he raising? The bodyguard vainly shrunk his neck, looked at Lang Chen with a bit of apprehension, and finally said as if he were dying, that little girl looks as if she's a student of the Rainy Green University, so if you look for it in the school's forums, you might be able to find something. Lang Chen smiled coldly and hooked the corner of his mouth, lifting his eyes to look at the bodyguard in a cold manner. We don't have a bit of that little girl's information in our hands, how do you want to find it? The bouncer answered honestly, just say get the prettiest girl in school. After all, they had all seen that girl's face at that time, so in case she was really a student of the Rainy Green University, she should be on the school flower list, right? Unless the school is blind. Chapter 173, soon she will belong to him. Lang Chen almost looked at the bodyguard with the eyes of an idiot. If things were so easy to solve, would I need to send so many people to look for them? The bouncer also seemed to think that what he had just said was hasty, but thinking about the recent lack of progress, he couldn't help but add, it's just to try it out on the forums, in case if. He didn't dare finish the latter words. After all, their family Lang Xiao had sent so many people out to investigate the identity of that little girl, but until now there was still no news. It does seem a bit of a pipe dream to find such a thing in a random post on a forum. But nowadays, they really had no other path, so they might as well beat a dead horse. Of course, he definitely didn't dare to say that in front of Lang Chen. Lang Chen's eyes stared straight at the bodyguard and naturally understood the meaning of his words. He scratched his hair with some annoyance, you can post it if you want. This thing is going to be a stone's throw away even if you post it. Lang Chen pressed on with little hope. With that thought, his entire body leaned right back in the rocking chair, his mind trying to recall the scene when the two first met. So sparkling a little fairy was just gone. Lang Chen always felt as if his heart had been scratched by a cat. It's not a good idea anyhow. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. Lang Chen raised his eyes and glanced at his cell phone just in time to see the message Lin Bailu had sent him. Lang Xiao, I've arrived home safely, thank you for dinner, I hope I can treat you back sometime. The message couldn't be more obvious. Although Lin Bailu said she was thanking him for the dinner, she was actually asking him for the next meeting in disguise. He'd seen a lot of these little tricks. It was logical that it was fun for him to be able to ask out a woman that Josie liked and make him frustrated. But for some reason, he couldn't lift his spirits at all right now. It was as if there was no point in taking such a woman even if it made Josiah cranky. Lin Bailu's current appearance was no different from any other woman, and he couldn't understand how Chao Siyu had dragged it out until now without getting his hands on her. Is it because he's so stupid? All you do is play with cars and you can't even talk to women? Lang Chen fell into deep suspicion. The bodyguard stood in place and suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes quietly looking towards Lang Chen, obviously wanting to say something but not daring to say it. Lang Chen was already annoyed, and when he saw the bodyguard like this, he lifted his foot and kicked it over. If you have something to say, say it. If you have a fart, let it go. The bodyguard smiled resentfully and turned the cell phone one way, meeting Lang Chen's line of sight. Young master, the person seems to have found it. The reason why he had just wanted to say something was because the result had come so suddenly. He didn't actually post this with any hope. I didn't realize that as soon as he posted it, a number of people messaged him back. Lang Chen froze for a moment and immediately took the bodyguard's cell phone. He clicked on the post. Baobia 22, fishing for a very, very, very pretty looking girl note, with a petite figure, a ponytail, and good clothes. Bee Flower Protector XX, how does this sound so much like Schoolgirl Sue? Fofo is FO, does being pretty mean that it has to be Schoolgirl Sue? Couldn't it be someone else? The 13th, upstairs, you don't say, you really don't say, can use very 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 very, these three superlatives beautiful, is only Sue Schoolflower. If you're not convinced, you can mention another one. Bordeaux soda, good man, killing people upstairs. Speak Mandarin well, kill and kill +1. Fofo is very FO. Baobia 22, good people, do any of you have a picture of Sue's schoolgirl? The first thing I'd like to do is to get a good look at the photos of the school's flowers, and I'd like to know what they look like. This forum you casually search a large number of photos of Sue's school flowers. Even though some people on there said that, there were still quite a few people who posted pictures of Su Nian Nian on there. Thus, Lang Chen easily saw various photos related to Su Nian Nian. There were times when she was photographed surreptitiously by someone in class, and other times when she was photographed lounging and eating on the playground. No matter how muddled the photo was, it didn't affect one iota of Su Nian Nian's face value. Lang Chen's mood became better, almost visible to the naked eye, and the bodyguard at the side then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What a surprise that a random post saved his dog's life. It's a real step in the right direction, but it's not hard to get there. If he had known that a post would solve this big problem, what was he out looking for? The past few days had been cleaned up by their young master for no reason at all. The bodyguard couldn't help but feel it in his heart. Lang Chen's eyes narrowed, but his fingertips stayed on the forum post as he continued to flip through it. He saved a few pictures of Su Nian Nian from time to time, which made the bodyguard's eyes glaze over. Is their young master in love with Nian Nian Su? In the past, the women around their young master were all sent to the door on their own initiative, and she was the first one like Su Nian Nian who turned her head and ran away when she saw their young master. But on second thought, that look of Su Nian Nian's was indeed one in a million. They probably couldn't find a woman in the entire Shangjing circle who could compete with Su Nian Nian. It was no wonder their young master had fallen. The bodyguard looked at Lang Chen, who was always holding his cell phone, and cautiously reminded, young master, should we go investigate this Su Nian Nian now? Lang Chen nodded, investigating is definitely necessary, but you guys be careful, don't let her find out. His fingertips scrolled down the forums again, easily getting the information on the class Su Nian Nian was in. According to the forum of the enthusiastic users of the direction, he even found a lot of new continents in the above. But soon Cold Sink's brow wrinkled. The bodyguard saw this and hurriedly spoke, young master, are you experiencing any problems? Lang Chen raised his eyes to the bodyguard. Su Nian Nian is actually Lin Bailu's sister. He remembered what Lin Bird had told him earlier when she had mentioned her sister before she showed up. Lin Bailu clearly said that Su Nian Nian had only been recognized by the Lin family not long ago, and she had grown up in the mountains since she was a child. It was because of this information Lin Bailu had given him at that time that he felt that the little fairy he had met could not possibly be her sister. After all, a little girl who grew up in the mountains and has not seen the world, and how to give birth to that fairy-like appearance. But on second thought, maybe it was because she grew up in the mountains that she had such an out-of-this-world aura? Lang Chen thought about it and quickly accepted the setting. In fact, to him, it didn't matter where Su Nian Nian grew up. The important thing is that he's found her now. Soon she will be his. Chapter 174. What is it that Su Nian Nian wants to ask him for? The bodyguard looked at Lang Chen's changing expression and reminded in a low voice, then young master. Miss Lin sighed. Would it not be good to be with both daughters of the Lin family at the same time? Although Lang Chen had quite a few girlfriends in the past, he had never had a history of having his feet in several boats, not to mention 2 sisters. He could obviously feel that their family Lang Xiao was fond of that beautiful Su Nian Nian. As for Lin Bailu's side, although their Lang Xiao was not that attached, it was an unprecedented first initiative, so he can't read it. Lang Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard the bodyguard's words, and only then did he think that there was still the matter of Lin Bailu's ears. He was silent for a moment, raised his eyes to the bodyguard and said, "This is not a matter for you to ask about." "Yes, young master." Lang Chen lifted his chin slightly and swept the bodyguard another glance before he took out the cell phone he had just placed on the table and sent a message to Lin Dalong. "Mr. Lin, if you're free on the weekend, would it be convenient for me to come over to the house? I'd like to meet up with your entire family then. After all, everyone should be free on the weekends, right?" He put away his cell phone after sending this message. This kind of thing could actually be conveyed through Lin Bailu, but remembering that Lin Bailu had brought up Su Nian Nian with a very subtle feeling when she mentioned it earlier, in order to prevent any slip-ups, he simply looked for Lin Dalong directly. With his knowledge of Lin Dalong, this kind of profit-oriented businessman was the best to hold. He had a request to make, and surely he would give him what he wanted. Lang Chen suddenly looked forward to Su Nian Nian's surprised expression when she saw him after she went to the Lin family. It would be very interesting. When he thought of her pretty little face, his heart couldn't help but flutter, flutter. It was the first time his heart would race when he thought of a particular woman. That's not a bad feeling. Suddenly he could kind of understand why Josie was always running to school. I just can't understand why he would look at Lin Bailu. If it was someone like Su Nian Nian, it would be more or less the same. Lang Chen's eyes narrowed. If Su Nian Nian became his, he would be willing to run to school every day. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise as his thoughts reached this. Meanwhile, Su Nian Nian had a headache because of the message Lang Chen had sent to Lin Dalong. She had obviously severed ties with the Lin family, so why would their family bring her to dinner? Just outrageous. Just for this, Lin Dalong had sent her no less than 10 messages. She chose to just ignore it, and as a result, Lin Dalong frantically called her, and was already on the verge of shaking her cell phone until it ran out of battery. Su Nian Nian pressed her temples and looked at the phone that was vibrating again, and picked it up with a bit of annoyance. Is there an end to this or not? Does your Lin family usually have nothing to do? Lin Dalong didn't expect Su Nian Nian to be so furious. His brows visibly frowned. Nian Nian, what are you talking about? What do you mean by your Lin family? Although your surname is Su now, you are always a member of our Lin family. Ha, ha. Su Nian Nian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was it Zhao Feng who went back and forgot to tell you? She purposely went to the president's office of Xin Group earlier to sever her relationship with me in front of Xin Huayan. Lin Dalong could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? That Zhao Feng was so bold. If she breaks off her relationship with Su Nian Nian, then how is he going to implement so many plans in the future? What a make or break thing. Lin Dalong just wanted to find a few words to make up for it, when he heard Su Nian Nian leisurely continue. At that time, Zhao Feng even signed a severance letter in order to prevent me from backtracking, so I don't have any relationship with your Lin family. Is that clear? How could Lin Dalong not understand? He just doesn't want to understand. Nian Nian, listen to me, this matter I don't know. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't have let him go to Shin's group and make a scene. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I will definitely give you an explanation. Lin Dalong's brain spun around in a circle at a rapid pace, which led him to find a few words to make up for it. The relationship between Su Nian Nian and Xin Huayan was so good now. How could he give up on Su Nian Nian so easily? What's the difference between that and cutting off a piece of his flesh? The more Lin Dalong thought about it, the more his heart was filled with grudges against Zhao Feng. This woman is really getting bolder and bolder. How dare she hide this kind of thing from him? Su Nian Nian didn't want to have anything to do with their neighboring family. She hurriedly stopped it. There's no need to give me any explanation. I'm satisfied with severing ties with the neighboring family now. Lin Dalong's head was instantly all big. Nian Nian, don't get carried away. I know that you are very angry about this matter. Let's put it this way. You give Dad some time. I will definitely give you a satisfactory result on this matter. Before Su Nian Nian could say the words that followed, Lin Dalong immediately took over her words. I know you're angry. You don't need to say anything. Leave this matter to me. Su Nian Nian skimmed her mouth a bit breathlessly. It seemed like Lin Dalong wasn't going to let her open her mouth. Forget it, it doesn't matter. When Lin Dalong goes to Zhao Feng, he will definitely know about her flaunting outside under the banner of the Xin family, and with Lin Dalong's character, he will definitely tend to avoid harm. He would probably make a similar choice as Zhao Feng. She just had to wait. Su Nian Nian glanced at the hung-up cell phone, as if she suddenly thought of something, so she hurriedly ran to Xin Huayan's study. Mr. Xin, are you busy? Su Nian Nian knocked on the door, so she poked half a head in and saw that Xin Huayan was sitting at his desk dealing with documents, so she simply stood at the door and did not go in. Xin Huayan couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth as he listened to her soft and sticky voice, and waved at her. Come in and sit. When Su Nian Nian heard his words, she then immediately pushed open the door and walked in, before sitting obediently on the sofa in front of him. Usually Su Nian Nian would obediently stay in the bedroom and wait for him to go back all the time. What was wrong today? His puzzled eyes swept around Sun Yan Nian's body before he spoke faintly. Is there something urgent you're looking for me for? Seeing how dusty she was, she certainly wasn't just coming to hang out in his study. Sun Yan Nian hung her head a little less kindly. I do have something I want to ask Mr. Shen. Oh, what is it? Shen Huayan looked at Sun Yan Nian's eyes and became even more curious. Although he hadn't spent much time with Sun Yan Nian, he did have some understanding of his character. She usually comes across things and basically considers solving them herself first. Sun Yan Nian rarely asked him for help, and it was the first time that she ran directly to the study to ask for his help like today. So, Shen Huayan was even more curious about what Sun Yan Nian wanted to ask him to do. Chapter 175, he just thinks she's so stupid. I hope that you, Mr. Shen, will not, for the time being, disclose the relationship between the two of us to the public, is that okay? When Sun Yan Nian said these words, her eyes quietly looked at Shen Huayan. If Shen Huayan prematurely announced their relationship, Lin Dalong, the dog skin plaster, would probably not be able to get rid of it. Her cheapness can only be rubbed by those she likes, people like Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng, Her voice was soft, but it fell on Shen Huayan's ears like thunder. Is this something she regrets? Shen Huayan's heart couldn't help but sink. He didn't expect Sun Yan Nian to regret it so quickly. Is there something he's not doing well enough? Or had he kissed her too hard before and she was upset? Shen Huayan was filled with these messy thoughts, and didn't even notice Sun Yan Nian's nervous eyes. Mr. Shen, is it okay? Sun Yan Nian saw that Shen Huayan didn't make a sound, so she asked again cautiously, but what answered her was still his silence. Sun Yan Nian tilted her little head, looking at Shen Huayan with a bit of puzzlement. Is it hard to believe that he's already booked some kind of public program? Did what she just said affect his plans? Sun Yan Nian pursed her small mouth, was thinking about how to find a compromise when Shen Huayan finally opened his mouth. Temporarily not open to the public can be, but you always have to set a time to open to the public. Shen Huayan clenched his fist. He actually didn't want to agree at all, but he was worried that if he refused too obviously, Sun Yan Nian would simply change her mind, so he could only coax while thinking of ways to ensnare her more firmly. If there was something she didn't like about him, he could take this opportunity to correct it as soon as possible. When Sun Yan Nian heard that Shen Huayan had agreed to her request, her watery eyes immediately smiled in a crooked way. After I completely disassociate myself from the Lin family, we can just go public. Shen Huayan was stunned for a moment. Didn't you and the Lin family already sign an agreement to sever ties? That agreement was still written in his office. Shen still didn't understand how long Sun Yan Nian was going to break with the Lin family. Sun Yan Nian's small face collapsed. It's still not that Lin Dalong, who simply doesn't recognize the agreement signed by Zhao Feng to sever the relationship. Still dead set on making me go back to the Lin family for dinner on the weekend. He also didn't know what exactly Lin Dalong was thinking. Shen Huayan listened to Sun Yan Nian's explanation, and only then did his heart, which had originally sunk, slowly return to its original position. Does Lin Dalong's side still not know about the matter of you waving around in the name of Mrs. Shen? Shen Huayan waved at Sun Yan Nian, signaling her to come to his side. Sun Yan Nian immediately stood up from the sofa in a well-behaved manner and walked directly to his side. Before she could stand still, Shen Huayan directly took her into his arms and held her tightly. It's true that if you don't pay attention, you're going to lose your wife. Who can experience this roller coaster ride? Shen Huayan buried his head in the nape of Sun Yan Nian's neck and couldn't help but curse himself for the wild thoughts he had just had. But what he couldn't deny was that he really couldn't leave Sun Yan Nian. It was rare for Sun Yan Nian to see Shen Huayan clinging to her, and her small hand rubbed at the top of his head, the fluffy hair falling into her palm with a nice feel. She followed Shen Huayan's words and continued, if Lin Dalong knew that I was waving around under the Shen family's banner, he would probably have expelled me from the house long ago. That Lin Dalong person emphasizes profit the most. He was different from Zhao Feng, who, at least as a mother, was true to Lin Bailu. It's just a pity that Lin Bailu was not a good person. Zhao Feng might not be able to get the same thing from Lin Bailu until the end. Shen Huayan's head lifted slightly, his big hand smoothly stroked her back. It's okay, even if he expelled you from the family, you are still my Mrs. Shen, don't be sad for insignificant people. Sun Yan Nian pursed her small lips. She wouldn't be sad because of trash like Lin Dalong. She has always had only one way to deal with trash, and that is to stop it flat and throw it in the dumpster. If it were usual, she would have been the first to tell Shen Hua that she wasn't sad. But Shen Huayan's comforting her appearance is also too cute, so that she can't help but want to continue to play poor in front of him. She arched her little head into Shen Huayan's arms, satisfied to be held tightly in his arms. Only then did he mutter, as long as Mr. Shen doesn't expel me from the house, I won't be sad. Her voice was soft and small. Like a whimpering kitten on a rainy night, it tickles the heart to the core. Shen Huayan fished her into his arms again with one hand. His little wife is obviously so nice, but these people are damned if they have eyes. But he was glad at the same time that Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng were not nice to Sun Yan Nian, so she wouldn't be attracted to those two. Sun Yan Nian only had these two relatives in the Shangjing circle, and now he was the person closest to her. He's all she's got. Shen Huayan felt excited at the same time as his heart ached for Sun Yan Nian. would he then be able to monopolize her? Meanwhile, Lin Daolong had returned to the Lin family. Zhao Feng, get your ass out here. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Daolong shouted at the living room, but unfortunately there was no one inside the living room. Lin Daolong's fire became heavier. His voice rose a few more decibels, and he once again rushed into the room, roaring, Zhao Feng, get your ass out here. Not long after, Zhao Feng, who heard the sound, came down from the second floor in a hurry. She looked at the furious Lin Daolong with a flustered face and asked cautiously, Master, who has upset you? Why are you so furious? Lin Daolong couldn't help but snort, his angry eyes staring straight at Zhao Feng. Who else could it be? It's not you, who's been up to no good again. I told you to be nicer to Sun Yan Yan, but you had to make a mess. He got annoyed and pressed his temples. I also heard that you signed a severance agreement with Nyan Su? Zhao Feng's neck shrank, obviously a bit weak, but things had already turned out like this. She had no choice but to tell Lin Daolong. I did sign a severance agreement with Sun Yan Yan. Zhao Feng shivered when she saw Lin Daolong's sinister gaze sweep over her, before she hurriedly explained, Master, listen to me, I did this for a reason. Lin Daolong's eyes stared at Zhao Feng a few more points colder. What other reasons could you have? It's still all for that precious daughter of yours, Lin Bailu. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Sun Yan Yan is their real daughter. Lin Bailu is just their adopted daughter. What's more, Sun Yan Yan had already married Shen Huayan, but Lin Bailu's matter, now there is still no sign of the eight. He only thought Zhao Feng was too stupid. Chapter 176, How dare you be so money-minded? Offending Sun Yan Yan for Lin Bailu wasted the opportunity to befriend Shen Huayan. Zhao Feng shivered and hurriedly explained, Master, don't be angry for a moment, although I love Lulu with all my heart, I'm not at the point of being confused. She took a dark, deep breath and tried to keep her voice steady. Only then would she have a chance to convince Lin Daolong. After all, it was the human Sun Yan Yan who was really at fault. Lin Daolong gave Zhao Feng an odd look, as if he wanted to see what else she had to say. He simply sat down next to the sofa and looked at Zhao Feng with cold eyes. It seemed to be asking her to explain quickly. Zhao Feng tugged at the corner of her mouth and tried her best to reveal a soft-looking smile. Master, didn't you ask Lulu to bring Sun Yan Yan to buy a bag before? It was that day that Lulu realized that Sun Yan Yan had been flaunting the Shen family's name outside. Lin Daolong was more or less skeptical of what Zhao Feng said. After all, she didn't like Sun Yan Yan in the first place, plus the words were spoken by Lin Bailu, so he wasn't sure how much truth there was in those words. Zhao Feng could tell at a glance that Lin Daolong was doubting her. She immediately pretended to be aggrieved. Sitting next to Lin Daolong, murmured, Master, I know you think I favor Lulu, but this matter was at the time when the luxury bag store employees know. Sun Yan Yan that day almost the store to buy empty bags. I heard that spent $10 million. $10 million? Lin Daolong's eyes abruptly widened quite a bit. He vaguely thought the message was very familiar. Lin Daolong's sophisticated eyes narrowed as if he suddenly thought of something. When he had participated in the auction at the school before, there were more than 100 lots donated to the school by Sun Yan Yan in the auction led by the Shen family. At first glance, it was the handiwork of Shen's family. He remembered hearing quite a few celebrity young masters speculating that Sun Yan Yan might be the little rich girl from the luxury store. They also said that a very good-looking little rich girl bought a $10 million bag at a luxury bag store. Now combined with what Zhao Feng had said, this rumored little rich girl was Sun Yan Yan who hadn't run away. His brows furrowed, and he believed a few points in Zhao Feng's words. Zhao Feng saw Lin Daolong's face go from shock to regaining his composure before he continued. Lulu was in the store at the time, and she said that Sun Yan Yan said that she was Shen Huayan's wife in front of many of the clerks, plus she was generous, so a lot of people believed her. Where did she get so much money from? Lin Daolong subconsciously asked back. As a result, I heard Zhao Feng say with an agitated face, Sun Yan Yan herself in the luxury bag store, said that Master Shen gave her pocket money. These were all heard by the clerks at that time. If you don't believe me, Master, you can go and ask. Lin Daolong suddenly felt a vague pain in his temples. It wasn't that he was worried about Sun Yan Yan, but he felt that she was just too stupid. The Shen family had previously spent a large amount of money on donating things and holding auctions because of the rumors she had caused at school. She shouldn't think that she was recognized by the Shen family, right? What a ravine to be so money-minded. The Shen family's people could give her so much money, maybe they just wanted to test her a little bit, but they didn't expect her to be so indisputable that she would directly turn her tail. The more Lin Daolong thought about it, the more he felt a headache. If things were really like Zhao Feng said, the Shen family knew that Sun Yan Yan was out there taking the Shen family to flaunt things certainly not far away. The Shen family might even suspect that Sun Yan Yan was secretly supported by them at that time. After all, Sun Yan Yan had grown up in the mountains, and she could totally shrug it off and say that she didn't know anything when the time came. When Lin Daolong thought of this possibility, he suddenly felt that Zhao Feng going to Sun Yan Yan to break off the relationship wasn't a big mistake. But Lin Daolong was suddenly sad again. When Zhao Feng saw Lin Daolong's attitude easing up, he knew that this should be over. She patted Lin Daolong's hand soothingly and asked carefully, Master, do you still have any concerns? Lin Daolong sighed, his eyes looking straight ahead. Lang Xiao said that he wanted to come to our house for dinner and meet everyone in the family, and now that the family has severed ties with Sun Yan Yan, it's unlikely that she'll be able to come. Even if he told Leng Chen that their family had severed ties with Sun Yin Yen, he probably wouldn't believe him, right? After all, during the auction, he had taken a few pieces of jewelry donated by Sun Yin Yen to show his support. Leng Chen can find out as soon as he checks. If Sun Yin Yen had already offended the Shin family, he couldn't afford to lose the Lang family's support again. So even if Sun Yin Yen breaks off her relationship with them, she still has to come to the house for dinner on the weekends. As for Lin Bailu, if she knew what she was doing, she should listen well and be the good girl of the family. Although Lin Bailu is not his real daughter, he has treated her well for the past 20 years. Their family couldn't have raised her for 20 years for nothing, could they? Zhao Feng listened to Lin Dalong's words and immediately had an idea. Master, actually I have an idea here, I just don't know if you can agree to it. Her words were carefully spoken, which made Lin Dalong very flattered. He then eased his mood and looked at Zhao Feng and asked, "What's your idea?" But there's no harm in saying. After all, he didn't have any ideas right now, so maybe if he listened to Zhao Feng, he could be inspired. Zhao Feng cleared her throat and said word for word, Sun Yin Yen seems to want to sever ties with our family, and when I went to Shin Huayan's office earlier, Sun Yin Yen heard that I was going to sever ties with her, and she was too busy to agree. She is probably thinking that he climbed that high branch of the Shin family, so she is so unbridled. When she thought of Sun Yin Yen's look of complete disdain, she couldn't help but eyeball Lin Dalong in front of him. She thought that even if Sun Yin Yen regretted it, she wouldn't be able to get involved with the Lin family again. Lin Dalong didn't say anything as he listened to Zhao Feng's words, he just gestured for her to continue on. Zhao Feng saw this before she spoke again. Sun Yin Yen was signing an agreement with me at the time. You can tell her that as long as she agrees to come to the house for dinner on the weekends, you'll agree with that agreement she signed with me, and with Sun Yin Yen's character, she'll definitely agree to it in order to get rid of our family. Lin Dalong visibly froze, as if it was indeed a good idea. He had even told Sun Yin Yen before that he would definitely give her a statement, and if he directly severed his relationship with Sun Yin Yen, he wouldn't be able to live up to his face, but if he did it according to the way Zhao Feng said, then he wouldn't be able to be blamed for this matter. This method is good. Lin Dalong couldn't help but nod repeatedly. For the first time, he felt that Zhao Feng was quite smart, and this time, he not only avoided the possibility of crossing paths with Xin Jia in advance, but also helped him solve the big trouble in front of him. When Zhao Feng heard this, the breath she had been carrying in her heart was gradually released. Luckily, Lin Dalong stopped pursuing the matter, or else she would still be the one in misery. Chapter 177, Absolutely Not. After Lin Dalong made up his mind, he sent a message to Sun Yin Yen. The ins and outs of the matter, I've already heard your mom say it. This matter I think your mom did the right thing. After all, we promised the Shin family in the first place that we couldn't divulge your identity, and you're reneging on your word by doing this now. But you are my own daughter after all, the last decency I must give you, so come to the house for a meal on the weekend, and we'll count it as a complete severance of the father-daughter relationship. When we finish this meal, I will also personally make it clear to Mr. Shun that you will have nothing to do with our Lin family from now on. Sun Yin Yen read the message on her cell phone and skimmed her mouth a bit breathlessly. How does Dalin Lam have the nerve to post these messages? From this moment, she truly realized what it means to be invincible if one is shameless. Lin Dalong and the others were clearly worried that they would be implicated before they had to cut ties with her, but now they were instead acting as if she had done something wrong and they had to cut ties with her. You're talking in such a big way, but you're still drunk. It's all about severing the relationship already, and they still have to let her go to their house for dinner on the weekend, so it seems like the cat's out of the bag on the whole weekend dinner thing. Thinking about what? Shin Huayan, who pushed the door into the bedroom, saw Sun Yin Yen propped up her chin, her eyes staring unblinkingly at her cell phone. Is it waiting to hear from someone? With that in mind, he walked straight to Sun Yin Yen's side and held her in his lap. Sun Yin Yen had long since gotten used to Shin Huayan hugging her when she didn't move. His arms were strong and sturdy and his embrace was warm, especially on a late fall night when she needed it extra. Sun Yin Yen decisively found a comfortable position in his arms and leaned against him, unable to help but mutter. Lin Dalong swore before that he would definitely give me an explanation, but in the end, after returning to the Lin family, he sent me these 3 messages. She said, lifting the cell phone in her hand upward and handing it to Shin Huayan to see, complaining to him with a puffed-up look. Shin Huayan was amused by her cute appearance, and he couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth as his eyes fell on Sun Yin Yen's cell phone. Read those 3 messages almost instantly. His face sank slightly. Why do you let you go back for dinner on the weekends if you're going to cut you off? There's got to be something in the middle. Sun Yin Yen shrugged. I don't know, maybe there's flowers in the meal at home on weekends. She knew that Lin Dalong couldn't possibly do something superfluous. But let her think, and she couldn't. Shin Huayan's chin gently rubbed against her neck. So you're going back on the weekend? Sun Yin Yen nodded, very honestly returning. Of course I have to go back, after all, I have to make a clean break with the Lin family. In fact, Sun Yin Yen wanted to go back to the Lin family, not just for this, she also wanted to know what kind of hongmen banquet Lin Dalong had prepared waiting for her. If the Lin family wanted to take advantage of this time to make a move on her, she was just in time to move her muscles and beat up the 3 of them as a family. After all, it's not often that you get to meet the 3 of them together as a family. It's too pointless to always beat Lindbergh alone. A family should be neat and tidy. After you've broken off the relationship, you don't have to be merciful when you beat them. Shin Hwayan looked at Sun Yen Nien's small face, his brows pressed down quite a bit from worry. He still remembers the scene of Sun Yen Nien, who returned to the door for the first time after the wedding, eating KFC at Lin's house. She's going back alone. She's not going to be bullied again, is she? Shin Hwayan hesitated for a moment. I'll accompany you back. No need. Sun Yen Nien didn't even think about it and decisively refused. If you go to the Lin family, then how else am I going to cut ties with them? Lin Dalong and the others just thought that she was already a wasted chess piece, that's why they gave up on her. If Shin Hwayan went with her to the Lin family, wouldn't it be a disguised proof that she was important to Shin Hwayan? Lin Dalong definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to drain her of her remaining value. So absolutely not. Shin Hwayan naturally understood what Sun Yen Nien meant, but he just couldn't bear the thought of her going to the Lin family alone. He thought so, and his arm holding Sun Yen Nien couldn't help but tighten a bit. Sun Yen Nien sensed Shin Hwayan's emotions, her small hand slowly circled up to his back and gently patted it. I promise to just have a meal and come back. If they dare to bully me, I'll come back and tell you. At that time, you will kill them again. Okay? Shin Hwayan almost didn't even think about it and blurted out, no good. You're done being bullied by them. Even if I retaliate back, it won't change the outcome of you being bullied by them. My Shin Hwayan's woman can't be subjected to this. His voice sounded light, but with an undeniable tone. Sun Yen Nien did not expect Shin Hwayan to be so serious. She contemplated for a moment and popped her little head out of his arms. Then, I'll contact you over there in real time, and if anything goes wrong, you'll let the bodyguards go in and fix them right away, okay? Shin Hwayan didn't say anything this time, and seemed to be considering the feasibility of this program. According to Sun Yen Nien, there was definitely no way for him to accompany her, but he was worried that the Lin family would bully her. His dark eyes slowly narrowed. Then why don't you just keep your cell phone on the line all the time, so I can also judge your situation at any time so I can send someone to protect you? If that's the case, how else is she going to clean up after the family? Sun Yen Nien's eyebrows raised slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she still nodded her head in agreement. So in front of Shin Hwayan, Sun Yen Nien picked up her cell phone and just typed a line over. Okay. Not long after Sun Yen Nien's message was sent out, Lin Dalong's side once again sent a message. Be home at 5 p.m. sharp on Saturday, and I hope you won't be late. Sun Yen Nien did not expect Lin Dalong to return so quickly. It seems that he was genuinely looking forward to her going to the Lin family for dinner on the weekend. As for why, she was getting more and more curious. It was already Friday afternoon when Lin Bailu found out that Sun Yen Nien was coming over for dinner on the weekend. Looking at the message Xiaofeng sent her whole body was bad. Leng Chen was going to their house for dinner, something she knew about a few days ago. But why did Sun Yen Nien come over the weekend? Is it hard for her to be disliked by the Shin family side? So wanting to take advantage of Leng Chen's visit to the house for dinner to seduce him, wanting to steal her man? Lin Bailu had to be on guard. After all, Sun Yen Nien had a previous record, and if it wasn't for her, the person Shin Hwayan married would have been herself. She would definitely make Shin Hwayan have to recognize her within the year, which would be like that little cutie Sun Yen Nien. It's really a make or break situation. Chapter 178, Sun Yen Nien cares about material things and worships gold? Can't catch a good opportunity when it's readily available. She had already been won over by Sun Yen Nien once, and this time she definitely wouldn't let Sun Yen Nien steal her man again. Lin Bailu intended to let Leng Chen know Sun Yen Nien's true colors so that he wouldn't be compelled by this woman. She only had one class on Friday afternoons, and before that, in order for her to be able to attract Leng Chen's attention, Lin Dalong had sent someone early in the morning to inquire about the places that Leng Chen went in and out of on a daily basis. However, although he was in and out of these places, he was a super VIP customer of these places, and usually no one would let unrelated people in, so she could only take her chances. Lin Bailu thought so and walked towards the school entrance, but what she didn't expect was that she met Leng Chen just before she reached the school entrance. It's a real step in the right direction, but it's not hard to get there. Lin Bailu looked at Leng Chen with some excitement, but for the sake of a daughter's reserve, she could only force herself to be calm and nodded gently at him. Leng Xiao, what a coincidence. Leng Chen's eyes glanced over Lin Bailu's body, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, but his smile didn't reach the bottom of his eyes. It's indeed quite coincidental, because I'm here to find you. Lin Bailu didn't expect Leng Chen to be so blunt, her cheeks slightly flushed and she smiled shyly. Then this is also considered a heart-to-heart between me and Leng Xiao. Her heart was pounding as she said this. Leng Chen definitely likes her. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken the initiative to come to the school to find her. According to Lin Dalong's investigation, all the previous girlfriends that Leng Chen dated were all backward. For someone like her to be actively pursued by Leng Chen, she, Lin Bailu, was the first of her kind. With that thought alone, Lin Bailu's mood couldn't help but get excited. She knew then that not all men were without vision. Leng Chen's brows knitted slightly, and when he heard what Lin Bailu had just said, the corners of his mouth silently hooked up in a mocking arc. Is the heart in the right place? She's got a lot of nerve thinking about it. If he hadn't already known that Sun Yen Yen was a student at Yuqing University, he wouldn't have bothered to come to the school. Leng Chen had thought Lin Bailu was a bit interesting before, but ever since he'd had dinner with her once, he'd realized that she was just like his previous girlfriends who'd fallen on hard times. There was no difference. He didn't know how Lin Bailu exuded charisma in front of Xiao Xiu, but he was pretty sure of one thing, which was that Lin Bailu didn't have any charisma to speak of in front of him. If it wasn't for him wanting to be angry with Xiao Xiu, he wouldn't even want to touch Lin Bailu's side. However, Leng Chen thought for a moment that Sun Yen Yen was Lin Bailu's sister, so she should more or less understand her. He raised his eyes to look at Lin Bailu, a pair of peach blossom eyes smiling extraordinarily brightly. Then why don't we go around the playground and have a chat in the meantime? Lin Bailu agreed almost without thinking. She was about to reveal Sun Yen Yen's true colors to Leng Chen, but she didn't expect him to come right in front of her. Now she just had to think about how to naturally bring up Sun Yen Yen in front of him. With this thought, Lin Bailu followed Leng Chen towards the playground. She clearly felt the gazes of the people around her looking at them. It was envy, it was jealousy. This made Lin Bailu feel physically and mentally relieved. She was supposed to be the envy of all. It's only right that everything is right now. Leng Chen walked leisurely on the playground with his steps, his eyes glancing around the campus and looking sideways at Lin Bailu. You should know that I'm going to have dinner at Lin's house this Saturday, right? Lin Bailu nodded her head repeatedly. Mom has already told me. Dad has done so much preparation for this matter. She had the appearance of a good girl, pretending to casually help the Lins put in a good word on the side to show how much their family valued Leng Chen. She thought that Leng Chen would more or less say some polite words, but she didn't expect Leng Chen to just walk forward by himself. Suddenly, his footsteps paused, and his eyes looked toward a group of students who were sketching in the grove not far away. Lin Bailu saw, at a glance, Sun Yen Yen, who was the most conspicuous among the group of students. Her figure is small and delicate, wearing a child with a yellow and white flowers of the halter dress, casually on the side of the hairtail loosely tied, on top of the hand in the side of the picking of small flowers, a wide-brimmed beige hat on her head to look particularly delicate. Like a little elf in the forest, you can't take your eyes off it. Lin Bailu had to admit that Sun Yen Yen had good clothes and a good figure. A simple little halter dress can be worn by her with a different sense of innocence. She was about to pull Leng Chen toward somewhere else, but suddenly, as if she remembered something, she slowly opened her mouth. What a coincidence, my sister is even over here. Lin Bailu's words made Leng Chen froze slightly. He knew that Sun Yen Yan's section was a sketching class, that's why he came to the playground on purpose, and he asked Lin Bailu to come over just because he wanted her to take cover. After all, he was too big a target to come to the playground alone. It would be bad if Sun Yen Yan felt that he had come to see her specifically. Leng Chen was still planning to surprise her on Saturday and tease the little woman along the way. He didn't want her to find out early. Leng Chen pretended that he only saw Sun Yen Yan now, and opened his mouth lightly. I remember you mentioned her before, saying that she had only been retrieved by the Lin family not long ago, and that she had been living in the mountains before that, and I didn't expect her to adapt to the life of the Lin family so quickly, and that she looked a bit of a celebrity lady. He was saying this completely against his will. What's with the Miss Fame look? She's a fairy, okay? Among this group of sketching students, even if they only looked at their backs, they could tell that Sun Yen Yan was the best looking one. Lin Bailu's heart burst with joy. I didn't expect Leng Chen to think differently than the average man. He didn't think Sun Yen Yan was that good looking. True to form, he was the man he had his eye on. Lin Bailu had previously thought about how to mention Sun Yen Yan without a trace, but now that Leng Chen had taken the initiative to speak up, she simply pushed the boat along. Nian Yan, before she came to the Lin family, did live in the mountains, but the network can always teach others a lot of things. Nian Yan is naturally no exception. It's just that she has some not so good little habits. I hope that Leng Xiaoyu don't care when the time comes. After all, he is my family. The tip of Leng Chen's eyebrow raised slightly, unaware that he remembered asking, what bad habits does she have? Lin Bailu pretended to look at him with a difficult face. She may have lived a life that was too hard before, so now she always cares more about some material things. Of course I'm not saying that Nian Yan worships gold. She was just in a bad situation when she was small and didn't have any adults to help her to correct her 3 views, so that's why she is like this. Nian Yan actually quite poor. Leng Chen was silent for a moment. Sun Yen Yan cared about material things and worshipped gold? Does that mean it's easier for him to take her down? Chapter 179, It's Quite a Destiny. If he had known that was the case, he should have gone ahead and flaunted his cards and money like crazy that day. Wouldn't Sun Yen Yan belong to him then? After all, the last thing he needs is money. Of course Lin Bailu didn't know what Leng Chen was thinking, or else she would have been angry and spit out blood long ago. When she saw that Leng Chen didn't open his mouth, she thought that he couldn't raise half an interest in Sun Yen Yan's matter, and she couldn't help but feel even happier. Lin Bailu had prepared a bunch of disparaging remarks about Sun Yen Yan before, and seeing that he wasn't interested in Sun Yen Yan at all, she simply didn't brush her off here. Leng Chen only had to care about her alone. Soon, it was Saturday. Sun Yen Yan went to the Lin family at the time agreed upon by Lin Dalong. In order not to reveal that she was favored in the Shin family, she only let the driver drop her off at the intersection. Sun Yen Yan originally wanted to take a cab. just like the last time she went back to Lin's house, but Shin Hwayan was always uneasy. So a bodyguard was picked to chauffeur her around. Don't look at Sun Yen Nyen who went alone, but the second button on her chest is the camera. There was a team of bodyguards no more than 100 meters away from the Lin family, waiting in place. It could be said that as long as Lin Dalong was on camera and Shin Hwayan heard a word about bullying her, that team of bodyguards would immediately come over and destroy him. And when the time comes, it doesn't matter if he breaks it off or not. After all, they already had a copy of the severance statement signed by Zhao Feng in their hands. The reason why Shin Hwayan promised Sun Yen Nyen to let her return to the Lin family, it was nothing more than being heartbroken for this little girl, so that he could sever himself from the Lin family in a more honorable manner. Otherwise, just because Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng were treating her like this, he would have hated to just get the two of them killed. Knock, knock, knock. Sun Yen Nyen knocked on the neighbor's door. Soon, the door was opened and there stood the three Lin's couple and Lin Bailu on their faces. They all had smiles on their faces and looked extraordinarily creepy. But when they saw that it was her at the door, all three put away their smiles almost simultaneously. How come it's you? Lin Bailu was the first to react, the smile on her face instantly closing. Sun Yen Nyen couldn't help but snort. If I remember correctly, it was you guys who told me to come here for dinner. What? Another temporary change of heart? As she said this, her eyes turned to Lin Dalong. Then the agreement between us should still stand, right? I've kind of come here, so we've cleared the air. Sun Yen Nyen turned around and was about to leave after finishing his words, but Lin Dalong rushed up with an arrow step and blocked his way. Lang Chen hasn't come yet. How can Sun Yen Nyen leave? If she left, he wouldn't have called her to the house for nothing. Lin Dalong's brows frowned and slowly opened his mouth. I said before that I'd let you come to the house for dinner. Surely you have to finish eating before you can count. Don't stand at the door. Quickly go inside. Lin Bailu stared at Sun Yen Nyen with extraordinarily displeasure, and was just about to open her mouth to shoo her away when she saw Lin Dalong glaring at her. The words that came to her lips could only be swallowed back again. She didn't understand why her dad had to call Sun Yen Nyen to the house. Lang Chen came to the house for dinner. Shouldn't there be as few people as possible? Where did Lin Bailu know that Lang Chen had talked to Lin Dalong before he came to see the whole family? So her inability to understand was also expected by Lin Dalong. But he couldn't say that in front of Lin Bailu, otherwise this girl would definitely go crazy. Lin Dalong could only give Zhao Feng a wink, signaling her to stop Lin Bailu. Zhao Feng immediately understood, reached out and tugged at Lin Bailu beside him and shook his head. Lin Bailu had to stop talking. Her goal today was Lang Chen, and she definitely couldn't let this woman Sun Yen Nyen affect her mood. Sun Yen Nyen watched Lin Bailu obediently shut her mouth, and her heart became even more curious. She followed the neighboring maid toward the dining room. Out of Sun Yen Nyen's expectation, the Lin family had prepared a rich meal this time, and there were quite a few foreign dishes, so it seemed that they had put in a lot of effort. Looks like the Lin family is going to have a big shot in a while. Sun Yen Nyen found a random seat and sat down, not that she had much interest in the food on the table. She was usually tired of eating all these fancy ingredients. Instead, they have a penchant for junk food, such as fried chicken, milk tea, and snacks. These are very common, but not often eaten by her. Sun Yen Nyen was propping up her chin in deep thought when noisy voices from outside slowly came over. When she came back to her senses, 3 members of the Lin family and a long-built man walked in. Sun Yen Nyen raised her eyes slightly, seeing the visitor's single eyebrow suddenly raised. How to put it, Lang Chen's appearance in the Lin family was a bit of a surprise to her, yet not entirely. As Lang Chen was the heir to one of the 4 great families, it was normal for the Lin family to want to climb over him. Coupled with her previous encounter with Lang Chen, the reason why Lin Dalong had made it necessary for her to go home for dinner became instantly clear at this moment. Sun Yen Nyen's eyes drooped in lack of interest, and her line of sight quickly moved back to the meal on the table. Her overly indifferent expression made Lang Chen's eyebrows, couldn't help but frown. Did she not see him? Or didn't recognize him? Lin Dalong was talking warmly with Lang Chen, and after seeing him enter the restaurant, his eyes fell on Sun Yen Nyen. Lin Dalong hurriedly explained, Lang Xiao, this is my second daughter, Sun Yen Nyen. Her character is a bit introverted, not too talkative. His eyes stared sharply at Sun Yen Nyen as he said this, as if he was warning her to speak less. Sun Yen Nyen was already too lazy to pay attention to Lang Chen, and when she heard the words Lin Dalong laid out for her, she simply chose to be mute. Lang Chen's eyes narrowed as he walked straight to the seat beside Sun Yen Nyen and sat down. Classmate Su, what a coincidence, I didn't expect us to meet here. His voice was light, but it was like dropping a heavy bomb inside the restaurant. Lin Dalong pulled the corner of his mouth a bit awkwardly. Lang Xiao, do you know my second daughter? Lang Chen pulled a faint smile on his face. More than knowing her, she even saved my life. It's just that she saw justice at that time and didn't leave her name behind. I also once sent my men to look for her, however, none of them were found. When he finished saying this, he turned his head to look up at Sun Yen Nyen once again and said word for word, I didn't think that it was really a case of stepping through iron shoes without looking for a place, and that I would get there without making any effort at all. I would actually meet fellow student Su here. Lang Chen had intentionally said these words in front of Sun Yen Nyen. He only did it to tell her that he had been searching for her after they parted ways, he just hadn't found her. The three members of the Lin family stared dumbfounded at the situation in front of them, and Lin Bailu even pinched her fingernails in her hands in indignation. She forced a smile to come and sat on Ling Chen's other side. That's quite a coincidence, showing that young Ling has a destiny with our Lin family. It's quite a bond. Chapter 180, Is Su Nian Nian crazy? Although Ling Chen's words were spoken in obedience to Lin Bailu, his eyes were fixed on Su Nian Nian. Anyone could see that he was interested in Su Nian Nian. Su Nian Nian herself looked as if she didn't get to Ling Chen's strings, her eyes always on the meal in front of her. Ling Chen's brows frowned once again, and simply threw the conversation directly to Su Nian Nian. Classmate Su, I've always cared about you saving me last time. It's just as well that I'm taking the opportunity this time to repay your kindness, so feel free to mention any requests you may have. When Su Nian Nian heard Ling Chen's words, her eyes then turned to him. On the side, Lin Daolong was even more excited. Ling Chen even took the initiative to ask Su Nian Nian to make conditions, this if he words, a quasi-several cooperation with the Lang family, but this opportunity is Su Nian Nian's. Lin Daolong suddenly kind of regretted mentioning the severing of ties with Su Nian Nian early. Otherwise, as long as Su Nian Nian was allowed to open her mouth, the cooperation with the Lang family wouldn't be a piece of cake? When Lin Daolong thought of this, he couldn't help but keep his gaze tightly fixed on Su Nian Nian, fearing that she wouldn't know how to utilize this opportunity wisely. Ahem. He coughed lightly, trying to attract Su Nian Nian's attention, even if it was good to sidetrack her for a while and have a good talk with her. If it was usual, Lin Daolong would definitely not be so brazen. But what's the point of not having a little face compared to the benefits that can come your way? When Su Nian Nian heard Lin Daolong coughing, she raised her eyes to look at him, and when she saw him frantically giving her a look as if his eyes were cramped, Su Nian Nian immediately understood his intentions. Before swindling her to come to the Lin family for dinner, it was probably for this Ling Chen, and now that she heard him say that she could repay the favor of saving her life, Lin Daolong would be even more excited, right? The corner of Su Nian Nian's mouth hooked slightly, and with a leathery smile, she looked at Ling Chen and faintly said, "Can you agree to whatever conditions I put forward?" As she said this, her eyes swept in front of several people at the table as if on purpose. The three members of the Lin family had different faces, but they all stared at her in unison. Especially Lin Bailu, when she heard that Su Nian Nian had saved Ling Chen before and that Ling Chen was warming up to her, the alarm bells in the bottom of her heart never stopped. Now that she heard Su Nian Nian say this, she almost reflexively stopped it. "Nian Nian, what are you talking about? Lang Xiaojia didn't ask for your lion's share of the money just for the sake of it." Zhao Feng followed along at the side and helped. "Lulu is right, Lang Xiao is just saying it casually, why are you still climbing up the pole?" Although Lin Daolong on the side didn't say anything, his face obviously didn't look too good when he heard Lin Bailu and Zhao Feng's words. Su Nian Nian saved Ling Chen, why can't she make a deal? The other party was the Lang family, one of the four great families, and a towering presence in the Shangjing circle, so how come they couldn't make conditions? Besides, Su Nian Nian was about to sever ties with their family, so wouldn't it be a happy ending if they could finally waste it? On the contrary, these two women with long hair and short senses were here to cross him, so he was really going to be pissed off. Lang Chen's face was even a bit ugly, his eyes glanced at Lin Bailu and Zhao Feng, his voice coolly said, "I, Lang Chen, have always been true to my word, and to say that I'm just talking off the cuff is Mrs. Lin looking down on me?" Zhao Feng did not expect Lang Chen's evil fire to burn onto her face instantly turned a little pale, but she hastened to explain, "Lang Xiao, I don't mean that, I just think that Nian Nian was too rude just now, that's why I opened my mouth to say those words, it's not directed at you Lang Xiao." Lin Bailu saw Lang Chen angry, also followed to explain, "Lang Xiao, my mother has no malicious intent, she is also afraid of her sister to do something wrong, after all, her sister came from the mountains, a lot of things don't quite understand." Yes, indeed. Lang Chen listened to Lin Bailu and that Zhao Feng-like person explaining in tandem, belittling Su Nian Nian in the process, and raised his eyebrows in displeasure. Their Lang family was one of the four great families, and the twists and turns within the family could be even more exciting than what was playing out in front of them. He grew up in this environment, how could he not tell who was really nice to whom? He had also inquired before, Su Nian Nian was indeed the one that their Lin family had recently retrieved, and although the Lin family hadn't announced it to the outside world yet, quite a few people knew about the relationship between her and Lin Bailu. Coupled with the fact that at the school auction, Su Nian Nian had donated over 100 luxury items, he thought Su Nian Nian was doing well in the Lin family. But now it seemed that Zhao Feng, her mother, was not treating Su Nian Nian well. So where did she get all those luxuries? From Dalong Lin? His dark eyes narrowed before he said faintly, "I won't bother you with these things, after all, the person who saved me was Su Nian Nian, so I'm only listening to her wishes alone right now. Whether she wanted money, or his people, or to help the Lin family ask for cooperation from him, he could do either." Lang Chen's eyes looked towards Su Nian Nian, and because of her amazingly beautiful little face, his heart couldn't help but look forward to it. If she was smart enough, she should have picked him for this one. After all, with him, you have everything. He felt that any woman who came across the offer he gave would choose him. If Su Nian Nian wanted to marry him, it wasn't non-negotiable. If before, Lang Chen absolutely 100% will refuse, but now, he suddenly feels that marriage is not bad. Sun Yan felt all the eyes fall on her, and her brows furrowed in displeasure, almost as if she were writing all her dislike on her face. She cast a sidelong glance at Ling Chen. What you just said. I'll ask for whatever I want. Aha. Ling Chen nodded with extra seriousness. Sun Yan abruptly hooked up the corner of her mouth and smiled. I want you. You are so good. I want you to hurry up and eat now. Hurry up and leave after eating. I'm in a hurry. Sun Yan rolled her eyes, and without waiting for Ling Chen to finish his words, she disliked him with a single sentence. The restaurant fell into silence almost instantly. Not to mention Ling Chen, even the 3 members of the Lin family were stunned. Is Sun Yan crazy? Ling Chen asked her to make conditions, and she even asked Ling Chen to hurry up and finish eating and leave? In fact, the Lin family is what that person does not know is that just now Sun Yan had wanted to say, let him finish eating and hurry to get out. But she was worried that after embarrassing Ling Chen and the Lin family, Lin Dalong would touch her, so she changed the word roll on her lips to go. Lin Bailu was almost the first to come back to her senses. Lung Xiao, my sister is just this temper, don't pay attention to it, she didn't do it on purpose. The way she was trying to speak, although her mouth was helping Sun Yan, in her heart, she was already happy. She had just been worried that Sun Yan would seduce Ling Chen, but now she realized that she was really stupid. Chapter 181, Why are you hitting me back? Obviously, by making a slight request, she would be able to go further with Ling Chen. At worst, he could ask for a partnership with the Lang family to curry favor with Lin Dalong. Sun Yan favored the worst option. She has now not only offended Ling Chen, but also offended Lin Dalong, TSK. She knew what big waves a stinky girl from the countryside could make. Ling Chen's eyes burned as he swept over Sun Yan's body, and when he thought of what Lin Bailu had said earlier, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Isn't it true that she cares more about some material things? Wasn't his status and position enough to satisfy her? Sun Yan didn't even raise her eyelids, her eyes always falling on the rice on the table. Suddenly, Lung Chen looked like he understood something. This little woman must be throwing a tantrum here because she was hungry. Or she felt that the relationship between her and Lin Bailu was too close right now, so she did this to try to get his attention? The corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but tick, and he had to admit that Sun Yan had succeeded. He was very impressed with her different approach. Since Yan wants to eat, then let's just eat first, and we can talk about other things after dinner. The smile at the corner of Ling Chen's mouth did not have the slightest intention of falling, which made the few people sitting at the table breathe a sigh of relief. Even the expression on Sun Yan's face was a lot milder than just now. The fact that this meal had begun meant that the countdown to her separation from the Lin family had begun. However, her gentle expression caused Ling Chen to get the wrong idea, thinking that his guesses just now were all right, and looking at Sun Yan with an even gentler expression. He chucked a piece of beef and placed it on Sun Yan's plate. Looking at her with a smile on his face, he said, "Try this, if you like it, I can recommend an R-style restaurant to you, all their beef is flown in from R, it tastes very good." Sun Yan glanced at the beef on the dinner plate and then at Ling Chen, silently moving the beef aside. "I don't like beef." "Really?" Ling Chen wasn't discouraged, and pinched another shrimp for Sun Yan. "I also know a good fresh food store, their salmon meat is also good, do you like it?" Sun Yan didn't even think about it and blurted out, "I don't like it." Lin Bailu, who had been sitting beside Lung Chen, exploded at once. She was clearly staring at Sun Yan the entire time, and she managed to hook Ling Chen from under her nose as well? Lin Bailu clenched her fists tightly and watched Ling Chen hit the wall again and again at Sun Yan's before she took over the conversation and said, "Lung Xiao, where is that R-style restaurant you just mentioned? If I'm free, I'd like to go with Lang Xiao to try it out." Afterward, she pretended to be understanding and helped Sun Yan explain. Yan rarely ate these things in the mountains before, that's why she didn't like them. It turns out that I've never had it, so that's why I don't like it. Ling Chen's brows frowned slightly, and he felt a little more pity for Sun Yan all of a sudden. Such a pretty and cute little girl had unexpectedly suffered so much in the past. After she followed him, he would definitely take good care of her and bring her to see the world. Lin Bailu saw that Ling Chen didn't open his mouth and thought that he was indeed angry with Sun Yan. She was thinking about how to guide Ling Chen to further lift his eyes to Sun Yan when she heard Lin Dalong open his mouth. Yan, see what you like to eat, you can talk to Ling Xiao about it. After all, Ling Xiao is also the first time he came to our house as a guest. It's normal that he doesn't understand what preferences you have. Lin Dalong looked like he was helping Ling Chen to open up, but he actually had a different idea. The way Ling Chen had just taken the initiative to get close to Sun Yan, he was clearly interested in her. Although Sun Yan was now married to Shin Huayan, she didn't know when she was going to be kicked out of the Shin family. If he could climb up to the Lang family at this time, he wouldn't mind letting her continue to be the Lin family's daughter. But if she didn't have it, then he couldn't be blamed. As for Lin Bailu, she's probably out of luck. From just after entering the restaurant, Ling Chen's eyes had been on Sun Yan, and he even took the initiative to give her food. Looking at Lin Bailu's side again, Ling Chen was even about to forget about her existence. Lin Dalong couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart. Lin Bailu was considered one of the best among these celebrities in the Shangjing circle. In the past, there were quite a few people around her who pursued her, but most of them were from families similar to or even inferior to the Lin family. That's why he had never agreed to Lin Bailu's casual relationships. Lin Dalong hoped that Lin Bailu could attract the upper echelons of the Shangjing circle of gentry, but to his dismay, she attracted none of them. On the contrary, Su Nian had not only married the Shin family, which was the head of the four great families, but also had the heir of the Leng family, one of the four great families, take the initiative to pursue him. He had also heard before that young master of the Chao family also often hung around Su Nian, while quite a few second-generation ancestors from the first echelon of the Shangjing circle were on good terms with her at school. Although Lin Dalong didn't know how Su Nian did it, he was satisfied that she was able to mingle with the first tier of the second generation of the Shangjing circle. After all, they were all the future heirs of the upper Beijing circle, and it was definitely right to be on good terms with them. Su Nian listened to Lin Dalong and Lin Bailu come to that person singing in unison, and the chopsticks that were clamping down on the food also paused. She looked at the two men with cold eyes, the corner of her mouth suddenly slowly hooked, raising her eyes to look at Lin Dalong. I like to eat fried chicken and drink milk tea, don't you know that? Lin Dalong instantly remembered Su Nian who had ordered fried chicken and milk tea for himself on the day he returned to the door. At that time, because of this tawdry maneuver of hers, the way Shen Huayan looked at him made him have nightmares for several days in a row. Later, his two successive collaborations were due to Shen Huayan's special care did not. Luckily, Shen Huayan didn't keep an eye on their family later on, and the matter was put to rest. Shen Huayan was just trying to warn him at the time, so he didn't do too much. Lin Dalong's eyebrows almost instantly twisted into a pimple as he looked at Su Nian with a gloomy face. Eat less of this junk food in the future. What kind of fried chicken and milk tea does a girl eat? Aren't you afraid that no one will want you if you get fat? Su Nian almost rolled her eyes on the spot. Every piece of meat on her body is something she ate with skill. What does she have to be afraid of? Besides, being dumped by a man because he's fat doesn't show the man's character? What's with the backhandedness? Su Nian picked up the paper towel on the table and wiped her small mouth, slowly looking at Lin Dalong, saying word for word, "You're so fat, and I haven't seen anyone abandon you." As she said that, she also sized up Lin Dalong's figure with a disgusted look. In fact, Lin Dalong in his age is still considered to be a good figure, although a little blonde, but no beer belly, coupled with good maintenance, can still see a few points of youthful elegance. Chapter 182, Your words are too vulgar. After all, if he and Zhao Feng could give birth to a little girl of Su Nian's face, his own face couldn't be any worse. Plus, although Lin's group was not considered the first tier in the Shangjing circle, the second tier was still more than enough. He was usually held in high regard both outside and inside the house. There really weren't many like Su Nian who directly took his face off. Lin Dalong's face instantly turned ugly. He was just about to open his mouth, but Leng Chen ended up speaking one step ahead of him. Mr. Lin's figure really needs to be managed. If it goes on like this, it's easy for something to go wrong. Dallas Lin? The words he was about to say were instantly blocked by Leng Chen, and for a moment it was neither right nor wrong to say anything. It simply pissed him off. Su Nian glanced at Lin Dalong, directly ignoring his displeased look. She's only here for her last meal. They didn't say she had to be here for her last meal to act like a grandchild. They're a family of three here talking about group comedy, and she's already giving them face enough by not just lifting the table. I hope the three of them don't give a about their family. The table instantly fell into an awkward silence because of Leng Chen's sudden words. Aside from Su Nian who was eating with one chopstick and not the other, and Leng Chen who was watching Su Nian eat bite by bite, the three members of the Lin family didn't have any appetite at all. They had thought that after Su Nian lost the Shin family, she would surely turn into the penniless pauper she was before, but it turned out that they didn't expect that in the time it took to eat a meal, Leng Chen seemed to have been taken down by her. The three members of the Lin family are going to vomit. Especially Lin Bailu. She had thought that Leng Chen was special to her, so she was even more confident about taking him down. But who knew that after Su Nian arrived, Leng Chen's attitude towards her took a sharp turn for the worse. Lin Bailu's eyes narrowed, looking cynically at Su Nian, itching to stare a few holes out of her. What else is she good for besides seducing men with that face of hers? Su Nian picked up her chopsticks and casually chucked a few more things onto her dinner plate, seeing that no one else was moving their chopsticks anymore. Only then did she raise her eyes to look at Lin Dalong. Are you guys still going to eat this meal? If she didn't eat it, she could leave right now. When Lin Dalong heard Su Nian's words, he naturally immediately understood what she meant. He clenched his fists in indignation. Was this ungrateful daughter so looking forward to cutting ties with him? It's true that if he didn't raise it, he just can't feed it. Zhao Feng also understood what Su Nian meant. If it was usual, she would have kicked Su Nian out long ago, but not now. They hadn't gotten acquainted with Leng Chen yet, so they couldn't end the meal yet. Zhao Fengshan pulled a smile to look at Su Nian. How can that be? We've only just started eating. It's still early. As she said this, her eyes glanced at Su Nian, giving her a warning look. Su Nian returned the same blank stare to her. Just as the Lin family was racking their brains on how to leave a good impression on Ling Chen, a cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded in the room. Ling Chen glanced at the cell phone that was sitting on the table and picked it up with his hand, just in time to see the phone number on it. His eyebrows lifted, suddenly coming to a halt. "Excuse me, I have to take this." He nodded at Sun Yan Yan, piggybacking on his leg and sweeping a glance at the three members of the Lin family as well, before he stood up and walked out. As soon as Ling Chen left, the atmosphere in the restaurant instantly became weird. "Sun Yan Yan, you did it on purpose." Lin Bailu almost gritted her teeth and glared at Sun Yan Yan. "You obviously have Shenhuayan, why do you still want to steal Lung Xiao from me?" Sun Yan Yan looked at Lin Bailu with a shocked expression. "Are you sick? Can't you see that I can't even hide?" Lin Bailu didn't believe Sun Yan Yan. "That's just you trying to escape. You've got to get your mom." Sun Yan Yan almost exploded on the spot, but thinking that after all, that was her former birth mother, there wasn't much difference between scolding her and scolding herself. She glanced at Lin Bailu in disgust. "Not everyone is like you, they all like to eat. Just because you like to eat it yourself doesn't mean that others do too." In order to prevent her from seeing Ling Chen, Xiao Xiu gave her a lot of preventive shots. He had even heartlessly collected information on all the women Ling Chen had dated within 5 years. Gee, don't say 5 years. Just for 1 year, it's enough to put together a soccer team. Not to mention 5 years. That pile of information, just look at the thickness. Sun Yan Yan resisted from the bottom of her heart. She did not want to know at all how many girlfriends Ling Chen actually had, nor did she want to know what the status of his girlfriends were. It wasn't like she liked him or could like him. Lin Bailu's breath almost didn't come up when she was blocked by Sun Yan Yan's words, especially when she heard her say that she liked to eat. Her whole body was about to explode with anger. "Sun Yan Yan, your words are too vulgar." Zhao Feng immediately helped out when she saw that Lin Bailu had lost the battle. She stared tightly at Sun Yan Yan with dissatisfaction between her brows. Sun Yan Yan didn't spoil her either, and coolly returned, "What can I do then? I was born of a mother, not raised by a mother." "You." Zhao Feng was so angry with her that her heart clogged up and she felt like she was going to be so angry with Sun Yan Yan that she was going to have a heart attack in the next second. Bang! Lin Dalong slammed the table and glared at Sun Yan Yan. "What are you talking about? Aren't we?" Yes, you all are, but soon you won't be." Sun Yan Yan shrugged indifferently, looking unimpressed. Lin Dalong just wanted to continue lecturing Sun Yan Yan, but he was choked by her words. He thought about Ling Chen's attitude towards Sun Yan Yan, and his sophisticated eyes narrowed. "If you admit your mistake now, I suddenly remembered that before, when I first came to the Lin family, you guys said that after I married you, as my maternal family, would be my backbone. I should remember correctly, right?" Without waiting for Lin Dalong to finish his words, Sun Yan Yan opened his mouth directly. "If the Shin family has been deliberately making things difficult for me lately, as my mother's family, shouldn't you guys show something? Such as resolutely defending me and fighting the Shin family to the end, or something like that?" Zhao Feng was simply going to be laughed at by Sun Yan Yan. "What kind of spring and autumn dream are you having? Weren't you so arrogant before? Now that you've encountered something, you've remembered that we're your mother's family?" She knew Sun Yan Yan's hardness was all an act. At that time it was because Shin Huayan was present that she was so good at acting. Now that there were no outsiders, she showed her true colors instead. Lin Dalong narrowed his eyes, but he didn't speak as harshly as Zhao Feng. He quietly stared at Sun Yan Yan for a few moments and asked, "What do you want from us?" Sun Yan Yan clasped her hands on her chest and leaned directly on the back of the chair. A pair of good-looking eyes smiled curved. "Things are not difficult, is to give me $20 million of pocket money to use." Chapter 183, Truly Intolerable. "Are you crazy for money?" Without waiting for Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng to speak, Lin Bailu blurted out. She sold everything she had for $10 million. How dare she ask for $20 million in pocket money? When Lin Bailu thought that because of Sun Yan Yan, she had to buy goods to pass off as her previous jewelry and bags and things like that, she had a belly full of anger. Lin Dalong's face obviously sank as well. Although the Lin family was the second tier of the Shangjing circle, $20 million was not a level that could just be taken out as pocket money. He suddenly thought of the 100 or so luxury items donated by Sun Yan Yan at the school auction. How many of them were sponsored by the Shin family's side? As for what she said before, Master Shin gave her $10 million in pocket money or something like that. In the end, is it true or false? For the first time, Lin Dalong has doubts about Sun Yan Yan, especially about whether the Shin family truly favors her. He even suspected that what he knew before was a smokescreen created by Sun Yan Yan. Lin Dalong stared at Sun Yan Yan, trying to find some clues amongst her expression, but there was almost nothing in the way of emotional fluctuations on her pretty little face. Naturally, he had nothing to conclude. Lin Dalong took a deep breath. "What are you going to do with the $20 million? Master? Dad?" Zhao Feng and Lin Bailu both were really worried that Lin Dalong had been fooled by Sun Yan Yan. $20 million. That's no small amount. And this woman asked the Lin family for money, one way or the other. They absolutely could not let Lin Dalong open this up to her. Sun Yan Yan's pair of eyebrows smiled in a crooked way, her fingertips gently wrapped around her hair, but her smile didn't fall under her eyes. "Pocket money, of course it's for pocket money. Lin Dalong clenched his fist fiercely, obviously exasperated by Sun Yan Yan. After this meal, you are no longer a member of our Lin family, there is no reason to ask for this pocket money from our Lin family. Lin Bailu and Zhao Feng were also visibly relieved when they heard this. Luckily, Lin Dalong hadn't been compelled by Sun Yan Yan. Just as Lin Bailu wanted to say a few words to mock Sun Yan Yan, she heard Sun Yan Yan open her mouth once again. Just now you all saw, that Ling Xiao seems to be very interested in me, won't you guys consider continuing to invest? Sun Yan Yan deliberately irritated the Lin family with these words. After all, they had asked her to come to dinner for Ling Chen's sake. It's unlikely that the same tactics will be used in the future to get her to come back and have dinner with Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian, or whatever. She had to snuff out these pitfalls at the source. The more arrogant she acted, the more Lin Dalong and the others felt that she was of no use. Waiting to get the word out. She'd like to see how they still have the face to go to her? Lang Xiao only said a few more words to you because you're the daughter of the Lin family, so don't put gold on your own face. Lin Bailu almost jumped up from her position and glared at her indignantly. Of course she knew that Ling Chen was interested in Sun Yan Yan, but she would never let her have her way. Sun Yan Yan had already snatched Shen Huayan from her before, and she definitely wouldn't allow her to snatch Ling Chen again. Sun Yan Yan shrugged her shoulders with a look of indifference. Even if there is no Lang Xiao, I still have quite a few rich second-generation people from the Shangjing circle by my side, so, Mr. Lin, are you really not considering continuing to invest in me? Zhao Feng looked at Sun Yan Yan's arrogant appearance and couldn't help but scold. Sun Yan Yan, do you still have a face or not? A girl's family, how dare you talk about such things so nakedly? You're really disgracing our Lin family. Sun Yan Yang snorted, if I'm on good terms with other people, I'm a disgrace. And if your good Lulu was out there hooking up with other people, she's awesome? Mrs. Lin, don't be too double-standard. What's more, the one you're double-standardizing isn't even your own. Zhao Feng was clearly zapped by Sun Yan Yan. You. She opened her mouth for a long time before she could squeeze out a sentence. It's a good thing I lost you in the first place, or your father and I would have been furious with you. Sun Yan Yan snorted, same happy. If I were to be raised by you guys to be the kind of person Lin Bailu is, I might as well just strangle me to death. Zhao Feng was almost so angry at Sun Yan Yan that she had a heart attack. She didn't expect Sun Yan Yan to return her sentence so lightly, and her entire body looked at her incredulously. Seeing this, Lin Bailu immediately held Zhao Feng aside, patting and caressing her back. Sun Yan Yan, you've gone too far. How can you say such things to Mom? Aren't you afraid that she'll be sad? Sad? Sun Yan Yan's eyebrows raised. Doesn't she know what a child who was lost by her biological parents, craves for the most? She belittles me and hurts me with every word, and still expects me to be at peace with her. How in heaven can anything be so good? I'm just returning the favor. If she can't handle it, don't hurt others in the same way. Sun Yan Yan didn't actually care about Zhao Feng's words, but if she hadn't met the master and brothers who had spoiled her to the skies in her past life, she would have definitely been expecting her biological parents. At that point she wasn't sure she'd be able to stay as calm as she was now. People who are parents and yet say the vilest things about their children don't deserve to be called parents at all. They may have been good parents to Lindbergh, but they were nothing to her. Sun Yan Yan didn't know much before in the mountains, and it was only after what she had experienced from the Lins that she realized that blood relatives might sometimes be the biggest villains of all. Zhao Feng obviously froze at Sun Yan Yan's words, but in the end, he didn't say anything else. The entire restaurant also fell into an eerie silence because of Sun Yan Yan's words. At the same time, Lang Chen, who had gone to answer the phone, went to the unoccupied balcony and picked up the phone. He had just seen who the caller was when he was at the dinner table. That's why it wasn't answered at the table. Now that there was no one else beside him, he naturally picked it up directly. Hello? Lang Chen, you shameless. Did you go to the Lin family? Lang Chen had just picked up the phone when he heard Xiao Siyu's grumpy voice coming from the other end of the line. He couldn't help but raise the tip of his eyebrow, and the corner of his mouth slowly just hooked up. That's right, I've known Mr. Lin from the moment we met, so I came to Lin's house to get on with the relationship. What's the matter? Does this kind of thing Xiao Xiao also want to be in charge? Asterisk you at first sight. What are you thinking to yourself? Aren't you clear? Xiao Siyu was so angry with him that he cursed directly on the spot. If not for the fact that there was no way for the phone to crawl along the network cable, he would definitely want to beat his head off. He had been worried about this bastard Ling Chen staring at Sun Yan Yan before, so he had crossed gears and even sent someone to keep an eye on Ling Chen. He didn't expect to hear that this guy had gone straight to the Lin family just after he got home. It's intolerable. He hadn't even been there, and Lang Chen had gone first? The more Xiao Siyu thought about it, the more angry he became, so he could only call over to scold him directly. Chapter 184, Is there some kind of serious illness? It was the first time Ling Chen had seen such an out-of-control Xiao Siyu, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but tickle. Since you know what's on my mind, you should have stepped up your game earlier instead of being jealous of me here. Xiao Siyu instantly exploded at his words. I poo. Do you think Laozi is as shameless as you? Not all women are your playthings. I advise you kid to be kind, otherwise. or else it will be too late for you to regret if you are revolted. Lang Chen snorted indifferently, thinking of the way Lin Bailu was looking at him. He said in disbelief, "Backlash and whatnot, you're worrying too much. As long as I'm still the heir to the Lang group, this kind of thing won't happen to me." The kind of woman Lin Bailu is only what he wants or doesn't want. The choice had always been in his hands, not in that woman's, so Lang Chen pressed on without half a worry. Xiao Siyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. How did Lang Chen have such confidence when he, the heir to the Qiao group, couldn't even look at Sun Yan Yan? However, thinking about the fact that he had read countless women in the past, he might have used some underhanded means to confuse Sun Yan Yan, and that would have been troublesome. Xiao Siyu's brows furrowed and he couldn't help but bite his teeth. You wait for me. Although he felt that Sun Yan Yan couldn't possibly look at Lang Chen, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. Sun Yan Yan is such a good racing seedling, if she is delayed by Lang Chen it will be in vain. He is different from that guy, he is really worried about her. Thinking so, Xiao Siyu immediately grabbed a jacket and went straight out the door. If that dog Lang Chen could go to the Lin family, then why couldn't he? Besides, Sun Yan Yan is now under his protection. His little brother is being bullied, how can he, as a big brother, stand by and do nothing? He had to give his little brother the go-ahead to back him up. With this thought, Xiao Siyu immediately drove off furiously. Lang Chen thought that Xiao Siyu was just putting out harsh words, so he lightly laughed and provoked, "Fine, then I'll be waiting for Xiao Xiao at any time." After saying this, he simply hung up the phone. He'd been away from the table a little too long, and he wondered if the little woman would be waiting. Just now he saw that she seemed to be interested in food. He would have to inquire more about good places to eat, so that he could take her to various places to have a good taste in the future. Lang Chen was so full of Sun Yan Yan that he completely ignored the Lin family. It was only when he returned to the table that there was renewed movement at the apparently silent table. But the weird atmosphere still caught Lang Chen's attention, and he slightly raised an eyebrow before sitting down and faintly asking, "I didn't miss anything just now, did I?" Zhao Feng and Lin Dalong had a moment of weakness. They had indeed lost their hearts in the matter of Sun Yan Yan. At that time, because Xin Huayan was seriously injured and hospitalized, they didn't want Lin Bailu to marry before they got Sun Yan Yan back, exchanging her for a few large orders from Xin Group. "I thought she was a good one to hold from the countryside, but who knew she was so stubborn?" This made Lin Dalong only give up on selling her a second time. Although it made him a bit reluctant to break off his relationship with Sun Yan Yan now, but seeing how arrogant she was and how she took hanging on to men for fun, he guessed that it wouldn't be long before she flipped her car. It might be the best time for their Lin family to cut ties with Sun Yan Yan. Lin Dalong laughed dryly. No, we just had a casual chat, we didn't say anything important, there's no need for Lang Xiao to get hung up on it," he said and gave Lin Bailu a wink. He couldn't count on Sun Yan Yan's side, and now he could only look at Lin Bailu. Of course Lang Chen couldn't possibly believe Lin Dalong's words. His eyes unconsciously looked towards Sun Yan Yan on the opposite side of the room, but he was violently grabbed by Lin Bailu's wrist. "Lang Xiao, you've just been on the phone and didn't have time to eat, try this." As she said that, she very affectionately gave Lang Chen a chopstick of sweet and sour pork saying, "This is our chef's best, you try it, if you think it's good, you can come back more often." Lang Chen originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw that Sun Yan Yan's plate happened to have sweet and sour pork, and she seemed to be eating it with great relish, it should be really quite delicious, right? He looked uncertain as he picked up the sweet and sour pork ribs on his dinner plate and ate them slowly and methodically, only his eyes seemingly staring at Sun Yan Yan's small mouth as she was eating. The small red lips looked lovely as they were oily from the sauce. Her little mouth should be delicious, right? Lang Chen's attention was all on Sun Yan Yan, and he didn't even know what the sweet and sour pork in his mouth tasted like anymore. Lin Bailu didn't notice this at all and was preoccupied with the fact that Lang Chen had just not rejected her intimacy. As she thought so, she couldn't help but raise her chin and look provocatively at Sun Yan Yan. Who was the one who just blurted out that Lang Chen was interested in her? It was clear that Lang Chen was only being polite to Sun Yan Yan because she had saved him earlier, but he didn't expect her to take it seriously. It's ridiculous. Sun Yan Yan didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Bailu's provocations and ate her own meal. She had just made the Lin family understand that they couldn't take half the advantage from her side completely. The goony look on their faces as they wanted to throw her out immediately, but were afraid that Lang Chen would see the end of it, was immensely soothing to her. She took another chopstick of braised pork with gusto and took a big bite. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell was pressed frantically, and everyone unconsciously looked to the doorway. Only Lang Chen's mouth slowly hooked up. After the door to the room opened, Josie walked right in. He was so angry that he seemed like he was going to with someone at any moment. Sun Yan Yan looked at Xiao Siyu's appearance, and then glanced at Lang Chen, who seemed to be smiling, and suddenly had an ominous premonition. She immediately stood up. "I'm full, and with so many guests in the house, I'll leave you alone." Sun Yan Yan said, his eyes looking towards Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng, "The two of you must keep your word if you said it before." As soon as her words left her mouth, Lang Chen's attention was drawn to her. Lin Dalong was afraid that Sun Yan Yan would use this as an excuse to complain to Lang Chen, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to send her away. "Don't worry, what I said before all counts, you go back." "That's good." Sun Yen Yen hooked the corners of her mouth in satisfaction, nodded gently at Ling Chen, and headed straight out the door. She met Xiao Siyu head-on and said before he could say anything, "You're looking for Lin Bailu, right?" "She's there." Josie froze, her feet stuttering in place. What's he looking for Lin Bailu for? He came to settle the score with Ling Chen, by the way. He was frowning, but he ended up seeing Ling Chen's hand suddenly resting on Lin Bailu's shoulder, and he even raised his chin at him in a provocative manner. Xiao Siyu's eyebrows suddenly raised. Was Ling Chen suffering from some serious illness? Chapter 185. What kind of setup is this? Just in the moment he swayed, Sun Yen Yen had already walked out of the Lin family's front door. He was just about to follow when he received a warning look from Sun Yen Yen. It had the look of him blowing his dog's head off if he dared to follow. Josie had to wimp out and could only turn around and head straight for the restaurant. Ling Chen was also a bit curious at first as to how Xiao Siyu stopped halfway. He even thought he was just about to chase Sun Yen Yen out the door, but he didn't expect the guy to turn back. "Young Xiao, I didn't expect you to come here today, I'm sorry to have missed you." Lin Daolong didn't expect Xiao Siyu to be able to come to their house, and his eyesight towards him carried a few moments of excitement. Two of the heirs among the four great families had appeared in their Lin family. What kind of virtue was he? When Xiao Siyu had just entered, he thought he was here for Sun Yen Yen. He remembered hearing someone say that Sun Yen Yen and Xiao Siyu had a friendship before. But just now Sun Yen Yen left, but Xiao Siyu did not chase out. Lin Daolong suddenly felt that Sun Yen Yen had just asked for the money, and had clearly exaggerated quite a bit of what she had said to herself. Xiao Siyu nodded casually and glanced around the Lin family, his gaze finally landing on Ling Chen. And Ling Chen's arm was still resting on Lin Bailu's shoulder, and even intentionally tightened his arm when Xiao Siyu looked at him, pulling Lin Bailu a lot closer. Lin Bailu of course also noticed Ling Chen's movements, and her heart immediately became petrified. She didn't know why he was suddenly close to her, but it wasn't a bad thing for her. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow at him. "Xiao Siyu, you're pretty fast, but it's a bit late." Xiao Siyu froze for a second and instantly understood what Ling Chen meant. This idiot can't be mistaken for someone else, can he? Did he rush over from his home just to watch this idiot show love to Lin Bailu? He couldn't help but roll his eyes, and just as he was about to open his mouth to taunt Ling Chen, his mouth stopped. Xiao Siyu's dark eyes narrowed, suddenly feeling as if this was not bad. If he was targeting Lin Bailu because of a misunderstanding, then Sun Yen Yen would be safe. "Put your hands down, what's it like to eat at someone else's house and snuggle?" Xiao Siyu deliberately tensed his face and pulled down his voice to remind him. The corner of Ling Chen's mouth slightly hooked. "There's no way, I'm the one who has the ability to make girls close, unlike some people who only have racing in their eyes, and the only thing they can get close to is racing." He looked at Xiao Siyu meaningfully, and also approached Lin Bailu as if showing off, pretending to ask softly, "Don't you think so, Lulu?" Josie was really going to suffocate herself into internal injuries by holding back her laughter. He used to find Ling Chen's kind of face most annoying, but now he inexplicably found it very pleasing what was going on. It's true that a different perspective makes for a different mood. He had to admit that Ling Chen, really ing talent, on this, can still get it wrong? His side of the intel is obviously not very good. At the same time, Josie always felt connoted again. What kind of image did he have in Ling Chen's eyes to make him think that he would come to school so often for a woman like Lin Bailu? The more Xiao Siyu thought about it, the more upset he became, and he secretly glared at Ling Chen. Ling Chen obviously felt Xiao Siyu's hostility, and his heart became even more pleased. "Old Xiao, we are also considered friends for many years. I made a girlfriend here, and I intend to be the first to introduce you to know. What do you think?" Xiao Siyu's eyes abruptly widened quite a bit. "Introduce me to them? Lin Bailu? A girlfriend? A 1-month kind of thing?" As soon as his words were spoken, Lin Bailu's face visibly paled considerably. Ling Chen's face was also a lot uglier. Xiao Siyu knew that he had already lost, but he was still planning to use such underhanded tactics. He was not going to let him succeed. "I never settled down before because those women made me not feel like I belonged, but Lulu was different." Ling Chen's eyes went to Lin Daolong and Zhao Feng, who had been frozen at the side. "This was my first girlfriend to meet the other's parents, so of course I took it extra seriously." Lin Daolong, Zhao Feng, Joseph. Good lord, that's selling yourself short? Xiao Siyu's eyebrows were raised high, suddenly feeling that he was just as much of a fool as Ling Chen, who had been a nemesis to him for so many years. Just how much did he want to be in the wrong place to be reckoning with someone of Ling Chen's intellect? The corner of Kaya Siyu's mouth trembled. "Oh, you are happy, don't wait until then to regret." He seemed to have to mention a mouthful, hoping that this kid wouldn't bite off more than he could chew. After all, their Ling family and their Chao family were family friends, and there was even more business dealings. Although he and Ling Chen did not deal with each other, there were too many places to cooperate in the business world, not to the extent that they could be torn apart with a word or two. Xiao Siyu's kind words fell on Ling Chen's ears, but they clearly changed flavor. He even thought that Xiao Siwu was so unimpressed with him because he was in love. Ling Chen actually didn't have much interest in Lin Bailu, he just thought it felt good to make Xiao Siyu jump on his feet. Especially right now with this feeling of being clearly defeated but unable to say anything about it. The corner of Ling Chen's mouth hooked up with a smile. I naturally won't regret it, I just don't know if certain people will regret it. The atmosphere in the restaurant was steeply eerie. The three of them, Lin Dalong, Zhao Feng, and Lin Bailu, had fallen into a silent mode since just now. Although they didn't know why Ling Chen and Xiao Siyu were saber-rattling against each other, but looking at them, it seemed like they were doing it for Lin Bailu. It would be false for Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng not to be shocked. Just now Lin Dalong had been a bit sorry that Sun Yan Yan had severed ties with the Lin family, and had fewer connections that he could use. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Bailu let two people from the second of the four great families frantically scramble for it. Lin Dalong was practically dazzled with happiness. Sure enough, this heavenly riches finally came to him, Lin Dalong. Whether it was his own daughter or his adopted daughter, she could pull in connections for him, so what was he waiting for if his Lin group didn't take off? Lin Dalong's happy old face was wrinkled. Looking at the two men who were clashing over Lin Bailu, he really wanted to shout grab it up and let the resources of the Qiao family and the Lang family rain down on the Lin family. Naturally, Xiao Siyu didn't miss the elation on Lin Dalong's face. He sneered in his heart and stood up from the dining chair. As you wish, sooner or later there will be a time when you regret it, he said, as if in a violent rage, and stormed off again. Lin Dalong opened his mouth. Lung Xiao, this. Such a big piece of fat meat, just run away? He was expecting the Lang and Xiao families to give their Lin family favors in order to compete for Lin Bailu, and now Xiao Siyu just walked away? What kind of routine is this? Chapter 186, is it his savior? Lang Chen waved his hand at Lin Dalong, only thinking that Xiao Siyu was annoyed and didn't think otherwise. It's okay, don't mind him. Since Lang Chen had said so, naturally, Lin Dalong couldn't say anything else. At this time, Xiao Siyu, who had left from the Lin family, quickly walked back to his car. He had just gotten into the driver's seat and closed the car door when he immediately dialed Sun Yanyan's phone number. Do. Soon the phone was answered on the other end. Xiao Siyu hurriedly and anxiously asked, Student Su, did Lang Chen just go to the Lin family to harass you? Sun Yan was confused by Xiao Siyu's question. She raised her eyebrows in a bit of confusion. Wasn't Lang Chen the one the Lin family took the initiative to ask over? She had previously thought that the Lin family had called her here in order to hold a Hongmen banquet, but she hadn't realized that it was only because Lang Chen had come to the Lin family. Xiao Siyu secretly let out a sigh of relief. That's good. That brat mistakenly thought that I was interested in Lin Bailu. That's why he got close to the Lin family and brushed his presence in front of me. Brush up on your presence? Sun Yan's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. That Lang Chen couldn't be interested in you, right? That's why he's deliberately looking for Lin Bailu? Xiao Siyu gave a vicious chill. Student Su, don't tell ghost stories in broad daylight. The two of them, he and Lang Chen, had not been on the same page since they were young, and they were even more disgusted with each other. Let's not say it's fun. It's more fun to kill each other, right? Xiao Siyu felt terrible when he thought about what Sun Yan had said. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. I just made a point of bringing him up to speed again before I came out. He shouldn't be bothering you for a short while. Sun Yan's eyes couldn't help but light up. So Lang Chen had his eyes on Lin Bailu? That's really two bogeys at once. Sun Yan's mood was much better again. She was already happy to be able to break away from the Lin family today, and now there was one more thing to be happy about. Xiao Siyu seemed to have sensed Sun Yan's good mood, so he tentatively asked, Student Su, if you're free in the next 2 days, how about we have a race? Good. Sun Yan didn't even think about it and directly agreed. This Thursday or Friday, you pick a day. Yes. Xiao Siyu was so happy that he was practically flying in place. He really didn't think that after pitting Ling Chen, there would be an unexpected gain. It seemed that he must go to Lin Bailu's place every now and then when he had time to brush up his face, so that Ling Chen could be even more determined that Lin Bailu was the girl he cared about. That way he wouldn't have time to harass Sun Yan. He's simply brilliant. Ling Chen had fought with him for so many years, he probably never dreamed that he would flip such a big car. When the truth came out someday, Ling Chen was probably going to vomit himself to death. When Xiao Siyu thought of Ling Chen's eating expression in the future, he lived with a whole lot of anticipation. He wasn't worried at all about Ling Chen coming after him after he flipped his car. After all, he was the one who tried to poach him in the first place, and was pitted by him in the second place. Even if Ling Chen found trouble with him, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. Really, the more I think about it, the more I look forward to the day when Ling Chen knows that the cartwheel is coming. Sun Yan had already been sent to the Shin family's parking lot when she hung up the phone. The bodyguards that Shin Huayan had arranged for her were not used, but she was still well behaved and was sent back by the driver. As soon as she arrived at the Shin family home, she went to the study without stopping. As a result, just as he entered the door of the study, he clearly felt the different atmosphere inside the study. Mr. Shen, Sun Yan's delicate and soft voice suddenly sounded at the door. She, who was standing beside Shin Huayan, simply burst into tears on the spot when she saw Sun Yan enter the door. Thank goodness. Their wife came back to their husband immediately after dinner from Lin's house. Otherwise, this killing spirit of their Mr. Family, I guess it cannot be collected. He didn't understand at all how their wife almost turned into a blind date bureau when she was just going back for a meal. It was just a matter of a Chow group heir surrounding their wife. But why did the heir of the Lang group also come over to get involved? Xie felt like he was going bald. There were too many good people around their wife. None of them were as good as their husband career-wise, but each had their own merits. Xiao Xiyu is untamed and straightforward. Lang Chen has read countless women and has a lot of experience, plus both of them go to the same school as their wife, so it's only normal that their husband would be jealous. Shen Huayan glanced at He who was on the side. Work matters for the time being, the rest will be dealt with tomorrow. I have something to talk to Nian Nian, you go back first. Yes, sir. He certainly didn't dare to stay here for long. Maybe this place will turn into a cultivation ground in a while, and it's better for mortals like him to hide when they fight among the great gods. He nodded at Sun Yan Yan and quickly disappeared inside the study. Sun Yan Yan looked at Ishi's back, her eyebrows slightly raised as she slowly walked through the door. She had originally broken away from the Lin family and wanted to run to take credit with Shen Huayan, but she didn't expect to see that Shen Huayan didn't seem too happy just as she entered the door. Sun Yan Yan's small mouth pursed, and for a moment she didn't know whether to say anything about him or not. He pondered for a moment and spoke slowly, Mr. Shen, who has upset you? Tell me and I'll go help you beat him up. Her cute little face was full of seriousness, as if as soon as he said the name of the person's name, she would immediately run and give that person a flurry of cat punches. Not only is it not intimidating, it's cute as hell. The aura of solemnity around Shen Huayan instantly calmed down a lot. He waved at Sun Yan Yan, signaling her to come closer. Sun Yan Yan, who already had a wealth of experience, sat directly into his arms without saying a word. Her small hands reached out and wrapped tightly around his neck, moving in a single motion, with no suspicion of dragging her feet at all. Shen Huayan was amused by her overly self-conscious behavior. Just now in the video, he saw Lang Chen making advances towards her, and always staring at her with extra warm eyes. He then hated to gouge the man's eyes out. He had originally worried that Sun Yan Yan would be at a disadvantage if she went to the Lin family alone, which was why he had equipped her with a camera, but he hadn't expected that he would be allowed to witness other men digging for him, and said Sun Yan Yan was his savior? When Shen Huayan thought of this, his eyebrows abruptly wrinkled. Looking down at the well-behaved person in his arms, he couldn't help but pinch her earlobe and asked, "You're familiar with the person called Lang Chen?" Sun Yan Yan decisively shook his head. "I was out of the school gate when I saw a car was going to hit him, so I kicked him. Who knows that this can be relied on?" Her voice was not loud, but her tone was indescribably disgusted. Had she known he was really this annoying, she should have kicked him under the car right then and there. Chapter 187, like him? Shen Huayan's original fire in his heart subsided for the most part when he saw this look of dislike and a bit of fried hair on her face. His fingertips gently rubbed over her small face, his fingertips roaming over her soft lips, and he said in a mute voice, "Don't you like that guy from the Long family?" Shen Huayan didn't even bother to mention the name Lang Chen. Sun Yan Yan almost rolled her eyes on the spot, but in order to maintain the setting of being a sweetie in front of Shen Huayan, she held it back. But the look of disgust didn't hold back. "No," she blurted out without thinking. Shen Huayan's heart was even more satisfied. He looked at Sun Yan Yan with a light smile on his brow. "I've heard that the one from the Lang family is very good at coaxing girls to be happy." Sun Yan Yan's small hands hugged Shen Huayan tighter. "I don't like central air conditioning, and I only like good-looking ones." "There, mister. Shen is the best looking." Shen Huayan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Was she disliking Lang Chen for being unattractive? His gaze swept around Sun Yan Yan's small face and couldn't help but give a slight lurch as he noticed the seriousness in her expression. He had known before that Sun Yan Yan was a face controller, but he hadn't expected such a strong face controller. "Looks like he needs proper maintenance too." Shen Huayan's fingertips on her lips gently pressed. Then, "What do you think of that person Xiao Xiyu?" He had heard Shen Huairua say before that Sun Yan Yan and Xiao Xiyu had a racing competition every month. Xiao Xiyu's attitude towards Sun Yan Yan at school because of this incident was also very special. Along with that, the people around Xiao Xiyu were also very unusual to Sun Yan Yan. When Shen Huayan thought of all these men surrounding her, the finger rubbing on her lips couldn't help but get a few points heavier. Seeing her lips change color at the slightest pressure from him, the bottom of his eyes darkened another point. Wanted to take a bite out of her nice little mouth. Wanted to hear her soft and nasal cries. His obviously gloomy and possessive line of sight slowly traveled downward, and Sun Yan Yan's delicate voice came from his ears. "Xiao Xiyu, that little cough. Just, okay." The obscurity in the bottom of Shen Huayan's eyes became heavier, his nostrils close to Sun Yan Yan, teasingly biting on her earlobe. "Like him like that?" Sun Yan Yan was startled by the hot breath that landed on the back of his neck, and goosebumps traveled all the way up his spine and straight to the sky. The unfamiliar senses made her move a little uncomfortably in Shen Huayan's lap. Sun Yan Yan felt like her heart was on a roller coaster, being violently thrown up and down, her chest like a violently collapsing ground, dropping and reorganizing inch by inch, causing her to breathe a little less smoothly. She instinctively wanted to stay close to Shen Huayan, uneasily rubbing against him. "Don't like him like that, only like you." The rainbow farts she was going to say later were swallowed by Shen Huayan as much as she could. Shen Huayan's big hand pinched on her thin waist, and with a slight force, he held her down fiercely in his arms. Sun Yen Yen was already petite and small, and her soft waist was even softer against his chest. She let out a low hum and was bullied hard by him. The breath between the two overlapped, the warm breath carrying a few hints of dampness, falling haphazardly on Sun Yen Yen's small, white face, staining her small face and neck red. A moment later, Shen Huayan slowly let go of Sun Yen Yen, her clueless eyes carrying obvious water vapor. Like a plantain wet from a rainy night, it was delicate and unusual. His blood, which had surged to one place, instantly topped up, allowing him to once again lower his head and nibble downward. Hiss! Sun Yen Yen's collarbone was lightly bitten by him, and she immediately instinctively hugged his head, but did absolutely nothing to stop him from continuing his rampage. Shen Huayan listened to her humming in his ears and was tickled a little crazy. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the study room. Shen Huayan's figure stiffened violently, and subconsciously grabbed the jacket thrown on the sofa to wrap Sun Yen Yen up. The dizzy Sun Yen Yen who was kissed was dumbfounded and was held in his arms like that. Her breathing was noticeably a little heavier, her heart slamming into her chest one at a time, shaking her whole body a little bit. Shen Huayan's eyes were scarlet at the end, and when he thought about how he almost wanted her inside the office just now, he felt his temples vaguely throbbing furiously. He did like Sun Yen Yen, but he hadn't thought of taking her so rashly. He had just kissed him a little aggressively, and at the sight of the bright white he had fainted, almost impulsively to the end. Shen Huayan sighed silently, tendency just now there are a few points of sanity in, but in his arms Sun Yen Yen was kissed by him in a daze. Where is there any sanity? His large hand brushed against her small face, and he saw her cheek press up, resting it extraordinarily obediently in the palm of his hand. Shen Huayan suddenly took a deep breath and almost didn't top it again. He had never felt that he was a man of heavy desires, but in Sun Yen Yen's case, it seemed as if there was a serious problem with his own perception. Knock, knock, knock. At this time outside the study door was knocked once again. Shen Huayan's thoughts were only collected again. He checked Sun Yen Yen down and wrapped his jacket around her again before opening his mouth. Come in. She entered the door a bit awkwardly, glanced at Shen Huayan who was hugging Sun Yen Yen, and simply put his head down, directly as if he didn't see it. He had just gone out to give their husband and wife some alone time. Who would have expected such a tricky thing to happen all of a sudden at this time? When Shen Huayan saw that the visitor was she and saw that he was again looking like he wanted to speak, he understood a few things. He got up and stood with Sun Yen Yen in his arms. I'll give you 10 minutes to get ready. I'll be back when I get Yen Yen back to her bedroom. Yes, sir. In less than 10 minutes, Shen Huayan returned to the office. At this time, she also resumed his normal working condition. Shen Huayan looked at him askance, say, what happened? The person who was suspected of laying hands on the Shen family before has moved again, and the other party is hiding inside Shinhai, only that the person we've planted now isn't ranked enough to see it. She said, opened his cell phone, flipped through the content inside and handed it to Shen Huayan. This is the latest news received. According to Shinhai's side of the I said that today that big man will go to Shinhai. He hoofed it over immediately when he got the news. If the real person in charge of Shinhai showed up today, they definitely couldn't miss the best opportunity to investigate this person. That's why he just chose to knock on the door with a stiff upper lip even though he knew Sun Yen Yen was in the office. After all, this matter was about the future safety of their Mr. and Mrs. He'd have to make it a special occasion, too. Shen Huayan's brows obviously wrinkled, between seemingly in deep thought in general on the table gently nodded. Have they determined this behind-the-scenes big boss specifically what time to come? Chapter 188. How do you intend to raise the stakes? She shook his head. Shinhai is internally hierarchical, compared to the previous Shinhai that was like loose sand. It's just like an iron barrel. It was evident that the other party's wrist was definitely not ordinary. That's why they were extra careful when they infiltrated, for fear of being exposed, and used people who had nothing to do with the Shen family, even washing all of their information. The average person would never be able to detect them. Shen Huayan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a few moments of curiosity about Shinhai's current real boss. When he thought of Hangi getting close to Sun Yen Yen earlier, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Was that big boss behind the scenes letting Hangi contact Sun Yen Yen because there was no way to continue placing eyes on their Shen family? Thinking of Sun Yen Yen's so-called friend, Shen Huayan's eyes were slightly cold, and the corners of his eyebrows were all unhappy. Then spice up the bait. His cool voice was especially noticeable in the study. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. How does Sir plan to raise the stakes? Shen Huayan pondered for a moment. Give a message to the people on their side. There will be a big client going to Shinhai Hotel tonight. She's eyes abruptly lit up, suddenly understanding their family mister's intentions. Since they don't know when the big boss behind Shinhai will show up, just create a point where they have to show up. With a big client, their big boss behind the scenes has to show up, right? She couldn't help but get excited. Then I will notify down now and find a suitable. No need. Without waiting for He to finish, Shen Huayan interrupted, I'll go myself. He's eyes instantly widened considerably. Although he suspected that the previous unlucky events were the work of someone with an ulterior motive, it was also true that these things only disappeared after their Mr. got married to Sun Yen Yen. So he actually leans more towards the metaphysical side of things as opposed to thinking it's the work of someone with an agenda. After all, ever since they had their wife, the Shin family had been really smooth sailing. Coupled with the fact that he had personally seen Sun Yen Yen make $122.5 billion in seconds in the gold pinning cave, his worldview had been completely turned upside down. He was worried about what danger their gentleman might be in if he went out alone. But for this kind of thing, it was impossible for their mister to take their missus with him, so she was a bit hesitant. Shin Huayan saw through his thoughts with a glance. Don't worry, I'm only going to explore their bottom this time, I won't do anything impulsively. In the past, this kind of thing was only for him personally and did not affect Shin's family, so whether it was man-made or metaphysical, he never minded. Now that he had Nien Nien, he was going to give her absolute peace of mind. All the bad seeds have to be nipped in the bud before they are ready. She pursed her lips and quietly glanced at Shin Huayan, still a bit uneasy. He had followed Shin Huayan for so long that he couldn't say that he completely understood him, but he knew a little bit about him. Their Mr. Family's previous attempts at survival were completely below the passing line. He was always worried that something would happen, and that their Mr. Family would not bother to struggle and just go with the previous generation of the Shin family that way. That's why Elder Shin had also been asking him to focus on their gentleman. Now that he had their wife in the house, he was still a little worried. Sir, otherwise, let us get people to talk about the mouth first, and if there is nothing wrong, you can go in person again, how about it? She asked again tentatively. But Shin Huayan had obviously already made up his mind, so he was extraordinarily resolute. This matter is finalized, you go and make arrangements. I'm already a man with a wife and I'm not going to risk my own safety. Seeing that she still looked uneasy, Shin Huayan had the rare patience to explain to him. She couldn't help but feel excited. Their mister was actually able to take care of other people's moods as well. Sure enough, after marrying their wife, their husband became humane. It wasn't long before Sun Yen Yen, who was nestled in her bedroom, also received a message from Hong Yi. Auntie, it seems that the person we've been watching is going to introduce a big client to the Shinhai Hotel, tonight. Sun Yen Yen flipped up from the sofa with a carp. The big fish is actually bubbling up? Sun Yen Yen's eyes were instantly cold. She wanted to see just who was tripping their Mr. Family behind the scenes. Sun Yen Yen took her cell phone and tapped on the screen. Is there a specific time? It wasn't long after her message was sent that she received another message from Hong Yi. Tonight at 10 p.m. 10 points? Sun Yen Yen glanced at the time. There was still quite a bit of preparation time left. Only what excuse would she have to find to sneak out at 10 o'clock? If it was the latter part of the night, she could just use the tranquilizing incense. But around 10 o'clock, Shin Huayan would not necessarily be able to go back to his room to rest yet. Sun Yen Yen's watery eyes narrowed. Should she trick Shin Huayan into her room earlier and put him down? She was just thinking about it when a message came from Hong Yi on the other end of her cell phone. Auntie, I'm going to take care of this client myself tonight. Do you have anything you want to explain? Sun Yen Yen swept a glance at the message with her eyes downcast, and immediately returned the message. In this matter, I'm going to go there personally, so you can prepare normally. This matter she had been letting Hong Yi and the others make contact in the dark, and after waiting so long for this group to start to emerge, she definitely couldn't let them off the hook. As much as she trusted Hong Yi, the only person she trusted the most to take this 100% was herself. Not even Henichi. Hong Yi's side seemed to be a bit surprised by Sun Yen Yen's decision, and the inputting on the dialogue box repeatedly jumped back and forth. It was only after most of the day that the words finally popped out. The authenticity of that big client is still uncertain. Would it be a bit of a big deal to let you, Auntie, go out personally? In fact, if Sun Yen Yen hadn't asked him to be notified of everything when he investigated this matter, he would definitely have had to find someone to test it out before reporting it up again. Taking this order from the Shin family was done by the former boss of Shinhai, but the bizarre thing was that he himself had almost no impression of this matter. Coupled with the previous Shinhai internal chaos, a lot of internal things are Shinhai's former boss of the people involved in the family and friends. Many people enrich themselves, deceiving the top, so want to figure out the middle of the curve. Naturally, it is much more difficult. Hong Yi has been investigating for so long and there are no clues, and now that such a little clue has suddenly appeared, he is always a bit uneasy. He was worried that it was a trap set by someone with an ulterior motive, and that it would be a problem if he trapped their aunt. Hong Yi thought so and told Sun Yen Yen all about his worries. He knew that this aunt was very different from his previous boss, but he was not worried that he would be pitched if he was too straight. Chapter 189, Their aunt is the real man. Sun Yen Yen looked at the message sent on her cell phone, her watery eyes narrowed. Don't worry, I have a number in my heart, no matter if these customers have any relationship with the previous people, as long as they dare to think about the Shin family, the result in my case is no different. Hong was silent for a moment. Although this aunt of theirs didn't say anything horrible, she always felt that her phrase no difference was almost equivalent to all of them. As soon as Hong thought of Sun Yen Yen's extra favoritism towards Shin Huayan, he had already thought of how miserable these people who were stupidly interested in the Shin family could be. Gee, he was suddenly a little glad that Sun Yen Yen wasn't their nemesis, but their aunt. It's just cool to have the big man on your back. Late night, 10 p.m. Sun Yan Yan's legs were folded over the long table in front of her, lazily leaning back on the bar's card seat, her face wearing a specially shaped mask that made it completely impossible to see her true appearance clearly. The two of them, Hong Yi and Hong Xiaowu, were sitting beside her pretending to be idle. The two seemed to be calm on the surface, but their hearts had been thumping in the back of their heads for a long time. The outfit their aunt wore today was just too much. A little black dress with suspenders, tightly wrapped around her hot body, two white and straight long legs lazily resting on the table, ear-broken hair casually scattered, in the dim light is particularly provocative. Even if he, the boss of Xinhai, was sitting here, he still couldn't block the sight of other men looking over. Their aunt was a great beauty in every sense of the word even if she blocked her face. She couldn't lay low even if she wanted to. They had been sitting here for a while, and there had been several waves of people coming and going trying to strike up a conversation. All of them were scared away by the murderous aura emanating from their auntie's body. It was also true that such a beautiful and capable woman could probably only be managed by a man like Shen Huayan. Where's that big client you guys were talking about? Suddenly, Sun Yan Yan's delicate and brittle voice came from beside her, and because of the noisy sounds in the bar, her slightly irritated voice was in turn not so obvious. But even so, sweat was coming down on Hong Xiaowu's forehead. He had to admit that their aunt's aura was just too strong. He used to think that Hong Yi was the real man in his eyes, but ever since he felt the murderous aura on their aunt, he felt that their aunt was the real man. Hong Yi turned his head extraordinarily respectfully to look at Sun Yan Yan and said word for word, from the report, they should have already arrived, only it's unclear why they haven't shown up until now. The seat they were sitting in was the fixed throne of the Xinhai boss. The average person who has stayed at the Xinhai hotel knows that. Whether it was someone who had worked with the previous Xinhai bosses or someone who wanted to work with them after learning about their Xinhai, they certainly wouldn't miss this news. So it's a good idea to wait here. Sun Yan Yan's brows visibly furrowed as she reached out and picked up the juice on the table, taking a small sip. If it wasn't for the fact that today their Mr. Shen went on a temporary business trip out of town and left the Shen family without reaching the evening, I heard that they wouldn't be able to come back until tomorrow. It was only then that Sun Yan Yan had the chance to go out at night. If the group was more abrasive and didn't show up for half a day, she'd really have her work cut out for her. She propped her chin up with one hand and was wondering if she should go and find out where the hell the group was herself when a couple of tall figures appeared right in front of them. Much like them, several of the guests who came had masks on their faces. The man standing at the front who was a bit on the short side seemed to be their boss, and the two men standing behind this man seemed to be his bodyguards. Sun Yan Yan raised his eyes and swept a glance at the opposite side of a few people. The two bodyguards are very powerful. Look, is that this boss looks not quite like a boss. What he didn't realize was that while he was looking at the three of them, one of the bodyguard lookalikes was also watching them. Especially when his eyes landed on Sun Yan Yan, his brows visibly furrowed. I heard that you're the boss behind Hong Yi. The person sitting across the card table got straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. The corner of Sun Yan Yan's mouth hooked as she took the juice in her hand and gently shook it. This guessed you have a very rich imagination. Why can't I be boss Xinhai's woman? Her voice was soft, and she didn't sound as if she was intimidating. But Hong Yi, who was on the side, clearly felt a cold sensation coming from his back. It was as if he was being watched by some horrible animal, and he couldn't help but get a wicked chill. An ancestor like Sun Yan Yan, even if it was given to him, he wouldn't dare to touch a single finger. Not to mention being a woman. It's more like an ancestor. The person on the other side laughed lightly. I came here today to talk about cooperation. The person I want to cooperate with is the boss of Xinhai. I'm afraid that other people can't do this. Hearing his arrogant voice, Hong Xiaowu glared at the other party with a bit of irritation. What's there that our boss can't call the shots? Their aunt came here just for the Shen family's business. Usually the internal matters of Xinhai were left to Hong Yi. Their aunt never cared about the internal matters of Xinhai. This he knew best. It was clear, though, that the other side didn't find any credibility in his words. I've got a big deal here. I don't think you guys would want to miss it, right? That guest said, and even gave Sun Yan Yan a provocative expression. Sun Yan Yan put back her calf resting on the long table, revealing a look of interest as she looked at the man in front of her. As long as the business that this boss is talking about is really a big business, then it's not just a matter of a word as to who you want to talk to at that time. She pretended to be enchanting and laughed softly, but she clearly felt a very obvious change in the opposite side's aura. It even felt so familiar to her. Sun Yan Yan's eyebrows lifted slightly as she looked across the room, but there was no change on his expression. Her eyes then turned back to the two bodyguards behind him, and almost in an instant, that familiar feeling of oppression disappeared, causing Sun Yan Yan's brows to furrow once again. That guest was about to say something else when one of the bodyguards behind him suddenly coughed. As a result, the sidelines of Sun Yan Yan, Hong Yi and Hong Xiaowu were all fixed on the bodyguard who was coughing. Seeing this, the bodyguard immediately bent down and nodded at a few people, after which he said to the man in front of him, Sorry, boss, I've had a bit of a cold the past few days, and I just cleared my throat. All of their attention was attracted by this coughing bodyguard, completely unnoticed, standing on the other side of the bodyguard, always frowning tightly staring at Sun Yan Yan. Chapter 190, It's Her. That guest's face didn't seem to look too good as he waved his hand at that bodyguard. What bad luck. If you pass the bad luck to Shinhai's boss, watch out for your little life when the time comes. Constant 1. Ninian Su. Hong Xiaowu. The atmosphere within the card seat suddenly had a strange change. Except for the music in the ears, the few people present unexpectedly all fell into silence. In fact, we all know in our hearts that we don't trust each other in the situation at hand. Naturally, nothing will come of it. Sun Yen Nian looked askance at Hung Yi and gave him a look. Hung Yi took a deep breath and raised his glass at the guest in front of him. Business matters since this boss hasn't thought about it yet. Why don't we talk about it some other time? Let's just make friends today. Let's not get drunk today. The guest didn't rush to say anything, but just picked up the wine glass on the table and raised it at Hung Yi as well. And so it was that the two groups of people who had intended to talk about business ended up simply having a drink and calling it a day. Sun Yen Nian knew that nothing would come out of today, so after they had 2 glasses of wine, she simply got up and left. As for Hang Yi and Hong Xiaowu, the two of them had been accompanying the 2 guests. What they didn't realize was that one of the bodyguards followed after Sun Yen Nian left. Only, it didn't take long for another masked man of similar stature to walk back in. Sun Yen Nian rode straight onto Shinhai's elevator, and the moment the elevator door slowly closed, she directly reached out to block the elevator door that was about to close. Then a flash went out. She looked around, but didn't see anyone. Sun Yen Nian's brows furrowed. She had just clearly felt someone following her. How could there be no one? Was she being paranoid? Or did just other guests just happen to walk by? As Sun Yen Nian was thinking, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She took out her cell phone and scanned it just in time to see the message Shen Huayan had sent her. The business trip is settled early and I'll be back soon. Sun Yen Nian's eyes abruptly widened quite a bit, not caring if there was anyone just now, immediately dodging into the elevator. It was only as the numbers on the elevator moved slowly that a long figure stepped out of the long hallway. Only he didn't stay any longer. Instead he left straight from the Shinhai Hotel. Sun Yen Nian went straight to the room on the highest floor of the Shinhai Hotel and changed into a simple hoodie, before wearing a mask and hat and hurriedly following the other guests out of the hotel. She didn't know when Shen Huayan would probably be home, so after she got in the cab, she used her cell phone to hack into the Shen family's network. She checked the various cameras in Shen's house and nervously stared at every move on them, fearing that Shen Huayan would go home before her. But fortunately, until she returned to the Shen family home, she didn't see Shen Huayan's figure appearing at the entrance of the Shen family home. She hurriedly circled around to a high wall next to the Shen family mansion, and with a gentle flip, she leaped onto the wall and then disappeared into the darkness of the night. What she didn't know was that Shen Huayan had long gone back to the Shen family first, and at this time his car was parked in the parking lot not far from the Shen family. He sat quietly in his car, digesting everything he had seen today. He originally wanted to disguise himself as a guest to go to Shinhai to find out what was going on, but he knew Hang Yi after all, so it was a bit difficult to disguise himself. But disguising yourself as a bodyguard around a guest is easy. Plus most of the people in the bar wore masks, so even if he did some camouflaging it would be hard to spot. It was just that Shen Huayan didn't expect to see Sun Yen Nian inside the bar. He actually didn't realize at first that the behind-the-scenes boss who wore a mask and sat beside Hung Yi was Sun Yen Nian. The reason he noticed the end was that he saw the mole on her calf. Although he did not understand his little wife's past, her body. He knew it well. He knew every inch of her body. The two of them hadn't made it to the final step yet, but he knew every inch of her body. He thought it was a coincidence at first when he saw the mole, but when he examined her exposed skin one by one, he had to believe that the masked woman in front of him was his wife. Her languid and condescending look was the first he had ever seen. A strange aura yet not at all out of place. Shen Huayan didn't realize until that moment that this transaction of theirs might not come to fruition, which is why he let the bodyguard beside him interrupt the continuation of the transaction in a very obvious way. Although he didn't know exactly where Sun Yen Nian came from, what he was sure of was that she would never harm their family. Shen Huayan took a deep breath and slowly stepped down from the car. Only after making sure that Sun Yen Nian had gone back to her bedroom did she take a step into the Shen household. By the time he appeared in the bedroom, Sun Yen Nian was walking out of the bathroom all wet. Mr. Shen, you go back to. Before she could say anything, Shen Huayan directly reached out and clasped the back of her neck. Damp vapor brushed the tip of his nose, carrying her unique scent. Her lips were soft and still sweet with peach juice. Shen Huayan instantly distinguished that this was the flavor of the peach branch juice she drank when she was at the bar. Sure enough, it was indeed her, and he hadn't guessed wrong. He slowly released Sun Yen Nian and watched her eyelashes flutter slightly, like a deer in the headlights with wet eyes. He lowered his head and kissed it again until her eyes were glistening with tears and she was humming in his arms before Shen Huayan was willing to let her go. Sun Yen Nian blinked and looked at him pitifully, not understanding why he was kissing her so aggressively. It didn't hurt much, but she had to catch her breath several times. Shen Huayan looked at her pair of ebony eyes, looking obedient. How could he see that there was no way to blend in with that look from the bar? He looked down and kissed the corner of her eye. Aren't you happy I just did that? Sun Yen Nian's little mouth opened, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to do so. so she shook her head decisively. Shin Hwayan looked at her clueless look and laughed softly a bit helplessly. Then do you like me to be close to you? The tip of his nose rubbed against her small face, eventually pressing into the crook of her neck. Shin Hwayan's long arms held the person in his arms tightly, with absolutely no intention of letting go. He had known before that Su Nyen Nyen wasn't simple, but he had just assumed that she was excellent and hadn't thought much about it. Until she showed up at Shinhai today as the big boss. Hong Yi is not a little cute. Even if he likes a woman again, he won't let her appear as Shinhai's big boss, unless Su Nyen Nyen is really that big boss behind the scenes. Chapter 191. What is he to Su Nyen Nyen? Shin Hwayan knew that Shinhai had only recently begun to have a transformation. In other words, Su Nyen Nyen had only changed Shinhai since she had appeared in Shangjing. He recognized Su Nyen Nyen's ability, but he was also worried that she would still be willing to stay by his side if she had this kind of ability to turn the world upside down. Shin Hwayan could care less about who she was or where she came from, but what he cared about was whether she could have him inside her future, as well as, what exactly is he to Su Nyen Nyen? A panic that he had never felt before swept over his entire being. He was even a little afraid to know the truth. He was more afraid he wouldn't be able to keep her. Su Nyen Nyen was a little confused by his kiss, but she also nodded very directly, like it. Her docile voice tickled his heart, making it a soft mess. He couldn't care less. No matter who she was now his missus. Shin. She's his. Now that you've come to mess with him, don't even think about leaving him. Shin Hwayan's eyes that looked at Su Nyen Nyen became deep in an instant, and the line of sight that landed on her also carried an obvious possessiveness and a few points of morbid paranoia. His large hand gently rubbed her cheek. Nyan, don't even try to leave me again, okay? I'll only love him from now on, okay? His dark eyes stared silently at Su Nyen Nyen, a hint of danger mixed in his voice, and even a few moments of supplication could be heard. He slowly lowered his head, his breath spilling over her neck and shoulders, causing Su Nyen Nyen's eyelashes to flutter lightly. Her instincts told her that the situation warranted immediate escape. But the other party is the little brother of her heart. Su Nyen Nyen directly reached out and hooked her hand around Shin Hwayan's neck, rubbing her small face against his cheek. She then took the initiative to put her small mouth up and kissed him. I won't leave you, Mr. Shin. Shin Hwayan's body stiffened, no longer able to suppress his heart's desire for her, directly reaching out to pick her up across the body and came to the edge of the bed. The soft mattress sank violently at her back, and in the next second, Su Nyen Nyen was directly pressed against the top of the bed by a tall figure. Shin Hwayan seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, and her breathing was a bit messy when he kissed her. It wasn't the first time Su Nyen Nyen had been approached by him, so she obediently went along with his rhythms and even took the initiative to kiss his chin. Shin Hwayan was already about to have his blood pumping. Where could he stand her being so close? The tails of his eyes flushed red, and his body, taut from too much restraint, covered in moments. Su Nyen Nyen's knowledge of this area in her head was all skin deep, although she had previously asked Haini to find a number of teachers, intending to learn a good deal, but for some reason they had all been put on hold. So when Shin Hwayan was tossing her all over the place, she realized just how big the difference between what she understood and what she actually implemented was. This high output but brittle physique of hers was exposed in this moment in a particularly obvious way. All night, she cried and sobbed and was rubbed in his arms, her voice muffled. Early in the morning, Su Nyen Nyen woke up with aches and pains all over her body, even more tired than if she had been out on a mission to fight for a day. Well, with a disgruntled grunt, she was immediately wrapped into an embrace, gently caressing her spine. From top to bottom, the smoothness was so extraordinarily soothing that she couldn't even resist stretching. Shin Hwayan looked at her well-behaved like a cat under the covers, and a whole heart was about to melt. He couldn't help but feel a flush in his ears, especially at the sight of the stars all modeled on her pale skin. He did receive quite a shock last night, and what he did to her was a bit hairy, and when he thought of her soft and fiddling with him, Shin Hwayan felt a tightening somewhere. He closed his eyes slowly, suddenly feeling like a bit of an animal really. He had always felt that he was a person without desire, but when these things were linked to Su Nyen Nyen, he realized that he was an incomparably worldly person, even more than the worldly man wants. His large hand gently squeezed her spine, under his palm was soft yet smooth skin, and when he thought of everything that happened last night, Shin Hwayan's heart was a soft mess. His year is finally his. Shin Hwayan had once thought of giving her some time before, wanting to wait for her to truly understand what feelings between a man and a woman were before taking his little wife into his pocket. He knew that Su Nyen Nyen was small for her age and didn't understand a lot of things, and he had wanted to wait until she was a little older before. But he regretted it, and he realized he didn't want to wait at all. He was afraid that if he waited any longer, Su Nyen Nyen would leave him. The bed arched under the covers and her small hands wrapped around them. As if finally awake, Su Nyen Nyen then opened her hazy eyes. Well, Mr. Shen. Her voice was still a little hoarse, causing Shin Hwayan's heartbeat, which had originally calmed down, to miss another beat. Thinking about yesterday when she was made to cry by him, she also softly called him Mr. Shen. He purposely made it bad and had to say that she had to call her husband before he would let her go. As a result, when she screamed, he wanted to bully her even more instead. Shin Huayan lowered his head and kissed her at the corner of her eye, speaking with extreme restraint, still calling Mr. Shen. Didn't you call enough yesterday? Sun Yan Yan remembered something as an afterthought, slightly stunned, her entire little face instantly reddening like a boiled prawn. Her little head flinched and she burrowed back under the covers. Shin Huayan was amused by Sun Yan Yan's reaction, and his low laughter could be heard through the covers. Sun Yan Yan, a little chagrined again from inside the quilt, drilled out. Aggrieved Baba looked at Shin Huayan, could not help but accuse, you do not count your words, you said yesterday. Said called it not bullying. Her voice got lower and lower as she went on, to the point where it was almost inaudible by the end. Shin Huayan couldn't help but reach out and hold her in his arms even with the quilt, rubbing his hands intimately on her small face. Call your husband this time, so I won't bully you. Sun Yan Yan half-heartedly raised her eyebrows, really? She didn't know why, but she always felt that after last night, Shin Huayan seemed to make a lot more physical movements towards her. It was as if she was some breed of big doll. Shin Huayan forced a smile and nodded, well, really. Sun Yan Yan looked at Shin Huayan half-heartedly, still softly calling out, husband. Her well-behaved appearance poked right into Shin Huayan's heart, making him always unable to resist wanting to bully her hard. But since the words have just been spoken, they have to be kept to their words. Shin Huayan's big hand gently pinched her cheek and said, get up, I left breakfast for you, a maid will bring it to your room later. Someone will be in the room later? Then wouldn't everyone in the Shin family know what they did last night? Sun Yan Yan's whole face turned into a red shrimp again, she didn't want to lose face? Chapter 192, he unexpectedly came to. When Shin Huayan saw her embarrassed look, he found it extraordinarily cute. He lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. Don't worry, I told them you were up late doing your homework yesterday, so I'm letting you sleep in a little longer today. Homework? What homework will make you weak the next day? Sun Yan Yan pursed her small lips, suddenly feeling that their Mr. family seemed to explain a loneliness. Forget it, swing for the fences. Shin Huayan saw his family's little wife go from waking up bewildered, to just now panicking, and accepting reality and then quickly being frank, in a time not even more than 2 minutes. Should he celebrate her open-mindedness or headache her big heart? Shin Huayan's dark eyes quietly looked at Sun Yan Yan, his vision full of helplessness and favor. Buzz. The cell phone Sun Yan Yan placed in her room suddenly vibrated. Shin Huayan smoothly picked it up and handed it to her, just in time to also hear the knocking sound coming from outside the bedroom. Thinking of Sun Yan Yan's so shy expression just now, Shin Huayan went straight to the door and brought Sun Yan Yan's breakfast in. When he returned to the bedroom again, he saw that Sun Yan Yan's brows were locked, as if she was thinking about something. Shin Huayan put his breakfast on the nightstand, sat on the edge of the bed and directly held Sun Yan Yan on his lap, thinking about what problem again. He rubbed his chin against Sun Yan Yan's small head, doting on her to the extreme. Sun Yan Yan's little face reddened, as if she hadn't quite gotten used to the idea of the two of them sticking it on at all times. Her small hand rubbed against the phone case for a moment before she lifted the phone up and handed it to Shin Huayan for a look. Xiao Siyu and I have an appointment to race this afternoon. It was something she had promised to do earlier. Shin Huayan's line of sight drooped and landed on her cell phone interface, his big hand ran down his back and gently helped her pinch her aching backside, and asked with a bit of worry, I'm afraid that you're not suitable for racing in your current condition, are you? He knows in his heart how much he went overboard yesterday. Sun Yan Yan also let him make a scene, or else he wouldn't have tired her out. She's just too soft-hearted. Sun Yan Yan heard Shin Huayan's words, her small face suddenly reddened even more. I'm just a little fatigued, it's not a problem to race with those little dishes. Coughing. With those of them. When Shin Huayan saw that she insisted, he didn't mean to stop her. He knows that Xiao Siyu's racing level, it can be said that in the Shangjing circle cannot find a second opponent, favor Sun Yan Yan can lap him most of the lap. Shin Huayan also had to admire his little wife, the cow was too obvious, wanting to keep a low profile was not possible. His big hand gently pinched her small hand, thinking of her in the Shinhai bar that look of recklessness. Shin Huayan is a little curious, in the end what kind of Sun Yan Yan is the real her? Because last night's tossing and turning was indeed too much, Shin Huayan insisted on giving Sun Yan Yan a vacation, so that she could have a good day's rest at home and get enough sleep before she could go racing with Xiao Siyu. Sun Yan Yan protested, but the protest dissipated as she fell asleep again after she had eaten her fill and lay back under the covers. By the time Sun Yan Yan arrived at the racetrack, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Xiao Siyu and Do Yuming came to the racetrack early, and when they saw Sun Yan Yan appearing at the racetrack, the group of second-generation ancestors who had followed the two before even got together before them, and offered all sorts of attentions. Because there were quite a few people who knew that Xiao Siyu raced on this racetrack, and there were quite a few second-generation people who came with Xiao Siyu, there were often quite a few groups of celebrities from the Shangjing circle who came here to meet each other by chance. Previously, Xiao Siyu's whereabouts were uncertain, so many of the celebrities in the Shangjing circle couldn't get a feel for them. But this time, they all came in unison. Seeing the second generation who had just treated them with love and disdain paying attentions to Sun Yan Yan, who had just arrived, the celebrities who had just been defeated stared incredulously. Who is that woman? Why such a big face? Do Yuming poured water for her? The Zhao family's young master fanning her? The young master of the Liu family brings her snacks? Good lord, Joe Major. Is that a smile on Joe Major's face? Did that girl save the galaxy in her past life? How did she manage to get so many males willing to stick it to her? The celebrities were all angry on one side but envious on the other. They originally couldn't even find a pair for Xiao Siyu and their whereabouts, but this time, someone secretly revealed it, so one by one, they came in a group. Just as the crowd was still in shock and hadn't come back to their senses, another person shrieked. Oh my god, is that Leng Xiao? The heir to the Ling group. Lang Chen. He's actually here too. There's a woman beside Leng Xiao. When has there ever been less women around Leng Xiao? But this woman doesn't seem to be quite the same. Leng Xiao even brought her to such a public occasion. They were all celebrities from the Shangjing circle, and they certainly knew all about the legend of Lang Chen. Everyone knows that Lang Chen is pretty much the type of guy whose girlfriend never stops. But Lang Chen never takes the initiative to chase women, and the girlfriends around him are basically all backwards. He hadn't cherished these so-called girlfriends much either, having a little fun when he was happy and breaking up straight away when he wasn't. The next one can be almost seamless. That's why he never brought women in public, and that's why they were shocked when they saw other women beside Ling Chen. That woman seems to be called Lin Bai Lu, the little white flower of our Shangjing circle, TSK. Lin Bai Lu? Her sister is Sun Yan Nian, the school flower of Yuqing University, right? She sang out before and exploded in popularity all of a sudden. I thought she was going to enter the entertainment industry. Wait a minute. The woman who was just over at young Xiao's side is Sun Yan Nian, right? Everyone's attention once again turned to the woman beside Xiao Siyu, and one by one, their eyes instantly widened considerably. Good lord, most of the rich men in the Shangjing circle are taken up by their sisters. That's awesome. I wonder if their Lin family has some exclusive way of picking up men. What a coincidence to meet here. Lang Chen deliberately wrapped Lin Bailu's waist, as if showing off with Xiao Siyu, and walked forward. Xiao Siyu gave Lang Chen a disgusted look, and was about to ignore the two of them when he saw Lang Chen's puzzled look at him. What a stupid axe. He cursed mentally, then thought about his persona. Xiao Siyu angled his chin up and looked at him coldly. If you want to pick up women, go somewhere else, don't get in my way. Lang Chen listened to Xiao Siyu's words with satisfaction, and his heart was really relieved. Seeing that the surrounding celebrities followed and gathered up, he smoothly pressed Lin Bai Lu into his arms again, before he opened his mouth and said, I'm going to take care of my heart. Girlfriends and stuff still need to be their own favorite in order to last long. Chapter 193, Why is your face so big? Xiao Siyu looked at Lang Chen's words and that point him, and almost wanted to smash the water bottle he was holding in his hand on his face. He couldn't look at the likes of Lin Bai Lu. He's so extraordinarily beat up for looking like he's stealing the win from him. The thought of Lang Chen pulling down his aesthetic level, he couldn't help but rub off on him. Dou Yuming was pouring water for Sun Yan Nian, and when she saw Xiao Siyu, who had gone to get water not far away, she was so angry that she stormed in place, and immediately followed to kill. He was a die-hard fan of Xiao Siyu, so he naturally knew that he and Lang Chen had been at odds for so many years. He had just focused on serving Sun Yan Nian and completely missed Lang Chen coming over, and now that he saw them coming over, he naturally had to go over to support their brother Xiao. After Dou Yuming said this, he walked towards Xiao Siyu and Lang Chen, and the others naturally followed. Sun Yan Nian was just blocked at the end by the hordes of people. She came here today to pay off her debt, plus she had been tossed around by Shen Huayan before, and when she wasn't competing, all she wanted to do was find a place to lie down. So the conflict between Xiao Siyu and Lang Chen, she was in no mood to care. It was just that Dou Yuming and the others were so focused on holding up the scene that they completely didn't realize that each of them was carrying something for Sun Yan Nian in their hands. The group of them came together looking blustery, but each one of them looked extra funny with either snacks or little pink towels and pink water bottles. It was also the first time that Lang Chen had seen them as a group of big old men with so many powdered things. On second thought, he thought that Xiao Siyu liked Lin Bai Lu, and knowing that she was coming to the racetrack, it wouldn't be surprising to have this group of people under him prepare something. But unfortunately, the person had already been snatched by him, and Xiao Siyu, even if he was more enlightened, there was no way to win against him by using human tactics. The corner of Lang Chen's smug mouth hooked and he rushed at Lin Bai Lu beside him. Lulu, I remember you said you were interested in racing, how about it? Do you want to compete with Xiao Xiao and the others? Dou Yuming originally wanted to open his mouth and directly taunt over. But to think that Lin Bai Lu seemed to be Sun Yan Nian's sister. In case she had the same talent in racing as Sun Yan Nian, wouldn't they be slapped in the face once again? It was fine for them to lose face, but this Lin Bai Lu looked as if she was Lang Chen's woman. If they suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Bai Lu, wouldn't that be tantamount to making their brother Qiao lose face in front of Lang Chen? No, absolutely not. Dou Yuming's brow visibly frowned and made a wink to the others, and as expected, the rest of them didn't dare to say anything more. As for Xiao Siyu, he had originally come here for Sun Yan Nian. As for everyone else, they were all about as good as trash to him. So when he heard Lang Chen say that he was allowed to race with Lin Bai Lu, he couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of mockery. Lang Chen, are you incapable yourself and want to rely on a woman to give you face? His mocking words fell on Lang Chen's ears, backfired into evidence of his irritation. Lang Chen seemed to be very satisfied with the effect as he instantly fished Lin Bailu tighter. What? Are you afraid to compare? Or are you a compassionate person, Xiao Xiao? His smug voice made several people frown along with him. Dou Yuming had found Lang Chen annoying before, going against their brother Qiao at every turn, but he looked even more beaten up today. If Lang Chen wasn't the heir to the Lang group, he probably didn't know how many times he had been put in the sack. Dou Yuming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Our brother Qiao has an appointment today, he doesn't have time to compete with you guys. If you guys want to compete, hand in your post some other time. As for whether or not their Zhou wants to compare, that's their Zhou's business. Xiao Siyu looked at Dou Yuming with satisfaction, which gave Dou Yuming an instant boost. His chin was angled, and with the pink water bottle in one hand he held his chest proudly in front of Lang Chen. That pink color looks extra funny. Xiao Siyu seemed to have noticed the water bottle in his hand as well, and it was only then that he snapped to the fact that the purpose of his coming here today was to race against Su Niannian. I blame Lang Chen, a brainiac, for delaying him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and turned around to leave, but he didn't expect that just as he turned around, he was blocked by Lang Chen, who was following closely behind him. He wrapped one arm tightly around Lin Bailu as if he was deliberately showing Xiao Siyu, what's the point of leaving so early? Isn't it just racing? It's not like we're in a hurry. You're not in a hurry, I am. Suddenly, a delicate and soft voice came from behind the crowd. For a moment, the group of second-generation ancestors surrounding Xiao Siyu instantly looked towards the source of the voice, and naturally, they all behaved themselves and made a place for themselves. Lang Chen saw Su Niannian sitting in a lazy rocking chair at a glance. She was dressed in a fiery red racing suit, one hand propped up on the rocking chair, her brows and eyes full of laziness. He almost immediately let go of Lin Bailu, who he had been holding tightly, as if he had been scalded. Did she just hear that? How much did you hear? Lang Chen has never been so flustered. He even wanted to immediately go over and explain to Su Niannian that he is not a boyfriend and girlfriend with Lin Bailu, he is just. His eyes jammed the moment they met Su Niannian's. Lin Bailu beside Lang Chen was violently released by him, and her entire body froze in place. When she saw that Lang Chen had violently let go of her because he had seen Su Niannian, the bottom of Lin Bailu's eyes as she looked at Su Niannian was instantly filled with resentment. Again, it's the year of the Su. It's because of Nian Su again. Why is she such a ghost? She's obviously married to Shen Huayan and she's still hooking up outside. What a shame. Lin Bailu hated to dismantle Su Niannian's true colors right now, but she was afraid that the Shen family would come after her when they found out, and she was also afraid of exposing herself in front of Lang Chen and Xiao Siyu. She could only forcefully resist the urge to tear Su Niannian on the spot, pulling a smile. Nian, you're here too? Did you come over because you knew that Mr. Xiao was racing over here? I remember you seldom come into contact with racing, and before that, when you were in school, you were still racing because of Dou Yuming. Lin Bailu all kinds of T-words, and said the desire to speak, make Su Niannian as if there is really something that cannot see the light like. Su Niannian glanced at Lin Bailu and was just about to open her mouth when she heard Dou Yuming muttering irritably, what kind of rant are you spouting? The matter between Su and I was cleared up at school a long time ago, and if I remember correctly, you were there, weren't you? What kind of memory loss are you pretending here? It's none of your business when Su comes to the racetrack. You're not very good looking, but you've got a lot on your mind. You can come to the racetrack, but can't we Su students come? Why do you have such a big face? It's not just that you think you've gotten on the young master of the Lang group, running this like an old hen laying eggs, clucking. Chapter 194, Innocence Matters Most. Gu, you still know how to hen cluck, man, awesome, grounded. That's not true. If we want to cover our classmate Su, we need to learn some dislike skills anyways. After all, there aren't many three-legged toads, and there are brainwashed people everywhere. A couple of people spit out a few gags, almost completely ignoring both Lin Bailu and Lang Chen. Lin Bailu's face was extraordinarily ugly, especially when she saw that Lang Chen's eyes were always on Su Niannian's body. Su Niannian really is a vixen. How else could all these second-generation people, who are usually so high-minded, be so nice to her one by one? She had just thought it was extra creepy that these people were carrying pink snacks, pink water bottles, and pink towels. But she didn't realize that all of these things were for Su Niannian, and her mouthful of silver teeth nearly clenched. Lin Bailu's heart became even more unbalanced when she thought that Lang Chen had just suddenly released her when she saw Su Niannian. She bit her lip and pretended to say offhandedly, I didn't realize that Nian was always running outside during this recent period of time. It's to come out and play with these gentlemen. My father is quite worried about her lately. Lang Chen did not open his mouth to speak, his eyes always looking towards Su Niannian who was sitting amongst the group. She had a light brow, even to this group of second-rate people that everyone else gravitated towards, and she looked like she didn't give a damn at all. Instead, each of these guys who usually had their eyes high above the ground ran up to Su Niannian and made a big fuss over her. Are they all interested in her? When Lang Chen thought this, his heart suddenly became annoyed. It was a strange feeling, an emotion he had never felt before. Xiao Siyu saw that Lang Chen's eyes were always fixed on Su Niannian, and immediately stood in front of him alertly, isn't young Master Lun usually only interested in women? What? Now you're looking at my racing cars again? Want to compete with me? He absolutely couldn't let Ling Chen discover the sparkles in Sun Yen Yen today. If he knew that she had top-notch racing skills, the guy would definitely realize that the purpose of his visit to the school wasn't Lin Bailu, but Sun Yen Yen. With his understanding of Ling Chen, 9 times out of 10, this guy would stalk Sun Yen Yen. He would never allow that to happen. Seeing that Xiao Siyu had confronted Ling Chen, Sun Yen Yen simply lazily lay down on the soft recliner. She was eating freely with a cup of milk tea in her left hand and a packet of snacks in her right. As long as Lin Bailu and Ling Chen didn't come to trouble her, she was too lazy to bother with them. Ling Chen noticed that his line of sight was blocked by Xiao Siyu, and his face sank. The two of them, he and Xiao Siyu, had been fighting openly and secretly for so many years, both bent on grabbing the other's handles. He'd already gotten a hold of Josie's current dead weight, there was no need to go sideways. If he saw that he was interested in Sun Yen Yen, he might even be put on the spot. Thinking this way, Ling Chen once again stretched out his long arm and hooked Lin Bailu's waist, saying, "It's rare that my girlfriend also likes racing, so I'll accompany you to have some fun." He turned and smiled at the other celebrities not far away. Anyone else want to come along for the ride? Come over now too. These celebrities usually couldn't even lean on Xiao Siyu's side, but now that they heard Ling Chen ask them all to go over, one by one, they immediately swarmed over. "Lang Xiao, how do you want to play today? We are all willing to accompany you." "Lang Xiao, I have a lot of guts. If your girlfriend is scared, I can accompany you in the same race car." "Lang Xiao, I can sit down with you." The rising and falling voices made Lin Bailu extraordinarily annoyed. These women were really shameless. How dare they directly seduce Ling Chen right in front of her? Josie had seen it all a long time ago. Ling Chen's girlfriend was almost a monthly throwaway, so Lin Bailu's identity as a girlfriend was not at all intimidating to the others. Even if Ling Chen had just said that he wanted to wind down, it didn't do much good. The tip of Josie's eyebrow raised as she stood by and watched coldly. Now was the perfect time for Sun Yen Yen to see Ling Chen's face clearly. He couldn't miss it. His chin lifted slightly. "Since you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end, only that when you get on the field it's a competition, and I'm afraid you can't afford to lose." Except for Nai and Su, all those present were trash. Ling Chen was no exception. He's definitely a natural at racing. Of course Ling Chen knew this. After all, the two of them knew everything about each other. He laughed softly. "Can't afford to lose? What? Is Xiao Xiao trying to use my girlfriend as a bargaining chip?" When Ling Chen said this, he deliberately looked at Xiao Siyu provocatively. He knew he was trying to make a scene, but he was not giving it to him. Xiao Siyu was simply stunned by Ling Chen's words. Almost reflexively, he retorted, "What the hell? How could I possibly want that thing as a bargaining chip?" He was so scared he almost clasped his hands to his chest to prove his innocence. If Ling Chen dared to use Lin Bailu as a bargaining chip, he immediately abandoned the race in place. Whoever wants this thing, he doesn't want it anyway. What's face? Innocence is most important. When the others heard Ling Chen's words, their white eyes rolled up to the sky. "Lang Xiao, just because you treat your girlfriend like a treasure doesn't mean others do. Lang Xiao, the fact that other people's girlfriends are worth money doesn't mean that your girlfriend is also worth money. After all, it's not even known if she still has this name tomorrow. Lang Xiao, are you betting on such a thing because you think you're sure to lose? Then you might as well bet on those famous ladies on the side. All pressed up, do you still let Joe live? I guess I'll be so angry that I'll abandon the race in place." The followers behind Xiao Siyu were venomous one after the other, not taking Lin Bailu seriously at all. Lin Bailu was about to explode with anger in place, especially when she saw the way the other celebrities were looking at her. She couldn't wait to go crazy on the spot. But thinking of her current status, she could only secretly bite her teeth and forcefully pull a smile to say, "Since we just won a lottery prize, let's pick the small things that the other party has and wants, so that it doesn't hurt the peace." She tried desperately to present herself as gentle and atmospheric yet capable. After all, only such a person could be worthy of the heir of the four great families, whether it was Ling Chen or Xiao Siyu. She wanted them to know that she was untold times better than Sun Yen Yen. Xiao Siyu hadn't intended to ask for anything from them. He just wanted to find an excuse to get rid of them all so he could have a good match with Sun Yen Yen. Although it was obvious that he was being crushed, it was always a new improvement to play against the best. What's more, Sun Yen Yen would also give him a few pointers after each race, and he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity because of Ling Chen and the others. Chapter 195, I don't think so. With a raised eyebrow, he pretended to be convinced and nodded, whatever. His seemingly careless words fell in Ling Chen's eyes and all changed in flavor. Xiao Siyu was really interested in Lin Bailu, or else he wouldn't have made his followers storm out because of that one sentence of his, nor would he immediately suppress his fire just because of Lin Bailu's words. The corner of Ling Chen's mouth hooked, and the line of sight he looked at Xiao Siyu added a few more points of contempt. Sure enough, Josue still couldn't play him. In that case, the colorful head well. Ling Chen sighted Lin Bailu's body up and down, and smoothly picked up the bag she carried in her hand on the desktop in front of the two people. "This is it." Lin Bailu was visibly stunned, her brows slightly furrowed as if she was a bit reluctant. Lang Chen's hand gently pinched at her waist, pretending to be intimate. Honey, in a moment, no matter if you win or lose, I'll buy you a few more bags, don't be upset, okay? It was rare for him to be gentle and take the initiative to coax someone, so what was there for Lin Bailu to be dissatisfied with? Isn't it just a bag? Gave. Lin Bailu was engrossed in Lang Chen's arms, wanting to enjoy being a girlfriend again, but she didn't expect him to slowly let go. Lang Chen stood back a step and said to the other celebrities, you guys can follow suit, whether you bet on me to win or on Xiao Siyu, it's up to you, but if you bet on me to win, if I lose, I definitely won't stand by and watch the ladies suffer. It was obvious what he meant to do, which was to disguise the fact that he was asking the people in the room to bet on him. No matter what time of day it was, he always looked like he automatically exuded charisma, making the women around him always feel as if it was easy to become his girlfriend. Josiah couldn't help but mentally roll his eyes when he looked at him, especially seeing him with this flower peacock look. TSK, what a disgrace. Lang Chen looked at Xiao Siyu's ugly face, and the corner of his mouth ticked triumphantly. What does Ling Xiao intend to take as a prize? Josie gave him a cool look and went straight to unbuckling the wristwatch on her wrist. He was just about to take the wristwatch off, but was suddenly pressed down by Lang Chen. Xiao Siyu's face became even more ugly. What? You still can't look at this wristwatch of mine? He was already giving face by being willing to compete with them, but Lang Chen, this shameless person, still wants to dislike his wristwatch? No, I just thought that our side of the lottery is for girl stuff, so how about you guys use girl stuff for the lottery there too? As he said this, his eyes unconsciously looked towards Sun Yan, who was sitting on the side quietly eating and drinking. For a moment, everyone's eyes followed Lang Chen as he looked towards Sun Yan. Obviously feeling the lines of sight in all directions, Sun Yan then put down the cup of milk tea in her hand. It wasn't as if she hadn't heard what they had just said, but she wasn't willing to use her own things as a parley. Even a small trinket on her body was a gift from a few of her senior brothers, and it was not at all on the same level as that broken bag of hers. Sun Yan felt that it was an insult to be put together with Lin Bailu's things. When Lang Chen saw that Sun Yan didn't say anything, his heart suddenly sprang up to tease her. What? Is student Su still worried that young Master Chow will export your things? He looked at Sun Yan with a smile, the corners of his eyebrows carrying some gentle doting. Don't worry about betting on it, and if you lose, I'll buy it back for you. Lang Chen's tone was soft and gentle sounding, but these fell into Xiao Siyu's eyes and turned into naked provocation. What's Su bet on? You don't have the ability to win away yet. He couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at Sun Yan and said, Student Su, bet whatever you want. If I lose to Lang Chen today, I'll compensate you tenfold. The corners of Sun Yan's mouth twitched as she looked at the two stupid exes who were preparing themselves for the match and sighed silently. She slowly stood up and made her way to the table between the two men before placing the cup of milk tea in her hand on top of it. Just this one. Lin Bailu originally wanted to see what Sun Yan would take as a prize, but she didn't expect her to just take a milk teacup. That's pretty shabby. Lin Bailu saw Lang Chen and Xiao Siyu did not say anything, pretended to look at Sun Yan with a worried face and said, Yan, at least it's the colorfulness of Xiao Xiao and Lang Xiao's two people competing together. Will it not be too good for you to casually take a milk teacup over here? I'm not saying that you're cheap for the cup. I just think that it's better to change the something else is better. The way she teared up made all of the second generation standing around Sun Yan frown. You're the ones who just said you'd let us, Mr. Su, bet whatever we want, and now you think it's too cheap? Why are you so nosy? How can you talk so much when you have to get involved in everything? We, Mr. Su, can bet on whatever we want, not whatever you think. We, Mr. Su, have the final say. Our brother Joe didn't even say anything. Who the hell are you? Sun Yan didn't even have time to open her mouth to dislike Lin Bailu before she was snatched away. She froze slightly, feeling for the first time as if it felt good. It was a time saver especially since he didn't have to move his mouth to see Lin Bailu eat his words. Lin Bailu obviously did not expect the few men who had just disliked her to dislike her all over again. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she stood next to Lang Chen with a period face. Lang Xiao, I'm just kindly reminding Yan, I don't mean any harm. Oh, how can they be so mean to me? Oh. As she said that, tears fell from her eyes and she looked extraordinarily endearing. When Sun Yan didn't show up, Lin Bailu's looks were really popular in the Shangjing circle. But after Sun Yan appeared, it would be hard to amaze those who had seen Sun Yan with this look of hers that was 5 points similar to Sun Yan's. Not to mention Lang Chen, who had long had a few feelings for Sun Yan. He raised his hand and patted Lin Bailu's shoulder, extraordinarily gentlemanly and soothingly said, those brown men of theirs, they definitely don't understand your girls' hearts. When Lin Bailu saw that Lang Chen only talked about the group of second-generation ancestors, but didn't pursue Sun Yan, her crying face almost didn't tense up. She sniffled and raised her eyes to Sun Yan in a feigned aggravated manner. Why don't you just use that scrunchie on your head, Yan? After all, it's considered a girl's jewelry, what do you think? She'd seen some nice jewelry before when she'd stolen Sun Yan's delivery. She just thought those things looked good at the time, but she didn't realize that one was so expensive. Lin Bailu felt a meaty pain when she thought of the money she had been blackmailed by Sun Yen Nian earlier. I don't think it's good. Sun Yen Nian coolly swept Lin Bailu a glance. My milk teacup is also a limited edition, no cheaper than your fake bag. Chapter 196. What are you babbling about? Lin Bailu's pupils instantly quaked. She immediately reacted and yelled at Sun Yen Nian. What are you babbling about? Even her voice was a little shrill from overexcitement. However, Lin Bailu quickly reacted that she had just reacted too excitedly. She immediately pretended to be insulted again, slightly raising her chin and glaring at Sun Yen Nian in dissatisfaction. Who are you to say that my bag is fake? You haven't even seen it. Lin Bailu had sold all her previous jewelry and bags, and in order to maintain decency, she exchanged the rest of the money for fake bags. Since the fake bags were all about the same price, she took a couple of limited edition models, and it wasn't as if these kinds of bags weren't available in the upper Kyoto circle. She had bought quite a few limited edition models before, and even she had a hard time seeing that these bags were fake at a glance, let alone Sun Yen Nian who hadn't seen many of these bags at all. She must have said that on purpose, wanting to make a fool out of her in front of so many people. Lin Bailu thought so and took a deep breath, her entire body instantly calming down. The others instantly couldn't sit still when they heard Lin Bailu belittling Sun Yen Nian so much, especially Josie. The people he covered were being picked on one after another. If he didn't fight back, where would he put his face? But if he stood out directly, wouldn't he let Ling Chen see his true purpose? Xiao Siyu immediately gave Dou Yuming a look, signaling him to step in and give Sun Yen Nian face. If our student Su says it's fake, it's fake. If you think there's a problem, I'll let my family's appraiser come over right now, and if your bag is real, I'll compensate you for both. Their family isn't that far behind. Lin Bailu was practically laughing at Dou Yuming's anger. What kind of tone is that? What do you mean you're really paying her too? She immediately reached out and tugged at the corner of Ling Chen's coat, looking at Sun Yen Nian with a pitiful expression. Nian Nian, do you want to embarrass me so badly? It was only today that I realized that you've been coming to the racetrack lately, and I promise you that I won't tell Dad, so can't you just let me off the hook? Sun Yen Nian watched Lin Bailu's performance breathlessly, her original good mood instantly dissipating. Your bag is a limited edition within the classic model, which only went on sale this year, and this bag is very similar to last year's limited edition, but it's not the same one. As soon as her cool words fell, the other celebrities standing beside Ling Chen looked like they had gotten some heavy bomb. Right. I wanted to order one of this bag before, but now even the celebrities who have a good relationship with the brand have to queue up, and there is no such bag in China. I've heard that there are no more than 10 people getting this bag right now. Those 10 people who got the bag seem to have been publicized online. Everyone was talking, their eyes unconsciously looking at Lin Bailu. Their intentions couldn't be more obvious. None of those 10 people who were publicized were named Lin Bailu, and all of them were well-known figures in the foreign fashion world. Sun Yen Nian watched Lin Bailu's face instantly turn pale from the calmness she had just shown, and knew that she wouldn't be able to use her for this. She's not really interested in bags or anything like that, because every year a couple of her senior brothers send her. The only reason she knew about the bag was because her 7th brother was one of these 10 people who got the bag. And the bag, it's with her now. At that time, her 7th senior brother even bragged to her, saying that this bag in the country, there will not be the same model within a year. That's why Sun Yen Nian remembered so clearly. It was also Lin Bailu's bad luck to run directly into her gun. She hadn't wanted to pay any attention to her, but who made her so obnoxious that she always came over for a beating. The second-generation ancestors who had just been angry at Lin Bailu for speaking out against Sun Yen Nian couldn't help but stand out one by one when they heard this. Only, the object of their mockery this time directly piggybacked on Ling Chen. Yo, Leng Xiao's woman even carries a fake bag? Leng Xiao, you are not very good. Out of the hand cannot be as generous as before. Leng Xiao just said that he wants to take heart and meet true love. This true love is worth a fake bag of money. TSK. No wonder I just said I was going to bet on this girlfriend, so it's the least valuable. Ha ha ha. Leng Chen's entire face grimaced as he listened to the mocking voice from across the room. He didn't realize that he had wanted to give Xiao Siyu a hard time, but now he was being exasperated to the point of turning his back. When had he, Leng Chen, ever been subjected to such mockery and aggravation? His brows furrowed as he glanced at Lin Bailu and saw that she was standing still with a pale face, so he knew whether the bag was real or not. Lin Bailu was still in a daze, seeing Leng Chen's eyes looking over. She hurriedly explained, Leng Xiao, listen to me. I found someone to buy this bag on behalf of me, and I didn't know that she actually sells fake bags. Oh. I'm also a victim. Oh. As soon as she opened her mouth, she dragged herself into the position of victim. It was also a way to give Leng Chen a step down. When Leng Chen heard this, his face looked a little better. Then you got your brooch and necklace from the same person, right? I suggest you just call the police. Just these 3 items, the crime of fraud can definitely sentence him to several years. Sun Yen Nian's cool voice came over at the right time. Unlike her voice, her pretty eyebrows were always light, as if she was really serious about making suggestions. For a moment, the others turned their eyes in the direction of her brooch and necklace. Lin Bailu almost instinctively covered her chest and neck. Although everyone couldn't see it, they knew that Su Nian's words couldn't be false even if they looked at her like this. Lang Chen's originally slightly improved complexion instantly became gloomy again. He almost gritted his back teeth and rushed at Xiao Siyu. I have something else to do, so I'll excuse myself today. Lang Chen said, turned around and left, not giving Xiao Siyu any time to retain him. By the time Josie reacted, all that was left was the back of Colchin's head. Come back someday with a better girlfriend. The bag, remember to buy the real one. Xiao Siyu shouted at Lang Chen from afar. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased as he watched Lang Chen's figure walk faster and faster. TSK, it was such a relief to make Lang Chen suffer such a big boring loss and walk away in disgrace. Xiao Siyu just wanted to go to Su Nian's race car, but the moment he turned around he saw Lin Bailu, who was still frothing. His brows furrowed as he reminded, your boyfriend is gone, why don't you hurry up and chase after him? Planning to ask for an ex-boyfriend straight away today? He now hated for Lin Bailu and Lang Chen to lock up so that he would have the opportunity to mock Lang Chen in the future. He didn't want them to just fall apart. Lin Bailu reacted violently, grabbed the fake bag that was placed on the table and hurriedly chased after it. Su Nian also picked up the cup of milk tea on the table at this time and drank it again. Josie's nice peach blossom eyes narrowed, and she came up and slowly opened her mouth to ask. Chapter 197, Don't Mess With Her. Classmate Su, how did you know that Lin Bailu's brooch and necklace were fakes? Is there any quick identification method? Su Nian shrugged, no, I just blurted it out. I didn't expect her to react so strongly. Good lord, she's casually poking right into people's hearts, TSK. I really don't know if Lin Bailu is too unlucky. Without the nasty people around, Josie was instantly in a better mood. Thinking about how Lang Chen had just disgraced himself, he felt like he could laugh at him for a year. Even if he knew in the future that the person he cared about was Su Nian, Lang Chen's face was still clean. Josie felt secretly happy just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Lin Bailu, who chased out, didn't catch up with Lang Chen, and she was too embarrassed to go back to the racetrack, so she could only take a taxi home. On Lang Chen's side, she could still pretend that she was a victim. After all, it was not uncommon to buy bags on behalf of people in the Shangjing circle. Only, she couldn't continue to bring fake goods around Lang Chen anymore. He was already displeased with her because she had lost face, and if she got caught once more, Lang Chen probably wouldn't want her as his girlfriend. Lin Bailu returned to the Lin family with a sad face, and just as she entered the door, she saw the equally anxious Lin Dalong. Dad, what's going on with you? Lin Bailu pretended to be a good daughter as soon as she entered the door and took the initiative to go up and care about Lin Dalong. Lin Dalong glanced at her and didn't say anything. Instead, he anxiously stood up and went to make a call. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, pulled Lin Bailu to sit on the sofa aside and asked, didn't you say you went out with Lang Xiao today? Why did you come back so early? As soon as her words fell, Lin Bailu's face turned ugly. Of course it's thanks to Su Nian's blessing. Her pretense of wanting to say something had in turn aroused Zhao Feng's curiosity. She had originally just asked casually, not realizing that there was a big melon in between. What made her even more puzzled was that this matter was actually related to Su Nian. She had obviously severed her ties with the Lin family, so why was she hanging around in front of Lin Bailu's face again? It's hard to believe that. She regrets about severing ties with their family. Zhao Feng couldn't help but snort. Even if she came to her door and apologized, she definitely wouldn't forgive her easily. But from the countryside back to the wild girl piece, just still really think they are heavenly fairies down to earth. Can all the men are fascinated round and round. She even had the chutzpah to use this as a bargaining chip with them before, and now she regrets it. LOL. Nian Su now knows the importance of their mother's family? Unfortunately, it's already too late. Lin Bailu secretly stole a pinch on her thigh, her eyes instantly reddened. Mom, I went to the racetrack with Lang Xiao today, and I just happened to see him there too, so I said hello to her, and I didn't expect him to embarrass me in front of so many people. She purposely blurred the point of the matter, focusing on Su Nian's attitude towards him. Lin Bailu felt that this was not a lie on her part. Although her bags and jewelry were all fake, they were all because Su Nian took her money and she used these high imitation things. After all was said and done, all of this was Su Nian's fault. Zhao Feng's face immediately grimaced at his words. She's no longer a member of our Lin family. Why are you still greeting him? Just ignore her directly when you see her in the future. Lin Bailu immediately pretended to be in a difficult situation and said, Lang Xiao was right next to me at the time. If I ignore Su Nian, he might know that our family has fallen out with Su Nian, and that might affect Mom and Dad's impression of you guys in Lang Xiao's heart. She couldn't help but sniffle as she said, it's really nothing for me to be aggravated. Zhao Feng immediately hugged her heartily. My good Lulu, you're the only one who looks out for Mom and Dad, unlike that wild girl, who wasn't raised by herself and is like a white-eyed wolf that can't be fed. She couldn't help but grit her teeth when she remembered the way Su Nian had flaunted her power at the dinner table back then. Obviously she gave birth to her, but she doesn't know how to feel for her. It's true that if you didn't raise it yourself, it's not much use even if it bleeds the same blood. Lin Bailu was lying in Zhao Feng's arms, ticking the corners of her mouth in triumph, when suddenly Lin Dalong's cold and icy voice came from behind her. Did you clash with Su Nian again? Lin Dalong looked at Lin Bailu's aggrieved look and knew that she must have suffered another defeat on Sun Yanyan's side. Lin Bailu slowly turned her head, her sight looking towards Lin Dalong, and her aggrieved tears instantly fell. Zhao Feng hurriedly patted Lin Bailu and hugged her into her arms again. That Sun Yanyan is simply too arrogant. Our Lulu goes out with Lang Xiao, and she can be bullied by that girl. Lin Dalong looked at Zhao Feng and Lin Bailu with cold eyes, his voice cool as he asked back, Lulu was standing with Lang Xiao, how was she bullied by Sun Yanyan? Zhao Feng was also slightly stunned. She had just gotten a bellyful of anger just from feeling that Lin Bailu was being bullied, and hadn't thought at all about how Sun Yanyan would bully her when Lang Chen was present. When she came back to her senses, her sight also looked at Lin Bailu suspiciously. Lulu, tell me, when Lang Xiao was present, how did Sun Yanyan he dare? Lin Bailu also did not expect Lin Dalong would suddenly kill her back, directly to her hole will not. There was no way she could tell Lin Dalong and Zhao Feng the true course of what happened today. Especially Lin Dalong, if he knew that he had lost Lang Chen's face for using fake goods, he would definitely be more powerful than Lang Chen's face change. Zhao Feng listened to her words, her fire became even more intense. The Sun Yanyan is really tricky, she has obviously disassociated herself from our Lin family, and now she is probably regretting it, so she is purposely making things difficult for you wanting to brush up her presence here with me and your father. Lin Dalong was too lazy to listen to the two of them analyzing here, he had a bunch of on his hands right now and didn't have much patience at all. In the future, you stay away from Sun Yanyan, don't mess with her if there's nothing else to do, and save me the trouble in the future. Lin Bailu obviously choked, not expecting Lin Dalong to say that, her face stiffened in an ugly manner, almost forgetting to even fake cry. Fortunately, Zhao Feng on the side didn't notice Lin Bailu's expression and instead complained on her behalf in dissatisfaction, Master, this matter is clearly Sun Yanyan's fault, why are you talking about Lulu? Lin Dalong coldly swept a glance at Zhao Feng, she clearly knows that every time she sees Sun Yanyan she will be defeated, so why does she still want to get in front of her eyes? Chapter 198, but what? Either Lin Bailu is too stupid or she has no brain. But wherever she had a little bit of brain she knew to go around Sun Yanyan, not to mention that she was no longer a member of the Lin family, so there was no need for Lin Bailu to start a conflict with her. Zhao Feng also choked on Lin Dalong's words. She opened her mouth, half a day and finally squeezed out a sentence, isn't there a possibility that Sun Yanyan is deliberately picking a fight with Lulu? Lin Dalong raised his hand and pressed his temples, so he simply stopped breaking up this topic with the two. His eyes turned to Lin Bailu and asked, how has your relationship with Lang Xiao been lately? Lin Bailu had already had a belly full of anger because Lin Dalong had just helped Sun Yanyan speak, but she still had to rely on her status as the eldest miss of the Lin family to socialize with Lang Chen, so she could only continue to crouch down in front of Lin Dalong. Lang Xiao has already admitted in front of many people that the two of us are dating. When she said this, she had a shy face, almost like a different person from the crying look she just had. Lin Dalong was also too lazy to care about the twists and turns, since you're Lang Xiao's girlfriend, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for help, right? Lang Chen's fancy name, he naturally knew it, and becoming his girlfriend was nothing new at all. He had previously thought that if Lin Bailu could tie Lang Chen down, he would be able to walk horizontally in the Shangjing circle in the future. But now he's so burned out, where does he care about what happens later? If Lin Bailu couldn't keep Lang Chen on a leash, she might as well get some favors out of him now. Lin Dalong's words clearly made Lin Bailu's face look a lot uglier. She had only established a relationship with Lang Chen today, plus she had just pissed someone off, and if Lin Dalong told her to find him now, he might make Lang Chen just kick her. Lin Bailu pulled the corner of her mouth stiffly. Dad, what do you want Lang Chen to do? Did you encounter something difficult recently? Lin Dalong's brows instantly wrinkled. Recently, I don't know what's going on, the few partners that were originally negotiated have almost all changed their minds. His fists couldn't help but clench, and he couldn't help but be annoyed at the thought of hitting a wall in his career lately. Dad, could it be the Shin family? Lin Bailu cautiously looked at Lin Dalong, just short of directly dumping the pot on Sun Yanyan's head. They'd only just kicked Sun Yanyan out of the Lin family, and the Lin family's business was in trouble, and without the Shin family's handiwork, who dared to believe it? Lin Dalong looked askance at Lin Bailu, directly poking her mind. The companies that intercepted in are abroad, these companies are very strong abroad. After coming to the country it is even more bold to acquire a lot of companies, it seems to want to develop in the country, so it has nothing to do with Sun Yanyan at all. Lin Bailu and Zhao Fenglai that person pursed their lips, neither of them squeaking. They could all tell that Lin Dalong was in a bad mood, and to sing against him now was definitely asking for trouble over nothing. Seeing Lin Bailu's silence, Lin Dalong asked again, our family's business is experiencing problems right now, go ask Lang Xiao for me if you can help. As his words came to this point, his eyes swept over Lin Bailu's body. Lulu, whether or not our family can rise higher in the Shangjing circle in the future or not, it depends on you. Lin Bailu bit her lip and forced a smile. Okay, Dad, I will definitely talk to Lang Xiao properly, only. She glanced at Lin Dalong with a desire to speak, seeming to be in a bit of a bind. Lin Dalong's originally soothing face instantly turned gloomy again. But what? He knew that this adopted daughter of his had a lot on her mind, and usually he didn't care because it had nothing to do with his interests. It's all in the mind of a little girl. No harm, no foul. But now that the Lin family's fundamentals had been touched, his eyes stared dangerously at Lin Bailu, as if warning her that if she dared to reject him, she would be made to look good. Lin Bailu had grown up around Lin Daolong since she was a child, so how could she not understand this warning? She smiled sarcastically. Dad, you know the strength of Ling Xiao's family, since I'm already his girlfriend, I always have to have a line that matches him, I'll be ridiculed by the others outside today. The further Lin Bailu spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and she even reddened her eyes. Lin Daolong's brows frowned, pondered for a moment, but still nodded, so he took out a card and placed it in front of her and said, as long as you can get Ling Chen to loosen his lips to help our Lin family, you can spend whatever money in this card. Thanks, Dad. Toward evening, it was getting dark. Su Nian walked straight to the women's locker room at the racetrack in her racing suit. Previously, all the people who came to the track to race were men, so there was no ladies' changing room in the professional racing lounge. But ever since Su Nian arrived, this place had been specially transformed by the Shin family into a women's specialized changing room, reserved solely for Su Nian's use. Xiao Xiyu and the others didn't know the relationship between the Shin family and Su Nian, so they only thought that it was Shin Huairuo's filial piety to Su Nian, the big sister, as a little brother. Didn't really care. After all, wasn't it normal for the Su student he covered to be worshipped? Su Nian took off the helmet on his head and took off his jacket again, but just as he was taking off his shoes, he suddenly heard shallow footsteps. Her brow visibly furrowed, and the movement of her hand stopped. Listening to the commotion, there seemed to be someone else in the locker room. She kicked her shoes off her feet and gingerly made her way toward the curtain drawn by the locker room, but froze the moment she saw the corner. She didn't expect to see Shen Huayan in her dressing room. Especially Shen Huayan, who was leaning against the corner seat of the locker room and was resting his eyes. Shen, Mr. Shen. She spoke slowly and a little incredulously, but her voice was soft, as if she was a little worried about scaring the man who was resting with his eyes closed. Shen Huayan hadn't slept too deeply, and when he heard the commotion coming from the locker room, he was already awake for a few minutes. Hearing Su Nian's voice, he naturally slowly opened his eyes. He slowly sat up straight, and his line of sight couldn't help but fall, his brows visibly frowning when he saw Su Nian's small, unshod feet. Su Nian also noticed his line of sight, vainly shrinking feet. I just intended to change shoes to come. Before she could finish her words, her entire body was directly picked up by Shen Huayan with one hand. Su Nian was caught off guard and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. She was just about to say something when she heard a knock on the door from outside the locker room. Su Nian's body, which was originally held in Shen Huayan's arms, stiffened violently, which caused Shen Huayan's brows to furrow. Mr. Su, are you okay? Xiao Xiyu just finished changing clothes on this side of the promenade waiting for Su Nian. The result is just sat down not long to hear the locker room inside out an unusual movement. He really did not hold back to come over and knocked on the door. Chapter 199, Breaking Up? Hearing that the voice outside the door was Xiao Xiyu, Su Nian's stiff form instantly loosened up quite a bit. She glanced down at Shen Huayan before she rushed outside and shouted, I'm not doing anything. If it was any other place, Su Nian would have directly pulled Shen Huayan out in a big way, but this was the ladies' locker room. The president of the Shin group, breaking into the women's locker room. If this is spread out, their Mr. Shen's face is probably not wanted. As Su Nian thought this, her eyes couldn't help but sweep around Shen Huayan's face. Their Mr. Shen was obviously such a clean little brother, but he couldn't be thought of that way. Her husband she guards. Shen Huayan didn't know what was going on in Su Nian's mind. He felt as if he was on cloud 9 every second he worked at the company since he and Su Nian got together for real last night. Thinking that she was going to race with Josie in the afternoon, he ghosted out of the office early to come here. He had thought of just taking a look at Su Nian and he would leave. But he came straight to her dressing room. Shen Huayan himself didn't understand exactly what he was thinking at that time. Su Nian was probably surprised by his behavior as well. Shen Huayan looked at Su Nian with a bit of apprehension, afraid that he might upset her. Although the two of them have already had a profound exchange, but there is an old saying that if you get it, you don't cherish it, so Shen Huayan is always worried that Su Nian will wipe her mouth and leave after eating. He only seemed to calm down when he saw her as a person. Shen Huayan met Su Nian's line of sight as she looked over, subconsciously inclined her head, then hugged her tightly. Su Nian's body was originally petite and small, being held by Shen Huayan like a child, it was not out of place. Although Su Nian didn't know what was going on in Shen Huayan's mind, she could clearly feel that he didn't seem to be in a good mood. She was just about to open her mouth to ask Shen Huayan, but she ended up hearing Xiao Xiyu's voice outside the locker room once again. Classmate Su, actually, I have something I want to say to you. Su Nian raised her eyebrows suspiciously, a little puzzled by the stammering Xiao Xiyu. As far as she remembered, Xiao Xiyu always said what he had to say, so swallowing so much, it couldn't be that he wanted to make her extra match again, right? He was thinking pretty good thoughts. Su Nian just wanted to respond, but then she ended up listening to Xiao Xiyu talking to herself. I know, Su student, you have high requirements for your other half, but I think sometimes emotional things can rely on grinding. it doesn't necessarily have to be love at first sight. Su Nian couldn't help but frown slightly as she listened to Xiao Xiyu outside the locker room talking to himself, completely confused as to what he was trying to say. Well, before she could even open her mouth with the latter words, she was directly clasped by Shen Huayan's neck and kissed her hard. Before Su Nian could react, her entire body was pressed against the locker to the side by him. The door was made of tin and made a loud thud. The person outside the locker room seemed to have noticed the commotion. Student Su, I'm just talking off the top of my head. If you don't agree we can talk about it another time. But at this time, Su Nian had already been dazed by Shen Huayan's kisses, and couldn't hear what the people outside were saying. All she could think about was Shen Huayan. Suddenly, the person holding her suddenly stopped. Su Nian looked at Shen Huayan dumbfounded, and subconsciously raised her small face to kiss his chin, but he sidestepped his face to avoid it. Su Nian visibly frowned in dissatisfaction, and immediately afterward, Shen Huayan's voice rang in her ears. If you want me, let him go. She froze and cocked her head in some confusion, only to hear Josie's voice again from outside the locker room. Mr. Su, are you listening? It was then that Su Nian came back to her senses and understood Shen Huayan's meaning. Her brow furrowed as she yelled at the doorway to the locker room, get the hell out of here. Now there was complete silence outside the locker room. Even the inside of the locker room was quiet. Su Nian looked back at Shen Huayan and saw that he was looking straight at her, so she raised her little head and nipped at his chin. Mr. Shen, you have to keep your word. Her petulant and soft voice was in a completely different state from the ferocious tone she had just rushed at Xiao Xiyu. Shen Huayan had to admit that the contrast she had just made his heart happy. His Nyan cared about him and only him. Shen Huayan's large hand probed in along the bottom of her hemline, gently cupping her waistline and lowering his head to attach his lips again. Compared to just now, his movements were noticeably gentle and loving. Su Nian's originally clear head was once again muddled into a mess. Only breathing rose and fell with someone, eventually sinking. By the time Su Nian was carried out of the dressing room by Shen Huayan, it was already dark. Others who had been at the racetrack earlier had left early. Originally, when Xiao Xiyu heard Su Nian lose her temper, he wanted to wait for her to come out and then explain it to her, but he didn't expect Shen Huairua to come to the racetrack at some point. Straight away, they found a reason to drag him away. So when Su Nian was carried away by Shen Huayan, not a single person saw it. These are of course Shen Huayan's handiwork. As much as he wanted to announce his relationship with Su Nian to the public, he didn't want to start with something that would hurt her reputation. His Nian was so wonderful and naturally deserved his protection. Just can his Nian be his Nian for the rest of his life? Shen Huayan sat in the back seat of the limousine, looking at the small face wrapped in his suit jacket, fell into a deep thought. Nightfall, Lang's house. Seeing the message from Lin Bailu on his cell phone, Lang Chen's face was still ugly as hell. It's because of the substitute that you buy fake goods? Ha! Does she really think everyone is so easy to fool? Lang Chen glanced at his cell phone, not even bothering to reply. The most humiliating thing in his life happened today, how could he not be angry? Especially since this matter also happened in front of Su Nian. He had lost such a big man in front of Su Nian. Lang Chen's face grew more and more somber whenever he remembered the situation at the racetrack. The assistant standing beside him watched Lang Chen's face change and looked at him with a bit of apprehension. Young master, are you going to break up with the Lin family's young lady? If the young master is upset, the women's relationship with the young master will end. But it was indeed rare that this Lin Bailu could make their young master so unhappy, stormy to be exact. Plus, their young master did treat this Lin Bailu differently before, so he couldn't figure out what Lang Chen meant. One can only ask with a stiff upper lip. Chapter 200 Exceptions not ruled out. Break up? Ha! The corner of Lang Chen's mouth tugged, and a cold smile surfaced on his face. He didn't even look at this Lin Bailu. Being with her was nothing more than wanting to piss off Josie. As it turned out, the one who was most angry became himself. What bad luck! Lang Chen scratched his hair in annoyance, and then got even more annoyed. Although it was her business that Lin Bailu carried the fake goods, what if Su Nian misunderstood him? Misunderstanding him as the kind of guy who was not generous to his girlfriend. Lang Chen thought of Lin Bailu's comment that Su Nian was most interested in money. He had been confident, after all, he was recognized for being generous to his girlfriend. But because of Lin Bailu's drag, his impression with her would most likely become that of a stingy person. Lang Chen wanted to explain to Su Nian, but it seemed too sudden to approach her directly. How was he going to show it? Lang Chen raised his eyes to the assistant from a year ago and asked in a cold voice, "What do you have to do to prove to the other side that you're not a stingy person?" The assistant was directly asked by Lang Chen. This kind of situation, to the other side to smash money? This should be more direct. After all, the bell must be tied. The knot out of what aspect, on what place to solve? Lang Chen's eyes abruptly lit up as if he understood something. Go, buy a few limited edition bags of the latest models and send them to the Lin family. Lang Chen waved his hand at his assistant and seemed to think of something else. Send a few sets of the latest model jewelry over as well. Now the assistant was even more dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Didn't you just get angry? Why are you suddenly thinking about sending jewelry and bags to the Lin family? The assistant thought about how different Ling Chen was to Lin Bailu, and the various entanglements, and her heart instantly brainstormed a bunch of big dog-blooded dramas. After he came back to his senses, he immediately answered, "Don't worry, young master, I'll immediately take care of this matter." It seemed that this lady called Lin Bailu, they would have to treat her well in the future. Maybe she could really take down their young master. So no matter what, you can't offend her. The assistant was just about to turn around and leave, but was called by Ling Chen once again. "Are there any other activities at Yuqing University recently?" "Well, it's just more formal occasions." Although he was now able to go to school as Lin Bailu's boyfriend, he still needed a bit of a reason to make serious contact with Sun Yanyan. The assistant gently nodded. "Yuqing University is recently holding a national esports competition, and our Ling family-sponsored team is among them. Is young master going to show up?" Normally, their young master would not even bother with this kind of activity. But now if there is Lin Bailu, their young master is estimated to make a different decision. Lang Chen's eyes narrowed, "Then set me up." The assistant gently nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then added, "Young master, this esports competition will select quite a few students from the school to serve as competition volunteers, and there will be corresponding bonuses for those who participate." His words were so obvious, their young master should be able to get his point, right? The tip of Ling Chen's eyebrow raised slightly and he pondered for a moment. "When investors like us who sponsor battle teams go to a school, are there any volunteers to guide them?" "Yes, yes, yes, or two." The assistant nodded his head repeatedly in excitement. Sure enough, their young master had just heard his suggestion. The corner of Ling Chen's mouth hooked slightly. "Well, let's arrange it that way then. I think you should be able to do it, right, Assistant Zhang?" "Don't worry, young master, I will handle this matter as soon as possible." Aha! In addition to Ling Chen, there were naturally other people who also cared extraordinarily about the composition of the volunteers this time. For example, the principal. "Nian Nian, I don't know who to ask for this matter, so I can only ask you first. Do you see it?" The principal wrinkled an old face and looked pitifully at Sun Yan Nian with a pleading face. This gaming tournament was a time for their school to show its face, so the school's volunteers were almost all face representatives picked from every class. The others, it didn't matter, but the volunteers standing in the first row were definitely the face of the school, especially the first one at the front, and he definitely had to pick the best looking ones to support their school. Sun Yan Nian's brows frowned slightly as if she was hesitating. After all, she didn't want to make a spectacle of herself. The last time she sang at school, it caused her to stay at Shen's house for several days without being able to go out. What? Being able to stay home all the time and not leave the house doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Sun Yan Nian's watery eyes abruptly narrowed, and she immediately nodded her head in agreement. "All right, headmaster, I promise you." The principal seemed to not expect Sun Yan Nian to agree so painfully, and was also slightly stunned, and then immediately became ecstatic. Good. I knew that you, Su student, are understanding, think of the school in every way, and are an atmospheric person. It's not necessary. Don't worry, except for showing your face at the appearance ceremony, you can do the rest without doing anything. Just be a mascot quietly. The principal looked at Sun Yan Nian with a smile. His kind smile gave Sun Yan Nian a creepy look. The tip of her eyebrow raised, suddenly remembering that she had heard earlier that Shen Huaisu was also going to participate in the competition, and that their Mr. Shen might also come. Sun Yan Nian's watery eyes curved. "Headmaster, I can actually go in charge of player guidance duties as well." Hearing that Sun Yan Nian was so good at talking, the principal couldn't help but be a bit curious. "Nian Nian, is it true that there's a favorite team of yours among the participants in the esports tournament this time? Tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will arrange for you to go there right away." Sun Yan Nian's eyes brightened abruptly. Was that even possible? The principal's loving smile smiled deeper. It looked like this was a sure thing. He directly took a form from his hand and handed it to Sun Yan Nian and said, "Here, this is the name of the battle team that will be participating this time as well as the members of the battle team. See if there are any members of the battle team that you want to follow up on. Grandpa can arrange you over there." Sun Yan Nian obediently took the list in the principal's hand, her eyes sweeping from top to bottom, her brows instantly frowning. Sure enough, she knew that after she loosened her mouth last time, her several senior brothers began to be stupid. The principal's line of sight followed Sun Yan Nian as she couldn't help but ask, "Do you like this foreign team? I've heard that they're quite strong, especially this team's captain Dario. Don't look at his young age, but he has a brilliant record. Why? Are you his fan?" Sun Yan Nian looked at the principal with a bit of a one-liner. "Principal, do you usually play games too?" After all, their principal looked completely out of touch with gaming at his age. But don't rule out exceptions. Ahem. I'm actually a fan of Dario's. If you're a fan of his, I can put you in this group and make it easier for you to ask for autographs and stuff. Ahem. Chapter 201. Ah. Yeah. The smile on the principal's face as he said this was obviously a little less natural. The corners of Sun Yan Nian's mouth twitched. "This is clearly what you want, right?" The principal handed Sun Yan Nian the 3 pages in his hand and said, "This is the notes, and the preferences of each member, so take a brief look." Su Nian Nian nodded. I know. Inside one. Su student if it's convenient. To sign. The principal's already wrinkled face was almost about to curl into a sunflower. Su Nian Nian really found it hard to accept that someone so old was being cute with her. It was more or less too hot for her eyes. She waved her hand at the principal. Got it. I'll try to get you a TO sign. On her sixth brother's side, a word in advance would have been enough. As Su Nian Nian thought on one side about when she wanted to get in touch with sixth senior brother, she came face to face and collided directly with the person around the corner. The person on the opposite side was knocked back a few steps, and Su Nian Nian stumbled along with him, completely unaware that a piece of information had fallen out of his hand. How do you walk? Suddenly, a familiar yet annoying voice rang out. Su Nian Nian's eyebrows didn't even bother to raise, knowing that the person on the opposite side was Lin Bailu. They were really in the wrong place to bump into each other here. Lin Bailu stood still and seemed to also see clearly that the person across from her was Su Nian Nian, and her fire instantly rose even higher. She indignantly pointed at Su Nian Nian and yelled, "Did you do it on purpose?" Earlier at the racetrack, it was because Su Nian Nian said that her bag was fake that she was massively mocked. Su Nian Nian did it on purpose then. It's amazing that she's now deliberately ducking around corners to bump into her. She must have looked down on her for being Ling Chen's girlfriend, so she purposely messed with her. Su Nian Nian glanced coolly at Lin Bailu, gave her a "Are you sick" look, and was about to leave around the corner. How could Lin Bailu allow such a thing to happen? She indignantly stood to the side, directly blocking Su Nian Nian's path. You're just jealous that I'm Leng Xiao's girlfriend, so you're deliberately targeting me, aren't you? You just can't see me as good. The corner of Su Nian Nian's mouth twitched. If you're sick in the head, go get it looked at. If your brain isn't going to work, just donate it to the hot pot restaurant. If I really want to target you, I don't have to hitch a ride on my own body just yet. When she thought of having just bumped into Lin Bailu, she felt bad luck. I can't wait to get the grapefruit leaves now to give myself a good demolding. Humph. Who knows if you can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour? Lin Bailu couldn't help but roll her eyes. You probably don't know that our family Lang Xiao just bought me quite a few new limited edition bags. As she said that, she showed off the new bag in her hand at Su Nian Nian. Lin Bailu was worried that Ling Chen was angry with her before. Maybe even the identity of the girlfriend is gone. I did not expect that Ling Chen not only did not get angry, but also let people send her a lot of bags. She felt smug now just thinking about it. I'm sure Nian Nian Su didn't see it coming, did she? She, Lin Bailu, was so fortunate that she just turned out to be lucky. Ha! Su Nian Nian's gaze glanced at the bag in Lin Bailu's hand, after which she raised her eyes to look at Lin Bailu. Do you know that there's a saying, the more you lack something, the more you like to show off something? Lin Bailu's face instantly flushed red, her spiteful gaze instantly glaring at Su Nian Nian. You're just jealous of me. Ah. Yes, I'm just jealous of you. Jealous that you have to rely on others to give you even a limited edition bag. Jealous that all of your jewelry bags combined won't sell for $10 million. Jealous that you find a scummy guy and still treat him like a treasure. TSK. Su Nian Nian's words were more solid than one, poking Lin Bai's entire face along. Seeing this, Su Nian Nian lost interest in continuing to wrestle with her. She waved her hand as if shooing away a fly and went straight around the corner. Lin Bailu still wanted to chase after her, but Su Nian Nian's figure had long since disappeared. Her vicious gaze looked at the empty corridor, and she clenched her teeth in indignation. She was about to turn around when she saw what appeared to be a piece of paper on the floor. Lin Bailu's brows frowned slightly, but she still bent down to pick it up. On it was clearly written the schedule for the day of the rodeo, as well as a profile of Dario, the captain of the LN team, with his personal preferences written on it. Lin Bailu thought about how the only person who had just left the principal's office was Su Nian Nian. Could it be that she had become a volunteer for this rodeo? She hadn't seen Su Nian Nian sign up before. Lin Bailu's eyes narrowed as she looked at the information in her hand. Before the competitive matches, in order to increase the spectacle of the matches, the daily live broadcasts of the various battle teams were also added. It's handled by the assigned volunteers of each battle team, which means that the volunteers who are with that team have the opportunity to show their faces. Lin Bailu's heart jumped wildly at once. If she remembered correctly, this man named Dario was the NO1 in the gaming world. Although his personality is untamed, his appearance is top-notch, which can be said to be the ceiling of face value among the athletic competition. Because of his godly face, he is as hot as a first-tier kid in the entertainment industry. She could be on the hot seat with a little bit of work if she ever got the chance to be in the same frame. By then, her popularity in the Shangjing circle would definitely go up a notch as well. But Lin Bailu thought for a second that Su Nian Nian had just gone to the principal's office and gotten these materials, so she must have approached the principal and wanted to volunteer for the LN team. It was probably too late for her to protest even if she went to the principal's now. Su Nian Nian would definitely steal her thunder if she was in the same frame as Dario. What does she have to do to keep Su Nian Nian out of the picture? Lin Bailu pursed her lips, her eyes unobtrusively sweeping over Dario's profile. Dario hates waking up early. Dario has very bad waking breath and early morning hypoglycemia. Please be quiet when Dario is sleeping. Dario has a cleanliness fetish. Be sure not to touch Dario's personal belongings, let alone touch Dario's body. When she saw these lines, Lin Bailu's eyes instantly lit up. Sun Yan Yan had just left in a hurry and definitely didn't have time to see Dario's profile. If she had asked Sun Yan Yan to wake up the sleeping Dario during the live broadcast, when Dario had scolded Sun Yan Yan, she would then properly act as a peacemaker to calm the matter down. At that time, not only would Sun Yan Yan lose face, Dario might also look at her differently because of this incident. Keep in mind that Dario has been the darling of big international brands lately, and his fan buying power is scary as hell. Even though he was grumpy and unruly like a wolf cub, he still drove people crazy. And the major international brands even pampered him extraordinarily. Even when he endorsed the photo shoots, they all customized a set for him alone. There's simply no global equivalent, so it's safe to say that the brand is spoiled for choice. For someone like him to say that he didn't have resources behind him, Lin Bailu didn't believe it. So there's nothing to be gained by getting in good with Dario. Chapter 202, Your eyes are really uncommonly bad. As Lin Bailu thought this, she suddenly felt that Sun Yan Yan, who was being used as a stepping stone by her, was really lucky. Even if she doesn't manage to get Dario's attention, she'll still be scolded by Dario's fans on the hotspot, and that kind of heat is enough to get her into the entertainment industry to fool around a bit. TSK. How kind of her to leave her nemesis alive. The more Lin Bailu thought about it, the more pleased she became, and once she folded that piece of information, she stuffed it into her bag. With this first-hand information, she didn't believe that she couldn't win against Sun Yan Yan. Soon, the teams participating in the esports tournament came to the school. All the members of the battle team were arranged in the Rainy Green Hotel, which was the closest to Rainy Green University. As a volunteer, Sun Yan Yan naturally had to rush to the hotel as well. Sister-in-law, there's no way to apply for a team transfer on your side? Shin Huaisu sat in the backseat of the car and looked at Sun Yan Yan pitifully. The younger brothers in our battle team are all very good at getting along with each other, and they're much better tempered than the people in LN. Are you really not going to consider it? His elder brother had been paying attention to his younger brother, who was participating in the gaming tournament, ever since he realized that his sister-in-law was a volunteer for this gaming tournament. Shin Huaisu really had a bitter experience. When he thought of last night, his big brother had told him that if Sun Yan Yan was bullied by the other battle teams at school, he would make him look good. He is really sitting at home and the pot comes from the sky. That's why he got up early in the morning and tried to persuade Sun Yan Yan to switch teams, especially when he heard that the team she was going to approach was LN. He was numb. The LN team is indeed bullish, and their captain Dario is even more bullish, having almost consecutively bagged several years of individual championships. But it's such a great guy, and his temper simply stinks. Their sister-in-law was so delicate and weak, she might just cry when he yelled at her. The more Shin Huaisu thought about it, the more his scalp felt numb, and he could only look at Sun Yan Yan pitifully, trying to get her to change her mind. Sun Yan Yan's eyebrows raised. These are all arranged by the school, there's not much I can do. She couldn't say she was there because the principal was a fan of Dario's and wanted an autograph, could she? Besides, by going to the LN team, she wouldn't even have to do odd jobs. With her sixth brother around, she could blatantly swing for the fences. But if she went to Shin Huaisu's place, she would definitely have to put on a show, and it would be impossible to want to put on a bad show. Shin Huaisu narrowed his good-looking eyes, as if he realized something. Sister-in-law, you mean, as long as the school side agrees, you'll be able to change your battle team? His eyes almost sparkled with points of light as he looked at Sun Yan Yan. The corner of Sun Yan Yan's mouth couldn't help but twitch as she raised her hand and pressed it directly onto Shin Huaisu's head. Good boy, I promise that I won't be bullied in the LN battle team, so you don't have to worry about me. And as for Mr. Shin sighed, I'll go and talk to him at that time, so it's enough for you to play honestly. Shin Huaisu blinked and wanted to say something, but his sister-in-law had said so it was better to listen to his sister-in-law. After all, the big brother at the top of the food chain in their family was being eaten to death by his sister-in-law, so it was better for him to listen to her. With this realization, Shin Huaisu did not panic. Soon, the Shin family's car arrived at the Yuqing Hotel. Because Sun Yan Yan and their car had come earlier, not many people had come to the parking lot yet. Naturally, no one noticed that the two of them came together. Sun Yan Yan quickly went to the lounge where they met inside the hotel and waited there for the teacher leading the group to assign partners and tasks. When Sun Yan Yan saw that his partner was Lin Bailu, he suddenly regretted a little bit that he hadn't promised Shin Huaisu to switch teams. Hi Sun Yan Yan, we meet again. Lin Bailu pretended to greet Sun Yan Yan graciously, but privately, she looked at her with extraordinarily smug eyes. Like a victor. Sun Yan Yan couldn't stand the look she was giving her and the stupid ex, silently sidestepping her face and ignoring her. Unexpectedly, Lin Bailu surprisingly didn't jump to her feet as grumpily as before. Instead, she still maintained the fake smile on her face as she looked at her. Sun Yan Yan, there's no way for the two of us to be in a group, but the task still needs to be completed. Now that we're going to broadcast the daily routine of the battle team members, I see that it's getting late, so we'd better hurry up and get it done. Sun Yan Yan's single eyebrow rose slightly, nodding noncommittally. Although she didn't know what Lin Bailu was going to fix, she didn't care. She couldn't fix her anyway. Lin Bailu glanced at Sun Yan Yan and followed her to the entrance of the LN battle team's hotel room one after the other. Lin Bailu skillfully took out her cell phone, opened the live broadcast, rushed inside and briefly introduced, "Hello, everyone, here is the pre-game live broadcast of the LN team of the Yuching University. We'll be going to the room of the LN team in a while, we can look forward to it." Wow! Every single one of the LN team is a handsome guy, and Dario is a godface. To see D God. Such a manless early morning godface would absolutely kill me. Agreed. Upstairs, Missy rushes straight to see Dario's sleeping face. I've heard other members of the LN team say that Dario seems to have wake-up calls and hypoglycemia. I don't know if that's true, so be careful, young lady. Lin Bailu obviously saw the live comment, and she subconsciously glanced at Sun Yen Yen, only to find that her attention wasn't on her phone at all. Because Lin Bailu's cell phone was askew, the others immediately saw Sun Yen Yen standing beside her. Ah, goodness, what do I see? Miss, the fairy sister behind you is so beautiful. Is the goddess also a volunteer? Ah, the volunteers in this class have high face value. MS. Fairy looks familiar. She looks like the fairy goddess who sang before. It's true that good-looking people are all similar, unlike us, who are ugly in 1,000 ways. Hurry! 5 seconds, I want all the information on this fairy sister. Lin Bailu looked at the people in the live comments calling her Miss Sister, but called Sun Yen Yen Divine Miss Sister. Her face suddenly changed. This double-standard group of netizens. The vision is so uncharacteristically bad. Still, it held the corners of his mouth strong and didn't fall. She took a deep breath. We're now at the door of the LN members' hotel room, now I'll knock. Lin Bailu said, raising her hand and knocking on the door of the room, and soon the door of the room was opened. I think they had also heard that there was a live broadcast the next day, so the LN members seemed to have dressed up in advance as well. This made Lin Bailu's heart sink. She had thought that this live broadcast would really consist of the lot of them telling the members of LN to get up, so that she could naturally get Sun Yen Yen to tell Dario to get up. If they were all up now, how could she carry out her plan? Lin Bailu awkwardly pulled the corner of her mouth and forced a smile. The members of our battle team, are they all together already? Then should we say hello to the live broadcast babies? Chapter 203, I didn't expect to be so good at pretending. Dario isn't awake yet, so why don't we just go live? One of the members, who appeared to be the oldest of the men, opened his mouth. On Dario's side, they did warn that there would be a live stream today, but Dario didn't want to participate at all, so the press didn't get up. Of course, they didn't dare to let Lin Bailu and the girls tell Dario to get up. After all, that waking up breath of his, a man standing next to him would have to shake 3 times, not to mention the girls. If we catch Dario's hypoglycemia, it's a big old man who can be scolded to tears. The members of LN, who shudder at the mere thought of it, can't help but shake as if the fear is etched in their DNA. Lin Bailu's eyes brightened imperceptibly as she sniffed. Dario's not even up yet. Isn't that a good opportunity? Lin Bailu immediately raised a smile that looked very kind and looked at Sun Yen Yen and said, it seems that we haven't come too late. Surprisingly, there are still little brothers who haven't gotten up. Yen Yen, let's go tell Dario to get up, right? Sun Yen Yen cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bailu, but did not object. At this time, the screen of the live broadcast but directly exploded. Oh my gosh. You're so brave to wake up Dario. I want to too. I want to see Dario get up too. I think I'm going to get high for Dario's god face. In complete contrast to the excited audience on the pop-up screen, the members of LN stiffened up. Also, it's better not to call the captain, he slept late yesterday, let him get some rest. Ray, the oldest, called out to the two at once, trying to stop them from going into the room. When the others saw this, they also rushed forward together. They didn't want Dario to abuse them all after he woke up. LN's members' obviously slightly frightened looks fell on the live stream, and the live viewers all instantly followed suit. Oh my god, it's not true that Dario has wake-up call, is it? Hypoglycemia plus wake-up call plus 1, I'd hate for the world to end if someone woke me up early in the morning. Look at LN members so nervous. I'm afraid Dario have wake up as a real hammer, otherwise it will not let this they go in live. TSK seems to be unable to see the beauty of the man wake up picture. Upstairs, is there any chance that the beautiful man getting up picture could turn into a beautiful man punching out picture? Good man, I want to see it even more. Lin Bailu looked at the live pop-up screen one by one floated out, so quickly pretended to round up said, everyone do not misunderstand, we just want to go to call Dario get up. What get up and so on should not be online rumors like that, please do not believe rumors do not rumors oh. Her voice was deliberately drawn out with a trailing sound, as if she were pouting at the netizens on the other end of her cell phone. Sun Yen Yen's eyebrows twitched, more or less physically uncomfortable with Lin Bailu's pretentiousness. She glanced at the other members of the LN and knew that Dario hadn't taken much of his usual wake-up call from them. She couldn't help but let out a light sigh. This 6th senior brother of hers really hasn't changed his temperament at all. Don't worry guys, Yen Yen is so pretty, even if Dario has a wake-up call, he can't let it out besides, we're all girls, how come the captain of the LN will take pity on us, right? Lin Bailu pretended to be indifferent and winked at Ray and the others, but they saw their faces become even more ugly. There were certainly countless women who thought this way with Lin Bailu. Some of them even relied on their looks and thought they could take advantage of Dario, but they were all scolded and cried by Dario without exception. When Su Nian Nian entered just now, they admitted that they were indeed awed by this little girl. They had always thought that their captain's face value was pretty much heaven-defying, but they didn't realize that there were even better-looking people than their captain. I'm afraid the face attack won't work on Dario at all. Ray opened his mouth and was just about to say something when he heard Lin Bailu say, "You don't have to worry, if there's really any problem, we'll come out right away, and we definitely won't let Dario bother us," she said, even winking at Su Nian Nian. "Right, Nian Nian, you're definitely up to the task, aren't you?" Su Nian Nian stood by the side and shrugged. "I think you're so confident that this task will definitely be accomplished well, so I'll stay out of it." Lin Bailu's face visibly stiffened, not expecting Su Nian Nian to reject her in front of so many viewers in front of the screen. She tugged at the corner of her mouth. I have to hold my phone live on my side, surely you're more convenient." Su Nian Nian tugged at the corner of his mouth, gave her a leathery expression, and said, "Then I'll hold your cell phone for you, and you finish the task properly." Originally, the viewers in front of the screen were still waiting to see the morning sleep pictures of the beautiful men, but when they heard Su Nian Nian's words, they instantly seemed to have all been awakened. Good lord, just now I've been thinking that the live streaming sis is brave. Now that I think about it, it seems like she's been asking the godly sis next to her to wake Dario up. Upstairs, you truth, this is generous at the expense of others. Let her say all the good words, the result of nothing to do, TSK TSK. Turns out to be a white lotus flower, TSK TSK, I thought it was quite pretty, but I didn't expect it to be so pretentious. Miss may have only said it unintentionally, so don't be so sensitive. Cut. Such a white lotus whore, there are still people to wash it. Lin Bailu was closest to the screen, so she could see the words about the live audience most clearly. She stiffly pulled the corners of her mouth, and extremely reluctantly handed Su Nian Nian the cell phone in her hand. I originally thought that we had previously agreed that since Nian Nian was unwilling to call, then it's better for me to do it. With a look of lustful words, she was clearly saying that they had previously agreed offline, but Su Nian Nian on the line was not talking. Su Nian Nian's eyebrows slightly raised, and she directly told the truth. "You didn't discuss anything with me other than showing off the bag someone gave you yesterday." Lin Bailu's body stiffened, pretending to look at Su Nian Nian with an expression that was about to burst into tears. "Nian Nian, do you have to talk about me like that at a time like this?" Su Nian Nian faced her T-words, directly threw a heavy bomb yesterday afternoon at 2:13, "You wear today's clothes, and then carrying a blue TFD's blue limited edition bag, personally told me, if you have a problem, the principal's entrance to the promenade there is still a camera, I can help you to get evidence." Lin Bailu instantly stiffened. How did she not know that there was a camera in front of the principal's office? Her face whitened, just wanted to explain anything more, just heard Su Nian Nian said with some impatience. "The rest of the things offline to solve, want what evidence? I will provide you with all of them at that time. You'd better live broadcasting to call people to get up, not from just a moment ago. You want to do so? Hurry up." Chapter 204, Good Guy, is this the core being switched? Su Nian Nian's feigned unintentional prodding, in turn, made the people present and on the live stream understand what was going on. So it was this woman who was behind it from start to finish. Ray and a few of the others looked at each other and simply stepped out of the way of the road they had just blocked. What are they stopping this kind of self-inflicted death? People were determined to wake Dario up. They were destined to be lectured together, so they simply went out on a limb. Lin Bailu's face was a shade of green and white, but in front of so many live streaming viewers, she could only pull the corners of her mouth stiffly. In fact, Lin Bailu actually wanted to struggle a little bit, but she was worried that if she said something else, Su Nian Nian would completely dismantle her without giving face. She would be in an even more awkward position then. She glanced at the live viewers, some of whom were still focused on Dario. As soon as they got to Dario's room in a few moments, I guess their attention would be focused on Dario, right? Lin Bailu took a deep breath, thinking that if Dario really got up and had an attack, she, as a victim, would probably reap a wave of sympathy value. By then the same people who had taunted her before wouldn't be able to bear to talk about her anymore. Lin Bailu made up her mind and followed Su Nian Nian to Dario's room. Presumably because Dario was afraid of the light when he was asleep, the whole room was covered with heavy curtains. Lin Bailu was not afraid of death and went directly to the window, reaching out and pulling open the curtains. The figure originally lying on the bed visibly frowned, and the air pressure in the entire room plummeted. The LN members who followed them and stiffened almost reflexively. Even Lin Bailu's movements stuttered along with him. She even felt the air thinning with every minute she got closer to Dario, and by the time she was only a meter away from him, she was practically suffocating herself. Beads of sweat visibly fell from Lin Bailu's forehead as she called out in a trembling voice, "Dario, it's time to get up." The frown on the bed's face deepened, and with a raised hand, he pulled the covers over his head and growled impatiently, "Get out." Lin Bailu's face went white, seeing that the man was still lying under the covers, so she reached out to grab his covers. "Don't touch the captain's quilt." As a result of the words, Lin Bailu grabbed Dario's quilt and tugged on it. She expected to tug a bit with Dario, but to her surprise, the comforter, which looked tightly covered, was yanked right off of her and fell right to the floor. Crap! The other members' faces changed. Because the one thing Dario hates is people touching his stuff. That quilt being yanked by Lin Bailu was the equivalent of being touched by someone else, the equivalent of being dirty. That's why Dario just threw it away. Without the cover of the blanket, the beautiful boy lying on the bed slowly sat up from the bed. He was wearing a pair of dark pajama pants, and the top half of his body was covered in a loose silk pajama top, the neckline of which was clearly rubbed open in 2 places from sleeping in the pajama top. The teenager's stunningly beautiful side face was tinged with obvious anger, and the entire atmosphere of the room was suffocating. Even the netizens on the other end of the screen felt chills down their spines. God, Dario really does have a get up and go, but I love Dario with a get up and go, too. Missy messed with Dario and it's a disaster. Let him sleep, let him sleep. Why are you yanking on the Cubs blanket? I don't think I'd be curious even if Dario killed the anchor. Who let you in? An icy voice line rang out in the room. The teenager's face grew even more grim. Who gave you permission to touch my things? Sweat came down on Lin Bailu's body, and her line of sight turned directly to Sun Yan beside her. Everyone else in the room was stunned. Is she just dumping it? Obviously she was the one who was bent on entering the door, and didn't listen to anyone's advice before directly going to pull Dario's quilt, and now she's even directly dumping the blame on the godly young lady who didn't do anything on the sidelines? Seeing this, Ray and the others also stepped forward, blocking Dario's view and trying to help Sun Yan explain. Captain, it wasn't this young lady's idea. As they said this, their eyes didn't forget to glare at Lin Bailu, who was on the side in dissatisfaction. Captain, it wasn't this young lady who dragged her just now either. She just came here to broadcast. Captain, we'll take them out now, don't be mad. The voices of the crew's 7 voices chilled the air in the room even more. Dario scratched his hair in annoyance, his already gloomy and cold aura becoming even more harsh. Now the few people who were still talking all shut up. Get out of here, all of you. Dario's eyes crossed the crew standing in front of him. Several team members glanced at each other, all of them looked at Sun Yan somewhat apologetically, but they still moved away from blocking Sun Yan's body in front of them in a well-behaved manner. By the time Dario's eyes landed on Sun Yan again, she walked straight over. Here, eat. Sun Yan reached out her hand, and in it was an orange-flavored candy. Now the whole room went silent, and the LN players even stopped breathing, each one looking at Dario nervously. They couldn't have known better how clean their captain was. How is it possible to eat candy out of someone else's hand? As a result, just as they were holding their breath waiting for him to sternly reprimand Sun Yan, they heard a well-behaved voice come through. You peel it for me, I'll eat it only after I peel it. Sun Yan didn't seem to notice the surrounding people's eyes dropping in shock, and faintly answered, good. Afterward, with a quick movement, she peeled off the candy and shoved it into his hand. Dario obediently popped the candy into his mouth, before leaning back against the bed contentedly. The original gloomy and somber atmosphere instantly calmed down, and the whole person was soft like a ray of sunshine falling in from the window. The members of LN couldn't believe their eyes, and each looked at Dario with a shocked expression as if they had been struck by lightning. Is this their captain? Is this their captain with the cleanliness fetish? This one is their cleanliness-obsessed, very rambunctious early morning captain? Good lord, is this the core being switched? Sun Yan saw Dario behave himself down and fished a few more pieces of candy out of his pocket. Here, eat it early in the morning later. Dario blinks and looks at Sun Yan, then slowly collects the candy from her hand. Dario actually wanted to say that he'd let Yan Su feed him from now on, but with so many people right now, he didn't dare. He was worried that if no one was around for a while, his little sister wouldn't care about him. So you can only squirm while being a good boy and collecting candy. But on second thought, this candy was given by his little sister and no one else had it, so he was happy again. The expression on his face changed, and his beautiful eyes looked as if they were hiding stars, always becoming sparkling when he looked at Sun Yan. The live feed blew up at once. Heavy money for the candy in the lady's hand. Mamma mia! How delicious is it? Chapter 205, Going Home at Night with a Tight Skin. Wake up and storm away can instantly become a little cute. This wave of amenity I ate. Where is the link? Why don't you go to the link? I don't need that kind of traffic. I also want to eat hand-peeled candies from MS. Divine. Family, who can understand? Am I the only one who noticed how shocked the other members of LN looked? Ha 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 ha. I guess I was shocked by the fact that my family's captain was easily captured by the divine sister. Gentle fairy sister and grumpy gaming boy, what kind of fairy CP is this? For a while the CP heat about the grumpy gaming boy and the gentle volunteer young lady directly rushed up the vibe list. Shin Hwaiyan had wanted to take a look at the time on his cell phone, but he just happened to see the pop-up window that popped up on his popular cell phone. When he saw the words, Miss Volunteer, he instinctively thought of Sun Yan, so he didn't hold back and clicked on the hotspot. Almost instantly, he saw photos of him being screenshotted and held down for headbanging by netizens. MS. Ute Sing University's Divine Face Volunteer. Grumpy Gaming Boy x Fairy Volunteer Girl. The first orange candy of the fall. The overwhelming natural hot search almost toppled the Rainy Green University esports tournament out of the sky. Shin Hwaiyan looked at the hot searches on the bars on his phone, and his whole face was about to blacken into a pot. He even directly clicked on the live stream that was being broadcast. The already hot livestream exploded right out of the gate because of a couple of naturally hot searches. Shin Hwayan naturally saw the pining little face as he wished. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the office room door. Shin Hwayan glanced at the person who entered the door, and then continued to watch the live broadcast on his cell phone. She was a bit surprised that Shin Hwayan was watching the live broadcast, but when he thought about the fact that their wives seemed to be the volunteers for this esports tournament, he didn't feel surprised. After all, their Mr. is only not quite the same when he's facing their wife. But soon she discovered Shin Hwayan's abnormality. Especially as Shin Hwayan watched the live broadcast for a longer period of time, his face became more and more ugly. He immediately took out his cell phone and quietly muted it to open the live stream, and his eyes almost glared out. Ah, Missy and Dario get together. It's such a good knock. How can Dario be so well behaved? Dario must have a crush on a young lady. I'd like to have such a good-looking girl too. Dario is Missy's, Missy is everyone's. Female geese look best. That's right, Dario will be the son-in-law from now on. She's hand shook as she saw the back and held her cell phone. Good lord, he didn't pay attention for just a moment and their wife is about to become someone else's wife? It's no wonder their gentleman is so angry. Within the silent room, an icy voice suddenly rang out. Which is the battle team that the Shin family has been sponsoring? She sniffed and immediately spoke. It's the SSSS team. Before that it was all the fourth young master. No sooner had his words been spoken than he felt the realization of death from Shin Hwayan. He said words a beat, instantly changed his mouth, cough. The fourth young master is the captain, to cope with the usual things can be, but this time after all, is a global nature of the competition, may need to sir you to go to sit in the town. I do not know if you have the time, sir. She tentatively added a sentence, and saw Shin Hwayan directly stand up. He sighed in relief at that. Just then, they saw their Mr. family taking his phone and sending a message out to Shin Hwaisu. She was puzzled when she heard Shin Hwayan's clear and cold voice ring out again. Why don't you go prepare the car? Oh who? Okay, mister. I'll be right there. At the same time, Shin Hwaisu, who was doing exercises in his hotel room, obviously heard the cell phone tone change. His cell phone rings with other tones only for a few special people. Shin Hwaisu immediately took off her headphones to get her cell phone, just in time to see a message from Shin Hwayan. Check out your sister-in-law's live stream and go home at night with a taut skin. Shin Hwaisu unknown frowned, so he poked on the phone. The results of a look does not matter. Directly almost did not put his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are scared crack. Only to see that the pop-ups on the live broadcast were all kowtowing to CPs, and they were all CPs of his sister-in-law and that Dario guy. He thought that his sister-in-law would be ignored by Dario when she went to the LN battle team, but it turned out that Dario was so well behaved standing next to her sister-in-law, and was very happy to introduce him to the battle team. Did he hit a ghost? Shin Hwaisu now finally knew why his big brother had told him to tense his skin. In this case, his big brother is considered to be extrajudicial if he doesn't beat him to death. Shin Hwaisu rubbed up from his chair and was about to rush out, but when he saw the volunteers who were still broadcasting live, he could only smile. Today's weather is good, why don't we go and see the other teams? It's just the right time to walk around each other. With that, he gave the members of the war party a look. Everyone naturally and honestly followed. Their team was a little known, and the room just happened to be not too far from the LN. So out the door and around the corner, they walked to the door of the LN team's room. Seeing that their members were also at the door, Shin Hwaisu greeted them and walked in towards their room. The members of LN didn't seem to expect anyone from other teams to come over either, but they still had basic manners, especially under the live camera. Lin Bailu was originally upset because she had just been robbed of the limelight by Sun Yin, but now that she saw Shin Hwaisu come over, her heart was happy. This Shin Hwaisu is the young master of the Shin family, although it is not to the point of Dario that kind of untamed, but the character is not allowed to be half a bit of sand. She knew that Sun Yin had probably offended Shin Hwayan by now, but for some reason the Shin family hadn't swept her off her feet yet. Maybe it wasn't a big enough deal before. It was only then that Shin Hwayan let her off the hook, but if he saw Sun Yin having an affair with someone else, plus Shin Hwaisu adding fuel to the fire, things might be different. Lin Bailu immediately stepped forward. Live broadcast babies, to tell you the good news, our live broadcast has come another big shot, is the Shin group's fourth young master, Shin Hwaisu. Come on, Shin fourth young master, say hello to the live broadcast babies, right? The way she introduced herself in what she thought was a very warm manner made Shin Hwaisu's face visibly harden. Even the viewers of the live broadcast were at a loss. Why are you introducing the fourth young master of the Shin group? By the time they saw the person revealed in front of the live camera, the fans in the broadcast room blew up again. My goodness? Hwaisu is actually the fourth young master of the Shin group. So it's true what Hwaisu said before, that if you don't play the game properly, you'll have to go home and inherit the family fortune? Doesn't anyone think that it's a bit of a stretch that a volunteer can't even recognize a famous e-campaigner? Chapter 206, Allergic to People Who Cry. This is the school did not give training? Directly introduced people are what the Shin family four young masters, TSK. Burst people vest, do not know what the other side of the psychological I have to say that the truth upstairs, I really do not know how much this live female means, from the opening of the live broadcast until now has been in the wrong. Lin Bailu looked at the message on the pop-up screen and her face visibly changed. Sorry babies, I just temporarily forgot young Master Shin Si's stage name, so I'm still asking all of you babies to please be magnanimous and let me off the hook. She looked at the camera with feigned sincerity and folded her hands in a pleading manner. Immediately someone in the comments section switched sides. Oops, a young lady who's only just started college. What kind of bad intentions can she have? Everyone stopped chasing after and scolding. In front, all the seats of the Lesan Buddha should be reserved for you to sit. People have apologized. What else do you guys want? That's right, some people's fans just don't have any quality. Isn't it just being exposed as the young master of the Shin group? What's the big deal? The people inside the comment section who spoke up for Lin Bailu instantly angered Shin Huaisu's fans. After all, compared to Lin Bailu, who is still a vegetarian, Shin Huaisu was also a little famous esports player in the esports industry, and half of his fans are face value fans, while the other half are all girlfriend fans and mom fans. How can they sit still when they see their boyfriends and moths getting their vests popped by someone else and being kenoted? Seconds and seconds to reach the battlefield. He's apologized. What else do you want? Wouldn't it be okay if I greeted your entire family and apologized? You don't have to go to hot pot with your brain. You put it around your neck to show off your height? The young lady who just went to college is not malicious, just all written on her face. The other fairy sister half a day did not do anything, all followed the back of the pot. What's wrong with us being fans of Husu? Did we eat your rice? Those who say that others have no quality don't even look at themselves. What quality? I'm not your quality. Seeing that the entire live broadcast room was in disarray, Lin Bailu also panicked a bit. She had only wanted to target Sun Yan, not realizing that she would anger Shin Huaisu's fans. She knew that fans of electric campaigners could be no less crazy than those in the entertainment industry. If she was targeted by this group of fans, she was bound to get cyber-violated. Lin Bailu's lips turned white as she thought about how to divert the attention of this group of fans. Her eyes swept around Shin Huaisu's body, as if she suddenly remembered something. It's not easy for Team SSSS and Team LN to get together, and if it wasn't for the fact that Nian had just woken up Dario, I wouldn't have had the chance to be able to see the captains of the two teams appearing together in the same broadcast room. Lin Bailu said this as if there was nothing wrong with it, and it even sounded a bit like she was praising Sun Yan. But from Shin Huaisu's point of view, it is clear that Sun Yan is saying that Sun Yan deliberately seduced Dario. Because Lin Bailu knew that Sun Yan had married into the Shin family, she said this in front of him to deliberately highlight the fact that Sun Yan woke up Dario. Shin Huaisu's brows wrinkled up at once, staring at Lin Bailu with dissatisfaction. This woman has been looking for trouble with his sister-in-law from the beginning to the end, so annoying. Ray, take the things that are dirty in my room and throw them out, along with this dirty thing. Without waiting for Shin Huaisu to speak, Dario snapped out with a cold face. The room was dirty with something that Ray of course knew was the comforter in his room. As for the dirt, Ray's eyes glanced around Lin Bailu's body, and as he was thinking about how to throw it more appropriately, he watched Lin Bailu's entire face collapse. She hid behind Shin Huaisu with a look of being bullied, staring at him with a miserable look, as if waiting for her to give her a head start. Shin Huaisu was instantly disgusted. He didn't even think about it, he just stood in line with Dario. If you want to cry, go cry somewhere else, okay? I'm allergic to people who cry. Especially ugly criers. Shin Huaisu's sentence instantly made Lin Bailu's face even more ugly. The live broadcast room also boiled unprecedentedly because of these words of Shin Huaisu. Good guy, allergic to people who cry, ha 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 ha, my Huaisu looks like a whore connoisseur. TSK. Just now the person who picks a fight is her, now the person who was wooing and playing the victim is still her. Other people's fairy lady sister from the beginning to the end to take the blame didn't even cry, only she has a lot of things to do. Mama, I'm embarrassed on behalf of the people's problem is going to be guilty of it again. Hey. Calling a girl ugly for crying is a bit much, isn't it? As a girl being targeted by so many men, don't you men ever blush? Yo, let's see who's the reincarnation of the living Buddha who saves the suffering? It's really any punch. When Lin Bailu connotes others, are you guys blind and don't see it? Don't say that upstairs. What if they are really the living Buddha who saves suffering? Come on, transfer 100,000 to me first and I'll believe in your goodness. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs is so bad. Lin Bailu saw that no one was paying attention to her selling her misery here, so she wasn't going to continue crying. Her eyes turned to Sun Yan, glaring at her with reddened eyes that were extraordinarily aggravated. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You're deliberately targeting me outside because of what's going on in the house. Do you have to make me lose face outside to be satisfied? The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. She had only intended to eat melon but was suddenly cued into it. Especially with this kind of dirty laundry being thrown around for no reason. You think you're justified in crying? Sun Yan looked at Lin Bailu slyly. But I don't eat this. If you want to cry, find your boyfriend to cry. Before Lin Bailu's words were even spoken, she saw Leng Xin just walk to the door with his assistant. Lung Xiao, Wu. Lin Bailu ran over with an arrow step and directly jumped into Lang Chen's arms, her pearly appearance with tears. She looked like she was being bullied badly. Lang Chen's entire body was blinded. After he came to the school, he heard other people say that Sun Yen Yen was in LN's battle team, and that's why he came over here with his assistant, not expecting to be pounced upon by a person just after seeing Sun Yen Yen. If it wasn't for the fact that he finally saw clearly that the person who pounced on him was Lin Bailu, he might have pushed the person out on a reflex. Lang Chen's brows furrowed as he looked at Lin Bailu, who was crying while lying on his carefully prepared suit jacket, and an inexplicable fire rubbed off on him. It was a blazer he had picked out for an hour before he was satisfied. He hadn't even had time to show Sun Yen Yen before he was ruined by this stupid woman Lin Bailu. He really couldn't wait to grab Lin Bailu from his body right now and throw him out ruthlessly. Chapter 207, I advise you not to be ungrateful. But there are so many people now, he has to remain a gentleman and keep his wits about him. Lang Chen secretly took a few deep breaths as his eyes swept over the group in front of him. What the hell is going on here? He raised his hand and gently patted Lin Bailu's back, trying to pretend to be gentle and courteous as he looked at the group of people in front of him. But his eyes unconsciously swept over in Sun Yen Yen's direction. As a result, he saw Sun Yen Yen's look as if he had seen something dirty. Lang Chen's proud mask of gentleness almost cracked on the spot. His arm that was patting the back of Lin Bailu's hand was visibly frozen. What the hell is going on here? Is she still mad about what happened earlier? He's only just arrived, he shouldn't be able to provoke her, should he? Lang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze toward Sun Yen Yen was clearly tinged with doubt. Lin Bailu, who had been lying in his arms and secretly observing, watched as Lang Chen's eyes always looked at Sun Yen Yen, and a touch of sinister cruelty crossed the bottom of her eyes. It was true that as long as Lang Chen came, Sun Yen Yen would definitely try to attract his attention by all means. She's just being trying to seduce her man. Lin Bailu sniffled, leaned against Lang Chen with an aggrieved face, and said pitifully, Lang Xiao, oh. They're all on Sun Yen Yen's side bullying me. I'm obviously just trying to do a good job as a volunteer. Oh. I didn't want to steal her thunder. Why can't she just leave me alone? As soon as her words left her mouth, not to mention Sun Yen Yen, Dario, and Shin Huaisu, even the members of LN and SSSS's battle teams were speechless. They didn't see Sun Yen Yen do anything from start to finish. It was all Lin Bailu talking to herself and blaming Sun Yen Yen when she was disliked. Sun Yen Yen had only disliked her a few times back, and this was a strange way to say that people were targeting her. The attitudes of the people present were almost surprisingly consistent, all looking at Lin Bailu with contempt. Those who don't know, see Lin Bailu crying with tears in her eyes, really thought it was Sun Yen Yen who took the lead in finding people to isolate her. Even the netizens in the live room were kind of sitting on their hands. My goodness, Miss Fairy is truly miserable. I'll testify. It's that ugly guy who keeps crying that's causing all the trouble. It has nothing to do with MS. Fairy. I also testify. That whose boyfriend? Please keep your eyes open. Your girlfriend is a pure green tea whore. Whoever's her boyfriend is a real bastard. TSK. Really, what dog things have people? Fairy Miss Sister is inviting you to mess with you? Opening and closing your mouth is that people bully you? That's right. Our D-God was also forcefully dragged under the covers by you. It was almost all taken advantage of. If this isn't a variety show, I choose to call the police. We Sobo almost got touched. Heavy crowdfunding to get this foul-mouthed woman out of here. Because Lin Bailu's approach was so extreme that Dario, Shin Huaisu's Wei fan, LN and SSSS's troop fans, and passerby fans opened a massive attack on Lin Bailu. They didn't care about quality, they sprayed Lin Bailu from head to toe, inside and out. There were even people who directly deep-picked all of Lin Bailu's information, turning her black history upside down. It also blew up a couple of hot searches right in a row. A few people on the air were naturally unaware of this. Lang Chen saw that the scene was a bit awkward for a while, so he could only cough lightly, ahem. Your current status is a volunteer. There are times when you have to. If you're blind, you can look at the pop-ups on the livestream. They witnessed the entire process of teetering on that filth right in front of you, and a lot of them should be happy to talk to you about what the hell just happened. Without waiting for Lang Chen to finish his words, Dario directly interrupted him. He didn't have a penchant for watching his little sister being slandered by others and still being indifferent. What's more, the man in front of me is a scumbag at first glance. Obviously, he was already holding one in his arms, and his eyes were still restlessly glancing towards their family Nyen Nyen. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people on the air, he would have gouged his eyes out. Dario's brow pressed down slightly, the low pressure of displeasure almost always lingering on his side. His eyes looked up and down Lin Bailu's body with a vestigial feeling of wanting to burn a hole right through the person. If he remembered correctly, it seemed like that adopted daughter of the Lin family was called Lin Bailu, right? I heard she took something he mailed to Nyan earlier? Humph. Just those hands should be chopped off for her too. Lin Bailu noticed Dario's tightly staring sight, and completely did not feel the ambiguous feeling of a normal man. Instead, she had the suffocating feeling of being stared at by a murderous maniac. It's as if they're going to be dismantled in a big way the next second. Shin Huaisu gazed slyly at Dario, a little offended that he had stolen his lines and role. The sister-in-law of their family should be guarded by him. He was that 0.1 seconds late and his line was taken and he hated it. And the netizens who saw the scene went wild. What's the matter with you, Mr. Cold? My cubs have spoken. I'm willing to tell you the truth. Just that green tea whore in your family, always tea goddess lady, and then disliked. I'm also willing to tell the truth about what happened. In a nutshell, hair bitch meets steel plate, bounces back and gets hurt. And me. In short, it's the story of a green tea whore and 3 masters of horsespotting. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs you guys dare not be more damaging? You've taken all the bamboo shoots in the mountains. Who's to blame? It's not that people are cheap and have their own heavenly reward. TSK TSK. Within what is called a cold young, I advise you not to be uneducated. Lang Chen glanced at the pop-ups on the live broadcast, and as a result, he saw the face of Lin Bailu and his arms turn pale with the naked eye. He was just about to open his mouth when Lin Bailu suddenly struggled out of his arms. Are you going to bully me like them? Oh. I'm ignoring you guys, she said, covering her face and storming right out of the room. Lang Chen. What did he say? He's the most innocent, okay? He had only come here to see Sun Yan Yan, and had he known that Lin Bailu was also there, he wouldn't have come here to make a fool of himself. Lang Chen's face was a shade of green and white, especially if you just came in and were treated like a joke. Your girlfriend is gone, aren't you going to chase after her? Shin Huaisu's cold words floated out. Don't think that just because he was Lin Bailu's boyfriend, he couldn't see that the way he looked at his sister-in-law wasn't right. With him around, he would never let such scum get close to his sister-in-law. Lang Chen opened his mouth. She needs a little time to calm down. Shin Huaisu snorted lightly, then Lang Xiao was really understanding. No wonder there are so many women willing to be Lang Xiao's girlfriend. His conspiratorial tone caused Lang Chen's face to change, and his eyesight toward Shin Huaisu sank slightly, not understanding where his hostility was coming from. Chapter 208 Double Strike. It's an open secret in the biz that he usually dates quite a few people. He had nothing to hide. In the past, when others flirted with him, he didn't feel anything, but now that he was being flirted with by Shin Huaisu in front of Sun Yanyan, he felt embarrassed for the first time. Lang Chen's brows frowned, but his sight unconsciously looked toward Sun Yanyan, who was not far away, but the other party looked as if she had not noticed him at all. This made Lang Chen feel even worse. Alright, all you melon-eating kids, today's live broadcast is here. If you still want to watch it, just wait for us to come back tomorrow. For other news, please pay attention to the school's public number, thank you. Sun Yanyan made a brief closing statement and quickly turned off the live broadcast. Dario glanced at Lang Chen, who wasn't going to leave yet, and also stared at him irritably. Whether it's our LN team or the SSSS team, I remember that neither of them has any investment from the Lang group, right? The SSSS battle team belonged to the Shin group, which he had investigated as early as when Sun Yan married Shin Huayan, and as for the gold master behind their battle team, it was himself, not related to Lang at all. That's why Dario was completely disdainful of a little brat like Lang Chen, and even more so, he didn't bother to give him face. Lang Chen's brows visibly frowned as he sniffed. Dario's obvious implication is that he should get the hell out of there, and there's not even a euphemism for that at all. Lang Chen, who already felt that he had lost face, was being disfigured over and over again, so where could he stay? He gritted his teeth in indignation, his eyes coldly sweeping Dario. Really anyone who dared to come and step on his head. It's just a small-time video game player. He definitely made it difficult for him to survive in the gaming world whenever he wanted to. Lang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Dario. Wait and see, he would make sure this guy who didn't know the heights of heaven would be taught a lesson. Even if you guys want Lang Group to invest in the future, you won't have that chance anymore. To be exact, it's questionable if you can continue to receive investments in the future. Lang Chen snorted lightly and left with his head held high, leaving a completely speechless room of people. Shin Huaisu's temples jutted out and his slender fingertips pressed on them before he looked at Sun Yanyan with a cool look on his face and muttered, "Is this the legendary one comforter sleeping out of two people?" Dario reached out and covered Shin Huaisu's mouth without saying a word when he heard this. He looked at him with a horrified look on his face. What did you say all that in front of the kid? Is this kind of swearing something that his cute and cuddly little sister can listen to? Shin Huaisu was a bit baffled when Dario covered his mouth, and the whole person was extraordinarily serious in recalling what he had just said. But when he thought about it, he didn't see anything wrong with what he had just said. Besides, what kind of kids are the rest of the people in the room except his sister-in-law? It's all the brown guys. Humph. He broke free of Dario's hold and his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. How old are you? It's time to accept reality sooner rather than later. Shin Huaisu said, his body unconsciously leaning towards Sun Yanyan's side, trying to separate Dario, a dangerous person, from their sister-in-law. After all, this is his big brother's side of the dead order. If not completed well, the evening home is less than a belt stew. Shin Huaisu still felt a chill when he thought about it. Dario had been so happy that Sun Yanyan had come to volunteer with their team, only to be directly blocked from falling in love with his youngest sister, and he hated to have Shin Huaisu's blood splattered on the spot. If I remember correctly, this seems to be our LN team's room. Your rooms shouldn't be in this one, right? Dario looked at Shin Huaisu with a leathery smile. If there's nothing else, please return to your own rooms. Shin Huaisu's face changed, he also wanted to go back to his room, but the prerequisite was that their sister-in-law didn't stay here. But Sun Yan was now a volunteer for the LN team, so what could he do? He's also bitter, but right now it doesn't matter if it's a volunteer or not. He went right up against Dario. We SSSS came to your LN here with the intention of friendly exchanges, isn't it not good for you to treat your guests like this? Shin Huaisu looked at Dario with a smile on his face. Where was the semblance of friendliness between his words? LN's players and SSSS's players were also confused when they saw their two captains inexplicably facing each other. But no one dared to go up and stop them. Even if they were just standing next to each other, they could feel the raging aura of sparks flying between the two. The air pressure coming and going between the two was like a vortex, and the slightest proximity would be churned up by the sharp air pressure. If this really rushes on, we might really have to splatter blood on the spot. But it wouldn't be a good idea to continue, and if the two did fight, the organizing committee probably wouldn't let them off lightly. Shin Huaisu and Dario, and because of the face value in the esports circle out of the circle, if the camera to see two people face hanging color, I guess the outside world do not know how many versions to guess again. Alright, both of you, stop it. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out in the room where the breath was choppy. Sun Yan made her way to the two men's side, and almost simultaneously, she delivered a blow to the head of the two men with a brain boomerang. She directly bounced both Shin Huaisu and Dario off the walls with this one. Naturally, it also scared the claws out of the players on both sides of Team LN and Team SSSS. While they were thankful that Miss Divine was able to stand up and stop it, would Miss Divine be too impulsive in her actions? Both of these grandfathers are notorious for their lack of proximity to women and toxicity. Miss Fairy Goddess was now offended by two at the same time, so it was expected that she would have to take a double blitz when she got caught in the fire output. The LN battle team members and the SSSS battle team members almost simultaneously pinched a cold sweat for Sun Yan, then silently lit a wax for her in their hearts. As a result, in the next scene, they saw something that made all of them drop their jaws. Two captains almost on a par with Mad Dog tightened up almost to the naked eye. It's not like I took the initiative to provoke. Shin Huaisu looked at Sun Yan pitifully with an aggrieved face. Dario also has a well-behaved look on his face. This is clearly our LN team's room, and I didn't say anything wrong. Both were giving themselves a reasoned argument, but it was not at all convincing. How it looked was like two trained dogs looking at their masters with bated breath, asking for forgiveness. Not a hint of the big brother swagger he had when he was their captain. The LN team members and the SSSS team members were stunned. Is this still their unstoppable captain? Good guys, they call them good guys with a straight face. They now believe that Sun Yan was the real Miss Divine. Chapter 209, The Strongest Beast Taming Master. They would call her the strongest master tamer. The end of the third-floor gallery of the Rain Green Hotel. Lin Bailu sat in the fire escape with an indignant face and kicked the trash can next to her a few times in anger. Damn you Sun Yan. It's all you. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. The third floor of the Rain Green Hotel upwards were all the rooms for the players, and this third floor was completely empty of anyone, even though it was also rented by the school. In order to insulate the players upstairs from the others. That's why Lindbergh is wrestling in this place, because he knows this. She got out of the way hard, and only then did she plan to leave. After all, she couldn't stay in this place for too long, she had to go find Ling Chen. Just now she ran straight out, and Ling Chen was there alone and still didn't know what kind of ecstasy Sun Yan had poured into her. She definitely couldn't afford to be punked by her again. Lin Bailu thought so and was about to head outside the fire escape. But to her surprise, just as she was about to push out the door, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Lin Bailu's brows frowned, and when she saw that it was Lin Dalong's call, she picked it up smoothly. Hello, Dad? Lin Bailu, what the hell is wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to talk nonsense? Can't you understand human language? Lin Bailu's body stiffened, and her brows tightened. She didn't expect Lin Dalong to watch the live broadcast. She took a deep breath, desperately trying to explain, Dad, you misunderstand? I didn't mean that at all, it's the netizens they. Go look at the hot searches related to you yourself and you can explain it to me. Lin Dalong gritted his teeth viciously, itching to drill through this end of the phone line and then teach this disobedient daughter a hard lesson. She obviously suffered every time she ran into Sun Yan, but she just didn't grow a brain and had to brush her presence in front of Sun Yan every time. Now it was good, because the popularity of their live broadcast room was on fire. Now almost the entire internet knew that Lin Bailu was a fool. Lin Dalong had a terrible headache. He couldn't help but press his temples. If this continued, it would be a matter of time before Lin Bailu was disliked by Ling Chen. Lin Bailu was uncertain and took out her cell phone and flipped through the hot searches on top of Weibo. As a result, I just opened it and saw a couple of hot searches at the top. The best green tea bitch in Yutsing University. Surprise! The green tea bitch is the sister of Miss Divine? The most fake plastic sisters. The more Lin Bailu turned it over, the uglier her face became. Because these netizens had not only turned up the relationship between her and Sun Yan, but even her previous affair with the Sang sisters who had bullied other people, raked it over the coals. She used to say that Sun Yan stole her boyfriend, and quite a few people broke the news. Lin Bailu was suddenly a bit flustered. After all, it wasn't like she wasn't aware of how capable the netizens were. If someone reveals online that she apologized to Su Nian for her boyfriend in the incident at the police station, Lin Bailu couldn't help her scalp from tingling. Dad. Lin Bailu's voice obviously trembled a little. I really didn't. Alright, you don't need to explain anymore. What kind of thing is going on between you and her? You know it in your own heart. Lin Dalong directly interrupted Lin Bailu without even thinking about it. Ever since Su Nian had severed ties with the Lin family, Lin Dalong had been too lazy to continue pretending with Lin Bailu. She had now gotten the status of the Lin family's first miss, so she had to do the corresponding duties of that status. Su Nian had nothing to do with their Lin family now, and if she continued to hold on to it, Lin Dalong had no need to continue to spoil her. Recently he had suffered a big setback in business, and he was even more annoyed with Lin Bailu's little mind. You just need to get along with Lang Xiao lately, that's enough, and keep your hands off the rest. Lin Dalong rubbed his vaguely aching temples and barked some more instructions at Lin Bailu. Although Lin Bailu was a bit unwilling, but now she could only respond other than what she could do. As Lin Dalong listened to her aggrieved voice and thought about the current windy comments about Lin Bailu on the internet, his brows furrowed again. He pondered for a moment, haven't you recently taken down Lang Xiao? As his girlfriend, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him to help the Lin family's business, right? Lin Bailu's face was visibly harder to see. She had only just run away from Lang Chen's side, and she hadn't found the right time to go to him yet, so if she rashly mentioned that she was asking him to help with the Lin family's business, it would definitely make him think that she had ulterior motives for reaching out to him. Though it was true, she didn't want Colchen to think that. Lin Bailu wanted Lang Chen to fall in love with her and work for her willingly. The Lang family is a large family, and is one of the 4 great families. Casually a small order is enough for the Lin family. When the time comes, even if she doesn't say anything, Lang Chen will also help the Lin family. But definitely not now. Dad, the relationship between Lang Xiao and I is still not too stable. If I rashly mention the cooperation, what if he gets angry with me and breaks up with me? Lin Bailu opened her mouth in a pitiful manner, trying to stir up Lin Dalong's sympathy. Unfortunately, she thought wrong. Because people like Lin Dalong had no heart at all, so how could they have compassion? Lin Dalong snorted lightly. A less stable relationship? That's not because you don't have the skills? If you really don't have this kind of ability, then you should think of a way to make Lang Xiao inseparable from you, and if you really don't have a way, you should think of how to get pregnant with Lang Xiao's child. Isn't that what you were thinking of when you were on the Shin family's side before? His words made Lin Bailu's face look quite ugly. On the Shin family's side, she did think so. After all, there was a 1-year engagement with the Shin family, and with the 2 of them living in the same place, it was unavoidable that they would wipe the floor. And she was also confident that she could take Shin Huayan. But to Lang Xiao's side, she didn't want to use this method. Although Lang Chen had a reputation for being a flamboyant person, he was gentle and considerate, even though the 2 of them had fallen out that day because of Su Nian's incident at the racetrack. But afterward, he arranged for someone to buy her the limited edition bag. She knew that Lang Chen was a good coaxer, so she didn't want to use this kind of tactic with such a quality man. Not that she valued the relationship between her and Lang Chen much. Rather, Lang Chen, such a flowery and famous man, surely encountered many want to take the ball to the top. This method is very common for him. She may not only fail to get to the top, but also lose this man. Lin Bailu took a deep breath and said to Lin Dalong on the other end of the phone, Dad, I'll try my best to talk to Lang Xiao about our family's business, but we'll have to wait a little longer for the other things. If she has no choice but to really take the ball to the top, she also has to calculate the best way to be able to make Lang Chen both reject her and not let her abort the child. Chapter 210, he suddenly wants to get over it. This matter is up to you. As long as you can get Lang Xiao to agree to give orders to the Lin family, I don't care what you do with the rest. Lin Dalong said, and warned Lin Bailu again, and remember what I just said, stay away from Su Nian, don't just mess with her anymore. In case Lang Chen's side didn't take it down, and Lin Bailu lost her reputation in the Shangjing circle, he would lose a lot of money. Although Lin Bailu was very upset, she still responded. A moment later, she hung up the phone and was about to push her way out the fire door when she happened to see Lang Chen standing in the hallway. Lin Bailu's heart suddenly thumped, more or less worried that he had just heard something. But thinking that she was just inside the fire escape and the fire door was so heavy and thick, he shouldn't have heard it, right? Lin Bailu was just thinking about how to open her mouth when she saw Lang Chen looking at her with a gaze that was a few points colder than before. He obviously heard what was just said. Even if Lin Bailu was stupid, she should have understood by now. She hastily reached out to pull Lang Chen, but he dodged without a trace. Lin Bailu's embarrassed hand stayed in midair. Lang Xiao, what my father said doesn't represent my thoughts. I'm just trying to cope with my father. You mustn't take it seriously. She couldn't care less about the Lin family's business now. She only wanted to focus on catching Lang Chen now. As long as she took the position of Mrs. Lang, what kind of cooperation the Lin family wanted in the future would not be a breeze. Lin Bailu even resented Lin Dalong a little. If he hadn't been so ratty, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed in front of Lang Chen. Lang Chen's side looked up and down at Lin Bailu, suddenly snorted, "It doesn't matter, this matter makes no difference to me. As for cooperation, as long as your father's company has the ability to bring up cooperation, the people under me naturally won't intentionally make things difficult. But, the child's matter, don't even think about it." He didn't even want to touch her. Lang Chen always knew what the women around him were approaching him for. He was happy to have fun with his identity and naturally didn't mind people approaching him because of that. But he didn't know when he'd actually wanted someone to be with him who could completely ignore it all, too. He didn't know where this inexplicable emotion was coming from. But when he thought of being able to be with someone all the time, what came to his mind was surprisingly Su Nian's pretty little face. For the first time, Lang Chen realized that he didn't seem to loathe marriage as much as he had imagined, and even felt that if he could have a smaller version of himself or a smaller version of her with Su Nian, it would seem to be quite interesting. As he thought so, he suddenly became even more disgusted with the woman in front of him who was only close to him because of his lung group status. Lang Chen really couldn't figure out how Chao Siyu was blind. He had always felt that Chao Siwu was a rival to him, and now he suddenly felt that Chao Siwu was nothing more than that. This game, he didn't even want to play it at all. He suddenly wanted to wind down. Lin Bailu's face turned slightly white. "Long Xiao. I don't mean that, you believe me." She looked like she had been wronged by the heavens, and when she fell under Lang Chen's eyes, she felt even more ridiculous. Lin Bailu was obviously just like Lin Daolong, her eyes were full of calculations, but when she faced him, it was as if she was so deeply in love. Just as sickening as his parents who play each other. Lang Chen was too lazy to continue to wrangle with Lin Bailu. He coldly swept a glance at her and indifferently said, "I advise you to be sensible, don't do anything unnecessary, otherwise I don't mind letting your entire Lin family be buried with you." After saying this, Lang Chen left the promenade in a determined manner. Lin Bailu's legs went limp and she sat directly on the floor of the promenade. "It's over. I'm afraid she doesn't stand a chance with Lang Chen." Meanwhile, Su Nian, who had taken care of Dario and Shen Huaisu, directly intended to go back to the volunteers' lounge. In order to make it easier for them, the volunteers, together, the school had arranged for them all to be on the first floor of the Rainy Green Hotel. Su Nian had just come out of the elevator and met Shen Huaiyan, who was standing with the principal and a few school board members, head-on. Her eyes brightened abruptly, and she winked playfully at Shen Huaiyan, only to have Shen Huaiyan's eyesight just faintly sweep her, and then retracted again. It was as if he did not know her at all. Su Nian obviously froze for a moment and looked at Shen Huaiyan with a bit of doubt. But at this time, Shen Huaiyan had already turned sideways and wasn't looking at her at all. Su Nian's eyebrows slightly raised. What was wrong with their Mr. Shen? She was silent for a moment, not having a clue, so she simply took out her cell phone and sent a message to Han Yi while going back to her room. "I have a friend whose husband suddenly looks like he doesn't recognize her when he sees her outside. For what? Constant 1. Hong Xiaowu looked at Hong Yi's stiffened face and asked suspiciously, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Hong Yi pinched his brow with a bit of a headache. "It's nothing, I was just stumped by Auntie's question." As soon as Hong Xiaowu heard the words Auntie, his eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately pestered Hong Yi and asked, "What does Auntie want? Can I help?" Hong Yi glanced at Hong Xiaofu, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. How in the world was he going to explain their aunt's behavior of making friends out of nothing? Hong Yi couldn't help but sigh softly. Auntie said that she had a friend whose husband suddenly looked like he didn't recognize her when he saw her outside. What was it for? Hong Xiaowu's eyebrows were raised high. Then what else could it be for? It must be because he doesn't want to recognize her outside. This is properly a scumbag. He slapped his thigh and said indignantly, "We have to tell Auntie to keep her friend away from that scum. Otherwise she will definitely suffer greatly." Humph. Their aunt's friends are their friends. Never let the scumbags bully. Hong Yi felt more pain in his temples now. He's lucky he didn't tell him that the so-called scumbag could be that president of Shen's group. As for this friend of their aunt's, it was she herself. Although he didn't know why Shen Huaiyan pretended not to know Su Nian outside, but with his previous investigation of that man, the fact that he liked their aunt was definitely the nail in the coffin. He hesitated for a moment before finally picking up his cell phone and messaging Su Nian back. "Auntie, what did that friend of yours do before she met her husband?" Hong Yi also understood that it was irrational to give judgment without knowing the full picture of the matter, so he could only patiently inquire about it. Su Nian thought carefully about it, so she gave an honest account. My friend just volunteered for the school, and then was helping the LN battle team with their live broadcast." Chapter 211 Unworthy Looks. LN team? Hong Yi listened to Su Nian's voice and sharply grasped the point. If he remembered correctly, Team LN seemed to be very hot, and he, who didn't pay much attention to the gaming scene, saw the hot search. Hong Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed as if he thought of something, and he turned his head to look at Hong Xiaowu and asked, "Regarding LN battle team, are there any hot searches today?" If he remembered correctly, Hong Xiaowu seemed to be a gaming fan. Might get good news from him. Hong Xiaowu sniffed, as if he had suddenly flipped some kind of unimaginable switch, and immediately gushed, "LN battle team absolutely exploded today. Their teams and one is my idol, and Dario is really a man whose face value and strength coexist." He gushed and took out his cell phone and flaunted it wildly in front of Hang Yi. This morning I heard that LN would be broadcasting live. I just didn't have the time, so I let someone record the broadcast for me. I haven't had the time to watch it yet, but I heard other people say that this live broadcast blew up with quite a lot of hot searches. Hong Xiaowu said on one side, not forgetting to frantically flip through the hot searches on the other. As a result, when I clicked on Dario-related hot searches, what I saw was their aunt's blooming beauty. Good lord, the two people he admired were even in the same frame, directly breaking the subdimensional wall. Ah! Hong Xiaowu instantly transformed into a screaming chicken. Boss, our aunt deserves to be an aunt. She even formed a CP with our D-God. Oh my god, it's a perfect match. Come on, now even if he didn't watch any live broadcasts or hot searches, he seemed to understand why Shen Huayan had pretended to be unrecognizable with their aunt. This probability is jealous, right? Once Hung thought of their aunt's all-consuming appearance, it was probably hard to notice that Shen Huayan was jealous, wasn't it? He hesitated for a moment, but eventually typed a line to Sun Yen Yen. Auntie, is it possible that your friend, her husband, is jealous? After all, the team the volunteers served on this time were all young campaigners. Recently, everyone is popular again to knock CP. Maybe that friend of yours inadvertently has been tied together with a certain player on the internet to hype CP? I think, Auntie, you can ask that friend of yours to search the hot search first to see if she is on the hot search. There was only so much he could reveal now, and he hoped that their aunt would understand his bitterness. Hong Xiaowu was furiously brushing this morning's freshly baked hot searches next to him, and had almost become a CP fan of both Dario and Sun Yen Yen. He watched as Hung Yi was replying to Sun Yen Yen's message with a serious face, and suddenly it seemed like he thought of something. Boss, do you think that if I ask Auntie to help me get an autograph, will she agree? Hung Yi's hand that was typing suddenly lurched. I think you'll dream faster if you go to sleep now. What is that aunt's status? Ask her to get an autograph from an electric campaigner? Crazy. Hong Xiaofu's entire face instantly collapsed. His pitiful eyes stared at Hung Yi for a moment, then asked, Boss, do you want to ask Auntie if she is true to D-God? Hong Yi's originally expressionless face instantly arched into an arc, only how this smile looked was bizarre. He looked at Hong Xiaowu with a leathery smile. I see that you've been clearing your head too much lately. You really dare to dream of anything. Tomorrow you'll go with little Six to train at the dojo and grow your skills. Hong Xiaowu's face instantly changed. Don't, boss, I don't want to go to the dojo. I'll be practiced to death by little Six. That man with muscles in his head, it's just too scary. Oh, boss. Constant 1. Sun Yen Yen of course didn't know about the matter between Hung Yi and Hong Xiaowu, because after receiving Hung Yi's message, she went to search the hot searches related to herself. After she saw that her CP with Dario was put on the hot seat and even exploded at one point, she was a little emo. Are the netizens not looking too good? How did she and her sixth senior brother get knocked up into a CP? Just don't be outrageous. She usually spends time with a few of her senior brothers, and although she is not related by blood, she is more like her own. She wouldn't have feelings for them in terms of men and women, and naturally her brothers wouldn't either. After all, no one feels that way about their own sister. Otherwise it's no different than an animal. Sun Yen Yen pursed her small lips. She did think so, but their Mr. Shun certainly didn't think so. After all, he still didn't know her real identity, much less Dario was her sixth senior brother, so how was she going to explain to Shen Huayan about being on the hot search this time? Sun Yen Yen went back to the lounge with a mushy brain, then after a moment of contemplation, she sent a message over to eldest senior brother Ains. Eldest senior brother, lower my hot search for me, I don't want to be that high profile, you know. Ains had originally been in a bad mood because the person who was on the hot seat with Sun Yen Yen this time was old Six, and now that Sun Yen Yen had opened his mouth, he of course agreed in one gulp. Don't worry, with eldest brother here, any hot search will be dropped for you. So Ains backhandedly posted a powerful bombshell about a showbiz tier 1 having a child in a hidden marriage. The netizens who were madly knocking CPs a second ago, immediately transformed into melon eaters, and then madly deep-picked the past of this first-tier boy. As a result, it does not matter, surprisingly found that the first-line actor not only has a history of domestic violence, but also addicted to gambling, and even during his wife's pregnancy, cheating on 2 female artists at the same time. Gee, this melon is getting bigger and bigger, and the melon eaters are so happy to eat it that they don't notice that the CP hot search that was hanging out in front of them before has silently disappeared. Almost as soon as the buzz disappeared, Dario popped up in a group of several people. Sixth brother, big brother. Why are you lowering my hotness with Nyen Nyen? Hashtag grumpy. JPG hashtag. Sixth brother, you're just jealous of me. Humph. The others in the group looked at the message Dario had sent, each one waiting stupidly for Ains to answer. If it wasn't for their eldest senior brother's hand, they would have wanted to go to the country to beat Dario up. How dare they show off their CP with their youngest sister on the internet? This is their skin itching. Several of their senior brothers hadn't even CP'd with their little sister online yet, and old Six dared to be the first. While everyone was waiting, a voice message from Ains suddenly came from the group. Eldest senior brother, this matter has nothing to do with me. it's Nian Nian who personally approached me and asked me to help lower the hot search, TSK, I can't help it, after all, it's the youngest sister who has personally come to me, how can I not agree? Even just listening to the voice, everyone could feel how beaten up the speaking Eins was. Especially the fact that he repeatedly emphasized that it was Su Nian Nian who had taken the initiative to find him was enough to make them want to cross the phone line and whack him. Where's the half of him that looks like a respected big brother? Gee, look at them, this big brother is worthless. Chapter 212, Su Nian Nian is his. It was a lie that they didn't have lemons, and they wanted their little sister to come to them for help of her own accord. Humph. Sixth brother, no hot search is no hot search, after all, little sister is now a volunteer for our LN team, the last few days of the game, I can see little sister every day. Grand Master. Sure enough, they were now even more jealous of older six compared to elder brother who had been asked to do so. No, they could never sit around and wait for it to happen. Their youngest sister had no restrictions on them coming to the country now. As long as their reasons for coming to the country didn't seem too outrageous, she figured she could turn a blind eye. They must seize the opportunity this time. Su Nian Nian, who was completely unaware that she had inadvertently caused a few of her senior brothers to roll up, sat in the lounge board out of her mind. If their Mr. Shin was angry because of her sixth senior brother's matter, then she guessed she would have to go back at night before she could explain to him. Su Nian Nian simply lay down on the couch and swung it around. She took out her cell phone and scratched on it a few times, then suddenly it looked like she remembered something, so she jumped up from the couch with a carp. Shin Huayan didn't seem to have any previous trips to Yuqing University. Would he come to school nowadays to find her? Thinking so, Su Nian Nian opened the door to the lounge again. She subconsciously walked toward the place where Shin Huayan just stood with the school manager in them, but at this time where there is still the shadow of Shin Huayan. Su Nian Nian was a bit lost and wanted to leave, only to see the principal standing on the promenade just a few steps away. Nian Nian. The principal waved directly at Su Nian Nian and walked towards her. Su Nian Nian sighed helplessly as she looked at the principal's loving and somewhat excessive face. The sixth brother of hers really had a knack for fans as young as 8 and as old as 80, so there really wasn't a single one left behind. The principal's eyes narrowed. Nianyan, how are you getting along with the D-God? Su Nian Nian shrugged indifferently, probably to the extent of being able to give a TO sign. The principal's eyes instantly widened considerably, and he took several deep breaths almost instantly to make himself look less agitated. It's true that when you get older, it's easy to get too excited and just GA over. He actually thought that it would be enough if Su Nian Nian could ask for an autograph for him, but he didn't expect that he could ask for a TO signature. His whole happy self was practically going to rise up in place to meet his great-grandmother. Su Nian Nian looked at the principal's face that was so brilliant that it was beyond compare, and pretended to ask undoubtedly, the president of the Shin group just now, did they also come to the school to talk about cooperation? The principal shook his head. No, Mr. Shin's brother is the captain of the SSSS team, so he came to the school to observe the situation. Observe? Su Nian Nian instantly grasped the point of the sentence. That means Shin Huayan is staying now? The principal nodded. Well, just sent the front desk to set up his lounge. His words came to this point, as if he had remembered something, and his eyes suddenly tightened on her. Su Nian Nian's heart suddenly thumped. It wasn't possible that she just made the question so obvious that the principal had noticed something, was it? Su Nian Nian was now legally married to Shin Huayan, and he had no intention of continuing his hidden marriage, but she was still a little apprehensive. If I remember correctly, when Mr. Shin came before, you were the one who took him to the lounge, right? The principal's eyes narrowed, then. Rounding up, you and Mr. Shin are also considered old acquaintances. Su Nian Nian's original nervousness instantly fell. Her eyebrows raised slightly. So? The principal raised his hand and patted Su Nian Nian's shoulder and said, so our school's plan regarding the placement of the battle team and the information will be handed over to Mr. Shen by you personally, he said, shoving the information in his hand directly to Su Nian Nian. Mr. Shin is in room 202 on the second floor. He originally thought about who to find to send information to Shin Huayan, and he didn't think that this. Thought about it, and the person who sent the information was sent to the door. Ninian Su. She couldn't help the corner of her mouth twitching as she watched the principal's expression of relief at having thrown the hot potato out the window. There Mr. Shin obviously looked so nice, why did the principal look like he'd seen a ghost every time? Su Nian Nian was certainly too lazy to count on this. After all, her purpose was to inquire about the room Shin Huayan was in. The principal not only told her everything now, but also gave her a reason to go to Shin Huayan, and she couldn't wait to get going right away. Thus, Su Nian Nian waved her hand with the principal and immediately headed for the elevator. The principal looked at the back of Su Nian Nian's departure, really close to old tears. TSK, worthy of being a child taught by the old Xia, is good-hearted Na. Always helping him with such tricky things. TSK, he'll have to cover this little girl more in the future. At this time, Shin Huayan, who was already in room 202, sat on the sofa in the room with a gloomy face. Zhao Shi's scalp tingled as she looked at Shin Huayan. Her whole face had been gloomy since their husbands saw their wife's hot date with that electric campaigner. He had followed Shin Huayan for so many years, and today was definitely the worst day he had ever been in a bad mood. The low air pressure around him was almost materializing, weighing him down. He had thought that their mister would be fine after seeing Su Nian Nian. Who knows, their wife people are showing up and their husband is seeing them. However, while lonely, Zhao Shi really wanted to cry, but he couldn't. How can he be a crybaby when he's the first secretary of Shin's group? Zhao Shi took a deep breath, looked at the silent Shin Huayan, and spoke tentatively, "Sir, do you want me to go find madam now?" At this rate, he thought he was going to GA in this room any minute. Shin Huayan's eyebrows were slightly raised, and he said in a cold voice, "No need." In fact, even he didn't know what he wanted. Obviously when he had just met Su Nian Nian, he couldn't wait to just carry the person straight home and lock her up so that no one could see her. Su Nian Nian was his and only his. He couldn't wait to just take a chain and keep her tied to him for the rest of her life and only stay with him alone. This thought was too strong, so much so that when he saw Su Nian Nian, he was in a trance for a moment, but when he met those clean and clear eyes, he deeply loathed those dark thoughts in his heart. Was a man like him, who wanted to do such things to Su Nian Nian, really worthy of Su Nian Nian? For a moment, Shin Huayan was afraid to see Su Nian Nian's eyes, afraid that she would choose to leave him after seeing through his thoughts and knowing the meanness of his heart. He deserves the best in the world for having such a good year. And he wasn't the best man in the world, and he panicked all of a sudden. Su Nian Nian is surrounded by a lot of excellent people, and there will be more in the future. He is afraid that he will really not be able to control himself one day. Chapter 213, It's Not Her Fault. He was more afraid that Su Nian Nian would leave him and make him a loner again. She's mouth opened, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He thought calling their wife would be the optimal solution, but their husband wouldn't let. She sighed in his heart. So what's it gonna be? He was fretting when there was a sudden knock on the hotel room door. She looked at Shin Huayan and then at the door, and finally walked over at a brisk pace. He had just opened the door when he saw a file appear in front of him, and the person holding the file had his face blocked by the file, so he couldn't see his face. Is this the information sent over from the principal's side? She took it in his hand and was about to read on, when he saw the face behind the information. His eyes instantly widened considerably, and he was about to open his mouth when he saw Su Nian Nian make a motion to silence him. She immediately nodded in understanding, decisively choosing to shut up. He had just thought about how to call their wife over without a trace, and now their wife had actually appeared of her own accord. So thankful for heaven and earth. Su Nian Nian waved his hand at Ishi, signaling him to go out first, before he took the information again and walked in. She looked at Shin Huayan, who was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed and was taking a nap, and finally nodded and walked out. With their wife here, there should be nothing for him, right? I think so. She didn't say anything more and turned around to leave the hotel room. Barf. The door to the hotel room closed again. And Su Nian Nian slowly walked toward Shin Huayan with the information in her hand. He was leaning against the back of the couch at the moment. His eyes closed and he looked as if he was tired. Su Nian Nian's eyebrows couldn't help but raise, thinking that he seemed to be quite busy with work lately. Just as Su Nian Nian immediately walked over to the sofa, the man on the sofa slowly opened his mouth. Go tell old Four to pay more attention to Nian Nian's side of things. The hot search over on the internet as soon as possible. And, he said, slowly opening his eyes. Instead, he ended up seeing Su Nian Nian standing right in front of him. Shin Huayan's brows furrowed at once, and he tensed his spine almost instantly, with a look like he was facing an enemy. Although his eyes were fixed on Su Nian Nian, his mind kept wondering if he had just said anything to piss her off. Shin Huayan stayed in front of him was so stable that Su Nian Nian didn't even notice his panic. She looked at Shin Huayan without opening her mouth and could only stare wide-eyed with him. A moment later, Shin Huayan's somewhat dry and hoarse voice rang out in the room. You, why are you here? Su Nian Nian came back to her senses, and only then did she raise the information in her hand at Shin Huayan. I'm here to deliver the information. Of course, this was all an excuse. She was actually here to see Shin Huayan. But remembering the hot search on the internet before, and Hong Yi's words, Su Nian Nian was clearly a bit weak when she looked at Shin Huayan now. Although she hadn't done anything to apologize to Shin Huayan, it was indeed her pot to blame for being knocked CP and him being jealous. Coupled with what Shin Huayan had just said, she knew that Hong Yi's previous guess was right. Shin Huayan's eyebrows raised, suddenly feeling that the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit weird. She just heard what he said. So she's pissed? Nian Nian, I have no intention of interfering with you. Shin Huayan opened his mouth again, but he didn't know how to explain later. There was no interference with her, yet Shin Huaisu was told to keep an eye on her? No interference with her, but letting someone go down the hot seat? That's the exact opposite of what he's trying to do. Su Nian Nian only had to use his brain a little bit to realize that what he had just said wasn't convincing in any way. Shin Huayan's heart was flustered for a moment. His eyelids drooped and his fists unconsciously clenched, especially after his words. Su Nian Nian was slow to move. His heart then gradually sank, like he was waiting for a trial. Every second was torture for him. Sun Yan Yan listened to Shin Huayan's words, and seeing that he had no intention of losing his temper, her original formal appearance instantly disappeared. She almost took 2 steps together, and when Shin Huayan looked up again because she had waited too long without a response, she saw Sun Yan Yan, who directly pounced over. Shin Huayan's pupils shook, and as a result, he was pounced on the sofa by Sun Yan Yan. Mr. Shin, don't be angry with me, okay? Her little head rubbed haphazardly against his neck, like a kitten that wanted to arch its milk, soft and adorable. Shin Huayan was a bit at a loss for words for a moment and directly reached out his big hand to hold down the little guy who was still making a mess. His long arms tightened, pressing her into his arms, and his heart was filled with Sun Yan Yan's full love at this moment. Shin Huayan had never realized that he was such an insecure person, but whenever Sun Yan Yan's side was a little windy, it could touch his whole heart. Not to mention Sun Yan Yan actually doing something about it. Shin Huayan's chin against her small head. I'm not angry with you. Just a little bit of congestion in my heart. I feel uncomfortable. He eventually told the truth. Sun Yan Yan was even more nervous now. Her little head abruptly emerged from Shin Huayan's embrace. Mr. Shin, I only like you. I don't like anyone else but you. She hastily expressed her loyalty, fearing that Shin Huayan would misunderstand her. She was no longer the Sun Yan Yan who didn't know anything. She's a know-it-all Nyan who's been taught by Henjichi. Shin Huayan didn't expect Sun Yan Yan to express her love to him so bluntly, and her heart was a soft mess. His large hand squeezed at her small face, doting at the corner of his brow. Sun Yan Yan's eyes swept over his thin lips and asked dully, Mr. Shin, aren't you going to kiss me? She asked the rightful question and directly made Shin Huayan won't be able to do it. Sun Yan Yan pursed her small lips, her eyes looking back and forth on Shin Huayan's handsome face a few times before she softly asked, Mr. Shin, are you still angry with me? Only just said you weren't angry on purpose in order to take care of me? Shin Huayan was amused by her pitiful appearance, raised his hand and pinched her soft cheeks, and said helplessly, how could it be? When I say I'm not angry, naturally I won't be angry. Besides, Sun Yan Yan had come to coax him in such a delicate and soft manner, so what was there for him to be angry about? It wasn't her fault in the first place. Whether it's on a hot search or being knocked up for CP, it's all spontaneous by netizens. Live streaming that video, he also read it. Sun Yan Yan did not make any intimate moves throughout the whole process. In addition to giving sugar to what's called Dario, there is nothing ambiguous point. But that Dario guy is being slimy to his Nyan. It's an eyesore. Chapter 214, She's So in Love. When he saw the whole internet knocking the two of them for CP, Shin Huayan remembered the handmade candy Sun Yan Yan had given him. He then felt a blockage in his heart. If the candy Sun Yan Yan was carrying was also her handmade candy, he thought he would go crazy. Luckily she was giving the usual candy she buys. Sun Yan Yan's watery eyes blinked, always staring at Shin Huayan, as if they were determining whether or not what he had just said was a lie. Shin Huayan naturally let her, casually sizing her up. For a moment, Sun Yan Yan's little face collapsed again. Then why don't you kiss me since you're not angry? The aggression she said made Shin Huayan's body couldn't help but turn over. Is he not wanting to? He can be so wanting. Sun Yan Yan looked at Shin Huayan, who was stumped by her words, and directly put her small mouth up. In the next second, Shin Huayan's big hand clasped the back of her head and kissed her fiercely. Sun Yan Yan's small hand scratched at the lapel in front of his body and dug in along the gap between the shirt buttons and buttons. Her small hands were soft, causing him to flatline, looking at Sun Yan Yan with eyes that vaguely carried a touch of restrained red. Nyan Nyan, you don't recruit me anymore. Shin Huayan lightly bit the tip of Sun Yan Yan's ear, his voice low and hoarse with obvious lust. Sun Yan Yan was confused by the kiss Shin Huayan just gave her, her brain twitching as she raised her small face and asked dully, so you're going to get me? Shin Huayan's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. In an instant, however, Shin Huayan rolled over and pinned her against the top of the sofa, and he asked, almost gritting his back teeth, who taught you such words? He'd never said anything so vulgar in front of Sun Yan Yan before. Who the hell was it? Josie? Lung Chen? Or Hong Yi? The moment Shin Huayan thought of someone saying such things in front of Sun Yan Yan, the fierce aura around him was appalling, as if Sun Yan Yan only had to say that person's name and he would immediately end that person. Sun Yan Yan was already dazed, and she was even more blinded by him being pressed so directly against the sofa. She couldn't distinguish Shin Huayan's tone, but she still behaved herself and explained to Shin Huayan, no one taught me. I learned it from the book. Sun Yan Yan said so, not forgetting to lift her little face to nibble on his chin. Her movements were intimate, but caused Shin Huayan's brows to twist into a lump. What books have you been reading lately? Shin Huayan almost thought about all the books in the Shin family's old mansion, and froze, but did not find this type of book in Sun Yan Yan's mouth. Sun Yan Yan tilted her little head, seeing Shin Hwayan always gripping the book. Then she muttered, "It's reborn in the 80s, married to a brown man or something, in which every time the male lead says he's going to mess with the female lead, he seems to be very happy, and I'm, well." Before she finished her words, Shin Hwayan directly stole the right to speak. He kissed her hard a few times, but gradually slowed his efforts for fear of her pain. This little guy really has a knack for making his chickens come home to roost. So much for hell one second and heaven the next, right? Although Shin Hwayan hadn't read anything about being reborn in the 80s and marrying a brown man or something, he could tell that the odds were that this thing was a novel. He had never paid attention to what Su Nyen Nyen read before, and now it seemed like it was time to give her a good reminder not to learn this kind of nonsense from inside a messy novel. Shin Hwayan slowly loosened the person who was tightly clasped in his arms. Looking at her kissed wet eyes, the lust in the bottom of his heart once again surged. He kissed her earlobe lowly and spoke in a seductive tone. "Nyen Nyen, I want to get you now." Su Nyen Nyen's ears inexplicably red dripping blood. I don't know why. These two words were said by her as if it was nothing. Why did Shin Hwayan's words, on the contrary, make her heart pound? It must have been the wrong way for her to say it. Must be because she doesn't have a bass voice. But she is so in love. When Su Nyen Nyen faced Shin Hwayan's words, she couldn't bring herself to say the words, "Get me out of here." It's just too shameful. She simply reached out her small hand and directly circled Shin Hwayan's neck and pulled it toward her. Thus, Su Nyen Nyen was taught to be a man. Schools give sponsors lounges that are basically just for temporary breaks. So usually the sponsors don't come, and basically no one comes to the hotel room. Shin Hwayan naturally knew this. So after sticking together with Su Nyen Nyen, he had absolutely no scruples. Add to that the fact that he had that little bit of selfishness and didn't want Su Nyen Nyen to go to the LN team in the afternoon, and he tossed people around a little bit. It wasn't until it was dark and Su Nyen Nyen's stomach was rumbling with hunger that Shin Hwayan let her go. Su Nyen Nyen didn't have much ability to think at all before she was packed by Shin Hwayan and went back to the Shin family's old mansion. After Su Nyen Nyen had eaten and drank enough and had a beautifully refreshed sleep, the next day's live broadcast was missed. Su Nyen Nyen didn't think anything of it. She didn't care about this amount of heat since she had asked Dines to drop the heat. It's probably better that she's not in the picture. Thinking so, Su Nyen Nyen claimed to have exchanged with the volunteers of the SSSS. With Shin Hwaisu around, no one would say anything even if she paddled at home. Although paddling was the same at her 6th senior brother's place, it looked different at Shin Hwayan's place, so she couldn't do it. What Su Nyen Nyen didn't know was that because of her live broadcast the day before after it burst into flames, quite a few sponsors who hadn't intended to go to the school, one by one, went to the school with extra frequency. This includes some of the more famous entertainment companies in the upper Kyoto circle. Su Nyen Nyen had already burst into flames twice inside the school, and if she could be signed, it would definitely be a bright money tree. And who can argue with money? That's why Su Nyen Nyen was stared at by quite a few people just after she appeared at the school. Mr. Su, from a distance, Su Nyen Nyen was blocked by an obese man as she walked on the school's playground. Su Nyen Nyen's eyebrows rose slightly. "And you are?" The man narrowed his eyes and smiled brightly at Su Nyen Nyen. "I'm the boss of Tianchi Media. This is my business card. My name is Jia Shi," he said, handing over the business card in his hand. Their company was not famous in the industry, but he had a first-tier top stream in his hands, which he had previously nurtured. And then, because of a disagreement with the company's philosophy, he had worked with this first-tier top stream and opened the current Tianchi Media. They are a small company, but they have a lot of resources. That's why a lot of artists are also willing to sign with their company. After all, an agent who can produce top streamers can't be that bad. Quite a few agents in the circle started separate companies after they got out of the business, and he certainly wasn't an exception. Su Nyen Nyen's brow furrowed as she glanced at the business card in her hand and faintly said, "Thank you, but I'm not interested in entering the entertainment industry." Chapter 215, so refreshingly simple, she said, turning to leave, only to be stopped in his tracks once again by this man. "Student Su, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Won't you listen to my conditions for signing you?" Jiashi thought that the conditions he had offered were definitely the most coveted contract for an unknown internet star. He was also confident that no other company would ever offer a better deal than he did. That's why Jiashi is imperative to Su Nyen Nyen. His eyes looked Su Nyen Nyen up and down, and his gaze visibly froze slightly when it touched her neck. It wasn't very obvious, but he still noticed the small strawberry patch on Su Nyen Nyen's neck. The marks on her neck are definitely man-made. Just as Jiaxie froze, Su Nyen Nyen rejected him once again. "I told you, I'm not interested in showbiz matters. You'd better find someone else." Jiashi's face instantly turned cold. It seemed that this little girl in front of him had already found a gold master. That's why she didn't intend to enter the entertainment industry. The corners of his mouth tugged, and the look on Su Nyen Nyen's face changed subtly. "Little girl, you have to think clearly. After entering the entertainment industry, you can still find better quality men. There's no need to waste your youth in school. Jassy intended to follow the advice. After all, young girls of that age were easily fooled. With a little nudge from him, she should be good to go. Although Sun Yan Yan didn't care much about other people's eyes, she could still feel it when the man in front of her suddenly became frivolous in his attitude towards her. She already didn't like this person very much, and now that he was acting like a man from the past, intending to lecture her, it made Sun Yan Yan feel even more annoyed with Jia. Whether or not I'm willing to waste my youth in school is my choice, and I'm afraid it has nothing to do with you, does it? Sun Yan Yan's eyebrows rose high, her attitude towards Jiaxi visibly harsh. Howdy yo, and a little rose with thorns? Jiaxi's sight lifted. How to choose? It really doesn't have much to do with me, but I think that you are a good seedling, little girl, and I don't want you to waste your youth in school for nothing. The smile on his face grew even brighter as he said, as long as you are willing to sign our heavenly jubilee media, I promise, we'll hold you up as our quasi-first rate. You should know our company's Chun Luo, right? He is the one I single-handedly held up. Sun Yan Yan does not understand the domestic entertainment circle, for that what is called Ching Luo is not heard of. Looking at the way Jiaxi was talking nonsense, Sun Yan Yan felt a bit of a headache. Why can't this person understand what he's saying? Sun Yan Yan pressed her temples with a bit of a headache. The reason I don't want to enter the entertainment industry is because I'm not poor, so there's no need for you to continue convincing me there. She simply showed her cards directly to Jiaxi. Ains also wanted to sign me before, but I rejected that as well. I have no thoughts of entering the entertainment industry for now. She didn't need to sign with him even if she really wanted to enter the entertainment industry. Just the way he just looked at her made Sun Yan Yan feel sick. Sun Yan Yan waved his hand at Jiaxi and turned around to leave, but he once again blocked his way, which made Sun Yan Yan a bit annoyed as well. Do you people not understand Chinese? If it is not in the way of the school's recent preparations for the esports competition, there are a lot of media from all walks of life. A carelessness is likely to make the school followed on the hot search. Sun Yan Yan must be on the spot to burst hammer this obscene man a meal. Does she still need to suffer like this? Jia didn't seem to care whether Sun Yan Yan was angry or not. The corner of his mouth tugged and he took another step forward. Since student Su doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry, we can still talk about other business. For some reason, Sun Yan Yan always felt that he was looking at her in a very odd way when he said the word business. Sun Yan Yan's brows almost twisted into a lump. What kind of business do you want to talk about? Tell you what, you come with me to a dinner party, I'll give you this amount. Jia said and stretched out two fingers at Sun Yan Yan. Sun Yan Yan instantly understood what he meant by business. His face instantly sank looking at Jiaxi with eyes that were clearly looking at a dead man. Jiaxi still thought that Sun Yan Yan felt that $20,000 was less, so he went on to say, giving you $20,000 just for a meal is especially easy money. If you want to go out with those quality men of theirs to eat and drink again, how much they give you then is out of my hands. When Jiaxi said this, he looked at Sun Yan Yan with an even more lewd gaze. Of course by the time you're done eating whether you want to go out or not, it's all up to your own personal wishes. We won't force it. For the first time, Sun Yan Yan realized that someone could say the words pimp in such a refreshing way. It's all up to the individual. LOL. Sun Yan Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Since this money is so good, it's better to leave it to you. Jiaxi didn't expect Sun Yan Yan to be so stubborn, and the original smile that was smiling brightly instantly converged. Little girl, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Since you're not willing to enter the entertainment industry, then I'll introduce you to such a good job. So don't pretend to be fake noble in front of me. Don't think I don't know how messy you youngsters play in private. Before he could say the latter words, he was slapped in the face by Sun Yan Yan. Did you used to coax other little girls like this? Sun Yan Yan stared at Jiaxi with a leathery smile. You start making yellow rumors about others when they don't agree with your so-called job? Do you think there are no laws in this world? Jia was blindsided by Sun Yan Yan's slap. He's been in the entertainment industry for so long. Where does he go that he isn't held up and coaxed by others? Now there's a little girl with no name who dares to beat him up? Jiaxi burst into a rage all of a sudden. Since you're giving your face away, don't blame me for destroying you. By the time the whole Shangjing Circle's entertainment circle knows that you Sun Yan Yan are the broken of the human race. Sun Yan Yan was completely enraged by him this time, and she raised her foot to his heart socket. Jia was kicked 2 meters away, and a mouthful of blood gushed out directly, almost kicking half of his life away. He hadn't expected this petite little woman in front of him to be so violent at all. Especially, how dare she lay a hand on him? Aren't you afraid of? Ahem. Not. I'm afraid of your mom. If you have the guts to give it to my mom right now, Let's see if it's your hands or my feet that are fast. Sun Yen Yen exploded on the spot, lifting her foot to give him a few more blows. This kind of scum doesn't know how much he weighs until he beats him up and teaches him how to behave. Chapter 216, Who dares to give her the slightest look? The scum who did whatever they wanted just because they had a bit of connections was the last thing she could see. Sun Yen Yen angrily gave her 2 more kicks and simply took out her cell phone and snapped at him. Don't you like exposure? I'll send you to the headlines now. Jia Shi had already been kicked by Sun Yen Yen without any resistance, and could only let her take as many pictures and videos as she wanted. But in his heart, he disdained Sun Yen Yen's behavior. He, a person who had been in the entertainment industry, knew how difficult it was to get a hot search in the entertainment industry. So he scoffed at Sun Yen Yen's so-called delivery of headlines. Jia Xie was hurting like hell, and even if he wanted to taunt Sun Yen Yen, he could only give up. He clutched his ribs that were about to break from being kicked, gritted his teeth, and viciously threatened. You don't want to mix in the Shangjing circle in the future. Sun Yen Yen originally wanted to raise her feet and walk away, but when she heard Jia Shi's words, she turned around and folded back. Is that so? Since you've made it impossible for me to even hang out in the Shangjing circle, it really isn't too good for me to give you a little leeway. She looked at Jasek with a leathery smile, her eyes contemptuously glancing slowly down his face for a split second. Jia Xie vaguely sensed the danger, and when he thought of how Sun Yen Yen had just almost kicked him in the ribs, he felt even more pain all over his body where he had been hit. He cringed and pulled back, but still held his neck. You'll pay for what you're doing now. Offend our heavenly jubilee. Ah! Ka-ching! As Jasek screamed miserably, the sound of some unidentified object breaking right into pieces was less noticeable in turn. Sun Yen Yen looked at the unknown liquid that suddenly appeared on the ground and sked in disgust. Her shoes are dirty. She glanced at the man on the ground, who was shrinking into a shrimp ball in pain, and snorted lightly. If you have any ability, feel free to use it, Auntie. I'll wait and see. Sun Yen Yen said this before turning to leave. Naturally, she was true to her word, and when she said that she would let Jazzy make the front page, she would definitely let him do so. There are generally 2 types of people who make it to the front pages of the entertainment industry. One is hot enough and the other is money enough. Sun Yen Yen was never short of money, so naturally she wasn't afraid of not getting on. 1 million a line does not go, then 2 million a line. 2 million does not go, then 10 million. In the aspect of smashing money, she has not been in fear. As Sun Yen Yen walked, she called Ainz directly. Soon, the caller was answered on the other end of the line. Ainz was surprised that Sun Yen Yen would call him, and the whole man who was lying on the couch of his apartment popped right up. Nyan, you want something from me? He had a few moments of excitement in his voice. Sun Yen Yen's eyebrow raised. Her original just grumpy mood soothed quite a bit, and when she spoke to Ainz, her voice took on a bit of a telltale tone. Eldest senior brother, there are people bullying me, mixing with the entertainment industry, and saying that in the future, they'll make it impossible for me to mix with the upper Beijing circle. Scratch that. Which dog was it? Tell me what his name is. Daring to threaten you. I think he wants to disappear in place. Ainz heard Sun Yen Yen's voice of complaint, and the fire in his brain buzzed to the top of his ceiling. When had their little sister ever been so angry? If he were to stand by and watch their family suffer this kind of anger year after year, then he would be a big senior brother. Sun Yen Yen pursed her lips and decisively continued to complain. That person said his name was Jia Shi, from Tianqi Media, and said that he had held up a first-tier top stream out, and that he was awesome. He wanted to sign me. I didn't agree, so he tried to pimp me. Said $20,000 to let me go to the cocktail party, with or without a man out. All depends on my own free will. Ain's whole body was shaking with anger. Good for you, daring to insult their little sister like that. Ha! Ainz couldn't wait to crawl over this side of the wire right now, and then cut that man right into 5 pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that the country was a law and order society, he'd definitely make him understand what kind of people he should never mess with. He took a deep breath, a little worried that his over-the-top aura would scare Sun Yen Yen, before he tried to speak slowly in a calm tone. Where are you now? Is that man still by your side? Sun Yen Yen bristled. I'm at school. That piece of trash got a few kicks from me and collapsed at school. He said he'd keep me waiting and make me pay for what I'd done. Ainz took a deep breath. Nyan, be a good boy and go to class. I'll take care of the school side of things. Okay. Sun Yen Yen seemed to respond a bit sullenly. Ain's annoyance instantly raised to his heart. A little apprehensively looked at his cell phone. Not quite sure. Asked. Should Big Brother go pick you up? Sun Yen Yen on the other end of the phone immediately refused. No need. I just said that I want to expose him and let him make the front page headlines. Then let him go on. If you say we'll go on for a few days, we'll go on for a few days. Ainz hardly hesitated for a second. An agent who could say such things to Sun Yen Yen must have spoiled more than one artist in his hands. There's definitely a lot of dark stuff on him if you want to dig deep. It won't be a problem to hang him for 10 days and half a month then. Sun Yen Yen looked like she was obviously relieved by Ain's words. Then I'm counting on eldest senior brother in this matter. I'll pass you his picture in video. You mustn't let this guy off the hook. Good. Leave it to me. Because of Sun Yen Yen's words, Ain's instantly agreed to all of them directly as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. Only then did Sun Yen Yen hang up the phone with satisfaction. But Ain's, who had collected the call, did not calm down. When Sun Yen Yen was on the mountain before, they were really afraid of melting in their mouths and afraid of falling in their hands. Who dares to give her the slightest look? It had only been a short time since they had come to the Shangjing Circle now, and someone had the nerve to pull their family's Nyen Nyen to be a chaperone? And you say it's all on a voluntary basis? The baleful aura on Ain's body was almost materializing into a black mist wrapped around his entire body. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Ain's directly took out his cell phone and opened the group of several of their division brothers. Eldest brother at sixth brother. Old sixth brother. Are you the closest to Nyan school right now? Ain's finished his sentence and retweeted the picture Sun Yen Yen had given him in passing. Dario was unsure, but popped up first. Sixth brother, I'm here. Does eldest brother need my help with something? A few other brothers popped up one after another. Second brother, isn't the eldest brother also in the country? I remember showing off his status as the opening ceremony singer of Rain Green University in the group the day before yesterday. Third senior brother, I remember this too. If eldest brother has something to do at the moment, I can cover it too. Fourth brother, agree with upstairs +1. Fifth senior brother, just now. If I'm not mistaken, it seems that senior brother has posted a picture of a man who looks as if he looks a bit familiar. Seventh brother, this man seems to be from Sky Jubilee Entertainment. Add big brother, what's wrong with this man? Chapter 217, hands on your head. The man in the picture didn't look like he had a normal expression on his face, but you could barely make out who it was. It's just that the angle of this shot is more or less confusing. The few senior brothers who were still gossiping originally went to look at the photo posted by the eldest brother, and it didn't matter. They immediately found the end. Brother 7, the shoes in the photo are Nyen Nyen's. Nyen Nyen beat him up? Second brother, looking at the background it looks like it's at Rainy Green University, right? Sixth brother, I can't believe I wasn't called for the yearly fight. Sad. JPG. Third brother, so that's why eldest brother is looking for old six? Fourth brother, I've never lost a fight year after year, but this guy has been beaten up at first glance. Fifth brother, the fact that eldest brother can send it out means that it's not a simple matter. So let's listen to what eldest brother has to say. Looking at the words of a few people in the group gabbing away, Ain's brow furrowed as he finally tapped a line. Eldest brother, this man called Jashik is still at school now. He tried to sign Nyen Nyen just now but was rejected. After that he tried to subvert Nyen Nyen. So Nyen Nyen beat him up. Understand? Almost instantly, the entire group exploded right into a frenzy. Sixth brother, location. Address. I'm going to kill him handily now. Second brother, I'm going to sue this son of a until he loses all his money. Third brother, give me the hospitalization address after you clean up and I'll acquire it now. Slice this guy in place. Fourth brother, transfer 100000000. Fourth brother, count me in. Fifth brother, transfer 100000000. Fifth brother, me too. Seventh brother, and me. Seventh brother, transfer 100000000. Ain's watched the group get rowdy again. Not surprised. It was true that he could help Sun Yen Yen with this time, but in case there was something he couldn't notice, it was still their family Nyen Nyen who would suffer. That's why it's necessary for the brat to make a trip all the way to the country. Big brother, old six. The bullies are still at school, but by the time you get there, it'll probably be too late. But, he's been beaten up like that. An ambulance should be coming to the school in a while. Sixth brother, understood and arranged. I'll make sure to wait until he identifies a room for his hospitalization before making a move. Eldest brother, go and find out what's going on with Sky Jubilee Entertainment. It's up to you whether or not you can get her down to avenge Nyen Nyen. Second brother, I understand. Definitely won't even leave him a pair of pants. I guarantee I won't spare even a speck of dust from their company's accounts. Eldest brother, Lao San, Lao Si, Lao Wu, you three handle the acquisition business and push the foreign business into the country as soon as possible. Third brother, okay. Fourth brother, understood. Fifth brother, understood. Eldest senior brother, old 7. Have your men deep dive into the black material of this guy named Joshi? I'll synchronize it on my side. Nyen Nyen said he'll hang him for a few days of hot searches. You get the idea. Seventh brother, don't worry. Domestic big-name entertainment companies have cooperation with my high luxury. Find them to pick up some black material is not a problem at all. Eldest brother, very well. Now get on with the business at hand. Second brother, charge. Third brother, charge. Ains watched the group's unified response, which was a slow sigh of relief. Sun Yan was completely unaware that she had just made a few senior brothers chicken out with a random tattletale. She simply packed up her things in the dormitory and went straight to the rainy green hotel. Shin Huaisu had originally planned to come to school in a car with Sun Yan before, but Sun Yan had to make a trip back to school first, so he could only take a car and go to the Yuqing Hotel first. Ever since he entered the hotel room, he had been a bit of a soul. Since he had been waiting for half an hour and his sister-in-law hadn't even shown up yet, he couldn't help but get a little worried. Yuqing University and Yuqing Hotel were not too far apart. Even if they walked, it was only 10 minutes away at most. Even if Sun Yan had gone to the school to pack her things and walked back afterward, that would have been the time to arrive. But now it had been more than half an hour, and Sun Yan hadn't even shown up yet. His brow furrowed as he contemplated whether or not to give Sun Yan a call. Yesterday, his big brother almost didn't invite him to the family law because of her sister-in-law's being in the hot seat with someone else's CP. It's a good thing his big brother was found by his sister-in-law when he came to school, or he would have been in deep. That's why before he came to school today, he swore to his big brother that no matter what, he wouldn't let Sun Yan be in the same CP with anyone else again. He even thought about having the SSSS's battle team members come directly during the live broadcast in a while, so that he could avoid his sister-in-law from appearing on camera again. Unfortunately, ideals are rich, but the reality is bone dry. He had everything going for him and then his sister-in-law disappeared. Oh family, who understands? Shin Huaisu's head was about to be clawed out of his hands. It was just as he was planning to go straight out the door to find Sun Yan that her sister-in-law slowly appeared. It was only then that Shin Huaisu's heart was put back into his stomach. He immediately greeted him upside down. Duh. Cough. Su student. You came so late. Did you encounter something? Shin Huaisu deliberately changed his name in front of the members of SSSS, and his attitude seemed quite detached. But when Sun Yan looked over, the expression on his face instantly changed to a please expression. Sun Yan was almost amused by Shin Huaisu. She really didn't know how Shin Huaisu was such a jumpy character to become the captain of the SSSS battle team. Sun Yan shrugged. I met an agent on the way here who wants to sign me. Good lord. There's someone else who wants to sign with the wife of the president of Shin Group? What a nerve. He had actually thought that Sun Yan was well suited for the entertainment industry before. Whether it's face or skill, whichever one is singled out, it can hold its own in the entertainment industry. But after hearing Shin Huayan say that their sister-in-law didn't want to enter the entertainment industry for the time being, even Ains wanted to sign her at that time, but she was rejected. These domestic companies are probably even less considered by his sister-in-law. Shin Huaisu couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart, more or less feeling a little pity. He raised his eyes to look at Sun Yan. So, you refused? Sun Yan nodded and casually muttered. Well, refused. That person is too lewd and wants to subterfuge. What? Which dog thing still wants to subvert me? To subvert such a good student as us? Shin Huaisu was so agitated that he almost blurted out Sun Yan's identity. What if his big brother finds out about this? Yesterday he was on the hot seat by CP. Today if he's on the hot seat because he was molested by his manager, he's really going to have to go home to his family. Shin Huaisu was going to take care of this no matter what. Sun Yan couldn't help but laugh lightly as she watched him blow up. Don't worry, I've already taught him a lesson. He shouldn't have much energy to harass me in a short period of time. Chapter 218, You've done well. The man had been crippled by her, and even if he went to the hospital for a resection, it would take time. Shin Huaisu's brows furrowed, clearly disagreeing with Sun Yan's words. The fact that this kind of showbiz scum can openly try to subvert students at school shows that they think they have a strong background. Just because they didn't get their way this time doesn't mean they won't harass people in the future. Their sister-in-law was just too simple to think that if she taught such people a little lesson, they would back off. It's not usual for people in the entertainment industry to be vicious. As for how vicious these people were, he wasn't going to let their sister-in-law know anymore. Shin Huaisu gave Sun Yan a deep look, thinking of his sister-in-law who wasn't much of a tattletale, and couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. It seems that things like suing are still up to him. Only then did he pretend to ask without thinking. When that agent said he was going to sign with you, did he mention what his name was? The members of our battle team might also sign to the entertainment industry when the time comes. So let's avoid the lightning first. Sun Yan pursed her small lips and thought back carefully. That person seems to be called something like Jiashi. He's particularly lewd looking and very recognizable. Understood. Shin Huaisu made a few more small talk with Sun Yan before placing her in a relaxing corner of the lounge. In addition to having a lazy couch, snacks and his sister-in-law's favorite milk tea, he had originally planned to keep it private. After all, His big brother had mentioned before that he had told his sister-in-law to eat less junk food, but when he heard that Su Nian was being bullied, he still didn't hold back from contributing it. After all, if you're in a bad mood, it's good to have something sweet to make you feel better. Su Nian didn't think about it that much, and was drawn away by the snacks and milk tea. Shin Huaisu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, rushed to the members of the battle team beside him and explained a few words, then went straight to the restroom in the innermost room. The soundproofing in this hotel is good, and the restrooms are even better once you close both doors. Shin Huaisu had just locked the door to the restroom room and immediately dialed Shin Huayan's phone number. At this time, Shin Huayan was in the president's office of Shin Group, and when he saw the number on the top of the phone, his brows slightly knitted, and he immediately picked it up. If it was usual, Shin Huayan probably wouldn't care at all, but now that Shin Huaisu and Su Nian were together, he had to pay attention, coupled with the fact that Shin Huaisu usually seldom takes the initiative to call him, most often directly send a few messages, and then directly muted. He usually spent most of his time training in the battle team, and his cell phone was often muted, so unsolicited phone calls were almost a handful. Hello? Shin Huayan's brows furrowed. What happened to Nian at school? The caller choked. Big brother, how did you know I was going to tell you about my sister-in-law? Did you already know? The corner of Shin Huayan's mouth twitched. You usually don't even see a ghost shadow when you're not at home, and you never take the initiative to call me except for something. And now that you're at Nian's school, what else could you be calling me for except for something to do with Nian? Shin Huaisu opened his mouth and froze half a day without finding words that could retort. So angry, Shin Huaisu sighed in resignation. It's right that it's related to sister-in-law, but I'm calling you behind her back this time, so don't tell sister-in-law. Shin Huayan raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened to Shin Huaisu's words. Even she, who was standing on the side, looked over with a bit of curiosity. Shin Huaisu's side of the voice is not small, coupled with the office is too quiet, and she is sitting not far from Shin Huayan's side. It is difficult not to hear. Shin Huayan raised his hand to remove the glasses that were set on the bridge of his nose before he slowly opened his mouth. Okay, go ahead and say it. What exactly is it? He felt that no matter what, it was much better than hearing Su Nian on the hotspot with someone else's CP. Sister-in-law was sexually harassed at school. She also said that she had already taught the guy a lesson and told me not to worry. Sister-in-law is really naive. What is that person's name? Without waiting for Shin Huaisu to finish his words, Shin Huayan's ice-cold voice came from the other end of the phone. He had thought at first that whatever it was much better than hearing Su Nian on the hot seat with someone else's CP. But now, he realized how wrong he was. He really never dreamed that someone would dare to do such a thing to Su Nian at school. However, on second thought, Su Nian's appearance looked so pretty and delicate, looking extraordinarily good at bullying. Not to mention men. Even women might want to pinch her on her tiny little waist. Shin Huayan thought so, and his face instantly became even more ugly. Shin Huaisu obviously also noticed Shin Huayan's anger, so he didn't dare to sell a secret. So he crackled a bunch of words like a bamboo tube. That person's name is Jiaxi, and the one who dared to harass his sister-in-law at school must have felt that he had more or less a bit of a background. So I looked into it a little and found out that he's the founder of Heavenly Jubilee Entertainment, and that his other partner is a first-tier Flow Junior that he single-handedly raised. Shin Huayan listened to Shin Huaisu's words, and his eyes glanced at she beside him. She immediately understood, took out his tablet, and began to start investigating this person called Jiaxi. Shin Huaisu on the other end of the phone continued to break the news. Sister-in-law just said that when she heard that person trying to subvert her, she taught that person a lesson and said that for a short period of time that person wouldn't come to harass her. But I don't think that person is likely to stop. So I called you, big brother, and I think sister-in-law probably hasn't learned to look for you to tell on you yet. Shin Huayan's deep eyes narrowed. You did a good job. His voice was light, but his tone was full of danger. If it was Su Nian, she might have felt that she didn't need to tell him since the matter was resolved by herself. It's not like this has happened once or twice. Although Shin Huayan wanted Su Nian to rely on her, there was no way to force her to rely on him. Although he didn't know how Su Nian had spent her time in the past, her character of always solving things on her own still made his heart ache. Shin Huayan could only let her slowly open up to herself in these matters. Shin Huaisu saw that his elder brother did not mean to blame him, which secretly relieved him. However, when he thought of that trash who wanted to subvert their sister-in-law, he felt a bit indignant again. Big brother, you must not let that scum called Jiaxi off the hook. If he dares to come to school and play a hooligan on his sister-in-law, he must have a previous record. Follow this line of investigation. There might be a surprise. Oh, Shin Huayan laughed softly. Well, it's not too late to investigate when he has the life to mix with the entertainment industry again. Through the cell phone, Shin Huaisu can feel the cold wind on the opposite side. Sure enough, This garbage pissed off his big brother. Chapter 219, The Money Tree. Gone like this. Their sister-in-law is their big brother's eyeball. How dare that trash even think about it. TSK. I guess I won't know how to die later. Hey. Their big brother usually seemed to do things one way or the other. But once someone trampled on his bottom line, what awaited them was definitely a punishment worse than death. Shin Huaisu silently lit a wax for Jiaxi. Bless him with an early death. After Shin Huaiyan hung up the phone, his expression was austere, and she clearly felt the anger in him, so he asked cautiously, Sir, is something wrong on the wife's side? Other than Sun Yen Nian, no one should be able to so obviously tug at their Mr. Family's emotions. Shin Huaiyan's eyes narrowed. Investigate Tianxi Entertainment for me and find out what the background of that man called Jiaxi is. She froze slightly. Was it this man who did something to Mrs.? Shin Huaiyan didn't say anything. He just raised his eyes and swept a glance at He. His eyes were icy cold, making He couldn't help but shiver. It seemed that this man had indeed messed with their wife, and it was the kind of behavior that was absolutely unforgivable. She didn't dare to say anything more and immediately set out to investigate this man called Jiaxi. Although Tianxi Entertainment was a small company, but because its owner, besides Jiaxi, who was the manager, there was also a first-tier youngster, Zhang Chunan. The two of them opened a company in partnership, and it was considered to be a little famous in the industry, so he easily found out the news related to Jiaxi. With just a brief glance at he understood why their family mister was so shaken up. This Jiaxi has a history of pimping out various business tycoons. If he remembered correctly, this person had offered this aspect of things to their gentleman before. It's just that their mister wasn't interested in the matter, so he never had much of a chance. No wonder he thought the man looked familiar. Jazzy is really dead if he wants to sign their wife up for something like this. Soon, she handed the information in his hand to Shin Huaiyan. This person once came to the Shin clan group. Only you, sir, didn't see him at that time. She briefly told what happened at that time. Their company was established not long ago, need outside investment. At that time was invited by not a few people. He also helped a few play quite flowery old things matchmaking. This thing spread quite far at that time. As expected, Shin Huaiyan's face became even more gloomy. Go check the ambulance records over at the University of Rainy Green and find out what kind of hospital this dog is staying in. His fingertips tapped the desktop in annoyance. Give him a big gift on the way. This scum should rot in a hospital for the rest of their lives. She trembled as he nodded repeatedly to their family mister's unkind gaze. Don't worry, mister. I definitely won't let this guy have a good time. Hospital. Inside the ward. At this time lying in the hospital, Jiaxi did not know that he had been targeted by several sets of people. A wave of indignation washed over his face as he remembered the woman who had punched and kicked him inside the school. It was just as well that that woman didn't know any better, but she even dared to make a move on him. Which of the women he used to look at were not obedient and at his mercy? On the contrary, this Sun Yen Nian was a tough opponent who dared to go against him. He definitely wouldn't let Sun Yen Nian have a good time. Not just a rotten bastard who had been slept with for I don't know how many times, and still thought he was rare. When he gets out of the hospital, he's going to get that woman and find some of the sickest men he can find and give her a good time. Jiaxia couldn't help but have a smug smile on his face as he thought this. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the ward door. Jiaxia looked to the door of the hospital room just in time to see Zhang Chunan walk in. What's going on with you? Why are you hospitalized after a trip to school? He placed the flower basket he was holding aside and couldn't help but frown as he looked at Jiaxi lying on the hospital bed. Earlier, Jiaxi said he was going to sign Sun Yen Nian, who has been gaining a lot of momentum lately. Just one live broadcast and she exploded right into the internet. Before that, she even burst into the limelight with a heavenly song. The fact that she could repeatedly explode in the midst of the internet showed that she was indeed a potential, or at least his somewhat overly pretty face was what she needed to settle down in the entertainment industry. If Jiaxi can really sign her up, it can be said that the studio has another money tree. It's just that Zhang Chunan didn't expect that Jiaxi had just gone to Yuqing University in the front foot and was hospitalized in the back foot. He thought at first that Jasek had been in a car accident and had rushed over, but it didn't quite look like him. Jiaxi bristled a bit. It's not because of that. She said she's not interested in the entertainment industry. It's just that she didn't sign up, but she even made a move on me. He accidentally drove a wound in his ribs as he spoke the words angrily, and it hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Chunan was also a bit surprised, not expecting that there would be anyone who could refuse Jiaxi. Showbiz is, after all, a big dystopia, and ordinary people almost always aspire to it quite a bit. People like Sun Yen Nian who have burst onto the internet and are still unwilling to enter the entertainment industry are really few and far between. Zhang Chunan was silent for a moment and then asked, does she think that the share of signing our company is low? Or does she think that the conditions we gave her are not good enough? From a newcomer's point of view, The contract their company gave was definitely the first in the industry, but both he and Jiaxi knew that the likes of Sun Yan, who had already exploded in popularity, couldn't be counted as newcomers at all. But Sun Yan hadn't entered the entertainment industry yet, so they thought they could fool her with a newcomer's contract. Is it hard to believe that another company already wants to sign her and that's why she's not interested in their contract? Or do you think their conditions are not as good as those of other companies? Jiaxi sneered. I think she's just trying to wait for the price. Maybe she's already taken advantage of this red-hot internet to seduce the old man who treats her like a canary. He remembered that when he saw Sun Yan today, there were still some marks on her neck that hadn't been covered up, and it looked like something had happened between her and a man to get those things. Zhang Chunan did not mind this kind of thing. In this circle, what kind of things he had not seen? Most actresses want to find a rich businessman to marry. After all, filming to earn money is not as good as finding a husband who is already rich. He wouldn't be surprised if Sun Yan had such thoughts. He just thought it was a bit of a shame. Such a bright money tree. Just gone. Buzz. Zhang Chuanan's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He nodded at Jassy and picked it up, but soon his face became extraordinarily ugly, and even his gaze toward Jassy became a bit eerie. Chapter 220. Why are they messing with her? Seemingly noticing Zhang Chuanan's weird sight, Jiaxi was very squirmy and frowned, but seeing that he was still on the phone, he could only sit quietly on the bed and wait for him to finish his call. A few moments later, Zhang Chunan finished the call, but his face was still tight and tense. Even his lips were a little white. Jassy pursed his lips. Is there something wrong with the company? Most of the time Zhang Chunan usually spends most of his time on the set filming, and although he is the boss of Tianqi Entertainment, he's basically a handholder and seldom cares about things in the company. If he hadn't been beaten and hospitalized, he probably wouldn't have had time to see him as an agent. Zhang Chunan took a deep breath, as if he had summoned up a lot of courage, and said, our company has been investigated for tax evasion and yin and yang contracts. After all, the worst thing that can happen in their circle is to be caught by the top for tax evasion. He basically doesn't run the company during the week, but that doesn't mean he stays out of the way. If their company was really dealt with, he would be banned along with them. After all, there was no way for a bad artist to continue in the entertainment industry. So just now, when he heard that someone had reported their company for tax evasion and yin and yang contracts, his whole body was highly nervous. This sort of thing is common in their circles. After all, their paychecks are restricted and they always have to find a way to make up for it elsewhere. Everyone does it, and they naturally follow suit. Whoever thought that someone would report their company? What bad luck! Jiaxi waved his hand in disbelief. Don't worry, I've done a clean job with those accounts. Even if some people want to check, they won't be able to find out anything, unless someone is deliberately targeting them, not missing a single point. Then maybe they might be able to find something wrong out of it. But Jassy was sure the nukers weren't that bored. Then, Zhang Chunan wanted to say something else, but at that moment his cell phone vibrated again. Buzz. For some reason, he always felt that the call wouldn't be good either. Zhang Chunan couldn't help his eyelids from jumping, but he finally picked up the phone. But his face hardened a few more times when this call was answered. When she hung up the phone, Zhang Chunan didn't even wait for Jiaxi to ask. She blurted out, who exactly did you provoke today? Why would someone specialize in sniping black information about you within the circle? And it's still the righteous kind. The other side put out the word that they want Jazzy's blackmail, as long as it's solid, $10 million apiece. I've heard that there are already quite a few people rushing up to hand Jasuk's black material up. After all, $10 million is not a small amount. As long as you can get it by moving your lips and fingers, who wouldn't want to do that? What makes Zhang Chunan feel even more uncomfortable is that the few collaborations that their company had previously negotiated, almost all of them have gone yellow. It was assumed that someone had heard the wind and knew that a big shot was targeting Jiaxi, so they just gave up on working with them as a precautionary measure. Zhang Chuanan's fire instantly bubbled up, although he and Jiaxia are partners, but the Pro brothers clear accounts. It makes no sense that the trouble he incurred, to let him accompany him to block. Jiaxia's face also changed, and he didn't know exactly which god he had provoked. How is it that you're suddenly being targeted? He was silent for a moment, looked up at Zhang Chunan, and asked, can you ask your close friends in the circle to help inquire about which immortal appears to have divine powers? And if I offended him before, I can go apologize to him, as long as he raises his hand. The person who can buy his black material for $10 million apiece is definitely not some small shrimp. But Jiaxia thought through his head, but could not think of when he had offended such a big man. When he usually meets big shots, he is either humble and courteous, or he helps them to be small. He has no chance to offend these big shots, right? Just as the two were frowning, the door to the wardroom was opened again. Zhang Chunan and Jiaxi looked over almost at the same time, only to see a few burly men walking in. heading straight for the hospital bed. "Who are you guys? What are you doing here?" Jia Xie's brow furrowed. He didn't recognize any of the several burly men in front of him at all, but looking at their imposing appearance, he couldn't help but step back, afraid that these people were here to trouble him. After all, he had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had offended a few people. Jia Xie thought again about what Zhang Chunan had just said, so he looked at the visitor with renewed vigilance. "You guys." Before he could finish his latter words, he was picked up from the hospital bed by a couple of burly men. Zhang Chunan was also startled and immediately blurted out an accusation. "Who the hell are you guys? What do you want? Do you know that this is a hospital? Aren't you afraid that I will call the police?" He was actually nervous. After all, his size was not even comparable to these pugilists, who could even beat him 10 times with one fist. A few pugilists looked at Zhang Chunan and directly ignored him, grabbing Jia Xi and punching him in the face. "Ah!" Jazzy just screamed out in agony before he took another punch to the face. It was followed by punch after punch after punch. Jia Xi didn't even get a cry out before a mouthful of teeth was broken. Zhang Chunan saw Jia Xie's nose bleeding from the beating, and his entire body stiffened in place. In any case, was not daring to move a single step. He could not wait to shrink himself into a corner right now, fearing that he would be noticed by a few of them and also end up like Jia Xi. As he looked at the scene in front of him, he was finally able to determine one thing, and that was that Jasek had really offended someone out there, and it was a very vicious person. A few pugilists beat the man to the point of fainting before releasing him. Just as Zhang Chunan and Jia Xi both breathed a sigh of relief, they saw one of the burly men grab Jia Xi's arm and twist it in a weird direction. Only heard a click sound, accompanied by a miserable scream. Zhang Chuanan's arm was like a kite with broken strings, hanging down to his side. "In the future, if you dare to take a shot at Sun Yan Yan again, then the next time won't be so simple to end." Zhang Chunan and Jia Xie, even if they were stupid, understood who this unwarranted disaster was because of. Jia Xie's brows furrowed, and although he was very reluctant, he could only lower his head and say nothing. Most of his teeth had been knocked out and now when he opened his mouth, the inside of it leaked. Not to mention, a mouthful of blood. Although Zhang Chunan on the side wasn't beaten, his entire body was still shocked by the sight of Jia Xi being beaten. If they had known that the people behind Sun Yan Yan were so vicious, why would they have messed with her? Zhang Chunan frowned, more or less a little bit of blame Jia Xi. After all, those unseemly tactics of his, he has seen a lot of. Chapter 221, is there nothing that can be done to remedy the situation? Especially for female artists. Jia Xi was even more unscrupulous, often making them drink with him under the guise of giving them resources, after which he got them somewhere. Some female artists can go out of their way for resources, but for some with a bottom line, it's an unmitigated disaster. This kind of maneuvering by Jia Xi is common in the entertainment industry and he does it with aplomb. After all, he had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and had a lot of resources and connections in his hands. It wasn't as if no one was looking for trouble with Jia Xi, but they were all suppressed by him. It was also the first time he had seen a hard-boiled one like Sun Yan Yan. Although Jia Xi didn't say anything, he still nodded sagely. After all, people were under the roof. He had to bow his head now. When the several pugilists saw this, their sights turned back to Zhang Chunan on the side. He was so frightened that he hastily brushed off the relationship. "Big brothers, this matter has nothing to do with me. I've only just learned about it. You guys don't worry. I'm definitely not going to take a shot at Sun Yan Yan." He originally followed his agent to start a company because he didn't want to be controlled by the agency, so he became his own boss. Who knew that he hadn't even had a chance to relax for a few years before this Jia Xie got him into such trouble? Just because he's running a company with Jia Xi and doesn't mean he's willing to share the pain with Jia Xi, especially this dirty business. He has always been a shining presence in the entertainment industry, and is the idol of many young girls. He absolutely can't roll over in this kind of thing. So after being targeted by a few pugilists, he immediately made his attitude clear. A few pugnacious men fixedly stared at Zhang Chunan for a few moments, before they turned around and left. Zhang Chunan was almost scared out of his wits by them, and only after a few pugilists left did he sit down on a sofa to the side in a disengaged manner. He stared unhappily at Jia Xi, who was sitting on the ground with a wretched face. "What kind of people have you provoked?" Jia Xi looked at Zhang Chunan with cold eyes. "At a time like this." Hiss. He had just opened his mouth when the blood drained from it, and even the wounds on his body began to taper off. He had just had his arm broken, and it hurt like hell, and he was in need of medical attention. But on the contrary, Zhang Chunan acted as if he couldn't see it, and didn't help him rush to call a doctor. Jazzy took a deep breath. "Call. Doctor." He gritted his teeth for a long time before he could say the words. Zhang Chuanan's brow furrowed, which brought him back from the trepidation he had just experienced. He sighed softly as he looked at Jasek's sorry state and stood up about to ring the emergency bell at his bedside. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the wardroom was kicked open again. 7 or 8 men in black suits rushed straight in, looking that although they didn't look as intimidating as the group of brawny men just now, the pressure that each one carried seemed to be even more frightening than the group just now. After that havoc just now, Zhang Chunan didn't even need to ask. He knew what they were here for. His feet went limp and he sat down directly on the ground. The group of men in suits swept around the floor, looking at Zhang Chunan, whose feet were weak, and Jia Shi, who had been beaten into a pig's head, and their brows visibly frowned. You're Jazzy? The man at the head of the group angled his chin and asked. Zhang Chunan almost didn't even think about it and directly pointed at Jia Shi. He is. This matter has nothing to do with me. He recalled the way Jia Shi had just been beaten up by the group of pugilists, and very abashedly betrayed Jia Shi. After all, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. At the critical moment, of course, it's still one's own life that matters most. Jia Shi knew that he might not be able to hide, but being directly betrayed by Zhang Chunan was something he never expected. He viciously clenched his non-existent teeth and glared at Zhang Chunan. The latter turned his head away decisively as if he hadn't seen it at all. With a big wave of his hand, the black-clothed man in the lead had someone drag Zhang Chunan to a corner. And as for the others, naturally, they had a good time whacking Jia Shi again. Since Jazzy's arm was already broken, they very thoughtfully broke his leg. Stay away from our family's little ancestor Sun Yen Nian in the future, or don't blame us for beating him up once we see him. After saying this, they left straight away. By the time the group of black-clad men disappeared, JC was thrown over the side of the hospital bed like a completely boneless mollusk. On the other hand, Zhang Chunan, who wasn't hit next to him, was almost scared out of his wits. These people are just so mean. What he couldn't understand more now was why he had to beat the same person twice. And from the two groups of people just now, they seem not to be sent by the same person. Zhang Chunan was suddenly a little glad that he wasn't involved in this matter of Jia Shi, or else this miserable state he was in now would be his future. He rose warily from the corner, then shivered and clicked the emergency bell next to the hospital bed. It didn't take long for the nurses to arrive at the hospital room, and looking at the man lying on the floor, they immediately sent Jazzy to the emergency room. Zhang Chunan had wanted to leave the ward, but what had just happened had scared him too much, and he couldn't stand up as his legs were trembling, so he could only stay in the ward. Buzz. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. Zhang Chunan immediately picked up the cell phone, and when he heard the voice on the other end of the phone, his face became even more ugly. He had thought that after Jia Shi had offended Sun Yen Nian and was beaten up, this matter would be over. But just now the company's legal affairs came to him on the phone, saying that there was a big problem with their company's tax, and the other party seemed to be onto them, not letting go of a single bit of water. Now their company will surely be punished in no small way, as he is the owner of this company, and now he is also implicated. If he keeps this up, he'll become a bad artist once it's publicized by the regular media. Zhang Chuanan's face instantly turned white as white paper. His entire hand was shaking. So what about this situation now? Is there anything else that can be done to remedy it? The legal lawyer on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. Our company is obviously being targeted. If we can know who is behind the targeting of the words, it is best to make the big thing small and trivial, but to be able to target their company like that is usually at the level of a deadly rival, so even if they find each other, it shouldn't be of much use, right? The law attorney sighed softly in his mind, but said nothing more. He did his best as a lawyer. The rest was out of his hands. Zhang Chunan blinked 6 times. Hearing the words of the legal attorney, a person's name suddenly appeared in his mind, Sun Yen Nian. This matter all happened because after Jia Shi messed with Sun Yen Nian, maybe this matter is related to her. After all, to be able to get beaten up by 2 sets of people just because Jazzy wanted to sign her up is a sideways indication that the people behind her are not ordinary. Chapter 222, A Light Beating. Then it wasn't impossible for them to try to find trouble with their Sky Jubilee entertainment. When Zhang Chunan thought of this, his brows knitted slightly. It seemed he would have to make a trip to find this woman called Sun Yen Nian. He thought of the warning of the 2 groups of people who had stormed Jia Shi before, and was a little afraid, but after thinking about it, if he did not go to see that woman, their company and he would all be finished. If he went to find Sun Yen Nian, there might still be a glimmer of life. Even for his own sake, he had to make the trip. Zhang Chunan took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. In the evening, Sun Yen Nian had just returned to the Shin family and met Shin Huayan, who was drinking tea in the main hall. With a puzzled blink, she slowly made her way towards the main hall. Sir, where are Grandpa and the others? Shin Huayan's eyelids drooped shallowly, slowly and methodically lifting his hand to pour a cup of tea. Grandpa went to dinner with an old friend tonight. Second brother has an operation to do at the hospital. Third brother has a temporary case to work on. And fourth brother needs to be intensively trained. His tone was light, making it impossible to read his emotions. In fact, as early as when he heard that Su Nian Nian was being bullied, he ordered it down. Let several brothers of the Shin family clean up Jiaxi in their own areas of expertise. He still knew exactly how much his own brothers were capable of. Just even so, the depression in Shin Huayan's heart remained for a long time. Su Nian Nian, however, vaguely felt as if Shin Huayan's mood was not quite the same as usual. However, she quickly shook off this feeling and straightaway rushed at Shin Huayan and pounced on him. Mr. Shin, I missed you so much. Su Nian Nian hugged Shin Huayan's neck and rubbed against the side of his face. Did you miss me today? Shin Huayan's arm that was squeezing the cup tensed violently. Startled by Su Nian Nian's blunt expression, the tips of his ears reddened and he patted her back with one hand. His voice gentle. There was thinking about you, all day long. Ever since the two of them had truly become one, what he missed most every day was the scent of Su Nian Nian's body. He even hated to tie Su Nian Nian to his side at all times, so that she would never leave his sight for a moment. Shin Huayan lowered his head, the tip of his nose on her white neck, and after taking a deep breath, he gathered her in his arms. She smelled so good, as fragrant and soft as she was, that you wanted to swallow it whole in one gulp. He gently kissed her on the neck, his voice husky. Nian, hold me tight. When he heard that she was bullied outside today, Shin Huayan was not in a good mood. His little missus always seemed to be getting bullied, and it was getting on his nerves. Su Nian Nian was unsure, but was extraordinarily well behaved and hugged Shin Huayan tightly. She even crawled towards his lap because of the uncomfortable position she had just been in. And yet, completely oblivious to what had just been pressed into it, Shin Huayan visibly stifled a grunt, then bowed his body slightly. The breath on the tip of his nose got hotter, and the moist vapor sprayed into the nape of Su Nian Nian's neck, tickling it. Nian Nian, were you bullied today? When Shin Huayan spoke, his lips gently brushed against her neck, as if he was gently kissing her when he said each word. Su Nian Nian's head was clouded, but she still obediently answered. Aha! Shin Huayan secretly sighed in relief. His little wife wasn't very good at tattling, but she would tell the truth whenever he asked, which wasn't so bad. Shin Huayan slightly raised his head and kissed the place he wanted to kiss. Her eyes were bright, especially when she looked at him. Full of him, how could Shin Huayan not be moved? He pecked her on the lips and reached out with his large hand to take hold of her wrist, squeezing it gently. Do you remember what I told you before? Su Nian Nian had already been a little confused by Shin Huayan's kiss, where she still remembered what he said before. She froze and subconsciously came forward to lick the most prominent place on his neck. Shin Huayan's body tightened, and his long arm directly and fiercely clasped her thin waist. The sudden pain brought Su Nian Nian back to her senses in an instant, and she opened her small mouth. Shin, Mr. Shin. Shin Huayan took a deep breath, tried his best to restrain the burning breath, and patiently asked again. Nian Nian, do you still remember what you promised me before? Su Nian Nian blinked her watery eyes, her entire little brain instantly running at high speed. There, Mr. Shin surely wouldn't ask questions out of the blue. That must have something to do with what he just said. She thought back carefully, and then remembered that Shin Huayan seemed to have asked if she was being bullied. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes narrowed shallowly, instantly as if she had thought of something. Mr. Shin said before that if he was aggrieved, he would tell on you. Shin Huayan's single eyebrow was slightly raised, seemingly satisfied with her answer, but she didn't expect that in the next second. The corner of her mouth hung up in a wry smile, and she asked with a crooked little head, then if I do this, does Mr. Shin have a reward? Shin Huayan's eyes surveyed her small face, and the corners of his mouth followed suit and raised a few arcs. Well, there are rewards. Seeing Su Nian Nian's lovely face, Shin Huayan really didn't want a disappointed expression to appear on her face, so even if he hadn't, he would have changed his mind. Su Nian Nian's watery eyes became bright once again before she continued. Today there was a particularly ugly-looking agent who wanted to sign me. Then I righteously rejected him, but he didn't die, so I taught him a hard lesson. Mr. Shin, am I awesome? Although she had told Shin Huayan most of the truth, some of the most important parts in the middle, she had directly skipped over. Shin Huayan's dark eyes were deep. His big hand gently rubbed her small face. I heard Lao Si say that he still wants to submerge you? She actually didn't quite remember what she had said to Shin Huaisu at the time. Su Nian Nian's small mouth pursed. Subterfuge. He didn't say it outright. He just said that he would introduce high-quality men to dine with me, and whether or not I end up going out with these men is all up to me voluntarily. As Shin Huayan listened to what Su Nian Nian said, he suddenly felt that all the unspoken rules Shin Huaisu said were much better than what Su Nian Nian had actually heard. How dare Jazzy say something so disgusting to his woman? Shin Huayan suddenly felt that the few people sent out to beat Jiaxi had beaten him lightly, should directly beat this paralyzed, so that he can only lie in bed for the rest of his life. Life is worse than death. Su Nian looked at Shen Huayan and kept quiet, and thought that because what he just said didn't match what Shen Huaisu said on his side, their husband was unhappy. Her small hand gently shook, and her eyes looked at Shen Huayan with a bit of pity. Shen Huayan came back to his senses, just in time to see her pair of somewhat pitiful eyes. His heart suddenly thumped, immediately explained, "I'm not angry. I'm just..." Chapter 223, hit with an arrow. It was just heartbreaking for Su Nian to be aggrieved. He should have protected her a little better. Su Nian blinked her watery eyes. Since Shen Huayan wasn't angry, she had just sort of obediently tattled. Does that round up to a bonus? Thinking so, she looked at Shen Huayan with excitement in her eyes. Mr. Shen, can I claim my prize now? Good. Shen Huayan pressed her hand on his abs and whispered, Nian, touch it. Like your reward? Su Nian. There, Mr. Shen even took the initiative. Su Nian's pair of watery eyes were wide open, but her small hand on Shen Huayan's abs didn't move. Her eyes were fixed on Shen Huayan, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Gulp. The room was already silent, and the sound of her gagging was in turn infinitely amplified. Su Nian's little face instantly turned red. Shen Huayan looked at her shy appearance. The corner of his lips hooked, so he hugged Su Nian and laughed lowly. He really loved her like this, loved the look of her heart for him. Every time she this look, can always let Shen Huayan feel that Su Nian is really like him. His lips covered hers again, not as slapdash as just now. His slender fingertips trailed up her backside with ease, and his palm rolled hot on the thin shirt. Su Nian's small hand that he had clasped was slowly pulled down by him in a daze. Su Nian seemed to realize something. Her watery eyes abruptly widened quite a bit, and the tips of her ears were even more red and dripping blood. She wanted to say something, but Shen Huayan simply did not give her this opportunity, and could only let her Mr. Shen lead her. Su Nian ended up being carried out of the living room by Shen Huayan. At night in the bedroom, Su Nian was again pestered and tossed around by Shen Huayan for most of the night. She sobbed and was gently coaxed by him in his arms and later drifted off to sleep. The next day, Shen Huayan originally wanted to give Su Nian leave, but there was no way for her, the school's face value bearer, to take leave. So even though she slept in a daze, Su Nian still insisted on getting up from her bed. Looking at her severe lack of sleep, Shen Huayan suddenly blamed himself a little bit for really overdoing it last night. He was going to let her go, but she cried too well. He didn't hold back. When Shen Huayan thought of her delicate little face full of water last night, he felt his blood rushing up, especially when she looked so good and coquettish beside him, so well behaved no matter how much he tossed her around. It made him want to bully her even more. Shen Huayan couldn't help but sigh and raised his hand to rub Su Nian, who was dozing off on one side and still not forgetting to stuff her breakfast. He was really worried that she'd knock her face on the bowl of savory porridge in front of her as she ate her meal. Shen Huayan had no choice but to pick up the bowl of salty porridge on the table and feed it to this little guy one bite at a time. Su Nian originally wanted to give up and continue eating breakfast, but Shen Huayan directly chose to feed her. And Su Nian of course opened her mouth obediently and waited to be fed. When you get to the SSSS battle team there in a while, go to the lounge and have a good rest, and Lao Si will take care of the rest for you, okay? Shen Huayan's voice was extraordinarily gentle, and the corners of his brows as he looked at Su Nian were also full of doting. Because Shen Huaiji, Shen Huairua and Shen Huaisu, the three of them worked overtime last night on Huohuo Shangxi Entertainment and Jiaxi. All three of them didn't go home last night. As for Master Shen, he went to Lingcheng with an old friend yesterday to play, and it would take 3 or 5 days before he returned. The only two people who ate in the morning were Su Nian and Shen Huayan. That's why Su Nian was so cooperative in the face of Shen Huayan's feeding. After all, no one was home, and it shouldn't matter if she was occasionally lazy, right? She swallowed another mouthful of porridge and nodded her head very obediently. I know, Mr. Shen. Su Nian's voice was soft, with a few rustling voices, making Shen Huayan's heart itch to hear it. Shen Huayan lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. Good boy. Su Nian's already not so clear head froze. Was it her illusion? She always felt that their Mr. Shen seemed to love kissing her more than before. While Su Nian was thinking about it, Shen Huayan caught another crystal shrimp dumpling in her small mouth. Su Nian's thoughts snapped. After that, all attention was drawn to the breakfast in his mouth. Yummy. Because of Shen Huayan's explanation, after Shen Huaisu met Su Nian at the hotel, he immediately arranged for her to go to the rest area. Today was the last day before the esports competition, and everyone was training intensely, so naturally no one bothered the volunteers. Shen Huaisu even arranged for the youngest backup player in the team to take care of Su Nian. They were well prepared for this tournament, and the alternates followed them just to get used to the atmosphere of the tournament ahead of time. They the SSSS warriors, train these younger kids as reserves, and they're more than willing to do whatever else they can outside of training, not to mention taking care of the fairy lady who came to their team. When they were watching the live broadcast before, they envied the LN team side for being able to have a divine young lady, and they didn't expect that this divine young lady would be switched to their SSSS team because of the heat on the internet. A couple of the younger members of the team got even more excited. One race after another was considerate, not only arranging a cozy lazy sofa for Su Nyen Nyen, but also finding a small blanket. Su Nyen Nyen naturally didn't push back, burying her head in the lounge to catch up on her sleep. By the time she was woken up, it was 2 hours later. Miss Divine? Su Nyen Nyen slowly opened her watery eyes and looked at the several apprehensive-looking junior team members standing beside her before rubbing her eyes. What's wrong? Is it some kind of mission on the school side? Not that she could remember any other tasks other than the morning broadcast. If there is one, it's probably an ad hoc arrangement by the school. The little team members looked at each other, and finally the biggest looking one said, Miss Divine, there's a man at the door looking for you, and by the looks of him he seems to be in a hurry, so we had to come and call you. They looked at Su Nyen Nyen, who seemed to be still awake and felt more or less guilty. They had sworn to the captain before that they would take care of this divine young lady. Su Nyen Nyen was still a little slow in her little head because she had just woken up. She blinked her watery eyes and asked, a little dully, did the man say what his name was? As if. Well, I forgot to ask. Su Nyen Nyen looked at the several red-faced junior team members in front of her with a bit of tears and laughter. It's fine. I'll go out and take a look and I'll know who it is. She had just woken up, and her tone was soft, still with the hazy tone she had when she first woke up, which inexplicably made people feel extraordinarily soft and cute. And a few of the younger members of the team, even though they were young, felt like they'd gotten an arrow in their hearts. Chapter 224, is she speaking bird language? How can anyone be so pretty and so soft and cuddly? What kind of divine young lady is this? They wanted to frantically call Miss Divine so badly. They just didn't know if their captain would beat them up if he knew about it. Ooh-hoo. But MS. Divine is worth it. Su Nyen Nyen was completely unaware that she had managed to capture a few fanboys by casually saying something. She took a deep breath to clear her somewhat chaotic thoughts quite a bit before she walked to the door of the hotel. Because Rain Green University rented the Rain Green Hotel specifically for esports players from various countries, non-esports members were not allowed to enter, unless one was a sponsor of this esports tournament, or was brought in by a member of the esports team with an ID tag to register. One could only enter the interior of the hotel. The others are at most in the lobby of the first floor of the hotel. Su Nyen Nyen arrived at the hall on the first floor and saw a heavily armed man standing in the corner, her eyebrows raised, half recognizing who this person in front of her was. She was considering whether or not to just leave when the man standing in the corner suddenly ran over. Student Su, let's take a step to talk? His eyes looked to the fire escape to the side, signaling the two to go over there where no one else was to talk. Su Nyen Nyen's watery eyes blinked slightly, her eyes on the man wrapped solidly in a hat, mask, and sunglasses, and she finally nodded. She had been in a good mood for the past 2 days, so she just had to see what the man in front of her wanted to do. The man followed suit when he saw Su Nyen Nyen loosen up, and then immediately walked towards the fire escape. Su Nyen Nyen naturally followed behind that person. The two of them walked to the fire escape and closed the fire door before the man removed his own mask and sunglasses. Hello, Su student. My name is Zhang Chunan. This is to find you because I want you to be able to hold your head high towards our company. Su Nyen Nyen's eyebrows rose slightly. Her eyes swept back and forth across Zhang Chunan's face, hesitating for a moment. Who are you? She really didn't know Zhang Chunan. Nor did he understand why he suddenly asked her to hold her head high. After all, there were quite a few companies in Huahua before she came to China, and then even though she went back to China, she wasn't idle, so she really didn't know which one of his so-called companies he was talking about. Zhang Chunan is a bit upset that Su Nyen Nyen doesn't recognize him. After all, he's a top-tier top stream in the country, whether it was on TV or the internet. There were his dramas on air, and he couldn't believe that Su Nyen Nyen hadn't seen him in a drama. Zhang Chunan scoffs, thinking that Su Nyen Nyen is deliberately targeting him because of Jiaxi's matter. As he thought this, his grudge against Jasik grew even heavier. It hadn't even been a few years since he'd partnered with him to start a company and make big money, and yet he'd suffered such embarrassment and shock because of him. If I had known, I would have honestly asked my previous agency to open a studio for him. It wouldn't have turned out the way it did. Zhang Chuanan's brow wrinkled, and although he was very upset, he still suppressed the fire in his heart, and Su Nyen Nyen continued to explain. I'm one of the bosses of Tianxi Entertainment, and before that, my partner came to the school to try to sign with Su student. Oh, I see. You turned out to be that lewd man's partner. Su Nyen Nyen had a face that looked like that. Zhang Chuanan's face choked and his brows furrowed again. but thinking that their company was now in a life and death situation, he could only lower his stance. Student. I know that this matter is the problem of that partner of mine, so I apologize to you, and I promise that he will definitely not harass you again in the future, and I hope that this time, you can for my sake. Let the people who are investigating our company's taxes leave our company alone. When this matter was over, he would be sure to be wary of this asshole Joshi, so that when he looked for a woman, he would first check out the other person's background. The likes of Sun Yen Nian can't be messed with at first glance, and as a result, instead of paying attention, he even dragged the company down with him. Zhang Chunan mentally cursed Jiaxia once more before turning his sight to Sun Yen Nian once more. If you want any compensation, I can also satisfy you, he said, flashing another one of his signature smiles. He was sure no woman could resist his charms. Sun Yen Nian pulled the corner of her mouth with a leathery smile. I accept your apology, but I'm afraid I can't do anything about your company's problems. The first sentence made Zhang Chuanan's face relax quite a bit, but when he heard the latter one, his brows wrinkled once again. He looked at Sun Yen Nian in confusion. Student Su, what do you mean? After all his words, how could she not let go? Did she want something else, and that's why she was purposely holding him like that? Zhang Chunan had originally come here personally to find Sun Yen Nian in order to emphasize the importance he attached to this matter. But what if this woman had her eye on him and wanted to fall in love with him before she would let their company go? When Zhang Chunan thought of this, his sight was on Sun Yen Nian's small face carefully, and only then did he realize that this woman was really pretty. Even inside the entertainment industry, it's rare to see someone with such a beautiful look for Hanzhou. Showbiz cameras are demon-spotting mirrors, and girls who generally look pretty are much uglier when they're on camera. Zhang Chunan had seen Sun Yen Nian's photos and had also seen photos taken from the perspective of passers-by. He just thought the little girl was kind of good-looking at the time, but when he saw her in person, he realized that she was much better looking than her picture. Zhang Chunan pursed her lips. Let him be a boyfriend thing is not disbelief, only he cannot show too easy. Otherwise she does not know what other excessive requirements to mention. Sun Yen Nian looked at him, looking at her with strange eyes. Her eyebrows slightly knitted. Paying taxes is not what I mean. It's what you mean. Paying taxes is the obligation of every countryman. You don't fulfill your obligation, but you still want to make money under the shelter of the country. Don't you feel guilty inside? Zhang Chunan obviously didn't expect Sun Yen Nian to actually speak in such a righteous manner, and waved his hand. Student, don't worry. From today onwards, I will definitely urge our company's finances to pay taxes properly, and definitely won't have this kind of problem again. So you'll just give our company one more chance? The corner of Sun Yen Nian's mouth twitched. Did this person not understand words or what was going on? Is she speaking bird language? It's better to leave this kind of thing to the professionals. You take care of yourself. Sun Yen Nian was too lazy to break it up with him and turned around to leave, but was directly blocked by Zhang Chunan. He said anxiously, Student Su, I'm a first-tier top-stream star. Many people like me. You can't do this to me. My fans can't lose me. Sun Yanzhong snorted. Then you're quite thick-skinned. Knowing that so many people like you, you still don't set a good example. As a public figure, you really suck. Chapter 225, Dogman. Zhang Chunan didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead he stared straight at Sun Yen Nian. What do you really want? I promise you just, even if you want me to be your boyfriend, I'm willing, okay? Ha? You want to eat? You're not worthy? Sun Yen Nian looked like she was suddenly disgusted. Don't you have any idea what you look like? Don't even take a piss and look at yourself. She was really aroused, and for a moment any nonsense words came out of her mouth. What breed of trash is Chapter Chunan? And acted like it was such a self-sacrificing thing to give her a boyfriend. Sun Yen Nian really wanted to whack his dog's head on the spot. Is he at all self-conscious about what he looks like on his own? Zhang Chunan obviously also did not expect Sun Yen Nian to reject so fiercely, and the whole person also froze on the spot. He opened his mouth, and half a day later, he came back to his senses. He almost gritted his teeth and said, You don't go too far. He had already agreed to be her boyfriend, and she was saying such ugly things? It is simply outrageous. Sun Yen Nian couldn't help but roll her eyes. If you don't have anything else to do, then please go back. As she said that, she turned around and was about to leave, and Zhang Chunan became anxious all of a sudden. He reached out to grab Sun Yen Nian, but was bumped into by Shen Huaisu, who had come downstairs to look for Sun Yen Nian. Almost reflexively, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Chuanan's arm with a scowl. What are you doing? He'd gotten a bad feeling when he'd heard the small crew say a man was downstairs looking for Sun Yen Nian. After all, their sister-in-law had been on a hot streak lately, and the likelihood of being seen by someone else was too high. He wasn't at school before, so he definitely couldn't care less, but now his sister-in-law was right under his nose. He definitely wanted to make sure that their sister-in-law, in no way, got trolled while he was around. Zhang Chunan was obviously also startled by Shen Huaisu. He wanted to retract his hand, but he found that his wrist was clutched by someone's dead hand. Shen Huaisu's strength was so strong that he couldn't break free. Zhang Chunan is even more annoyed now. Let go. What I'm looking for is Sun Yen Yen. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Huaisu snorted. Student Su was a volunteer for our battle team. If you look for trouble with her, you're looking for trouble with me. Since Zhang Chunan had been on fire, most of the time it was other people looking at his face. Where had he ever seen other people's faces, let alone being defeated time and time again? He was so angry that his whole face turned a little white, shivering his lips as he looked at the two people in front of him. In the end, his eyes landed on Sun Yen Yen. Tell me, just how much money do you want before you agree to end this matter? Sun Yen Yen's watery eyes blinked, and facing Zhang Chunan, who didn't know how to repent until now, she suddenly laughed softly. When Jiaxia took a shot at your company's other female artists before, were you aware of it? Although Zhang Chunan didn't say anything, his sudden and abrupt change in color betrayed him. Of course he knows. He's the owner of the company. And even though he's not involved, it doesn't mean he's unaware. He even knew all along that Jazzy was doing it, and that in addition to pimping, he would also subvert some female artists who were willing to give. Zhang Chunan felt that it was all those women who volunteered. They were willing to sacrifice something and then exchange it for what they wanted. What did it have to do with him? Didn't they end up with a bargain? As for the women who dropped out, that's their mental capacity failing, and it has nothing to do with him either. Sun Yen Yen cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chunan and didn't bother to bull **** with him anymore. Cherish every day now. Zhang Chunan's face changed again as he looked at Sun Yen Yen, who turned to leave and yelled lowly. What's wrong with me? This circle is like this. The weak are the strong. The reason why those female artists were treated that way shows that they are not capable. Who can blame them? Sun Yen Yen's steps as she was leaving suddenly lurched as she glanced back at Zhang Chunan. And suddenly the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she smiled. So, it's your turn now. Zhang Chunan listened to Sun Yen Yen's words and froze in place for a long time. She said it's his turn now? Is she saying he is incapable now? When Zhang Chunan came back to his senses, Sun Yen Yen had long since left. He stared at the place where Sun Yen Yen had disappeared with chagrin, his face gloomy. He knew he was finished. If Sun Yen Yen doesn't let up, the company he and Jia Shi opened will be investigated to the end. And then the back taxes won't be able to run away. All he can do now is pray that the back taxes don't become public. Otherwise, he would be a bad artist. He's been on fire for a couple of years and does have a lot of money on hand, but the back taxes will probably screw him out of most of what he has. While he was still rich compared to the average person, it was not at all the same concept as the money he could easily make now. He certainly doesn't want to leave the fame and fortune of the entertainment industry. You're the big star Zhang Chunan, right? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Zhang Chunan was clearly taken aback. He looked behind him with extra vigilance, his brow full of displeasure. Because of Sun Yen Yen's disdain for him, he now didn't have a good impression of anyone in this school, especially since the woman in front of him was looking at him with a gaze full of calculation. He was even more displeased. Zhang Chunan pulled the mask on his face again. The face under the sunglasses was almost covered tightly. Who are you? What do you want? His eyes looked straight through his sunglasses at the woman in front of him. If Lin Bailu hadn't just seen Zhang Chunan take off his mask and sunglasses, she certainly wouldn't have recognized him, especially since he had just told Sun Yen Yen that he was willing to be her boyfriend. Her whole body was bad. Who does Nian Yen Su think she is? It's not enough to have so many outstanding people around her, but even a first-tier flo in the entertainment industry wants to be her boyfriend too? But soon, she ducked aside to hear what was going on. It turned out that Sun Yen Yen had caught Zhang Chunan's handle. That's right. If not for that, how could Zhang Chunan look at such an ordinary Sun Yen Yen? Lin Bailu laughed softly and tried to make her expression look easygoing before she slowly opened her mouth and said, My name is Lin Bailu. I'm the daughter of Lin's group. I just seen what happened between you and Sun Yen Yen. If you dare say anything, I'll definitely make you eat your words. Before Lin Bailu could finish her words, Zhang Chunan's face clouded over. Almost without thinking, he opened his mouth to warn Lin Bailu. This caused Lin Bailu's words that had just reached her mouth to instantly get stuck. Her face instantly reddened, thinking that just now this man had spoken in a gentle tone to Sun Yen Yen even though he seemed arrogant, but now she was being so nasty to her. Lin Bailu was so angry that she wanted to spit out blood. These dog men, all sensual animals. Isn't Nian Yen Su just a bit prettier? Chapter 226. No need to think about how to round it up. What's so great about her? The more Lin Bailu thought about it, the angrier she got. But thinking about what she was going to do next, she could only force down the fire in her heart and try to look as calm as possible. Zhang Big Star, there's no need for you to be so nervous. I just heard the conversation between you two. I didn't mean to take it personally. I just wanted to tell you that I might be able to give you an idea. When she said this, her voice was not loud, but it made it hard for Zhang Chunan to ignore it. He did need help, but whether or not what this woman said would help him or not was another story. But this woman in front of him, what exactly she was up to? He wasn't sure. Lin Bailu looks like she saw through Zhang Chunan's thoughts at once. She pulled the corner of her mouth. The woman called Sun Yin Yan just now is my father's daughter who just got back from the countryside. I'm considered a nominal sister with her, so I may be able to help you. When Zhang Chunan heard Lin Bailu's words, his look at her obviously changed. Although he wasn't sure if Lin Bailu was telling the truth or not, there didn't seem to be any harm in listening to her one more time. Thinking so, Zhang Chunan raised his eyes and glanced at her, his voice cold. Why do you want to help me? And how do you plan to help me? Lin Bailu saw that Zhang Chunan finally trusted her a bit. It was only then that he laughed softly. I don't get along with Sun Yin Yan. This matter is known to the entire school, so there's no need for you to be so defensive of me. Helping you is like helping myself. As for how to help you, I can only help you with ideas. As for the follow-up of whether or not you want to do it, it's still up to you. Zhang Chunan quietly looked at Lin Bailu, didn't say anything, but didn't mean to interrupt her either. He just looked at her, waiting for her to follow. Lin Bailu also no longer approached him, after which whispered, Sun Yin Yan is so arrogant. Because of the grasp of your handle, you can also grasp her handle, as long as to pinch her. Still worried about what she will do? Zhang Chunan nodded thoughtfully. What she said did make sense, but on second thought, his brows knitted together again. Zhang Chunan's line of sight once again tightened on Lin Bailu. You know Sun Yin Yan's handle? Lin Bailu shrugged non-committally. Not having a handle doesn't mean there's no way to create one. That Jiashi you guys were talking about just now, isn't he good at doing that? The most she could do was to give Zhang Chunan and the others a thought. After all, Sun Yin Yan's hand is still pinching her handle. She is not convenient to come forward. Plus Ling Chen is very cold to her because of the live broadcast. If she is caught by Sun Yin Yan at this time, her and Ling Chen's love affair will come to an end. Lin Bailu could still recall Ling Chen's mocking expression to this day, blaming Sun Yin Yan. The obvious dash of hatred that crossed the bottom of her eyes fell plainly in the bottom of Zhang Chunan's eyes, which made him believe Lin Bailu's words by 5 points. It seemed that this woman did have a grudge against Sun Yin Yan, and as for why the two had a grudge, that had nothing to do with him. All he wanted now was to get rid of the trouble Sun Yin Yan had brought. Zhang Chunan pondered for a moment. I'll think about this matter again. Lin Bailu shrugged. Then I hope it doesn't get blown out of proportion while you're thinking about it. Lin Bailu wasn't worried about pulling hatred at all. After all this hatred would end up on Sun Yin Yan's body. As expected, a touch of sinister crossed the bottom of Zhang Chunan's eyes. He would never let this woman named Sun Yin Yan ruin him. If she didn't know better, then don't blame him. She could report their company, but there was no way she could be protected at all times. Nian Nian Su. We'll see. Completely unaware of this, Sun Yin Yan and Shen Huaisu both got on the elevator together. Shen Huaisu looked at the calm-faced Sun Yin Yan, hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to explain to her. Sister-in-law. In fact, after you were harassed by Jiashi yesterday, I told my big brother about that, the matter of Tianqi Entertainment. It might be that my third brother's side has found something. He didn't even think about it and decisively sold his third brother. In fact, he certainly knew exactly what was going on in this case. His older brother scratched the surface. His second brother got down in the hospital. His third brother got down in the law. And he got down in the entertainment industry. As for his big brother, then of course, he took the opportunity to suppress Sky Jubilee Entertainment and shut up anyone who wanted to help. The four of them, the brothers, worked together seamlessly, but they only forgot that Jiaxi had a partner. He did not expect Zhang Chunan to find Sun Yin Yan this. What a blunder! Sun Yin Yan was slightly stunned, and looked at Shen Huaisu with a bit of surprise. She had just been thinking that it was a few of her senior brothers who had done it, so after Shen Huaisu found out, she had been thinking about how to round this off. I didn't expect their Mr. Shen to make a move. Then she didn't have to think about how to round it off at all. That's fantastic. Sun Yin Yan's small face whirled around to reveal a smile, causing Shen Huaisu's tense heart to instantly relax quite a bit. Luckily their sister-in-law wasn't angry, or else he wouldn't have known what to do. If Sun Yin Yan got angry and it spread to his big brother, then he would really be guilty. He was all set to rush at Shen Huairua and dump the pot like crazy to save his big brother. Never thought that his sister-in-law wouldn't mind at all. Sure enough, his sister-in-law is the best sister-in-law in the world. Shen Huaisu thought so, and carefully asked, Sister-in-law, you won't blame my big brother, right? Just, without your consent. Su Nian Nian looked at him as he was about to say something. Her little head gently shook. No, Mr. Shin is doing this for my own good. I won't blame him, and thanks to you and Lao San as well. Shin Huaisu floated at once. His head raised, decisively sold a few people all. Sister-in-law. This kind of thing is not necessary to thank you. You are our sister-in-law. You were bullied. How could we Shin family brothers stand by and do nothing? Whether it's inside or face, we will definitely get it back for you. Su Nian Nian hooked her small mouth and nodded repeatedly. That's right. You guys are all awesome. Shin Huaisu was so praised by Su Nian Nian that he was about to turn his tail, and after sending her to the restroom, he majestically went to train. Su Nian Nian looked at Shin Huaisu with a bit of a crying smile, which led to her taking out her cell phone and scanning it. She originally wanted to send a message to Shin Huaiyan, but in the end, just after she opened her phone, she saw that the message of the group that several senior brothers were in was about to reach 99 plus. Su Nian Nian tapped her cell phone and watched as frantic messages brushed past her. The corners of her mouth twitched, or she resigned herself to clicking on the message above. Second brother, have you guys noticed that it seems like we're not the only ones dealing with this whole Jubilee entertainment thing? Fifth brother, found out, when we had to get people to the hospital, Jaesai had been beaten up all over again. TSK. Chapter 227. What is meant by heavenly cool chapter break? Eldest brother, is it done by those juniors that you take in at home year after year? Fifth brother, I don't know. It's still being investigated. But, traces of that group were dealt with. They did deal with it at the time to prevent the beating from being discovered afterward. The people they sent there won't be traced. But, their inability to check on others makes them equally cranky. Su Nian Nian saw a few senior brothers in the group having a heated discussion because they couldn't find out who the other party was. Cutest little sister, I know who did it. Su Nian Nian's appearance instantly caused the group to explode straight away. Big brother, who the hell is it? Nian Nian, quickly tell me. Is it the little brother you took in at home before? Second brother, is that the one called Hong Yi? Or is it that group of little brothers from Xinhai? Third brother, is there such a hidden tiger and dragon in the country? Fourth brother, you don't look at who picked the person. Fifth brother, Nian Nian, tell me who that person really is. Sixth brother, I've been at the school for several days, but I haven't seen that little henchman of Nian Nian's. Looks like we'll have to meet next time. Seventh brother, take me one on the way when we meet. Su Nian Nian's eyebrows raised, and she had to admire the brainstorming ability of her senior brothers. She couldn't help but sigh and type a line on top of her keyboard. Cutest little sister, is it possible that my husband was worried about me being bullied, so he had a couple of his brothers do it? The entire group instantly fell into silence. If it wasn't for the fact that the message Su Nian Nian had just sent didn't have a red exclamation mark, she would have thought that her message hadn't been sent. But fortunately, the awkwardness quickly disappeared. This was followed by more intense feedback from the group. Eldest brother? Don't you usually call me little brother? Why did you change your name to husband now? Second brother, eldest brother. Is that the point? The point is that this kid is letting people go on a drip. Okay? Third senior, so the first group of people who went to the hospital to violently beat up Jiaxi before were sent by the Shin family? Cutest little sister, yes. My husband made me go. Fourth senior brother, covering his chest. JPG Nian Nian. Can you change the name back to little brother first? This husband's name. I'm having trouble breathing when I hear it. Fifth brother, breathing together in difficulty. Sixth brother, you guys here have trouble breathing when you see the words, and I even met the honored one today. Seventh master, I can't say whether I should sympathize with you or not. A group of people gabbled a lot, making Su Nian Nian, however, completely unconcerned. All her attention was focused on the words that just a few of her senior brothers had said earlier. That is, they can't find out what Shin Huaiyan did. Thinking so, Su Nian Nian couldn't help but feel a small sense of triumph. She originally wanted to say a few more words about her husband, but she was worried that these few senior brothers would vomit blood on the public screen in place, so she had to change her words. The cutest little sister, isn't our little brother great? The current top technology in the country is probably about the same. Su Nian Nian had once PK'd with the most cutting-edge hackers in the country before, but a few of their most powerful ones at the time were mediocre. She won uncontested, and hasn't paid much attention to domestic hacking since. Now that she had heard from her several elder brothers that they were so angry that they were jumping out of their skin, Su Nian Nian couldn't help but look forward a bit to Shin Huaiyan's hacking level. Second senior brother, this time to the country. Finally have the opportunity to be able to properly see the year's little brother, when in the mountains in the year to read callous. Elder brother, I suggest you get health insurance before you go to the meeting, or you'll be so angry you'll vomit blood and won't be able to get reimbursed for the treatment. Third brother, it feels like big brother is connoting something. Fourth senior brother, if second senior brother gets angry and vomits blood, he can have third senior brother drag him to the hospital for treatment. Didn't he acquire a large hospital just a few days ago? Fifth senior brother, that's third senior brother's problem. At fourth senior brother, don't you think you should challenge Shin Hwayan again? After all, it's a shame that you, with your skills, don't go coughing up that kid. Sixth senior brother, several senior brothers. You're not trying to give that little brother of Nyan Nyan a run for his money, are you? Seventh brother, it's not impossible. After all, that guy abducted our favorite little Nyan Nyan. The fact that he didn't beat him up violently was definitely because Su Nyan Nyan was truly in love with him. But they, as senior brothers, how are considered Su Nyan Nyan's family? Shin Hwayan married Su Nyan Nyan. They naturally want to give Su Nyan Nyan support. With them around, no one can bully their family Nyan Nyan. Dario looked at his brothers and sisters in front of his cell phone screen with that look of ambition, and it was a little hard to bear. Soon, though, that intolerance of his dissipated. He decisively picked up his cell phone and sent a message to the group. Sixth senior brother, is there a possibility that we don't even have the status to go up against her little brother? Grand Master. Second brother, solid. Third brother, spitting blood. JPG. Fourth brother, old six. You seem to have found Hwa dot. Fifth brother, more than a Hwa point. This is a bug. Sixth brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Seventh brother, it's not necessary. Su Nyan Nyan sighed helplessly as she watched their boisterous commotion, before typing another line. Cutest little sister, if there's nothing else, I'm going to get busy. Fourth brother, wait a minute. I've just found out that Jazzy's partner, who seems to be preparing for trouble, has taken a sum of money and hid a small team of mercenaries. As for what to do, it should be self-evident. Zhang Chunan is a dog jumping over the wall. Su Nyan Nyan is not surprised at all. After all, this man was a dog when he saw him before, and now he wants to spend money to calm things down as normal. Only he offended the wrong person. Cutest little sister, Zhang Chunan is looking for someone to supposedly deal with me. And when he came to the school today, he asked me what exactly I wanted before I would let their company go. He also said that if I promised to let you guys have a high hand, I'll be my boyfriend. Su Nyan Nyan had just hesitated for only half a second before decisively choosing to sue. A few of her senior brothers are all coming to the country, and if she doesn't find something for them to do, these big guys don't know what they're going to toss at her in the country. That's why Su Nyan Nyan could only find good targets for them, saving them from clearing out Thailand. As expected, she saw several messages as soon as her message went out. Eldest brother, is this son of a so tough? I'm going to make him feel what it means to break the Sky Cool chapter. Third brother, since he likes to be on the hot search so much, I'll arrange for all his black materials to come up for a week afterward. Chapter 228. Second brother, it's better for Lao San to have a way to get more black material. Seventh brother, sixth brother is at the school and still lets Nyan Nyan be warned by such dogs? What's the point of having you there? At sixth brother? Sixth brother? Fourth brother, what's the use of having you there +1 at sixth brother? Fifth brother, what's the use of having you there +2 at sixth brother? Faced with a sudden cue, Dario was left in deep speechlessness. These few senior brothers of his must just be envious and jealous. But that didn't do anything to erase the fact that Su Nyan Nyan was being bullied under his watch. Looks like he really needs to work on Zhang Chunan. Meanwhile, Zhang Chunan, who went back from school, didn't go back to the company, but instead went to the hospital where Jiaxi is. Zhang Chunan just entered the door of the hospital room. Jiaxi immediately asked out loud, "How mu, what, Lu, have results yet?" He'd gotten his teeth knocked out earlier and was still permeable and slurring his words a bit. Zhang Chunan sighed softly. "I've seen him, but he doesn't have the intention to let go. It looks like he wants to put our company to death. To be exact, put both of us to death." The company was reported for tax evasion and needed to make up a large sum of money, not to mention his career was over. Ja-suk is still able to take other artists, but he's got a broken arm and a broken leg now, and even if he recovers later, he'll still have a limp in his leg. It's not realistic for him to want to run around for long periods of time, and it's safe to say that there's no chance for either of them to get on in this business. In the future, Jiaxi had already had a bellyful of anger from having his hands and feet broken, and now that he heard Zhang Chunan say this, his entire body was itching to jump straight up from the bed, assuming of course that his feet hadn't been broken. He used to be in the entertainment industry. Although it could not be said that he was calling the shots, no one dared to offend him. Now that he was actually being trampled into the mud, all of his previous efforts could almost be said to have been undone. Jiaxi to this day also a little bit cannot believe that he was planted in the hands of a yellow hair girl who has not yet left the university. He gritted his teeth viciously, itching to whip Su Nyan Nyan out of his skin right now, completely unaware that if he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke Su Nyan Nyan in the first place, there wouldn't have been such bad luck. He's long been so used to being fated in the entertainment industry that he almost habitually blames others for anything that goes wrong. He's not exactly a lowly figure in the entertainment industry, and it's normal for someone to be willing to take the fall for him. But the person he messed with this time was Sun Yen Yen, and she wasn't going to spoil him. Then garlic, then, what to do? Jia slurred and looked to Zhang Chunan, hoping that he could come up with a suitable solution. Zhang Chunan stood in front of him for half a day without moving, and certainly without saying a word. Eventually, it was Jia Suk who got a little anxious and spoke up again, asking, Hatsunami, did you hear what me was saying or not? Why did that woman reject you? How is he not in a hurry when they're almost done playing now? Zhang Chunan in the circle with his face value out of the circle. Although acting skills fluctuate, but at least highly favored by his girlfriend's fans, so he took the initiative to go to Sun Yen Yen to negotiate. He thought for sure will be a horse to success. After all, very few women can say no to Zhang Chunan. Not only is he good looking, he has a star filter and is the dream girl of many teenage girls. Jiaxi felt that if Zhang Chunan bit the bullet, he could take down Sun Yen Yen. He had thought that perhaps Sun Yen Yen would make things slightly more difficult for him, but he hadn't thought at all that he would fail. Zhang Chunan was also annoyed by Sun Yen Yen's rejection, and now that he was mentioned by Jia Xie, his brow once again knitted into a lump. He didn't have the heart to say, "It's not like you're the one who made a move on someone, a little girl at school. What kind of temper can she have for me?" Zhang Chunan automatically put the blame on Jiaxi. He felt that Sun Yen Yen must have been interested in him at first, only that because he later learned that Jiaxi was his partner, he pulled his impression down, which was why it would fail. He had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had countless true fans. How could any woman resist his charms? He didn't believe it and didn't want to admit it. Jiaxi obviously did not expect Zhang Chunan to say this either. His brows furrowed as he once again asked the same words as just now. Then what about garlic? He's definitely not in a position to do much now that he's been hospitalized. But Zhang Chunan is different. He has money and connections at hand. He can completely take advantage of Sun Yen Yen's side has not yet developed, to hold them down in the cradle. Zhang Chunan was silent for a moment, but still told him about Lin Bailu. I met a woman who claimed to be Sun Yen Yen's sister when I was at school. Her name is Lin Bailu. Have you heard of her? At the mention of Lin Bailu, Jiaxi's eyes abruptly widened quite a bit as he nodded his head repeatedly. I've heard of it. She's not on good terms with Sun Yen Yen. It's rare for Jiaxi to say a complete sentence. When he wanted to sign Sun Yen Yen before, he had investigated the relationships around her. He knew that Sun Yen Yen was the daughter of the Lin family, and hesitated. But then after investigating, he found that she had been living in exile before, and was only recognized by the Lin family during this recent period. But the Lin family had absolutely no intention of publicizing this matter to the public, and this matter was subtle. He thought that it might be because after Sun Yen Yen's return, the Lins had not chosen to disclose Sun Yen Yen's identity in order to take care of this current daughter's emotions. But it was also possible that they had delayed publicizing it because they couldn't look down on Sun Yen Yen, who had come down from the countryside. Either way, it could be seen that the Lin family didn't take Sun Yen Yen seriously, which was one of the reasons why he would go after Sun Yen Yen. But who had thought that the Lin family couple really didn't pay much attention to her, but she seemed to have other protectors around her, or he wouldn't have been beaten up like this. Jiaxi suddenly hated himself a little. Why didn't he investigate more carefully in the first place? He had looked at Sun Yen Yen's photo at the time and was instantly attracted to her clear eyes, not thinking at all that with a face like hers, she would surely attract other men as well. As Jiaxi thought this, he suddenly remembered that when he saw Sun Yen Yen at that time, she still seemed to have hickeys on her neck. I think that's the man who did this to him, right? Zhang Chunan listened to Jiaxi's words and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. That woman said that the best way to get Sun Yen Yen to give up on dealing with us is to see Sun Yen Yen's handle. JC's eyes lit up. Did you find something on him? Zhang Chunan shook his head. That woman also said. Chapter 229. When did he say that? What else? Jasik was obviously a little impatient. He stayed in the hospital while the surgery was delayed until now, and his body hurt like hell. So where was his patience? And I wonder what's going on in such a large hospital. He had been pushed onto the operating table most of the night before, and he ended up lying on his back most of the night without an incision anywhere in his arm or leg. Favorably, he was in pain down there. The nurse said it was a medical emergency that had previously messed up the scheduling of the operating room, so he was given the following removal. Jiaxi felt that he was going crazy, obviously because of the fracture hospitalized, but the hospital was GA below. He immediately cursed at the nurse, but only get all the responsibility of the hospital to compensate this answer. What compensation is needed when the most important thing to him has already been lost? Can he be reimbursed for the money he's been given to buy him back? Jiaxi gritted his teeth at the thought. He was so unlucky. Ever since he met that Sun Yen Yen, he had been having bad luck. First, he was beaten up by that woman for no reason, and then he was beaten up twice inside the hospital by inexplicable people. He was admitted to the hospital with a broken bone, but he was sent to the wrong operating room because of the medical malpractice. Jiaxi's entire head was like mush right now. Where was the patience to listen to Zhang Chunan? Zhang Chunan seemed to have noticed Jiaxi's abnormality as well. His brows furrowed. There's nothing you can do about this matter even if you're in a hurry. As long as Sun Yan Nian doesn't let go, our company and my star will all be finished. Once the company pays the back taxes, all that money they have on hand just won't be enough. Maybe they'll even lose all the money they've made over the years. Jasek gritted his teeth viciously. So what exactly did that woman suggest as a solution? She said that not having a handle doesn't mean there's no way to create one, and she also said that you're very good at doing this. Zhang Chunan told Jiaxi almost the original story. If others don't know it well, doesn't he know it well himself? The kind of stuff that Jiaxi is good at is nothing more than finding someone to do Sun Yan Nian and taking pictures of her so that he can hold her. It's true that Jiaxi hasn't done this kind of thing before, but is it too late to do so? Zhang Chunan didn't feel that this was unfair to Sun Yan Nian. After all, he had already looked for that woman and negotiated with her. He was willing to bend over backwards to be her boyfriend, and she didn't even know how to behave, so he couldn't blame him. Jiaxi was already in a terrible state of mind because of the hospital matter, and now it was nice to be able to vent a bellyful of anger on Sun Yan Nian. If it wasn't for that woman, he wouldn't be so miserable, so he must find someone to abuse that woman. Let her rot in the mud for the rest of her life. Jiaxi thought so, a face smiling extraordinarily sinisterly. Zhang Chunan looked at Jiaxi's expression and knew that he should already have an idea in his mind. His eyes lifted slightly and he looked at Jasek with an expectant expression. You must seek the help of that woman called Lin Bailu in this matter. Jiaxi slowly opened his mouth, his gaze extraordinarily firm. However, Zhang Chunan was in trouble, his brows slightly furrowed. Although that woman doesn't deal with Sun Yan Nian, she won't directly help us, right? Jazzy snorted lightly. She definitely doesn't want to, but you can threaten her. After all, she came up with this idea too, didn't she? Lin Bailu wanted to use them as a gun, but she herself was alone. How could he let her succeed? Although she had a grudge against Sun Yan Nian, she was still nominally Sun Yan Nian's sister, and he would not let her go, much less give anyone a chance to take advantage of him. Zhang Chunan pursed his lips, but we don't have Lin Bailu's handle on hand either, so even if we wanted to threaten, we have no way to do it. Couldn't find someone to kidnap Lin Bailu and do the same thing. Lin Bailu, no matter what, was a famous lady who could be counted in the Shangjing circle. Even if they were dim, there was no way they could blatantly take a shot at her. Otherwise, if Lin found out, they would have to eat their words. As for Sun Yan Nian, unlike Lin Bailu, she was not liked by the Lins at all even though she bore the name of the Lin family. She even lived at the school until now. Unlike Lin Bailu who had been living in the Lin family. Jiaxi looks at Zhang Chunan with a bit of disdain. You just said that woman's handle. How could you forget it so quickly? Zhang Chunan was also at a loss. When did he say that? He thought back carefully. From the time he entered the door to the words he had just spoken, and after thinking about it, he still hadn't found any handle on Lin Bailu. Zhang Chunan considered himself to have an excellent memory, and he was able to forget the general lines as long as he watched them 2 or 3 times, so he was still able to remember exactly what had just been said. But just like that, he hadn't been able to find out what Lin Bailu's so-called handle was. He looked at Jasek with a blank look on his face, waiting for him to say something. Jiaxia helplessly skimmed his mouth. Really don't know how in the world Zhang Chunan mixed circles. A little bit of eyesight is not there. Didn't that woman say? Lets you create a handle when you don't have one. As he said this, his eyes stared tightly at Zhang Chunan, and he said word for word, you just need to bring the recorder to Lin Bailu, and then ask her to help trick Sun Yan Nian out, and if she doesn't agree to it, you can just repeat what she said before, and as long as she admits that she said those words in the first place, then that handle will be there. Zhang Chuanan's eyes visibly lit up, as if he hadn't thought of this method at all. That was indeed much easier than getting someone to take pictures of the other side, something he could still do. He nodded his head repeatedly. Don't worry, just rest in the hospital for the next few days. I'll take care of Lin Bailu's side of things. As for the follow-up, you might need to come up with ideas. The inspection of the tax fees from above will not be done for a while. As long as he could take care of Sun Yan Nian before the results of the briefing came out, and keep the results from being publicized, then both he and his company would still be saved. Internal punishment, after all, is still different from public punishment. Internal penalties do cost some money, but well, they don't affect his business value. Jiaxi was not surprised when he heard this. He glanced at Zhang Chunan, suddenly as if he remembered something. When it's time to lay hands on Sun Yan Nian, I'm going to personally go to the scene. I want to see that damned woman with my own eyes. In a sorry state, Jazzy's fists couldn't help but clench at the thought of what he had lost. The humiliation he had suffered. he would pay Sun Yen Yen back 1,000 times over. When this was over, he was going to torture her so much that all the netizens would see her picture. Let everyone know that she was a woman who was as good as a man, and then he would see that woman. If she still dared to flaunt her power to him again,